Got it. My name is Lin Mu, an orphan who awakened a red tier profession. However, my profession is the extremely resource-intensive jobless warrior, akin to a rogue cultivator in games. Without money in the early stages, progress is nearly impossible, making it even worse than blue-tier professions. Today, the playground of Tsung No. 1 Middle School was packed, with wealthy merchants from major guilds gathering, all drawn by this rare red-tier profession of mine. Lin Mu from No. 3 Middle School awakened a red-tier profession. The news had already spread throughout Tsung City High School. The principal of No. 1 High School announced with a beaming smile, the school board and the Zhao family have agreed to an annual signing fee of 30 million, which includes a top-tier vitality detection device and 15 trial qualifications for dungeons of any difficulty tier per year. Upon hearing this, the students were all shocked, assuming that as an orphan, I would inevitably agree. I gazed at the card glowing red in my hand, emblazoned with the words Unemployed Martial Master in large characters. In a world where martial prowess reigns supreme, warriors have developed numerous professions such as swordsmen and fistfighters. Awakening qualities are divided into 5 tiers, white, blue, purple, gold, and red, the latter being the highest level. The principal added, after signing, you must unconditionally obey the Zhao family. This contract is clearly a slave agreement. Having lived 2 lives, I naturally understand that signing the contract seems the best choice for someone with no background like me, but I refuse to live under someone else's roof. The Zhao family's legitimate heir, Zhao Ming, though possessing only a purple tier talent, boasted a powerful background. Holding a contract with a smile, he said, Lin Mu, care to reconsider? Although you have a grudge against me, I still hope you can become my dog. Outwardly, I'm a quiet, conflict-avoidant, socially anxious doormat. Zhao Ming sneered, fatherless bastard, my Zhao family only pities you. Well, then there's nothing more to discuss. I shook my head, feeling a hint of regret in my heart. Just as Zhao Ming said no faction in Songshire would dare take me in, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. Host has reached the age of 18. The Infinite Entry System has been activated. Host has reached 100 points of Qi and Blood, qualifying as a first-level martial artist. Infinite Entry has been triggered, allowing 1 random draw. Draw for me. A smile immediately appeared on my face. Congratulations, Host, you've acquired social anxiety. I froze with a blank expression. Social anxiety? Social anxiety, in crowded places, all attributes increase by 100%, and cultivation speed increases by 100%. The more one demonstrates extraordinary social skills, the bonuses increase by an additional 50%. And so on. When alone, all bonuses decrease by 50%. This isn't social anxiety, it's outright social terrorism. I immediately felt all my abilities double in strength. Zhao Ming watched the smile on my face, feeling an inexplicable rage rise within him. Lin Mu, I'm looking forward to your performance in the first major trial that opens 3 days from now. I grinned and said, alright, I'll be waiting for you then. Previously, I offended Zhao Ming for the sake of our school's beauty, and he has held a grudge against me ever since. After everyone dispersed, the homeroom teacher called me back to the office and, with a faint sigh, forcibly handed me a second-tier lower-grade martial arts manual titled Thunder Forging Palm, worth approximately 300,000 yuan. After all, you're a jobless martial artist who can practice any martial art, which saves a lot of trouble. He reminded me, large-scale secret realms are the only way for you to obtain resources. My heart felt blocked as I nodded heavily. Congratulations, Host. Your vitality has reached 110 points, leveling up to 2. You have received 1 opportunity to draw infinite entries. Returning to my home in the slums, I drew my second talent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Unyielding. Refuses to admit defeat. Whenever you come into contact with a martial artist of a higher realm, training speed increases by 300%, and martial arts techniques train autonomously. Damn, that's awesome. This trait is perfect for money-burning unemployed martial artists. Name, Lin Mu Vitality, 110, Level 2 Warrior, Occupation, Martial Artist, and Signed, Martial Arts, Summit Fist, Beginner, Basic Swordplay, Beginner, Foshan Leg, Beginner, Thunder Forge Palm, Unlearned. Entry, Social Anxiety, Refusal to Admit Defeat. I began cultivating Thunder Forging Palm. Soon, the system's voice rang out. Your Thunder Forging Palm refuses to admit defeat and trains autonomously, reaching the beginner stage. Your Summit Fist, seeing Thunder Forging Palm reach the beginner stage, refuses to be outdone and begins autonomous training, advancing to the minor mastery stage. Your basic sword technique has peaked, and your boxing has reached the minor mastery level. Refusing to concede, you began self-directed cultivation and have now attained minor mastery. Seeing that your basic sword technique has reached minor mastery, your Foshan leg technique refused to yield and began self-directed cultivation, achieving minor mastery. The newly learned Thunder Forging Palm, upon witnessing martial arts inferior to itself reaching minor mastery, refused to admit defeat and began self-directed cultivation, attaining minor mastery. In an instant, all the martial techniques I had mastered had reached minor mastery. Martial cultivation is divided into 4 realms: novice, minor mastery, major mastery, and pinnacle. After reaching minor mastery in the second-grade martial art Thunderforge Palm, I can gather my spiritual energy and convert it into a strand of lightning. With my current martial progress and the boost from social anxiety aversion, I'm fully capable of achieving excellent results in the secret realm and acquiring considerable resources. The secret realm is currently the only place where I can obtain resources. Tomorrow I'll go to the school testing equipment to see how much power I can unleash. Chapter 3, Martial Arts Association Heavyweight. Early the next morning, Lin Mu arrived at school early. The martial arts training room was fully equipped with instruments for detecting chi and blood, as well as devices for testing one's strength. Lin Mu approached a human-shaped wooden dummy. A screen in front of the dummy displayed the martial artist's explosive strength. This dummy can withstand up to 10,000 Jin of force equivalent to a level 10 martial artist's strength. Lin Mu murmured to himself before assuming a fighting stance. He shifted his left foot back, transforming his fist into a palm. A surge of pure chi and blood flowed from his dantian into his arm. A thread of thunder surged forth, coiling around the palm of his hand. Then, he struck out violently, slamming his palm into the human-shaped wooden dummy before him. His first strike unleashed the second-grade thunder-forged palm. Boom! Accompanied by a violent clang, a shallow palm print was etched into the wooden dummy before him. The immense force caused the wooden dummy to tremble violently. 258 strength. The screen displayed the force generated by Lin Mu's strike. That's nearly double the strength. Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly, surprise flickering in his eyes. Truly worthy of a second-grade martial art, and this was merely the initial stage. If he were to achieve mastery and unleash its true thunderous might, the force of that single palm strike would likely surpass 300 points. Within this large open secret realm, the strongest demonic beings don't exceed third-grade martial artists. Converting that, this single palm strike could instantly kill a third-grade martial artist. And that's not even counting my other martial arts techniques. Lin Mu proceeded to test his other martial arts techniques. Both the peak fist and Buddha's mountain leg techniques had already reached minor mastery. Boom! Lin Mu's fist struck the mannequin like a bamboo splitter, smashing into it. Then, he suddenly delivered a whipping kick. 167 strength. 155 strength. The explosive force unleashed was no slouch. I've been training in fist techniques all along, so the power generated by the top edge fist is slightly greater than the previous ones. It's the grade of the thunder-forged palm that accounts for the doubled power. Though they had awakened their professions. Before awakening their professions, they each specialized in one path. This approach increased the likelihood of awakening a profession closely aligned with their innate talents. Lin Mu, however, experienced a deviation, awakening as a master of no profession. Consequently, he gained neither formidable fist techniques nor profound insights. Similarly, Zhao Ming, who awakened as a purple-grade swordsman, gained partial mastery of sword techniques. Hey, what's there to worry about? This is only half the boost. Once we enter the secret realm, the full boost will unleash even more power. Lin Mu chuckled, unconcerned. Just this thunder-forged palm, capable of unleashing double its power, would be more than enough to give the monsters in the secret realm a run for their money. Now, all I need is a decent weapon. Lin Mu couldn't afford a good sword, but in this high martial world, ordinary iron weapons weren't expensive. Lin Mu still had 3,000 yuan on him. He took out 2,000 and bought the most basic iron sword. Host is in a crowded area. Social anxiety activated. Should I take advantage of these 2 days to visit the Martial Arts Association? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. His never-give-up trait could boost his cultivation speed by a full threefold. Combined with the boost from social anxiety, his cultivation speed would quadruple. Before long, in the main hall of the Martial Artists Association, a teenager clad in Sangi middle school uniform sat cross-legged in place, beginning his cultivation. Ha! This guy's taking it way too far? Holy crap, I thought he was here to cause trouble, but turns out he's here to train. Damn, with all these people around, doesn't he feel embarrassed? Many passers-by in the Martial Arts Association were drawn to Lin Mu. His behavior was utterly baffling. 2 words came to mind, damn impressive. Even the Martial Arts Association staff couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu a few extra times. Lin Mu had truly taken social anxiety to the extreme. Who in their right mind would meditate right in the center of the Martial Arts Association? Lin Mu paid no heed to others' opinions. His mind was focused on one goal alone. That was cultivation. His social anxiety abilities were pushed to the limit, yet the trait of refusing to admit defeat occasionally surfaced. This revelation made one thing clear to Lin Mu. To trigger the unwilling to admit defeat trait, a powerful opponent must be within 3 meters of him. This is tricky, but at least my social anxiety is maxed out. Lin Mu didn't dwell on it too much, since he now understood the conditions needed to trigger his cultivation. Isn't that Lin Mu? Whoa, what's Lin Mu doing cultivating here? Lin Mu? The one from Sangi High who awakened a red grade ability? Impressive, impressive. Cultivating at the Martial Arts Association Plaza? He's got some nerve. If nothing unexpected happened, something unexpected was about to happen. Inside the Martial Arts Association, a middle-aged man emerged from a room and strode directly toward Lin Mu. A powerful individual has entered the host's vicinity. Never give up has been triggered. Cultivation speed increased by 300%. Top Edge Fist, Basic Sword Technique, Foshan Leg, and Thunder Forged Palm detect the immense martial prowess emanating from this individual and begin striving for greater strength. Peak Edge Fist, Basic Sword Technique, Foshan Leg, and Thunder Forged Palm have reached mastery. Whoa! Lin Mu was stunned. What realm could this man before him possibly be in? He lifted his head to look at the middle-aged man who had approached him. Dressed in plain clothes, the man had an ordinary appearance, yet radiated an air of scholarly refinement and approachability. Mr. Lin, if you wish to cultivate, perhaps I could arrange a room for you, the man said with a faint smile, looking at Lin Mu before him. Practicing here is somewhat unbecoming. Hearing this, Lin Mu hurriedly replied, Senior, my apologies. It's nothing, the middle-aged man shook his head. Senior, I'm truly sorry for giving your association a bad impression. Lin Mu bowed respectfully. It's nothing. The middle-aged man shook his head again. Well then, Senior, I'll be on my way. Lin Mu gave a dry chuckle before hastily departing. At least this trip was worth it. The middle-aged man said nothing, merely turning and leaving the hall to return to his room. As Lin Mu walked away, he could no longer hold back the smile spreading across his face. All 4 martial arts have reached perfection, and my level is just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to 120 vitality points. This trip has been quite fruitful. Lin Mu laughed heartily. This secret realm expedition was in the bag. As Lin Mu departed, news of his exploits within the Martial Arts Association spread like wildfire throughout the entire city of Tsang. Lin Mu had become an overnight sensation. Who said Lin Mu was socially anxious? This is social anxiety? This is a social terror. Who the hell is spreading these rumors about Lin Mu? Back home, Lin Mu spent the remaining 2 days solely focused on cultivation. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. The Secret Realm trial arrived as scheduled. Chapter 4, The Secret Realm begins. The Secret Realm was a domain constructed by the Great Xia Empire using a crystal stone obtained from the wasteland. Within the Secret Realm, the demonic creatures dwelling there are all beings born from that spirit crystal. Their cultivation levels were generally not very high. After all, as a place for newly initiated martial artists to undergo trials, powerful demonic beasts were strictly forbidden. Moreover, these creatures possess tangible substance, and the materials they drop can be exchanged for currency. Moreover, defeating the central boss reportedly grants the right to select any item from the Martial Association's inventory. Thus, the Secret Realm serves as the primary resource acquisition ground for common martial artists. Lin Mu arrived at the Secret Realm's trial grounds early. Located on the outskirts of Tsang City, it was still within the city limits. A large square had already drawn a substantial crowd, including representatives from numerous factions. As a Secret Realm opening only once a year for newcomers, it naturally drew considerable attention. The hierarchy here was also quite evident. The Martial Arts Association, several Tsang City factions, and members of the Zhao family were all present. The rest comprised the principal, homeroom teachers, and even students from first high school. Lin Mu's arrival caused quite a stir. TSK, isn't this my socially awkward brother, Lin Mu? Hahaha, I saw that video too. You'd think Lin Mu went to the Martial Arts Association to beg for money. How embarrassing. How could he even dare? Many burst into laughter, yet they also admired Lin Mu's courage. This isn't social anxiety, he's a full-blown social terror, isn't he? Lin Mu paid no mind to the comments, his face now beaming with a smile. Too many people. Guess my social anxiety is kicking in. Without hesitation, Lin Mu crossed his legs and began his cultivation practice. Seeing this, everyone froze. Me? Amidst the crowd, Zhao Ming, the center of attention, watched Lin Mu, a smirk curling his lips. Cramming at the last minute? Too late for that. He really is putting in the effort. An unranked martial artist. If only this lad weren't born into such humble origins, he'd surely achieve great things in the future. He won't even let this moment slip by, truly a prodigy. The various factions couldn't help but praise him as they witnessed Lin Mu's relentless dedication. Yet, a faint dissatisfaction with the current state of affairs stirred within them. At the Martial Arts Association's headquarters, the middle-aged man in charge lifted his head, his peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Lin Mu. But he did not linger, quickly withdrawing his gaze. As the sun climbed higher, the time for the Secret Realm's opening drew near. A middle-aged man in a suit stepped forward from the Martial Arts Association and announced, "The Secret Realm is rated C grade. It is divided into 5 distinct zones, each suited for practitioners of different skill levels. Each zone contains a representative boss. Defeating the boss within a zone will yield a demon core. At the heart of the Secret Realm lies a final boss. Defeating this boss allows you to carry its relic out of the realm and exchange it for an item at the Martial Association. Within the Secret Realm, anyone may freely form teams. Any items dropped by slain demonic creatures may be brought back. Additionally, before you enter the Secret Realm, this Spirit Stone will be entrusted to you. Should you encounter mortal danger, shatter the Spirit Stone to exit the realm immediately. That's all I have to say. I wish you all the best in achieving outstanding results." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, Martial Arts Association personnel began distributing spirit stones to the senior high students of First High School, carrying boxes as they went. Lin Mu also received his own spirit stone. The spirit stones were artifacts created to construct the secret realm. Crushing one would allow escape. As this was a newcomer's secret realm, the Martial Arts Association personnel did not elaborate further on its details. After all, Lin Mu and his peers had already studied the relevant knowledge in their textbooks. The opening of the secret realm served as a test for those who had just awakened their abilities. This test carried no rankings. After distributing the spirit stones, the Martial Arts Association staff gathered at the Plaza Center and activated the massive spirit stone slab positioned there. Amidst a distortion of space, a circular teleportation gate abruptly materialized before everyone's eyes. Come on, let's form a team of 3. We should be able to take down a few demon beasts. Let's head out too. Yeah, let's go. Over the past 3 days, many had connected with fellow adventurers. They got along with well-informed parties. Party restrictions didn't apply within the secret realm. Lin Mu, however, was alone. Killing the central area boss lets you exchange for an item at the Martial Association sounds exciting. A hint of anticipation flashed across Lin Mu's face as he stepped into the secret realm. Once everyone had entered the secret realm, its portal abruptly closed. I wonder who'll last the longest in the secret realm. Who else could it be? Naturally, the Zhao family's young master. Haven't you seen the gear he's wearing? True. This time, First High only has one purple tier awakened and Lin Mu is the red tier 1. But Lin Mu has no money, no connections, and no one to team up with. He probably won't be the first one out. Everyone was eager to see who would stay inside the secret realm the longest. Inside the secret realm. Lin Mu opened his eyes to find himself on a stone floor. Ahead lay 3 diverging paths. Everyone who had entered the secret realm was gathered here on the stone ground. Each area has a boss that drops demon cores. Even the most common demon core is worth 5,000. For demon cores that's 20,000. Lin Mu murmured to himself, counting on his fingers as he calculated. As an unranked martial artist, his financial needs were immense. Martial arts manuals alone were enough to give him a headache. Not to mention the supplements required for martial artists that was an even greater expense. If his strength were sufficient, he would undoubtedly clear out all the bosses across the 4 regions and claim their demon cores. Lin Mu, you're alone. You probably have nowhere to go. At that moment, Zhao Ming's voice reached his ears. It turned out that although he had entered the secret realm earlier, he had been waiting for Lin Mu all along. Seeing Lin Mu alone now, Zhao Ming chuckled, how about this? Kneel and kowtow to me, and I'll take you along. In Zhao Ming's mind, the strong were meant to humiliate the weak. No thanks. You'd be better off kowtowing to me, begging not to cross paths with me later. Lin Mu shook his head, speaking with deadpan seriousness. Ha ha ha, that's hilarious. At this remark, Zhao Ming and his henchmen all burst into loud laughter. Look at you've been living it up these past 3 days. Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. I'm not going to compete with you. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. This guy was acting like some bully straight out of a soap opera. I may not have a team, but wherever the crowd is, that's where I'll be. Lin Mu headed straight for the leftmost area, where the crowd was thickest. His socially anxious nature was about to reach its peak. As for Zhao Ming, Lin Mu didn't give him a second thought. Ridiculous. All 3 of his martial arts were at the Great Mastery level, each at level 2 with 110 vitality points. In terms of vitality alone, they were already 1 level behind him. Not to mention his martial arts prowess. 3 mastered martial arts were more than enough for Lin Mu to tower above the entire secret realm. Chapter 5, all I saw was sweat and effort. The secret realm was divided into 5 distinct zones. Each zone was marked by a distinctive sign. But that's beside the point. We'd studied this in textbooks long ago, knowing exactly where to go and where to avoid. The 5 zones southeast, northwest, northeast, southwest, and central each form a distinct area. Within the secret realm, dense jungles sprawled everywhere, resembling a fully developed forest theme park. Lin Mu followed the large group into the northern sector. The area wasn't particularly large, and upon arriving, Lin Mu found several classmates already present. The group's current location was a stone forest. Within the stone forest, several dark figures flickered in and out of view. A faint, bloody scent drifted slowly from within the stone forest. We've encountered demonic creatures this quickly? Whoa, that was fast. We've only been in the secret realm for less than 10 minutes, right? Never mind. Since we've encountered demonic creatures, let's strike. At least 30 people were present, forming over a dozen teams. And Lin Mu stood alone. Roar! From within the stone forest, wolf demons emerged one after another. Their bodies weren't large, only the size of ordinary wolves. Their coats were jet black, and pairs of blood-red beastly eyes shot out from the stone forest, coldly gazing at the freshmen present. Roar! Accompanied by a chorus of wolf howls, the wolf demons within the stone forest charged toward the crowd. Low-tier demon wolves. Not even high-quality ones. Ordinary martial artists can handle them. Lin Mu observed the demon wolves ahead, his voice calm. We have over 30 people here, and there are only a dozen or so demon wolves. They're nothing to fear. Someone spoke up, a hint of nervousness visible on their face. Even though this was a secret realm, not the wasteland, facing demonic beasts for the first time inevitably brought some nervousness. But at that moment, a figure suddenly darted past everyone, charging toward the first wolf demon. Under everyone's gaze, the figure swiftly closed in before the demon wolf, then unleashed a devastating punch. Boom! Accompanied by a dull thud, the fist struck like thunder, its immense force instantly crushing the wolf demon's skull. With that single blow, the wolf demon died instantly. What? One punch? That wolf demon is dead? Did Lin Mu do this? The remaining nervous students present were utterly stunned upon witnessing Lin Mu kill the wolf demon with a single punch. Though this wolf demon lacked any formal rank, its strength was equivalent to that of a martial artist with around 100 points of vitality. Not to mention the formidable physical strength of demonic creatures. Even with their current abilities, it would likely take 2 or 3 of them fighting fiercely to kill a single wolf demon. But this Lin Mu guy, he actually killed the wolf demon with a single punch? Is this guy really a martial artist without a title? After Lin Mu dispatched the demon wolf before him, his gaze swept over the remaining beasts. His social anxiety trait had doubled his attributes, and combined with his mastered peak edge fist technique, accomplishing this feat was utterly effortless. The perfected peak edge fist could now fuse with his chi and blood, amplifying his strength. Roar! A wolf demon let out a feral howl before lunging violently at Lin Mu. Lin Mu spun, sidestepping the wolf demon's claws, then drew the iron sword from his back. Basic sword technique. Lin Mu executed the strike with practiced ease. The sword's icy glint pierced straight through the wolf demon's left leg. Lin Mu struck again, wielding slashes, thrusts, and flicks with exceptional skill. Before long, this wolf demon fell once more at Lin Mu's hands. This time, the crowd was utterly stunned. What the hell? Lin Mu, a martial artist without rank, wielded a sword this skillfully? How did he manage that? This was entirely due to Lin Mu's mastery of advanced martial arts. The improvement was truly immense. The wolf demon pack had already closed in on the group, yet Lin Mu stood alone against 3 wolf demons, holding his own without faltering. Wolves are pack animals. Within a wolf demon pack, there must be a wolf king. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, his gaze piercing through the wolves before him to the depths of the stone forest. That crimson glow within the stone forest was fixed on Lin Mu, baring its teeth menacingly. Without hesitation, Lin Mu abandoned the 3 wolf demons before him and charged straight into the heart of the stone forest. Seeing the direction he took, those present seemed to grasp what Lin Mu intended to do. Lin Mu is going to kill the Wolf King? Whoa, the Wolf King has at least 110 health points. Who cares? Once the Wolf King is dead, these wolf demons will scatter on their own. Lin Mu had already reached the depths of the stone forest. And the Wolf King, dwelling deep within the stone forest, revealed itself. Its body was roughly twice the size of ordinary wolf demons, its sharp fangs bared and gleaming coldly. Its thick limbs planted firmly on the ground, its claws exceptionally sharp. Roar! The Wolf King let out a fierce howl and lunged forward, charging straight at Lin Mu. Lin Mu sidestepped the attack, the beast's claws striking the rock behind him, leaving a massive paw print embedded in the stone. Failing to land the blow, the Wolf King charged at Lin Mu once more. Its gaping maw opened wide, lunging to tear into him. Lin Mu gripped his iron sword, skillfully executing various sword techniques as he maneuvered to evade the attacks. The Wolf King before him possessed a vitality level of at least 110 points. Lin Mu unleashed a punch, channeling threads of vital energy through his fist. The immense force unleashed forced the Wolf King back several steps. The Wolf King shook its dizzy head, but Lin Mu pressed the attack once more. Die, you bastard. Lin Mu raised his left palm, channeling his chi and blood into a surge of thunderous energy that swirled within his palm. His thunder-forged palm, now perfected, surged with thunderous energy, unleashing power of unparalleled ferocity. Lin Mu unleashed a thunderous strike, his palm crashing like a bolt of lightning. The immense force slammed directly into the Wolf King's body. Boom! The sheer force of the strike caused the Wolf King's body to collapse inward by more than half. The Wolf King's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the rocks. Lin Mu gave his opponent no chance to recover, closing in instantly. He drew his iron sword and brutally thrust it into the Wolf King's skull. Put! Amidst a spray of blood, the iron sword sank deep into the Wolf King's skull. The Wolf King breathed his last, his legs twitching once before he died. The pack, sensing something amiss, turned toward Lin Mu in terror. At the same time, the people still battling the wolves, upon noticing the pack's change, also turned their gaze toward Lin Mu. What? He actually killed the Wolf King? This is an unranked martial artist? All I see is talent and sweat. Under the stunned gazes of the crowd, Lin Mu swiftly severed the Wolf King's head and extracted the demon core within. The purple demon core, about the size of a thumb, was thus secured by Lin Mu. Meanwhile, on the other side of the northern region, Zhao Ming was still searching for the boss of the southern area. I, Zhao Ming, am determined to obtain the demon cores from all 4 major regions. Chapter 6, Keep a Low Profile. After slaying the Wolf King, Lin Mu headed straight for another area. After all, within the secret realm, the social anxiety buff only granted normal attributes, and the actual distribution of personnel wasn't that dense. But that was more than enough. With a double boost to all attributes and 3 mastered martial arts techniques, Lin Mu could easily dominate the secret realm. As time passed, Lin Mu had nearly swept through 3 entire zones. The inhabitants of the northern region had long been stunned by Lin Mu's overwhelming power. Wherever he went, he made no effort to conceal his power, leaving it fully exposed. Holy! 3 mastered martial arts? I know the peak edge fist. But it's only been a few days. I'm just getting started, and he's already mastered it. All I see is pure talent and relentless effort. Students from the eastern region were equally stunned. They say the progression for jobless martial artists is painfully slow, yet here with Lin Mu, it's a whole different story. Lin Mu fought with increasing ferocity along the way, swiftly claiming the demon core from the eastern region's boss. Watching Lin Mu take the demon core with such ease, the others were left standing there in utter bewilderment. Lin Mu's speed in obtaining the demon core seemed as effortless to him as eating or drinking. Lin Mu, can't you tone it down a bit? Someone called out as they watched his departing figure. Displaying his talent like this would surely invite even more terrifying retaliation from the Zhao family. Keep a low profile? Lin Mu paused briefly before continuing thoughtfully toward the next area. I really should lay low. How must Zhao Ming feel about this? Lin Mu let out a soft sigh. Soon, news spread like wildfire throughout the entire secret realm. Lin Mu was challenging the central area's boss solo and now invited fellow students still in the secret realm to come watch. The news sent shockwaves through the entire secret realm. Lin Mu was challenging the central region's boss? Are you kidding me? Has Lin Mu lost his mind? That central area boss is at least a 3rd-tier martial artist. Better go see what's got Lin Mu talking such big game. In an instant, most of those who received the news headed toward the central region. Lin Mu was challenging the boss in the central area? Hearing his subordinate's words, Zhao Ming raised an eyebrow and immediately grabbed the long sword beside him. Let's go check it out. Zhao Ming firmly believed in Lin Mu's strength, but he was absolutely certain the other couldn't possibly defeat the central area's boss. He was also curious what Lin Mu intended to do to warrant such a boastful declaration. The central area. This was a vast open space, a circular plaza. In the very center of the plaza, a tiger with entirely blue fur was curled up. The tiger's body measured over 2 meters in length, its paws as large as half an adult man's torso. 2 sharp fangs protruded menacingly from its jaws, giving it a fearsome, demonic appearance. As the crowd approached, a line of ethereal characters instantly materialized before their eyes. Wind Tiger Vanguard. Rank, low tier level 3 martial artist. Sleeping. The strength of a 3rd level martial artist. With that alone, how could Lin Mu possibly be a match for this guy? Hard to say. I've seen Lin Mu take down several regional bosses already. Many were debating whether Lin Mu could truly stand against this boss before them. Some had witnessed Lin Mu in action, yet even now, gazing upon the Wind Tiger Vanguard, they found it hard to believe his capabilities. Zhao Ming glanced at the Wind Tiger Vanguard still slumbering ahead, raising an eyebrow. Lin Mu wants to challenge this thing? A level 3 martial artist versus a demonic beast. If it were him, he wouldn't dare attack it lightly either. But it was worth a shot. After all, the rich relied on technology. After all, Zhao Ming was currently clad in low-grade martial armor, and the sword in his hand was also a low-grade martial treasure. You all got here so fast. Just then, a faint chuckle drifted from the distance. Lin Mu, clad in his school uniform, had already arrived. Lin Mu, this young master is eager to see what skills you possess that could possibly defeat this low-grade demon beast before us. Zhao Ming spoke coldly. Young master Zhao needn't worry about that. Lin Mu chuckled softly as he stepped into the center of the square. The ethereal characters materialized before his eyes. Wind Tiger Vanguard, a low-grade demon beast. The reason Lin Mu had summoned everyone here was simply to perfectly activate all attributes of social anxiety. Watch closely, everyone. See how I, Lin Mu, take down this demon in 3 moves. Light up if you have a cigarette. I'll kill it in the time it takes to smoke one. This challenge against the Central Region's boss had been turned into a full-blown circus act by Lin Mu. Alright. Go, go, go. This is so thrilling. As far as I recall, no one from our Song City high schools has ever slain this Wind Tiger Vanguard before. Many eyes were fixed on Lin Mu. Social anxiety attribute activated at maximum, boosting all attributes by 200%. Feeling his enhanced strength, Lin Mu clenched his fists. Alright. A smile spread across Lin Mu's face. Wasn't this exactly why he did it to max out every single stat? With a full 3-fold boost, this Wind Tiger Vanguard before him should be a piece of cake. As Lin Mu approached, the Wind Tiger Vanguard abruptly rose to its feet. A fierce glint flashed in its tiger-like eyes as it lunged toward Lin Mu. With all his attributes boosted 3-fold, Lin Mu sidestepped the attack the instant it came. Such lightning-fast reflexes left the spectators momentarily stunned, their hearts racing with astonishment. Lin Mu's reflexes were truly lightning fast. The Wind Tiger Vanguard, its first strike unsuccessful, pivoted once more and charged toward Lin Mu. Its massive paw descended like a heavy hammer, accompanied by a biting gale. Lin Mu shifted his feet once more, retreating backward. Thud! The ground trembled slightly where the Wind Tiger Vanguard's paw struck, and Lin Mu seized the moment of its momentary stiffness to unleash a punch. Though the peak edge fist was a fundamental technique, Lin Mu had mastered it to perfection. Threads of vital energy coiled around his fist. Next, Lin Mu's fist slammed into the Wind Tiger Vanguard's skull. The immense momentum sent the opponent flying backward with a thud. Thud! The Wind Tiger Vanguard's body skidded across the ground, leaving a long trail of marks before finally coming to a halt. Witnessing this scene, the spectators' eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Zhao Ming stared in disbelief at the flying body of the Wind Tiger Vanguard. What? The force behind Lin Mu's punch was easily over 400 Jin. No newly awakened martial artist could possibly achieve that. How could Lin Mu possibly do this? At that moment, everyone witnessed a blurred afterimage charging toward the Wind Tiger Vanguard. Then, a terrifying scene unfolded. There he was, mounted atop the Wind Tiger Vanguard, relentlessly pounding away at his opponent. It seemed as though Lin Mu's challenge against the Central Region's boss had instantly turned into a one-sided slaughter. Roar! The Wind Tiger Vanguard couldn't take this humiliation. It let out a low growl, and its entire body of blue fur began to radiate an eerie energy. Seeing this, Lin Mu quickly dismounted and backed away. The Wind Tiger Vanguard is about to unleash its ultimate move. Looks like its health bar is almost empty. Whoa, is it coming? All eyes in the area were fixed intently on the Wind Tiger Vanguard, no one daring to look away for fear of missing the spectacle. Very well, bring it on. Lin Mu's eyes flashed with intensity. On his left palm, threads of thunder surged as his chi and blood gathered. Chapter 7, Cornered Dogs Will Bite. Outside the square. Zhao Ming watched the scene intently, his mind already churning with shockwaves. That bastard Lin Mu actually managed to kill a Wind Tiger Vanguard. The Wind Tiger Vanguard had entered its second stage, clearly driven to the brink by Lin Mu. No! I can't let Lin Mu kill the Wind Tiger Vanguard like this. A cold glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. You two, follow me down. Hold off Lin Mu, the central boss. I'll take care of him. Zhao Ming declared immediately. Ha! Young Master Zhao, you're not joking, are you? Zhao Ming's two henchmen were dumbfounded. Sending them to block Lin Mu? What a joke. Lin Mu was like a humanoid demon beast now, how could they possibly stand a chance? Once I've slain the Wind Tiger Vanguard and retrieved its demon core, the deal is done. You two will each get a low-grade martial artifact. Zhao Ming laid out the tempting offer outright. Let's do it. Damn it, where there's a big reward, there's always a brave soul. With that, the two charged straight into the square. As Zhao Ming's two henchmen entered the fray, everyone present suddenly understood something. TSK tisk, that's some dirty play. Enough. That's young Master Zhao, he's got beef with Lin Mu. Enough. This isn't our business. Roar. The Wind Tiger Vanguard let out a low growl, instantly advancing to its second stage. Its entire body of blue fur seemed to glow with a faint green light, and its aura intensified significantly. All demonic creatures that had attained a certain rank possessed a second form. This held true both within the secret realm and beyond. Lin Mu's thunder-forged palm was ready, waiting only for the Wind Tiger Vanguard to charge. His thunder-forging palm, perfected at the second-grade martial arts level, would surely allow him to slay the Wind Tiger Vanguard before him. But at that very moment, two figures simultaneously stepped in front of Lin Mu. What's this? Lin Mu looked at the two, recognizing them as Zhao Ming's henchmen. Brother Zhao told us to stop you, one of the henchmen declared, then brandished his knuckle duster in a threatening gesture toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu, we are your opponents now. On the other side, Zhao Ming had already drawn his long sword and approached the Wind Tiger Vanguard. Clad in low-grade martial armor and wielding a low-grade martial treasure, he faced the Wind Tiger Vanguard now in its second phase without a hint of panic. Though everyone felt disgusted by his attempt to seize the Wind Tiger Vanguard, none dared to say anything. After all, he was the Zhao family's eldest son. Stealing the kill? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Get lost. In the next instant, Lin Mu dispersed the thunder from his thunder-forged palm and charged straight at the two underlings. Trying to snatch a monster from him? Even Zhao Ming wouldn't get away with it. Boom! With two casual strikes, Lin Mu dispatched Zhao Ming's henchmen. Zhao. Young Master Zhao, we did our best. Both men saw stars as they simultaneously collapsed to the ground. Watching Lin Mu dispose of his men so effortlessly, Zhao Ming sneered coldly. Lin Mu, I command you to get out of here. This demonic power belongs to whoever can wield it. I won't stop you from trying to take it. Lin Mu replied indifferently. Heh, I'm telling you to get lost. Can't you hear me? Zhao Ming narrowed his eyes, a unique, swordmaster-like sharpness slowly emanating from his body. He drew his martial treasure, the blade held horizontally before Lin Mu. Lin Mu, understand this clearly, you have neither influence nor money. And you haven't yet managed to completely alienate me. Zhao Ming continued, otherwise, I'll unleash the full might of the Zhao family and ensure you never leave Song City alive. Threatening me? Lin Mu's gaze held a hint of coldness. So what if I am? Zhao Ming sneered, laying his cards on the table. The moment his words fell, Lin Mu struck suddenly. A gale force wind swept toward Zhao Ming, instantly changing his expression. He hadn't expected Lin Mu to be holding back his true strength. Earlier, he hadn't even shown his full strength. In a single stride, Lin Mu closed the distance to Zhao Ming. His fist erupted forward with overwhelming force and speed, leaving Zhao Ming utterly unable to defend. Thud! A dull thud echoed as Zhao Ming's face contorted. His chest caved in, and his entire body was sent flying backward. Just as the crowd gasped in horror at Lin Mu's attack on Zhao Ming, Feng Wu's Xianfeng seized the moment to charge toward Lin Mu from the other side. Roar! The tiger's roar thundered like rolling thunder as a massive black shadow descended before Lin Mu. Lin Mu gathered threads of thunder in his left palm, his chi and blood surging like a dragon, and immediately unleashed a palm strike. Thunder-forged palm. The thunder-forged palm, now perfected, ignited upon contact with the Wind Tiger Vanguard's body. The threads of thunder spread like flames on paper, instantly engulfing its entire form. The immense force crushed the Wind Tiger Vanguard's skull by more than half in that instant. Originally unleashing a force of over 200 Jin. Now amplified threefold and perfected to its peak, the single strike unleashed 1,000 Jin of force. In other words, Lin Mu's strike now carried the force of a 5th-level martial artist. Boom! The Wind Tiger Vanguard let out a guttural groan as its massive tiger body crashed to the ground like a. Lying motionless on the ground like a dead dog, the Wind Tiger Vanguard still dripped ink black fluid from its mouth. Under that single strike, the Wind Tiger Vanguard met his end. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned into speechlessness. The entire arena fell deathly silent, every gaze converging on Lin Mu. Social anxiety trait activated at maximum. All attributes increased by 320%. Lin Mu stepped forward, drew the iron sword from his back, severed the Wind Tiger Vanguard's head cleanly, and extracted its demon core. The jet-black demon core was as large as an infant's fist. Lin Mu tucked it away. At that very moment, a furious shout erupted from the crowd. Lin Mu, I'll kill you. Zhao Ming, who had been knocked flying by Lin Mu earlier, rose from the ground, his hair disheveled. The martial treasure in his hand radiated a powerful aura. This aura sent a chill down the spines of everyone present. It's a divine ability. Someone exclaimed, and the expressions of everyone present changed instantly. What was a divine technique? It was when a powerful martial artist imprinted a portion of their own strength onto a talisman, allowing others to activate it at will. That was a divine power. A spirit talisman was affixed to Zhao Ming's sword. The talisman radiated golden light, and waves of pure, overbearing power continuously merged into the sword's body. At the same moment, Zhao Ming rose to his feet and charged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected Zhao Ming to have brought a divine power into the secret realm. Just as Zhao Ming was about to close in on Lin Mu, a mottled glow erupted from the bodies of everyone present. The very next instant, every remaining person within the secret realm was teleported out. Chapter 8, Utterly Brazen. I wonder if anyone from Xangyi Middle School can take down that central boss this time. In my opinion, it's highly unlikely. Besides those top prodigies, who could possibly take down the central boss? Outside the secret realm, members of various factions discussed the boss within. Everyone, perhaps there might be a turning point this time. An elder from the Zhao family spoke with a faint smile. Oh? What leads you to say that, Elder Zhao? Even if young Master Zhao were equipped with a low-grade martial artifact and a low-grade martial treasure, it would still be difficult for him to defeat that central boss, wouldn't it? Eyes turned toward the Zhao family elder. The Zhao elder smiled faintly. Naturally, it would be through divine abilities. At this remark, all present fell silent. With divine abilities, he could certainly slay that central boss. I wonder if our Xangyi Middle School will achieve a good result this time. The principal of First High School stared nervously at the entrance to the secret realm. This time around, only Lin Mu had awakened at First High, and his quality was red. And it just so happened to be the money-guzzling profession of an unranked martial artist. The other awakened individual was Zhao Ming from the Zhao family. Xangyi High hadn't even produced a single golden tier awakened individual this time. In the direction of the Martial Arts Association, the middle-aged man at the head closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Suddenly, he opened them. At the center of the plaza, a ripple in the air drew the gazes of everyone present. Did someone take down the central boss? Looks like it. Only when the central boss dies will everyone be teleported back via spirit stones. Swish! In the next instant, several figures materialized on the plaza. They were none other than the students from Xangyi High who had entered the secret realm. Looks like the Zhao family's young master really did resort to divine power. Someone spoke up, suddenly sensing something amiss. Tension gripped everyone present as their gazes locked onto the last two figures emerging from the spatial fluctuations. A colossal aura surged forth from the last figure. As the spatial disturbances dissipated, Zhao Ming emerged, his hair disheveled. He raised his long sword with claw-like movements and thrust it forward. Golden light surged along the blade as the spirit talisman had fully fused into the sword's body, unleashing its full divine power. Ahead, Lin Mu's figure suddenly materialized. Facing this sudden strike, Lin Mu braced for the worst, every hair on his body bristling at that moment. His chi and blood surged, converging in his left palm. Thread-like bolts of thunder transformed into tendrils of lightning. Lin Mu had now fully committed his entire vital energy. Everyone present witnessed this scene. Ha! The Zhao family elder's body trembled. Why was his young master using this divine power on a student instead of the central boss? Young master, you mustn't. The Zhao elder snapped into action, lunging forward to block Zhao Ming. The principal of First Middle School's expression also changed abruptly. Absolutely not. The eyes of everyone present were filled with unprecedented horror. The Zhao family's eldest son was truly audacious. To attack a fellow clan member right before the Martial Arts Association, this was a grave offense. Lin Mu. Zhao Ming's eyes blazed crimson. He cared not where he stood, he wanted to kill Lin Mu right now. Thunder forging palm. Lin Mu roared, his left palm blazing with thunderous light as he unleashed the strike directly before him. Everyone present was utterly shocked. It wasn't merely the terror of Zhao Ming's sword strike, but the palm technique Lin Mu had mastered. This thunder-forging palm, it seemed he had already mastered it to perfection. Lin Mu had only just awakened his profession, yet he had already cultivated the thunder-forging palm to perfection? Thunder-forging palm? And at its pinnacle? Whoa, Lin Mu's only been a class for 3 days, right? Even a perfected thunder-forging palm is useless against divine abilities. Even the simplest divine technique requires at least a level 30 martial artist to inscribe it. The power unleashed was far beyond what Lin Mu, possessing only the strength of a level 2 martial artist, could possibly withstand. Indeed, as the onlookers had said, even when Lin Mu pushed his thunder-forging palm to its absolute limit, it couldn't block this divine technique. Lin Mu's thunder-forging palm merely slowed Zhao Ming's sword slightly, it failed to halt it entirely. At that critical moment, a dark figure abruptly materialized before Lin Mu. Then, everyone witnessed this figure extend just 2 fingers, pinching the air. The sword thrust by Zhao Ming was directly caught between those 2 fingers. With a slight exertion of force, those 2 fingers crushed the low-grade martial treasure in Zhao Ming's grasp. Snap! With the shattering of the low-grade martial treasure, Zhao Ming lost his balance and crashed to the ground. It was old Su who intervened. With the thread of divine power gone, Lin Mu gasped for breath, cold sweat dripping continuously from his forehead. Thank you, senior. Lifting his head, Lin Mu offered his gratitude to the middle-aged man before him. But the man paid him no mind, instead gazing coldly at Zhao Ming before him. The Zhao family truly has the audacity to dare attack a fellow clan member in front of the Martial Arts Association. At these words, Zhao Ming snapped back to his senses, instantly thrown into utter panic. The elder of the Zhao family hurried over, bowing respectfully to the middle-aged man. Elder Su, this must be some misunderstanding within the secret realm. Suddenly transported out, our young master surely didn't anticipate it either, which is why he nearly harmed young friend Lin Mu. The Zhao elder immediately seized upon this point. It wasn't entirely without merit. Yet everyone present could see clearly that Zhao Ming had been dead set on killing Lin Mu. Yet no one dared speak up. This was the Zhao family, after all. The middle-aged man shot the Zhao elder a cold glance. Do you think this office is blind? Within the Great Xia, no one is permitted to lay a hand on their own kin. Though your Zhao family has earned merits within Song City, that does not grant you license to act with impunity. At these words, the Zhao elder's body trembled violently, and he hastily bowed his head. Behind him, Zhao Ming dared not utter a single word. Everyone present fell silent. From this day forward, Lin Mu's life is tied to your Zhao family, the middle-aged man stated flatly. Should anything happen to him in Song City, this company will come calling on your Zhao family first. Whoosh! Swish! The room erupted in commotion. Every pair of eyes in the room instantly turned to Lin Mu. The head of the Martial Arts Association had actually uttered such words? Even the elder of the Zhao family held his breath in shock. The man before them was of immense stature. Even the Zhao family dared not offend him. Zhao Ming was utterly dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that this man before him would dare speak such words to the Zhao family. This meant he, Zhao Ming, could no longer target Lin Mu. How could he possibly avenge that punch now? Even Lin Mu felt a hint of surprise at this turn of events. However, the more advantageous something was to him, the less likely Lin Mu was to reject it. Lin Mu silently filed the middle-aged man before him into his memory. After saying all this, the middle-aged man's gaze no longer lingered on the two of them. Instead, he said indifferently, "Now that everyone's here, let's discuss who defeated the boss at the center of the secret realm." Chapter 9, The Astonishing Lin Mu. The conversation returned to the secret realm. After this brief interlude, everyone grew curious about who had actually slain the secret realm's boss. Regardless, judging solely by the performance of the Zhao family's young master, it was impossible for him to have taken down the secret realm boss. If he had indeed defeated the boss, the power of the divine technique could not have been brought out. This meant another person had slain the secret realm boss. The Zhao family elder also recognized this fact. I wonder which of my first high students managed that feat. The principal of first middle school rubbed his hands together excitedly, his face brimming with anticipation. The students present all turned their gaze toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu took out the Wind Tiger Vanguard's demon core and handed it to the middle-aged man. You took care of it? The middle-aged man glanced at Lin Mu as he examined the demon core in his hand. Lin Mu nodded. Very well. With this demon core, you may exchange it for an item at the Martial Arts Association, the middle-aged man said indifferently. Understood, senior. None of the present factions, nor the Zhao family members, had anticipated this. That Lin Mu would be the one to ultimately defeat the central boss. Could it be that even unranked martial artists are this formidable? Who knows? But his mastery of the thunder forging palm alone was enough to take down the central boss. Whoa, it seems this kid isn't just awakening a red grade talent, he might even have awakened an extraordinary talent. The elder of the Zhao family gave Lin Mu a deep, lingering look but said nothing. Lin Mu defeated the central boss? Now it was the principal of first high school who was stunned. The perfected thunder forging palm? Lin Mu. As his homeroom teacher, his face was already frozen in utter disbelief. He knew better than anyone that he had only taught Lin Mu the thunder forging palm 3 days prior. That Lin Mu had now mastered it to perfection was a testament to his terrifying talent. At that moment, everyone present subconsciously regarded Lin Mu as a being of extraordinary talent. Those who had secretly mocked Lin Mu as a fool for refusing the Zhao family's terms just days ago were now coming to their senses. No wonder Lin Mu had refused the Zhao family's terms, he had the capital to back himself up all along. After the person who defeated the central boss appeared, the freshman's secret realm test was officially concluded. As the gathering drew to a close, the principal of first high school notified the students present to attend a meeting at school the following day. Before leaving, Lin Mu shot Zhao Ming a cold glance but said nothing. He remembered that sword strike today. Then, the crowd dispersed. Lin Mu followed the Martial Arts Association members directly to their headquarters. Elder, that damned Lin Mu, he's been shielded by the Martial Arts Association. Zhao Ming clenched his fists tightly where he stood, seething with resentment. Young master, do not fret. This matter requires careful consideration, the elder of the Zhao family said slowly. The extraordinary talent Lin Mu had demonstrated was undeniable. Moreover, with Su Si standing firmly behind him today, it would be even harder to touch Lin Mu. That wasn't the main issue. The real problem was that the young master's actions had undoubtedly enraged Lin Mu. What had enabled the Zhao family to rise among the many clans? It was built on exceptional courage and unparalleled foresight. Lin Mu must not be spared, the Zhao elder declared coldly. Martial Association. Follow me, the middle-aged man said indifferently, leading Lin Mu into a room. The middle-aged man retrieved a tablet and handed it to Lin Mu. You may select any low-grade martial artifact or even a martial treasure as your reward. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded and began rubbing his hands together as he browsed through the options, selecting items that caught his interest. This was free, after all. Martial artifacts and treasures were categorized into 3 grades: low, medium, and high, followed by 9 tiers of quality. Even the lowest grade martial weapons or treasures started at a market price of 100,000 coins. In other words, the demon core of this Wind Tiger Vanguard was worth 100,000 Great Xia coins. It must be said, the Martial Association had everything one could desire. Martial gear covered everything from head to toe, while martial treasures encompassed every conceivable weapon. Ultimately, Lin Mu selected a sword as his martial treasure. He dismissed the idea of armor as a warrior, he sought only ultimate combat prowess. The Heavenly Spirit Sword can fuse chi and blood to unleash sword energy. The Flame Sword carries scorching heat within its blade, capable of burning enemies. Thunder Sword imbues the blade with thunderous power. Faced with the dazzling array of low-grade martial treasures, Lin Mu momentarily felt overwhelmed by the choice. Senior, do you have any advice? Lin Mu turned to ask, mindful that a powerful figure sat beside him. With a master to guide him, he could save himself at least 30 years of trial and error. For low-grade martial treasures, any with enchanted attributes can be ruled out. Focus on selecting one with exceptional toughness, sharpness, and durability. The middle-aged man replied calmly. Hearing this, Lin Mu immediately grasped the key point. The Woofing Sword, its blade is razor-sharp, forged from mystical iron, and possesses no inherent properties. Lin Mu immediately chose this sword. This one, sir. Very well. The middle-aged man nodded, then instructed the staff to retrieve the sword for Lin Mu. The sword without edge featured a hilt also forged from mystical iron, feeling somewhat heavy in the hand. The entire blade shone with an extraordinary brilliance, its edge radiating an unprecedented sharpness. Sheathing the sword without edge, Lin Mu felt thoroughly satisfied. You can sell the demon cores on your body for money, the middle-aged man spoke again. Understood, senior. Lin Mu nodded, his gaze lingering on the man before him. May I ask your name, senior? Su Wei replied indifferently. Senior Su, thank you for intervening on my behalf today. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude once more for the events of the day.
No need to thank me. It was only right, Su Wei said indifferently. You are human. Even if you are a prodigy, you should not die at the hands of your own kind. Setting that aside, fratricide is the greatest taboo in Great Xia. Were it not for the Zhao family patriarch's past contributions to Tsong City, the Zhao heir would already be imprisoned today.
Hearing this, Lin Mu remained silent. Before him, Senior Su truly evoked a sense of fairness Lin Mu hadn't felt in a long time. Lin Mu, your martial talent is extraordinary, and you are an unranked martial master, Su Wei continued. There is no need for you to follow the path of our predecessors. I've interacted with several unranked martial masters myself and learned a thing or two from them. I might as well share what I know with you. While a master martial artist without a specific role can cultivate any martial art, their innate talent is ultimately limited. To truly unlock the full potential of this profession, it still depends on how one personally combines martial arts. Su Wei explained to Lin Mu, word by word, it's like becoming the master of all weapons, focusing solely on weapon-based martial arts without mixing in any other disciplines. Alternatively, they must be martial artists who master the three fundamental arts, fist, leg, and body techniques. These two paths are the routes I've observed among the unclassified martial artists I've encountered. They are also the two most recognized paths for unclassified martial artists in Great Xia today. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, having grasped the general concept from the other's words. This was his first time learning that unranked martial artists also had distinct paths to follow. May I ask, Senior Su, what ranks did those two unranked martial artists hold? Lin Mu turned to Su Wei and inquired. Su Wei lifted his head, his expression turning utterly solemn at that moment. One is at level 89, and the other is at level 93. Chapter 10, New Entry, Nuclear Virtue. After Su Wei revealed the ranks of the two rankless martial artists, Lin Mu's face turned green. These must be two of the few top-tier powerhouses in Great Xia. The advancement paths they've developed are indeed well-suited for rankless martial masters. Su Wei remarked indifferently, after all, even red-grade martial masters are scarce throughout the entire Great Xia. These two also built their paths step by step. I'm merely suggesting the path they took. How you choose to walk it is entirely up to you. After all, you are a martial artist without a title, not an ordinary martial artist. After all, the paths open to a rankless martial artist are too numerous. Across the entire Great Xia, the total number of unassigned martial artists barely exceeds 100. As red-tier martial artists without official titles, they aren't considered the absolute elite. It was precisely because these two had ascended to the pinnacle of martial arts, coupled with their truly outstanding prowess, that few at their level could match them. For someone like you, without resources, your innate talent will only carry you so far. Su Wei's gaze settled on Lin Mu as he remarked calmly, red-grade martial artists driven to their deaths due to family circumstances, it's not unheard of. The Martial Association can offer some assistance, but ultimately, it depends on your own efforts. You are a prodigy. As a martial artist of the human race, you face countless dangers. I refuse to stand by and watch a prodigy be targeted to death by their own kind. With these words, Su Wei had essentially confessed something to Lin Mu. That is, he intended to provide resources for Lin Mu. Senior Su, how about letting me study the third-grade martial art first? Lin Mu rubbed his hands together and chuckled. At this exchange conference, our Martial Arts Association will offer some rewards. Su Wei ignored Lin Mu's question and replied indifferently, if you secure first place, the rewards will naturally be yours. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Understood, Senior Su. Speak up. Which martial art? Su Wei inquired. Haha, I haven't decided yet. Lin Mu's eyes lit up as he scratched his head. Then go back and think it over carefully. It's the reward for winning first place in the exchange tournament, Su Wei stated. At those words, Lin Mu's face immediately fell. No more giggling. Alright, I'll go think about it. Lin Mu suddenly perked up and cheerfully left the place. Su Wei watched him depart. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Stepping out of the room, Lin Mu's face beamed with joy. In just this brief time with Senior Su, Lin Mu's original 110 vitality points had surged directly to 120. This breakthrough speed was incredibly fast. Before leaving, I should sell the demon core first. Lin Mu happened to be within the Martial Arts Association, where everything imaginable could be found. The demon cores from the first 3 area bosses were only worth 6,000 Great Xia coins each. Yet the Wind Tiger Vanguard's demon core commanded a price of 10,000 Great Xia coins. This was because the Wind Tiger Vanguard was a low-grade demon beast. With 28,000 Great Xia coins in hand, Lin Mu now had a decent sum of funds. Lin Mu didn't linger within the Martial Association. Though he could afford a first-grade martial art, he felt no urgency. Senior Su speaks wisely. The path of an unranked martial artist is indeed different from that of other martial artists. Lin Mu shook his head. He would need to carefully consider what path to pursue in his cultivation. Lin Mu returned to his rented room. System, give me a draw. The moment he arrived home, Lin Mu eagerly began the lottery.
Infinite entries drawing in progress.
Congratulations, host, you have obtained nuclear benevolence.
Nuclear virtue. The more ruthless the host is toward enemies, the greater the rewards gained.
Permanently increases cultivation speed by 10% and strength by 10%.
Current nuclear virtue benefits: cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 10%. Note, this skill cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. Name, Lin Mu. Vitality, 120 level 3 martial artist. Occupation, unemployed martial artist. Strength, 1.
Martial arts, peak edge fist mastery, basic sword technique mastery, Foshan leg mastery, thunder forged palm mastery.
Technique, basic cultivation method.
Traits, social anxiety, never gives up, core goodness.
My panel shows an extra point in strength. Wonder how much HP that translates to. Lin Mu blinked. System, explain?
Reply to host, 1 strength point equates to an increase of 10 gene, approximately 5 kilograms in physical strength. Every 10 strength points earned grants 1 gift package.
Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Perfect. I like this.
Lin Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly.
This stat paired with social anxiety would be absolutely perfect.
Lin Mu was already looking forward to the upcoming exchange conference.
Early the next morning. On the playground of First High School, the assembly commenced. The principal and department heads stood on stage.
The principal gripped the microphone and began his speech. Students, now that the Secret Realm trial has concluded, I trust everyone. Lin Mu immediately plugged his ears, completely tuning out the principal's useless speech. Students, the exchange conference will commence in 15 days.
At that time, all senior high school students from Sung City will participate.
The top prize for this exchange conference is a second-grade martial art technique, plus an upper-tier yellow-grade cultivation method. Upon hearing this, the senior students present all wore expressions that varied from one another.
The exchange conference was an annual event. An upper-tier yellow-grade cultivation method? That's quite the treasure. Well, that's not my concern.
I'm just curious who'll win this prize this time.
Probably one of those geniuses.
Though the conference rewards were tempting, they weren't guaranteed for everyone.
An upper-tier yellow-grade cultivation technique.
Lin Mu's gaze flickered. To comprehensively enhance his strength, he could only rely on himself. And this upper yellow-grade cultivation technique, Lin Mu was determined to obtain it.
As long as it wasn't a basic cultivation technique. Alright, everyone, get to your cultivation.
Prepare for the exchange conference arriving in 15 days.
The principal declared.
The crowd dispersed.
Lin Mu, stay behind. The homeroom teacher called Lin Mu over and led him into the office.
What is it, teacher?
Lin Mu asked in the office.
Seeing the smile on the homeroom teacher's face, Lin Mu knew it was good news.
Well, you performed exceptionally well in the secret realm this time.
The Martial Arts Association has also issued a reward for you. It's a second-grade martial arts manual, plus 3 chi blood pills. Additionally, the school has prepared a generous reward for you this time.
The principal will be here shortly to present them to you.
Hearing this, Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. What surprised him was that the school administration had also prepared a reward for him.
Could it be that Senior Su's words had finally made the Zhao family back down?
No, it was more likely the principal had paid for it out of his own pocket.
The Zhao family would never back down.
Before long, the principal walked in with a smile on his face. Lin Mu, I must admit I misjudged you this time.
Chapter 11, 4th grade incomplete martial arts, breaking through. Who would have thought?
Lin Mu, you've brought this principal such a tremendous surprise. The principal's face was beaming as he held a card in his hand.
This is the school's reward for you this time. It's not much, just 100,000 dasha coins. This is a special reward from the school just for you.
Hearing this, Lin Mu calmly accepted the card.
Thanks, principal. The never give up trait did not activate.
Which meant the principal lacked real power. Lin Mu, during this exchange conference, First High School is counting on you entirely. The principal now pinned all his hopes on Lin Mu. As for the board of trustees, there had been no word from them yet.
This exchange conference was crucial to Sanyi High's reputation and to the principal's own standing. Sanyi High School, just the name alone, should make it the top high school in all of Sung City.
But over the years, Sang No. 1 High hadn't produced any prodigies. The highest caliber they'd seen was merely golden tier. This time, Sanyi High School produced a prodigy named Lin Mu. Originally, the principal had not held high expectations for Lin Mu. However, the fact that he managed to slay the central boss within the secret realm was sufficient proof of Lin Mu's extraordinary talent. Convinced, the principal personally dug into his own pocket, pulling out 100,000 dasha coins. His sole purpose was to secure a superior martial arts manual for Lin Mu, hoping to help him achieve outstanding results at the exchange conference.
Rest assured, principal.
Victory is guaranteed. Lin Mu patted the principal on the shoulder, speaking with a surprisingly mature air.
Yes. The principal nodded and bowed obsequiously.
The homeroom teacher watching the scene couldn't shake the feeling that something was off.
Principal, do you have any decent martial arts manuals I could study? Lin Mu rubbed his hands together as he asked. Now that you mention it, there is one. The principal pondered for a moment.
Indeed, there was a martial arts manual that no one had studied. Given Lin Mu's terrifying natural talent, it was time to bring it out and let him see it. This martial art is incomplete. The complete version is a 4th grade martial art.
The headmaster replied, it's a pity it's incomplete. It's been stored away until now, never brought out. An incomplete martial art?
Lin Mu's eyebrow arched, piquing his interest. With his innate trait of never back down, he might just be able to deduce the missing techniques from this incomplete manual.
I'll go fetch it for you.
The headmaster clapped his hands and wasted no further time. Before long, the principal returned with a martial arts manual in hand. This martial art is called Chuangbu breaking step. The name doesn't sound powerful, but it's actually a body movement technique.
The headmaster explained, this technique is renowned for its Chuangbu strides. Even at a rudimentary level, the footwork becomes utterly unpredictable and elusive. Ordinary martial artists would find it nearly impossible to close in.
At its pinnacle, the fourfold charge step creates illusory shadows. Its speed is so great that only martial artists who have mastered body movement techniques can catch a glimpse of its shadow. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with excitement. Now that he possessed the 2nd grade martial art, Thunder Forging Palm, he was precisely in need of a footwork-based martial art. If never surrender could truly be deduced from it, then Lin Mu's current lack of agility techniques would be resolved.
Principal, may I take it back to study? Lin Mu inquired. Since it's been brought out, naturally you may study it.
The principal nodded, offering no refusal. Lin Mu, incomplete martial arts manual should not be studied lightly, his homeroom teacher cautioned, sensing his interest. You may glance through it, but do not rush into practicing it.
As a top student, the homeroom teacher knew Lin Mu understood what incomplete martial arts represented. Still, he couldn't help but offer a word of caution.
I know, Lin Mu replied with a nod. Incomplete martial arts should not be studied lightly precisely because they were incomplete. Practicing them would be a waste of time. Even if one gained some insight from it, it would still be inferior to a complete martial art. A 4th grade martial art was still worth the risk for Lin Mu.
Principal, why not give him a 2nd grade martial art instead? The homeroom teacher watched Lin Mu's departing figure and couldn't help but ask. Surely the principal had some 2nd grade martial arts techniques? I can't give him that.
This 100,000 great xia coins came straight from my own pocket. The principal waved his hand, a look of helplessness on his face.
The Zhao family hasn't said anything yet.
If I were to hand over another 2nd grade martial art manual to him,
the Zhao family would devour me alive.
Hearing this, the homeroom teacher sighed softly. Though the martial association's powerful figures were keeping the Zhao family in check, given their nature, they'd likely never let Lin Mu off the hook. At least they wouldn't dare target Lin Mu openly anymore, but they'd definitely sabotage him behind the scenes. After taking the 4th grade martial art technique, breaking step, Lin Mu returned to his rented room.
Chuangbu.
Lin Mu flipped through the pages of this 4th grade martial arts manual. His gaze then fell upon the interface.
Name, Lin Mu.
Health, 120 level 3 martial artist.
Occupation, unemployed martial artist. Strength, 1.
Martial arts, peak edge fist mastery, basic sword technique mastery, Foshan leg mastery, thunder forged palm mastery, charging step unlearned.
Technique, basic cultivation method. Traits, social anxiety, unwilling to admit defeat, core kindness. Looks like it's available. Might as well give it a try.
Seeing it listed on the interface, Lin Mu immediately began his cultivation. Chuang step, by concentrating chi and blood into the legs, it unleashes blinding speed so fast it leaves afterimages.
In summary, the essence of this martial arts cultivation lies precisely in its incompleteness. Host cultivating incomplete 4th grade martial art Chuangbu. Chuangbu refuses to yield, self-deriving.
At that moment, the system's voice sounded.
Lin Mu's eyes lit up instantly. Could it actually work?
4th grade martial art Chuangbu deduction complete. Your breakthrough step has reached the beginner level. The never give up spirit has been triggered. To catch up with its 4 senior brothers, breakthrough step has begun self-cultivation. 4th grade martial art Chuangbu has reached minor achievement. Soon, charge step advanced to minor mastery. Lin Mu could clearly feel his own speed had increased significantly. Memories related to the charge step now filled his mind. It was as if he had devoted 10 years to mastering this martial art, memorizing it instantly and executing it effortlessly.
This room is too small.
Lin Mu glanced at his room before stepping outside. On the street, Lin Mu immediately began practicing the charging step. His form swayed, his body tilting slightly backward. In an instant, he became several afterimages, materializing over 10 meters away. That's fast. Coming to a halt, Lin Mu wore a look of surprise on his face. From the moment he started moving to executing the dash step, less than 10 seconds had passed. Such blinding speed left few peers at his cultivation level capable of reacting in time. Feeling the drain on his chi and blood, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. The charge step really does consume quite a bit of chi and blood.
In actual combat, I could only use it 5 times at most. But soon, Lin Mu accepted it. After all, it was a 4th grade martial art. And even though he could only use it 5 times, with such blinding speed, catching his opponents off guard would be a breeze. Using the charge step followed by the thunder forging palm, few martial artists at the same cultivation level could withstand that combo. Lin Mu murmured to himself. This was one of his lethal techniques, and it would also be one of the means he used to catch opponents off guard at the exchange conference. Chapter 12, Green Peak Sword Technique. 15 days remained until the exchange conference. Lin Mu now held 38,000 Great Xia coins in his possession. Additionally, he possessed the 2nd grade martial art manual awarded by the Martial Association and 3 Qi blood pills. 2nd grade lower tier martial art, Qingfeng sword technique. Whoa, it's a sword technique. Lin Mu hadn't expected the Martial Arts Association's reward to be a sword technique. Perfect to replace my basic sword technique. Lin Mu wasn't overly disappointed, since he was currently wielding a sword anyway. He hadn't found a suitable sword technique manual either. Even if one mastered the basic sword technique to perfection, it would only cover the fundamentals of wielding a sword in basic striking techniques. Compared to the Qingfeng sword technique, a lower tier 2nd grade martial art, the difference was truly vast. Lin Mu began cultivating the Green Peak sword technique. Host has learned the Qingfeng sword technique. Refusal to accept defeat triggered. As the latest addition, the Qingfeng sword technique resents it the most. Practice, practice, practice. Qingfeng sword technique has reached the introductory stage. Keep practicing. The Qingfeng sword technique remains defiant, having grasped some key principles and reached minor mastery. Your Qingfeng sword technique, aided by the foundational sword skills, has grasped a thread of sword intent. It has reached mastery. The advancement of the Qingfeng sword technique halted here. Whoa! This Qingfeng sword technique is terrifyingly powerful. Lin Mu couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Man, if only he were this driven, he'd have risen to prominence long ago. The Qingfeng sword technique, already perfected, was instantly grasped by Lin Mu. It felt as though the Qingfeng sword technique had always been etched into his mind. Gripping the iron sword in his hand, he raised it with practiced ease. Sword techniques flowed effortlessly from him, as if he were a master swordsman honed by years of training. The Qingfeng sword technique has reached perfection, capable of emitting a 3-foot aura of Qingfeng. Lin Mu's palm trembled, causing the sword blade to hum in response, emitting a pleasant resonance. Then, without hesitation, Lin Mu thrust his sword forward. Bang! A burst of azure light erupted, tearing straight through the wall. A deep gash remained on the stone brick wall, dust still drifting down. Impressive. Very powerful. Lin Mu sheathed the iron sword with satisfaction. This strike was delivered without utilizing his low-grade martial treasure or exerting his full strength. The mastery of the Green Peak sword technique had once again significantly elevated Lin Mu's combat prowess. 15 days remain. Within this time frame, I should be able to break through to the next realm. Lin Mu crossed his legs to meditate. Without a powerful cultivator nearby, his cultivation speed slowed to 3.5 times normal. As threads of vital energy flowed into his body, Lin Mu distinctly felt that since reaching the 3rd-tier martial artist level, his cultivation pace had slowed considerably. It was nowhere near the pace of the first 2 tiers, where he'd advance a level almost every 2 days. Nevertheless, within these 15 days, Lin Mu was confident he could ascend another level. At that moment, in a manor within Tsang City, the Zhao residence, Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Huaiyan, sat high upon a grand armchair. Beside him sat Zhao Ming and the elderly Zhao family member. Master of the house, this is how it stands. The elder of the Zhao family recounted everything that had transpired before and after the secret realm. He emphasized that as the gathering dispersed, Lin Mu had deliberately fixed a lingering gaze upon Zhao Ming. Third elder, I understand your point clearly. Zhao Huaiyan nodded slightly, his cloudy eyes radiating an authority that commanded respect without anger. Ming harbors murderous intent toward that Lin Mu, and he has made it known. This means that Lin Mu will never let Ming off the hook in the future. Upon hearing this, the third elder of the Zhao family nodded in agreement. Precisely, patriarch. Our Zhao family cannot touch Lin Mu now. With Su Si involved, we cannot kill him neither openly nor covertly. To eliminate this thorn in our side, we must seek other opportunities. Zhao Huaiyan lifted his head, his fingers tapping lightly on the tabletop. Su Si is no ordinary figure. Since he's stepping forward to protect Lin Mu, it's only natural he can do so. But our Zhao family has risen to this position. Why should we fear a single man? Anyone who poses a threat to the Zhao family must not be allowed to live, especially while Lin Mu is still developing. Master, what course of action do you propose? The third elder of the Zhao family looked at Zhao Huaiyan and asked respectfully. There is only one way to deal with Lin Mu at present, Zhao Huaiyan said calmly. Either lure him out of the city into the wasteland, or wait for him to expose himself. Once he dies, Su Si will inevitably investigate the Zhao family first. But if Lin Mu perishes outside the wasteland, it will have nothing to do with us. The wasteland was fraught with perils, claiming countless martial artists each year. Never mind the death of a mere Lin Mu, even a 50-tier powerhouse could meet their end there. As long as Lin Mu perished within the wasteland, the Zhao family would have a plausible explanation, fearing no scrutiny from Su Si. But Patriarch Lin Mu is now on guard. He'll never leave the city now, said the third elder of the Zhao family. Once he participates in the martial arts examination and passes to leave Song City, our Zhao family will have no chance whatsoever. Given the talent Lin Mu had already displayed, it was only a matter of time before he passed the martial arts examination, left Song City, and entered the martial arts university. Then we'll wait for him to expose himself, Zhao Huayan smiled faintly. Lin Mu has no resources yet. I've met Su Si several times and understand his nature. He absolutely won't keep providing resources to Lin Mu indefinitely. And precisely because of this, Lin Mu will stop at nothing to secure resources for himself. But the only way for someone to acquire resources is through the exchange conference 15 days from now. That's the only place where Lin Mu can safely acquire resources on his own. At this point, Zhao Huayan's gaze settled on the third elder of the Zhao family. Therefore, we must wait for Lin Mu to expose his own weaknesses. Father, what if Lin Mu continues to lie low? Zhao Ming remained uneasy, fearing Lin Mu might remain hidden until the martial arts examination arrived. Given Lin Mu's innate talent, even if he only cultivated without advancing his martial arts universities would still recruit him. Then we must closely monitor who Lin Mu associates with. Since we cannot target him directly, we will target those around him. Zhao Huayan's gaze turned icy. Every person has vulnerabilities. Once our Zhao family gains access to those Lin Mu truly cares about, his safety will no longer be guaranteed. Hearing this, Zhao Ming beamed with delight. Father, you truly are brilliant. Ha! Remember this, Ming, the Zhao family has reached its current standing precisely because of the extraordinary vision and formidable courage of our successive patriarchs. Zhao Huayan chuckled, his face radiating confidence. Ming, the exchange conference is in 15 days. The family has prepared the means for you. Zhao Huayan's gaze settled on his son once more. At the exchange conference, do whatever it takes to injure Lin Mu. You needn't worry about that. Su Si is aware of your feud. As long as you don't take his life, he won't trouble you, a junior. Understood, father. Zhao Ming nodded, his confidence unwavering. The methods mastered by the Zhao family were sufficient to propel him to break through to a level 4 martial artist within these 15 days. Combined with the third-grade martial arts he had studied, he was even more confident he could defeat Lin Mu. A mere orphan, how could he possibly contend with the colossal Zhao family? I'm sure Lin Mu is already fretting over our Zhao family's targeting of him. That only makes our plan all the more crucial. After giving all the instructions, Zhao Huayan's face twisted into a cold smile. Everything seemed to be unfolding exactly as he had planned. Little did the Zhao family know that Lin Mu hadn't given this scenario a single thought. In fact, Lin Mu had merely recorded that sword strike in his memory, with no intention whatsoever of targeting Zhao Ming. Chapter 13, The Exchange Conference begins. Over the next 15 days, every high school busied itself preparing for the upcoming exchange conference. This annual event was the stage where the prodigies of each high school showcased their talents. News of Lin Mu from Sangyi High had already spread throughout the other 3 high schools. I heard Sangyi High has produced this prodigy, Lin Mu. Not only did he take down the central boss, but he's also a red-tier martial artist without a class. Red tier? Looks like Sangyi High is determined to dominate the exchange conference this time. Within Sangzhou No. 3 High School, a young man clad in black listened impassively as his teacher recounted the story. This was about Lin Mu. The teacher emphasized its significance. After all, Lin Mu was a red-grade martial artist without a specific class. Though lacking resources, he possessed a fully mastered second-tier lower-grade martial art. This youth possesses a fully mastered second-grade lower-tier martial art. That alone makes him superior to most. The teacher continued, Zhangli, you are the school's top student and a golden-grade martial artist proficient in the breaking fist technique. We'll be counting on you during the school exchange conference. Hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes betrayed little emotion. Lin Mu awakened as a rankless martial master. Though he possesses red-grade quality, rankless martial masters only grow powerful through accumulated time. Zhang Li remarked indifferently, demonstrating his deep understanding of the unranked martial artist. If he possessed any other red-grade quality, I might have feared him a little. At this remark, the teacher's face lit up with excitement. So, Zhang, you're confident you can defeat Lin Mu? Not exactly confidence, but I'd say there's a 90% chance of victory. Zhang Li replied nonchalantly. 90%. The teacher's lips curled into a smile. Good. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back to my training. Zhang Li rose, a hint of reluctance on his face. He thought it was something important, but it turned out to be about this Lin Mu. Even a red-grade martial artist without a title was no threat in the early stages to someone like Lin Mu, who lacked any real talent or potential. All right. Take your time, Zhang. The teacher hurriedly rose to see him off. These prodigies one dared not offend even a single one. For someone like Zhang Li, born into a prominent family, the path was already paved for him after his class awakening. As for Lin Mu, he still had to fight his way up on his own. The difference between them was starkly evident. These past 10 days had flown by in the blink of an eye. On the 13th day, Lin Mu's cultivation finally broke through the 130-point barrier in vitality, reaching level 4. As his level rose, techniques like the Thunder Forging Palm, Peak Edge Fist, Boshan Leg, basic sword techniques, and the Green Peak sword style had all reached their pinnacle. Over these 15 days, Lin Mu had made tremendous progress. Though his Step of the Storm remained only at the minor achievement level, it was more than sufficient. System, draw an attribute. Infinite attribute draw in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Billions Near Human. Billions bring you closer. Each 1,000 yuan spent increases your vitality by 0.01. Note, this type of attribute cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. Whoa, not bad. A smile spread across Lin Mu's face. So spending money makes you stronger, huh? With the 380,000 Great Xia coins in his possession now, he could only exchange them for 3.8 vitality points. But these 3.8 points of vitality were earned through his own spending. Money is too important to me. Once this exchange meeting ends, I'll have to figure out a way to get some cash. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Whether it was martial arts, cultivation techniques, weapons, or even martial treasures, everything required money to purchase. Moreover, Lin Mu hadn't even factored in the cost of entering the virtual cultivation chamber for practice. That prospect felt distant and unattainable to him. He'd heard that the virtual cultivation pod alone cost 2,000 yuan per day. Not only that, but some new martial artists had their families arrange trials within secret realms. Methods for enhancing strength were commonplace, but all required substantial financial backing. None of these were available to Lin Mu. The exchange meeting is in 2 days. At the exchange meeting, I reckon my nuclear benevolence might boost my power rating a bit. Lin Mu murmured to himself. At this point, he wouldn't pass up any opportunity to enhance his strength. With the full boost from social anxiety and most of his martial arts now nearing their peak, Lin Mu was determined to succeed at this exchange event. Even if wealthy families use technology to gain an edge, it was utterly impossible for anyone to master 2 martial arts to their peak perfection within this mere fortnight. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The exchange conference arrived as scheduled. The exchange conference was held at Songsan Middle School, the school that one would host the next one. Song No. 3 High School had now secured the hosting rights for 3 consecutive years. This fact filled Song No. 1 and Song No. 2 high schools with envy. Inside Sangzhou No. 3 High School, the crowd was bustling. Senior students from all 3 high schools had gathered here. The gymnasium at Sangzhou No. 3 High School was packed to capacity. Representatives from various factions in Song City, principals and directors from the 3 high schools, and officials from the Martial Arts Association were all present. At the center of the gymnasium stood a ring, allowing everyone around to clearly see everything happening on the platform. Lin Mu followed his homeroom teacher to their reserved seats. Lin Mu, I truly wish I could help you, but it's beyond my power. His homeroom teacher looked at Lin Mu, letting out a soft sigh, a hint of loneliness on his face. Teacher, what did you do to wrong me this time? Lin Mu shot him a look and asked. You probably don't know much about the prodigies from other high schools yet. The homeroom teacher said. Lin Mu nodded. He was indeed unfamiliar with them, having only heard of a few names. All I can tell you is that third highest prodigy is Zhengli, a breaker martial artist with golden grade quality. The prodigy from number 2 high is Bai Zhe, a gunmaster of purple grade quality. The homeroom teacher informed Lin Mu about the more prominent prodigies from the other 2 high schools. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily. Great! That was practically useless information. He'd known all this since his awakening. You should keep an eye on those 2. There are others with some talent too, the homeroom teacher continued, but none of them should be a match for you. Lin Mu nodded. Not long after, Zhao Ming arrived. A cold smile played on his face, his eyes brimming with absolute confidence. Today, I will redeem myself. Zhongli from Songsan Middle School also approached from afar and took his designated seat. Bai Zhe from Song No. 2 High School also arrived. As these prodigies gathered, the principal of Song No. 3 High School stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and began his address. It is an honor for Song No. 3 High School to host this exchange conference once again. As in previous years, the exchange tournament imposes no restrictions on methods or number of rounds, but all combat must be conducted with restraint. After all, this is an exchange of martial arts. The victor may continue to challenge others. Each victory will double the points awarded. The ultimate victor will be determined by the total points accumulated. Before we begin, there's one more thing to mention. The Martial Arts Association has generously sponsored additional prizes for this exchange tournament. Chapter 14, Lin Mu, I Want to Fight You. The Martial Arts Association has provided a third-grade lower-tier martial art for the tournament champion. The victor may select any third-grade lower martial art from the Martial Arts Association. As Principal Tsang San finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present shifted simultaneously. The Martial Arts Association provided an extra reward this time? A third-grade lower-tier martial art? Looks like the Martial Arts Association really values this exchange tournament. Our school's Ligu is going to be so loaded with rewards this time. Zhang Li, seated nearby, couldn't hide the glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. A third-grade lower-tier martial art, and we can choose anyone we want? A faint smile touched Zhang Li's lips. Looks like this one's mine for the taking. The Martial Arts Association is being so generous. Zhao Ming clicked his tongue, unimpressed by the idea of a third-grade lower martial art. His family could certainly afford a third-grade lower martial art. In fact, the martial art he currently mastered was precisely a third-grade lower one. Once he reached level 10, his clan would provide him with a fourth-grade martial art. Senior Su really wasn't joking. Lin Mu blinked. Senior Su had indeed included third-grade martial arts among the rewards for the exchange conference. Alright, enough talk. I believe everyone understands now. Let the exchange conference commence. With the principal of Tsong No. 3 Middle School's words, the exchange conference officially commenced. Old Chow, I hear your first high has produced a prodigy like Lin Mu. Feeling confident about winning the championship this time? The principal of Tsong No. 3 High School chuckled as he approached the principals of Tsong No. 1 and Tsong No. 2 High Schools. I have every confidence in Lin Mu, replied the principal of Tsong No. 1 High School with a smile. But who will take first place at this exchange conference? That remains to be seen. Then be careful not to trip over your own feet. The Tsangsan High principal narrowed his eyes at his counterpart. It hasn't even started yet. Nothing is certain. I trust Lin Mu's abilities, the principal of Tsangyi High School snorted coldly. Beside them, the principal of Tsong No. 2 High School couldn't even find the words to interject. This year, Tsong No. 2 High had only one purple tier awakened among its best students, not a single gold tier awakened. How could he dare speak? We'll see, the principal of Tsong No. 3 High chuckled, lifting his teacup for a sip. I wonder which of our three school students will be the first to take the stage. At the exchange conference, there was no set order of appearance, it all depended on who took the stage first. I wonder who'll be the first to step up. Probably us cannon fodder will go first, then the prodigies will make their grand entrance. Probably. After all, only the main character makes the grand finale. Many eyes were fixed on the stage, all wondering which high school would send their representative up first. Teacher, why isn't anyone going up yet? Lin Mu asked. No rush. Those who take the stage first are usually the weakest. The homeroom teacher shook his head. Those prodigies won't take the stage first. Once they do, they risk being forced to reveal their trump cards. They're at a disadvantage against other prodigies. Teacher, do you know me? Lin Mu suddenly asked. The homeroom teacher turned back, looking at Lin Mu with confusion. Seems you don't know me at all. Then I guess I'm not that strong guy after all. Lin Mu sighed with a look of helplessness, then stood up and walked straight onto the stage. The homeroom teacher was dumbfounded. What was this move? Hadn't he explicitly told Lin Mu not to go up first? Someone's going up. Who is it? Who is it? Lin Mu. The first person to step onto the stage was none other than Lin Mu. Wearing the first high school uniform, he carried two swords on his back, his frame lean and slender. Seeing Lin Mu take the stage, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. Wasn't it said that the prodigies wouldn't take the stage first? Why was Lin Mu so eager? The principal of Tsangyi High stared at Lin Mu standing on the stage, completely dumbfounded. No. Hadn't he explicitly instructed the homeroom teacher not to let Lin Mu take the stage so early? Meanwhile, the principal of Tsong No. 3 High School watched the scene unfold, his grin stretching almost to the back of his head. So this is your prodigy from First High? The one who takes the stage first often reveals their true strength, only for it to be observed and remembered by those who follow. Only those with overwhelming power, unafraid of being targeted, dare to go first. Now, as the crowd watched Lin Mu take the stage first, disbelief flickered in their eyes. Are you kidding me? The prodigy from Tsong No. 1 High School is stepping up for the very first match? At that very moment, a young man rose from his seat somewhere within Tsangyi High's ranks. Lin Mu, let me see what you've accomplished in your training these past few days. This man was none other than Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming challenge Lin Mu, the principals and students of Tsong No. 3 and Tsong No. 2 High Schools all stared wide-eyed. What the hell is going on here? Our own school is fighting against our own school? And right off the bat, it was the geniuses from both schools. Ha. The principal of Tsong No. 3 High School nearly laughed himself silly. Meanwhile, the principal of Tsong No. 1 High School's face had turned green. He was well aware of the feud between the Zhao family's eldest son and Lin Mu, but he never imagined they'd cross paths so soon. Indeed, it was swift. Their first match was already their fated showdown. Lin Mu watched Xiao Ming take the stage, a cold glint in his eyes. Well. His first opponent was this bastard. Lin Mu, as my first opponent, you should feel honored. Xiao Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Mu before him, then drew the iron sword strapped to his back. This exchange conference restricted the use of martial treasures and weapons. Without these restrictions, the rich second-generation kids would have steamrolled the entire exchange conference. This should be interesting. Zhang Li remained seated, watching Lin Mu and Xiao Ming on stage with a smile on his face. This clash between Singyi High students was something few had anticipated. Many in attendance had heard bits and pieces about the feud between Lin Mu and Zhao Ming. From the Zhao family's side, the third elder of the Zhao clan observed Lin Mu on stage with a detached gaze. 15 days. How much improvement could someone with no resources or connections possibly achieve? He probably hasn't even managed to strengthen his vital energy much. On the stage, Zhao Ming pointed his finger at Lin Mu. Lin Mu, this time I'll make you lose so thoroughly you'll have no choice but to admit defeat. As the words fell, Zhao Ming unleashed his full aura, revealing his 4th-tier martial artist rank. A 4th-tier martial artist? Zhao Ming has already broken through to 4th-rank martial artist? What a rapid breakthrough! As the saying goes, the poor rely on mutations, while the rich rely on technology. Zhao Ming's current rank was largely thanks to the Qi blood pills. It could be said that his current rank was built up solely for the sake of revenge. Having ascended to a level 4 martial artist while also being a purple grade greatsword master. Gripping his iron sword, a faint aura of sword energy began to emanate from his body. Lin Mu regarded him indifferently, murmuring under his breath, "Stop at the right moment." My palm strike against him counts as stopping at the right moment, doesn't it? Chapter 15. The True Social Terrorist. On the stage, the two stood at opposite ends. Begin. As the words fell from the mouth of a certain director at Sung San Middle School, the duel commenced immediately. Zhao Ming took the initiative, swinging his wrist to unleash a sweeping arc of sword energy. The powerful blast surged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu sidestepped the attack, then swiftly closed the distance to Zhao Ming. Social anxiety, attribute performance exceeded by 50%. The 1.5x attribute boost alone was enough to surpass Zhao Ming. Not to mention they were still at the same cultivation level. His strike missed, prompting Zhao Ming to unleash another sword strike. Full Moon Slash. A thread of vital energy fused into the blade. With a flick of his wrist, Zhao Ming made the sword tremble, unleashing a crescent-shaped white blade aura. The sword energy filled the air, and a powerful pressure suddenly bore down on Lin Mu. A 3rd-grade lower-tier martial art, Full Moon Slash? Judging by this, the young Master Zhao's Crescent Moon Slash has only reached the minor achievement level. No, not even that. It's merely at the foundational stage. Still, it's impressive enough. A 3rd-grade martial art mastered in just half a month. Many watched the scene unfold, some recognizing the martial art behind Zhao Ming's strike. A 3rd-grade lower-tier martial art? Facing that strike, Lin Mu's face showed no emotion whatsoever. Fo Shan leg. His expression unchanged, he abruptly raised his left leg. A thread of vital energy coiled around it, unleashing immense power in an instant. Boom! Lin Mu shattered the incoming sword energy with a single kick. Witnessing this, shock spread across the faces of many. What? He shattered it with one kick? Holy crap! What kind of martial art is this? It's not afraid of sword chi. Most of the exclamations came from students. But the martial artists present with higher cultivation levels had already discerned what had happened. That's the pinnacle of the Buddha's mountain leg technique. He channeled a thread of vital energy into his left leg, then used it to shatter that sword chi with a single kick. Hearing the explanation from a certain expert, the faces of the 3 high school students paled instantly. What? Peak level Fo Shan leg technique? The expert's explanation only deepened their shock. Zhang Li's expression also shifted slightly. Who would have thought Lin Mu's Fo Shan leg had already reached its peak? Watching Lin Mu shatter his sword chi with a single kick, Zhao Ming's face betrayed utter disbelief. What? This was his 3rd-grade lower martial art, the Full Moon Slash. It wasn't just some beginner's move, and it certainly couldn't be nullified by a mere leg technique. But now, Lin Mu gave him no chance to react. Lin Mu's speed was blindingly fast. Within mere breaths, he had already closed the distance and stood before Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming drew his sword once more, its blade gleaming with a crimson aura, poised to strike at Lin Mu. But Lin Mu had already slammed a fist into his chest. Boom! The power unleashed by the peak edge fist, cultivated to its zenith, was now mastered with effortless control by Lin Mu. Zhao Ming's face twisted in shock as his entire body recoiled backward, his hand clutching his chest. After landing the punch, Lin Mu immediately stepped back. Bastard! The next instant, Zhao Ming gritted his teeth against the searing pain and lunged forward with his sword once more. Seeing this, Lin Mu no longer held back. After landing that punch earlier, he hadn't delivered a finishing blow, fearing accusations of intentional injury. But now, with Zhao Ming acting this way, Lin Mu felt completely at ease. Circular Moon Slash. Zhao Ming channeled his chi and blood, unleashing the Full Moon Slash once more. At such close range, Lin Mu sidestepped and unleashed another punch. This time, the punch landed squarely on Zhao Ming's face. Immediately afterward, Lin Mu grabbed Zhao Ming by the hair and slammed him to the ground. Thud. The successive dull thuds sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Lin Mu's fists rained down relentlessly on Zhao Ming's head, beating him until his face swelled like a pig's. This scene left everyone utterly stunned. Zhao Ming, a 4th-level martial artist, was being utterly crushed by Lin Mu? Just how high must Lin Mu's rank be? Enough! The 3rd elder of the Zhao family abruptly rose to his feet and bellowed at the stage. Old man, you think that's enough? Lin Mu showed no sign of stopping, his fists continuing to rain down on Zhao Ming. He hasn't even conceded defeat himself. What are you jumping in for? Shooting the Zhao family's third elder a withering glance, Lin Mu turned back and delivered another elbow strike to Zhao Ming. Crack! 2 teeth flew out from the blow. Rage boiled within Zhao Ming, yet he could do nothing about it. His entire face swelled up like a pig's head. Every time he tried to concede defeat, Lin Mu's fist silenced him. This left Zhao Ming utterly frustrated. Enough! Seeing the Zhao family elder's reluctance, the principal of Tsangsan Middle School quickly called Lin Mu off. Lin Mu stopped, and Zhao Ming scrambled to his feet. With no desire to continue fighting, he hurriedly ran off the stage. Joking aside, he had no face left to stay on stage. Lin Mu, you've made your point. Why did you keep attacking? The principal of Tsangsan Middle School addressed Lin Mu. I did stop at the right moment, Lin Mu shrugged. But Zhao kept attacking me. I thought he wasn't satisfied, so I kept hitting back. At these words, the principal of Tsang No. 3 Middle School's mouth twitched. Well, that was true. But since Lin Mu had no standing, the principal could only side with the Zhao family. And the reason Lin Mu acted this way was because of nuclear goodness. Host dealt severe blows to another. Core benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 10%. Nuclear benevolence gains, cultivation speed plus 20%, strength plus 20%. Indeed, Lin Mu was using Zhao Ming as his test subject. What could he do? Zhao Ming was the first to step forward. The outcome of the first match was decided, Lin Mu emerged victorious. Yet after winning this match, Lin Mu did not step down from the stage. Hurry up, Lin Mu declared, his gaze sweeping over the senior students present. I prefer quick battles. Anyone who disagrees is welcome to step up. Lin Mu's arrogant and domineering words ignited the entire crowd. Damn it, how arrogant can he get? I won't put up with this. Then you go up. You're pushing me around for nothing. I can't. You go first and wear him down. Who says Lin Mu's socially awkward? Get your ass up here. Except for the students from Tsangyi High, who remained largely unfazed, the students from the other 2 high schools felt deeply insulted by Lin Mu's words. Who the hell said Lin Mu was socially anxious? Is this what you call socially awkward? He's standing up there openly provoking people. Zhang Li shot Lin Mu a cold glance. That single move was enough for him to gauge Lin Mu's strength. Lin Mu was undoubtedly a level 4 martial artist, and his mastery of the foundational martial arts had reached its peak. It could be said that Lin Mu was the biggest dark horse of this exchange event. But a faint smile touched Zhang Li's lips. Who said I don't have any trump cards up my sleeve? To play it safe, Zhang Li decided to let others face Lin Mu first, saving himself for the final showdown. After all, the main character always makes their grand entrance last. Standing on the stage, Lin Mu fixed his gaze on the crowd below who were shouting but refusing to come up. He declared bluntly, how about this? You all come up together. Chapter 16, Beating Up the 3 High School Elite. Zhao Ming, lying on the ground, felt his heart sink halfway. He had trained relentlessly for half a month, with his clan pouring every resource into his preparation. He'd even used AI virtual scene simulations to rigorously train in the full moon slash technique for half a month, barely reaching the beginner level. His vitality had even surged to 130 points, elevating him to a level 4 martial artist. He had believed all this would be enough to defeat Lin Mu, who had no resources, at this exchange conference. Yet, to his utter dismay, he was the one left utterly humiliated. How about this? You two can come at me together. At that moment, Zhao Ming, unable to bear Lin Mu's arrogant words any longer, rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot. The crowd gathered around consisted of students from various high schools. Gazing at Lin Mu on the stage, they felt a surge of anger mixed with helplessness. Good grief, just the talent he'd displayed so far, who could possibly match Lin Mu except the prodigies from their own high schools? Take him on together? They desperately wanted to gang up on him and take Lin Mu down. But the exchange meeting strictly enforced one-on-one combat. There was no room for ganging up. Mr. Lin Mu, the combat format for this exchange conference does not permit one versus many matches. The principal of Tsang No. 3 High School rubbed his forehead as he spoke. Fine then, Lin Mu sighed. Being invincible is just too lonely. At those words, the principal of Tsang No. 3 High School nearly choked on the water he'd just swallowed. The principal of Tsang No. 2 High School beside him shook his head repeatedly. And he's a red-tier martial artist, sigh. To achieve this level without any cultivation resources. Who knows how much sweat and effort Lin Mu poured into this? The principal of Tsangyi High burst into laughter. The stronger Lin Mu became, the more prestige it brought to his school. I refuse to accept this. He's too arrogant. A young man clad in martial arts attire rose from the crowd, a long sword strapped to his back, and strode directly onto the stage. I recognize him, Qin Mubai from 3rd High. He's a purple-grade saber martial artist. Someone recognized him and spoke up. It really is Qin Mubai. I hear his family background is quite impressive, and his awakening even granted him specialized martial arts techniques. Whoa, his strength must be formidable. Awakening quality typically grants either martial talent or the essence of that profession. Alternatively, like Qin Mubai on stage, it grants specialized martial arts techniques. Zhang watched Qin Mubai ascend the stage, suppressing his own urge to join him. Let Mubai probe this man's true capabilities. Only then will this contest truly favor me. Zhang Li murmured under his breath. Qin Mubai was also a prodigy from Songshan Middle School. Though his family background couldn't match Zhao Ming's, his strength was hardly inferior. Qin Mubai wore black martial arts attire, with a long sword strapped to his back. The hilt of this blade extended far beyond the length of ordinary edged weapons, culminating in a razor-sharp edge at its tip. The most significant difference between a cavalry saber and an ordinary long sword was its exceptionally long blade. Lin Mu, be careful. Qin Mubai drew the saber from his back. A crimson thread of vital energy erupted from his palm, coiling like a serpent to envelop the entire blade. Witnessing this, the students of Songshan Middle School were all stunned. Ha! Brother Qin unleashed his ultimate move right off the bat? This is the specialized martial art Qin Mubai awakened the Qisha blade. Whoa, looks like he really couldn't stand Lin Mu anymore. Facing Qin Mubai unleashing his ultimate move so abruptly, Lin Mu's expression betrayed little surprise. Social anxiety attribute fully activated, all attributes boosted by 200%. His previous actions had already pushed social anxiety to its absolute limit. With this more than double boost, Lin Mu was confident he could defeat even a 5th-tier martial artist. Qin Mubai gripped his saber tightly as his aura surged violently. His cultivation level fell short of Zhao Ming's, with his vital energy hovering around 125 points, just 5 points away from becoming a level 3 martial artist himself. After all, only a rich second generation like Zhao Ming could afford to pour countless resources into himself. Take this. Qin Mubai stepped forward, raising his saber with a sudden thrust before swinging it down. The long blade sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. The vital energy coiled around the blade transformed into a murderous aura, surging toward Lin Mu. Facing the charging saber, Lin Mu sidestepped and drew the iron sword from his back. A 3-foot-long blue peak gathered at the tip of the blade, and Lin Mu struck out with a single slash. The piercing blue sword light erupted with such overwhelming force that it instantly scattered Qin Mubai's malevolent aura. What? Witnessing this, Qin Mubai's pupils abruptly contracted, his mind reeling violently. But his shock was short-lived, for Lin Mu's sword energy was formidable. Qin Mubai switched from a one-handed grip to a two-handed hold, the blade held rigidly horizontal before him. The next instant, the azure sword beam collided with his saber. The immense force of the impact sent him reeling backward, tumbling off the platform. The Qingfeng sword technique at the minor achievement level. That can't be right. If it were the minor achievement of the Green Peak sword technique, it wouldn't have broken Brother Qin's 7 killings blade so easily. The mastered Qingfeng sword technique. What? How come his martial arts cultivation feels as effortless as drinking water? Witnessing this scene, everyone present was stunned to the point of nearly flying off their feet. Adding to his previously mastered second-grade martial art, the Thunder Forging Palm, Lin Mu had now mastered yet another second-grade martial art. Indeed, his talent lies in cultivation. Some who caught the hint began to speculate on this point. Truly worthy of its red-grade quality, utterly terrifying. Indeed. To achieve this without resources. It's unimaginable what he could achieve if he had resources. Lin Mu's display once again left everyone feeling an unprecedented sense of awe. Zhang Li took it all in, his eyes flickering with astonishment for the first time. But after a momentary flicker of surprise, he regained his composure. The techniques Lin Mu had displayed so far weren't enough to make him feel he wasn't Lin Mu's match. Unless, both his Thunder Forging Palm and Green Peak sword technique had already reached their pinnacle. But that was absolutely impossible. The boost from the early stages of an awakened profession couldn't be that significant. Even if Lin Mu possessed a red-grade quality, it still wouldn't be possible. After all, his own Golden Tier Break Martial Fist Master had granted him similar innate talents. He knew exactly how strong Lin Mu was now. Watching his prodigy suffer defeat, the principal of Songshan Middle School sighed softly. Next. Qin Mubai's strength was by no means weak, but who could have imagined that Lin Mu's Green Peak sword technique had also reached perfection? However, this was likely his limit. To advance further, the cultivation time was insufficient after all, he had only half a month. On the stage, Lin Mu's expression remained unsettled after defeating his opponent. Because his core virtue had not increased at all. It seems only critical hits against opponents can increase this power value. Chapter 17, within 3 moves, you will be defeated. Lin Mu emerged victorious in both consecutive matches. His prowess was now undeniable. Phew, I was worried about this kid earlier, but now. Watching Lin Mu's performance, the homeroom teacher of First High School couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had been worried whether Lin Mu could achieve a good result. Now it seemed his worries were entirely unnecessary. Who would face him next? Students from all 3 high schools were eagerly anticipating it. Our number 3 highs Mubai has lost. The next one up must be another prodigy too. Who could it be? Probably a prodigy from number 2 high school. Feels like it might be tough. Could be brother Zhang taking the stage. At that moment, everyone present was speculating about who would take the stage for the third match. Such scenes had played out before. A prodigy would take the stage, defeat the others, and claim first place. Looking back on such scenes now still brought a sense of joy and delight. This next match will likely be the final contest of the exchange conference. It should be. As the golden tier awakened from third high, Zhangli won't just sit back and wait for defeat. I wonder if Zhangli will be a match for Lin Mu. The 3 high school principals of Song City sat together. Oh dear, no child cries forever. This time it's my first high's turn to win. The principal of first high school was already beaming with a broad smile, laughing heartily. The principal of number 2 high school was speechless. It's not over yet. Don't get too excited. The principal of number 3 high school narrowed his eyes slightly. Even though Lin Mu had won 2 consecutive matches against 2 prodigies, there was not a trace of panic on his face. The principal of first high school dismissed it as nothing. I'll take it from here. From the direction of Song number 3 high school, Zhangli slowly rose to his feet. The third match was about to begin. Zhangli's rise signaled the match's immediate escalation to its climax. As Song number 3 high's prodigy and the city's sole martial artist to awaken golden great potential, his mere appearance generated immense buzz. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was an unranked martial artist of red grade quality. Their clash alone was enough to thrill the entire audience. Zhangli wore a sleek martial arts uniform, his fists encased in knuckle blades. 3 sharp spikes protruded from the center of each blade, positioned at the front of his gauntlets. Clapping his hands together, he turned to face Lin Mu ahead and offered a faint smile. I've already figured out your moves pretty well. Within 3 moves, your defeat is certain. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, Zhangli declared with confidence. The moment he spoke, the students from third high erupted into wild cheers, their faces lit up with excited grins. Ah, that's my man Zhangli. That's awesome. If someone else said that, I might not believe it. But coming from my brother Zhang, I believe it. In the audience, the principal of first high school twitched his lips. His cloudy gaze lingered on Zhangli for only a moment before shifting to the principal of third high school. No way, this kid's even more cocky than Lin Mu back in my high school days. Ha! The principal of third high seemed to regain some dignity, letting out a chuckle. Zhangli has earned that right. The profession Zhangli awakened and the abilities it granted him are identical to Lin Mu's. In other words, aside from their different professions, there's no difference between them. Not only that, Zhangli comes from the ancient martial arts Zhang family. He was trained as a martial artist from childhood, giving him a starting point that's incomparably higher than Lin Mu's. In terms of combat experience, Zhangli also surpasses Lin Mu. Therefore, in this contest, Zhangli dares to make such bold claims because he has absolute confidence in his victory. At these words, Principal Yi's expression abruptly changed. His cheerful expression vanished instantly. In my excitement, how could I have forgotten about this Zhangli? The principal of first high school felt a headache coming on. After pondering for a long while, he finally understood why Lin Mu hadn't been allowed to take the stage early. His most grave mistake, however, was failing to warn Lin Mu. It all depends on how Lin Mu handles this now, the principal sighed softly, feeling as though he'd been doused with cold water compared to moments before. On stage, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, a faint smile playing on his lips. Well, this guy's got guts. If I beat him up like that, the karma points should stack up nicely. Zhang Li's words were what truly excited Lin Mu. He'd been itching for a chance to beat the guy up, and now here he was, practically walking into the trap. Lin Mu was well aware of Zhang Li's background. After all, he came from an ancient martial arts lineage and was one of the few to awaken golden great potential this time around. There was no way Lin Mu wouldn't recognize him. In the past, Lin Mu might have backed down 3 steps. But now. Hurry up, I'm in a hurry, Lin Mu said, raising an eyebrow. At those words, a flicker of anger flashed across Zhang Li's face. The next instant, he charged straight toward Lin Mu. His speed was astonishing within mere breaths. He stood before Lin Mu. His fist blade shot out, Zhang Li's left fist streaking forward with a piercing whistle, a thread of vital energy flowing along the blade. Immediately, a white streak of force shot toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu shifted his feet and stepped back. With the boost of triple attributes, Lin Mu's speed was beyond Zhang Li's comprehension. But as he retreated, Zhang Li's right fist struck out. Witnessing this, everyone present was stunned. The students from 3rd middle school, in particular, were overjoyed. Ha! That's the real power of Brother Zhang. No wonder he comes from an ancient martial arts family. That punch, even someone at the same cultivation level couldn't dodge it. Representatives from various factions present also found this display somewhat unexpected. Many silently acknowledged within themselves, truly worthy of someone from an ancient martial arts lineage. The moment Zhang Li struck, he had already anticipated Lin Mu's next move. I wonder how Lin Mu will handle this punch. At that moment, all eyes converged on Lin Mu. Sensing the danger, Lin Mu's hair stood on end, yet he remained composed. He swiftly drew his iron sword and held it before him. Thud. With a dull thud, Lin Mu's body staggered backward. Zhang Li's right fist hadn't been delivered in a straight punch. Instead, the moment his left fist struck out, he stepped forward and hooked his right fist. Thus, the force wasn't overwhelming, yet even so, Lin Mu stumbled back several steps before halting. What immense power! If I'm not mistaken, this must be his martial arts technique. Lin Mu's eyes flickered. For a 4th-level martial artist to unleash such power, he must have employed martial arts techniques. Remember, his attributes were tripled. His speed was something Zhang Li could never hope to match. He blocked it? Zhang Li was genuinely surprised. This outcome had completely caught him off guard. This was the 3rd-grade lower-tier martial art, Flash Fist. He had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, yet it failed to injure Lin Mu. Instead, Lin Mu had blocked it. My turn, then. Lin Mu flashed him a grin, and suddenly, Zhang Li sensed something was off. The next instant, Lin Mu twisted his wrist and swung his sword. A blue-hued sword aura erupted from the blade, the 3-foot-long blade gleaming dazzlingly. The overwhelming sword aura instantly cast a terrifying sense of pressure over the stage. Chapter 18 Beating Zhang Li. In the audience, the principals of 2nd High and 3rd High abruptly leapt to their feet. The great achievement, no, the peak of the Azure Peak sword technique. Both men fixed their eyes intently on Lin Mu on the stage. Visibly, their weathered faces bore expressions of unprecedented shock. The numerous factions present, and even a martial artist from the Martial Arts Association, all paled visibly. The 2nd-grade martial art, the Peak Green Peak sword technique, cultivated to its pinnacle? Lin Mu's sword strike cut through 100 techniques. The Azure Sword Beam, carrying an unprecedented momentum, shot straight toward Zhang Li. Zhang Li had just unleashed his Zhang family martial art, the Heaven and Earth Step. Though the Heaven and Earth Step was a 2nd-grade martial art, Zhang Li had clearly cultivated it to perfection. This alone had already shocked everyone present. But now, the technique Lin Mu had just displayed was enough to send a chill down everyone's spine. In that instant, it seemed as though everyone present could see just how vast the gap truly was between golden grade and red grade cultivation. Peak level Qingfeng sword technique? Impossible. Zhang Li's expression abruptly changed. Feeling the overwhelming power of the incoming sword light, he no longer held back. He flipped his wrist, positioning his fist blade sideways before him. Then, channeling all his chi and blood, he thrust both fists out horizontally. A fierce gale erupted, the force unleashed by his fists solidifying into a tangible, brutal wind. Boom! The two attacks collided violently. Zhang Li's body, driven by momentum, stumbled backward several steps. Is that Tai Chi Cloud Manipulation Hand? The Zhang family's 3rd-grade lower-tier martial art, Tai Chi Cloud Manipulation Hand. That Zhang Li can execute it like this, he must have reached the minor achievement stage. Witnessing this display, those present couldn't help but offer their commentary. Though the technique Zhang Li displayed gave many a glimpse of his strength. Yet compared to Lin Mu before him, he still fell short. Achieving minor mastery in a 3rd-grade martial art already placed him among the top geniuses in Sung City. Yet compared to Lin Mu's 2nd-grade martial arts cultivated to its peak, there remained a gap. While both had achieved such heights thanks to the talents awakened after their transformations. Yet, who among those who awoke to a professional grade quality did not gain additional abilities? Lin Mu stood rigidly upright. The moment the strike dissipated, he abruptly sprang into motion, charging toward Zhang Li. Lin Mu's speed was blinding. His left hand transformed into a fist, unleashing a momentum as unstoppable as a bamboo splitter, instantly crashing toward his opponent. His speed was overwhelming, leaving Zhang Li no choice but to raise his fist blade to block in front of him. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Zhang Li's body was sent reeling backward. Then, Lin Mu delivered a kick, its gale force wind overwhelmingly fierce. The speed of this kick was astonishing. Foshan leg. Lin Mu's left leg shot forward like an arrow, striking Zhang Li squarely in the abdomen. The excruciating pain instantly contorted Zhang Li's face, his body trembling uncontrollably. Peak level Foshan leg? Witnessing this, everyone present was once again stunned. Foshan leg is known to all. As a martial art without formal grades, even when cultivated to its utmost, it lacks significant points of strength. Yet the speed and force of the leg strikes revealed the practitioner's mastery of Foshan leg. Without a doubt, Lin Mu's Foshan leg had reached its pinnacle. That single kick delivered the decisive blow, sealing Zhang Li's defeat. The excruciating pain radiating from his abdomen drenched his forehead in cold sweat, forcing him to kneel on the ground. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Mu charged forward again, grabbing his opponent by the hair and preparing to slam him into the ground. Zhang Li's face paled instantly. What was this guy planning? But in the next instant, he understood. He felt his hair clamped in iron-like grip, then was hurled violently through the air. Thud! Zhang Li's body slammed into the ground far away. The entire audience was stunned into silence. Lying on the ground, Zhang Li felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, but the searing shame in his heart brought him back to his senses. Gritting his teeth, his eyes blazing with fury, he began to rise from the ground. But the next second, his body froze as a large hand suddenly grabbed the collar of his shirt from behind. Zhang Li, danger! Host severely beat opponent. Nuclear virtue triggered, strength +1, cultivation speed +10%. Seeing the notification, Lin Mu finally stopped. Get down. Lin Mu grabbed Zhang Li by the collar and tossed him off the stage. Fortunately, they were already at the edge of the ring. He didn't throw him down instead, he tossed him like trash. Thud. Only when Zhang Li hit the ground did the crowd snap back to reality. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Even Su Wei from the Martial Arts Association stood frozen in place. This kid. Su Wei couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu several times. Ha ha ha. The principal of Sangyi High School, seeing only Lin Mu left on the stage, burst into loud laughter. He had expected this match to be a tough battle. But he never imagined it would turn into such a one-sided rout by Lin Mu. He was utterly stunned. The principal of Song No. 3 High School beside him turned green with envy, speechless. His school's pride and joy, the prodigy, had been tossed off the stage like that? The principal of Song No. 2 High School couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was laughable. After Zhang Li's defeat, the arena fell into a deathly silence. No one dared step forward to challenge Lin Mu. The students from Song No. 3 High School hung their heads in silence, looking as dejected as frostbitten eggplants. The power he had displayed surpassed that of all the awakened students from the three high schools. Even Zhang Li, the pride of No. 3 High, had lost. Who could possibly stand against Lin Mu now? Surely no one would stand up and shout, "I have a purple grade awakened from 2nd High. Can I fight Lin Mu?" It seems the victor of this contest has already been decided. After a brief moment of silence, the principal of No. 3 High School spoke slowly. The victor is Lin Mu of Sangyi High School. With the principal's words, the victor of this exchange tournament was decided. Lin Mu had secured first place in the exchange tournament. Meanwhile, the third elder of the Zhao family watched Lin Mu's outstanding performance with a growing sense of gloom. The speed at which Lin Mu had demonstrated his power growth was far too rapid. The exchange conference rewards remain unchanged from previous years, a second-grade upper-tier martial art manual, plus 100,000 Great Xia coins. The principal of Tsung Third Academy announced. A second-grade upper martial arts manual, plus the third-grade lower martial arts manual given by Senior Su. Not a bad haul. Lin Mu murmured to himself. A second-grade upper martial arts manual, that should be enough. May I ask, principal of Third High, will I be able to select this martial art myself? Lin Mu inquired. Of course, the principal of Tsong Third High School nodded. Just name any martial art you desire. Very well. I request martial arts concerning the spear. Lin Mu stated. Very well. The headmaster of Tsang Sanjong recorded Lin Mu's request. Hearing Lin Mu's request, those present couldn't help but give him a few extra glances. This guy. Could he be planning to master multiple weapons? Upon hearing Lin Mu request gun martial arts, Su Wei of the Martial Arts Association couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his cloudy eyes. Seems he's already decided on his path. Chapter 19, Tiger Walking Fist. The exchange conference concluded. The reward promised to Lin Mu, a second-grade advanced martial art, would be delivered at a later date, while the 100,000 Great Xia coins were directly deposited into his account. From start to finish, Zhao Ming never regained consciousness, carried away by the third elder of the Zhao family, who held him by one arm. Zhang Li shot Lin Mu a piercing look, seething with resentment. Lin Mu, during the martial arts examination, I will make sure to get back what happened today. Zhang Li declared before departing. Oh? I'll be waiting, Lin Mu replied, winking at him and flashing a heart sign. That gesture nearly made Zhang Li spit blood. That guy. The principal of First High School, however, wore an excited smile across his face. On the way back to school, he kept praising Lin Mu. But Lin Mu didn't follow the principal back to school. Instead, he headed straight for the Martial Arts Association. Seeing Su Wei again, Lin Mu grinned widely, baring his teeth. Senior Su, the martial arts you promised me. You've decided to pursue the path of the king of all weapons? Su Wei's gaze fixed on Lin Mu as he asked. Huh? Yeah. Lin Mu blinked, then nodded. He hadn't yet decided how to plan his cultivation path. After all, with his refusal to admit defeat mindset, he wasn't worried about his talent. As for Su Wei's question, he figured he'd just play along for now. All right. Su Wei nodded. Pursuing the path of the king of all weapons requires substantial funds. I hope you're prepared for that. Among the two paths for unranked martial artists in Great Xia, the king of 100 weapons path was particularly costly. Martial treasures cost money, and as one's cultivation realm advanced, better ones had to be replaced. Given Lin Mu's background, the king of 100 weapons path was actually ill-suited for him. But since he'd chosen it himself, Su Wei saw no need to say more. Same as always, here's the tablet. You decide. Su Wei handed the tablet directly to Lin Mu. Thank you, Senior Su. Lin Mu scrolled through the lower-tier third-grade martial arts. He needed martial arts that focused on fist techniques and leg techniques. He already possessed body movement techniques, and the second-grade Qingfeng sword technique was currently sufficient for his needs. Moreover, he was about to acquire a second-grade upper-tier spear technique. Therefore, Lin Mu focused his attention on fist techniques and leg techniques. After all, the peak edge fist and Foshan leg were merely foundational techniques, far inferior to graded martial arts. Earthshaker fist, a third-grade lower-tier martial art. Tiger strike fist, a third-grade lower martial art. Its punches roar like a tiger. At its peak, it transforms vital energy into a tiger's head, its ferocity piercing the heavens. Heaven's roar fist, a third-grade lower martial art. Punches strike like dragons, sweeping through obstacles like bamboo. It compresses vital energy, piercing the heavens like a thunderbolt. After reviewing them all, Lin Mu still couldn't tell which fist technique suited him best. No, it's not about what suits me best, but which one is better. Lin Mu's eyes darted over to Su Wei, who was seated nearby with his eyes closed. Heh, Senior Su. Speak, Su Wei replied without opening his eyes. What do you think I should choose? A style focused on explosive power, or? Lin Mu inquired. You're choosing a boxing style? At the mention of fist technique, Su Wei abruptly opened his eyes, looking at Lin Mu with some surprise. Yeah. Lin Mu blinked. Su Wei scanned Lin Mu from head to toe before asking, what's your current chi blood level? 138 points, Lin Mu replied. 138 points? Su Wei was inwardly startled. This kid had no connections, no resources. How could his chi and blood have risen so rapidly? Just choose a fist technique that suits you. After a brief silence, Su Wei advised. You only possess the top edge fist as your foundational boxing style. Truthfully, any boxing style would suit you well. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. All right. I've made my choice, Senior. Lin Mu immediately chose the Tiger Stride Fist. This fist technique moves like a roaring tiger. Paired with the charging step, it could yield unexpected results. The Tiger Stride Fist is indeed a good choice. Su Wei nodded upon seeing Lin Mu's selection. This Tiger Stride Fist is quite challenging, but once mastered, the rewards are substantial. Though classified as a third-grade lower-tier martial art, its cultivation difficulty rivaled that of a third-grade mid-tier art. However, once mastered, this fist technique surpasses other third-grade lower martial arts. Before long, a dedicated attendant delivered the Tiger's Stride Fist manual. Lin Mu tucked away the manual and thanked Su Wei. Thanks, Senior Su. Senior Su, I wonder if the Martial Arts Association sells any martial treasures? Lower-grade martial treasures? Su Wei raised an eyebrow, looking at Lin Mu. MHM. Lin Mu nodded. Yes, Su Wei replied indifferently. A low-grade martial treasure, the Thousand Spear, for 300,000 Great Xia coins. Alright, I'll take it. Lin Mu paid the full amount immediately. When it came to martial treasures recommended by Senior Su, Lin Mu didn't hesitate for a moment. He bought it outright. The 300,000 coins were transferred instantly, and Su Wei had someone fetch the spear. A specially crafted long box, roughly 1.3 meters in length, was carried over. Placed on the floor, Lin Mu opened the long case. Inside lay a long spear, entirely crafted from silver, resting quietly within. Patterns were engraved along the shaft to prevent slipping, while the opposite end featured a silver-white spearhead that radiated an unprecedented sharpness. Fine weapon, Lin Mu remarked with a broad smile. Take it and use it, Su Wei said indifferently. All right. Lin Mu nodded, closed the lid, and slung it over his back. At 189 centimeters tall, the spear didn't look out of place on his back. Just as Lin Mu prepared to leave, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A martial artist pushed open the door and approached Su Wei. Whatever the urgency, this Martial Arts Association member, paying no heed to Lin Mu's presence, hurriedly reported to Su Wei. Director Su, there's been unusual activity in the Beast Wilderness, 300 li from Tsong City. A major demon, suspected to be a beast maiden, has escaped. All 3 teams dispatched to investigate have lost contact. At these words, a sharp gleam instantly flashed in Su Wei's cloudy eyes. I'll go investigate personally. Director Su, what should we tell their families? The Martial Arts Association official looked at Su Wei, hesitating to ask. We'll discuss that when I return. Su Wei, who was already stepping out the door, paused briefly before tossing out the words and hurrying away. In the room, Lin Mu was left alone. Another disturbance in the wasteland? A hint of surprise flashed across Lin Mu's face. When he heard the last sentence, a pang of emotion stirred within him. Someone had died? After leaving the Martial Arts Association, Lin Mu stared blankly at the massive iron wall erected outside Tsong City on his way home. Beyond the wall lay the wasteland. His gaze returned to Tsong City, where everything appeared so peaceful, devoid of any crisis. As Lin Mu recalled the scene inside the Martial Arts Association, a faint ripple stirred within his heart. The taxi pulled up at the entrance of the slums. Lin Mu stepped out, carrying his long spear and sword. Gazing at this place so utterly different from the city center, Lin Mu felt like a calm pool of water, suddenly rippled by a droplet that seemed to come from nowhere. Chapter 20, The Lost Girl in the Slums. Inside the slums. This place was a microcosm of Tsong City. Households lived in single rooms constructed from corrugated steel, the roads were crowded, yet the ground was free of trash. As time passed, more and more people moved away from the slums. Only the elderly and some children left behind remained. Lin Mu had lived here since he was 10 years old, and 8 years later, he still resided here. Little Mu, you're back? A white-haired old woman sat before her door, watching Lin Mu return with a kind smile. Yes, Grandma Li, I'm back. Lin Mu nodded with a smile. Your Aunt Li heard you've become a martial artist and is overjoyed. She's stewing meat right now to nourish you. The old woman chuckled, her weathered hand grasping Lin Mu's as she spoke. No need to trouble Sister Li. I ate at school before coming back, Lin Mu hurriedly replied. Oh, no need to refuse. You grew up eating our food since childhood. Now that you're grown, you're suddenly being polite. Grandma Li shot Lin Mu a playful glare before continuing with a smile. Little Mu has grown up indeed. 8 years have flown by in the blink of an eye. Come, Xiao Mu. Since you're back, eat while it's hot. Just then, voices echoed from inside the corrugated steel house. An elderly woman emerged, dressed in patched clothes, carrying a large bowl of meat and a bag of steamed buns. I know martial artists have big appetites. Here, take these 5 steamed buns. If that's not enough, just tell Auntie Li. Aunt Li said with a smile. Lin Mu gave a wry smile, seeing no way to refuse, and accepted the food. Well then, I'll have to give Auntie Li's cooking a proper try. Carrying the meat, Lin Mu headed toward his room. As he neared the corner, Lin Mu suddenly spotted a small figure standing before his door. Approaching closer, he recognized a girl. The girl looked about 18 years old, dressed in a dirty white dress. Her face, however, was exquisitely delicate, and her long legs were exceptionally fair and smooth. Spotting Lin Mu, the girl grew visibly nervous, her small hands clutching the hem of her dress tightly as she dared not look away. Ha! Lin Mu blinked, unable to help but ask, Little girl, whose child are you? How did you end up here? The girl didn't answer, only staring intently at the steamed bun and meat in Lin Mu's hands. Reading her gaze, Lin Mu understood and slowly placed the food on the wooden table beside him. Here, eat. The girl was still nervous, but the aroma of the meat made her empty stomach growl uncontrollably. Soon, she approached the wooden table and began to eat voraciously. Seeing this, a faint smile touched Lin Mu's lips. He turned and went back into the room, pouring a cup of water before bringing it out. Take your time. No one's rushing you. The girl took the water, drank it in one gulp, and then resumed eating. Before long, she had polished off the entire bowl of meat and all 5 steamed buns. She ate it all. Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. How many days of starvation must this girl have endured to eat like this? Stop. The girl burped contentedly, a look of satisfaction on her face. Alright, now that you've finished eating, can you tell me where you're from? Lin Mu asked. The girl remained silent, saying nothing. Then Lin Mu asked a few more questions about who her parents were, whether she was from the slums, or if she had come from the city. The whole process felt like questioning a lost child. But without exception, the girl answered not a single question, keeping her lips tightly sealed. Could someone have poisoned her into silence? Lin Mu blinked, his mind racing with possibilities. Could this girl have escaped from human traffickers? And at 18, she still isn't a martial artist. Yeah, she was definitely trafficked. Never mind. I'll take a photo of you later and check your records at the Martial Arts Association. Lin Mu waved his hand, having come up with a solution. But the moment he spoke, the girl who had remained silent all along finally opened her mouth. No. I don't want to. Lin Mu looked at the girl. You can talk? MHM. The girl nodded. Alright then. Since that's the case, you can stay here for now. I'll let Aunt Li know shortly. Lin Mu said, intending to place the girl at Aunt Li's house first before heading to the Martial Arts Association to investigate. Having a girl in his own home just wouldn't do. No. I don't want to. The moment she heard Lin Mu suggest she stay at someone else's house, the girl immediately refused. After saying that, she dashed straight into Lin Mu's house. Ha! This left Lin Mu utterly dumbfounded. She just barged right into his place like that? Man, we're not supposed to live together like this. How am I supposed to get married if you stay here? Lin Mu nearly shouted it out loud. Shaking his head, he hurried into the room and declared sternly, No, you can't stay here. If you stay in my house, my reputation will be ruined. Hearing Lin Mu's words, the girl blinked and said, Then I can cook for you. You want me to stay here? Cooking is fine, and I can pay you, but you have to stay at Aunt Li's place. Seeing Lin Mu's resolute expression, the girl nodded in agreement. All right. I'll leave in 3 months. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Are you kidding me? A virgin like him living with a beautiful girl of unknown background? Lin Mu brought the girl to Aunt Li's house and explained the situation to her. Upon hearing this, Aunt Li welcomed her warmly. Only Aunt Li and Grandma Li lived in the house. The girl agreed to stay there, but she would spend most of her time at Lin Mu's place. Lin Mu didn't object. Back home, Lin Mu placed the box containing his spear on the table before beginning to study the Tiger Walking Fist. The Tiger Walking Fist focused on compressing one's chi and blood to achieve explosive power in a single strike. Therefore, this boxing style emphasized explosive power. It was perfectly suited to Lin Mu's charging stance. Only after mastering the Tiger's Strife Fist can one unleash the Tiger's Roar? The Tiger Roar is divided into 3 stages. The first stage lacks the power to intimidate opponents. Only the second and third stages possess the power to intimidate opponents and disrupt their mental focus. Lin Mu began his cultivation. 3rd grade lower tier martial art acquired. New recruit Tiger Walk Fist begins cultivation. Refuses to lose triggered. Tiger Walk Fist reaches the entry level. Tiger Walking Fist strives for excellence, commencing independent cultivation. Through relentless effort, the 3rd grade lower martial art Tiger's Stride Fist has achieved minor mastery. Unsatisfied. Tiger Walk Fist refuses to accept this. As a 3rd grade lower martial art, how can it be ranked below a 2nd grade lower martial art? Tiger Walk Fist resumes training. 10 years to hone a sword, 11 to perfect a fist. Tiger Walk Fist has now reached mastery. In less than 10 minutes, the Tiger Walk Fist had directly reached mastery. Lin Mu opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Alright, the Tiger Walk Fist is now mastered. With the Tiger's Stride Fist perfected, Lin Mu now needed to plan his next move. Following the exchange conference came the martial arts examination. The exchange conference was the only place where Lin Mu could obtain resources. It could be said that Lin Mu now had no other avenues for acquiring resources. Relying solely on cultivation might not be enough, Lin Mu murmured to himself. The martial arts examination pits one against countless martial artists, not just those from Tsung City. If I want to boost my strength within these 3 months without leaving the city, there's only one place left to go. Chapter 21, The Package. In the class group chat, the exchange conference had concluded, and the hottest topic of discussion was none other than Lin Mu. Damn, Lin Ge is seriously awesome. Yeah, holy crap. A red tier awakened one? He's this strong without resources? All I see is hard work and sweat. The class group was buzzing with excitement when the homeroom teacher chimed in. After the exchange conference, there are only 3 months left until the martial arts exam. Hurry up and improve yourselves. Figure out how to pass the martial arts exam and get into a top academy. Stop wasting your time on nonsense like this. Oh, and everyone, be extra careful when going out lately. The Martial Arts Association just issued an alert. There's been unusual activity in the Beast Wastes. A massive demon, possibly a beast woman, has escaped. The entire city is now under martial law. Far from calming the class group, this announcement only fueled the discussion further. Whoa, a beast maiden? Is it the daughter of that great demon from the beast wilderness in the records? Of course. As the only wilderness closest to Tsung City that hasn't been corrupted by the abyss, the high-tier beasts there all possess sentience. Forget it, this isn't our concern. With the martial association around, that beast girl wouldn't dare venture into Tsung City. Someone remarked. Lin Mu scanned the group chat messages, his gaze drifting toward the girl sitting in his room. Then, Lin Mu silently tagged his homeroom teacher. Teacher, are there any detailed descriptions of the beast girl? The homeroom teacher, recognizing Lin Mu's name, immediately replied, there aren't many records about beast girls. Beast maidens are raised from infancy under the careful care of the Beast King, but they have never interacted with human society. Therefore, if you notice a female around you who cannot integrate into human society, she might be a beast maiden. But don't worry, Lin. There are only 4 entrances into Tsung City, and each one is strictly guarded. Following this news, the entire Tsung City has been placed under martial law. All martial artists returning from the previous expedition must undergo thorough screening. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Alright, I understand, teacher. Good. Do your best, Lin. Tsung City's reputation in this martial arts exam rests on your shoulders. 1. Lin Mu replied with a straightforward 1 before vanishing. After turning off his phone, Lin Mu's thoughts returned to how he could secure resources for himself. The only option left now is to fight in underground boxing matches. So-called underground boxing meant fighting in illegal arenas. In this world, underground boxing rings remained strictly prohibited. Martial artists could fight to the death within these underground arenas. Each victory came with extremely generous rewards. The existence of underground arenas serves 2 purposes, to provide a venue for martial artists to fight, and to attract the attention of the wealthy. After all, under such a system, anything is possible. The underground arena is now my only source of resources. Lin Mu murmured softly. He wanted money. Not only that, but the underground boxing ring was the perfect place for him to increase his core goodness power value. After all, once the power value reached 10 points, he would receive certain rewards. Lin Mu was quite looking forward to that. With never give up and social anxiety at his disposal, he didn't need to enter expensive cultivation chambers for his training. That saved him a huge chunk of expenses. With today's advanced technology, he could even check what items were available at the Tsung City Martial Arts Association through an app on his phone. Lin Mu skimmed past the array of elixirs, his gaze landing directly on the cultivation techniques. Currently, the only thing Lin Mu lacked was a cultivation method. Regardless of the quality of one's awakening, the ultimate path one takes still hinges on the strength of their cultivation method. Quality merely determines one's ceiling. But cultivation methods determine one's floor. Like martial arts, cultivation methods were ranked from 1st to 9th grade. The most fundamental cultivation methods possess no rank. The grade of a cultivation method determines the speed of cultivation and the attribute enhancements it grants in the future. Grade 1, Mountain Peak Cultivation Method, priced at 500,000 Great Xia coins. Mountain Range Cultivation Method, breaths as deep and steady as mountain ranges, expanding one's meridians to accelerate the absorption of vital energy and blood. Earth Attribute. Grade 1, Flaming Fire Cultivation Method, priced at 500,000 Great Xia coins. The Flaming Fire Cultivation Method, Fire Attribute. With each inhale and exhale, vital energy becomes infused with scorching heat. Grade 1, Thunder Forging Cultivation Method, priced at 500,000 Great Xia coins. Thunder Forging Cultivation Technique, Thunder Attribute. Lin Mu stared at the cultivation techniques, his head spinning. Even a Grade 1 cultivation technique cost at least 500,000 Great Xia coins. Just then, a mechanical voice abruptly sounded. Billions near humanity triggered. Congratulations, host, on spending 300,000 Great Xia coins. You have gained 3 points of vitality. Boom! Qi and blood surged through Lin Mu's body, his original 138 Qi and blood points instantly increasing to 141. Congratulations, host, on advancing to level 5 martial artist. You have obtained the opportunity to draw an infinite attribute. Damn, there's still a delay. Lin Mu was speechless. He'd already left the Martial Arts Association and returned home before the system finally registered. What, 2G network or something? At least the reward had arrived. Draw. Infinite entry draw in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained all-inclusive. Reward package. Upon successfully completing any commission, challenge, or request, the host will receive a certain reward. Note, must be completed with excellence. Note, cannot be integrated into martial arts. Guaranteed. This entry left Lin Mu utterly dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me, system. This counts as an entry? Are you messing with me? Alright. This entry could work in the underground boxing ring. Lin Mu waved his hands repeatedly, refusing to argue with the system over this. As long as he could get the reward, what was the harm? The underground arena requires fighters with at least 100 HP. I'll see how things go the next couple days. Lin Mu muttered under his breath, now waiting for the martial arts he'd won at the exchange conference to arrive. Once he mastered the spear martial arts, he'd strike immediately. That day, Lin Mu stayed home the entire time. By evening, the girl had prepared a meal for him. She can cook. She's got potential. Lin Mu murmured softly. He hadn't forgotten his homeroom teacher's warning. The girl looked at Lin Mu, hoping he'd try her cooking. Give it a taste, my cooking. By the way, what's your name? Lin Mu asked. My name is Su Nange. You can call me Gugu. The girl blinked her lively, big eyes at Lin Mu. Eating my food and still trying to take advantage of me, Lin Mu rolled his eyes. Then I'll just call you Nange from now on. Su Nange nodded, unconcerned about the name. Lin Mu could only describe Su Nange's cooking as passable. Early the next morning, the martial arts techniques won at the exchange conference were delivered to Lin Mu's residence. The teacher from 3rd middle school didn't seem to mind the messy, rundown place at all. He even gave Lin Mu a thumbs up. A poor family produces a noble son. Awesome. Chapter 22, The Underground Fighting Arena. They delivered it early indeed. After breakfast, it's time to get to work. After breakfast, Lin Mu marveled at the efficiency of the 3rd middle school teacher before picking up the martial arts manual. 2nd grade advanced martial art, Flaming Crimson Spear Technique. As its name suggests, the Flaming Spear Technique unleashes spear strikes like a dragon, carrying the fiery might of blazing heat. The Flaming Crimson Spear Technique relied on blindingly fast thrusts to create overwhelming pressure, transforming one's vital energy into searing flames that engulfed the spearhead and erupted outward. It could even compress vital energy into flames that clung to the spear shaft itself, used to strike enemies. The advancement of martial arts naturally includes spear techniques. Lin Mu had no worries about mastering this technique. Indeed, martial arts with such inherent attributes must be paired with one's own cultivation methods. After reviewing it once, Lin Mu murmured to himself. Though compressing qi and blood, as described in the martial arts text, could indeed grant the ability to attach flames. But this method was nowhere near as potent as the cultivation technique. After all, 1 plus 0 equals 1. Lin Mu didn't dwell on the shortcomings. With his unwillingness to admit defeat mindset, cultivation wouldn't be difficult. Lin Mu began his cultivation. As the last martial art to arrive, the Flaming Crimson Spear Technique felt a surge of defiance and commenced cultivation. Through relentless effort, the Flaming Crimson Spear Technique achieved minor mastery within a decade. The Flaming Crimson Spear Technique refused to accept this. As a high-tier 2nd grade martial art, it was unwilling to be ranked below a lower-tier 2nd grade art. 30 years honed into one spear technique. As the martial art of the King of 100 Weapons, the Flaming Crimson Spear Technique finally reached its pinnacle. One step to the pinnacle. Feeling the Flaming Crimson Spear Technique merge into his very being, Lin Mu's face radiated satisfaction. The Yin Chi Spear Technique was deeply etched into his mind, as if he had truly trained for 30 years. Snap! Lin Mu slapped the table, and the 1,000 spears concealed within the special long case sprang forth instantly. Gripping the 1,000 spears firmly, he thrust forward with all his might. Scorching flames erupted from the shaft, instantly engulfing the entire spear. The blazing tip burned with such intensity that the air crackled and popped. At the pinnacle of the flaming crimson spear technique, the spear itself becomes a tongue of fire. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, then dispelled the blazing flames from the 1,000-barrel spear. This type of elemental martial art didn't consume too much of his own chi and blood. Alright, preparations complete. Time to head to the underground fighting arena. Stowing his spear, Lin Mu slung his sword case and spear case over his back and left the slums. The moment he departed, a dark figure emerged from an alleyway. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, the shadow's gaze slowly shifted toward Lin Mu's small hut. After a moment of observation, the shadow departed. Underground boxing ring. As a place explicitly forbidden, the underground boxing arena was built 3 stories below ground. In a secluded alleyway, Lin Mu took a dedicated elevator down into the underground boxing arena. The underground arena was vast, divided into over a dozen fighting rings and rooms. Inside and out, everyone entering or leaving was a martial artist. The moment he arrived, Lin Mu caught the scent of blood in the air. Kid, so young and already rushing to your death? A man with a scar on his face looked up at Lin Mu, a hint of mockery in his expression. Yes, sir, Lin Mu nodded obediently. Ha, then sign up first. The scarred man chuckled heartily before walking away. Though underground boxing rings were banned, the rules here were clearly laid out. Following the instructions, Lin Mu quickly completed his registration. Name, Lin Mu. Status, none. Vitality, none. The fighting rings here are all tiered. Martial artists below rank 10 may only fight on the first 3 rings, each with explicit level restrictions. Once you enter the ring and accept a challenge, it's a fight to the death. For every match you win, you receive a reward. The more consecutive victories you achieve, the greater the reward. If someone bets on your victory, you'll also earn a 10% profit from that wager. The underground arena staff explained to Lin Mu. Got it. Lin Mu nodded in acknowledgement. Next time you come, remember to wear a mask or something. Seeing that Lin Mu was young, the staff member kindly offered a reminder. Thanks, bro, got it. Lin Mu chuckled before leaving the place. A mask? He hadn't even considered that when coming here. After all, as the only unlicensed martial artist in all of Song City, even if he wore a mask, his identity would still be exposed the moment he made his move. Lin Mu, carrying his sword case and gun case, approached an empty stage. The platform was empty. Lin Mu glanced at the sign before stepping right onto it. This arena was for martial artists below the 10th rank. Whoa, we've got a rare visitor here so young. That kid's still in high school, right? How dare he show up at the underground arena? Probably just here for fun. Doubt he'll actually fight. Seeing the youthful Lin Mu step onto the platform, the martial artist seated nearby instantly perked up. Who's up for a spar with him, brothers? I bet it'll be Black Wolf. He's racked up a lot of debt lately. A free payday like this? He won't pass it up. As the words fell, a booming voice erupted nearby. Move aside, let me handle this. A man in his 30s, clad in a fur coat, strode onto the stage with a menacing glare. It really is Black Wolf. Wonder if this kid has the guts to take him on. All eyes among the martial artists turned to Lin Mu. The underground boxing ring as a lawless zone. It inevitably drew martial artists who couldn't advance further, or dared not venture into the wilderness, forced to earn their keep here instead. Seeing how young Lin Mu was, they couldn't help but get ideas. The question was whether he dared to accept the challenge. May I ask, sir, what realm are you at? Lin Mu inquired. If the man was over level 7, Lin Mu would turn and leave immediately. My level isn't high, only level 6. Black Wolf replied indifferently. Alright. Lin Mu nodded. I'll take it. A level 6 martial artist corresponded to 150 vitality points. That was a full 9 points higher than Lin Mu's own vitality. But Lin Mu had the social anxiety buff. Here, his social anxiety buff was amplified roughly twofold. But the moment he made his move, his social anxiety would instantly surge to its maximum. He accepted? Hearing Lin Mu take the challenge, the expressions of everyone present shifted. This should be entertaining. This kid must have just awakened his profession. How dare he accept it? Let's see what he's made of. Most martial artists present could guess Lin Mu's identity. He was undoubtedly a martial artist who had just awakened his profession. It hasn't even been a month. How could this kid's vitality have surged to around 150? This is ridiculous. He's bound to lose this match. Black Wolf froze momentarily when Lin Mu accepted the challenge, but a sneer soon spread across his face. Well, you've got some guts. Today, I'll make my 1,000 from you. With that, Black Wolf lunged forward, leaving Lin Mu no chance to react. Seeing Black Wolf charge forward, Lin Mu abruptly raised his left hand. A strand of thunder gathered in his palm, surged through his entire hand, and then he slammed it forward. Amidst the thunderous roar, the immense force sent Black Wolf's charging body flying backward with a thunderous crash. Chapter 23 Consecutive Battles. On the stage, the Black Wolf's body crashed heavily to the ground far away. The explosive force unleashed by the thunder-forged palm lingered in the air. Thud. Only after the Black Wolf hit the ground with a dull thud did the spectators snap back to reality. He defeated a level 6 martial artist in a single move? Holy crap, is this guy new? Damn, this kid is fierce, no wonder he dared to challenge him. Everyone present was utterly baffled by Lin Mu's strength. The sheer force unleashed by that single palm strike was beyond what a level 6 martial artist should possess. Could this kid before them be a 7th level martial artist? As the crowd speculated, Lin Mu's body moved. Black Wolf, lying on the ground in agony, forced himself to his feet. The fierce expression on his face had long since lost its earlier arrogance, replaced instead by utter shock. Damn it, what's the deal with this high school kid? Black Wolf grimaced, about to draw the long sword strapped to his back. But in the next instant, a dark shadow suddenly materialized before him. Ha! As Black Wolf stared in bewilderment, a massive hand suddenly grabbed his hair. Immediately, an intense pulling sensation shot through his scalp. Black Wolf's face contorted in pain as Lin Mu hoisted him up and slammed him onto the ground with a thud. The impact sent stars dancing before his eyes. But it wasn't over. Lin Mu bent down and rained punches down on Black Wolf's body. Thud! Thud! The dull thuds echoed relentlessly from the stage, sending chills down the spines of the spectators watching the fight. At the same time, they marveled at the boy's resolve. It wasn't the first time powerful high school students had appeared in the underground fighting circuit. But typically, after knocking down their opponents, these high schoolers would stop attacking. Thus, they were caught off guard by surprise attacks and ended up losing the match. After all, I just stepped out of school and still knew little about the world. In underground boxing rings, there are no rules to speak of. As long as your opponent doesn't concede defeat, it doesn't mean you've won the match. Countless high schoolers have died or lost their lives in the ring because of this. And now, this greenhorn Lin Mu was beating the Black Wolf to a pulp and finishing him off. Punch after punch landed on Black Wolf's body. Even without employing martial arts techniques, the power unleashed by his social anxiety 1.5x boost was far beyond what Black Wolf could withstand. Before long, Black Wolf's entire face was swollen like a pig's head, covered in bruises large and small. Lin Mu did this specifically to trigger nuclear kindness. And all in. Stop. Stop hitting me. I surrender. Pinned beneath Lin Mu, Black Wolf could endure no more. He hastily raised his still functional left hand, clutching a white silk scarf. He surrendered. He simply couldn't take another blow. Host unleashes brutal assault on opponent. Nuclear virtue cultivation speed increases by 10%, strength increases by 1. Core benevolence, cultivation speed increased by 40%, total strength now 4. Pre-packaged, host excellently completed the arena task. Reward issued, Vitality Pill 1. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Mu rose from Black Wolf's body with satisfaction. The moment Lin Mu departed, the Black Wolf limped away from the arena, abandoning all dignity. Witnessing the Black Wolf's pitiful retreat, the onlookers were left speechless. This high schooler's attack had been brutally ruthless. Congratulations, brother, on winning your first match. At that moment, a hearty laugh echoed through the arena. A masked middle-aged man clad in martial arts attire stood with his hands behind his back, his voice booming. The prize for winning one match is 1,000 Great Xia coins. 2 consecutive victories earn 2,000 Great Xia coins. The middle-aged man stated indifferently. Hearing this, a smile immediately spread across Lin Mu's face. So this is the consecutive victory bonus. Correct, the middle-aged man nodded. Additionally, within the underground arena, there are 2 rankings, Heaven and Earth. These rankings are updated monthly. Once you make the list, you'll receive extra monetary rewards. The middle-aged man added for Lin Mu's benefit. Rankings too? Lin Mu's eyes lit up with interest. Money was precisely what he lacked right now. Then I'll continue. Lin Mu didn't step down from the stage but remained on the ring, waiting for the next challenger. Whoa, he's still going? This kid's got guts. Wonder which high school's prodigy he is. He looks unfamiliar, but he's using palm techniques. Probably some martial artist who's awakened physical combat skills. Many eyes were fixed on Lin Mu, their perceptions of him already shifting. This high schooler wasn't as trash as they'd imagined. At the very least, he'd defeated Black Wolf. Let me handle this. At that moment, a burly man stepped forward from the crowd. He wore chainmail armor, his muscles bulging everywhere, his thick arms nearly as wide as Lin Mu's thighs. And strapped to his back was an iron rod. It's Chariot. Wow, War Chariot is a 7th rank martial artist, and his profession is a blue quality staff master. Chariot is ranked 35th on the Earth list. Overhearing the whispers around him, Lin Mu gained a sliver of understanding about these 2 rankings. If a 7th rank martial artist ranked 35th on the Earth list, then the highest rank on that list likely didn't exceed 15th rank. Looking at the burly man before him, addressed as War Chariot, Lin Mu wore a friendly expression. Brother, before we begin, is there anything you'd like to say? Kid, you've got some skill, but you're not ready for this place yet. The burly man spoke coldly. You should go home to your mother. But I don't think you'll get that chance. Once you step onto the stage, life and death are beyond your control. With that, the giant lunged forward. His charge sent tremors rippling through the entire arena. Facing the charging brute, Lin Mu stepped forward, refusing to underestimate his opponent. He drew his sword without hesitation. As the sword sheath opened, he drew the low-grade martial treasure and gripped it firmly. Qingfeng sword technique. Lin Mu flickered his wrist, unleashing a piercing sword beam that slashed out abruptly. The azure blade's glow erupted, its overwhelming force bearing down. The chariot man swiftly raised the iron rod strapped to his back and brought it crashing down. Boom! The iron rod shattered the blue sword energy. Then, gripping the rod with both hands, the chariot flipped his wrist, sending the iron rod hurtling toward Lin Mu. Kid, this is your first lesson from me. Wuji staff technique. The brutal, overpowering iron rod descended, but Lin Mu's body darted sideways just in time. Bang! A dull thud echoed from the spot where the strike had landed. Lin Mu marveled at the man's mastery of the iron staff and his precise control of force. The strike carried tremendous force, yet it lacked the momentum that might have allowed Lin Mu to seize an opening. Who said there are no skilled fighters in the underground arena? Lin Mu muttered under his breath, drawing his sword once more. Vital energy clung to the blade, causing the entire sword to glow with a vivid blue light. An even more powerful sword energy erupted once more from the low-grade martial treasure. This time, Lin Mu held nothing back, unleashing the pinnacle of the Azure Peak sword technique. Chapter 24, 7 Consecutive Victories. The Azure sword energy sliced along the ground. The immense force of the strike made even the warhorse sense the sheer power within that blade. Astonished by the intensity of the martial arts displayed by this high school student, the warrior's movements did not cease. Black and white light intertwined on his iron staff as a powerful staff strike erupted, seemingly intent on blocking Lin Mu's sword. Just as the blue sword energy neared Zhan Ma, it instantly split into 3 distinct blades. What? Zhan Ma's pupils contracted, but with no room to retreat, he had no choice but to endure the blow head-on. Boom! The sword energy slammed into him head-on. The warhorse gripped his iron staff tightly with both arms, yet the sheer force of the strike sent his entire body reeling backward. That's the Azure Peak sword technique, a second-tier lower-grade martial art. This kid has actually cultivated to the peak? Could it be that he awakened abilities from a class? It must be. But he used palms earlier and now wields a sword. What kind of profession is this? The onlookers were stunned by Lin Mu's display. Zhan Ma stumbled backward repeatedly, barely steadying himself as the iron rod in his hands hummed incessantly, his arms still trembling. That strike was truly formidable. Had the warhorse not been battle-hardened, holding the 37th rank on the Earth list, he would have fallen to that strike long ago. But Lin Mu gave the warhorse no chance to catch its breath, charging forward with his sword raised once more. Seeing Lin Mu closing in, the warhorse had no choice but to steel itself and meet the attack head-on. The two clashed fiercely, sparks flying everywhere. Both wielded low-grade martial treasures, devoid of any elemental enhancements. Yet in such a contest, the iron rod in the warhorse's grasp undoubtedly held the upper hand. Yet Lin Mu's iron sword possessed extraordinary hardness, unlike ordinary blades that relied on flexibility. This youth chose such a martial treasure as his weapon. He must have been guided by a master. A martial artist who had discerned the subtlety spoke up. Many were now speculating about Lin Mu's identity. Which faction's prodigy from Tsung City could he possibly be? Before long, one of them began to show signs of defeat. Warhorse was forced back again and again by Lin Mu's long sword, as sword chi flew forth relentlessly, as if it cost nothing. No way. I won't lose to a mere student like this. Zhan Ma kept charging into Lin Mu's attacks, panic beginning to set in. This was hardly surprising, given that Lin Mu, now fully empowered by social anxiety, had seen his attributes boosted by 1.5 times. As a level 5 martial artist, coupled with the martial arts techniques he had yet to unleash, he was more than capable of handling the warhorse before him. Boom! In the end, the warrior horse was defeated by Lin Mu in a single move. Lin Mu seized the opening and delivered a kick straight to his chest. The warrior's face paled dramatically as his body staggered backward. Seizing this opening, Lin Mu flicked the iron rod from the opponent's grasp with a single sword strike, then launched a fierce assault. Thud! Thud! Just as he had done against Black Wolf earlier, Lin Mu unleashed a barrage of punches, raining down relentlessly upon Zhan Ma's body. Such a brutal scene felt eerily familiar to the onlookers. Damn it, not again. That warhorse is really getting its ass kicked this time. The warhorse was beaten to a pulp by Lin Mu, utterly unable to fight back. Talk tough, talk tough. I'll teach you to talk tough. Lin Mu showed no mercy toward the man before him. In this underground boxing ring, there were no rules to speak of. It could be said that Lin Mu could unleash himself completely. Stop. I give up. Please stop. In the end, Zhan Ma couldn't withstand Lin Mu's relentless barrage of punches and surrendered outright. At that very moment, a bolt of thunder suddenly shot through Lin Mu's palm, slamming violently into the warrior horse's body. Boom! In the next instant, the war horse's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground far away, blood spurting from its mouth. What's all this gibberish? Lin Mu curled his lip and immediately stopped attacking. Host dealt a brutal blow to the opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Core benevolence, cultivation speed increased by 50%, total strength now 5. All-inclusive package, host excellently completed the arena task. Reward distributed, vitality pills 2. With the system rewards distributed, this arena match came to an end. Whoa, that kid's fierce. Watching Lin Mu on the stage, the martial artists present all felt a tinge of awe. He means business. This newcomer had arrived and immediately claimed the 37th rank on the Earth list. Rank 37 on the Earth list, it's mine now. Lin Mu grinned, baring his teeth in a toothy smile. Naturally. The masked middle-aged man nodded. What name shall you use to claim the 37th spot on the Earth rankings? Let's call it No Beef. Very well. The middle-aged man nodded. Soon, the 37th rank on the Earth list changed. No Beef Eater, 37th rank. After securing this ranking, Lin Mu fought several more matches on the platform. Without a doubt, he won every single one. In one swift leap, Lin Mu racked up 7 consecutive victories in the arena matches. However, none of his opponents surpassed the level of a warhorse. Those who challenged him were all newcomers to the underground arena, defying superstition. Here, this is your money. Before leaving, the underground boxing ring staff handed Lin Mu the winnings he had earned. 7 consecutive ring matches. Each win earned him 1,000, and winning 2 consecutive bouts added another 1,000 great xia coins. That day, Lin Mu had earned 12,000 daxia coins. Whoa, that's some serious cash. Lin Mu beamed as he stared at the gleaming silver notes in his hand. This venture proved highly lucrative for Lin Mu. Not only did he earn 12,000, but he also secured the nuclear benevolence reward. Moreover, the Bao Lai reward had generously granted him 15 chi blood pills. This Bao Lai reward system is entirely based on the strength of your opponent. Lin Mu murmured to himself, grasping the mechanics of this ability. As for the core virtue reward for completing 10 strength points, he hadn't claimed it yet. This experience gave Lin Mu a solid grasp of the underground fighting scene. This place was teeming with martial artists, and those ranked on the Earth list received substantial monthly monetary rewards. After much deliberation, Lin Mu decided he needed to prepare a mask for himself. If he kept drawing attention like this every day, wouldn't it be troublesome if someone really took notice? Given that the underground boxing ring could offer such substantial sums at once, its backer must have connections reaching far and wide. Lin Mu wasn't worried about the place being shut down anytime soon. All he wanted was the money. Home. Lin Mu left the underground boxing ring with satisfaction and headed home. The moment he was gone, a figure emerged from the alley. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, a faint smile touched the weathered face of the figure. The head was right after all. Without a source of resources, Lin Mu would inevitably turn to the underground boxing ring first. And regarding that girl in the slums, we should return and inform the head of the family first. Chapter 25, Innate Talent. Name, Lin Mu. Vitality, 140, level 5 martial artist. Occupation, unemployed martial artist. Strength, 10. Martial arts, peak edge fist mastery, basic sword technique mastery, Buddha's mountain leg mastery, thunder forged palm mastery, charging step proficiency, azure peak sword technique peak, tiger stride fist mastery, blazing crimson spear technique mastery. Technique, basic cultivation method. Entries, social anxiety, never gives up, core goodness, approaches people with billions, brought in as a package deal. Core kindness, reward pending collection. Upon returning home, Lin Mu eagerly claimed his rewards. Congratulations, host, on meeting the first standard. Rewards have been dispersed. Companion talent, Netherflame. A companion talent? Upon seeing the reward, Lin Mu shot up like a spring-loaded fish, sitting bolt upright on the bed, his face frozen in astonishment. A companion talent referred to an unparalleled gift one possessed from birth. Such individuals possess extraordinary abilities in a specific area from a young age. And this Netherflame was one such example. The so-called Netherflame allowed one to imbue themselves with a unique type of fire. This flame possessed immense power in its early stages and dealt devastating damage to both demonic beasts and abyssal monsters. As the reward was bestowed, Lin Mu sensed a transformation occurring within himself. This change felt as though it had been innate all along. As Lin Mu opened his palm, a fiery crimson flame emerged from his hand. The flame obeyed his commands, able to dissipate at will, eliminating any worry of accidentally setting the mountains ablaze. After a few seconds, however, Lin Mu dispersed the flames and withdrew them back into his body. The consumption of chi and blood isn't excessive, and its power is limited to that of a second-grade fire attribute martial art. Lin Mu murmured to himself, his eyes darting about. Though not particularly powerful, innate talents will strengthen as one's cultivation level increases. However, some innate talents cannot be enhanced. For instance, auxiliary talents like perceiving the world and inner vision. Nevertheless, these innate talents will awaken autonomously as one's cultivation level increases. The human body is like a vast engine of potential. Only through continuous exploration can one master its power.
Innate talents, that's quite something.
Lin Mu's face held a hint of a smile.
These were things money couldn't buy. Core virtue. Next reward distribution, 20 strength points. Who'd have thought 10 strength points would yield such a reward? Future rewards must be even better.
Lin Mu grew increasingly excited.
Dinner's ready.
Su Nang's voice drifted from the simple kitchen beside them.
Coming.
Lin Mu stood up and carried the meal into the room.
An old-fashioned television was broadcasting recent news about Sang City.
In recent days, the Martial Arts Association has dispatched nearly 100 martial artists into the Beast Wilderness to investigate unusual activity.
No updates have been received so far. With the martial arts exam approaching, the 3-month countdown is nearly upon us.
Wishing all examinees the best of luck in achieving outstanding results. Upon seeing this, Lin Mu muted the television. The martial arts examination was Lin Mu's key to turning his life around. Enrolling in a martial arts university, a prestigious institution, not only came with the reward of an apartment but also offered access to superior martial arts training and instruction. For ordinary people seeking to change their circumstances, the martial arts exam was the only path. Or else, they could enlist and fight on the front lines. Martial artists advance through 10-level thresholds. Every 10 levels completed allows for a class change.
But I don't need to change professions. After reaching level 10, other abilities will improve instead.
Lin Mu murmured to himself, pondering the enhanced abilities granted by his awakening. Even now, Lin Mu still didn't fully grasp the extent of these changes.
But he didn't dwell on it.
After all, with the system by his side, a few extra abilities weren't crucial. The most important thing now is the martial arts exam. Lin Mu focused all his thoughts on the martial arts exam. He'd heard that in recent years, not a single person from Tsang City had been admitted to a top martial arts university.
Not even a single candidate had made it into any first-tier martial arts university.
The martial arts exam is held simultaneously across the entire province. That means I won't just be facing candidates from Tsang City, I'll be competing against martial arts exam takers from other cities as well. The Great Xia Empire was divided into 9 provinces.
Lin Mu's province was called North Province.
The northern province contained 7 cities, with Tsang City ranking at the bottom. The passing threshold for third-tier martial arts universities requires a perfect score of 100 points, plus 150 points in vitality. Thus, the minimum requirement for admission to a third-tier martial arts university is reaching the 6th cultivation level and scoring 100 points.
For second-tier martial arts universities, the score requirement is 150 points, plus 160 vitality points. For first-tier martial arts universities, the score requirement is 200 points, along with 180 points of vitality. This equates to a level 9 martial artist. As for top-tier martial arts universities, not only must the score be a perfect 300, but the vitality must exceed 190 points. A level 10 martial artist is the minimum standard. 3 months is more than enough time for me to break through to level 10.
Lin Mu was brimming with confidence, certain he possessed the ability to elevate his cultivation to level 10 within the remaining time.
That night, Lin Mu trained relentlessly, strengthening his chi and blood.
Tomorrow, he still had to head to the underground boxing arena to keep earning money. Under the night sky, Tsang City glowed with bright lights.
In the Zhao family's grand hall,
Zhao Huayan, the head of the Zhao family, sat high upon his grand armchair. A Zhao family spy stood below, respectfully clasping his hands in salute.
Master, the latest intelligence, Lin Mu's household has taken in an unknown woman.
And, as you anticipated, Master. Lin Mu visited the underground boxing arena today, winning 7 consecutive matches and defeating Zhan Ma, ranked 37th on the Earth list. Hearing this, Zhao Huayan's pupils contracted slightly, a faint smile appearing on his face. It was indeed within this master's expectations. Lin Mu had indeed gone to the underground boxing ring. Master, with Lin Mu currently at the underground boxing ring, this is the perfect moment to strike.
The third elder of the Zhao family looked at the latter and said, "Shall we hire an assassin to eliminate Lin Mu right there on the ring?"
A flicker of murderous intent passed through his cloudy eyes.
"He likely won't be killed," Zhao Huayan replied indifferently. Lin Mu can refuse. Given Lin Mu's nature, he certainly wasn't a fool. Once he senses his opponent is stronger than himself, he absolutely won't risk his life to fight. Then, Patriarch. The third elder of the Zhao family was momentarily at a loss for other solutions. "Let's observe first. Send a few men to test Lin Mu,"
Zhao Huayan said coldly. With that Su fellow absent now, killing Lin Mu rashly would invite retribution from him once he returns. He'd surely come after the Zhao family. Besides, that Su fellow probably doesn't even know Lin Mu went to the underground boxing ring.
We can act once he finds out.
Hearing this, the third elder of the Zhao family nodded in agreement.
Head of the family, I understand. I'll notify them immediately. Go ahead.
Zhao Huayan waved his hand dismissively. After the third elder departed, Zhao Huayan's gaze returned to the undercover agent. Keep a close watch on the relationship between Lin Mu and that girl. When the time is right, report back to this family head. Yes, head of the family. The spy nodded and withdrew. The grand hall was now empty save for Zhao Huayan. Seated high upon his throne chair, he wore a cold smile. Lin Mu, oh Lin Mu. This is the price you pay for crossing the Zhao family. Chapter 26. You're no better off in prison. Early the next morning. Lin Mu rose early. Today's task was simple: buy himself a mask, then spend the entire day grinding through the underground boxing arena. You're leaving again? The moment Lin Mu stepped outside, Sunange grabbed his arm. With a beauty blocking his path, how could Lin Mu possibly refuse? Go away, I don't have time for you. Just cook dinner and wait for me tonight. Lin Mu brushed her hand aside and walked straight out. Left behind, Sunange stood alone, lost in thought. That rotten boy, he really doesn't know how to treat a lady with care. Aunt Lee emerged from her room, tossing a playful scolding at Lin Mu's retreating back before approaching Sunange. Nange, don't take it personally. He's become a martial artist now and is working hard for the martial arts exam. Hearing this, a flicker of confusion crossed Sunange's clear eyes. What is the martial arts exam? Lin Mu left the slums. After buying a monkey face mask from a street vendor, he headed straight for the underground boxing arena. Upon arriving at the underground boxing arena, Lin Mu felt right at home. Yo, new face here? Doesn't look like it, but that build reminds me of yesterday's beefy young guy. It really is him. Carrying those weapon cases, one long, one short. Some recognized Lin Mu the moment they spotted him. After all, yesterday's Lin Mu had been simply too striking. This kid's already won 7 straight matches. Wonder if he can set a new record today. I doubt it. The more wins he racks up, the bigger the prize pool he'll have to compete for. I agree. Someone from the top 30 of the land rankings should be challenging him today. Listening to the crowd's chatter, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and asked, does the prize money increase the more consecutive wins you have before losing? Naturally, nodded a rugged-looking middle-aged man. Kid, you're dead meat today. Just then, a scrawny man grinned at Lin Mu, his eyes flashing with cold intent. The black wolf you took down yesterday was one of Boss Was men. Boss War ranks 30th on the Earth rankings. His cultivation level is at the 8th rank, more than enough to take you down. Hearing this, Lin Mu shrugged and spread his hands. Bring it on. What a joke trying to pull that gangster stuff on him. So after taking out the small fry, now the big fish shows up, huh? Such arrogance at such a young age. From within the crowd, a man clad in black, his face bearing a long, deep scar, slowly rose to his feet and fixed his gaze upon Lin Mu. Upon seeing him, many quickly stepped aside. Boss Hua. The scrawny man's face lit up with a smile upon recognizing him. Huanan cracked his neck. His thick arms bulged with muscle as his cloudy eyes fixed on Lin Mu. You're Lin, right? At these words, Lin Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. How did this man know his surname? Not saying anything? Fine then. Huanan grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I've been looking for you. Lin Mu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the other man. If this man knew his surname, he must also know his given name. And since arriving here, he hadn't revealed his identity once. If you've got the guts, step inside. Huanan glanced at Lin Mu before striding directly onto the stage. I am ranked 30th on the Earth list. For this fight, I will stake 30,000 great Xia coins as my wager. Standing atop the platform, Huanan wore an air of supreme arrogance, his face plastered with a smug grin. Should you prevail, these 30,000 great Xia coins shall be yours. Hearing this, all eyes in the arena turned to Lin Mu. Would this young man dare to accept? However, in the minds of the crowd, Lin Mu likely wouldn't dare accept the challenge. Huanan was a renowned martial artist, ranked at level 8. Without knowing the extent of his martial arts mastery, rashly accepting the challenge would only increase the likelihood of defeat. Moreover, the strength Lin Mu had displayed so far suggested he was only around the 7th rank. Lin Mu didn't seem like a fool. I accept. Surprisingly, Lin Mu accepted the challenge without hesitation. Good. Seeing Lin Mu agree, a broader smile spread across Huanan's face. Since someone wants to raise the stakes, how about you guys join in? At that moment, a staff member from the underground boxing ring spoke up. I'm placing a bet on Boss Hua to win. Me too. Hey, free money opportunity coming up. In an instant, countless people began placing their bets. Most people placed their money on Huanan. Only a handful placed a bet on Lin Mu. That's 100% payout. Watching this unfold, Lin Mu showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, a strange sense of joy washing over him. The higher the odds, the more money he would win if he emerged victorious. I'm betting 100,000 on myself. Slap. A faint sound echoed outside the ring. After speaking, Lin Mu slammed his bank card onto the table. Swish. All eyes in the venue turned to him. What, betting against himself for 100,000? He'll lose his shirt. Ha ha ha, what a fool. 100,000? If this kid loses, he'll be left with nothing but his underwear. Many thought Lin Mu was being reckless. He was still young. After winning 7 straight yesterday, today he'd forgotten who he was. Betting 100 grand on himself? Well then, I'll just casually add another 100 grand. Huan Nan chuckled. If Lin Mu had such guts, he wasn't about to back down either. As the stakes climbed, Lin Mu stepped onto the stage. I hear you're an orphan. Today, I'll send you to the underworld for reincarnation. The moment he stepped onto the stage, Huan Nan struck. A colossal surge of vital energy erupted from his body, radiating outward like an invisible pressure wave centered at his feet. Lin Mu felt his body grow heavy and instantly recognized this as the opponent's ability. Swish! Huan Nan moved, striding forward as he charged toward Lin Mu. In his hand, he gripped a heavy iron blade, a classic broadsword adorned with several circular rings along its length. The blade gleamed sharply, reflecting Lin Mu's monkey mask. Huan Nan swung down, unleashing a powerful wave of steel that slammed toward Lin Mu's face. Witnessing this, everyone present knew it was over. What Boss Hua prided himself on most was the pressure aura unleashed after awakening his profession. This pressure field, unleashed by compressing his vital energy, could slow down opponents of lower cultivation levels. Oof! Your cultivation is lower than I anticipated. Killing intent flared in Huan Nan's eyes as cold laughter echoed within his mind. His great blade was already descending toward Lin Mu. But at that very moment, his strike missed its mark. What? Huan Nan's expression abruptly changed. Looking back at the spot, Lin Mu was nowhere to be seen, only streaks of black afterimages remained. As shock gripped Huan Nan, an intense sense of danger suddenly surged from his side. Huan Nan swung his blade immediately, but his movement was too slow. He had underestimated Lin Mu's speed and overestimated his own. From the side, Lin Mu's fist slammed toward him, enveloped in a powerful surge of vital energy that transformed it into a pure white mist. Roar! Immediately after, a terrifying sound wave, like the roar of a tiger, shattered Huan Nan's eardrums. Gah! Huan Nan's face twisted in horror. The next instant, Lin Mu's tiger stance fist slammed into his chest with a thunderous impact. Thud! The powerful impact crushed his chest inward, sending his entire body crashing to the ground far away, blood spurting from his mouth. The scene froze the entire crowd in deathly silence. On the stage, Lin Mu, clad in black, slowly raised his head, still wearing an innocent smile. Well, looks like you're no match either, Lao Di. Chapter 27, Instant Kill, 900. 000 Daxia coins credited. The entire venue fell deathly silent. Huan Nan, the undefeated champion ranked 30th on the Earth list, had just been knocked out cold by a single punch from a newcomer? In the distance, Huan Nan struggled to rise from the ground. His face was deathly pale, blood still gushing from his mouth. His chest had caved in, collapsed by more than half. Lin Mu's single punch had dealt him a devastating blow. Third-grade lower-tier martial art, Tiger's Stride Fist. At that moment, only Huan Nan's eyes remained fixed, staring intently at Lin Mu. His left ear had just suffered temporary deafness, and it still hadn't recovered. Huan Nan was horrified. Wasn't this Lin Mu before him said to have mastered only a lower-tier second-grade martial art, the Green Peak Sword technique? How could he possibly wield a third-grade lower martial art now? This was completely different from the intelligence provided by the Zhao family. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain in his chest, Huan Nan reached into a side pocket and pulled out a vial of potion. Kid, you think this is over? Huan Nan's cloudy eyes blazed with murderous intent as he glared at Lin Mu, grinding his teeth. With that, he flicked open the bottle cap and was about to pour the potion into his mouth. But at that very moment, a series of black afterimages suddenly materialized before him. Under Huan Nan's stunned gaze, the figure before him abruptly grabbed his collar. Instantly, a surge of thunder gathered in the other hand. Boom! A thunderous crack echoed as Huan Nan's body flew backward once more. The potion in his hand fell to the ground, only to be picked up by Lin Mu. You think this is a joke? Have you ever seen a righteous hero give a villain time to transform? Lin Mu abruptly interrupted the spell, delivering another blow that left Huan Nan critically wounded. This time, Huan Nan couldn't even muster the strength to crawl back up. Even the slightest movement of his fingers tugged at his wounds, triggering waves of excruciating pain. The unfolding scenes left everyone present too stunned to speak. The tiger walking fist, combined with that utterly bizarre footwork. Just how many martial arts techniques had this man mastered? And every single one of them had been cultivated to perfection. Those streaks of afterimages, the crowd wasn't stupid. They knew it was a footwork martial art. Footwork techniques, any martial artist could learn them. We're done for. Boss was been beaten to the point he can't get back up. Brother Hua underestimated him. That guy's footwork is bizarre. Judging by that, it must be a third-grade martial art. My wager, I put down 5,000. Me too. Boss Hua actually lost. On the stage before them, the outcome was all but decided. Brother Hua was beaten so badly he couldn't even stand. Lin Mu approached Huan Nan. He crouched down, grabbed the man by the hair, and hoisted him up like a little chick. Tell me. Who told you my surname? Lin Mu's voice was flat and his clear eyes held no trace of menace. But Huan felt a chill run through his body. He could sense that if he didn't tell the truth, Lin Mu before him would certainly not let him off. It was the Zhao family. Under the shadow of death, Huan whispered. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. You know your place. Thud. In the next instant, Lin Mu grabbed the man by the hair and slammed him hard against the countertop. Thud. Thud. Once, twice he didn't stop until blood streamed down Huan's face and his breathing ceased. Host unleashed a brutal assault on opponent. Nuclear virtue cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Core benevolence, cultivation speed increased by 110%, total strength now 11. Bolai, host excellently completed the arena task. Reward dispersed, 3,000 great xia coins. Witnessing this scene, the martial artists present held their breath in awe. Big Brother Hua had been brutally beaten to death by this high school student. Whoa! The entire arena fell deathly silent, broken only by the audible gasps of shock. No one could have imagined that a mere high school student would kill Huan outright. With Huan dead, victory was assured. Ahaha, I won. I bet right, but I wish I'd bet more. Only put down $1,000. 1,000 isn't bad. With 10 to 1 odds, that's 10,000. As Lin Mu emerged victorious, some rejoiced while others lamented. 10 to 1 odds. That means I just made 1,000,000 great xia coins. Lin Mu's face was filled with a broad smile. After eliminating Huan, a pallor crept into his normally clear complexion. The consecutive use of the 4th grade lower martial art, the charging step, had already taken a heavy toll on Lin Mu. Adding to that were the tiger stride fist and thunder forged palm techniques. At this point, Lin Mu had little fighting capacity left. Fortunately, he had won this battle. And he had secured 1,000,000 great xia coins. You wagered 100,000 great xia coins at 100:1 odds, meaning 10 times your stake. That makes 1,000,000 great xia coins. The staff member in charge of the underground arena announced, "We'll deduct a 10% service fee as per the arena's regulations." All right. Lin Mu nodded. Even after the deduction, he still had 900,000 xia coins in hand. This was a huge sum. Plus 9 points of vitality. Once the money was transferred, Lin Mu cheerfully stepped down from the ring. Exhausted, he naturally had no intention of continuing. The martial artists present all regarded Lin Mu with a hint of awe in their eyes. This kid had only been in the underground arena for 2 days. He'd already achieved such feats, it was absurdly strong. Not only that, but his ruthless decisiveness and terrifying composure. After defeating Huan, Lin Mu's ranking on the Earth list had climbed to 30. I haven't even taken the Qi blood pill yet. Sitting nearby, Lin Mu retrieved the Qi blood pill obtained from the system and placed it in his mouth. As the name suggests, the Qi blood pill is a spiritual medicine that enhances a martial artist's vital energy and blood. Lin Mu treated it directly as a restorative medicine for his Qi and blood and consumed it. As his Qi and blood recovered, it wasn't long before Lin Mu stepped back onto the stage. The day passed in a flash. Whether it was because Lin Mu had slain Huan or not, few challengers came forward. His core virtue power increased by a mere 3 points. As for the rewards from the packages, they were all money. A full 9,000. Not a bad haul, Lin Mu muttered to himself as he left the underground boxing arena with today's earnings. As Lin Mu departed, in a secret room somewhere within the underground boxing arena, a middle-aged man in a suit sat on the sofa, watching Lin Mu's departing figure on the surveillance monitor. A faint smile appeared on his face. Quite interesting. The man stubbed out his cigarette. Beside him stood a towering martial artist, standing with utmost respect. "Master," the warrior addressed him, his voice as deep and resonant as a cannon's roar. The tall martial artist spoke, his voice as deep and resonant as a cannon. "Correct, it's him." The middle-aged man nodded. "Observe him for a few days first. They haven't returned yet. Someone like this can't die in the underground fighting arena." Hearing this, the tall martial artist nodded. "Understood, Master." Chapter 28, The Flaming Fire Cultivation Method. Back in the slums, Lin Mu stripped off his clothes and washed away the fatigue from his body. This day had been nothing short of a complete success. A whopping 900,000 daxia coins hit his account, sending him into a frenzy of excitement. In all his life, Lin Mu had never earned this much money. Combined with his previous savings, Lin Mu now held 1,000,000 great xia coins in his hands. Even in his previous life, this would have been considered a fortune. Browsing the mall again, Lin Mu's standards had risen considerably. He even began eyeing mid-grade martial treasures. The cheapest mid-grade martial treasures started at over 40,000 great xia coins. Let's take a look at 4th grade martial arts techniques. Lin Mu merely glanced at the page before closing it. The reason was simple, even the cheapest 4th grade martial arts started at 1,000,000 great xia coins. It would have emptied his wallet completely. Better stick to breathing techniques. Lin Mu thought it over and decided it would be best to prepare a breathing technique for himself. After all, that was precisely what he lacked. After browsing through the options, Lin Mu realized that even with 1,000,000 coins in his pocket, he could only afford the most basic breathing technique. Anything above a grade 2 breathing technique cost 1,000,000 great xia coins. Still, paying a bit more for a breathing technique wasn't a problem. After awakening, martial artists could only learn martial arts specific to their chosen profession. Other aspects depended solely on the grade of the chosen breathing technique and the grade of their footwork. Due to the awakening of Crimson Flame, Lin Mu chose the Flaming Fire Cultivation method. First grade breathing technique, Flaming Fire Cultivation method. The moment the payment of 500,000 great xia coins vanished, Lin Mu's face betrayed a hint of pain. That really stings. However, the expenditure of 500,000 great xia coins did grant him 5 points of vitality. Billions near human triggered. Spent 500,000 great xia coins. Gained 5 vitality points. With these 5 additional vitality points, Lin Mu's total now reached 148. He was just 2 vitality points away from becoming a level 6 martial artist. Tonight should be enough. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Once he reached level 6 martial artist, he could continue extracting entries. He wondered what the next skill would be. Though he was currently a level 5 martial artist, with the social anxiety trait boosting him, he could easily handle a level 7 martial artist. With the help of his breaking step technique, defeating an 8th level martial artist would be no problem at all. Not only that, but the 10 points of strength granted by nuclear benevolence essentially equated to a 10-point increase in his current vitality reserves. Simply put, while his physical prowess and speed remain at level 5, his strength now rivals that of a level 6 martial artist. With my current speed, I could easily achieve outstanding results in the martial arts exam. Lin Mu blinked. Becoming stronger really was this simple. Dinner's ready. Su Nang's voice drifted in from outside. Lin Mu rose smoothly and carried the meal she had prepared into the room. It must be said, Su Nang's cooking skills were truly excellent. After finishing the meal, Lin Mu pressed a stack of money into the other person's hand. Here, this is for you. Su Nang looked up in confusion, her beautiful eyes filled with puzzlement. Why are you giving this to me? To buy meat. I'm a martial artist, I need to eat a lot of meat, Lin Mu replied. As a martial artist, his meals couldn't be simple either. He hadn't had money before, so he hadn't eaten well. Now that he had money, it was time to indulge his palate. Especially today, after such a drain on his chi and blood, he felt exhausted. Even after his chi and blood recovered, that sense of fatigue lingered. No wonder martial artists are such money pits. Without these resources, Lin Mu probably wouldn't even have reached level 3 martial artist status. Oh. Su Nang took the money and tucked it into her waist pouch. Living in the slums is inconvenient. First, it's hard to test my current strength, and second, practicing martial arts makes too much noise. Now that Lin Mu had money, he dared to think about anything. After much deliberation, he decided to move to a new place. That night, Lin Mu retired early. Early the next morning, the Martial Arts Association delivered the breathing technique. Lin Mu stored the breathing technique and went to find Aunt Li, informing her that he would soon be leaving. Little Mu is leaving too, huh? Aunt Li's face softened with affection. You've really made something of yourself. Auntie Li, once things settle down, I'll come back to visit you all, Lin Mu said with a hint of a smile. There's no need for that. Now that you're a martial artist, your time is precious. We're not important. Aunt Li hurriedly replied, her weathered face breaking into a warm smile. Auntie Li, take this. Lin Mu pressed a stack of money into her hands. Little Mu, what are you doing? Auntie Li protested, trying to push it away. But after Lin Mu's repeated insistence, she finally accepted the money. Lin Mu led Su Nang out of the slums. Once they reached the city center, Lin Mu pulled out his phone and rented an apartment. The rent wasn't cheap, 800,000 yuan a year. However, Lin Mu only paid for 5 months, he intended to rent it for just 3. The apartment featured its own martial arts training room and strength testing equipment, eliminating the need for Lin Mu to bother with gyms or similar facilities. 3 bedrooms, 1 living room, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, it'll do. Lin Mu clapped his hands, thoroughly satisfied with the place. Both the environment and the surroundings were vastly superior to the slums. Su Nang also looked around curiously. This place was infinitely better than the one she had visited. Do I still need to stay at Aunt Li's place? Su Nang suddenly remembered something and asked. No need. You'll stay in the other room. Lin Mu gestured toward the adjacent room. Oh, okay. Su Nang nodded and returned to her room. Lin Mu, meanwhile, headed to the martial arts training room. Sitting cross-legged on the meditation cushion, Lin Mu took out the Flaming Fire Cultivation technique and began his practice. The Flaming Fire Cultivation method channeled vital energy to awaken flame attributed chi within oneself. The cultivation method enhanced one's ability to channel chi and blood, accelerating their cultivation progress. Subsequently, it cultivated elemental power to enhance one's combat prowess. Breathing techniques also unlock additional abilities. For instance, once his Flaming Fire Cultivation method reached a certain stage, he could wield flames for attack even without employing martial arts. More advanced breathing techniques unlock even greater powers. Flame breathing technique. Lin Mu gently closed his eyes and began practicing according to the instructions of the flaming breath cultivation method. As time slowly passed, with each inhale and exhale, wisps of white mist escaped from Lin Mu's nostrils. Host cultivating the flaming fire cultivation technique. Unwilling to accept defeat triggered. As the first breathing technique mastered, the flaming fire cultivation technique has advanced directly. The flaming fire cultivation technique has advanced to the crimson flame cultivation technique. The crimson flame cultivation technique is the advanced form of the flame breathing technique. It enables the release of crimson flames, projecting the fiery energy outward to manifest as fire-based martial arts. It possesses partial combat capabilities and higher attribute proficiency. The crimson flame cultivation technique has reached minor mastery. As the never give up trait activated, Lin Mu was utterly astonished. Simultaneously, his facial expressions became incredibly vivid. This, advanced? Chapter 29, New Entry Critical Damage. The flaming fire cultivation technique has advanced to the flaming crimson cultivation technique. Lin Mu eagerly checked his current stats panel. Name, Lin Mu. Vitality, 148 level 5 martial artist. Occupation, unemployed martial artist. Strength, 11. Martial arts, peak edge fist mastery, basic sword technique mastery, Foshan leg mastery, thunder forged palm mastery, charging step minor mastery, azure peak sword technique peak mastery, tiger stride fist mastery, flaming crimson spear technique mastery. Technique, 2nd grade flaming crimson cultivation method minor mastery. Keywords, social anxiety, never gives up, core goodness, approaches people with billions, bought and paid for. 2nd grade breathing technique? Lin Mu's face instantly lit up with delight. He never expected to advance from a 1st grade breathing technique to a 2nd grade one in one go. Guess I saved myself a pretty penny. For Lin Mu, the 2nd grade breathing technique was already an exceptional cultivation method. But for those backed by powerful families and born into privilege, even a 2nd grade breathing technique was considered inferior. Still, Lin Mu felt no anxiety. He relied entirely on his own efforts. Lin Mu drew the blunt sword from the table, gripping its hilt firmly. He activated his dantian, and suddenly, a crimson flame erupted, climbing up the entire blade. The surrounding temperature rose along with it. Then Lin Mu dispelled the flames from the sword. Raising his fist, he stepped before the wooden man. Boom! Crimson flames engulfed his fist. Lin Mu drew his left leg back, then slammed his fist into the wooden dummy with tremendous force. Thud! A dull thud echoed, accompanied by the crackling sound of flames. The force of this punch exceeded 1500 gene. Strength, 1573 gene. This seemingly ordinary punch unleashed a force typically only achievable by a level 6 martial artist. With the boost from social anxiety, this punch's power could increase by another 100 or 2 pounds. But such an increase was more than sufficient. With the 2nd grade breathing technique in hand, Lin Mu's cultivation progress showed no signs of slowing. That single night saw Lin Mu's vitality rise from 148 points to 150 points. 2 points of vitality gained in a single night. Congratulations, host, on advancing to level 6 martial artist. You may draw 1 infinite attribute. Draw. Infinite attribute draw in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained critical damage. Critical damage, upon attacking, there is a chance to double the force of the strike. Can be integrated into martial arts. Integrating it into martial arts will alter their nature. Critical damage, this was the first entry Lin Mu could integrate into his martial arts. Doubles my strength when I strike? I wonder what the probability is. Lin Mu didn't rush to integrate it into his martial arts. Instead, he approached the wooden man and began throwing punches. Thud! 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 Punch after punch landed on the wooden dummy. On the display screen beside it, the force generated by each strike flashed up continuously. 1561 gene. 1592 gene. 1523 gene. After countless punches, just as Lin Mu's fist struck the wooden dummy, a deafening sonic boom erupted. Boom! The immense force sent the wooden dummy reeling violently. Meanwhile, the screen beside him suddenly displayed the force generated by that single punch. 2001 gene. The critical hit added a staggering 400 gene to his base strength. This was a feat only achievable by a 10th level martial artist. Though the probability was low, with good luck, it could secure victory in a single strike. Now let me see what difference this critical damage, fused into martial arts, can make. Lin Mu stroked his chin, temporarily infusing the critical damage into his thunder forging palm. While the trait could alter martial arts, Lin Mu was merely testing it for now, hesitant to fuse it into any martial art above the 3rd rank. Thunder Forging Palm has integrated the critical damage attribute. The lower tier 2nd grade Thunder Forging Palm has been altered, advancing to a lower tier 3rd grade martial art. Grade 3 Thunder Forging Palm, upon execution, thunder erupts explosively. In an instant, the Thunder Forging Palm underwent a qualitative transformation. Not only that, but the Thunder Forged Palm, after integrating the entry, gained an additional attribute. A strange memory merged into Lin Mu's mind, as if innate, allowing him to wield it effortlessly. Let me test this lightning forging palm after integrating the fusion entry. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together eagerly. His left fist transformed into a palm as chi and blood surged through his body. A purple thunderbolt spontaneously coiled around his left palm. Thunder roared, purple lightning flickered, and Lin Mu unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Crackle! The thunder forging palm struck the wooden dummy's torso. The purple lightning spread outward like a sea of fire, instantly radiating in all directions. Each bolt was as thick as an arm, and the muffled thunderclap shook the entire training hall. 2000 Gene. Glancing at the display screen beside him, the force reading had surged straight to 2000. That single strike actually reached 2000 Gene? Lin Mu was utterly stunned by this result. This wasn't some critical hit bonus, it was pure, raw power unleashed in a single strike. Moreover, the thunder-forged palm had transformed from single target damage into area of effect damage. The improvement was immense. The energy drain is considerable. At my 6th tier martial artist level, I can probably only unleash it 3 times. After unleashing the strike, Lin Mu's face paled slightly. But that was more than enough. Among level 10 martial artists, Lin Mu was virtually unbeatable. What's that noise? Just then, Su Naing's voice came from outside the room. Nothing. Just practicing my martial arts. Lin Mu replied, and the noise outside immediately ceased. Thank goodness I rented this place. Otherwise, that palm strike would have wrecked half the house. Lin Mu murmured with relief. After gathering his gear, he headed back to the underground boxing arena. Before he knew it, 15 days had passed. For those 15 days, Lin Mu had been at the underground boxing ring. His victory over Huinan had made him quite famous, deterring many from challenging him. In 15 days, he fought only 9 matches, failing to trigger even the guaranteed fight feature. Meanwhile, his nuclear virtue had increased by 8 points in strength. Now, he was just 1 point away from reaching the threshold required to claim a reward. Over these past 7 days, Sang City had seen its fair share of events unfold. With the martial arts exam approaching, all senior high students were preparing for it. The privileged prodigies, backed by powerful connections, employed ever more ingenious methods to enhance their cultivation. Zhang Li of the ancient martial arts Zhang family had now reached 140 points of vitality, leaping to become a level 5 martial artist. He is the first martial artist among Song City's current batch of seniors to reach 140 vitality points. Not only that, but as a level 5 martial artist, Zhang Li had successfully completed an entry-level secret realm. This news sent shockwaves through the community, leaving many in awe of Zhang Li's formidable strength. As for Lin Mu, who had made a name for himself at the exchange conference, he had vanished without a trace for half a month. Another piece of news, the warriors who journeyed to the Beast Wastes have returned. Chapter 30 Directed Mission Quota. This news was, by all accounts, a welcome development. These days, the entire city of Song was on high alert, with martial artists from the Martial Arts Association patrolling the streets every night. Now, the martial artists of the Martial Arts Association have returned from the Beast Wilderness. Inside the Martial Arts Association, Su Wei sat in his 7th floor office. Before him lay a broken long sword, stained with the dried blood of some demonic beast stains that could not be washed away. A middle-aged man in a suit sat on the sofa opposite him. Director Su, how did the operation go? The man in the suit inquired. It's fine, Su Wei replied indifferently. The disturbance in the Beast Wilderness was caused by the Beast King's daughter escaping on her own. The Beast King mobilized his creatures to search for her. Su Wei, if the Beast King fails to find his daughter, might his wrath extend to Song City? The man in the suit looked at Su Wei and asked. He certainly will, Su Wei nodded, his voice growing solemn. But as the only wilderness untouched by the abyssal demons, the Beast King has his own headaches to contend with. He won't launch a major offensive in the near future. Song City must remain under martial law for the time being. Every household must be searched for any suspicious individuals. We must find the Beast King's daughter. Hearing this, the man in the suit nodded. Understood, Director Su. You didn't call me here just for this matter, did you? After addressing the urgent matter, Su Wei's gaze shifted back to the other man. Su Si, that kid you mentioned Lin Mu has already shown up at the underground boxing ring. The man in the suit spoke up. Su Wei lifted his head, a hint of surprise flickering in his cloudy eyes before vanishing. Not bad. Su Wei inquired. Quite impressive. The man in the suit gave him an extremely high evaluation. It's been 10 years, and Beizhou has never granted a single recommendation spot. Su Wei suddenly remarked, not even Shishir City, the provincial capital, has ever received one. And this time, for reasons unknown, Sang City has been granted one direct admission spot. At these words, the suit man's previously composed expression instantly lost its composure. What? Director Su, you're not joking, are you? No. Su Wei shook his head. This time, the higher-up specifically granted Song City one direct admission spot. Well. Song City hasn't produced a single candidate in 10 years, and now we get one direct admission opportunity. The man in the suit smiled, his expression brimming with emotion. Don't get too excited just yet. Sun City getting one spot means the competition won't be any less fierce. Su Wei waved his hand, signaling the other man to hold his excitement. Among the cities in Yunzhou, Song City held the least influence. This direct admission spot should rightfully belong to the provincial capital, Shishir City, yet it has been granted to Song City instead. When the time came, countless geniuses would undoubtedly flood into Song City, vying fiercely for that single spot. At these words, the smile on the man in the suit vanished abruptly. Clearly, Su Wei's words had awakened him to the reality. Director Su, Song City is different this time. With Lin Mu, the unranked martial artist, present, if we cultivate him properly, we should be able to compete for the recommendation spot in the time remaining. The man in the suit emphasized, placing the focus squarely on Lin Mu. Leave this matter to you, Su Wei nodded. This recommendation slot is crucial for Song City's future development. Under no circumstances can we let people from other cities take it. Now, we can only hope no one from the capital comes. Su Wei sighed. Shangjing. The man in the suit said nothing more. Start with Lin Mu. The Zhao family won't rest easy, Su Wei added. Just give Lin Mu a little covert support. A prodigy like him needs space to truly reveal his potential. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit nodded. Understood, Director Su. In the apartment Lin Mu rented within the residential complex. 2.5 months remained until the martial arts exam. For the past 15 days, Lin Mu had either been training at the underground boxing ring or practicing martial arts at home. In just under half a month, Lin Mu had made significant progress. His level had smoothly reached level 7. As for other changes, there weren't many. Over this period, most of the martial artists Lin Mu encountered had come looking for trouble. Interestingly, several of them knew his name. Like Huan Nan that day. Still the Zhao family. A hint of coldness flickered in Lin Mu's clear eyes. After the incident in the secret realm last time, he hadn't given the Zhao family much thought. Even after killing Huan Nan and learning from him that the Zhao family was targeting him, he hadn't given it much thought. After all, with Su Si speaking up to protect him, the Zhao family's actions would surely be limited. But now it seemed the Zhao family held little fear of Su Si. It wouldn't be long before several mysterious masters appeared in the underground fighting arena to challenge him. When I grow stronger, he murmured, the Zhao family will be the first to feel my wrath. Lin Mu murmured under his breath. In this world of survival of the fittest, the Zhao family was stronger than him, and Lin Mu had no complaints. But don't wait until the moment he surpasses the Zhao family. Then, no one would be able to save the Zhao family. System, draw an entry. Infinite entry drawing in progress. Victory favors the brave. After each battle, whether against humans, beasts, or abyssal demons, every victory grants you the option to claim a reward. Rewards increase with the number of victories. Note, this entry cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. Excellent. Seeing this entry, Lin Mu's face lit up with a smile. What he lacked most were resources. Now, with this victory favors the brave skill, it was the perfect match for the pre-packaged skill. Meanwhile, within the Zhao household. After half a month of probing, Zhao Huayan had gained a rough understanding of Lin Mu's martial arts. Lin Mu possesses a footwork technique that appears to be a third-grade skill, along with the fully mastered Tiger's Stride Fist, a lower-tier third-grade art. Beyond that, he cultivates the peak-tier Green Peak Sword technique and Thunder-forged palm. Zhao Huayan sat in his high seat, listening to the intelligence gathered by his spies over the past days. That was the full extent of Lin Mu's martial arts. As for his cultivation level, he's likely a 6th-rank martial artist. Yet the power he unleashes rivals that of an 8th-rank practitioner. As Zhao Huayan continued his report, the murderous intent in his eyes grew increasingly intense. Challenging opponents far above his level, and mastering martial arts to an extraordinary degree. These two factors alone were sufficient grounds for Zhao Huayan to eliminate Lin Mu. Master of the house, should we inform young master? Asked the third elder of the Zhao family. The martial arts examination is imminent. I hear Song City has secured a direct admission spot this time. For now, let Minger continue his training. On the day of the examination, he shall shine brilliantly. Zhao Huayan shook his head. Very well. Now that we understand Lin Mu's martial arts, it's time to make him show his hand. Our Zhao family has raised him for 23 years. It's time for him to repay us. Chapter 31, Zhang Li challenges the arena. Underground arena. On the stage, Lin Mu wearing a monkey face mask defeated the burly man before him with a single punch, claiming victory in the match. Unfortunately, nuclear benevolence didn't boost his strength, and pre-packaged didn't activate either. TSK Tisk, he's getting more and more formidable. Yeah, this kid's already cracked the top 30. Wonder if anyone will challenge him today. Many people have long been well aware of Lin Mu's true strength. This high schooler is simply too formidable. Carrying his gun case and sword case, from the day he first stepped into the underground boxing ring until now. He has never drawn his spear, which is one of his hidden tactics. Many had speculated whether Lin Mu wielded a spear. But judging by his performance, he was most likely just an unranked martial artist of unknown caliber. In other words, a freelancer. No one had considered the possibility that he might be the one they were looking for. Having offended the Zhao family, Lin Mu would never dare set foot in the underground boxing arena. Otherwise, how could the Zhao family let such an opportunity slip by? Word of the feud between Lin Mu and the Zhao family had spread to some extent. After all, it had caused quite a stir, unfolding right before the eyes of numerous factions. Unranked martial artists were not unheard of in Great Xia. But a red-grade unemployed martial artist is an extremely rare find. I wonder how much stronger this man is compared to Lin Mu. Someone remarked, gazing at Lin Mu's figure. Hard to say. Lin Mu hasn't been here before, but judging by his previous performance, he's probably no slouch either. Heh, I'd say Lin Mu wouldn't stand a chance against the man before us. Someone chuckled, clearly impressed by Lin Mu's strength. Exactly. His combat prowess without consuming beef is simply too formidable. Among his peers in the entire Tsung city, few could stand against him. Lin Mu heard every word they said, not missing a single syllable. Fine, fine. I'll fight myself. Lin Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Oh, by the way, haven't you guys gone to check out the place next door? Oh? I heard a newcomer moved in next door, apparently Zhang Li from the Zhang family. Zhang Li from the Zhang family? At this mention, many eyes immediately turned toward the speaker. Yeah, his martial arts bear the Zhang family's signature style. And despite his youth, he's incredibly strong. He's already won 2 matches in a row. I reckon he's about to start his third. Let's hurry over and see. Another prodigy has arrived who knows how much better he is than that guy who won't eat beef? The crowd rushed toward the second arena. Hey, no beef kid, wanna come with us? Someone called out to Lin Mu, extending an invitation. Hearing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Zhang Li from the Zhang family? Well, that might be worth seeing. Without delay, Lin Mu descended from the platform and followed the crowd toward the second stage. The second arena lay at the back of the room. Though called a room, it was actually a full 300 square meters in size. At this moment, the second arena had already drawn a crowd of fighters from the underground boxing circuit. The Zhang family's prodigy, Zhang Li, had drawn considerable attention with his first move. On the platform, Zhang Li stood completely exposed, without any concealment. His identity as a member of the renowned Zhang family of ancient martial arts meant he had no need to conceal anything. After all, once his martial arts were revealed, everyone would know exactly who he was. As for Lin Mu, his humble origins meant few paid him much attention. On the stage, Zhang Li faced a martial artist wielding a long spear. Zhang Li and this opponent exchanged blows in a fierce back and forth, with Zhang Li executing his martial arts to the fullest. Ultimately, the opponent fell to a feint from Zhang Li. Lin Mu recognized this move. It was the very same technique the opponent had used against him at the exchange conference. Witnessing this, many in the crowd visibly stiffened. Zhang Li of the Zhang family is truly formidable. He's quite formidable. No wonder he comes from an ancient martial arts lineage. The Zhang family's prodigy came here just to polish his reputation, didn't he? On stage, after defeating his opponent, Zhang Li followed Lin Mu's earlier example by delivering a finishing blow. Though he didn't kill his opponent, he ensured the man lost all ability to fight. Only after completing this did Zhang Li cease his actions. His calm gaze swept over the crowd, showing no emotion whatsoever. Suddenly, Zhang Li spotted Lin Mu wearing the monkey mask, and his heart skipped a beat. Why does this man feel so familiar to me? Zhang Li felt a pang of surprise. He was certain he had seen those eyes somewhere before, yet he couldn't quite place them. Is anyone else coming forward? Anyone below 7th level martial artist may step onto the stage. Then, setting the matter aside, Zhang Li spoke up. As the prodigy of the ancient martial Zhang family, Zhang Li spoke with absolute confidence. Compared to Lin Mu earlier, he was perhaps a bit too proud. I wonder who'd be stronger, genius Zhang or someone who doesn't eat beef? Ha, that's a no-brainer. It's definitely no beef. Exactly. No beef ranks among the top 30 on the Earth list. Exactly. Though no beef and genius Zhang are the same age, their strength is worlds apart. Many voices chimed in now, all taking sides against Lin Mu in this matter sparked by him. Hearing the chatter around him, Zhang Li found himself intrigued. He had been at the underground boxing arena for 2 days now. He'd heard plenty about this no-beef fellow. Though roughly his age, this fighter possessed terrifying combat prowess. In just half a month, he had climbed straight into the top 30 of the Earth rankings. With such formidable strength, even Zhang Li knew he stood no chance against him. Hey, if I beat him, would I get the 2,000 bonus? Lin Mu asked. Of course you would, a martial artist beside him nodded. As long as it's consecutive wins, defeating your opponent earns you the prize money. But if he beats you, he'll pocket 8,000 yuan. The martial artist beside him glanced at Lin Mu and instantly guessed his thoughts. Why pass up easy money? Lin Mu smiled faintly. Who told you not to eat beef? On the stage, Zhang Li swept his gaze across the crowd and asked haughtily. I am Zhang Li of the ancient martial arts Zhang family. May I take the stage to exchange a few moves? As a member of the ancient martial Zhang clan, pride burned within him. He refused to be outdone by anyone. Not even Zhao Ming of the Zhao family. All eyes in the room instantly converged on Lin Mu. So you're the one who won't eat beef? Zhang Li's gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Yeah. You wanna fight me? Lin Mu nodded and spoke. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Zhang Li's expression shifted slightly upon hearing Lin Mu's accent. That voice, combined with those eyes. No, it couldn't be. Lin Mu was merely an unranked martial artist. Even with his red tier quality, it was impossible for him to achieve such remarkable results in the underground fighting arena. Chapter 32, Blue Fox, I come for you. What else could it be? Lin Mu crossed his arms, his sword case and gun case strapped to his back, and nodded. Zhang Li looked up and noticed the weapon strapped to Lin Mu's back. The sight of that gun holster instantly filled him with a sense of foreboding. This guy couldn't possibly be Lin Mu, could he? No, it can't be. If it really were Lin Mu, wouldn't his speed of breaking through realms be terrifyingly fast? Zhang Li shook his head, refusing to believe the man before him was Lin Mu. Come on, he'd only been here for 2 days. Within the clan, he'd long been privy to the rules governing the underground fighting arena. The top 30 on the Earth rankings were all at least 8th level martial artists. Lin Mu had neither resources nor a mentor to guide him. How could he possibly achieve such results in just half a month? Moreover, his current cultivation level was merely that of a 6th rank martial artist. Even this advancement had been achieved only by expending vast sums of the clan's wealth over the past fortnight, relying on chi blood chambers and elixirs. As for martial arts, he had only mastered a 3rd grade martial art to perfection. And that was only possible thanks to the abilities granted by his awakened profession. As for Lin Mu, he probably hasn't even reached level 5 yet. You up for it? Lin Mu glanced at his opponent and asked. Just sparring, Zhang Li replied. Regardless of whether this person was Lin Mu, based solely on his strength, Zhang Li knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Don't go too far was Zhang Li's stipulation. Agreed. After a moment's thought, Lin Mu nodded in consent. Good. Zhang Li hummed in acknowledgement before stepping aside. Lin Mu stepped directly onto the stage. Just a friendly spar, remember. Heh, genius Zhang isn't stupid. He knows he's no match for the other guy, which is precisely why he dared to accept the challenge. That's true. The crowd didn't find Zhang Li's approach particularly surprising. After all, the Zhang family's prodigy wasn't short on money. Coming here was merely a chance to hone his skills. Lin Mu was a different story. He needed the money. The moment Lin Mu stepped onto the stage, an invisible pressure swept over Zhang Li for some reason. What is going on? Zhang Li stared at Lin Mu before him, puzzled by the sudden sense of pressure he felt. It hadn't even started yet. I'm no match for this man to begin with. I can't reveal my trump card. Zhang Li murmured to himself, then took a deep breath and charged toward Lin Mu. His footsteps were lightning fast, his breathing perfectly rhythmic. Evidently, Zhang Li had cultivated a breathing technique of considerable caliber. With Zhang Li's move, the duel officially commenced. Zhang Li wore silver fist blades, a low-grade martial treasure glinting with white light. His hands swept forward in a Tai Chi-like rotation, unleashing a powerful pulling force that engulfed Lin Mu. Lin Mu stomped the ground violently, his formidable force field instantly neutralizing the pulling force. The next instant, Zhang Li thrust both hands forward, unleashing a sudden burst of white energy that slammed toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu countered with a thunderous punch. His chi surged like a dragon, transforming into white vapor that streamed from his fingertips, smashing the attack head-on. You're also a 3rd grade martial artist? Seeing this, Zhang Li's heart skipped a beat. But upon remembering his opponent's ranking, the surprise faded. Having already unleashed his mid-tier 3rd grade martial art, the Tai Chi cloud manipulating hand, he held nothing back. After shattering Zhang Li's technique with a single strike, the masked Lin Mu stepped forward, his body closing in on Zhang Li at blinding speed. What? Zhang Li's expression instantly changed. Such blinding speed, what realm could this man possibly be in? Just as Zhang Li moved to block Lin Mu's attack, Lin Mu's fist had already loomed before his eyes. Boom! Zhang Li's pupils contracted sharply. The next instant, he was sent flying by the punch. He landed flat on his back, every bone in his body feeling like it was about to shatter. Alright, that's it. Wrap it up. Lin Mu clapped his hands. The fight had been effortless, utterly without challenge. Instant kill. No wonder he doesn't eat beef. Fierce. He's still the same, knocks opponents out in an instant at the drop of a hat. Witnessing this scene, everyone felt a sense of familiarity with Lin Mu's approach. Zhang Li lay on the ground, his body throbbing with pain. He slowly rose to his feet, his clear eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. This guy, what's his deal? Despite losing the match, Zhang Li was intensely curious about Lin Mu's background. Lin Mu had handled this match with ease. 2,000 coins were easily earned. Delivery completed, mission accomplished. Reward, 4th grade martial arts fragment 1. Question mark. Lin Mu was utterly baffled. What's this about fragments? May I ask your name? At that moment, Zhang Li's voice came from nearby. Turning around, Zhang Li was clutching his chest, staring at Lin Mu with a hint of curiosity on his face. No. Lin Mu shook his head flatly. At that moment, somewhere on the second arena, a middle-aged man in a suit was walking toward them. Zhang Li's expression shifted slightly, surprised that the other party had refused. Then could you at least tell me your age? Zhang Li asked again, his face clearly showing reluctance. His fists clenched tightly. He refused to believe those people's claims that the guy nicknamed No Beef standing before him was, like himself, just a high school student. No. Lin Mu was about to refuse when a cold voice suddenly called out to him. No beef, I challenge you. Everyone was drawn by the voice and turned to look. There stood a tall, slender man wielding a long spear, his face concealed by a blue fox mask. His gaze was cold and unyielding as he fixed it on Lin Mu. Upon seeing this man, everyone present recognized his identity. He's the Blue Fox, ranked 28th on the Earth list? Blue Fox? I thought that was his ranking from half a year ago. Whoa, Blue Fox hasn't been to the underground arena in 3 months. And now he shows up and challenges someone who doesn't eat beef? Hearing the name, Zhang Li's expression instantly betrayed a hint of surprise. Green Fox. He had heard that name from his clan elders. He'd heard the man's origins were shrouded in mystery. While his innate talent wasn't terrifying, his actual combat prowess was formidable. At 23 years old, he was only at the 9th level, yet his martial arts and combat techniques were terrifying. He consistently dominated the top 30 of the Earth rankings, and no martial artist below the 9th level could stand against him. Apart from his lack of terrifying innate talent, within his cultivation realm, he was practically invincible. The elders had explained that Qinghu wasn't incapable of advancing his cultivation level. Instead, under the guidance of a master, he had chosen to perfect every level to its utmost before moving forward. Therefore, once he breaks through to the 10th level, it will be a qualitative leap. What realm are you at? Lin Mu didn't accept the offer, instead fixing his gaze on the other and asking. Level 9, Qinghu replied indifferently. Whether you accept or not, I know your identity. I have come for you. Chapter 33, the battle has only just begun. Qinghu stood atop the arena platform, a long spear gripped in one hand, his gaze coldly fixed upon Lin Mu below. Come. Let me see if you're worthy of the 30th rank on the Earth list. At this moment, many eyes were fixed on Lin Mu. The battle between the 30th ranked fighter on the Earth list and the 28th ranked fighter who hadn't set foot in the underground arena for 2 months. How spectacular this would be. Moreover, one was a prodigious high school student, while the other was also a prodigy. The two were not far apart in age. Zhang Li stared at the masked Lin Mu, wondering if he would accept the challenge. Here's the deal, Lin Mu said. I'll put up 200,000. If you win, the entire million is yours. Seeing Lin Mu remain unmoved, Qinghu spoke again. At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted involuntarily. Qinghu was actually offering 200,000 yuan outright to tempt Lin Mu into accepting the challenge? Is Qinghu that eager to face someone who doesn't eat beef? I'd say so. Qinghu is still young. He'd definitely want to challenge such a prodigy. While 20,000 is tempting, no beef eater is only an 8th rank cultivator. Numerous martial artists exchanged glances between Lin Mu and Qinghu as they voiced their opinions. 20,000 gold coins? This time, Lin Mu was genuinely tempted. 20,000, that kind of money wasn't easy to come by. Qinghu before him, Lin Mu, had been in the underground arena for over half a month and had naturally heard of his reputation. A true prodigy. A 9th level martial artist who hadn't graced the underground arena in 2 months. Lin Mu knew nothing about the opponent's techniques or strength. Zero information. But the opponent might be aware of Lin Mu's current martial arts techniques and such. Still. 200,000. I'll take it. After a moment's thought, Lin Mu accepted outright. Seeing Lin Mu's acceptance, the martial artists present were filled with anticipation for the upcoming duel. He actually accepted? Zhang Li was utterly astonished. Watching Lin Mu accept, the delicate face beneath the green fox mask wore a faint smile, one that was decidedly cold. Lin Mu stepped onto the stage. You should be grateful for the choice you've made today. This is a painless death. The blue fox gripped the long spear, raised his hand, and pointed the spear tip directly at Lin Mu. As the words fell, the blue fox struck. His speed was blindingly fast. Within mere breaths, he stood before Lin Mu. The spear was raised high, then brought down with tremendous force. Lin Mu drew the blunt sword from his back and blocked the strike with its blade. Clang! Amidst the clang of metal, Lin Mu's knees buckled slightly as his weight shifted downward. Weapons like spears could unleash tremendous force, but compared to short weapons like swords, they lacked the advantage of agility. The fact that Qinghu wielded a halberd meant he was a halberd martial artist, though the quality of his awakening remained unknown. However, among martial artists, the gap between level 8 and level 9 is negligible unless one reaches level 10. Lin Mu himself was a level 7 warrior. With the comprehensive boost from his social anxiety skill, he held his own against Qinghu without any disadvantage. Moreover, Lin Mu's strength alone was already on par with an 8th level martial artist. After blocking this attack, Qinghu raised the halberd with both hands and thrust forward violently once more toward Lin Mu. A silver light flashed as the spear pierced through as if stabbing a water-filled balloon. Water splashed out, transforming into layers of water spikes that shot toward him. Lin Mu's eyes flickered as he immediately unleashed the green peak sword technique. A burst of azure sword light erupted, parrying the opponent's strike. Immediately, the two became entangled once more. Watching their fierce exchange, the crowd realized neither fighter would gain the upper hand anytime soon. Beyond its sheer spectacle, the battle revealed Lin Mu's formidable strength. He was actually holding his own against Qinghu. Meanwhile, somewhere on the arena, a man in a suit watched Lin Mu sparring with Qinghu, his brow furrowing. He had come seeking Lin Mu today, yet never imagined the young man would confront Qinghu. The Blue Fox's origins were actually tied to the Zhao family. And the feud between the Zhao family and Lin Mu was no secret to the man in the suit. Watching Lin Mu on the stage, the man in the suit waited. He would never let Lin Mu die on the arena like this. When the time came, he would intervene and save him. As for winning? He never imagined a high school senior who had just awakened his profession could defeat a martial artist who had trained for over 2 years. Especially not someone cultivated under the Zhao family's direct guidance. The battle between Qinghu and Lin Mu had reached a fever pitch. Though only minutes had passed, martial combat shifted in the blink of an eye. Qinghu's strength far exceeded Lin Mu's expectations. No wonder, after years of cultivation, he was still only at the 9th rank. He had nearly perfected every martial art he mastered, and his combat awareness far surpassed Lin Mu's. The long spear in his hand moved with divine precision. Lin Mu was driven into a corner, and Qinghu's spear was already thrusting toward him with deadly force. Die! Tiger's stride fist. Lin Mu unleashed a left-handed punch, unleashing a milky white wave of energy carrying overwhelming momentum. A tiger's roar echoed, shaking the entire arena. Yet Qinghu seemed to have anticipated this move. He gripped his halberd tightly, planted his feet firmly, and instantly summoned a barrier of vital energy before him. Roar! The tiger's roar was completely absorbed, failing to affect the blue fox in the slightest. Lin Mu seemed well aware of this outcome. The green fox had come prepared. Tiger's stride fist? Zhang Li's jaw dropped as he watched Lin Mu unleash the technique, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was no stranger to the tiger's stride fist. And the fact that this individual could unleash the tiger roar ability meant they had clearly mastered the tiger walk fist to perfection. This guy, the more I look at him, the more he resembles Lin Mu. Zhang Li's brow furrowed slightly as he watched Lin Mu's figure on the stage, a sense of familiarity suddenly washing over him. But he dared not admit it was Lin Mu. For if this truly was Lin Mu, then the gap between himself and the opponent would be far too vast. As the tiger's roar faded, the green fox halted only to charge at Lin Mu once more. Every trick you have up your sleeve, I've seen through. This contest you are bound to lose. Beneath the green fox's mask, a faint smile lurked, while its eyes burned with a fierce, unyielding killing intent. This can't go on. It must stop. The man in the suit's expression shifted slightly. Ever since Lin Mu's tiger step fist had been blocked, he knew this contest was already lost for Lin Mu. Just as the man in the suit prepared to intervene, an unexpected turn unfolded on the stage. Lin Mu sheathed his sword and prepared to face Blue Fox with his bare fists. Has he lost his mind? A swordsman fighting the Blue Fox with his bare fists? He's lost his mind. He must be insane. Those present were utterly baffled by this turn of events. But the next second, a shocking sight unfolded before them. After sheathing his sword, Lin Mu lifted his left leg, his heel instantly snatching the spear case from behind him. Snap! The spear's holster swung open. Lin Mu reached out and grasped the gleaming silver spear as it fell from within. With the spear in hand, a faint smile suddenly appeared on Lin Mu's previously composed face. The battle has only just begun. Chapter 34, the outcome is settled. Swish! Seeing the spear in Lin Mu's hands, everyone present felt an unprecedented sense of dread. A spear? This guy wields both a sword and a spear? What the hell kind of profession is this? He wields both spear and sword? That's not eating beef, he's a classless martial artist. A classless warrior? Could it be, he's Lin Mu? Everyone present suddenly realized something. What? Zhang Li was the most stunned of all. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his entire body trembled from sheer disbelief. It wasn't that he didn't believe the man before him was Lin Mu, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Recalling the harsh words exchanged with Lin Mu at the conference, Zhang Li's face drained of color. For the past half-month, he had pushed himself relentlessly every single day, training until his fists bled before stopping. He soaked in potent medicinal baths daily, dedicating himself entirely to cultivation. What was the purpose of all this? To redeem himself before Lin Mu and prove his worth. Yet despite his relentless efforts, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Mu. Not only that, but Lin Mu was an orphan, utterly alone and without any resources. The realization made Zhang Li's vision go dark. What the hell kind of monster is this? Are you the poor bastard or am I, Zhang Li? I still don't believe he's Lin Mu. No. Zhang Li shook his head repeatedly, trying to convince himself otherwise. But the truth was staring him right in the face, he was Lin Mu. This kid, he's got another trick up his sleeve. The suited man, poised to strike, halted in his tracks. Watching Lin Mu grip the spear with unwavering confidence, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, yet was simultaneously stunned by the sight. On the stage, Qinghu stared at Lin Mu gripping the spear, a look of shock spreading across his face. A spear? The intelligence provided by the clan hadn't mentioned this. But after a moment of surprise, the supremely confident Blue Fox chuckled. If that's your choice, then so be it. Show me your true strength. Only then will killing you be worthwhile. Hearing this, Lin Mu grinned. Value? You're not one of the Zhao family's lackeys, are you? At this remark, the face hidden beneath the green fox's mask shifted slightly, though his eyes remained unchanging. Seems I guessed right. Seeing the silence, Lin Mu chuckled again. Zhao family's stray dog, come on. Lin Mu assumed a fighting stance, and in the next instant, he charged toward the blue fox. Blazing flames clung to the gun's barrel. As Lin Mu swung it, the fire spread outward in all directions. Boom! Lin Mu thrust his spear forward. The spear shot out like a dragon, the searing flames transforming into fiery serpents that lunged toward the blue fox. The blue fox raised its long spear, twisted its wrist, and swung the spear, effortlessly parrying the strike. But Lin Mu gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath, charging forward once more. The two continued their fierce entanglement. With Lin Mu finally unleashing his true strength, his combat power had more than doubled. Those watching Lin Mu wielding the spear were utterly astonished. Not only did he not eat beef, but he had also concealed this formidable technique. Didn't this mean his true strength far surpassed his ranking as the 30th on the Earth list? This contest was suddenly far from decided. Armed with his spear, Lin Mu fought the Azure Fox to a virtual stalemate. With the boost from several skill enhancements, Lin Mu held his own against the blue fox. Bang! Their weapons clashed once more, sparks flying fiercely as both fighters were forced backward. Qinghu took a step forward, his spear emitting mist as intense power gathered along its shaft. Lin Mu likewise unleashed the flaming crimson spear technique. Fire serpents surged forth like dragons, the blazing flames instantly shifting from crimson to a fiery scarlet. Feeling the rising temperature around him, Qinghu's expression shifted slightly in that instant. The cultivation technique you wield is also second grade? The blue fox exclaimed in astonishment. But after a moment of shock, he gripped the spear shaft tightly and twisted his palm. Countless droplets of water emerged from the spear's shaft, then a massive waterfall erupted as the blue fox swung his long spear. The cultivation technique practiced by the blue fox was the second-grade water breathing method. It was perfectly countered by Lin Mu's flaming crimson cultivation technique. As both men fought without holding back, the tension in the air instantly reached a fever pitch. The entire arena fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the faint rustle of everyone's breath. Boom! Fire serpents descended as Lin Mu's spear shot out horizontally. At that very moment, the Azure Fox's halberd crashed down with thunderous force. The collision of their ultimate attacks unleashed a force that radiated outward instantly, centered on the two combatants. The powerful shockwave forced many martial artists to stumble backward. Amidst the shock, anticipation grew who would emerge victorious from this clash. The collision of fire and water churned up a thick mist. Beneath the mist, both figures remained standing in their original positions. Your strength is indeed formidable, and the family head's decision was correct, the blue fox spoke. His gaze was cold as he looked at Lin Mu, a hint of mockery flickering in his clear eyes. But this ends here. The gap in our realms is vast. That strike just now must have nearly depleted all the chi and blood within your body. You have only one chance left to unleash your martial arts. If I evade your third-grade technique, you will die without a doubt. At this point, Qinghu felt utterly confident. True, Lin Mu nodded. But the same applies to you. As he spoke, threads of thunder gathered in his palm. Purple lightning flickered continuously within his palm, the active arcs pulsing rhythmically, as if breathing in an orderly cadence. Seeing this, Qinghu sneered coldly. Second-grade lower martial arts, thunder-forging palm. How could such a technique possibly stand against my next strike? Lin Mu, today I will show you the gap between us. As the words fell, Qinghu gripped the long spear in his hand. Droplets of water fell from its tip, and a chill swept across the entire arena. This is a third-grade upper martial art, the Frost Spear? Judging by the look of it, it's only at the minor mastery level. Even a minor mastery is sufficient. This is a third-grade upper martial art. There's no way a second-grade lower martial art that can't even eat beef could block this. Those present witnessed this scene and seemed to already see the victor of this contest. This is more than enough. Lin Mu's strength has completely surpassed my expectations. There can be no more surprises. The man in the suit took it all in, poised to intervene, but in the next instant, the two combatants on the platform struck simultaneously. Lin Mu unleashed a palm strike. Purple lightning erupted the instant his hand moved, blazing with overwhelming force. The overwhelming force and unstoppable might send shockwaves of terror through every spectator present. Immediately after, this terrifying, monstrous lightning seemed to transform into a ferocious beast devouring everything in its path, exploding violently before the blue fox. Boom! The immense force instantly nullified the green fox's spear strike, while the pulsating lightning struck his chest with brutal force. In the next instant, under the green fox's stunned gaze, the lightning engulfed his fist, instantly hurling him backward. Thud! The blue fox's body slammed heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. Chapter 35 Directed Mission Quota. At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. As the blue fox fell defeated, shock unlike anything seen before filled every pair of eyes. Especially the terrifying thunderous force unleashed by Lin Mu's thunder forging palm moments ago. Even the pinnacle of the thunder forging palm technique couldn't possibly possess such overwhelming might. Is this the thunder forging palm? The man in the suit stared intently at Lin Mu, his mind filled with utter shock. He had prepared to strike twice, yet both times, Lin Mu had turned the tide. Zhang Li was already dumbstruck, unable to utter a word. On the stage, Qinghu lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog, his face deathly pale. The outcome of this match was undeniable. Lin Mu had won. Lin Mu walked step by step toward Qinghu, then crouched down. His clear eyes scanned the other's body repeatedly. Qinghu's eyes were fixed intently on Lin Mu before him. If looks could kill, Lin Mu would have died 1,000 times over. The clan's decision was right. You. The blue fox gritted his teeth, struggling to speak further. But in the next instant, a fist slammed into his throat. Thud! The sound of cracking bones echoed as the blue fox's face drained of color. A mouthful of blood spurted forth. His throat had been shattered by Lin Mu's single blow. The gaze he now returned was utterly icy. Wild dog of the Zhao family, did you think I'd let you live? Lin Mu delivered another punch to the man's chest, the immense force shattering several ribs. Immediately after, Lin Mu delivered another punch, this time aimed directly at the heart. Thud! With a dull thud, Qinghu's heart shattered, killing him instantly. Witnessing this scene, even those accustomed to life and death couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. This was the work of a high school student. Zhang Li felt an uneasy chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. After dispatching the green fox, Lin Mu kicked the corpse off the stage with a single blow. Following this match, Lin Mu's ranking shot up from 30th on the Earth list to 28th. Host dealt a brutal beating to opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host excellently completed the challenge. Bolai has obtained the reward, 4th grade martial art, shatter 1,000 armies long spear. Complete one battle to claim rewards from victory favors the brave. More victories yield better rewards upon claiming. Not claiming. Victory favors the brave vanished. Lin Mu's wins increased by 1, but he declined the claim. Counting the previous battle, his win count now stood at 2. He intended to accumulate more victories before claiming the reward. Impressive skill. Care to join me? Just then, a calm voice sounded from nearby. Lin Mu looked up in that direction. Whoa, it's the owner of the underground boxing ring. Who'd have thought? Not eating beef even got the boss involved. Probably admiring his skills. The moment the men in suits caught sight of the man in the suit, shock rippled through the crowd, and whispers began to circulate. The underground boxing ring boss is actually looking for Lin Mu? Zhang Li also noticed the scene, feeling a surge of surprise. If Lin Mu truly connected with this network, he would gain real influence. As for the Zhao family, with the Martial Arts Association's deterrence in place, they probably wouldn't dare make another move. This guy. Are all red-grade martial artists this freaking abnormal? Zhang Li muttered under his breath, now completely at a loss for words regarding Lin Mu. The man in the suit walked toward Lin Mu step by step, hands behind his back. He made no attempt to conceal his identity, a man in his 30s with a genuinely amiable smile. Compared to the utterly inhumane underground boxing ring, the man before him hardly seemed like the kind of person who would run such a place. What can I do for you? Lin Mu asked. Still, considering the man was the underground boxing ring's boss with connections everywhere, Lin Mu decided to be cautious. Follow me, the man in the suit said casually, then headed toward a nearby room. Seeing this, Lin Mu followed behind him. Before long, the two had left the premises. Upon entering the room, the man in the suit immediately introduced himself. I'm the owner of the underground boxing ring. My surname is Wu. You can call me Boss Wu. Mr. Wu, what brings you here? Lin Mu looked at him and asked. You possess remarkable talent, and I happen to be someone who appreciates genius. The man in the suit sat down on the sofa and gestured for Lin Mu to take a seat as well. With those words, Lin Mu finally understood what was going on. This card contains 1 million yuan. Take it and use it. The man in the suit slid a card toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu froze in place. Why did this feel like being the other woman? Mr. Wu, it really isn't necessary. After a moment's thought, Lin Mu didn't take the card. He wouldn't accept an unearned gift, especially since the owner of this underground boxing ring had such a formidable background. Lin Mu needed to be cautious. You youngster. Seeing Lin Mu refuse, the man in the suit shook his head helplessly, knowing exactly what the other feared. Don't worry, this money is meant to help develop your skills. The man in the suit reiterated. Why cultivate me, Mr. Wu? Just because I'm a genius? Lin Mu asked. Naturally. Before the man in the suit could answer, a faintly familiar voice drifted from within the room. Another door swung open and Su Wei, dressed in plain white robes, stepped inside. Senior Su. Spotting Su Sr., Lin Mu abruptly stood up from his seat. Sit. Su Wei gestured for him to take a seat and the man in the suit promptly rose to greet him. Director Su. Lin Mu exchanged a surprised glance between the man in the suit and Su Wei. Judging by the way he addressed Su as Senior Su, this man in the suit couldn't possibly be from the Martial Arts Association. This is how you help him when I asked for discreet assistance. Su Wei shot the man a disapproving look, seemingly aware of his temperament and choosing not to press the issue. He turned his attention to Lin Mu instead. Enough. This underground boxing ring was founded by the Martial Arts Association in the first place. The man in the suit chuckled and said nothing more. Lin Mu, you should know about the martial arts exam recommendation, right? Su Wei inquired. I know. Lin Mu nodded. Direct admission referred to quotas allocated by elite martial arts academies to specific provinces or cities. Students granted these spots were exempt from taking the martial arts exam and could enter the prestigious academy directly. It could be said that only the most prodigiously talented individuals from a city were qualified to receive such a spot. Upon hearing Senior Su mention direct admission, Lin Mu guessed what it meant. Senior Su, our Song City won't be getting a single recommendation spot this time, will it? Correct, Su Wei nodded. Learning that Song City had secured a direct admission spot, Lin Mu felt a surge of surprise and anticipation. Could it be that Senior Su intended to grant this spot to him? Su Wei glanced at Lin Mu before stating, I've decided to give this direct admission spot to you. Chapter 36 Direct Admission. Su Wei sat upright on the sofa, a steaming cup of tea before him, its surface shrouded in white mist. The room fell silent. Lin Mu blinked. Oh, that I thank you, Senior Su. Watching Lin Mu accept without a flicker of emotion, Boss Wu beside him froze in surprise. That's his reaction? What else did you expect, Mr. Wu? Lin Mu glanced at him, utterly bewildered. If the guaranteed spot was meant for him, then so be it. Isn't this proof that Senior Su believes in his own abilities? Lin Mu, the guaranteed admission spot is yours, but holding on to it won't be so easy. Su Wei remarked indifferently. I will grant you the direct admission spot in the name of Song City. But whether you can withstand the pressure at the top depends entirely on you. Hearing this, Lin Mu looked utterly perplexed. Senior Su, what pressure could possibly come with holding this direct admission spot? This spot is granted by Qingbei University. Su Wei replied, as one of the top 5 universities in the entire Great Xia, they wouldn't grant Song City a spot so easily. Moreover, while the spot is yours, Qingbei University's requirement is that only the most capable shall remain. Anyone who receives this spot must not refuse any challenge to a duel. At these words, Lin Mu's expression finally shifted slightly. Meanwhile, Mr. Wu's expression had already turned grim. Director Su, such conditions exist? Mr. Wu's brows knitted tightly. This effectively meant Song City had no guaranteed admission spots at all. Lin Mu, if you have the confidence, I'll announce the recommendation tomorrow. Su Wei ignored Mr. Wu, his gaze fixed squarely on Lin Mu. All right. Lin Mu hesitated for 3 seconds before nodding. Su Wei nodded. This, he just agreed so readily? Boss Wu blinked rapidly, expecting Lin Mu to hesitate. This guy didn't even think it through. And what's with your reaction, Su Wei? Seeing him agree so easily, aren't you going to give him a word of caution? Amidst Boss Wu's bewilderment, Su Wei tapped the table. Regarding the guaranteed admission spot, after I make the announcement, I'll take you to other cities to challenge their prodigies. Once we've defeated all the prodigies in North Province, if no one from the capital comes, your guaranteed admission is as good as secured. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement and nodded. All right. His reason for agreeing was precisely that this guaranteed spot would allow him to challenge more martial artists. His greatest concern regarding resources now was the lack of challengers. Within the underground arena, he was virtually unrivaled among those below 9th rank. But against 10th level martial artists above the 9th tier, he stood no chance. He'd been fretting over where to enhance his nuclear benevolence power and earn rewards for the protected, and victory favors the brave traits. With such a golden opportunity now presented, Lin Mu could not let it slip away. Go back and prepare, Su Wei instructed. Oh, and Senior Su, what benefits would I gain from having this guaranteed admission spot? Lin Mu asked again. His relationship with the Zhao family wasn't just strained, it was completely severed. Since he was now a recommended student, he should have some privileges, right? Direct admission students are protected by an ironclad decree of the Great Xia Empire. No faction may target them, Su Wei replied, seemingly reading Lin Mu's thoughts. Should any faction dare to harm a direct admission student, the Empire's special forces will be deployed to eliminate them. The Great Xia placed immense importance on its recommended students. Each one is a pillar of the Great Xia Empire. It's no exaggeration to say that any student recommended by a top academy will, upon reaching maturity, become at least a formidable powerhouse. Su Si, after we finish notifying everyone, when should we head out to the other cities? Satisfied with the answer, Lin Mu leaned in eagerly, his face brimming with anticipation. This left Su Wei thoroughly flustered. Why did this guy seem so impatient? You decide, Su Wei replied casually. Then the next day, I guess. All right. Hearing this, Lin Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly. Beside them, Boss Wu was utterly dumbfounded. This kid. But upon reflection, considering Lin Mu's actions today, Boss Wu quickly came to terms with it. In just half a month, Lin Mu had grown from a level 4 martial artist to someone even a level 9 martial artist like Qing who couldn't match. Such talent was probably unmatched in the entire Great Xia Empire. Starting today, the Martial Arts Association's Qi blood instrument is at your disposal free of charge, Su Wei stated. We can also provide you with martial arts breathing techniques. Alright, Lin Mu nodded. He wasn't exactly lacking in martial arts manuals or breathing techniques at the moment. Still, finding a few decent ones wouldn't hurt. After all, one can never have too many skills. Moreover, his cultivation relied entirely on effort and talent, he simply had to work harder. By the way, what level are you now? Su Wei suddenly remembered something and blurted out the question. Senior Su, I'm currently a 7th level martial artist. Lin Mu answered truthfully. 7th level martial artist. For the first time, a hint of surprise flickered in Su Wei's usually serene eyes. In just half a month, a person with no resources whatsoever had managed to raise his Qi blood to 160 points. 7th rank martial artist. Indeed, genius defies ordinary description. Mr. Wu's face was etched with shock before he let out a sigh. Comparing people to each other is enough to drive one mad. No wonder Lin Mu dared to promise guaranteed admission so confidently. With such talent, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would be a breeze. Come with me to the Martial Arts Association. Su Wei said. All right. Lin Mu stood up and followed Su Wei out of the place. Meanwhile, within the Zhao household, Zhao Huayan had already received news of Qinghu's death. Crash. Zhao Huayan slammed the precious tea set in his hands onto the floor, sending shards of blue porcelain scattering everywhere. The secret agents and the 3 elders of the Zhao family knelt on the floor, not daring to breathe a word. Damn it! How could Lin Mu have mastered so many martial arts techniques in just half a month and perfected them at that? This baffled Zhao Huayan completely. His face was twisted with rage, his eyes dark and menacing, as if they could drip venom. His Zhao family had nurtured Tsinghua so meticulously, ensuring he mastered martial arts to perfection at every realm. With his strength, he should never have lost to Lin Mu. Yet the reality was staring him in the face. Master, could it be that Lin Mu has mastered some secret technique leading to all this? The 3rd elder of the Zhao family forced himself to speak. Secret arts? Zhao Huayan turned to face him. Are you suggesting Lin Mu practiced secret arts? Precisely, patriarch. Only this can explain Lin Mu's current state, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family nodded. Lin Mu was already without support. Upon learning of our Zhao families targeting him, he cultivated secret arts, leading to all this today. Hearing this, Zhao Huayan laughed, his eyes darkening. Then tell me, he said coldly, if even our Zhao family possesses no secret arts, how did Lin Mu come by them? This. The 3rd elder of the Zhao family was suddenly at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Master, do you recall the girl residing in Lin Mu's household? The spy interjected, taking up the elder's thread. Something to do with that girl? Zhao Huayan narrowed his eyes. Master, that girl's background is unknown. We found no records of her in Song City, the spy replied. It's highly likely she escaped from somewhere. Moreover, she's exceptionally beautiful, yet Lin Mu has never touched her. I believe she must have offered something of significant value to reach an understanding with him. After hearing this, Zhao Huayan fell silent for a few seconds before saying, that's a possibility. Set aside Lin Mu's matter for today. Compared to him, there's something far more important. Word on the street is that Song City has secured a direct admission spot. Zhao Huayan clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, this recommendation spot my Zhao family will ensure my son Zhao Ming gets it. Chapter 37, Greatly Enhanced Strength. Inside the Martial Arts Association. What kind of martial arts manual do you need? Su Wei stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mu as he asked. Spears and long swords, Lin Mu replied. Currently, the only weapons he mastered were the spear and the sword. Both martial arts were only at the 2nd rank. Thanks to the critical damage attribute, his thunder-forged palm had reached a 3rd grade level. Thus, weaponry martial arts remained one of his weaknesses. All right. Su Wei nodded, then began selecting weapon martial arts for Lin Mu. What breathing technique do you practice? Su Wei inquired further. A fire attribute breathing technique, Lin Mu replied. A fire attribute breathing technique. Then in weapon martial arts, you should also cultivate this type of martial art. Su Wei nodded in agreement and continued, the martial arts you practice are also closely tied to the breathing technique you cultivate. This is the best approach for selecting martial arts. Hearing this, Lin Mu hummed in agreement, a smile spreading across his face as he began selecting martial arts techniques. Having someone provide resources is pretty nice, huh? Lin Mu scanned the offerings at a glance. All that met his eyes were upper-tier 3rd grade martial arts. Fire Blade, 3rd grade upper martial art. Infuses the blade with blazing flames, possessing terrifying lethality against any living creature. Extreme Inferno Spear, a high-tier 3rd-grade martial arts summoning the power of hellfire, terrifying even the gods. Lin Mu quickly made his selection. One was the unremarkable Fire Blade, the other the Extreme Flame Nether Spear. The Fire Blade is passable, Sue commented on Lin Mu's choices. As for the Extreme Flame Nether Spear, without a high-tier breathing technique, you'll struggle to unleash its full potential. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked in confusion. Senior Sue, does this relate to the intensity of the flames? Naturally. Any martial art with an elemental attribute is intrinsically linked to one's breathing technique. Sue explained, but the Extreme Flame Nether Spear, being a 3rd-grade martial art, demands exceptionally high flame intensity. Only by mastering a 4th-grade breathing technique can one unleash this martial art's full potential. I'll give you another chance to choose a martial art, Sue said after a moment's thought. Senior Sue, how about you just give me a 4th-grade breathing technique? Lin Mu chuckled, rubbing his hands as he looked at Sue. A 4th-grade breathing technique retails for 30 million great xia coins, Sue stated flatly. Such techniques are rare on the market. Within the Martial Arts Association, there's only one 4th-grade breathing technique of the thunder attribute. Hearing this, Lin Mu sighed deeply. Alright then. Don't be discouraged. Once you officially enroll at Qingbei University, a 4th-grade breathing technique will be the most basic level. Sue remarked. This top martial arts academy is truly formidable. A 4th-grade breathing technique is merely the most basic level here. Lin Mu was taken aback. Naturally, Sue nodded. You're currently a level 7 martial artist. You're only 3 levels away from breaking through to level 10. Before that happens, let me give you some background on what it means to be a level 10 martial artist. You should understand that the quality awakened by a martial artist's profession largely determines how far they can progress along this path in the future. Sue explained carefully, laying out the facts for Lin Mu. The watershed for martial artists is the 10th rank. Before reaching level 10, the gap between martial artists might only stem from the inherent differences in their chosen professions. But after level 10, martial artists with high-quality awakened professions begin to diverge. At level 10, martial artists break free from their shackles and gain exclusive martial arts unique to their profession. Such martial arts are innate. Once awakened, they become innate martial arts. Due to quality limitations, white-tier warriors can only awaken once specifically after reaching level 10 and cannot awaken again thereafter. This is also why white-tier martial artists cannot progress very far. Listening to Sue's explanation, Lin Mu gained some clarity. After reaching level 10, martial artists truly awaken a unique martial art specific to their profession. And it's instantly maxed out. The reason level 10 is considered a watershed moment is that, in essence, it marks a fundamental shift in how martial artists cultivate. Sue continued, martial artists below level 10 rely entirely on qi and blood for cultivation. But after reaching level 10 or more precisely, when breaking through from level 9 to level 10, a special force becomes necessary. This special force is called spiritual energy. The higher the level of breathing technique, the sooner one can perceive the existence of spiritual energy. Once cultivated, reaching level 10 becomes entirely possible. At this point, Sue's gaze settled on Lin Mu. Lin Mu, having reached level 7 within half a month, you are bound to perceive spiritual energy early. Your talent speaks for itself. With the guaranteed admission spot in your hands, I have no worries. You just received your martial arts manual today. Why not wait a few days before going? Sue asked Lin Mu once more. Even knowing Lin Mu's terrifying talent, setting out the day after tomorrow so soon after receiving the martial arts manual seemed overly rushed. No need. I'll cultivate along the way, Lin Mu replied. Sue hummed in acknowledgement, saying no more. He had never been one for many words. After obtaining the martial arts manual, Lin Mu gained a deeper understanding of martial artists and then departed from the Martial Arts Association. As for the other privileges mentioned by Senior Sue, Lin Mu paid them little mind. His core benevolence and social anxiety traits now significantly accelerated his cultivation progress. Even without relying on instruments or elixirs, Lin Mu's cultivation progress was astonishingly rapid. Back home, Lin Mu eagerly examined the 4th-grade martial art rewarded by the system, Shatter Thousand Armies. The reason he hadn't replaced the Extreme Flame Nether Spear was precisely because he still possessed this 4th-grade martial art, Shatter Thousand Armies. 4th-grade lower martial art, Shatter Thousand Armies. One spear shatters 10,000 armies, like a dragon piercing through. Lin Mu began studying Shatter Thousand Armies. After studying it for a long time, astonishment filled Lin Mu's heart. This Shatter Thousand Armies, no wonder it was a 4th-grade lower martial art. This spear technique was supremely domineering, capable of cultivating a force known as overpowering might. This so-called domineering force functioned like a domineering physique, gathering vital energy throughout the body to form an invisible barrier. But mastering this domineering force was merely the beginning of the Thousand-Soldier Breaker. The spear techniques were grand and sweeping, each thrust carrying immense power and momentum, as if possessed by a war god. Begin cultivating Break Thousand Armies. Refusal to accept defeat triggered. Why has it reached minor achievement when it's also a 4th grade martial art? Thousand Soldier Breaker refuses to accept defeat and begins striving for excellence. After 10 years of arduous spear training, you now rival any modern spearmaster. The 4th grade lower tier martial art, Shattering Thousand Armies, has reached the entry level. Not enough, still not enough. You delve deeper into the martial art and discover a dominant form within Shatter Thousand Armies. Continue training. After 30 years of relentless training, you finally mastered the invincible stance within Breaking Thousand Armies. 4th grade lower tier martial art, Thousand Armies Breaker has reached minor mastery. Chapter 38 Convening the Assembly. Through Lin Mu's relentless efforts, he achieved minor mastery of Shattering Thousand Armies. With this minor accomplishment, Lin Mu had also mastered the power of Overlord Force. Gripping his spear, the 4th grade martial art Shattering Thousand Armies seemed truly like the ultimate technique he had cultivated through years of arduous practice. He clenched his fists with all his might. Surging vital energy erupted from his palms, and instantly, a crimson glow spread across his entire skin. Overpowering force. But it didn't stop there. In this state of overpowering force, Lin Mu swung his spear with devastating force. The Thousand Spears technique, executed with sweeping, powerful strokes as if wielding a broadsword, came crashing down. A faint crimson aura coiled around the spear's shaft, tracing elegant arcs through the air with each of Lin Mu's powerful swings. With each successive thrust, the aura of dominance radiating from his body grew increasingly intense. Lin Mu slammed his spear into the wooden stake before him. Boom! Strength 1937. Power 1942. Strength 1999. After swinging it a dozen times, Lin Mu stopped, panting heavily. This damn Thousand Swords technique really drains my energy. Lin Mu set down the Thousand Spear technique, sat down on the ground, and panted heavily, yet his face bore a slightly excited smile. This Thousand Sword strike truly lived up to its reputation as a 4th grade lower tier martial art. Though it consumed an enormous amount of energy, the explosive power it unleashed was truly formidable. Gazing at the displayed strength and gene on the screen before the wooden stump, Lin Mu felt deeply satisfied. As a level 7 martial artist with 160 vitality points, combined with his strength stat points, he could unleash the power of an 8th level martial artist. His ordinary punch already delivered nearly 1780 gene of force. But when he unleashed Shatter Thousand Armies, every thrust placed him firmly within the realm of a 9th level martial artist. And this was merely the initial mastery of the Thousand Army Piercer. Not only that, but in this state of overwhelming power, Lin Mu's senses and defenses were greatly enhanced. If the Thousand Armies Breaker reaches mastery, I could even unleash the final technique. Lin Mu murmured to himself. The minor achievement of Shattering Thousand Armies could not fully unleash its potential. Only the first technique of the fully mastered Thousand Armies Breaker Army Breaker. That was the true ultimate weapon. Even so, the current minor mastery of Shattering Thousand Armies was sufficient for Lin Mu to handle martial artists within the 9th rank. Next came the Fire Blade. A high-grade 3rd rank martial art. Though its name sounded unimpressive, its rank spoke for itself. Lin Mu began his cultivation. With the Never Give Up trait active, he cultivated this high-grade 3rd rank martial art directly to its grand mastery. Upon mastering the Fire Blade, Lin Mu witnessed its formidable power. Not only could it envelop his sword in flames, but it also enabled him to unleash fire-attributed sword chi. Gripping the blunt sword, Lin Mu felt his chi and blood surge within. With each rhythmic breath, the energy instantly transformed into crimson flames, enveloping the blade. The intense heat instantly raised the temperature within the training hall by several dozen degrees. Lin Mu cultivated fire-attribute cultivation techniques, and now he had awakened the innate talent, Nether Flame. The moment the Fire Blade technique was unleashed, the crimson flames on the blunt sword in Lin Mu's hand instantly turned blood red. Its power multiplied exponentially. With the addition of Nether Flame, this Fire Blade has become even more powerful. A hint of delight flashed across Lin Mu's face. When he originally chose the Fire Blade, he had nearly forgotten about the Nether Flame. After all, the Nether Flame could already imbue weapons with flames. But the Nether Flame couldn't make the flames erupt as sword energy. The Fire Blade, however, could. This meant the martial art hadn't been wasted after all. After brief consideration, Lin Mu decided not to cultivate the remaining Extreme Flame Nether Spear just yet. This martial art truly lived up to what Senior Su had said: without a high-tier fire attribute cultivation method, it couldn't be utilized to its fullest potential. Therefore, Lin Mu chose not to cultivate the Extreme Flame Nether Spear at this time. Next, I'll wait for Senior Su to announce the directed mission spots. Then I can set out to earn power points and accumulate victories. That night, Lin Mu received the news. Not only did the class group chat announce it, but the teacher also required all students to report to the Secret Realm Plaza in the western part of Song City tomorrow. Even Song City itself issued an announcement: tomorrow, an important matter concerning directed mission quotas for the martial arts examination would be declared. Lin Mu knew exactly what this meant. Early the next morning, Lin Mu arrived at Secret Realm Square early. The vast Secret Realm Plaza was teeming with people. Students from all the major high schools had gathered here, creating a bustling scene. Did you hear? Sun City has secured direct admission spots. What? Is that for real? Of course it's true, the Martial Arts Association announced it personally. The students present were all thrilled. Direct admission spots. Too bad it doesn't concern us. Wonder if it's the Zhao family's prodigy or brother Zhangli. I bet it's brother Zhangli. He's golden tier quality. But it could also be Lin Mu, he's red tier quality. I don't think Lin Mu qualifies. What good is a high quality if you don't have the resources? He'd still be trash. The crowd argued back and forth, none willing to concede. Brotherly, looks like you've got this scholarship spot in the bag. A classmate grinned at Zhangli. Hardly. There are others stronger than me, Zhangli replied indifferently. Hearing this, the other's expression froze in place. Whoa, that didn't sound like something Brotherly would say. At that moment, Zhangli felt a pang of unease. That guaranteed admission spot? It definitely wouldn't be his. It would undoubtedly go to Lin Mu. Lifting his head, Zhangli saw that figure. It was Lin Mu. Though Lin Mu wasn't wearing a mask, his slender build and the gun holster and sword sheath strapped to his back already revealed his identity. Seeing Lin Mu arrive, Zhangli felt an immediate weight of pressure. Before him, he felt utterly overshadowed. The guaranteed admission spot is mine, Zhao Ming's to claim. Just then, a cold chuckle echoed from nearby. Zhao Ming, clad in martial attire, approached from afar, a smug smile still on his face. A sword case slung over his back, he was accompanied by elders of the Zhao family as he made his way toward the crowd. His eyes scanned the area, his heart filled with arrogance. This special admission spot, I'll see who dares challenge me for it. Seeing Zhao Ming's arrogance, everyone present wondered just how far he had advanced. After the exchange conference concluded, Zhao Ming had abruptly faded from public view. Now, over half a month had passed. Could his strength have increased dramatically? After all, Zhangli was now at level 5 and had even soloed a basic secret realm. Zhao Ming's awakening quality was inferior to Zhang Li's. Could it be that Zhao Ming had achieved something far surpassing Zhang Li? Zhao Ming, you really don't hold anyone in any regard. Zhang Li couldn't stand the sight of Zhao Ming's attitude and spoke up immediately. Of course I do, Zhao Ming declared, his head held high. The strong exist to humiliate the weak. Besides, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only the mightiest fist earns the right to speak. Chapter 39, I refuse to accept this. Zhao Ming's words sent a wave of indignation rippling through the crowd. But soon, many of the fists clenched tightly because of him relaxed. Because Zhao Ming spoke the truth. This world truly was a jungle where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. Only the strong held sway. Zhang Li stared at Zhao Ming, a cold smile spreading across his face. Then let's see who ultimately secures this guaranteed spot in Song City. Hearing Zhang Li's words, Zhao Ming sneered with disdain. Zhang Li, you're the only opponent I've ever acknowledged. If you give up, that Song City recommendation will undoubtedly be mine. Zhang Li shot him a withering look but said nothing. It seemed the other party was unaware of Lin Mu's situation. Had he known, he wouldn't have uttered such words. Amidst the crowd, Lin Mu naturally overheard Zhao Ming's words. Survival of the fittest. Zhao Ming sees things clearly. He'll save himself a lot of trouble down the road. Lin Mu shook his head as he spoke. Amidst the heated exchange between Zhang Li and Zhao Ming, staff from the Martial Arts Association arrived on the scene. At the head of the group was Su Wei. The moment Su Wei arrived at the once noisy Secret Realm Plaza, the area instantly fell silent. Su Wei's expressionless gaze swept over the crowd before settling at the center of the Secret Realm Plaza. All eyes in the square turned to him as he approached. Today, Su Si would announce the direct admission spots. Song City hadn't produced a direct admission candidate in a very long time. Now that a spot had reappeared, no one knew whom Su Si would grant it to. Or perhaps, under the guise of a contest, he would determine who was most deserving of this spot. Watching Su Wei's arrival, Zhao Ming felt a surge of anticipation. Who would ultimately claim this spot? Su Wei's gaze swept over the assembled crowd before settling on a particular spot with his cloudy eyes. Everyone should be aware that Song City has been granted a recommendation spot, correct? There is only one such spot available, a direct admission offer from Qingbei University. At Su Wei's words, every face in the room shifted. They hadn't expected this recommendation to come from Qingbei University. Qingbei University ranked among the top 5 elite institutions in the Great Xia Empire. It was the pinnacle of academic institutions that every martial artist aspired to enter. Students admitted to Qingbei University held a status far surpassing others in the Great Xia Empire. Who would have thought the recommended admission spot would come from Qingbei University? Indeed, Qingbei University stands in a league of its own. That makes it tough. Qingbei University's direct admission spots aren't something just anyone can get. The students present were all stunned by the mention of Qingbei University's direct admission spot. But upon reflection, they knew these spots would be incredibly hard to secure. Peking and Tsinghua? Not bad, I suppose. Upon hearing the name Qingbei University, Zhao Ming's expression shifted slightly. His face broke into a broad smile, as if he were certain of securing the spot. Zhang Li's expression also shifted slightly as he listened to Su Wei's words. Xingbei University, huh? Though tempted, he knew he stood no chance against a prodigy like Lin Mu. This recommendation spot isn't that straightforward. Su Wei continued, and the room fell silent once more. Even though these are direct admission spots for Qingbei University, Artsang City hasn't secured a single one in nearly 20 years. Whoever secures this spot must accept challenges from anyone. Whoever loses must forfeit the spot to the winner. At these words, the expressions of those present shifted once more. This was the first time they had ever heard such a demand. The direct admission spot was like a hot potato. Whoever held it could not refuse a challenge from another. And if you lost, you'd have to hand over the spot willingly. Such difficulty was undoubtedly the greatest. However, as long as the spot is in his hands, he enjoys all the benefits of the direct admission. Su Wei added at this point. This statement kept the crowd from dispersing just yet. After all, possessing the recommendation slot meant possessing the privilege to enjoy its benefits. Ha ha ha. As the legitimate heir of the Zhao family, even without the perks of a guaranteed admission spot, I won't live any worse than others. Zhao Ming laughed heartily and declared immediately. On the other side, Zhang Li shot him a withering glance. The Zhao family was powerful, no doubt, but there were always those more powerful than them, and the sky was boundless. The Zhao family might be dominant in Sung City, but they certainly weren't the only powerful force around. Lin Mu watched Su Wei quietly, waiting for him to announce who would receive the recommendation spot. The decision on this scholarship has now been finalized. At that moment, Su Wei's words ignited the atmosphere in the room. What? The recommendation spots have already been decided? Who could it be? I bet it's brother Zhang Li. The crowd couldn't help but start speculating. Earlier, Su Si had made it clear, whoever secured the spot couldn't refuse a challenge from the other candidate. In other words, whoever held the spot would be powerless to avoid it. The spot truly depended on one's own strength. Now, upon hearing Su Si announce that the spot had been secured, all eyes turned to him. Who could possibly have secured this spot? Zhao Ming's gaze also fixed on Su Wei. Zhang Li was equally curious. Su Wei's gaze swept across the entire room, and finally, those cloudy eyes settled on Lin Mu in the crowd. Lin Mu of First High School, congratulations. This recommendation spot is yours. Su Wei spoke indifferently as he watched Lin Mu's figure. The moment the result left his lips, the expressions of many present shifted involuntarily. Lin Mu? Could it be that Director Su has taken a liking to Lin Mu's talent? No way. Lin Mu has nothing going for him except one talent: the speed at which he can improve his strength. He can't possibly surpass brother Zhang Li, right? Many students were utterly perplexed by this outcome. The only thing that could possibly justify his receiving the recommendation spot was his red grade quality. But judging by his background, Lin Mu absolutely didn't deserve this spot. So it was him after all. Upon hearing Lin Mu's name, a flicker of surprise flickered in Zhang Li's clear eyes, followed by acceptance. It was Lin Mu, no doubt. Only he possessed the qualifications to claim this spot. Upon hearing that the spot had been given to Lin Mu, Zhao Ming was utterly incredulous. How could it be Lin Mu? Zhao Ming stared at Su Wei in utter shock, his face frozen in disbelief. How could a good-for-nothing like Lin Mu snatch this spot? Could it be solely because of his red quality item? This was utterly incomprehensible to Zhao Ming. While the entire crowd was still reeling in astonishment, Zhao Ming blurted out. I refuse to accept this. Chapter 40, You Dare? Secret Realm Plaza. Zhao Ming's voice boomed out, instantly drowning out many others. Many eyes instantly turned toward this young master of the Zhao family. Su Wei's gaze shifted slowly to Zhao Ming, his tone indifferent. If you refuse to accept it, then step aside and challenge Lin Mu to a duel. Whoever secured Song City's recommended admission spot could challenge the holder. Victory would claim the spot for the winner. Hearing this, the crowd parted to make space for the two. Zhang Li crossed his arms, silently observing how Zhao Ming, who had trained relentlessly for half a month, would defeat Lin Mu. Many present found this declaration baffling. In their minds, the spot was most likely destined for Zhang Li. After all, Zhang Li had awakened a golden grade talent and had the backing of the Zhang family. Yet now, the guaranteed spot had fallen to Lin Mu. The crowd parted to clear a space. Zhao Ming charged forward, arriving at the clearing first. Lin Mu, get your ass out here. Zhao Ming shouted. Lin Mu stepped out from the crowd, carrying his rifle case and sword case on his back. Watching Lin Mu's figure, Zhang Li couldn't help but sigh. With Lin Mu's strength, no one present could be his match. What a joke. Half a month of cultivation, and he'd only just awakened his innate talent. Who could possibly defeat a level 9 martial artist who trained relentlessly for years? Except for Lin Mu, that utterly abnormal freak. In such a hurry? Looks like you've made quite the leap. Lin Mu stepped onto the clearing, casting a bored glance at Zhao Ming. Heh, stronger than you. Zhao Ming shot Lin Mu a cold stare. He never had a kind word for Lin Mu. For the past half month, the Zhao family had been targeting Lin Mu relentlessly. Unfortunately, Zhao Ming had been in seclusion and hadn't heard any news about Lin Mu. Otherwise, Zhao Ming would never have dared to challenge him. Good. Lin Mu nodded with satisfaction. He was eager to see just how much Zhao Ming had improved. Lin Mu, blades have no eyes. If you no longer qualify for the guaranteed admission spot, you're welcome to give it to me. Before the fight began, Zhao Ming chuckled and said, "No need. Bring it on." Lin Mu shook his head, then beckoned toward his opponent. "Then prepare to die." A chill flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes as he suddenly lunged forward. He drew the long sword from his back and a faint, almost intangible aura of sword intent instantly enveloped him. The enhancement granted by his quality was precisely this sword intent. This layer of sword intent gradually solidified as Zhao Ming attacked. Zhao Ming swung his sword, and the silver-white blade erupted with an overwhelming surge of sword energy. What powerful sword energy! Whoa, Zhao Ming's sword energy is already on par with a 7th-level martial artist. Impressive. No wonder young Master Zhao dared to make such bold claims. He truly has the strength to back it up. The moment Zhao Ming made his move, the expressions of those present shifted involuntarily. The moment they sensed his true strength, everyone realized Zhao Ming had made significant progress in just the past half-month. That single strike alone was something the vast majority of students present couldn't block. No wonder. Zhang Li watched Zhao Ming's figure, raising an eyebrow slightly. However, such strength alone wouldn't be enough to defeat Lin Mu. As the sword chi swept through the air, Lin Mu abruptly drew the blunt sword from his back. Boom! Blocking the strike, Lin Mu's intent flickered, and blood-red flames instantly ignited along the blade's surface. The moment that crimson flame erupted, the temperature in the area shot up by over 10 degrees. You've had your turn. Now it's mine. A faint smile touched Lin Mu's lips as he swung his sword. The crimson flames instantly transformed into a sword chi, hurtling straight toward Zhao Ming. This was the fire blade, but Lin Mu had channeled the power of the nether flame. On the other side, Su Wei watched as Lin Mu unleashed the fire blade. Seeing it transform into a sword chi, a look of surprise flashed across his weathered face. The fire blade has this ability too? As the crimson sword energy erupted, Zhao Ming thrust out a finger. A droplet of water before his eyes gradually enlarged, then transformed into a cascading waterfall. The water cascade flew sideways. Zhao Ming thrust his sword forward, and the cascade transformed into a sword beam, hurtling straight toward the crimson sword energy before him. Boom! The collision unleashed tremendous force. Water and fire were inherently incompatible. Even though Zhao Ming's strength was weaker than Lin Mu's, in terms of elemental suppression, Lin Mu held little advantage. Lin Mu, what good is mastering fire cultivation techniques when I wield water cultivation methods? After blocking Lin Mu's attack, Zhao Ming grinned. Under the elemental disadvantage, Lin Mu held no initiative whatsoever. Is that so? A chill flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he swung his sword once more. This time, he held nothing back. The power of a 7th-level martial artist amplified by over 10 points of strength. The crimson sword chi shot straight toward Zhao Ming. The immense force skimmed the ground like a heavy projectile, slamming into Zhao Ming's face with brutal impact. Zhao Ming's expression twisted in shock. The sheer force of that strike far exceeded his wildest expectations. The expressions of everyone present also changed abruptly. How could Lin Mu's strike unleash such overwhelming power? No way. Has Lin Mu actually reached level 7? Impossible. It's only been half a month. How could Lin Mu have advanced so much? Exactly. Even brother Zhang Li is only at level 5. Those present simply couldn't believe Lin Mu had reached level 7. After all, it had only been half a month. Even Zhang Li, born into a martial arts lineage, was only at level 5. And that was with access to countless resources. As for Lin Mu? He had no connections, no resources whatsoever. How could he possibly have advanced to level 7? Yet the power unleashed by Lin Mu's sword strike was undeniable. Zhao Ming's face turned deathly pale. The sheer power of that strike was overwhelming. So overwhelming it had robbed him of the very ability to raise his sword. This was the crushing suppression of a massive level disparity. Zhao Ming and Zhang Li were both at level 5. Yet facing an opponent 2 levels above him, amplified by additional strength values, the gap widened dramatically. This was the equivalent of a 3.5 level disparity in strength. No, I can't. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Ming raised his long sword despite the immense pressure. Countless droplets of water condensed along the blade as Zhao Ming activated his breathing technique. The breathing technique he cultivated was the 3rd-grade water breathing. A layer of mist spread from the blade. As Zhao Ming moved, the mist abruptly transformed into a vast expanse of water droplets. Instantly, the droplets coalesced into a cascading waterfall, sweeping out in a semicircle as Zhao Ming swung his sword. Boom! The 2 attacks collided, erupting with a thunderous boom at the center. The shockwaves sent everyone present staggering backward. Back in the arena, that sword strike hadn't been fully blocked. It struck Zhao Ming's body squarely. Boom! With a dull thud, Zhao Ming crashed stiffly to the ground far away. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Lin Mu gripped his blunt sword, gazing down at Zhao Ming lying on the ground. His voice was cold and detached as he spoke. You think you're worthy to fight me? Chapter 41, Lin Mu's Guaranteed Spot. Zhao Ming lay on the ground like a dead dog, the pain radiating throughout his body making his consciousness crystal clear. At that moment, Lin Mu's words pierced his heart like needles. Zhao Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But more than anything, he was overcome with disbelief. How could Lin Mu, a man with no resources whatsoever, have improved his strength so dramatically? This was beyond Zhao Ming's comprehension. Everyone present was utterly dumbfounded. After not seeing him for over half a month, Lin Mu's strength had grown even more formidable than before. Is this the true extent of Lin Mu's power? Someone tapped their forehead, stunned once more by Lin Mu's prowess. No wonder Su Si gave the guaranteed admission spot to Lin Mu. His strength is truly formidable. The crowd present was now utterly awestruck by Lin Mu's prowess. No wonder Lin Mu had refused the Zhao family back then. His innate talent was truly terrifying. No one dares imagine what might have been if Lin Mu had accepted the Zhao family's offer back then. He'd be soaring to new heights by now. With such formidable strength, only those prodigies born into powerful lineages could possibly stand against him. Indeed, a red tier quality truly terrifying. Who would have thought that after all these years in Sung City, we've finally produced a prodigy? Many factions present were filled with profound emotion. Lin Mu's current prowess had undeniably demonstrated the makings of an absolute prodigy. In just half a month, he achieved such a terrifying leap in power. Such talent was entirely on par with the prodigies from prestigious families in the capital. Su Wei was thoroughly satisfied with Lin Mu's performance. This was precisely what he had hoped to see. Moreover, it was precisely what Lin Mu desired most. Host dealt a brutal beating to the opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host has completed the Paoli's Arena task, earning reward, Grade 4 Martial Arts Fragment 1. 1 battle completed. Victory favors the brave, reward claimable 3. More victories yield better rewards upon claim. Defeating Zhao Ming, 3 entries were completed once more. Lin Mu could hardly wait to travel to other cities, defeat prodigies from all corners, and complete these 3 entries. After Zhao Ming's defeat, the arena fell silent amid murmurs of shock and admiration. No one dared challenge Lin Mu. In all of Song City, the most formidable fighters were Zhao Ming and Zhang Li. Now that Zhao Ming had fallen, Zhang Li stood as the sole remaining contender capable of defeating Lin Mu. Will brother Zhang Li still step forward? Someone finally spoke up. Zhang Li blinked, standing nearby, his face clouded with frustration. Are you kidding me? He'd already been defeated by Lin Mu. How could he possibly be his opponent now? Forget him. Even if he and Zhao Ming teamed up, they still wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Mu. Forget it. I'm not interested in the guaranteed admission spot anyway. Zhang Li shook his head and declared. At this remark, everyone present froze in surprise. Not interested in the guaranteed admission spot? The implication was clear. Zhang Li realized he was no match for Lin Mu. Whoa! This time, the crowd was even more stunned. Earlier, after the exchange conference ended, Zhang Li had been making bold threats. Now look at him, he couldn't even bring himself to face Lin Mu. After Zhang Li's refusal, no one present dared to challenge Lin Mu anymore. And with that, the announcement of the guaranteed admission spots came to an end. By the end of that day, Lin Mu had become a household name throughout Song City. The recipient of the direct admission spot had been decided, Lin Mu from Sangyi High School. This news sent shockwaves through the martial arts community of Song City. The principal of Sangyi High School was beaming with delight. The recommendation slot had unexpectedly fallen to his school. And all of this was thanks to Lin Mu. Excellent. Excellent. Ha ha ha. The principal of Song No. 1 High School laughed heartily, his face flushed with joy, his posture visibly straightening. Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Huayan's face was dark and gloomy. He never imagined that the guaranteed admission spot would fall to Lin Mu. Not only that, but the boy had defeated his own son. Could it be that Lin Mu has truly mastered some secret art? Zhao Huayan began to suspect. For someone from the slums to cultivate so rapidly, there could only be one explanation. That Lin Mu had practiced secret arts. Otherwise, none of this could be explained. Master, it will be difficult to deal with Lin Mu now. A Zhao family elder spoke up, the guaranteed admission spot is tied to him. Targeting him would only make things even harder. Zhao Huayan's face darkened, and he remained silent. He understood all too well the immense advantage this guaranteed spot granted Lin Mu. The mere fact that they couldn't target Lin Mu was enough to seal the fate of the Zhao family. Then we must shift our focus to those around him. Zhao Huayan said after a moment's thought. Master, this matter is still uncertain, the elder of the Zhao family said. Targeting those around Lin Mu is indeed a viable option. But Lin Mu comes from the slums. If he's not the type to care about those around him, then everything our Zhao family does could be for nothing. Master, Su Si has stated that anyone can challenge Lin Mu. The victor will strip him of his guaranteed admission spot. Couldn't it be that prodigies from other cities will come looking for Lin Mu? Why not spread the word and let other prodigies target Lin Mu? Once his guaranteed admission is revoked, our Zhao family can then target Lin Mu. At these words, Zhao Huayan's previously dim gaze instantly brightened as he turned to look at the elder. Oh, that could work. Zhao Huayan nodded. It's certainly a viable option. Though Lin Mu is powerful, the prodigies from other cities are more than twice as strong as those from Tsang City. Also, tell me more about Lin Mu's cultivation secrets. Zhao Huayan continued, as an ordinary person, even with red-grade cultivation resources, it's impossible for him to advance his cultivation realm so rapidly. When the time comes, have the Martial Arts Association intervene and thoroughly investigate Lin Mu. At these words, the Zhao family elder nodded. Whether or not Lin Mu practiced secret cultivation techniques, there were reasons to suspect him. Even if the investigation revealed he hadn't practiced secret techniques, reaching this level would mean his innate talent was truly terrifying. And the Zhao family would be all the more determined to target Lin Mu. By the way, how is that woman at Lin Mu's residence? Zhao Huayan suddenly remembered something and asked. Household head, she remains unremarkable for now. Nothing has ever happened between them. The Zhao family elder replied, though this woman could certainly be targeted for manipulation. After all, she's someone who lives under the same roof as Lin Mu. Even if there's a connection between them, it must be tinged with emotion. Good. Zhao Huayan nodded. Chapter 42, Departure. Martial Arts Association. Lin Mu had completely secured the recommended admission spot, cementing his status as Tsang City's recommended student. As previously agreed, Suwei informed Lin Mu that they would depart Tsang City early tomorrow morning, heading for the nearest city. All right. Lin Mu nodded. Wasn't this exactly what he had hoped for? Lin Mu, accepting the title of guaranteed admission means you'll face endless challenges. Su Wei remarked calmly, news travels fast. By the time we arrive in that city, challengers may already be knocking on our door. Hearing this, Lin Mu grinned. Then that's perfect. Additionally, it's possible that certain prodigies from the capital will also come to Tsang City to challenge you. Su Wei's gaze fixed on Lin Mu. The prodigies of the capital far surpass any in the entire northern province. Shangjing is the cradle of prodigies for the entire Great Xia. This time, the recommended admission spot fell to Tsang City, and anyone could challenge the recommended candidate. This alone was enough to stir the ambitions of prodigies, compelling them to come and vie for the spot. This was Su Wei's greatest concern. Though Lin Mu appeared formidable now, his skill level remained only in the upper middle tier among Shangjing's prodigies. If that group of top prodigies were to arrive, the probability of Lin Mu's defeat would be extremely high. I know, Senior Su. When I accepted the guaranteed admission spot, I understood the pressure that came with it. Lin Mu answered with rare seriousness. That's good, Su Wei nodded. The special admission slot isn't important. What matters is your mindset. With your abilities, even without the direct admission spot, you'll still be able to gain entry into a top martial arts university through this martial arts exam. Then it's settled. We'll depart first thing tomorrow morning. Pack a few extra sets of clothes. By the time we return, the martial arts exam may already be underway. Got it. Lin Mu left the Martial Arts Association. Back home, Su Nange had already prepared dinner and was waiting for him. Wow, you cooked so quickly today. Lin Mu's eyes lit up at the sight of the lavish spread on the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Su Nange sitting on the sofa in a loose-fitting pajama set. Her two long, white legs swayed back and forth as she played a mobile game. Beat him up, beat him up. Ugh, why is he so bad? He promised he could help me win. Whether she'd lost the game or not, Su Nange pouted and grumbled. Eat? Lin Mu glanced at her and asked. No way. I'm full of anger. Su Nange shook her head, then turned away and started another game. Lin Mu didn't press the issue. He simply sat down and began eating. Martial artists truly had hearty appetites. The entire table of dishes was barely enough for Lin Mu alone. At least Lin Mu had saved her a mouthful. I'm leaving tomorrow. You'll be the only one left at home. Lin Mu wiped his mouth and said. You're leaving? Hearing this, Su Nange sat up abruptly from the sofa, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. Somehow, Lin Mu could sense a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Yeah, I got a scholarship spot. I'm going to challenge the prodigies from other cities. Lin Mu nodded. Is that so? Su Nange murmured softly, the disappointment in her eyes deepening. What's wrong? Don't want me to leave? Lin Mu teased. Lin Mu, what exactly is our relationship now? Su Nange fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking. Master and servant? Lin Mu's lips twitched as he replied. At this, Su Nange's eyes filled with confusion. Master and servant? What kind of relationship is that? This girl doesn't even know that? Lin Mu's eye twitched, utterly speechless. Truth be told, he'd never really gotten to know Su Nange before. Though they lived under the same roof, they'd never truly crossed paths. She cooked for him daily, and after he finished eating, he'd retreat to his room. This conversation only happened because he was leaving Tsang City tomorrow. If it wasn't a master-servant relationship, then what else could it be? I read in the game that two people living together means they're a couple, Su Nange blinked innocently, speaking with utmost seriousness. Plus, they said couples shouldn't sleep in separate rooms. We should be sleeping together then. The moment those words left his mouth, the water Lin Mu had just swallowed sprayed out. This girl, she seems completely clueless. How could she believe such nonsense? If she saw something inappropriate for just 2 days, wouldn't she demand his virginity tomorrow? Cut it out, Lin Mu waved his hands urgently. Miss Su, you're leaving in 2 months. There's no need for us to get involved in one-night stands or anything like that. Besides, our relationship is purely professional. I hired you to cook, and you live here. That's perfectly normal. Is that so? Su Nange blinked, her clear eyes pure and spotless, without a trace of worldly dust. Exactly. So stop overthinking it and just enjoy your 2 months here, Lin Mu nodded earnestly. Joking aside, if he got involved with her, how would he ever find a girlfriend afterward? Got it. Su Nange nodded. Then if I don't want to leave, how can I stay by your side? The moment those words left her mouth, Lin Mu was stumped again. It kind of felt like she was acting like a love-struck puppy. Right now, Su Nange felt to Lin Mu like a naive little angel. Become a martial artist. Only by growing stronger can you stay by my side. Lin Mu said earnestly, I don't want sycophants or weaklings by my side. Okay. Su Nange nodded earnestly. Alright, then do some research online. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement before returning to his room. In the living room, Su Nange muttered softly, on such a perfect day, I'm not going back. I'm going to become a martial artist. I'm going to get stronger. That's the only way to truly enjoy life. Yeah, that's right. Su Nange opened the martial artist official website and began studying. 5 minutes later, a wave of complaints echoed through the living room. This teammate is so weak. Claims to be silver rank? Looks like they're worse than my iron rank. So bad, buyout. Ugh, this is infuriating. In the room, Lin Mu had already packed all the clothes he planned to wear. Following Senior Su's instructions, they wouldn't be returning to Tsung City before the martial arts exam began. After tidying up, Lin Mu's gaze fell upon his gun holster and sword sheath. Carrying both of these together was proving to be quite a hassle. I really should get a weapon holster. After tidying up, Lin Mu opened the marketplace and purchased a weapon holster for himself. Weapon cases weren't expensive, but they tended to be rather bulky. Lin Mu selected one capable of holding 3 types of long and short weapons. Delivery was swift since it was local and Lin Mu received the holster that very evening. After stowing the 1,000-shot rifle and the bluntless sword inside, Lin Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction, ready to depart the next day. Early the next morning, a representative from the Martial Arts Association was already waiting downstairs at Lin Mu's residence. Lin Mu descended the stairs, boarded the special vehicle, and departed Tsung City alongside Su Wei. The challenge to the North State's prodigy begins. Chapter 43, First Stop, Rin City. Mr. Lin, Director Su is already waiting for you in the car. The Martial Arts Association representative addressed Lin Mu before personally opening the car door for him. Lin Mu took the back seat, while Su Wei sat with his eyes closed, deep in thought. Seeing this, Lin Mu did not disturb him. As the car started moving, the group headed out of Tsung City. As the vehicle left Tsung City behind and approached the massive city walls, Lin Mu felt increasingly awestruck through the window. Up close, the immense steel walls appeared truly magnificent. The pitch-black iron walls seemed capable of blocking anything, and beneath them stood numerous soldiers armed with real guns and ammunition, instilling a profound sense of security. Feeling a bit better now? Just then, Su Wei, who had been deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. Yeah. Lin Mu didn't hide his thoughts and nodded. This iron wall can withstand demons below the 3rd tier, but those above the 4th tier can already fly. Moreover, if demons of the 5th tier or higher attack, this iron wall won't hold for even 5 minutes before collapsing. Su Wei remarked calmly, if a true beast tide erupts, this seemingly impenetrable iron wall will collapse completely in less than a day. At these words, Lin Mu's expression immediately shifted. This steel torrent, forged at the cost of countless lives, was so utterly fragile. Demons are classified by tier, but what truly surpasses them in terror are the abyssal demons. Su Wei continued, explaining to Lin Mu, each abyssal demon is an independent entity. Even if some abyssal demons are not very powerful, their special abilities are terrifying. You'll encounter this knowledge once you enter higher education. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked and asked, then why, Senior Su, isn't more about abyssal demons covered in high school? The Great Xia Empire's understanding of abyssal demons is also quite limited, Su Wei explained. Therefore, what you've encountered so far are the abyssal demons commonly found throughout the world. The common ones, right, Senior Su? Lin Mu inquired. That's correct, Su Wei nodded. Deeper knowledge about abyssal demons is only accessible to high-level martial artists. After all, they possess greater resilience. Hearing this, Lin Mu finally grasped just how terrifying the abyssal demons truly were. Even the Great Xia Empire hadn't made all information about them public. At the checkpoint, Su Wei presented his pass, and the sentry respectfully waved the vehicle through. As they drove out of the city, Lin Mu finally got a clear view of the landscape beyond Tsung City. This was his first time leaving the city, his first time leaving Tsung City. The landscape beyond was desolate. Within a few hundred meters of Song City's steel walls, some vegetation remained. Beyond that, however, not a blade of grass grew. The earth lay barren, a brown expanse scarred as if scorched by some inferno, a sight of utter devastation. The scene was truly shocking. Previously, Lin Mu had only seen what lay beyond Song City on television. Now, having left Song City and witnessed these scenes with his own eyes, the shock within him was profound. Was this the outside world? As the car drove farther and farther away, Song City shrank in the rearview mirror. Only by growing stronger can we protect our homeland. Song City may seem peaceful, but that's only because the wasteland remains stable. Once the wasteland erupts, a city like this, without a single powerful guardian, would be destroyed in less than 2 days. Su Wei gazed out the window. His weathered face bore a new layer of solemn reflection. Lin Mu remained silent, a heavy weight settling in his chest. Fortunately, the road remained relatively smooth, making the journey somewhat quieter. Senior Su, if we just drive like this, won't we pass through the wasteland? Lin Mu inquired. No, Su Wei shook his head. The route is designed to avoid the wasteland entirely. Though we might encounter a demon beast or two along the way. I see. Lin Mu nodded. He knew that within the Great Xia Empire, there were a total of 28 wastelands. Of these 28 wastelands, a full majority had been invaded by abyssal demons. As for the wildernesses outside Song City, there were 3. These 3 were immense, covering nearly half of North Province. Originally, North Province boasted 11 major cities and over a dozen smaller ones. Now, due to the desolation's encroachment, only 6 major cities remained. These 6 cities were Song City, Xing City, Handan City, Ren City, Bo City, and the provincial capital of North State, Shi City. Among these 6 cities, Song City ranked lowest, while the others were ranked according to their status. As the provincial capital, Shi City stood as the strongest. Their destination was Ren City, the closest major city to Song City. Among these 6 cities, Ren City ranks in the upper middle tier. Its prodigies were stronger than those of Song City. Rest for a while and truly absorb the essence of martial arts. Su Wei remarked calmly, things won't stay this peaceful from here on out. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. The journey remained relatively quiet, with no encounters with demonic beasts. After traveling for a full day and night, as evening fell, the group finally glimpsed distant flickers of light on the horizon. Dozens of searchlights swept down from the towering city walls, illuminating everything within hundreds of meters. As the vehicle approached, the soldiers below the walls all turned their gaze toward it. Recognizing it as a military vehicle, the soldiers promptly made way. At the inspection point, a soldier approached the military vehicle. Sir, please present your credentials. Su Wei handed over his Martial Arts Association credentials. Oh, it's Director Su. Please proceed. After glancing at the ID, the soldier's demeanor shifted to one of utmost respect before stepping aside promptly. The window rolled up slowly, and the military vehicle drove into Ren City. Seems like there's a young man in Director Su's car, huh? Haven't you heard? North Province got 1 guaranteed admission spot this time, and it went to Song City. I reckon Su Ci's visit this time is all about that spot. The soldiers whispered among themselves. Even though 2 days had passed, the news spread quickly. Nearly everyone in Ren City had heard about Song City's special admission spot. The direct admission spot carried immense weight. Upon hearing the news, the city's elite talents could no longer sit still. Military vehicles rolled along the streets of Ren City. Lin Mu looked at Su Wei with curiosity. Senior Su, do you think someone will challenge us as soon as we enter the city? No, Su Wei shook his head. This is the first stop. Such things are more likely to happen at the second stop and beyond. All right. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement, his mood visibly dampening. What's wrong? You look rather disappointed. Su Wei raised an eyebrow, his gaze shifting to Lin Mu. No, Lin Mu shook his head. Su Wei took it all in, then gave a mysterious smile. I have this uneasy feeling about this. Lin Mu's eyelid twitched. Chapter 44. You say he's from the slums? Lin Mu and his group had just arrived in Ren City. Before they could even rest, as soon as they entered the city center, someone immediately blocked the military vehicle. Who dares to do this? The driver's eyelid twitched. He stopped the vehicle and stepped out. From the vehicle ahead, a young man clad in black emerged, carrying a rifle case on his back. Director Su, I apologize for the abrupt stop. This late-night disturbance is solely for the sake of this guaranteed admission spot. The young man ignored the driver and addressed Su Wei inside the military vehicle with respect. Then, a middle-aged man and an elderly man stepped out of the vehicle. So it's the head of the Gong family. Su Wei's lips curved into a faint smile upon seeing the middle-aged man, then he led Lin Mu out of the vehicle. Director Su. The middle-aged man bowed his hands towards Su Wei, his demeanor deeply respectful. No need for formalities, head of the Gong family. Since that's the case, let's get this over with here. Su Wei waved his hand dismissively. Shall we move the car? Yes. The driver maneuvered the military vehicle to the rear. The elderly man also moved his vehicle to a distant spot. They were now at an intersection in the city center, within the development zone area. The intersection was exceptionally wide. Let me introduce myself. My name is Gong Lin. I'm a student at Rin City First High School, a gold-tier magic gunner. The young man in black introduced himself, simultaneously unstrapping the gun holster from his back. He slapped the gun case, and a jet-black spear sprang out instantly. With a swift grab, he seized the spear in his hand. Seeing this, Lin Mu also retrieved his weapon holster. Song City First High School, Lin Mu. Seeing that Lin Mu was holding a weapon case, Gong Lin's face betrayed a hint of surprise. Could the person before him be an independent practitioner? Independent practitioner was his term for martial artists without formal affiliations. Lin Mu opened the weapon case and drew out a spear. So you really are an independent practitioner, Gong Lin murmured, narrowing his eyes slightly at the sight. Intending to confront him with a spear? On the other side, the head of the Gong family, the elderly patriarch, and Su Wei all stood by. Lin Mu, allow me to introduce you to the man before you, the direct heir of the Gong family of Rin City. Su Wei spoke up. The Gong family is also an ancient martial arts clan, and Gong Lin is the prodigy who recently awakened golden great potential in Rin City. He's no weaker than Zhang Li, don't underestimate him. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked in surprise. Could it be that the very first person he encountered was a prodigy of the city? Su, you flatter me. That Zhang Li from the Zhang family is no different from my son, the Gong family head chuckled. Master Gong, you truly are modest, Su Wei replied with a faint smile. Your son, Gong Lin, is undoubtedly Rin City's foremost prodigy. He's soloed 3 beginner-level secret realms and 1 intermediate-level secret realm. His strength is on par with an 8th-level martial artist. With such talent, getting into a decent martial arts university would be a breeze. It's a pity Gong Lin has set his sights on this special admission spot. The Gong family head stood with his hands behind his back, a hint of resignation in his expression, yet his eyes also held a glimmer of anticipation. For this young man before him to be deemed worthy of direct admission by Su Si meant he had already defeated the prodigies of Song City. As for his true strength, that would be revealed here. If he proved no match for his son, then the scholarship would temporarily fall to the Gong family. Su Wei remained silent, his gaze fixed on the 2 figures ahead. Lin Mu gripped the thousand spear, flipped his wrist to spin the shaft, then flipped it again so the spearhead pointed downward and the handle upward. He lifted his head to face Gong Lin ahead. We both wield spears. Why not settle this with a single thrust? Gong Lin spoke. But Lin Mu was about to nod, but then reconsidered. What if nuclear goodness couldn't be completed that way? That won't do. Lin Mu shook his head quickly. Oh? Gong Lin narrowed his eyes slightly. How about this, Lin Mu suggested after a moment's thought, we fight until one side can't get back up. Hearing this, Gong Lin remained silent, shifting his gaze to Su Wei. Fine. As long as you don't damage their fundamental bones, you two can do as you please. Su Wei had no objections. Among martial artists, the more brutal the fight, the better. After all, that was the only way to unleash one's instincts and elevate combat prowess. Agreed. Gong Lin nodded. Since Director Su has no objections, let's begin. Gong Lin raised his hand, the jet-black spear in his grasp pointing toward Lin Mu. Its tip glowed a dull gray-white, appearing razor-sharp under the streetlight. Lin Mu smiled faintly. Bring it on. As his words fell, both men struck simultaneously. Gong Lin's ability to complete an intermediate secret realm solo signified he had already reached the 7th-level martial artist stage. And with his golden grade weapon, the power he unleashed now rivaled that of an 8th-level martial artist. His jet-black spear thrust forward with a thunderous strike. Instantly, a layer of pitch-black flames engulfed the entire shaft, radiating a chilling aura of lethal intent. Lin Mu twisted his wrist, and a crimson blood aura instantly enveloped the entire spear shaft. Both men unleashed their most powerful martial arts techniques. Boom! The spear tips collided head-on, unleashing a tremendous burst of force. Yet this first clash revealed the gulf between them. Gong Lin's feet kept retreating step by step, while Lin Mu was only forced back half a step. One spear thrust, and the superiority was clear. Lin Mu's strength is truly formidable. Witnessing this, the Gong family head's expression darkened. His mind immediately raced to consider whether any powerful figures surnamed Lin existed in Song City. Hiss. Lin, but was there even a single ancient martial arts clan bearing the Lin surname in all of Song City? None. Song City was most famous for the Zhang family and the Zhao family. As for this Lin Mu, he had never heard of him. With a clash of spears, under the stunned gazes of those present, Lin Mu pressed forward relentlessly. A faint, blood-red aura swirled around his entire body, forming a layer of armor that clung to his surface. Gong Lin withdrew his gaze and pressed forward. The two clashed, yet it was a one-sided slaughter dominated by Lin Mu. Su Si, what's the deal with this Lin Mu? Witnessing this scene, the head of the Gong family couldn't help but ask. He couldn't fathom any other Lin family in Song City. And this kid's strength far surpassed his own son's. Him? He hails from the slums of Song City. Su Wei replied. At these words, both the Gong family patriarch and the elderly man from the Gong family paled visibly. This formidable young man actually came from the slums? How the hell were the Gong family head and the elder supposed to believe that? Believe it or not, it's up to you, Su Wei said indifferently. Everything about Lin Mu can be verified within Song City. Hearing this, the Gong family head nodded. That much was undeniable. Boom! Just as the three were talking, a muffled explosion echoed from the middle of the road. All three turned their gaze toward the source. Gong Lin, who had been standing in place moments before, was now flying backward through the air, crashing heavily onto the distant lawn. Where he had stood moments before, Lin Mu now stood, spear firmly in hand. This time, the Gong family head and the Gong family elder were utterly stunned. In less than a minute, the battle had ended. Chapter 45 Challenging the Dojo. Host defeated opponent, increasing nuclear benevolence cultivation speed by 10% and strength by 1. Host has completed the challenge task paid for it, earning reward, grade 4 martial arts fragment 1. 1 battle completed. Victory favors the brave, reward 4 available. More victories yield better rewards upon claiming. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Mu had flawlessly completed all 3 objectives. Gong Lin crashed heavily onto the lawn, his clothes caked in mud, looking utterly disheveled. The head of the Gong family and the elders were speechless. The pride of the Gong family, Ren City's foremost prodigy, had lost. And to someone from the slums, no less. Gong family head, is that enough? Su Wei spoke up, his expressionless gaze fixed on the other man. Enough, Su Wei. The head of the Gong family shook his head. My son, Gong Lin, has lost. This scholarship student truly possesses remarkable skill. Su Wei had first notified the Gao Wugong family in Ren City, keeping others in the dark. First, if Gong Lin lost, it would mean no one in all of Ren City could defeat Lin Mu. After all, he was Ren City's foremost prodigy. I lost. Gong Lin rose from the dust-covered lawn, approached the group, and addressed Lin Mu. MHM. Lin Mu nodded. Let's go. It's getting late, we should head back. Gong, the family head, said. Su Si, you should all go back and rest as well. Su Wei gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Before leaving, Gong Lin gave Lin Mu a lingering look. His deep, piercing eyes held a hint of apprehension. The strength of this specially admitted student was simply terrifying. Let's head out too. Seeing the Gong family members all boarding the car, Su Wei said to Lin Mu. Director Su, you didn't arrange for this guy, did you? Lin Mu asked the moment they got in the car. What else? Su Wei shot Lin Mu a look. No wonder you're so impatient. But you'll have another chance tomorrow. I've already notified several high schools in Ren City. Inform them that you'll be visiting them first thing tomorrow morning to issue your challenge. All right. Lin Mu nodded. Wasn't this exactly what he wanted? The sooner the challenge, the happier he'd be. On the way back to the Gong residence, the head of the Gong family asked his son, Liner, is that kid really that strong? Father, he is formidable, Gong Lin replied. Not only that, but the martial art he displayed earlier seemed to be a 4th grade martial art. 4th grade martial arts? The Gong family head's expression shifted slightly. For someone from the slums. No, wait. There's the Martial Arts Association. For such talent, receiving that kind of cultivation is only natural. He thought it over and came to terms with the matter. Father, did you hear what profession he claimed to be? Gong Lin remembered something and couldn't help but ask. No, I didn't. The head of the Gong family shook his head. He didn't state his profession? Gong Lin's gaze shifted. Practicing both spear and sword? That undoubtedly makes him an independent cultivator and a golden grade one at that. That's not an issue. Once we return home, we'll simply look up his records. The head of the Gong family remarked indifferently. Once this night passes, the entire city of Ren will likely be abuzz. The head of the Gong family sighed. Indeed, head of the Gong family. This man has come with such force, daring to challenge us at our doorstep. The Gong family elder nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment. Today's challenge from the Gong family was secretive, not meant for public knowledge. Yet Su Si had already spread the news of the recommended student's arrival in Ren City throughout the entire city. With true strength, one can certainly act this way. The Gong family head shook his head. Needless to say, the entire city of Ren would be abuzz tomorrow tonight, it was already buzzing. At this moment, every high school class group chat in Ren City was buzzing with discussions about the scholarship student. No one could have imagined that instead of staying put in Sung City, the special admission student would come knocking to challenge them. This was a blatant provocation. How arrogant! How audacious! Could Sung City possibly produce a prodigy strong enough? I'll teach him a lesson tomorrow. Wonder if it's the prodigy from the Zhang family or the Zhao family's young master. Whoever he is, we'll take him down tomorrow. Every class group chat, even smaller groups formed by waves of prodigies, buzzed with discussion about this incident. Inside a villa. A young man in shorts, with a muscular build, sat on the sofa, scrolling through chat logs on his phone. Brother Fei, as the golden tier awakened one at third high and the leader of the pack, aren't we going to teach that scholarship student a lesson tomorrow? The man called Fei Guo was none other than the one in shorts. Still don't know if it's Zhao's or Zhang's prodigy. It's a special admission spot after all. If anyone's gonna step in, it should be Brother Gong. Lin Fei replied. This group chat contained only 7 members, all prodigies of Rin City. Among them was Gong Lin. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Exactly. Anyone can challenge for this spot this time. Without real strength, you won't be able to hold on to it. In my opinion, Brother Gong will definitely secure that recommended admission spot. Song City only has 2 powerful families. It'll either be someone from the Zhao family or the Zhang family. Whoever it is, I'm definitely going to test my skills against them tomorrow. The group's prodigies exchanged words one after another. It was already midnight, yet the group remained lively. Everyone was chatting away, but Gong Lin remained silent. Gong Lin isn't saying anything. Looks like he's cultivating. Someone added. Heh, that's the gap between us and true prodigies. Brother Gong cultivates while we surf. Tomorrow, that recommended student will head to Brother Fei's 3rd middle school. We'll find out who this person is then. Lin Fei glanced at the chat messages before shutting off his phone. As Run number 3 middle school's prodigy, Lin Fei was the 2nd golden tier martial artist, following closely behind Gong Lin. His prowess spoke for itself. His combat strength rivaled Zhang Li of the Zhang family, and in some ways even surpassed him. Song City lacks true powerhouses. The special admission spot won't go to anyone from Song City. Lin Fei remarked indifferently. The information was secured. Tomorrow morning, the recommended student would arrive at Ren number 3 high first. When that time came, he would personally handle this recommended student. That night, many in Rin City lay awake. Lin Mu, however, slept soundly in his hotel room, completely unconcerned by the matter. He remained utterly unaware that his arrival had caused the city's elite to lie awake all night. This was undoubtedly a sign of contempt for Rin City's elite, a direct challenge to the city's face. Early the next morning, Lin Mu awoke before dawn. He wore a white casual outfit bought from some street vendor, a large weapon case strapped to his back, and descended the stairs. Su Wei was already waiting downstairs. You're here. Let's go. Su Wei stubbed out his cigarette and glanced at Lin Mu. Lin Mu gave a brief nod. Today, we're going to challenge the dojo. Chapter 46. The challenge at Run number 3 high. Run City number 3 high school. The massive school gates stood wide open, with students lining both sides of the road. On the school playground, a stage had been prepared long ago. The principal of Ren number 3 middle school stood at the school entrance, hands behind his back, his large belly protruding, his face stern as he announced what was to happen today. Students, today is the day when the recommended students from Song City come to challenge us. Enough with the pleasantries. He puts it nicely because of the special admission status, but he wants to test the strength of each student. But this challenge is nothing less than a direct provocation. And in all the years of Ren number 3 middle school's existence, such an incident has never occurred. This is a blatant insult. The principal spoke each word deliberately. Today, we'll show these recommended students just how capable the students of Ren number 3 middle school truly are. Right. Let's do this. Let's do this. The Rensan middle school students were pumped up like they'd been injected with adrenaline, each one brimming with excitement. Before long, a military vehicle approached from the distance. Seeing the vehicle arrive, everyone knew they were here. The special admission student from Sung City was about to arrive. As the vehicle came to a stop, Su Wei stepped out. Lin Mu followed closely behind. The moment he stepped out, Lin Mu instantly felt countless hostile gazes fixed upon him. Lin Mu's clear eyes showed no ripple of emotion. He swept his gaze across the assembled crowd, then offered a faint smile. No need to be so stiff. We're all family here. His words instantly silenced the previously tense atmosphere. Is this guy just that easygoing? In the crowd, a tall man eyed Lin Mu, dressed in casual attire, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Aren't they from the Zhao and Zhang families? He looks unfamiliar. The prodigies of the Zhang and Zhao families don't look like this, do they? Of course not. That guy's wearing knockoff clothes. He's definitely not from any prominent family. The Ren Sanjong students present exchanged whispers, their eyes scrutinizing Lin Mu. Only now did they realize Lin Mu wasn't from the Zhao or Zhang families. Director Su, please come in. The principal of Ren number 3 middle school hurried forward to personally greet Su Wei. Su Wei said nothing, simply following close behind as they entered Ren Sanjong High. Lin Mu followed closely behind. Lin Mu had already recognized the weight of Senior Su's influence, from their departure from Song City all the way to Ren City. It was undeniably substantial. Nearly every powerful figure in both cities showed him utmost respect. Thus, walking beside Senior Su, Lin Mu felt fearless. He could let loose and just go for it. Soon, the group arrived at the playground of Ren number 3 middle school. A large stage had already been set up in front of the vast field. Principal Li, we arrived in haste and failed to notify you in advance. As for the contestants, let's just wing it. Su Wei spoke up. These words brought immense satisfaction to the principal of Ren number 3 middle school. Wasn't this exactly the answer he wanted? Very well, then I'll trouble this scholarship student to step up and fight a few more times. Principal Rin Sanjong said without batting an eye. I'll only have Tenjo compete. Su Wei nodded, unconcerned. Last night, Lin Mu had defeated Gong Lin, the pride of Rin City. What prodigy could possibly stand against him today? Besides, with Lin Mu's fierce fighting spirit, Run No. 3 High School could just send anyone up to the stage. Who's first? After seating Su Wei on a nearby chair, the principal of Rin No. 3 Middle School called out. From the crowd of students surrounding them, a figure stepped forward. Dressed in martial arts attire and carrying a long sword, he stepped onto the stage. My name is Feng Tianxi. Blue grade. Blade Master. Lin Mu. After brief introductions, both stood facing each other. Lin Mu? No profession? Feng Tianxi's brow furrowed slightly, but he didn't dwell on it. Since the other could live up to the title of a scholarship student, he knew he wouldn't stand a chance against him anyway. He simply couldn't stand Song City's brazen challenge. Even clay figures have their limits. For Ren No. 3 High School, he'd fight to the end. Feng Tianxi immediately gripped his long sword and charged toward Lin Mu. Seeing Feng Tianxi's resolve, the Ren San Middle School students present felt their spirits soar as if injected with adrenaline. Each clenched their fists, filled with exhilaration. Facing a formidable foe, what truly inspires the troops? Exactly. It was Feng Tianxi's relentless momentum that truly lifted their spirits. Thud. The next instant, a dull thud echoed as a figure arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the ground nearby. Immediately after, the crowd witnessed a blurred figure sprint toward the opponent and unleash a brutal beating. The entire arena fell deathly silent, speechless. Those who had been cheering moments ago now gaped, their expressions frozen in shock. The one who had been sent flying and beaten senseless was none other than Feng Tianxi. Next. Less than half a minute later, Lin Mu stood up, wiped his fists, and waved to the crowd. Lin Mu's words shattered the deathly silence. The crowd snapped back to reality, their expressions instantly turning resentful. How dare he? I'll go. A man clad in a white shirt and wielding a katana strode directly onto the stage. That's Dong Lu from Class 3. I heard the quality he awakened granted him the secret art of the katana. It's been over half a month now, wonder how much his strength has grown. He's definitely no pushover. Of course. Brother Dong Lu was one of the top-tier talents at 3rd Middle School. The crowd watched Dong Lu take the stage, eager to see what impressive moves he might pull off. Lin Fei studied Lin Mu, silently assessing him. The sheer fact that he'd instantly defeated Feng Tianxi was proof enough of his strength. But he could have done it too. That didn't necessarily mean Lin Mu was stronger than him. Dong Lu, purple tier, Heartflow swordsman. Dong Lu introduced himself, while Lin Mu remained concise with just 2 words. Lin Mu. Without further ado, the two engaged in combat. Dong Lu wielded his katana like a martial artist, gripping it with a reverse wrist hold as he thrust toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu, however, still did not draw his weapon case, merely extending his palm. Boom! Crackle! A bolt of lightning erupted from the platform, its violet thunder instantly spanning most of the arena. The lightning was too swift even the spectators couldn't discern when Lin Mu had made his move. Immediately afterward, the crowd witnessed a familiar scene once more. Dong Lu, who had charged in, was sent flying backward. Following closely behind was Lin Mu's figure. Another brutal beating. The earlier scene repeated itself. The Ren San Middle School students present were once again left speechless with shock. The principal of Ren San Middle School clenched his fists so tightly that beads of sweat formed on his palms. This Lin Mu fellow, how had he never heard of him before? With this single move, he had dealt Ren San Middle School a crushing blow. Meanwhile, on stage, Dong Lu, the student Ren San Middle School had pinned their hopes on, also fell within less than half a minute. Lin Mu stood on the stage like a war god, his gaze sweeping fiercely over the Ren San Middle School students present. Suppressing his emotions, he called out. Next lucky guest, please. Chapter 47, Red Grade, Unemployed Martial Artist. Dead silence. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Lin Mu on stage now stood out like a beacon. His consecutive moves had thoroughly intimidated the students of Rinsanjong Academy. Defeating Feng Tianxi was one thing, but Dong Lu was a purple grade awakened with considerable talent. Regardless of his standing at Rinsanjong, he was undoubtedly among the top 20 prodigies in all of Rin City. Yet even he hadn't lasted a single move against Lin Mu. And to this day, Lin Mu hadn't even drawn his weapon. The Rinsanjong students present still had no clue what class Lin Mu was. Yet this single display alone had already sent shockwaves throughout the crowd. On the stage, Lin Mu remained composed, his expression serene. Next. As his voice faded, the crowd snapped back to attention, lifting their heads to stare at him. I'll go. Just as everyone wondered who would step forward, a tall man clad in white emerged from the rear. This man was none other than Lin Fei. Dressed entirely in white, he carried a broadsword strapped to his back. The blade was nearly half his body's width, its silver white edge glinting with a cold, menacing sheen. Watching Lin Fei emerge, the principal of Ren No. 3 High School felt his tense heart finally settle a little. Lin Fei, Ren Sanzhong's foremost prodigy, ranked among the top 5 prodigies in the entire city of Ren. Surely such a prodigy wouldn't be taken down in a single move by Lin Mu. At this moment, the principal's true concern had shifted far beyond merely defeating Lin Mu. His only hope now was that his student wouldn't suffer such a humiliating defeat. The students present all shared this same hope. Lin Fei, Golden Grade, Broad Blade Master. Lin Fei introduced himself before drawing the broadsword from his back. The broadsword, a type of blade, was cumbersome to wield but delivered devastating blows with its sweeping strikes. Looking at Lin Fei before him, Lin Mu remained silent, merely removing the weapon case from his back and setting it on the ground. But just as he was about to draw his weapon, Lin Mu looked up at Lin Fei and asked, "Who's stronger, you or Gong Lin?" This was the first time Lin Mu had spoken to a student since arriving at Ren No. 3 High School. Hearing Lin Mu's question, Lin Fei replied calmly, "He is stronger." Gong Lin was the undisputed prodigy of all Ren City, possessing the ultimate Golden Tier awakened ability, the Demon Spear Master. His starting point alone surpassed many of them. This very fact cemented his status as Ren City's foremost prodigy. "I see," Lin Mu nodded, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing on his face. "In that case, there's no need for weapons." At those words, Lin Fei froze in shock. What? He's not using weapons? This guy truly looks down on Ren No. 3 High's prodigy. Everyone present reacted with disbelief upon hearing Lin Mu's words, followed swiftly by anger. This was blatant humiliation, a clear sign of contempt for Ren Sanzhong's students. Fine. Staring at Lin Mu ahead, even Lin Fei, known for his temperance, could only repeat the word 3 times. This was a complete disregard for him. Overconfidence breeds arrogance, Lin Fei said coldly, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu as he raised the broadsword in his hand. His arm, bulging with muscle, strained against the fabric of his shirt sleeve as he gripped the blade. "Today, I'll make you understand what it means that beyond every person, there is another, beyond every sky, there is another sky." With that, Lin Fei stepped forward, his body suddenly lunging toward Lin Mu. Simultaneously, he swung the broadsword, unleashing a gust of blade wind that instantly slammed toward his target. Next, he gripped the massive blade with both hands and brought it crashing down toward Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu's eyes flickered. He kicked the weapon crate aside and vanished from his original position in an instant. Currently at level 7, bolstered by all the attributes enhancing his abilities. Unless the Lin Fei before him was a level 10 martial artist. Otherwise, he would never stand a chance against Lin Mu. What is confidence? This was Lin Mu's confidence. The massive broadsword crashed down with a thunderous roar, sending a dull rumble reverberating across the entire arena. A deep gash was carved into the ground beneath it. The broadsword swung with sweeping, wide motions, each strike packing terrifying force. Yet wielding a broadsword was far more cumbersome than other weapons. Lin Mu sidestepped the blow, instantly seizing Lin Fei's opening. He stepped forward, his left fist already charged with power. A faint aura of qi gathered around his fist before it slammed into Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was no ordinary fighter. He knew the weaknesses of his weapon and had a countermeasure ready. Qi and blood coiled around Lin Fei's arms. The momentum from the downward swing was now channeled into sheer force. He yanked the blade upward with explosive speed, blocking it before his chest. Thud! Lin Mu's fist struck solidly against the broad blade. A dull thud echoed. Though Lin Fei had blocked the blow, the force of nearly 1,800 Jin pounding into the broad blade sent a numbing shock through his arms, sending him staggering backward. Lin Mu charged forward again, pressing his advantage. This is bad. Seeing this, Principal Ren Sanzhong's heart immediately tightened, a hint of disappointment flickering in his cloudy eyes. Lin Fei's expression shifted slightly. He saw Lin Mu charging toward him and felt the urge to strike back, but his still numb arms refused to obey his commands. The sheer force behind Lin Mu's punch was overwhelming. This single clash alone made Lin Fei acutely aware of the gap between them. Lin Mu delivered a kick, the most basic martial art, the fundamental Foshan leg technique. The kick was lightning fast, striking the broadsword held horizontally before Lin Fei in an instant. Bang! Lin Fei, who was already reeling backward, was now sent flying off the platform entirely. This match, too, had ended in less than a minute. The students of Ren No. 3 Middle School were utterly speechless. Defeated. Their school's top prodigy, Lin Fei, had actually lost. He hadn't even lasted 3 moves against Lin Mu. This was what shocked them the most. With Lin Fei's defeat, the entire arena fell silent once more. Su Wei watched it all unfold, having not uttered a single word from start to finish. He had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, even Gong Lin was no match for Lin Mu. How could Lin Fei possibly stand a chance? Host dealt a crushing blow to the opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host has completed the challenge task Powell Eyes Challenge, earning the reward, Grade 4 Martial Arts Fragment 1. 1 battle completed. Victory favors the brave, reward 7 available. Higher win counts yield better rewards upon claiming. Strength has reached 20. Reward can be claimed. A faint smile touched Lin Mu's face as the system prompts flashed. This morning should be over now. He lifted his head to look down at Lin Fei below. Lin Fei, who had been seething with resentment moments ago, now wore an expression of disbelief and awe. He knew Lin Mu's strength, but what filled his heart more was curiosity. I lost. Lin Fei acknowledged his inferiority to Lin Mu, and he saw no shame in it. May I ask, Brother Lin, what exactly is your profession? Lin Fei asked. Lin Mu gave a faint smile and replied. Red grade, unlicensed martial artist. Chapter 48, A Day of Rich Rewards. Red grade, unemployed martial artist. The moment these words left his lips, the people present were once again stunned. Their astonishment wasn't directed at Lin Mu's profession, but at the man himself. Though the cities of North State had little interaction with one another. However, Ren City was closest to Song City. Any prodigies or developments in Song City reached Ren City first. Over half a month ago, during the awakening ceremony, Ren City had already learned of Song City's emergence of a red rank awakener. However, he was merely a martial artist without a profession. Coupled with his background, the city hadn't paid it much mind. It was a pity, though, that such a red-tier talent had awakened to the profession of an unranked martial artist, an extremely costly path. While the costs might not be immediately apparent in the early stages, how could someone from a humble background possibly shoulder such financial burdens? Yet now, standing on the stage, brutally beating the prodigies of Rensanjong Academy, was that very unranked martial artist. No wonder. His name sounded familiar. Rensanjong's principal realized belatedly, a hint of emotion flickering across his weathered face. Who would have thought that someone from such humble beginnings could rise above poverty? Remarkable. Upon learning Lin Mu's true identity, the principal of Rensan Middle School revised his initial judgment. The Rensanjong students present, though seething with resentment over the challenge to their school. Many still felt sympathy for Lin Mu. To rise from the slums and reach this position step by step. He must have endured countless hardships along the way. Damn impressive, I respect someone like that. How hard must he have worked to achieve this? Talent and sweat neither can be neglected. Some offered such assessments. They only saw the sweat and effort on Lin Mu's back. After learning Lin Mu's true identity, Lin Fei suddenly understood, his mind now clear. Losing to you is no disgrace. Lin Fei smiled faintly, harboring no resentment toward Lin Mu despite the defeat. Instead, he felt deep sympathy for the man and even greater admiration for Lin Mu. To have come this far, even I, Lin Fei, must admire you. Lin Fei clasped his fists in a formal salute toward Lin Mu, his expression solemn. Thank you. A ripple stirred in Lin Mu's otherwise tranquil heart, though his expression remained unchanged. He had indeed broken free from poverty through his own efforts and talent. Yes, that was true. Su Wei watched the scene unfold, feeling a pang of emotion. He recalled how Lin Mu had been targeted by the Zhao family back in Song City. Now, having reached this point through his own efforts, he had proven his terrifyingly exceptional talent. How will the Zhao family face someone who has broken free from poverty like this? Su Wei murmured softly, then closed his eyes slightly. This visit to Run No. 3 Middle School had come to an end. After a brief chat, Su Wei led Lin Mu away from Rensanjong. After they departed, Lin Fei pulled out his phone. Before he could even type anything in the group chat, he saw several other prodigies tagging him repeatedly, asking how it went. Lin Fei promptly replied to each one. Upon learning of Lin Fei's defeat, the prodigies in the group were all utterly shocked. Looks like only Brother Gong can match him, said someone with a lively girl's avatar. All eyes are on Gong now. The group's prodigies now fixed their gaze on Gong Lin. Relying on Gong Lin? Lin Fei read these words, yet deep down, he felt little confidence in this top prodigy's chances of victory. The pressure he exuded when facing Lin Mu far surpassed that of Gong Lin. Not long after, Gong Lin spoke. I have already lost. The moment this news spread, the entire crowd fell into an instant silence. The 6 prodigies couldn't believe their eyes. Gong Lin, Ren City's foremost prodigy, had actually lost? Hadn't Lin Mu just left Ren No. 3 high school? How could he have reached Ren No. 1 high so quickly? Last night, I already sparred with him. Gong Lin added another sentence. After these words, the entire group remained silent. Seeing what Gong Lin had said, Lin Fei put down his phone. He now understood why Lin Mu had asked him who was stronger between him and Gong Lin. It turned out Gong Lin had already faced off against him last night and even won. This meant that in the entire city of Ren, there was no longer a prodigy who could stand as Lin Mu's opponent. Lin Mu's second stop unfolded in the same manner. With an unrivaled demeanor, he won each successive match. 4 matches in total, 4 consecutive victories. He secured 4 points of strength and 4 fragments of 4th grade martial arts. Now, 10 fragments of a 4th grade martial art could be combined to form a complete technique. Even the victory favors the Brave's streak reached 11 consecutive wins. Next, Lin Mu headed to Rennie Middle School. Unfortunately, this time he only secured 2 victories. The root cause remained Gong Lin. He had defeated Gong Lin, Ren City's top prodigy, who had publicly stated he had already faced Lin Mu in a duel last night and lost. This severely dampened the morale of Ren No. 1 Middle School students, with only 2 daring to challenge Lin Mu. The day's haul amounted to 9 strength points, 7 4th grade martial arts fragments, and a sudden bonus of 1,000 great xia coins. Additionally, his winning streak had reached 13 consecutive victories. Excellent! With 20 strength points, I can claim another reward, and I've even collected all the 4th grade martial arts fragments. As for this 13-match winning streak, well, we'll see about that once we hit 20. On the way back to the hotel, Lin Mu was beaming with excitement. This trip had proven remarkably fruitful. Lin Mu was already eagerly anticipating his next trip to another city. Ha ha ha. The thought of continuing this way made Lin Mu break into a silly grin. Su Wei, standing beside him, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why did it feel like this kid grew happier the more he fought? Could it be? Su Wei suddenly recalled a certain innate talent. Then, recalling Lin Mu's combat prowess, Su Wei suddenly understood. No wonder. Su Wei shook his head, a faint smile spreading across his face. Song City had truly produced a prodigy. We'll depart Rin City first thing tomorrow morning and head to Bo City. Su Wei addressed Lin Mu. Understood, Senior Su. Lin Mu nodded instantly. As soon as they returned to the hotel, he got out of the car and headed straight for his room. Assuming Lin Mu was tired, Su Wei didn't bother him further. Back in his room, Lin Mu eagerly checked his rewards for this mission. Host has reached 20 strength points. Reward has been distributed. High-grade martial equipment, black armor. 10 fragments of 4th grade martial arts collected and synthesized. Reward obtained, 4th grade lower martial art, Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique. As the rewards were distributed, Lin Mu was startled to receive these 2 gifts from the system. Black armor? Before Lin Mu lay a suit of armor, black as ink, resting quietly on the ground. The black armor appeared as if woven from silk threads, feeling remarkably light in his hands. Yet the material composing it was unmistakably solid iron. Lin Mu didn't know the exact material, but he knew what high-grade martial equipment was. The cheapest low-grade weapon on the market cost 300,000. A mid-grade weapon would cost 800,000. As for this high-grade weapon, it would cost 2 million. High-grade weapons could withstand attacks from martial artists below level 10. Other functions depended on the weapon's specific attributes. Setting down the black armor, Lin Mu turned his attention to the 4th grade lower tier martial art, the Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique. My martial arts are leaning more and more toward the fire attribute, aren't they? Chapter 49, the 3 Fist Technique. Manhwa 3 Fist Technique. As the name implies, the martial arts cultivated here revolve around the 3 fists. Yet these 3 fists are not merely 3 physical strikes, they embody fist form, fist intent, and fist heart. These 3 fists form the essence of this martial art. Fist form, fist intent, and fist heart, these are the very foundation of the Mystic Fire 3 Fist method. Has 4th grade martial arts already reached such a realm? Lin Mu murmured to himself, wondering if this was because it was a system-generated art. The techniques he practiced, such as the charging step and shattering 1,000 armies, did not offer such profound advancement. The so-called fist form, fist intent, and fist heart are the very foundation of a fist master. From this point onward, it became the watershed between martial artists. Even among fist masters at the same cultivation level, what truly decides victory is their fist momentum, fist intent, and fist heart. This principle applied not only to fist masters but to every martial profession. This is one path for martial artists to grow stronger, and it forms the foundation for high-level practitioners. These 3 punches are truly difficult to master. Lin Mu murmured to himself, his expression showing little sign of embarrassment. With the never-give-up trait active, weren't these 3 punches meant to be mastered? Lin Mu began his cultivation. Never give up triggered. Commencing arduous cultivation of the Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique. After 10 years of arduous cultivation, the most basic fist forms of the Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique were grasped, though the fist intent and core principles proved somewhat challenging. The Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique has been mastered at the foundational level. The Manhwa 3 Fist Technique entered another period of arduous training, this time lasting 20 years. After 20 years of arduous training, the Manhwa 3 Fist Technique fully mastered the fist forms, while the fist intent and core reached a minor level of accomplishment. The Mystic Fire 3 Fist Technique has reached minor mastery. At this point, the advancement concluded. Could this be related to one's cultivation realm? Lin Mu stared at the halted Manhwa 3 Fist Technique, blinking. Judging by the wording, it most likely was connected to his cultivation level. Otherwise, if you stack mine and I stack yours, all his martial arts would reach perfection. Ha! Inside the room, the Manhwa 3 Fist Technique, now at the minor achievement stage, truly astonished Lin Mu. This technique was significantly stronger than his other 4th grade martial arts. After 30 years of arduous cultivation, Lin Mu had finally mastered the fist momentum. The fist's momentum, as the name implies, is the sheer force generated by the punch itself. The posture, momentum, and aura emanating from the punch could all be considered part of the fist's momentum. Put simply, it meant punches delivered with mastery of fist momentum were more agile, more powerful, and more visually striking than those thrown by practitioners lacking this skill. This interpretation is relatively straightforward. The minor achievements of fist intent and fist heart. The former allows one to enter an altered state. This state resembles the unity of man and sword where the person and the sword become one. This is the fusion of man and fist where only the fist exists in one's mind. It unleashes martial arts with greater power and enhances the force of each punch. As for the fist heart, it represents the most challenging realm for a fistmaster to cultivate. It demands an unyielding, forward-charging posture coupled with extraordinary self-confidence. Only with the mindset of one punch to split heaven and earth can this be achieved. The fist's core is the most elusive state to attain. But once one truly masters the fist's core, it signifies reaching the pinnacle of the martial artist's realm. At the very least, one becomes invincible among practitioners of the same realm. Having covered these 3 punches of the Mystic Fire 3 fist technique, we now turn to the martial art itself. That is the Mystic Fire fist art. The Mystic Fire fist technique comprises 3 moves: Ignite the Fire, Illuminate the Fire, and Mystic Fire. Lin Mu had already reached the minor accomplishment stage, mastering the Ignite Fire fist. Scarlet flames blazed upon his fist, surging like a mighty lion. Lin Mu refrained from testing the punch's power after all, this was a hotel, and promptly retracted it. Tomorrow morning, I should head to Bo City. Glancing at the time, Lin Mu's gaze fell upon the final piece of black armor. Black armor, a high-grade martial artifact. Black armor shapes itself to the wearer's form, offering exceptional defense against attacks of all attributes. Suitable for martial artists below level 10. Note, the black armor can devour martial weapons or treasures to advance. Current stage 1, next stage requires 1000 points. It can actually advance? This left Lin Mu feeling somewhat astonished. Truly a masterpiece crafted by the system. Blocking all attribute attacks from martial artists below level 10, this defense is practically invincible, right? Lin Mu immediately donned the armor. Sure enough, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. The black armor fit him like a second skin, molding perfectly to his form. With a mere thought, the black armor materialized instantly, transforming into a layer of pitch black, scale-like armor that covered his entire body. Cool. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Lin Mu couldn't help but smile. Time to sleep. That night, Rin City remained bustling. The strength of the Sanzhou scholarship student truly opened their eyes. Even Rin City's top prodigy, Gong Lin, couldn't hold a candle to this guy. Whether Gong Lin had suffered a narrow defeat or a crushing one in their private duel remained unknown to the people of Rin City. But they all understood clearly, Sanzhou had produced an extraordinary prodigy this time. Meanwhile, in a vast city deep within the northern province, the city stretched vast, capable of holding nearly 3 Sanzhous. Its massive iron walls soared 300 to 400 meters high, an invisible barrier enveloping the entire city, keeping even birds and beasts from entering. Within an estate perched atop a mountain peak, a stunningly beautiful woman clad in white martial arts attire stood in the courtyard, relentlessly thrusting her spear at the wooden target before her. Thud! Boom! With each strike, the wooden post shook violently. A nearby display panel continuously recorded the force unleashed by each thrust. 1890. 1921. 1900. Bang! As the woman fired her final shot, drenched in sweat, the willow tree beside her swayed ceaselessly, shedding leaves that drifted onto her tied-up hair. Miss, breaking news: Qingbei University has indeed offered a spot for a recommended student to Song City. An elderly man pushed open the door, a faint smile on his face. Miss, should we begin preparations early? Trivial matter. The woman holstered her gun and replied indifferently, Sang City is but a speck on the map. Why bother preparing? At most, we need to keep an eye on those few fellows. Miss, the other prodigies in the capital are already preparing to head to Song City. The old man said. Hearing this, the woman turned to face the old man. So soon? Indeed, the old man nodded. Word has it a red-grade martial artist has appeared in Song City. Those prodigies are heading there specifically for him. Red grade? At this, the woman's delicate brows arched slightly. Such a small place could produce such prodigies? The old man stood beside her, smiling faintly. Miss, you yourself spent some time in Song City just a few months ago. It was just a trip to Song City with third uncle. Thinking back, it wasted several months of my cultivation time. The woman's face twisted with disgust, her flawless features tinged with disdain. But I've awakened my innate talent. Even if others vie for it this time, that guaranteed spot will undoubtedly be mine. Indeed, young lady, the elder nodded. I'll go prepare now. We'll depart for Song City tomorrow. The woman sheathed her spear and headed inside. Amidst the hazy clouds in the sky, a crimson flame streaked across the city's heavens, heading toward Song City. In an instant, countless powerful auras erupted throughout the city. Yet these auras soon faded into silence. The prodigies of the capital had departed for Song City to vie for the reserved student spots. Chapter 50, Brother Lin Mu's Past. Early that morning, Lin Mu left Rin City with Su Wei. As they departed, the city's top officials gathered to see them off, escorting them all the way out of the city gates. Leaving Rin City behind, the two set off on the road to Bo City. Senior Su, regarding fist momentum, fist intent, and fist heart as an unranked martial artist, must I cultivate my weapons to such standards? Lin Mu asked. That's correct, Su-wei nodded, then suddenly looked at Lin Mu. You only just realized? Seems so, Lin Mu chuckled, nodding slowly. It seems you really need to get into Qingbei University. Su-wei remarked calmly. The path you're pursuing, that individual graduated from Qingbei University. He's now the commander-in-chief of the Longyu army. If you get into Qingbei University, you'll have access to the materials he left behind. Once you achieve certain results at Qingbei University, the school can even introduce you to him for personal guidance. Hearing this, Lin Mu's expression changed. Whoa, that's possible? He was stunned first by Long Yujun, and second by the fact that Qingbei University could actually introduce him to that man. Long Yujun. Lin Mu knew exactly what kind of figure that was. The elite fighting force of the Great Xia Empire, the very face of the nation. Even the lowest ranked member within the Dragon Guardian army possessed a cultivation level starting at no less than 45. And the one commanding the entire Longyu army? How terrifying must his cultivation be? Naturally, Su-wei nodded. However, one need not reach the pinnacle of each of the three realms for every weapon. Moreover, these three levels are essentially universal. Su-wei's gaze shifted to Lin Mu. Lin Mu blinked, his face brimming with curiosity. That depends on your future level of comprehension, Su-wei explained. These three realms can actually be traced back to your own being. Take a fist master as an example. Fist momentum is your own aura, fist intent is your own realm of understanding, and fist heart is whether you possess an absolutely invincible spirit. At these words, Lin Mu instantly understood. Explained so simply, even a fool could understand. So that's how it is. Lin Mu nodded. It's not too late for you, Su-wei remarked. Most of the top prodigies in the capital have already mastered these three realms to some degree. But few can master one realm completely at this age. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Then, Senior Su, do these three realms require deliberate cultivation? Not at this stage for you, Su-wei shook his head. Alright, Lin Mu nodded. He had already grasped the fist form, but his understanding of fist intent and fist heart remained shallow. However, with the Xuanhua three-fist technique reaching minor mastery, coupled with his 30 years of arduous cultivation, he had already gained some insight into these remaining two realms. As for what Senior Su mentioned those prodigies in the capital. Senior Su, what kind of beings are those top geniuses in the capital? Lin Mu suddenly asked. You're already on par with them, Su-wei replied, glancing at Lin Mu. The top prodigies in the capital all cultivate the most advanced martial arts available at this stage, and their sparring partners are all masters within their respective specialties. You lack their resources, yet you possess combat prowess on par with theirs. You are an absolute prodigy. Su-wei offered this assessment. It was an exceptionally high compliment, essentially acknowledging Lin Mu's innate talent. Senior Su, if I were to fight them, who do you think would win? Lin Mu asked. 50-50, Su-wei replied without even looking at Lin Mu. Yet in Lin Mu's heart, the answer was already clear. He surpassed those top prodigies in Shangjing. Up until now, he had only revealed most of his strength when facing that 9th-level enforcer from the Zhao family. By now, his combat prowess had likely increased exponentially. The top prodigies of Shangjing were no match for him. What? Do you have a premonition that you'll clash with them? Su-wei asked indifferently. Not now, but it will happen eventually, Senior Su. Lin Mu replied. That's true, Su-wei nodded. I hear the reason you offended the Zhao family was for standing up for a girl at the exchange conference. Su-wei said, as if recalling something. That's correct, Lin Mu replied. That girl suddenly transferred schools after the exchange conference ended, right? Su-wei added. So, did you ever suspect her identity? Su-wei looked at Lin Mu. Senior Su, please just say what you mean, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, sounding somewhat exasperated. That girl, she's from the Lu family of Shangjing. Su-wei stated. The moment the words Shangjing were uttered, Lin Mu's pupils flinched slightly, but he immediately composed himself. The Lu family of Shangjing, one of the ancient martial clans of Great Xia. Their heritage is profoundly rich, having produced countless formidable warriors. The current first general of the Qianqiu Guard is none other than the head of the Lu family. This revelation sent a wave of shock coursing through Lin Mu. That girl is the youngest daughter of the Lu family head, Su-wei continued. Judging by your reaction, it seems you harbor some grudge against the Lu family's little princess. Lin Mu remained speechless, saying nothing. Ha, you kid, Su-wei shook his head and chuckled at his reaction. Looks like you weren't just playing the hero at the exchange conference after all. She asked me to stand up for her. After I did, she promised me a bottle of Qi blood pills. Lin Mu said indifferently. But after I stood up for her, I got nothing. She left the very next day. And Zhao Ming has been targeting me ever since. Hearing this, Su-wei clicked his tongue in disbelief. TSK tisk. Who knew you had this kind of story, kid? What? Ever thought about revenge? Senior Su, I never thought of revenge. Lin Mu shook his head, but the flicker of resentment in his clear eyes betrayed him. Oh. Su-wei seemed to see through Lin Mu's lie, responding with a simple oh. Suit yourself. Su Wei waved his hand dismissively. The Lu family's power dwarfs that of the Zhao family by an immeasurable margin. If you truly have the capability, you'd be better off joining the Long Yu army, rising to the position of first general, and then dealing with the Lu family's little princess. At those words, Lin Mu fell silent. Are you kidding me? That would take forever. Then you have only one other option left. Su Wei's gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Senior Su, what other way is there? Lin Mu blinked. That is, pass the martial arts examination and let the world witness your strength. As long as you have the ability to crush every prodigy in this generation of the great Xia Empire. Even if you were to relieve yourself at the Lu family's doorstep, they wouldn't dare utter a word against you. Su Wei stated. Hearing this, Lin Mu fell silent once more. Yet a glimmer of clarity flickered in his eyes. This method seemed viable. Chapter 51, The City's Pride. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu and his group finally arrived in Bo City. Compared to Rin City and Song City, Bao City was far more developed. Martial artists were everywhere in the city. No sooner had Lin Mu and his group entered Bao City than they were stopped by others before they had gone far. Ahead, several vehicles were parked by the roadside. They were military trucks that had not yet entered Bo City. Senior Su, did they get word ahead of time? Inside the vehicle, Lin Mu blinked, one hand gripping a weapon case. The latter nodded. Naturally. The moment we departed Song City, word had already spread outward. Get out. The two men stepped out of the military vehicle, one on each side. The moment they stepped out, several young men immediately emerged from the vehicles ahead. Behind them, members of the Bo City Martial Arts Association followed suit. In an instant, it seemed as though the arrival of Lin Mu and his group had drawn a considerable gathering of Baosher martial artists to the scene. Quite the turnout, I must say. Su Wei observed the familiar figures ahead, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Director Su. Upon seeing Su Wei, the group bowed their hands in unison. This clearly demonstrated Su Wei's standing. Witnessing this scene, Lin Mu couldn't help but give Elder Su a few extra glances. What exactly was Su Senior's identity? How could people in every city treat him with such profound respect? Lin Mu found himself growing increasingly curious about his identity. Up ahead, several young men, each carrying their own weapon cases, approached the clearing. Lin Mu gathered his thoughts and turned his gaze toward them. Director Su, our purpose is straightforward. We've come for this guaranteed admission spot. The elder among the young men spoke up. Upon hearing this, Su Wei nodded lightly. Prepare yourselves. The city's elite talents are all gathered here, aren't they? The middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association nodded in response. Yes, Director Su, they're all here. Good. That saves us a lot of trouble. Su Wei hummed in acknowledgement. The group arrived at an open area. Lin Mu looked up and took in the city's elite, sizing them up from head to toe. 3 men and 1 woman, each dressed differently. But without exception, all 4 were elite guardians of the city. Who goes first? The white-haired man at the front spoke in a deep voice. I'll go first. The young man dressed in designer clothes stepped forward and approached the clearing. I hear you defeated Gong Lin. You do have some skill. Let me, Xiao Feng, test your skills, you special admission student. The young man named Xiao Feng beckoned to Lin Mu, then drew the long sword from his back. Brother Xiao Feng may be purple tier, but his awakened abilities rival those of gold tier practitioners. The beautiful girl remarked, moreover, the Xiao family has mastered swordsmanship for generations. Brother Xiao Feng's sword skills are already unmatched among the young generation in Bo City. The others remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on the two. They had already gathered most of the details about Lin Mu before them. Red Grade, an unranked martial artist hailing from Song City. After defeating Song City's prodigy, he went on to defeat Rin City's prodigy in consecutive victories. Such a track record was ample proof of his formidable strength. But this was Bao City. Even if he had arrived with great fanfare, he could only rank among the top 3 prodigies here. Lin Mu watched as the other drew his sword, yet he did not rush to act. Instead, he asked, are you their leader? No. Xiao Feng blinked slightly, clearly taken aback by Lin Mu's sudden question, then shook his head. Good. Lin Mu relaxed. Xiao Feng, ? What did that mean? Does he look down on me? Anger immediately flashed across Xiao Feng's face, convinced Lin Mu had asked the question out of sheer contempt for him. No, I didn't mean to target you. Lin Mu hastily waved his hands, explaining, I just worry that if I beat you, the others won't want to fight me anymore. At these words, Xiao Feng's face, which had still held a trace of anger moments before, froze in place. Even the other 3 stared at Lin Mu in bewilderment. What a peculiar notion. If it were them, defeating the strongest prodigy in this city would be enough. As for the others? They couldn't be bothered to fight them. But now, here was Lin Mu, practically begging them to take on the entire lot. So that's how it is. Hearing Lin Mu's explanation, Xiao Feng's expression finally eased. All right then. Xiao Feng, protect first high purple grade swordmaster. Lin Mu. After a brief exchange of introductions, the moment for action arrived. Lin Mu stepped forward with blinding speed, not even drawing his weapon case. At his current strength, using weapons would only be bullying them. No weapon? Seeing Lin Mu charge forward like this, Xiaofeng was momentarily stunned. But the next second, he held nothing back either. He swung his sword, a dazzling edge slicing through the air as sword energy surged freely. Sword masters were not ordinary swordsmen, theirs were professions where even basic attacks carried sword energy. No wonder Xiaofeng, with his purple tier quality, had risen to become one of the top prodigies in the vast city of Bao. Lin Mu moved swiftly, sidestepping the strike with a deft twist of his body. He dodged? Xiaofeng's pupils contracted slightly. He hadn't expected Lin Mu's speed to be this fast. In the next instant, Lin Mu was already before Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng took a deep breath, then thrust his long sword fiercely toward Lin Mu. But Lin Mu dodged it again, then slammed a fist into Xiaofeng's chest. Thud! The immense force instantly pierced through Xiaofeng's body. A dull thud echoed as his face paled. He stumbled backward dozens of steps before finally coming to a halt. This scene left everyone present utterly astonished. Even the three prodigies protecting the city wore expressions of utter horror. The sheer force of that single punch had nearly defeated Xiaofeng? Xiaofeng's face was now deathly pale, every muscle twisted in agony. He felt his internal organs trembling violently, the excruciating pain causing cold sweat to break out all over his body. The power behind that punch, it must be that of an 8th-level martial artist. Xiaofeng gasped for breath, his mind already reeling from the sheer power Lin Mu had displayed. No wonder he didn't use a weapon. Just as Xiaofeng was catching his breath, a sudden gust of wind swept toward him. Xiaofeng's pupils contracted sharply. Staring at the young man in casual attire before him, even his breathing faltered. The next instant, a fist slammed into his left cheek. Immediately after, a large hand shot out, grabbing his hair. Lin Mu launched into a merciless, no-holds-barred assault. Watching Xiaofeng pinned to the ground and beaten mercilessly, everyone present felt a wave of unease wash over them. Enough! That's enough! Xiaofeng's father tried to intervene, but hesitated with Su Wei standing nearby. Lin Mu, this is a sparring match. Stop at the right moment. Su Wei finally spoke up, calling Lin Mu to halt. But Lin Mu seemed oblivious, landing 2 more punches in quick succession. Only when the system's voice sounded did he finally stop. Hey, sorry to see you get the short end of the stick. Lin Mu withdrew his fist and yanked the other man off the ground. Xiaofeng's face was now swollen like a pig's head. The 3 prodigies from Bao City stood by, speechless. Lin Mu shrugged, his gaze shifting to the remaining 3 prodigies. Come on, who's next? Chapter 52 3 Consecutive Victories. The 3 exchanged glances before finally deciding who would step forward first. A girl clad in an orange martial arts uniform stepped forward from the trio and approached Lin Mu. She was strikingly beautiful, her oval face flawless. Her large, lively eyes scanned Lin Mu repeatedly before suddenly breaking into a charming smile. Brother Lin, I'm just a girl, you wouldn't go easy on me, would you? Absolutely not, Lin Mu nodded solemnly. As an upright gentleman, I treat everyone equally. Hee, that's good then. The girl chuckled softly, satisfied as long as she didn't receive the same treatment as Xiaofeng. But what did he mean by that last line, treating everyone equally? The girl blinked, quickly dismissing the thought. Huang Yaya, Baoyi High School, Purple Tier, Spellcaster. Lin Mu. The introductions remained brief. Standing on opposite sides, they wasted no time and immediately began their duel. Lin Mu showed no urgency. This was his first encounter with a sorcerer. He didn't know what peculiar abilities a sorcerer might possess. But spellcasters were easy enough to grasp, essentially mages clad in armor. Huang Yaya opened her palm, revealing a yellow talisman in her jade-like hand. The yellow paper was covered in intricate patterns, clearly written in characters Lin Mu did not recognize. Spell, Secret Thunder. Without hesitation, Huang Yaya unleashed her martial arts technique. As she flung the yellow paper, it shot toward Lin Mu as if guided by GPS. The paper ignited and burned to ashes within 10 meters of Lin Mu. Boom! Immediately after, accompanied by a thunderous roar, a massive bolt of lightning erupted before Lin Mu's eyes. A faint, ethereal formation materialized out of thin air, and the thunderbolt emerged directly from within it. Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. He raised his palm and unleashed a thunder-forged palm strike. The purple thunderclap collided with Huang Yaya's thunderbolt, instantly neutralizing each other. Seeing Lin Mu block it effortlessly, Huang Yaya showed no surprise and continued her assault. She flicked out sheet after sheet of yellow paper from her hands. Her vital energy rapidly depleted, yet each sheet unleashed a dazzling barrage of attacks. At her level, her vital energy was insufficient to sustain too many spells. After defusing each immediate threat, Lin Mu seized his chance and closed in before her. Huang Yaya flicked her fingers, and a sheet of yellow paper burst into flames in her hand before transforming into a dagger. Ha! Lin Mu raised an eyebrow and immediately engaged her in close combat. This direct confrontation revealed why, despite her purple-grade cultivation, she had become one of the city's top prodigies. Sorcerers truly lived up to their reputation as heavy-armored mages. Her earlier spells had already proven troublesome enough, and now she showed no signs of slowing down in close combat. Capable of both ranged and close combat, she was truly a melee mage. However, no matter how formidable Huang Yaya was, she was no match for Lin Mu. After a few exchanges, Huang Yaya was defeated. Yet she received the same treatment as Xiao Feng. The onlookers watched the scene unfold, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. This guy's blows were way too heavy. While it wouldn't physically harm these city guarding prodigies, it could certainly crush their morale. Su Wei stood silently to the side. And with Su Wei silent, none of them dared to speak up. Huang Yaya's face was swollen like a pig's head. The once clear eyes held no trace of their former liveliness, only resentment toward Lin Mu. So this is what you meant by treating everyone equally, truly treating everyone equally. Don't look at me like that. I'm a fair person, you know. Lin Mu spread his hands helplessly. The student Su Si selected for direct admission is truly formidable. The middle-aged man from the Baosher Martial Arts Association remarked, his face full of admiration. Their city had fielded 2 prodigies in succession, only to be easily defeated by the opponent. Securing the scholarship spot was looking increasingly difficult. This round, I'll take it. Of the 4 prodigies, only 2 remained. The white-haired man at the forefront stepped forward. He was Baosher City's foremost prodigy, Wu Changfeng. Wu Changfeng's cold eyes fixed on Lin Mu. He refused to believe he couldn't force Lin Mu to use a weapon. After these 2 matches, Wu Changfeng had already recognized Lin Mu's strength. This guy had won so effortlessly without ever drawing his weapon. Not to mention whether he himself had ever faced Huang Yaya and Xiao Feng with such ease. But in terms of mental fortitude alone, he was nowhere near as strong as Lin Mu. The moment you draw your weapon, victory is already mine in my eyes. Wu Changfeng fixed his gaze on Lin Mu and said calmly. Fine. Lin Mu nodded. The powerful figures present, upon hearing these words, felt nothing unusual about Wu Changfeng's statement. They could all see that the Lin Mu before them possessed extraordinary strength. With Wu Changfeng's strength, he would certainly not be a match for him. That Baosher had received advance warning this time and prevented the opponent from fully entering the city to challenge the high schools was already a significant achievement. Wu Changfeng, Gold Grade, Blade Master. Lin Mu. The 2 began their duel. Wu Changfeng wielded 2 short blades, charging straight at Lin Mu. His blades were razor-sharp, each strike clean and precise, devoid of any unnecessary movement. Lin Mu continuously sidestepped, evading every strike without taking a single hit. Thus far, Lin Mu had only demonstrated the thunder-forged palm technique. He had yet to unleash any of his other martial arts techniques. Lin Mu remained unhurried. He wanted to see what formidable techniques Wu Changfeng possessed that could force him to resort to weapons. The 2 exchanged blows back and forth, one attacking while the other evaded. Then Wu Changfeng halted. He held his twin blades horizontally, their hilts aligned. A blood-red aura enveloped the blades, then transformed into a milky white radiance that enveloped the entire pair. This is the martial art born of Brother Wu's quality, the Sun Moon Heaven Earth Slash. Witnessing this, the gathered prodigies all recognized the technique. Xiao Feng and Huang Yaya, their faces swollen and red, both stared in astonishment. This was Wu Changfeng's trump card. He clearly had no intention of dragging things out with Lin Mu. Lin Mu, observing this move, found himself intrigued. A powerful aura surged from Wu Changfeng's body, stirring up a layer of gale force winds as energy continuously gathered on the twin blades in his hands. Sun Moon Heaven Earth Slash. In the next instant, Wu Changfeng gripped both knife handles and hurled them violently toward Lin Mu. The blades transformed into energy wheels, erupting with milky white slashes of light. With blinding speed and lethal force, they hurtled toward Lin Mu. Sensing the immense power contained within this martial art, Lin Mu no longer relied on his bare hands to counter. He opened the weapon chest and drew the blunt sword from within. Then, wielding the Qingfeng sword technique, 3 bursts of azure light erupted violently. The overwhelming sword energy instantly engulfed the entire arena. Boom! The green light swirled, yet failed to block Wu Changfeng's heaven and earth slash. Instead, it surged toward Lin Mu once more. But Lin Mu struck again. This time, it was the fire blade. Scorching flames clung to the blade, unleashing countless fiery sword energies in all directions. Crack! Amidst the sound, the twin blades were finally forced to halt mid-air. They separated and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Wu Changfeng showed no trace of disappointment on his face. Instead, a faint smile appeared. You win. Chapter 53, Visitors from the Capital. With Wu Changfeng's defeat, this mission to protect the city concluded remarkably smoothly. Lin Mu gained 3 strength points plus 3 first-tier martial treasure fragments as bonus rewards. Meanwhile, Victory Favors the Brave had reached 14 consecutive wins. Lin Mu grew increasingly curious about the rewards behind this winning streak. Su Si, Sang City has truly produced a prodigy. The middle-aged man from the City Defense Martial Arts Association looked at Lin Mu with genuine admiration. At the same time, he was utterly astonished. While marveling at Lin Mu's formidable strength, he also held profound respect for him. For this young man to rise from the slums and achieve this level was no small feat. Even if the Martial Arts Association had lent a hand, compared to those born into ancient martial arts families, such a prodigy was truly worthy of admiration. It's been so many years since Tsung City produced someone like this. Su Wei watched Lin Mu's figure, his heart filled with emotion. His cloudy eyes held nothing but admiration and appreciation for Lin Mu. Lin Mu's journey to this point had been entirely self-made. The Martial Arts Association's backing, if any, had been minimal. His current achievements were truly hard-won. Whatever Su Wei could do, he would do more than his share. From the moment the two of them left Tsung City, he would support Lin Mu. This was his way of repaying the debt. Director Su, have you heard? It seems there's been movement from the capital. The middle-aged man from the Martial Arts Association suddenly remembered something and turned to Su Wei. They're coming? Su Wei didn't seem surprised, merely asking casually. It seems so. The middle-aged man nodded, then sighed. Looks like this special admission isn't going to be straightforward after all. If I'm not mistaken, those special admission spots were most likely reserved for them by Qingbei University. At this remark, Su Wei shook his head indifferently. Regardless of whether that's true or not, things have already changed. The middle-aged man paused, his eyes quickly shifting toward Lin Mu, who stood nearby. That's right. But Director Su, could he possibly be a match for those prodigies in the capital? That depends entirely on him, Su Wei replied. Judging by the strength he's demonstrated so far, he's no less capable than they are. The prodigies coming from the capital certainly won't be those few prodigies. They wouldn't bother competing for the limited spots in this small place. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. That's true. Su Si, once the capital's representatives arrive, I expect the prodigies from cities in North State that you haven't challenged yet will all head to Tsung City. Highly probable, Su Wei replied calmly. After all, those arriving from the capital weren't just prodigies, the powerful figures backing these prodigies would follow as well. Su Si, do you think it's related to that thing from half a year ago? Suddenly, the middle-aged man remembered something. Glancing around cautiously, he lowered his voice. Before he could finish, Su Wei already knew what he was referring to. Not sure. Let's just chalk it up to Tsung City getting lucky this time. Su Wei didn't want to dwell on the topic. As a member of the Martial Arts Association, the middle-aged man understood Su Wei's reluctance to discuss it and dropped the matter. But the shadow that flickered across Su Wei's brow spoke volumes. His words had indeed planted seeds of doubt. After all, such an occurrence was highly suspicious no matter where it happened. Beizhou hadn't received a direct admission quota in years, let alone one suddenly granted to a small city like Tsung. I suppose it's a good thing, after all. After a moment's reflection, Su Wei could only console himself with this thought. Then I won't linger here. I have another city to visit. Su Wei said indifferently to the middle-aged man. All right, Director Su. Take your time. The middle-aged man nodded. Alongside the heads of several other families in Baosher City, they saw off Lin Mu and Su Wei. Watching their departing vehicles, Wu Changfeng sheathed his twin blades and remarked, I sense this man is even stronger than those prodigies in the provincial capital. Brother Wu, you must be joking. I heard there's a prodigy in the provincial capital this time, also red tier quality. This guy has dominated the young generation in the provincial capital. His talent is terrifying compared to any senior high school student in the past decade. The young man who had remained inactive throughout the exchange spoke up. Su Shaoqing? Wu Chongfeng's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard rumors about this individual. His strength was undeniably formidable, a red-tier awakened gunmaster, and a rare light magic gunmaster at that. Just 3 days ago, Su Shaoqing had defeated a 9th-level martial artist, a 10,000 Zheng powerhouse. Any prodigy in North State paled in comparison to this man. You haven't fought Lin Mu. My impression of him can only be described as unfathomable. Wu Changfeng said solemnly. Yet even so, Wu Changfeng could sense that Lin Mu was no weaker than Su Shaoqing. His cultivation level was formidable, a peak 6th rank martial artist who could easily overpower most 7th rank practitioners. Moreover, he could defeat level 8 martial artists unless they were prodigies. Yet facing Lin Mu, he felt as though confronting a towering mountain, the pressure suffocating him. The man fell silent. He hadn't fought Lin Mu himself, so he couldn't make a definitive judgment. Inside the military vehicle, Su Wei did not inform Lin Mu about the visitors from the capital. The three drove onward toward Xing City. Now only 3 cities remained. Xing City, Handan City, and finally the provincial capital, Shijiazhuang. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, leaving less than 2 months until the martial arts exam. On the 11th day, Lin Mu and his companions arrived in Xing City. If nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before something unexpected did. Upon entering Xing City, they encountered the same treatment they had faced in Bo City. 4 prodigies from Xing City blocked their path and challenged Lin Mu to combat. Without exception, these 4 prodigies, highly favored by Xing City's elite, all fell to Lin Mu's hands. With this, Lin Mu gained another 4 points of strength, and the guaranteed reward of first-tier martial treasure fragments increased by 4. The consecutive victory reward from victory favors the bold reached 18. Just 2 more strength points and I'll earn another reward. Lin Mu's face broke into a broad smile. In less than a month, his strength points combined with his current level would soon place him within the realm of a 10th level martial artist. A level 10 martial artist could unleash a punch packing 2000 gene of force. But the strength of a 10th level martial artist wasn't just about that single punch packing 2000 gene of force. Even so, once Lin Mu reached that tier, he would be virtually unmatched among level 10 martial artists. At the very least, he would have more than enough strength to handle those prodigies in the capital. Despite dedicating minimal time to cultivation over the past month, Lin Mu's cultivation base was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th level. Just a few more days, and I'll break through to the 8th level. Lin Mu closed his eyes slightly, feeling the flow of his chi and blood. It must be said, being under Senior Su's guidance was truly beneficial. His never-give-up trait had been constantly triggering. Unfortunately, the social anxiety condition couldn't fully trigger after all. 3 people in 1 car couldn't activate social anxiety. After competing against Xing City's prodigy, the group was preparing to head to another city when Su Wei, the martial arts director of Tsang City's Martial Arts Association, received news from Tsang City. Chapter 54, New Entry Overlord. As the trio was en route to Handan City, a call came through to Su Wei. Hello. Su Wei answered the call. Director Su, someone from the capital has arrived. A voice said from the other end of the line. They're here, so they're here. Just give them a proper welcome, Su Wei said indifferently. Director Su, how about you bring Lin Mu back with you? Those prodigies from the capital are claiming you deliberately took the recommended student away to delay things, preventing them from facing Lin Mu. If you don't bring him back, they'll challenge every high school in the city day after day until you do. At these words, Su Wei's gaze shifted slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. Any movement from the prodigies in other cities? We've received word. Su Shaoqing from the provincial capital and the prodigy from Handan City are both heading towards Tsang City. Good. Su Wei nodded. Since the prodigies from the provincial capital and Handan City were already en route to Tsang City, Su Wei saw no need to take Lin Mu to those 2 cities. What about those who followed from the capital? Any movement? Su Wei recalled something and asked. Not yet, came the reply. Alright, I'll head back immediately. With that, Su Wei ended the call. Senior Su, are we heading back? Lin Mu turned to look at Su Wei beside him and asked. Yes, circumstances have changed. The prodigy from the capital has indeed arrived. Su Wei nodded. Senior Su, is that Lu fellow there too? Lin Mu inquired. He should be here too, Su Wei replied, though he wasn't entirely certain and could only give Lin Mu a rough estimate. There aren't many prodigies in the capital. Only 4 individuals truly deserve the title of demon-like geniuses. These 4 are all direct admissions to the top martial arts academies. They need not participate in any martial arts examinations and are permitted to enter the academies a month early to begin their cultivation. Beyond them, there are over a dozen prodigies hailing from renowned clans. Most of these prodigies are also vying for direct admission spots at the top martial arts academies. But their competition is usually against other prodigies from the same city. The prodigies from the capital city who came to Tsang City to vie for these spots were the ones who had already been defeated in that competition. Su Wei explained to Lin Mu. That young legitimate daughter of the Lu family, her talent isn't extraordinary, but she's certainly worthy of being called a prodigy. After all, she comes from the Lu family. Somehow, this year, not just the capital, but the entire Great Xia Empire has seen an unusual number of prodigies emerge. Hearing this, Lin Mu finally understood. Senior Su, so they couldn't compete with the locals here, so they went elsewhere to bully the country bumpkins, right? Lin Mu remarked. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Wei nodded. Though Lin Mu's words were blunt, they were undeniably true. People from big cities really do enjoy picking on those from smaller ones, don't they? Lin Mu gave a faint smile, unconcerned. What mattered to him now was whether that Lu fellow would show up. The top students in the capital had nothing to do with him. With his guaranteed admission status secured, only someone stronger than him could take it away. Otherwise, who could possibly snatch away his spot? As a martial artist, Lin Mu naturally sought to enter a prestigious academy for cultivation and access superior resources. Growing stronger had always been his goal. In this world, only by truly becoming powerful oneself could one avoid being bullied. System, spill the beans. What's the reward for 18 consecutive victories? Lin Mu closed his eyes slightly, murmuring to himself. Reply to host, impossible. The system's voice sounded. However, I can explicitly inform the host that the longer the winning streak, the better the reward. Seriously? That's obvious. Lin Mu rolled his eyes. He knew damn well that more consecutive wins meant better rewards. Fine. Once I hit 20 consecutive wins, I'll claim the reward. Lin Mu decided he wouldn't let victory favors the brave keep going like this. He wanted to see just how good these rewards truly were. Besides, he was about to face the prodigies of the capital. He needed to boost his strength, become stronger, and draw the attention of even more powerful opponents. Lin Mu treated everyone equally. Just as he dealt with the Zhao family who targeted him, he would deal with that Lu fellow. Moreover, to increase the power value of nuclear benevolence, he had to offend people when he acted. There was no other way. One really needs a powerful patron of their own. Lin Mu sighed inwardly. If he had a powerful patron, would he have to go through all this? At this thought, Lin Mu couldn't help but fix his gaze on Su Wei. Whether out of genuine curiosity or not, Lin Mu put on a smile and asked, Senior Su, after following you for so long, what realm are you at? Throughout their journey, every clan leader and martial arts association representative they encountered had treated him with utmost respect. This alone indicated that Senior Su's cultivation level was undoubtedly high. My cultivation isn't particularly high, Su Wei replied calmly. Their respect for me is merely due to my status. Did Su Wei not know what Lin Mu was thinking? All right. Not getting the answer he wanted, Lin Mu sulkily sat back down. Su Wei kept his eyes closed as the driver ahead steered smoothly. Throughout the journey, the trio traversed the wasteland without encountering any demonic beasts. Before they knew it, 8 days had passed. Living up to expectations, Lin Mu's cultivation had broken through to the 8th level. As the chi and blood surged within him, a dull rumbling echoed through his body. Lin Mu's aura surged upward. Inside the vehicle, both the driver and Su Wei couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu. After all, this was a cultivation breakthrough. Being less than a meter away from Lin Mu, Su Wei and the driver felt the sensation more acutely. Holy crap, he advanced right here in the car? The driver looked utterly astonished. 8th rank martial artist now? Su Wei observed Lin Mu, his tone hinting at a realization. MHM. Lin Mu nodded. Hearing this, Su Wei closed his eyes and fell silent. Only 2 words echoed in his mind, freak of nature. In just 2 months, this guy had climbed straight from level 1 to level 8. Consider this, some martial artists spend over 20 years just barely breaking through to level 10. But Lin Mu? He pushed himself all the way to level 8 in just 2 months. Su Wei recalled his own journey. After the martial arts exam, it had taken him nearly 3 months to break through to level 8. One took half a year to reach level 8, while the other did it in 2 months. Ha. As if sensing the shift in their gazes, Lin Mu scratched his head awkwardly. Host has reached 170 vitality points, achieving level 8 martial artist status. One random infinite attribute draw is now available. Breaking through a level, the most crucial part was naturally drawing an attribute. Draw. Lin Mu shouted inwardly. Infinite attribute selection in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Overlord. Overlord, while performing sit-ups, restores 300% HP per second and 100% injury recovery. Briefly increases strength by 40% and speed by 40%. After 15 seconds, strength and speed attributes are permanently boosted to 100%. Overlord? Lin Mu stared at the entry, his eyes widening in disbelief. Alright, that works. If you can't beat M, do sit-ups then get up and throw M with a takedown. The car kept rolling along, and before they knew it, another half-month had passed. On the 16th day, the trio finally returned to Song City. Chapter 55, back in Song City. Song City. Gazing at the massive black wall before him, Lin Mu felt like he'd suddenly returned to his hometown after years away. Since leaving Song City, his cultivation had advanced significantly. Now, upon returning to Song City, he would face the prodigies from the capital, the provincial capital, and Handan City. Feeling the pressure? At the base of the black wall, Su Wei asked Lin Mu from inside the car. Not really, Lin Mu replied bluntly. Pressure? Not really. He was merely a bit curious about the strength of the prodigies from the capital. Let's head into the city. Su Wei called out to the driver. Got it. The driver steered the car into Song City. Lin Mu, best not to act like you did before. Su Wei cautioned along the way, Beijing isn't like Song City. People here are selfish. Perhaps the prodigies from Bao City and Ren City have come to respect you along the way. But that doesn't mean continuing like this won't earn you enemies down the road. Your current strength is certainly enough to get into a top martial arts university, but you lack a truly standout opportunity. At this remark, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. Senior Su, isn't this the very opportunity? Su Wei paused, then looked at Lin Mu with a hint of surprise in his eyes. This kid's thought process was truly unconventional. Forget it. Do as you please. Su Wei waved his hand dismissively, no longer bothering to lecture Lin Mu. At least try to put on a good face for them. The word try stuck with Lin Mu. Understood, Senior Su. Lin Mu chuckled softly and nodded. I'll head back to the Martial Arts Association first. Some old friends are waiting for me. You can come with me. Su Wei said. Right now, the North State prodigies who've arrived in Song City, along with Song City's own prodigies, are all waiting for your return. The moment I step out of the Martial Arts Association, you'll become the target of everyone's hostility. Just to be safe, you'd better stay close to me for now. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Alright, Senior Su. At that moment, within the vast Zhao family compound, Zhao Huayan sat high upon his throne chair, his face twisted into a savage grin. He never imagined that a single scholarship spot would perfectly complete his plan. With the arrival of numerous powerful figures from North State, Song City's original lockdown had long been lifted. Even though Lin Mu had secured the special admission spot, prodigies from the capital had now arrived here as well. With Lin Mu's strength, how could he possibly be a match for those prodigies from the capital? The moment Lin Mu lost his spot, the Zhao family would strike swiftly. Moreover, there was another piece of good news. The girl who had been living with Lin Mu had unexpectedly begun cultivating as well. Now that Lin Mu has left, that girl still remains in his home. Clearly, her relationship with Lin Mu runs deep. Zhao Huayan stroked his chin, a cold smile spreading across his face. His cloudy eyes held a hint of ferocity. The backup plan for this scheme lies with this girl, doesn't it? A flawless plan was now taking shape in Zhao Huayan's mind. Sangyi High School. On the vast playground, a young man clad in white stood leisurely holding a long sword. Before him lay several students from Sangyi High School, sprawled on the ground. Not far away, Zhang Li crouched on the ground, clutching his chest in pain, his face contorted in agony. Even brother Zhang Li lost? Is this the prodigy from Shangjing? His strength is overwhelming. Terrifying. It's like a dimensional attack. Seeing even Zhang Li lose so easily, the faces of many Sangyi High students lost all trace of excitement. This was the first time the prodigies from Shangjing had shown their hand during their 10-day stay in Sung City. Weak. 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 The young man shook his head, his delicate features etched with resentment, his eyes utterly devoid of interest. The martial artists in this tiny place are truly weak. The young man was one of the prodigies from the capital. Born into a prestigious noble family, he had been immersed in premium medicinal baths since childhood. Even before his awakening, he had already become a martial artist. Now, his cultivation level had reached the 9th rank, a prodigy so rare he was 1 in 10,000, even within the capital. Hearing these words, Zhang Li's heart trembled, and a surge of anger welled up within him. But before the anger could linger for even a few seconds, it vanished into thin air. He had fallen within 3 moves against this young man. Zhang Li had always considered himself the foremost prodigy in Song City, second only to Lin Mu. Yet after clashing with this prodigy from the capital, he realized there were always greater heights to reach. I wonder if Lin Mu could be his match. At that moment, Zhang Li couldn't help but think of Lin Mu, who had once instilled in him a similar sense of overwhelming pressure. In this moment, Zhang Li found himself pinning his hopes on Lin Mu. No wonder Sister Yuding kept saying martial artists from such small places aren't worth paying attention to. So it turns out he was telling the truth after all. The young man plopped down onto the ground, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword as it stood planted in the earth, his face wearing an expression of utter helplessness. Time to check that recommended student should be arriving soon. The young man's sole purpose for coming here was to secure the recommended student's spot. Only once the name of the recommended student was secured would the other prodigies of the capital make their move. That would be when the real showdown began. Only the young man had the leisure to linger here, fishing for trouble and bullying the martial artists of Sangyi High. The others couldn't be bothered to intervene. In this insignificant place, no one was worth their effort. They'd rather spend that time training harder, preparing to face the city's elite martial artists. Martial Arts Association. Within the vast office building, on its topmost floor, a dozen individuals clad in varied attire yet radiating formidable auras sat in the conference room. The room was deathly quiet, broken only by the faint sound of their breathing filling the air. Has Su Si not returned yet? At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the side spoke up slowly. Chief Liu, Su Si has arrived in Song City and is currently en route here. The deputy chairman of the Martial Arts Association promptly replied with respect. MHM. The middle-aged man nodded. Before long, faint footsteps echoed from outside. Su Si isn't returning alone? Before the visitor entered, the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier lifted his head and looked toward the doorway. Evidently, all present were formidable figures. The sound of footsteps alone was enough to discern how many were approaching. The heavy iron door creaked open, revealing none other than Su Wei. Lin Mu, who stood beside Su Wei, briefly drew the others' attention, but their gazes quickly shifted away. This scrutinizing gaze made Lin Mu uncomfortable, yet he couldn't very well say anything. After all, those gathered in this conference room were likely all powerful figures from the capital, the provincial capital of Beizhou, and Handan City. Director Su, you've arrived. Upon seeing Su Wei, everyone present rose to greet him. This scene left Lin Mu utterly astonished. Chapter 56, Data. Inside the conference room, everyone present rose to greet him. The meeting room, once deathly quiet, seemed to transform with Su Wei's arrival. Lin Mu, standing beside Su Wei, wore a blank expression, yet his eyes betrayed utter astonishment. The sheer power emanating from these individuals was palpable. And these formidable figures showed such profound respect towards Senior Su. This moment further clarified to Lin Mu the true stature of Senior Su. Moreover, a hint of joy flickered deep within Lin Mu's clear eyes. That Su Senior commanded such profound respect clearly signaled his extraordinary status. This powerful ally was someone he absolutely had to hold on to. Lin Mu wasn't foolish, he wouldn't let impulsive pride cloud his judgment. He wasn't one to stubbornly stick to his guns, nor did he believe in the adage that fortune favors the bold. Revenge was exacted on the spot. Apologies for keeping you waiting, everyone. Please be seated. Su Wei extended his hand, gesturing for the assembled figures to take their places. The powerful individuals present all settled into their seats. Director Su, this young man must be the special admissions student from Song City, right? At that moment, a voice spoke up. It was none other than the middle-aged man who had spoken earlier, the one called Lu Shaguan. Lin Mu turned his head and looked at the man. Their eyes met, and Lin Mu instantly averted his gaze, feeling a sharp sting in his eyes. Lu Shaguan gave a faint smile. He does possess a certain courage. Lu Shaguan, he's not important. Let's hear what you all intend to do first. Su Wei sat in the seat of honor, while Lin Mu stood behind him. As soon as he sat down, Su Wei spoke. Director Su, you know the situation. Another voice spoke up, its powerful aura revealing yet another formidable figure from the capital. All eyes now converged on Su Wei. That matter isn't urgent. With the seal in place, it won't break free anytime soon. Su Wei said indifferently, the immediate priority is the upcoming martial arts examination and the quota for recommended students. Seeing Su Wei shift the topic, the others refrained from bringing it up again. Since we're on the subject, Director Su, please ask this young brother to demonstrate his skills promptly so we may determine the recommended student spot. Lu Shaguan urged. Shinjing, are only the 7 of your families sending representatives? Su Wei replied indifferently, ignoring him. A hint of sharpness flickered in Lu Shaguan's cloudy eyes, but he quickly concealed it. Indeed, only our 7 families are present. The middle-aged man in black martial arts attire, bearing a dragon emblem on his clothing, nodded. Su Wei hummed in acknowledgement before rising slowly. Since you've all arrived, let the martial arts competition commence here at the Martial Arts Association. One-on-one duels. Whoever wins takes the scholarship spot. Regardless of the outcome, no one may target any particular party. Upon hearing this, the 7 powerful figures from the capital remained silent. Agreed. After a few seconds, one of them nodded. What nonsense are you spouting, Su Si? Defeat is defeat, victory is victory, what targeting are you talking about? Lu Shaguan chuckled faintly. Very well. Su Wei nodded. Everyone, return and prepare. Bring your respective clan's prodigies to the Martial Association tomorrow. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in turn before dispersing. Soon, the vast conference room was left with only Su Wei, Lin Mu, and the 3 vice presidents. Su Si, I'll go prepare now, the vice president said. All right. Senior Su, may I return to Tsanyi High School first? Lin Mu blinked and asked. Why go back to Tsanyi High? The competition doesn't start until tomorrow, Su Wei replied, sounding somewhat surprised. Someone came to challenge our dojo. As a member of the Heavenly Pride, I can't just ignore it, right? Lin Mu explained. Alright, go ahead. But remember, if it's the Lu family's legitimate daughter, don't let personal grudges cloud your judgment. Su Wei nodded, then added a warning. Mark my words, if you really go too far, even I won't be able to protect you. Su Wei emphasized the last sentence with particular gravity. Heh, Senior Su, I won't go too far. Lin Mu chuckled softly, committing the warning to memory before departing. Su Wei paid no further attention to Lin Mu. A far more pressing matter now demanded his focus. As soon as Lin Mu departed, Su Wei retrieved a set of documents he had kept hidden for years. The Beast Wastes. For 30 years, they have never been invaded by the abyssal demons. Within the wasteland, there is suspected to be an artifact capable of resisting the abyss, though its grade is unknown. Investigations reveal that deep within the wilderness, this artifact is guarded by a powerful entity, likely a spirit or a predecessor of the Beast King, now sealed away. Half a year ago, the 3rd elder of the Lu clan ventured deep into the Beast Wastes and engaged in a fierce battle with the entity guarding the artifact. The fight ended in stalemate, but it shattered part of the seal and disrupted some of the abyss fissures bound by the artifact. 2 months ago, the Beast Wastes erupted in chaos. The suspected daughter of the Beast King escaped, and some disturbance occurred deep within the wasteland. No further investigation was conducted. The records end here. Su Wei let out a soft sigh, his cloudy eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy. Su Wei had long anticipated the arrival of these powerful figures from the capital. The Beast Wastes were a minor concern, the true danger lay in the abyssal fissure within them. Nothing threatened the entire world more than these abyssal monsters. Their arrival would bring the stars, and the stars would corrupt everything in their path, transforming all they touched into the most terrifying monsters imaginable. The Beast Wastes were the closest remaining wilderness to Tsong City among all surviving cities in northern province, indeed in all of Great Xia. Should the Beast Wastes be corrupted by the stars of the abyssal monsters, Tsong City would inevitably face utter devastation. This was Su Wei's greatest concern. He had been in Tsong City for 10 years since leaving the wilderness. He had grown profoundly attached to this city. More than that, it was the shared bond of being fellow citizens of the Great Xia. I hope all this is a good omen. Su Wei tried to reassure himself. He understood profoundly the truth that the innocent bear no guilt, but the possessor of a precious gem does. Even if Great Xia faced this peril and the entire world suffered from stellar contamination. But once a true treasure emerged, there would inevitably be those who would stop at nothing to seize it. In their eyes, an entire city was worth less than a single treasure. A taxi pulled up outside Sangyi High School. "Thanks, driver." Lin Mu slammed the door shut, waving at the driver as he sprinted away. "Young man, make sure you bring glory to Tsung City." The driver cheered him on, his face glowing with excitement. "Alright, take care then." Lin Mu waved goodbye. "Off we go." The driver floored it and sped off. As he drove off, the driver suddenly felt something was off. Oh no, did that kid forget to pay? Back at Sangyi High School, Lin Mu headed straight for the playground. He saw the messages from his class on his phone. Driven by his pride as a native of Tsung City and a student of Tsung No. 1 High School, Lin Mu couldn't wait until tomorrow. Today, he would take on this so-called prodigy from the capital and see just how much of a fraud he really was. Chapter 57, Not Much Water. On the playground of Sangyi High School. The man in white surveyed the students of Sangyi High gathered there, then rose and drew the long sword planted in the ground. Boring. The white-clad man looked thoroughly bored. Holding the sword in his hand, he prepared to leave. "Hey, you just arrived and you're already leaving?" Just then, a soft chuckle echoed from nearby. All eyes in the room turned toward the source of the voice. "Lin Mu? It's brother Lin Mu. Great, Lin Mu's here." Zhang Li lifted his head, gazing at the familiar figure. A strange pang of emotion welled up in the corners of his eyes. It felt like the moment when all the supporting characters had been defeated, and the protagonist made a powerful entrance. "You're Lin Mu?" The man in white stopped in his tracks, lifting his head to look at Lin Mu. That name was legendary. Lin Mu was the recommended student for Tsung City this time. Ever since these prodigies arrived in Tsung City, they had heard the name of this special admission candidate. "I didn't expect you to return today." The white-clad man's gaze swept over Lin Mu's body before settling on the massive weapon case strapped to his back. "Come on then. Since you're back, hand over the scholarship spot." The man in white did not regard Lin Mu with any respect. Even though he had only been in Tsung City for a few days, he had already heard rumors about Lin Mu. But as a prodigy from the capital, he had never regarded the people of this insignificant place with any respect. What did it matter if he was a prodigy of a single city? Lin Mu nodded. The man in white drew his sword without a word. "No name?" Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, inquiring. "Unnecessary. The weak have no right to know my name." The white-robed man shook his head, his tone flat yet brimming with arrogance. "Fine." Lin Mu sighed inwardly. This prodigy from the big city was indeed a bit arrogant. "Lin Mu, he's very strong. You need to be careful." Zhang Li cautioned from the side. Lin Mu nodded, then set down the weapon case before slapping his palm down on its surface. Snap. The weapon case swung open, revealing the spear and sword inside. But Lin Mu did not draw them. "Do you look down on me?" Seeing Lin Mu make no move to use the weapons, the white-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'll test you first. See if you're worth me drawing my weapons." Lin Mu said indifferently. "Very well." The white-robed man nodded, his clear eyes flashing with disdain and suppressed anger. Gripping his long sword, he stepped forward. His white robes billowed as waves of sword energy surged toward Lin Mu. The prodigy from the capital unleashed martial arts from the very first move. The sheer force behind that strike was overwhelming. The sword aura it unleashed sent shivers down the spines of countless students present. This single move alone was enough to reveal the true gulf between them and this prodigy from the capital. Facing Lin Mu's provocation, the white-robed man showed almost no mercy. Zhang Li watched the white-robed man, his heart tightening with anxiety for Lin Mu. This prodigy from the capital was simply too formidable. This strike, even if he gave it his all, he might not be able to block it. Sword momentum? Lin Mu's eyebrow arched at the sight of the strike. This strike clearly contained the momentum of the sword. The white-clad man charged forward relentlessly, his eyes seemingly focused only on the sword. A flash of white sword light streaked past. Lin Mu unleashed a fist strike, his vital energy igniting into crimson flames that enveloped his fist. The searing heat exploded before him in an instant, and with a thunderous boom, it blocked the strike. Witnessing this, the white-robed man's expression shifted slightly. How could his sword energy be so easily neutralized? Surprised, the white-robed man also realized that this recommended student before him possessed genuine strength. However, he hadn't even exerted his full strength. Since you understand the essence of sword momentum, you must have reached this stage as well. The white-robed man gripped his long sword, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mu as he spoke indifferently. Given that, you should also understand the gap between me, who has mastered sword momentum, and you, who has not. At these words, Lin Mu smiled faintly. Continue then. The white-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, surprised by Lin Mu's audacity. Well, this should be interesting. Let's see just how much strength this prodigy from your tiny corner of the world truly possesses. With that, the white-robed man charged forward once more. This time, his speed was even faster, and the sword in his hand struck with greater ferocity. Sword chi erupted in bursts, skimming the ground as Lin Mu dodged relentlessly. The sheer ferocity of the blade's energy rendered the Xuanhua three-fist technique ineffective. Using fists against a sword was not a wise strategy. Yet among the martial arts Lin Mu mastered, aside from the fourth-grade techniques, the rest had all reached their peak. Even his fourth-grade techniques were largely mastered. How could he possibly be a match for the man before him? Using a weapon would only hasten the end of this contest. But Lin Mu refused to do so. He needed just 2 more victories to claim his reward. The white-robed man had already closed in before Lin Mu, thrusting his sword horizontally before sweeping it out. The white sword light grazed Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu stepped back, a thin trickle of blood forming a faint line on his neck. It was merely a graze, nothing serious. Yet witnessing this, the spectators watching the battle couldn't help but gasp in shock, their hearts clenching in fear for Lin Mu. Had Lin Mu failed to dodge in time, that strike would have ended him. "You're surprisingly resilient," the white-clad man remarked with a faint smile, his eyes brimming with disdain. Lin Mu remained silent, taking a single step forward. Swish! In an instant, his body dissolved into a trail of afterimages, leaving streaks of black shadows along his path. The white-robed man's pupils contracted sharply, clearly taken aback by the sheer power of Lin Mu's footwork. But he wasn't without a countermeasure. 10,000 swords! The white-robed man roared, channeling his chi and blood. A faint white light erupted around him, followed by countless sword energies bursting forth from his body and violently plunging into the surrounding area. At that very moment, Lin Mu executed another charging step to create distance. Boom! The countless sword energies missed their mark, and the white-robed man charged directly toward Lin Mu. As a prodigy from the capital, his mastery of martial arts and combat awareness far surpassed those of Sun City's prodigies. This move made Lin Mu realize that the prodigies from the capital truly possessed considerable skill. But that alone was not enough to make him lose. Thunder forged palm. Thunder had already gathered in Lin Mu's left palm. Violet lightning erupted as he struck out, thunder roaring across the sky. Boom! The deafening roar alone sent a sharp pain through the white-robed man's eardrums, while the thunderous strike before him halted his offensive momentum. Seizing the moment, Lin Mu lunged forward again, his right fist gathering power before slamming into the opponent's chest. Critical damage triggered. Thud! With a dull thud, a flash of light erupted from the white-clad man's chest before he was sent flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The entire crowd fell deathly silent at the sight. Damn! Awesome! Damn awesome! 3 seconds later, thunderous cheers erupted across the field. Lin Mu watched the opponent fly backward, shaking his head helplessly. Not very strong. A bit overrated. Chapter 58 Critical hit to your Dao heart? Back on the spot, Lin Mu slowly retracted his fist. Damn, that was awesome. Holy crap, Lin Mu is just insane. Brother Lin Mu, everything I said to you before was my fault. I was wrong. Go ahead and scold me. Students from Tsanyi High and other schools present were all filled with excitement and joy. Even those who had previously spoken disrespectfully to Lin Mu now showed him utmost reverence. To them, Lin Mu was now nothing short of a god. Earlier, they'd been holding back a pent-up frustration caused by those arrogant geniuses from the capital. But now, with Lin Mu's punch, that pent-up frustration was finally released. One word summed it up: exhilarating. Zhang Li's face also bore traces of surprise and astonishment. Then, a smile spread across his face. Ha! Excellent. Where he stood, Lin Mu withdrew his fist but kept his weapon holster drawn. His gaze fixed on the white-clad man in the distance, his body suddenly surged forward once more. Ha! Witnessing this, the crowd present was utterly baffled. The prodigy from the capital had been knocked flying. Why was Lin Mu still attacking? Their gazes followed the white-robed man as he crashed heavily to the ground. A white light flickered across his chest, his martial armor activating to absorb the force of the punch. His face was twisted in agony. It felt as though a speeding semi-truck had slammed into his chest. That punch just now, there's no way he could have delivered it. The white-robed man muttered inwardly, utterly refusing to believe such overwhelming power could be unleashed by a martial artist below the 10th rank. Yet that was precisely the case. The white-clad man now recognized the sheer terror of the man before him. If every punch carried such force, no demonic prodigy in the capital could stand against him. Are you kidding me? Every punch packs at least 3,000 Jin of force. How could anyone possibly fight that? Just as the white-robed man gritted his teeth, trying to rise, a dark shadow suddenly loomed before his eyes. You haven't conceded defeat yet. This contest isn't over. The white-robed man recognized the newcomer, but before he could utter a word, a cold voice rang in his ear. Me. The white-clad man instantly understood what the other intended to do next. Before he could utter a word, however, the man grabbed him by the hair. Instantly, fists rained down on his face like hailstones. Thud. 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 Witnessing this scene and hearing the dull thuds, those present couldn't help but feel a pang of pity for the man in white. This was just too brutal. Though Zhang Li felt a surge of satisfaction, a faint worry for Lin Mu stirred within him. After all, this was a prodigy from the capital. His father had mentioned their background was formidable, even the powerful figures in the provincial capital of Beizhou province wouldn't dare provoke them. Lin Mu stood alone, having already offended the Zhao family. Now he'd gone and beaten the other party so brutally. Lin Mu. Zhang Li spoke up, intending to stop him. But Lin Mu stopped right then. The white-clad man's face was swollen like a pig's head, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Lin Mu. "You bastard! You never conceded defeat." Lin Mu shrugged his shoulders, adopting the posture of a victim. "Otherwise, if you'd struck back, I would have been the one to lose." At those words, the white-clad man felt a bitter taste rise in his throat, and a mouthful of blood threatened to spill out. "Damn it, what the hell made you think I could get up and kill you? Damn it! What the hell? Did that hit your spiritual core?" Lin Mu chuckled as he rose to his feet. The white-robed man was speechless, silently cursing Lin Mu's parents 1,000 times over in his mind. "Wait, this guy's an orphan. Where'd he get parents? Damn it!" The thought made the white-robed man's eyes darken further. The prodigy of the prestigious Mo family from the capital, beaten so badly in this backwater town that he couldn't even fight back. This instantly shattered much of his pride. "Just you wait. I'm not the strongest here. There's still Sister Yuting." The white-clad man refused to concede, shouting after Lin Mu's retreating figure. "Yuting? You wouldn't be referring to Lu Yuting, would you?" Hearing that familiar name, Lin Mu's footsteps halted involuntarily as he turned to glance back at the man. "Of course. Sister Yuting's awakened profession may be golden, but her abilities are formidable." The white-clad man seemed to have found an outlet for his frustration, spilling out his thoughts in one breath. "When you face Sister Yuting in combat, you're bound to lose." "Oh." Lin Mu opened his mouth and uttered a single syllable. This response left the white-clad man utterly speechless. He now resembled a useless, raging fool. This was unbearable for the white-clad man. "Yuting? That name sounds so familiar. So familiar. It sounds like the exchange student from over half a year ago. Whoa, could it be that Yuting, the school beauty, is also from Shangjing?" The students from First High Present all felt an uncanny familiarity with the name. When someone revealed her background, everyone's expression changed. They only knew that the former school beauty, Lu, had been an exchange student who had only stayed briefly at Sangyi High School. But now that her true identity was revealed, how could anyone present not be shocked? "Tomorrow, the Martial Arts Association will hold a match. It's your Shangjing prodigy challenging me." Lin Mu said indifferently, "I hope you'll be there too." "I will," the man in white replied. Then, Lin Mu packed away his weapon case and left the school. "Tomorrow, huh?" Zhang Li murmured. It seemed the spots for Tsang City's recommended students would be decided tomorrow. As long as Lin Mu defeated these prodigies from the capital, the spot would be his for certain. As Lin Mu defeated the man in white and departed Sangyi High School, a new announcement spread throughout the city. Tomorrow at 10 a.m., the Martial Arts Association would set up a challenge platform, inviting prodigies from all over Tsang City to challenge the recommended student. The news sent shockwaves throughout the city. Meanwhile, in Tsang City's most luxurious hotel, a stunningly beautiful woman sat on the sofa, quietly reading the news about Lin Mu. They're rushing to update information about him. At least they're giving him some respect. This woman was none other than Lu Yuting, the young heiress of the Lu family. The dossier in her hands contained every detail about Lin Mu. It covered everything from the impact he made after his awakening to his matches in the underground fighting arena. An orphan who's come this far. If I were to take away his spot as a recommended student, would he collapse? A faint smile played across Lu Yuting's flawlessly beautiful face, yet it was utterly cold. People from such a tiny place aren't worth pitying. Compared to someone like her, born with a silver spoon in her mouth, these orphans were merely lucky. Chapter 59, The Battle for Recommended Admission Spots. After leaving First High, Lin Mu didn't return to the martial arts club but headed straight home. Arriving home, he wondered how Sunange had been faring during these long days apart. He figured she must have left by now. As Lin Mu pushed open the door, a sea of white met his eyes. Lin Mu froze, his clear eyes fixed on the figure before him. There, seated in meditation on a cushion, was a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad only in undergarments. Her waterfall of black hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her skin was flawless, gleaming white like jade, without a single blemish. As if sensing the door open, the woman slowly turned her head and looked at Lin Mu. Recognizing the face before her, there was no doubt it was Sunange. Put! Lin Mu nearly choked on his own blood. He scrambled to grab the clothes nearby and hurled them at her. "Change your clothes. I'm not home, but you sure know how to have fun," Lin Mu said, covering his eyes with one hand as he headed toward another room. But his fingers betrayed him, the gaps between his nails exposed. "What's the big deal? The internet says this cultivation method is fast, and it requires dual cultivation between a man and a woman." Sunange looked utterly innocent as she pouted. "Since you weren't home, I just wanted to try it. I wondered if practicing alone would be just as fast." Put! Lin Mu stumbled, nearly falling to the floor. "What the hell kind of niche couples foreplay game is this? And you have to strip naked?" Wait a minute. Lin Mu halted his movement while Sunange had already slipped on a coat, concealing her flawless figure. Are you going to practice? Lin Mu asked. Yes. I read online that I've already taken my first step into martial cultivation. Sunange nodded. All right. Lin Mu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times, a hint of puzzlement now in his heart. Why was this girl so determined to stay by his side? Looks like I'll need to tell Senior Su about her situation sometime. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Weird. He knew exactly what the phrase "a beautiful woman is a source of trouble" meant. Such an innocent soul in his home, and she even claimed she wanted to stay by his side forever. This was highly suspicious. Disney's runaway foolish princess. After exchanging a few more idle words with Sunange, Lin Mu finally understood the girl had surfed the internet until she went soft in the head. He couldn't be bothered with her. As long as she had food and drink here, that was enough. Just one more match, and I'll claim the reward for 20 consecutive victories. Tomorrow's match will show those prodigies in the capital who's boss. Early the next morning, the entire city of Seoul was bustling with activity. Outside the Martial Arts Association, countless martial artists had gathered. The reason? Today was the day the prodigies from the capital, the provincial capital, and Handan City would challenge the guaranteed admission candidates. On this day, the heads of both the Zhao and Zhang families were present. In the past, their status was so exalted that even the Martial Arts Association's vice president would give them wide berth. This was due to the Zhao family's past contributions. But now, the powerful figures backing the prodigies of Xinjiang were all of immense stature. No matter how exalted the status of these two family heads might be, they could not compare to them. Thus, on this day, the crowd was immense, filled with martial artists from Song City. Inside the Martial Arts Association, a space as large as half a stadium housed a specially constructed arena at its center. Surrounding it were spectator seats, with the VIP section positioned at the very front. For today's occasion, both Zhao Ming and Zhang Li were present, along with numerous students from the three high schools. Countless martial artists filled the venue, while 7 powerful figures from the capital city occupied the VIP section. Powerhouses from the provincial capital and Handan City occupied seats there as well. Su Wei, along with Zhao Huayan, the head of the Zhao family, and the head of the Zhang family, were also seated in the VIP section. On the other side, the prodigies preparing to compete were seated in designated positions. With no one seated around them, they stood out conspicuously, making it easy to identify who was participating in the contest. 7 prodigies have come from the capital this time, while only 1 has come from the provincial capital. The prodigy from Handan City, however, has no intention of competing this time. He's here to observe. After all, the prodigies from the capital are here too. If they don't compete, at least they can observe and learn. Many murmured among themselves. Su Wei sat at the head of the table, quietly observing everything around him. Lin Mu still hadn't arrived. Director Su, has that young man not arrived yet? Lu Shouguan inquired. He'll be here soon, Su Wei replied indifferently. Lu Shouguan said no more. TSK, MOU, did you get stung by a wasp or beaten up by someone? Over at the Tianjiao group, a Tianjiao from the capital city looked at the white-robed man's swollen face and made a disapproving sound. The others also looked at him, their expressions a mix of confusion and amusement. MOU, that was the white-robed man's name. MOU's face was cold and grim, his eyes holding not a shred of kindness. Don't ask. MOU dared not speak. Yesterday, that special admissions student had tracked him down and beaten him senseless. Otherwise, why would he show up here looking like this? The greatest enemy this time isn't that so-called scholarship student. The man in black seated at the left center spoke indifferently. It's Su Shaoqing from the provincial capital of North State, a light artistry gunmaster and an 8th-rank martial artist. He's considered the strongest prodigy to emerge from North State this time. As he spoke, all eyes turned to the end of the row. There stood a young man clad in pale yellow martial attire, a silver spear resting at his side. His features weren't conventionally handsome, yet he exuded an air of scholarly refinement that felt remarkably soothing. Su Shaoqing stood with his eyes gently closed, seemingly impervious to the surrounding commotion. He was the sole martial artist from the provincial capital to arrive here, representing the capital in the competition for the guaranteed admission spot. This one poses a threat, a red-grade light magic spearmaster. The gazes of several prodigies from the capital held a hint of gravity. Not all of them possessed red-grade awakenings, but without exception, none were below gold grade. However, only one possessed red-grade quality. Even within the same quality tier, there were disparities, and the abilities they awakened differed. Su Shaoqing's red tier quality, coupled with the rarest of all, a light magic gunmaster, imposed a palpable sense of pressure. Lu Yuding's exquisitely beautiful face bore little emotion. Her sole focus now was securing the guaranteed admission spot to cultivate at Qingbei University. This is taking far too long. An orphan like him has kept us waiting this long. Lu Yuding spoke coldly, her words dripping with contempt. In her mind, people were divided into tiers, and Lin Mu occupied the lowest rung. Just then, a frail figure slowly approached from the distance. He's here already? Seems I arrived a bit late. Chapter 60, Must the Strong Humiliate the Weak? Lin Mu, dressed in casual attire and carrying a weapon case on his back, entered the grand hall. Instantly, countless eyes turned to fix upon him. A ray of sunlight fell upon him, stretching his slender form into an elongated silhouette. The shadow beneath his feet lay slanted to one side. Lin Mu walked in with a smile, heading straight for the stage. Standing there, he became the focal point of everyone's attention. Everyone watched him, gaining a new appreciation for his remarkable composure. If it were anyone else, they would likely be extremely nervous. But Lin Mu? He arrived here with the ease of someone strolling through a garden, then walked straight onto the stage. Not a trace of nervousness ever crossed his face, not even a hint of awkwardness. The crowd admired him. For someone who had grown up as an orphan to achieve what he had now was truly remarkable. All eyes were fixed on Lin Mu. Some scrutinized him. The city's elite all fixed their gaze upon Lin Mu, seeking to discern any distinguishing traits in him. Yet they found nothing. His sheer composure alone was proof enough that he deserved the provisional scholarship spot. Yes, for now. Zhao Huiyan's gaze settled on Lin Mu. This was his first encounter with Lin Mu. This single encounter only strengthened Zhao Huiyan's resolve to eliminate Lin Mu. As if sensing something, Lin Mu turned his head, his gaze locking with Zhao Huiyan's. Their eyes locked, sparks flying. Since everyone's here, shall we begin the contest? Lu Shaguan spoke first, his gaze fixed on Su Wei. Lin Mu, do you have anything to say? Su Wei looked at Lin Mu and asked. No, Senior Su. I have nothing to say. Lin Mu shook his head. In that case, this contest may end at any point by conceding defeat. Su Wei nodded, then stated the rules: no lethal blows. Falling off the platform means defeat. No sneak attacks after leaving the platform. After stating the rules, Su Wei declared, begin. Below the platform, Zhao Ming fixed his gaze on Lin Mu. That guy? I bet he won't last more than a few moves. Despite Lin Mu's victory over Zhang Li, Zhao Ming remained convinced that given his background, even with the Martial Arts Association's support over the past month, he could never hope to match these prodigies from the capital. He hoped Lin Mu would lose in the very first match. Then, stripped of his guaranteed admission spot, he would be utterly destroyed by the Zhao family. I wonder how many he'll defeat. Zhang Li speculated at that moment. On the contestant platform, Su Shaoqing, who had kept his eyes closed, slowly opened them. His pure gaze settled on Lin Mu, sizing up that Song City scholarship student from head to toe. He had already heard that Lin Mu had emerged from Song City, defeating several prodigies from other cities in succession. I wonder just how strong you truly are. Su Shaoqing then withdrew his gaze and gripped the long spear beside him. Who shall we start with? A prodigy from the capital spoke up, his gaze sweeping over the other six. I'll go first. The young man seated beside him rose slowly. He picked up the weapon case at his feet and walked onto the stage. In the VIP section, a middle-aged man with snow-white hair watched the young man step forward, a hint of coldness in his expression. With my Zhang family's legitimate heir taking the stage, it seems highly likely he'll secure the guaranteed admission spot. Ha, we'll see about that. The other powerful figures all laughed heartily. Zhao Huiyan's gaze settled on Lin Mu, tinged with amusement. I'm quite curious to see how you, an orphan no matter how extraordinary your talents, will fare against this prodigy from the capital. Lin Mu stood on the platform, setting his weapon case aside as he crossed his arms. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhang Lingfeng, of the Zhang family from the capital. Golden grade, level 8, demon subduing staff master. Zhang Lingfeng introduced himself before opening his weapon case and pulling out 2 sections of iron staff. The iron staffs were entirely black, with the heads engraved with the patterns of some ferocious beasts. It was a high-grade martial treasure, though not the finest among its kind. While the trial wasn't restricted to weapons, it did impose limits on their quality. Even in the martial arts examination, the grade of martial treasures could not exceed high grade. Therefore, these prodigies of the capital were only equipped with high-grade weapons. Otherwise, their weapons would have to be first-tier martial treasures. Martial treasures are graded as low, medium, high, and 1st to 9th tier. Those exceeding 5th tier receive specific designations. The same applies to martial equipment. Zhang Lingfeng gripped his long staff with both hands. As his palms pressed together, a crisp snap echoed from the joint, locking the 2 halves into place. Demon subduing staff master. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. End this swiftly. Don't waste precious time. Zhang Lingfeng gripped the staff with one hand, positioning it behind him as he turned his gaze toward Lin Mu. All right. Lin Mu nodded, then opened his weapon case. He drew the blunt spear from within. Looks like you're still following Bai Wu's path. Zhang Lingfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. As one of Shangjing's prodigies, he could naturally discern the path Lin Mu intended to follow. The other Shangjing elites present also recognized whom Lin Mu sought to emulate. He'll find it difficult to follow that path. I'm quite looking forward to his next move. Lin Mu gripped his blunt spear. With a flick of his palm, a searing flame instantly enveloped the shaft. At the same moment, Zhang Lingfeng struck. His pitch-black iron rod struck like a heavy hammer, its entire length enveloped in golden light as it unleashed immense power. This was the power he had awakened the demon-subduing technique. As the staff crashed down, Lin Mu raised his spear to block. Bang! The clash of metal sent both men staggering back a step. Immediately, they clashed once more. Both wielded long weapons, their movements sweeping and expansive, creating a spectacle of great visual impact. This exchange, however, made everyone present witness what true prodigies were capable of. Lin Mu, already underestimated by the capital's prodigies, was now the subject of their wagers. They speculated he would be defeated within a few moves. I'll wager 3 moves. Lang Feng's demon-subduing staff is formidable, even I'd retreat 3 paces before it. 3 moves? Judging by this, it'll take at least 5. 5 moves is still overestimating him. Several prodigies from the capital spoke up. Only Unyielding remained silent, quietly observing the 2 combatants on the stage. On the stage, Zhang Lengfeng unleashed relentless strikes with his staff. Each move was wide and sweeping, fully exploiting the advantages of his long weapon. Yet as their exchange intensified, Zhang Lengfeng began to feel a hint of pressure. Lin Mu's attacks seemed less fierce, yet every move carried immense lethal force. Not only that, but his level seemed far beyond 8, likely reaching the threshold of 9.5. The sheer force behind each of his opponent's strikes far surpassed his own. Impossible. This must be an enhancement from his martial arts cultivation. Zhang Lengfeng fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, refusing to believe that a genius from such a small place could possibly outrank him. Answer me this: should the strong humiliate the weak? Just then, Lin Mu paused his movements and asked. HM? HM. Zhang Lengfeng froze, then nodded. All right. Seeing Duofu's response, Lin Mu nodded in satisfaction. Then, Lin Mu raised his spear once more. The crimson flames that had nearly burned out now flared up again. In that case, I'm afraid I'll have to humiliate you. Chapter 61: The strong must humiliate the weak. The crimson flames erupted violently, instantly radiating extreme heat across the arena. Gripping the spear, Lin Mu flickered his wrist, causing the flames to dance and sync with his movement. Humiliate me? You're not worthy. A chill flashed in Zhang Lingfeng's eyes as he swung his iron rod, charging toward Lin Mu. Golden light crashed down, transforming into an illusory shadow of the iron rod. Its immense force and pressure descended directly toward Lin Mu's head. The cultivation technique Zhang Lingfeng practiced was the 4th-grade lapis lazuli golden flame breathing method. Such a cultivation technique was already among the highest of the high. Golden flames flickered within the golden light. Lin Mu suddenly swung his spear, striking with all his might to block the blow. Yet the immense force did not push Lin Mu back. The attacks from both sides cancelled each other out. Yet even this single exchange sent a jolt through Zhang Lingfeng's heart. Despite activating his breathing technique and combining it with the 5-element staff intent from his 4th-grade lower-tier martial arts training, he had failed to push his opponent back. Instead, his strike had been blocked. This meant Lin Mu could unleash a force of at least 1,900 jin. That equated to a 9th-grade martial artist. The few prodigies from the capital present were utterly astonished upon witnessing this scene. They knew Zhang Lingfeng's capabilities inside out. With his awakened martial art, the demon-subduing staff master, combined with the 4th-grade breathing technique, the lapis lazuli golden flame breath, he could defeat even a 9th-level martial artist. This was the gulf between prodigies and ordinary practitioners. Despite being merely an 8th-rank martial artist, he had completely defeated a 9th-rank martial artist, challenging opponents of higher ranks. Yet now, Lin Mu had so effortlessly blocked the opponent's attack. Doesn't this prove that Lin Mu possesses the same level of cultivation? How did this orphan manage it? At that moment, all eyes were fixed intently on Lin Mu. Their worldview was being shattered by the sheer force of this revelation. Lin Mu was an orphan, and one from this tiny corner of the world. Even with the Martial Association's substantial backing, it was utterly impossible for him to cultivate a 4th-grade cultivation technique. 4th-grade cultivation techniques were only accessible to the top families of Great Xia and elite academies, where they could be exchanged for points. Even the Martial Arts Association Song City's Martial Arts Association no less could not possibly provide a 4th-grade cultivation method to him. There's another possibility this person might be at the 9th rank. Someone blurted out, but the other prodigies dismissed it outright. Impossible. Only those 4 prodigies, born with innate talents, red-grade cultivation, and access to countless top-tier resources, could reach level 9. This orphan absolutely could not have reached level 9. One prodigy flatly refused to believe the claim. This is hilarious. Just moments ago, we were saying he'd be defeated in a few moves. Now look at him, he won't lose. He might even win. Someone burst into laughter. Not only them, but even the 7 powerful figures were taken aback by the strength Lin Mu had unleashed. This man's strength is estimated to be at least 1,900 jin. Judging solely by his aura, his cultivation level is no higher than 8th grade. A middle-aged man clad in fur-lined robes spoke up. An 8th-rank martial artist? An orphan like him, even with the Song City Martial Arts Association's backing, reaching this level. One man looked puzzled, but a glance out of the corner of his eye caught Su Wei, and everything suddenly clicked into place. The others also recalled Su Wei. Seeing Lin Mu's formidable strength before them, everything suddenly made sense. Impossible. How did he, an orphan, manage this? At that moment, Zhao Huayan was utterly dumbfounded. In his eyes, Lin Mu had been defeated in just a few moves. Yet now, he had fought several rounds against this prodigy from the capital without losing. Even his own son couldn't achieve such feats. How could an orphan like Lin Mu possibly do this? The martial artists present excluding Sanyi High students were stunned by Lin Mu's display, including those from Tsanger and even Sangsan High. Lin Mu's strength was simply too formidable. On the stage, Lin Mu continued his fierce battle with Zhang Lengfeng. He employed only the flaming crimson spear technique, a second-grade upper martial art. Meanwhile, Zhang Lengfeng relied on a fourth-grade lower-tier martial art. Only by relying on his fourth-grade breathing technique could he barely hold his own against Lin Mu. Zhang Lengfeng's expression darkened. The longer he fought Lin Mu, the more acutely he felt the overwhelming power of the man before him. This sensation was eerily reminiscent of the feeling he had experienced when facing those four prodigies. No, it can't be. Zhang Lengfeng shook his head repeatedly, refusing to believe Lin Mu could be stronger than those four prodigies. The iron rod, black as ink, was wrapped in golden light as it crashed down toward Lin Mu's head. Lin Mu raised his gun with both hands, blocking the strike with a loud thud. Then, sweeping the butt of the gun, he seized the opening to drive it heavily into Zhang Lengfeng's chest. Thud! The butt of the rifle sent Zhang Lengfeng reeling backward. Abandoning his weapon, Lin Mu spun and launched a flurry of punches. Trails of afterimages streaked from where he stood, and in an instant, he was before Zhang Lengfeng. What? Zhang Lengfeng's pupils contracted sharply, clearly stunned that Lin Mu possessed such a formidable footwork technique. That appears to be a fourth-grade lower martial art Shuangbu. A powerful figure scanned Lin Mu's body, recognizing the martial art. It is charge step, the most suitable footwork for a fist master. Someone nodded in agreement. Looks like this recommended student has some real skill. He's even mastered the charging step. The Zhang family's young heir is in for a rude awakening this time. Lin Mu executed the charge step, appearing before Zhang Lengfeng in an instant. Propelled by the momentum from his earlier thrust, the entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds. Lin Mu's left fist struck with devastating force, piercing straight through Zhang Lengfeng's chest. The punch was exceptionally clean, no hesitation whatsoever, with the power delivery masterfully controlled. That's fist force. The middle-aged man from the Zhang family's eyes snapped open wide as he stared intently at Lin Mu. Peak fist form. This man actually masters peak fist form. This single punch sent shockwaves through the assembled masters once more. They were no strangers to fist momentum. For among them, each had mastered the momentum and intent unique to their own professions. And the punch Lin Mu unleashed was nothing less than peak fist momentum. This time, even Su Wei, who had remained calm throughout, showed a hint of surprise. No wonder that kid asked me about this earlier, he'd already mastered it. Su Wei gained a new understanding of Lin Mu. Boom! With a dull thud, Zhang Lengfeng's face contorted as his entire body flew backward. But just then, a blur suddenly appeared before his eyes. Under Zhang Lengfeng's bewildered gaze, a large hand reached out and violently grabbed his hair. Immediately, a hail of punches rained down upon him. Only when Zhang Lengfeng was beaten to the point of being unable to lift a finger did Lin Mu finally stop. Chapter 62, Unyielding takes the stage. This battle belonged to Lin Mu. Zhang Lengfeng lay on the ground like a dead dog, utterly incapable of getting back up. He was utterly beaten by Lin Mu and couldn't get back up. At that moment, Lin Mu stood on the stage, the center of everyone's attention. Zhang Lengfeng's elders looked utterly dismayed, never expecting their young relative to be beaten so badly. Below the stage, Mou watched Zhang Lengfeng's pitiful state and couldn't help but feel pity for him. He himself had been beaten into a pig's face, while this guy had been given a full round of CPR. The other prodigies from the capital were all speechless. Peak fist form. He actually mastered peak fist form. Unbelievable. Looks like this special admissions student isn't a pushover. The faces of the other prodigies waiting to strike all bore varying degrees of shock and caution. The fact that he defeated Zhang Lengfeng without any apparent effort meant this man must still have more tricks up his sleeve. In other words, he had yet to unleash his full arsenal. Just as they hesitated over who should step forward, Unyielding, seated at the head of the table, rose and walked onto the stage. All eyes turned to the stage. The second prodigy from the capital had made his move. No mid-match break? Zhang Li asked aloud. Such a succession of matches seemed unfair to Lin Mu. Of course there is, Su Wei replied calmly. After each match concludes, there is a 10-minute interval for competitors to recover their stamina. As he spoke, Su Wei's gaze shifted to Lin Mu. No need. To everyone's surprise, Lin Mu declined. He refused? So gutsy, Lin Mu. That's my brother Lin Mu for you. The students from first high school present erupted in cheers. No rest? How arrogant. Mou blared at Lin Mu, seething with resentment. Unyielding stepped onto the stage. The moment she stood on stage, her slender figure and stunningly beautiful face instantly drew the attention of many in the crowd. As they marveled at her beauty, they also marveled at her talent. It was said that among the prodigies who had come to the capital this time, this young woman possessed the greatest talent. As Lu Yuting stepped onto the stage, a flicker of anger flickered in Lin Mu's clear eyes. 3 days apart, and you've changed quite a bit. Lu Yuting spoke softly, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Mu with a hint of amusement. You're not still hung up on that incident, are you? Listen carefully. Helping this lady is your good fortune. Hearing these words, the gazes of those present all held a hint of confusion. Even the 7 powerful figures from the capital exchanged glances. Lu Shuguan narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Lin Mu. It really is her. Zhao Ming recognized Lu Yuting instantly. Remembering her status, a chill ran down his spine. She was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family of the capital. How had he dared to act so recklessly back then? Fortunately, she hadn't pursued the matter. Otherwise, the Zhao family would have been destroyed by his own hands. On the stage, neither of them made a move. It was as if 2 old friends had reunited, beginning to catch up. Yet the nature of their conversation felt anything but ordinary. So, you're saying I should thank the person who used me? Lin Mu chuckled and asked. Your gratitude isn't needed. If that's how you feel, there's nothing I can do about it. Lu Yuting shook her head. Besides, I'd say this is your good fortune. In this contest, even if I defeat you, I'll still be branded a dishonorable victor. You may leave now. We'll face off again in 10 minutes. Lu Yuting said calmly, appearing remarkably magnanimous. But Lin Mu merely waved his hand dismissively. No need. Seeing Lin Mu's refusal, Lu Yuting's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Mu gripped the 1,000 spear, raising its tip high and pointing it directly at Lu Yuting's head. Seeing this, Lu Yuting hesitated no longer. She opened the weapon case in her hand. A spear shot out, and her slender hand gripped the shaft. It was a spear covered in scales, as if torn from the body of some ferocious beast. That's the Tiger Roar spear? Seeing the spear in Lu Yuting's hands, an elder of the Zheng family couldn't help but exclaim in shock. The pinnacle of high-grade martial treasures. Another powerful figure from the capital couldn't help but add, though this spear wields the power of a top-tier treasure, it also holds a special ability. That ability is the Tiger Roar. The Lu family truly possesses formidable strength, forging a high-grade martial treasure from the scales of a 4th-tier great demon. A certain Shinjing powerhouse shook his head, marveling at the Lu family's terrifying depth of resources. Lu Shuguan smiled faintly. This was a gift from her brother for her 18th birthday. Upon hearing this, the others marveled even more at the Lu family's depth of resources. Even Su Wei couldn't help but shake his head. What a waste of precious resources. These were scales from a 4th-tier great demon, the absolute tiger, sufficient to craft a 4th-tier martial treasure. Yet now, it was used on a mere high-grade martial treasure. The absolute tiger hull spear in Lu Yuting's hands radiated a dazzling silver glow, utterly blinding. With the spear unveiled, the aura surrounding her seemed to grow even heavier. Below the stage, all eyes converged on the 2 figures. Even Su Shaoqing stared intently at them, his earlier languid demeanor gone. Since you know my name, introductions are unnecessary. Lu Yuting said indifferently, then charged forward with her spear raised. So you won't give me a chance to know her profession? Lin Mu murmured under his breath, unconcerned. Since he wasn't resting, it meant he was confident he could defeat her. Lu Yuting charged forward, her spear swinging with sweeping, powerful strokes. Each attack and stance showcased her mastery of spear techniques to the fullest. Lin Mu countered relentlessly, matching her blow for blow. Their weapons clashed fiercely as sparks flew in the intense exchange. Just as Lin Mu was forced back, he halted abruptly. A faint layer of blood energy instantly surfaced from his skin, swiftly enveloping his entire body. A powerful pressure suddenly radiated from Lin Mu. Lu Yuting's delicate brows furrowed slightly, but she quickly relaxed them. Bring it on. Use whatever you've got. As you wish. Lin Mu smiled faintly. His palm clenched abruptly, and the faint blood mist instantly coiled around the entire barrel of his gun. In an instant, immense power surged through his body, and a gale force wind erupted from beneath his feet. Wherever the gale touched, every person present paled. Even the 7 elite warriors from the capital shifted their gazes slightly. What martial art was this youth wielding that could yield such a tremendous surge in power? Swish! Lin Mu struck, his speed blindingly fast as he vanished from his original position in an instant. His spear drew a crimson arc through the air, crashing down before Lu Yuting. The speed was so overwhelming that Lu Yuting could only barely react, gripping her spear with both hands to block the strike. The immense force instantly pierced through Lu Yuting's entire body, forcing her knees to buckle downward. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was utterly stunned. Chapter 63, Is the innate talent enough? The power he unleashed is truly formidable. Sister Yuting is at the peak of level 8, just one step away from breaking into level 9. Yet despite this gap, Lin Mu still unleashed power that even Sister Yuting couldn't withstand. Whoa, what level is this guy? The prodigies of the capital stared intently at Lin Mu on the stage, their eyes filled with utter shock. Had they not witnessed Sister Unyielding being overwhelmed with their own eyes, they would never have believed it. They had already begun to take Lin Mu seriously the moment he defeated Zhang Lingfeng. But this scene, this overwhelming impact, truly sent shockwaves through them. Lu Shuguan fixed his gaze on Lin Mu below, his eyes constantly scanning his form. What kind of martial art is this? It resembles a dominant spear technique. A martial art of this caliber is at least 5th grade. How could a martial artist barely a 10th grade possibly cultivate such a technique? Lu Shuguan was genuinely astonished. Not only that, but the other powerful figures present were equally incredulous. 5th grade martial arts could only be cultivated by martial artists who had broken through the 10th level, and even then, only 1 in 10,000 prodigies might reach the threshold. Yet here stood Lin Mu, mastering such a martial art. Forget 5th grade martial arts for martial artists below level 10, merely gaining entry into 4th grade martial arts was already considered prodigious talent. Su Wei, too, was stunned by Lin Mu's martial art. This kid. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Su Wei would never have believed Lin Mu's strength could reach such staggering heights. No wonder when he mentioned the capital's prodigies earlier, the other party showed no reaction. It seemed he held no fear whatsoever for these so-called prodigies of the capital. What the others didn't know was that Lin Mu's shattering 1,000 armies technique was actually a 4th grade lower tier martial art. The reason he could suppress Lu Yuding so thoroughly now was because he had unleashed his full power. Social anxiety has reached its peak, boosting all attributes by 200% and increasing cultivation speed by 200%. Nuclear kindness power increased by 22. Critical damage has a chance to trigger 1 critical hit. With these 3 enhancements active, Lin Mu held no fear for so-called prodigies. Forget whether critical damage triggers or not, even solely under the boosts of the social anxiety and nuclear goodness, Lin Mu's strength had long since matched that of a level 10 martial artist. Moreover, when he unleashed his 1,000 army smash, his invulnerability and strength surged. With just this spear thrust, how could the opponent possibly block it? Under the spear's relentless pressure, Lu Yuding was completely pinned down. Her beautiful eyes betrayed a hint of tension. Never before had she felt such terrifying pressure emanating from a single person. The overwhelming force relentlessly surged through her body, forcing her knees to buckle downward. Lu Yuding was utterly helpless against Lin Mu unleashing his full might. Gritting her red lips, she had no choice but to activate her evasion technique. A crimson afterimage vanished from her position in an instant. Lin Mu's spear, having lost its target, slammed directly into the ground. Boom! The immense force struck the ground, causing the entire stage to tremble. Watching from a short distance away, Lu Yuding gasped for breath, her mind still reeling from the shock. How could an orphan like him reach such heights? Lin Mu remained silent. His strike had missed, and he charged forward once more. At that moment, Lin Mu resembled a war god. Crimson light stretched into long threads as he unleashed a barrage of thousands of spears from his hands. Even before the powerful spear light touched Lu Yuding, she felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Lu Yuding raised her absolute tiger roar spear. A layer of crystalline mist enveloped the spear shaft as she channeled her cultivation technique. The cultivation technique she practiced was also a 4th grade breathing method. The extreme frost mist breathing technique. As the mist appeared, Lu Yuding gripped her spear with one hand while twisting the shaft with the other. The chill instantly crystallized into a layer of ice blades, hurtling straight toward Lin Mu. The frigid air slammed into him. Lin Mu unleashed a powerful thrust, shattering the ice blade on impact. Lu Yuding lunged forward, her body radiating icy coldness as she clashed with Lin Mu once more. Yet her strength proved insufficient to shake Lin Mu. Defeat was inevitable, a matter of time. The gap between them lay solely in raw power and combat awareness. As a prodigy of the capital, even with powerful sparring partners, she lacked the street-forged experience of someone like Lin Mu, who had risen from the underground fighting pits. Every technique Lin Mu employed was lethal, each strike aimed to kill. This proved extremely difficult for Lu Yuding, who had been born with a silver spoon in her mouth, to counter. Yet as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family of Shangjing, Lu Yuding still had her own secret techniques yet to be unleashed. Lin Mu, you forced my hand. Constantly overwhelmed by Lin Mu's relentless pressure, Lu Yuding could endure no longer. This duel demanded she play her trump card, otherwise, victory was utterly impossible. Lin Mu remained silent, ceasing his attacks as he stepped back, waiting for her to unleash her ultimate move. Lu Yuding's dantian churned, her meridians surging in unison. Layers of frigid air emanated from her body, coalescing into a silver-white armor that enveloped her form. The frigid air filled the entire arena, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature by over 10 degrees. So this is the profession awakened by the Lu family's young heiress, the Icebound Valkyrie? Among golden tier abilities, it's the only one that rivals red tier awakenings. Not only that, this awakened ability is significantly more powerful than most red tier abilities. Several powerful figures from the capital recognized what had unfolded, their eyes filled with awe. Lu Shaguan watched Lu Yuding wield her power in silence, saying nothing. Sister Yuding has played her trump card. This contest is about to decide the winner. Mou murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the stage, not daring to look away for even a moment. Sister Yuding, the Valkyrie incarnate, has reached the full strength of a 9th rank martial artist. Even 10th rank martial artists might have to bow to her. If Sister Yuding wins, I'll voluntarily withdraw from this competition and give up my spot as a recommended student. Me too. Seeing Lu Yuding's trump card, the others knew full well they were no match for her. A hint of gravity flickered in Su Shaoqing's clear eyes. In her current state, Lu Yuding was far beyond his reach. He could only hope for a 40-60 split at best. With Lu Yuding's trump card unleashed, the contest reached an unprecedented climax. The fate of the scholarship spot would be decided in this very battle. Watching this unfold, Lin Mu's face remained utterly expressionless. "I'd like to ask," he said, "does fire overcome ice?" The question drew looks of surprise from everyone present. Could Lin Mu possibly be planning to use his martial arts flame to counter the power granted by this awakening quality? Naive, Lu Shoguan shook his head, his eyes utterly cold. Lin Mu's martial arts were fire attributed, and even his cultivated breathing technique was fire attributed, yet it was only 2nd grade. How could it possibly counter Lu Yuding's abilities? At that moment, Lu Yuding, bolstered by her frost armor, had grown more than double her original size. She descended like a true Valkyrie. The earlier tension had vanished from her exquisite face, replaced entirely by disdain. "Fire? You think mere mortal flames can overcome my extreme cold?" She sneered coldly, as if mocking Lin Mu's incompetence. Yet the next instant, a crimson flame, as vivid as blood, erupted from Lin Mu's body. Enveloped in that crimson aura, Lin Mu now seemed to have entered some kind of state. In that instant, the entire crowd was jolted into shock. Lin Mu slowly raised his head, gazing at Lu Yuding before him, and spoke with casual indifference. "Companion talent. Is the nether flame sufficient?" Chapter 64, You Are the Champion. As Lin Mu's words fell, crimson flames instantly surged up from all around him. The flames were a blood-red hue, eerily reminiscent of fresh blood, and utterly unsettling. Yet, despite their appearance, the flames carried surprisingly little heat. The crimson flames enveloped his blood aura. Lin Mu gripped his gun, and even his clear eyes seemed to glow with a blood-red hue. "Companion talent, nether flame, is that enough?" At that very moment, Lin Mu's voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, crashing onto the tranquil sea and sending shockwaves through the entire crowd. Even Lu Shaguan, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. "Innate talent." Those 4 words struck like a heavy hammer on a bronze bell, sending shockwaves through his mind. "Companion talent. He actually awakened a companion talent? Good heavens, it's unbelievable." The entire crowd was utterly unable to remain seated. Mou and the other prodigies from the capital stood frozen, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. Across the entire Great Xia, among those who awaken each year, those who awaken a companion talent could be counted on one hand. The 4 prodigies of the capital had reached the pinnacle of their talents precisely because of their companion talents. Now, everything Lin Mu was displaying before them bore their very image. This was Song City, not the capital. For such a tiny place to produce a top-tier prodigy like this was truly astonishing. "Looks like this time, you're about to shoot yourselves in the foot." Su Wei spoke up, a faint smile finally appearing on his expressionless face after so long. The others fell silent. This was the first time in history, no, the second time such a scene had unfolded. The previous occurrence had been in that small city, one that had not yet been destroyed. And that figure now stood at the pinnacle of the Great Xia Empire. Now, they witnessed such a scene unfold once more. On the stage, Lu Yuding, who had been wearing a cold smile, was now utterly dumbfounded. The crimson flames were not particularly dense, yet in Lu Yuding's eyes, they were strikingly conspicuous. She simply could not fathom how a prodigy from such a tiny, insignificant place. How could he be so favored by the heavens? A natural talent. Lu Yuding clenched her fists tightly, finally unable to contain her rage. She charged directly at Lin Mu. A torrent of frigid air surged from her body, blanketing the entire stage in a bone-chilling cold. Wherever it touched, a layer of frost formed. Her spear thrust forward explosively. The roaring tiger scales along its length suddenly stirred, as if coming to life, pulsing rhythmically like breathing. Roar! A tiger's roar erupted from the absolute tiger roar spear, instantly piercing toward Lin Mu. Got him! Seeing this, Lu Yuding's heart leapt with joy. The tiger's roar unleashed by her absolute tiger roar spear possessed the power to disrupt an opponent's thoughts, causing temporary deafness and a momentary blanking of the mind. Seizing this opening, Lu Yuding's spear thrust was guaranteed to hit. The absolute tiger roar spear swept through the air with terrifying cold, crystalline snowflakes drifting down. The force unleashed by this strike reached the level of a 9th rank martial artist. Lin Mu's been disrupted. The tiger roar contained within the absolute tiger roar spear is incredibly fierce. Lin Mu is finished. Watching the scene unfold on the stage, everyone present couldn't help but hold their breath for Lin Mu. I almost forgot, though he possesses the innate talent of the nether flame, he'll never be able to block the roar of the tiger within the tiger roar spear. Only now did the few powerful figures from the capital recall that the spear in Lu Yuding's hands was a true treasure. That tiger roar was something even a 10th level martial artist couldn't withstand. Unless one possessed special martial equipment, but clearly, Lin Mu before them lacked such gear. The outcome of this contest seemed poised to shift once more at this very moment. Yet none present realized that in his thousand armies shattering form, Lin Mu remained impervious to any sonic-based magical attacks. Crystalline snowflakes drifted down around Lin Mu, but before they could settle on his shoulders, they were incinerated by the nether flames into droplets of water vapor. Lu Yuting's spear closed in, coming within less than a meter of Lin Mu. In that instant, Lin Mu's body abruptly stretched out, and the thousand spears in his hands erupted forward in a blinding flurry. This sudden display left everyone present stunned once more. Some even leapt to their feet from their seats. Lin Mu, one hand gripping his spear, stood in a half-side stance. With such effortless ease, he unleashed a spear thrust that directly intercepted Lu Yuting's attack. What? Seeing Lin Mu's sudden move, even Lu Yuting, no fool herself, realized this guy hadn't been affected by the tiger roar at all. The few powerful figures from the capital who witnessed this scene all felt utterly astonished. But Lu Shugguan saw the key. That layer of blood energy surrounding him is precisely what blocks the tiger roar. In this contest, Lin Mu holds a significant advantage. As his words fell, Lu Yuting, whose advance had been halted by the spear, now faced an even more furious barrage of spear techniques unleashed by Lin Mu. Thrusts, jabs, and slashes erupted from the spear in Lin Mu's grasp. These were all techniques capable of breaking through 1,000 soldiers. The spear struck Lu Yuting relentlessly, shattering her frost armor piece by piece. Under such overwhelming pressure, Lu Yuting found no opening to counterattack. Bang! A thrust spear delivered the finishing blow. Crack! The frost armor on Lu Yuting's chest began to crack. A layer of fractures appeared, swiftly spreading across her entire body. Bang! With a deafening explosion, the frost armor on Lu Yuting's body shattered completely, sending her flying backward. She crashed heavily onto the ground below the stage. The countless shards of frost scattered across the platform melted into water, pooling across the entire arena. On the platform, Lin Mu gripped his spear as the blood aura and crimson flames around him slowly faded, returning him to his original state. At that moment, the entire arena fell deathly silent. The victor of this contest had been decided. It was Lin Mu, still standing atop the platform. She lost. Sister Yuting actually lost. Mo's eyes betrayed an unprecedented shock before he slumped back into his chair, speechless. The other prodigies of the capital stood in silence. Lu Yuting's pride and joy, her Valkyrie form, had been shattered. Even Lu Shugguan's face darkened, his expression grim and speechless. The guaranteed admission spot had been snatched away. The spot originally reserved for the Lu family was now beyond their grasp. Good. A voice rang out in the silent venue, its origin unknown. Instantly, the atmosphere in the entire venue reached a fever pitch. Awesome, my man Lin Mu. Damn awesome. My god. You're so freaking awesome, Lin Mu. You're the champion, damn it. Chapter 65, the reward for 21 consecutive wins. On stage, Lin Mu's figure shone exceptionally brightly. He defeated Lu Yuting, ultimately claiming victory in this contest. Amidst wave after wave of cheers, the crowd's excitement reached an unprecedented fever pitch. The faces of the few powerhouses from the capital had long since lost all expression, replaced instead by a look of deep sorrow and helplessness. The prodigies themselves sat silently, rooted to their seats. Lin Mu's defeat of Lu Yuting signified that none of the prodigies present could stand against him. Only Su Xiaoqing, who had yet to enter the fray, remained in this contest. I'm no match for him. I won't fight. Su Xiaoqing spoke up then, his face devoid of any emotion. From watching Lu Yuting's battle with Lin Mu, he had already realized. He was no match for Lu Yuting. And since she had lost to Lin Mu, he knew he couldn't possibly defeat Lin Mu either. Therefore, he conceded defeat without hesitation. Xiaoqing, aren't you going to try again? The Martial Arts Association president of the provincial capital, Shijiazhuan, looked at Su Xiaoqing with a hint of reluctance on his face and couldn't help but ask. President, there's no need to continue testing, Su Xiaoqing said. My upcoming match with him holds no meaning. I'm actually quite curious to see how much stronger he'll become after reaching level 10. Su Xiaoqing's eyes held a hint of anticipation, yet they also burned with a fierce fighting spirit. His awakened profession was unique. After reaching level 10, he would undergo a transformation. Then, he would challenge Lin Mu to a proper duel. Very well, Lin Mu nodded, a hint of regret flickering in his heart. Another PowerPoint had slipped away. Since the other had already conceded defeat, Lin Mu couldn't very well mock him in front of so many people and then force him to fight. That wouldn't be right. Gentlemen, is anyone else stepping forward? Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his gaze settling on the few remaining prodigies of the capital. They exchanged glances, none uttering a word. Since no one else wishes to fight, this contest is won by Lin Mu. Seeing their silence, Su Wei spoke up, offering them a way out. As his words fell, no one challenged Lin Mu further. Even Su Xiaoqing, that prodigy of red tier quality, conceded defeat. The ultimate victor of this contest was Lin Mu. Below the stage, Lu Yuting's injuries weren't severe, but Lin Mu had shattered her special form. Depleted of vital energy, she had fallen unconscious and was already being carried away. Taking advantage of her unconscious state, Lu Shoguan used this as his excuse to depart from the martial arts association. A rising star, is this the prodigy of Song City? The head of the Zhang family fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, scrutinizing this rising star from head to toe. Those present knew more than a few things about Lin Mu. With several unique auras surrounding him, his current achievements were proof enough of his terrifying talent and resolve. At that moment, Zhao Huayan, seated in his place, wore an extremely grim expression. The more extraordinary talent Lin Mu displayed, the harder it would be to challenge him. Everyone, the martial arts exam is still a month away. I look forward to seeing you all challenge me again at the end of next month. Lin Mu addressed the capital's prodigies with a hint of anticipation in his voice. The moment those words left his mouth, the others dared not linger. Are you kidding? If they spent the next month improving, wouldn't you improve too? Since it's concluded, Su Si, this old man shall take the younger generation down now. The elder of the Zhang family rose to his feet, casually finding an excuse before leading Zhang Lingfeng away. The other elite warriors from the capital likewise found similar excuses and departed one after another. Only Lin Mu and his companions remained, along with the 3 high school students and numerous martial artists from Song City. Today truly is a day to remember, witnessing the rise of a top-tier prodigy. Indeed. That's why I'm having mutton hot pot tonight. Let's go. That day, everyone's spirits were high and joyful. Lin Mu had upheld Song City's reputation. What a tiny backwater. Listen up, you prodigy from the capital, come here, and you'll still get beaten to a pulp. Soon, everyone dispersed. Su Si, I have matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Zhao Huayan rose immediately, unwilling to linger a moment longer. Head Zhao, there's always room for redemption. Su Wei gave a slight nod. Before Zhao had taken more than a few steps away, he called out again. At those words, Zhao Huayan's body paused briefly. Without another word, he left the place. I hope he takes it to heart. Watching the departing figure, Su Wei remarked indifferently. Senior Su, I handled myself well, didn't I? Lin Mu approached Su Wei's side, grinning. Good enough. You didn't go too hard on him. Su Wei nodded. Your strength, however, truly astonished me. Su Wei sighed with admiration. Throughout their journey, Lin Mu had indeed never exerted his full strength. No one had been able to force him to unleash his full power. He had even shattered the special form of the Lu family's young heiress. His combat prowess was truly formidable. Just luck, Lin Mu scratched his head. Only in front of Senior Su did he feel like an immature child. Enough. With the talent you've demonstrated, the entire Martial Arts Association can provide you with abundant resources. Su Wei waved his hand dismissively, shifting to the main topic. Also, I'm offering you a chance to fight using your full strength. Are you interested? Lin Mu looked puzzled. Senior Su, what kind of opportunity? In a few days, I'll be heading into the Beast Wastes. Would you like to come along? Su Wei inquired. Sure. Lin Mu agreed immediately. Good. Su Wei hummed in acknowledgement. Then take a look and see when you can select some suitable equipment for yourself within the Martial Arts Association. You may choose any martial arts, weapons, or treasures of 3rd grade quality or below. As for your cultivation method, you'll have to figure that out yourself once you enter Qingbei University. The breathing technique is crucial, so I won't change it for you lightly. Hearing this, Lin Mu's face lit up with excitement. Awesome. Lin Mu wasn't in a hurry to select these items. He had one very important matter to attend to first. Senior Su, I'll head back now. When it's time to depart, you'll call me, right? Lin Mu said. The elder nodded. Go ahead. Lin Mu hurried back to his home. Upon arriving home, he eagerly checked the system. Host dealt heavy blows to opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host has completed the challenge task Bo Lai De. Reward obtained, grade 1 martial treasure fragment 1. 1 battle completed. Victory favors the brave, reward 21 available. Higher win counts yield better rewards upon claiming. Originally, Lin Mu intended to claim the reward after 20 victories. But now, with 21 consecutive victories, it wasn't too late. Claim it for me. System processing consecutive victory reward? Chapter 66, The Meeting. Supreme 9 Heavens Thunder Spear 1, Supreme Crimson Sky Sword 1, 5th Grade Martial Art Phoenix Feather, Supreme Heaven Silence Pill 1, Supreme Earth Fiend Talisman 1. As the system rewards were distributed, Lin Mu finally witnessed the full extent of the 21 win streak's bounty. Ultimate. Wait. Is there even a supreme tier in martial treasure classifications? Reply to host, supreme grade martial treasures are exclusively bestowed by the system. Host may understand them as high-grade martial treasures forged from the remnants of a 9th grade great demon. The system only provides weapons, pills, and materials suitable for the current host's level. Just as Lin Mu was puzzled, the system's voice sounded. With the system's explanation, Lin Mu finally grasped the meaning. It was akin to the absolute tiger roar spear wielded by Lu Yuding. The difference lay in the materials used a world apart. 2 supreme grade martial treasures, 1 5th grade martial art, plus 1 supreme grade pill, and a talisman. Lin Mu rubbed his chin. In other words, this 5th grade martial art was the highest grade martial art he could currently master. And this supreme grade pill was also the most suitable for him at present. Let's start with the first one. The 9 Heavens Thunder Spear materialized, and in an instant, the light throughout the entire room dimmed. The spear glowed purple, its shaft forged from some mysterious iron and engraved with intricate patterns. The spearhead resembled the razor-sharp fangs of some ferocious beast. Purple lightning constantly danced along the entire spear. As the electric arcs flickered, the spear seemed to come alive, breathing rhythmically and orderly. Only when Lin Mu grasped it in his hand did he truly sense the terrifying power contained within this spear. Truly, anything crafted by the system is bound to be exceptional. Lin Mu was overjoyed. How to describe this spear? It radiates pure badassery, like a weapon upgraded to level 20 plus in a game, with streaks of light dancing around it. One glance tells you it's no ordinary piece of equipment. Placing the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear back into its weapon case, Lin Mu drew forth another treasure. The Crimson Sky Sword. The Crimson Sky Sword lay quietly within its scabbard, which resembled a cleaved stone entirely pitch black, with an iron chain coiled around it. Spots of blood-red flames flickered upon it, as if sealing some ancient power. The Crimson Sky Sword's aura was every bit as formidable as the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. Its hilt was entirely black, crafted from some kind of wood. Lin Mu grasped the hilt and drew the Crimson Sky Sword. In an instant, the temperature within the room surged dramatically. Sections of the blade emerged, its crimson steel radiating terrifying heat. This sword seemed forged from molten lava itself, utterly terrifying. A fire attribute sword, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow, his heart swelling with delight. Both the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and this Crimson Sky Sword aligned perfectly with his innate attributes. The only regret was that Lin Mu currently lacked a suitable breathing technique to shape the thunder and fire. Following the Crimson Sky Sword came the most crucial item, the 5th grade martial art, Phoenix Feather. Phoenix Feather, 5th grade martial art, a sword master's specialized technique. Drawing upon the phoenix's essence, it allows the practitioner to split into multiple afterimages, unleashing a barrage of sword strikes. The description of Phoenix Feathers was straightforward and easy to grasp. Lin Mu had yet to cultivate it, so he didn't know its true power. Moreover, as a martial art produced by the system, there was no way to verify its existence in the real world. Still, Lin Mu remained unconcerned. After all, he had the precedent of the 1000 Army Breaker. System-generated martial arts are guaranteed to be top tier. Next came the supreme grade Heavenly Silence Pill. Tianji Pill opens the Ren and Du meridians in martial artists, transforming their vital energy into spiritual energy to advance toward higher realms. Tianji Pill, suitable for martial artists below level 10, enabling them to instantly reach level 10. Whoa! Lin Mu couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This pill proved once again that the system's offerings were no ordinary gifts. And this time, it truly showed Lin Mu the benefits of his 21 consecutive victories. The previous rewards were all supreme martial treasures, the absolute pinnacle for practitioners at his level. Plus a 5th grade martial art. Now, he even possessed this pill capable of propelling him directly to the 10th rank martial artist level. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Mu examined this final item. Supreme Grade Earth Fiend Talisman. When activated with spiritual energy, it releases an Earth Fiend aura. The aura spans 3 kilometers, corrupting all living things within its range. Note, does not harm its caster. A valuable item. Seems like a life-saving trump card, though its true power remains unknown. Lin Mu nodded, acknowledging this as his first genuine means of self-preservation. However, he remained uncertain about the maximum martial artist level this Earth Fiend Talisman could target. Well then, during the upcoming martial arts examination, a 10th level martial artist should be enough to shock the entire Great Xia Empire, conservatively speaking. Lin Mu smiled, then swallowed the Heaven Silence Pill, beginning his cultivation advancement. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the Martial Association. In the top-floor conference room, the vast circular table was surrounded by the strongest martial artists currently in Song City. None of the 7 powerful figures from the capital had brought their juniors back with them. The Martial Arts Association president from the provincial capital, Shishir City, had also remained. Su Wei sat at the head of the table. Before each of them lay a stack of documents. Since we've decided to enter the Beast Wilderness, I ask you all please refrain from disturbing that seal. Su Wei spoke, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. His tone lacked harshness, even carrying a hint of appeal. At this, Lu Shaguan smiled faintly. Director Su, we're all sensible people. No need to beat around the bush. The reason we've come to Song City is twofold. The guaranteed admission spots are one, and the second is that priceless treasure deep within the Beast Wilderness. Lu Shaguan's cloudy eyes fixed on Su Wei as his fingers tapped lightly on the tabletop. Commissioner Su, perhaps it's because you've been out of the loop for too long. They haven't informed you of the notice, have they? What notification? At the word notification, Su Wei's gaze instantly sharpened. The Great Xia Empire has 2 armies, the main force is the Dragon Guardian Army, and the auxiliary force is the 1000 Hills Guard. The Great Xia also has 3 bureaus, the Bureau of Martial Affairs, the Bureau of Punishment, and the Bureau of Heaven and Earth. Lu Shaguan stated calmly, Director Su, you hail from the Dragon Guardian Army, yet this time, the order came from the Thousand Showguard. The front lines are in dire straits, urgently needing such a treasure capable of suppressing the abyss to manifest. As the commander of the Qian Showguard's 3rd Army, it is only natural that I come personally. Hearing this, Su Wei's face remained largely expressionless, though his gaze fixed intently on the other man. Once the treasure is seized and its seal broken, the abyssal demons there will devour the entire beast wastes. When that happens, Song City will be the first to suffer the consequences. The front lines are in dire straits. We could mobilize treasures from other regions. Are we truly prepared to sacrifice yet another city of Great Xia for this? The others remained silent, sitting quietly in their places. Lu Shaguan, his face devoid of emotion, continued, Su Si, you once commanded the Dragon Guardian Army. You understand the gravity of this matter. Moreover, I have brought 7 powerful warriors from the capital. Combined with the elite here in the provincial seat, we are more than capable of subduing the abyss in this region. At these words, Su Wei fell silent. He stared coldly at Chief Officer Lu, his mind already clear. The so-called urgent frontline crisis was nothing but nonsense. His true purpose in coming here was to seize that supreme treasure. Just as that elder from his family had done visiting once 20 years ago, and again just half a year prior. Su Wei understood that the man held a position of great power. Unless he himself regained his former standing, there was no way to stop him. In that case, we shall depart in 15 days, Su Wei finally spoke after a long silence. Before then, he must send Lin Mu away. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than Lu Shaguan refused him. Impossible. Chapter 67, Breaking Through Level 10. At these words, Su Wei's gaze immediately fixed on the other man. Is Chief Lu in such a hurry? Not impatient, Lu Shaguan shook his head, a faint smile playing on his face. This journey to the Beast Wastes is also meant to bring our juniors along for a trial. Having retired from the Dragon Guardian Army, Su Wei should understand that only by confronting demonic beasts and the demons of the abyss can they truly grow. Competitions are ultimately just child's play. Lu Shaguan's meaning was clear. He also guessed why Su Wei wanted to delay their entry into the Beast Wastes. He simply refused to give the other side an opportunity to send Lin Mu away. So Chief Officer Lu means all the young disciples must enter the Beast Wastes? Su Wei asked calmly. Correct, Lu Shaguan nodded. Very well, Su Wei hummed in acknowledgement, though his gaze remained fixed on the other man. In the trials a few days prior, Lin Mu had thoroughly proven himself. Given the Lu family's eldest daughter's stature, the Lu clan would certainly not let Lin Mu off lightly. More importantly, this scholarship spot seemed tailor-made for the Lu family's young heiress. But now the situation had shifted. The spot was firmly secured for Lin Mu. Could this be the Lu family's retaliation? Su Wei couldn't be sure, but this time entering the Beast Wilderness, he must keep a close eye on Lin Mu. Then there was Song City. Huff. Su Wei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, slumping back into his chair. The hereditary nobles of Great Xia truly sought to cover the sky with one hand. Yet he was powerless to stop them. This matter is settled. In 5 days, everyone will depart for the Beast Wastes. Lu Shaguan stated calmly, having now taken full control of the meeting. At that time, I hope everyone will exert greater effort to prevent the abyss from spreading further. At these words, the assembly nodded in agreement. All right. Certainly. Su Si, adjourn the meeting? Lu Shaguan narrowed his eyes and looked at Su Wei. Dismissed. Su Wei spoke, rising to his feet and exiting the conference room. Once he was gone, the Martial Arts Association president from the provincial capital of Beizhou and the powerful figures from Handan City also didn't linger long, departing from the venue. Only the 7 powerful figures from the capital remained behind. Gentlemen, once this matter is settled, I will certainly fulfill the promises I made to you. Lu Shaguan addressed the group. Agreed. The others offered no further words, merely nodding in agreement. Their sole purpose was to help the Lu family obtain that supreme treasure. Lu Shaguan, venturing into the Beast Wastes this time is exceedingly perilous. Are you truly intent on sending your own young ones into that place? One of them spoke up. He was an elder of the Hong family from the capital, possessing formidable strength. Gentlemen, I have allowed the younger generation to enter precisely because I possess absolute confidence in ensuring their safety. Lu Shaguan replied calmly, the Beast Wasteland is unlike any other wasteland. The rare fruits within contain spiritual energy, offering these martial artists who haven't reached the 10th level a chance to advance rapidly. As everyone knows, the 10th level marks a watershed moment for martial artists. Although this trial has concluded, the spots for direct admission remain uncertain until the martial arts examination. Upon hearing this, the others all fell silent. This was indeed true. Today's martial artists all depended on the wilderness for survival. The wilderness held countless treasures, and even they themselves had to venture into it from time to time in search of opportunities. Alternatively, they wait for signs of disturbance in the Great Xia's legendary mountains before venturing out to hunt for treasures. Though the wilderness harbors the abyss, these men had seen it all. They had even battled the abyssal demons several times. Moreover, there lies a supreme treasure sealing the abyss. Even Lu Shaoguan's own legitimate daughter has ventured there. Should any crisis arise, Lu Shaoguan would undoubtedly activate that supreme artifact. Moreover, with their collective strength, they could easily take on the entire beast wasteland head-on. Thus, none of them objected. It was better to let their younger generations enter the wilderness to seek their own destinies. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, in Lin Mu's rented room, Lin Mu remained in his martial arts training room, now standing at the threshold of a breakthrough. Countless streams of vital energy within his body were transforming into spiritual energy, causing his entire network of meridians to emit a faint glow. His lower abdomen, the center of his energy, was full and rounded, constantly absorbing spiritual energy and strengthening his body. As his vital energy transformed, Lin Mu felt his strength growing ever more profound. The reason why 10th level martial artists stood at such a vast divide from those below 9th level wasn't merely because 10th level practitioners gained the opportunity to acquire an ability. It was also due to the fundamental transformation occurring within their bodies, the conversion of vital energy into spiritual energy. Above the 10th rank, spiritual energy does not entirely replace vital energy, rather, it represents a higher stage of vital energy's evolution. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar within Lin Mu's body, his dantian became completely saturated. And with that, Lin Mu directly ascended to the rank of a level 10 martial artist. Congratulations, host! Your chi and blood have reached 190 points, granting you 1 opportunity to draw an attribute. Congratulations, host! Your vitality has reached 200 points, granting you 1 opportunity to draw an attribute. The successive breakthroughs in cultivation brought 2 opportunities to draw an item. Moreover, upon reaching level 10, Lin Mu's aura underwent a profound transformation. His vitality no longer radiated outward in vast quantities, but instead flowed inwardly while projecting outward. Host has broken through to level 10, acquiring the ability, Commander of 100 Weapons. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Mu abruptly opened his eyes. This is my own class ability. Lin Mu felt immense joy welling up inside him. Ever since he had obtained the system and awakened his profession, no special abilities had been granted. He had assumed it would remain dormant, but unexpectedly, breaking through level 10 had finally unlocked his ability. Master of all weapons. When wielding weapons, this ability amplifies strength and enhances proficiency with all weapon types. Upon activation, a milky white aura emanates, signifying supremacy over all arms. So it's a support ability after all. Lin Mu didn't dwell on it too much. After breaking through to level 10, however, Lin Mu experienced a comprehensive enhancement across all aspects. His previous speculation whether his ability to independently deduce martial arts techniques was tied to his cultivation realm. Now it was confirmed. All his martial arts within the 3rd grade had reached their peak, while those of the 4th grade had all advanced to mastery. This time, it was a leap forward so great it felt like stepping on his own feet and soaring into the sky. His strength value, however, showed little change. A 10th level martial artist can unleash a force of 2000 jin. To advance from 10th to 11th level, one must increase their vitality by 20 points. But now that I've broken through to level 10, this trip to the Beast Waste should net me quite a few rewards. Chapter 68. Holy crap, you're the real freak here. As the departure for the Beast Wastes drew near, the prodigies who had arrived from the capital remained unusually low-key these past few days. The reason, of course, stemmed from Lin Mu's actions. Lin Mu's defeat of Lu Tianjiao, whom they had held in such high regard, had utterly intimidated them. It also made these prodigies from the big cities keenly aware of the saying, there are always people more talented than you, and the sky is the limit. Moreover, these 7 prodigies hailed from the 7 great families of the capital city. They were the Lu, Zhang, Han, Li, Lin, Wan, and Feng families. Among these 7 families, the Lu family stood at the pinnacle, considered the most elite. The remaining 6 clans were also formidable, ranking highly even within Shangjing. But Shangjing teamed with powerhouses, and several influential martial arts academies held sway. Even if just any one of these families were to come to Tsong City, no, to the entire northern province, would be considered a local overlord. As time passed, news of the impending arrival of these powerful figures into the Beast Wastes spread throughout Tsong City. This news inevitably sparked both astonishment and excitement. The Beast Wastes were the closest major wasteland to Tsong City. Tsong City could face complete destruction at any moment due to eruptions from the Beast Wastes. Now, with the elite from the 7 great families of the capital present, and even powerhouses from the provincial capital joining the fray, subduing the Beast Wastes would be a mere trifle. To enter the Beast Wilderness for trials? At the same time, students from all major high schools in Tsong City received notifications from the Martial Arts Association. Since the campaign against the Beast Wastes would be protected by numerous powerful individuals, students possessing a certain level of cultivation could also enter the Beast Wastes to participate in the trials. After all, only by confronting demonic beasts head-on could one truly enhance their strength. The human race ultimately faced both demonic beasts and the abyss. Lin Mu also received a message from Su Wei. We're leaving the day after tomorrow? Lin Mu blinked, but upon calculating the timing, it seemed about right. With only a little over half a month left until the martial arts examination. If they didn't go now, any further delay might mean missing the martial arts exam altogether. Lin Mu naturally had no objections. Having just broken through to level 10, it was the perfect opportunity to enter the beast wastes and test his current combat prowess. Beast demons are ranked into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower. Then they are classified into 9 stages. A stage 1 demon beast corresponds to a level 10 martial artist. The beast wastes are closest to Song City and also the place where we've learned the most. The beast wastes are divided into 3 distinct zones. The lower layer, the middle layer, and the upper layer. The beast wastes are a vast wilderness, and the mightiest demon beast there is the Beast King. The Beast King is a 7th tier great demon, commanding numerous 6th tier great demons and a considerable number of 5th tier demonic beasts. However, they are all distributed in the upper layers. The beasts appearing in the middle layer range from 4th to 2nd tier. Finally, the lower levels are inhabited almost exclusively by beasts of the 1st tier or below. Students like Lin Mu, including the prodigies from the capital, all set their sights on the lower levels. Beasts differ from martial artists. Even against higher tier beasts, victory requires not only 9th tier strength but often the combined efforts of 2 or 3 fighters. Beasts have thick, tough hides. Fighting them is pure, brutal combat. Lin Mu murmured to himself, fully aware of the beast's ferocity, yet he felt an intense anticipation for the trial 2 days hence. As martial artists of the human race, they could not forever avoid confronting demon beasts. You're leaving again? Outside the room, Sunange, clad in a short skirt, peered in with her head tilted, her stunning eyes fixed on Lin Mu inside. Yeah, heading to the wasteland. Lin Mu nodded. Then I'll come with you. Sunange's eyes lit up instantly. What's your cultivation level? Lin Mu inquired. I don't know. How about I punch you and you can feel it? Sunange shook her head, then seemed to think of something and added. I read online that if a martial artist can kill someone with a single punch, that means they become a martial artist. At those words, Lin Mu's face darkened instantly. What the hell do you mean? Testing your strength with someone's life? Get lost. The martial arts training room is right next door. If you can punch with 2000 gene of force, I'll take you there. Lin Mu waved him off dismissively, brushing him aside with a casual excuse. Fine. Sunange sighed helplessly before entering the training hall. He actually went? Lin Mu watched the other's retreating figure. Once he disappeared into the training hall, Lin Mu lost interest. Come on, it took him over 3 years of relentless effort just to become a martial artist and reach level 10. How long had Sunange even trained? Not even 2 months. Becoming a martial artist was probably a mystery to him. Thud. Just as Lin Mu was tidying his clothes, a dull thud echoed from within the training hall. The sound wasn't particularly loud, but to Lin Mu's ears, it thundered like a bolt of lightning. Lin Mu? Lin Mu set down the clothes and walked into the training room like a machine. 2001. Staring at the number on the wooden post, Lin Mu turned his head blankly and looked at Sunange standing nearby, her face filled with disappointment. Unbelievable, this punch's force came from the girl in the short nightgown, a newcomer who'd trained for less than 2 months. What the? Lin Mu was utterly stunned, his mind racing with shock. He desperately wanted to let out a curse to express his disbelief. But he held back. Fine. I'm not a freak, you're the damn freak. Hee, that's enough, right? Sunange looked pitifully at Lin Mu, batting her eyes. Enough. Go change your clothes. Lin Mu waved his hand helplessly. This time, his resolve was utterly shattered. Why the hell not? Tell me the truth, are you a martial artist? You've been hiding it these past few days. Lin Mu asked. No. Sunange shook his head. All right. Lin Mu sighed, looking as if he'd aged a decade overnight. He finally understood why those people had been so shocked when he'd shown his moves. Who the hell wouldn't be shocked to see someone their own age vastly outclass them? Damn it, what kind of monster have I taken in? Lin Mu wiped the sweat from his forehead and shuffled back to his room like a zombie. Over the next 2 days, all the high schools tallied the number of students entering the beast wilderness. Unfortunately, the numbers were pitifully low. Most students simply lacked the strength required to qualify for entry. Only those with backgrounds like Zhongli and Zhao Ming barely met the qualifications to enter the beast wilderness. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Lin Mu and Sunange were already waiting downstairs for Su Wei. Before long, Su Wei arrived in his vehicle. The military pickup pulled up beside Lin Mu. The window rolled down, and Su Wei, sitting in the back seat, stared blankly at Lin Mu and Sunange beside him, completely bewildered. What was this? Why was Lin Mu bringing a girl to the beast wastes? Senior Su, she's my friend. She's quite capable and also wants to join the trial, Lin Mu hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Su Wei gave Lin Mu a deep look, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Get in. I'll take the front seat. Chapter 69, Arrival at the Beast Wastes. The vehicle moved slowly, gradually leaving Song City behind. The beast wastes lay roughly 200 kilometers from Tsung City, not an immense distance. In the sky, streaks of light in different colors sliced through the air, all heading toward the beast wilderness. Many martial artists en route to the wilderness recognized those figures and guessed who they were. No wonder they're powerhouses from the capital, they just shoot through the air like that. Not like us, stuck riding in a car. Martial artists above level 40 can fly through the air, but in Tsung City, it seems only Su-Si possesses that kind of power. This is quite the spectacle. In all my years, this is my first time participating in a wilderness expedition. Along the way, numerous vehicles were heading toward the beast wastes. Beyond Tsung City, martial artists from nearby Ren City also frequently ventured into the wilderness to hunt beasts, earning commissions and resources. This particular expedition to the wilderness was exceptionally bustling. Not only martial artists from Ren City had arrived, but even those from Bao City had made the journey. Students from several cities had also arrived in significant numbers. Inside the car, an eerie silence hung heavy. Su Wei glanced at Su Nange, seated on the other side of Lin Mu, through the rearview mirror. Lin Mu, you prodigies all have protection. And accompanying you are the Hong family's elite fighters. His name is Hong Tian. You are only permitted to operate within the lower regions and must not enter the middle layer. Should any disturbance occur within the beast wastes, you will be notified immediately. Specialized equipment will assist your evacuation from the wasteland. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded before asking, Senior Su, couldn't we wait until you've truly pacified the beast wastes before conducting the trial? No. Su Wei shook his head. That had been his initial suggestion. But the head of the Lu family disagreed. He could do nothing about it. Don't take this trial too seriously. Protecting yourselves is the most important thing. Su Wei said calmly, a prodigy is one destined to become the strongest. Only then are they truly a prodigy. Those who fall midway will never be counted among the heavenly prodigies. Understood, Senior Su. Lin Mu took his words to heart. Once they entered the beast wastes, his first priority would naturally be his own survival, followed by Su Nange. Lin Mu, we've lived together this long. I will protect you. Su Nange suddenly grabbed Lin Mu's hand, gazing at him with deep affection. Su Wei, ? Lin Mu, ? Lin Mu stared at Su Nange, utterly speechless. This little girl, she hasn't gone completely bonkers from surfing the net, has she? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Su Nange blinked at Lin Mu, her expression utterly bewildered. Didn't they say online that this would win a man's heart? Why wasn't Lin Mu reacting at all after hearing that? Nothing. It's just, what you said was a bit much. Lin Mu shook his head. That's going too far. They say online that this actually strengthens the bond between couples. Su Nange dismissed the idea with a wave of her hand and continued, but there are better ways. I tried clicking on one, but it just showed a 502 error and wouldn't let me browse. At this remark, Su Wei's mouth twitched involuntarily. These two kids, how elaborate their games have become. Lin Mu was speechless. Thank goodness he hadn't let Su Nange actually see it. If she had, wouldn't she be chasing him every night? Nange, we're not a couple. Didn't you notice when you were browsing online? Lin Mu looked at her with a straight face. No, I didn't. The internet says if two people live together, they're a couple. Su Nange blinked innocently, her expression pure. Fine. Lin Mu sighed, feeling rather helpless. Lin Mu, you little rascal, you're trying to wriggle out of this after getting what you wanted? Su Wei shot Lin Mu a look, his tone carrying the weight of an elder lecturing a junior. Don't say that, Senior Su. I still don't know how she got here, Lin Mu quickly waved his hands. At those words, Su Wei's eyes immediately flashed with surprise. The joy that had filled his heart vanished completely. Instead, a solemn gravity settled in his gaze. I don't care. I'm sticking by your side for life. Su Nange clutched Lin Mu's hand, shaking her head repeatedly. Lin Mu was utterly speechless. He and Su Nange weren't related by blood, why was this guy clinging to him so stubbornly? Could it be? Suddenly, something occurred to Lin Mu. Su Nange, tell me, are you an undercover agent sent by the Zhao family? What's the Zhao family? Su Nange stared at Lin Mu with wide eyes, looking utterly bewildered. All right. Seeing her reaction, coupled with the time they'd spent together over the past 2 months, Lin Mu knew she wasn't a spy sent by the Zhao family. If the Zhao family had planted a spy close to him, they wouldn't have chosen someone as blank as a sheet of paper. Su Wei remained silent throughout the journey. 2 hours later, the vehicle arrived at the edge of the beast wastes. Before their eyes stretched a vast plain, the entire earth a uniform brown. The ground appeared scorched by flames, cracked inch by inch. A faint mist hung over the entire plain. Get out. We're here. Su Wei spoke as he stepped out of the vehicle. The vehicle stopped at the edge of the beast wasteland, not venturing further in. All electronic devices ceased to function once entering the wasteland. Consequently, numerous vehicles were parked along the outer perimeter of the beast wastes. The scene before them resembled less a pre-battle gathering for a fierce encounter with demonic beasts and more a lively social gathering. Most of the martial artists from Ren City and Bao City had gathered here. Let's go. Follow me inside. Su Wei, hands behind his back, led Lin Mu and Su Nange into the beast wilderness. The moment he stepped into this wasteland, Lin Mu sensed an ancient aura. The beast wasteland before them seemed to have existed for ages, at least 1,000 years distant. In reality, however, it had only descended into the present world 30 years ago. Lower layer of the beast wasteland. Massive black vines stretched across the ground like ferocious beasts poised to strike, spreading toward the mainland ahead. Stepping into the beast wasteland for the first time truly left Lin Mu deeply shaken. Desolate, lonely, devoid of any sign of life, that was his assessment of the beast wasteland. After all, it was a wasteland, how could there be any sign of life? Yet the scene before him now was truly out of the ordinary. Several students stood scattered across the wasteland, snapping photos and checking in. Lin Mu, you're here too. Just then, a vaguely familiar voice rang out from nearby. Lin Mu turned to see Gong Lin, clad in black, walking toward him. Several others followed him, including Lin Fei, the one he had defeated earlier, standing out among them. You truly are formidable. Losing to you is an honor. Lin Fei looked at Lin Mu and said indifferently. No need to dwell on the past. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Since we're all here for the trial, we should help each other out. Chapter 70, The Campaign. Well said. Lin Fei nodded and laughed heartily. With you here, I fear nothing. Lin Mu, is this your girlfriend? Gong Lin looked up, his gaze settling on Su Nange standing beside Lin Mu. The moment the words left his lips, the gazes of many present immediately turned toward Su Nange. They hadn't noticed before, but now, every pair of eyes in the room was drawn to Su Nange's stunningly beautiful face. Her face bore not a single flaw, leaving no hint of imperfection. Her slender, graceful figure was utterly flawless. It could be said that Su Nange standing there was an absolutely stunning sight. Her exquisite face often bore a touch of pitiful innocence. Faced with such intense attention for the first time, Su Nange's cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly hid behind Lin Mu. Lin Mu, with your abilities, your girlfriend must be quite extraordinary, Gong Lin remarked after withdrawing his gaze. I wonder which prominent family in Song City she belongs to. Her surname is Su. As for her strength, it's decent, Lin Mu replied. He certainly couldn't tell them that Su Nange was at the 10th level, crushing them by a mile. All right. Gong Lin nodded, choosing not to press further. As more people arrived, the city's prodigy also made his entrance. Lin Mu. Brother Lin Mu. Wu Changfeng arrived at the beast wastes with Xiao Feng, Wang Yaya, and several others. Beside him stood Baoshi City's elite warriors. The moment they arrived, they sought out Lin Mu and greeted him. Hello, Lin Mu responded warmly in return. Though these individuals were all defeated by him, Lin Mu didn't hold it against them. I never imagined you'd actually defeat those prodigies from the capital. Xiao Feng stared at Lin Mu, his face brimming with excitement. He never imagined he'd get to fight someone of that caliber. After all, with his current strength, those prodigies from the capital likely wouldn't even give him a second glance. Impressive. Huang Yaya gave Lin Mu a thumbs up. Even though you're from Song City, that scholarship spot belongs to our Beizhou. Wu Changfeng looked at Lin Mu with admiration in his eyes. Yet you managed to secure it from them. That alone proves just how terrifying your talent is. It's just a shame we didn't get to see your match against Su Shaoqing. We'll have another chance, Lin Mu chuckled. After a few more casual exchanges, the prodigies from Handan City, Su Shaoqing, and the 7 prodigies from the capital all arrived. Surprisingly, no one spoke, all remained silent. Gong Lin and Wu Changfeng from Bao City had expected the prodigies from the capital to come mocking. But to their surprise, they all remained remarkably calm. Especially the young heiress of the Lu family, who remained utterly silent. It seemed that everything had to begin with Lin Mu. Lin Mu's forceful intervention had shattered the confidence of these prodigies from the capital with a single strike. This left them all silent now. As everyone gathered, Su Wei addressed the group regarding the trial's rules. Martial artists below the 10th rank are forbidden from entering the middle level. They may only operate near the lower level. You may form teams of 3 to 5 members, as this is the optimal way to enhance your strength. Of course, if you feel confident in your abilities, you may also form a team of 1. This trial will likely claim lives. Su Wei stated calmly, this is your moment to confront the demonic beasts. If anyone wishes to withdraw, you may return to your city now. When he finished speaking, no one wavered. The number of students who had come here was not large. Combined, the students from several cities numbered only in the hundreds. From Song City alone, only 6 had come. Very well. You show great courage. The burden after the great summer may well fall upon one of you. Su Wei surveyed the group, nodding with satisfaction. Guides will lead you to the areas designated for each of you, regions suited to your individual capabilities. Of course, you may also choose to leave that area and venture deeper into the lower levels. Alright, I've said enough. You should all understand now, show no mercy when facing demonic beasts. After delivering his final words of caution, Su Wei's gaze settled on Lin Mu. Lin Mu, come with me. Lin Mu gave a brief nod before following Su Wei into the vehicle. The others witnessed this exchange without much surprise. It was hardly unusual. As a specially admitted student and a prodigy hailing from Tsang City, Lin Mu receiving special treatment was perfectly justified. "Senior Su, what's the matter?" Lin Mu inquired. "Take this." Su Wei placed a token into Lin Mu's hand. The token was small, roughly half the size of a palm. Crafted from silver, it bore intricate dragon and phoenix designs, radiating an air of immense prestige. Clutching it in his palm, Lin Mu could feel the weight of its history. "This is?" Lin Mu stared at the token, suddenly feeling a sense of familiarity. He felt certain he had seen it somewhere before. "You needn't question its origins," Su Wei cautioned. "Just remember, should you ever face danger, crush this token." Lin Mu nodded. "Understood. I can't always be by your side. Protect yourself." Su Wei patted Lin Mu's shoulder, his tone and manner reminiscent of an elder imparting wisdom to a younger generation. In that moment, Lin Mu actually felt a warmth emanating from Su Wei. These words came from the heart. Su Wei genuinely cared for him. "I'll take care of myself, Senior Su," Lin Mu replied with a nod. A faint smile touched Su Wei's face. "That's good." Then, the two left the car. Lin Mu carefully stowed the token away in his pocket. At that very moment, several figures streaked across the sky like shooting stars, heading straight for the depths of the beast wastes. Among them, one figure descended from the sky, landing beside the group. It was a middle-aged man clad in a simple cloth robe, radiating a powerful aura as he hovered in midair with undeniable presence. "Su Si, leave this place to me for now," the middle-aged man declared. "MHM." Su Wei nodded, then turned his head for one last look at Lin Mu. In the next instant, a layer of milky white radiance manifested around Su Wei's body as he soared into the sky, departing from his original position. After Su Wei departed, the streaks of light all headed toward the depths of the beast wastes. "The campaign against the beast wastes has begun," someone murmured, their heart trembling with awe. "You needn't concern yourselves with this. The battles deep within the beast wastes will not affect you." The middle-aged man who remained behind spoke indifferently as he descended from the sky and landed on the ground. At that moment, members of the Martial Association approached. "Everyone, follow me. Your designated areas lie ahead." Chapter 71, You Go Eliminate It. The beast wastes were divided into 3 tiers, lower, middle, and upper. The middle and upper tiers were domains where the elite warriors of major cities could roam, while the lower tier was an area where lower-tier martial artists could operate. As a wilderness that had never experienced a beast tide in the history of Great Xia, it remained relatively stable. The lower layer of the beast wasteland presented a desolate plain stretching before the eyes. Small hills occasionally rose in the distance, each barely reaching a dozen meters in height. The vegetation here was unusually tall and dense. Thorns covered the ground, and withered trees stood over 10 meters high, so massive that it took 2 or 3 adults to encircle them completely. Within this area, all martial artists hailed from cities whose cultivation realms had not yet reached the 10th level. The numbers weren't particularly large. Sung City had 1 leader, while Ren City and Bao City each had 1 leader. They operated independently, with no conflicts arising between them. When did Lin Mu manage to befriend such a woman? The moment they entered the wasteland, Zhao Ming noticed Su Nange by Lin Mu's side. This woman truly surprised him. Could this be the woman his family has been hiding all along? Zhao Ming suddenly remembered something, murmuring to himself as his eyes seemed glued to Su Nange. It must be said, this woman was truly stunning. She held her own against even Lu Yuding, the Lu family's heiress. This venture into the wasteland is the Zhao family's last chance. After a moment's thought, Zhao Ming's gaze returned to Lin Mu. As long as he perishes in the wasteland, even his special privilege as a recommended student won't save him. Now we just have to wait for one chance, a chance when Lin Mu is alone. Lin Mu walked ahead, accompanied by Su Nange. The 7 from the capital city also noticed Su Nange by Lin Mu's side. They were surprised that Lin Mu had brought a woman into the wasteland this time, and at the same time, they marveled that the girl by his side was just as beautiful as Lu Yuding. The wasteland isn't like the trials. Even though Lin Mu won the trials, it doesn't mean he'll achieve a good result in the wasteland. Mou remarked calmly, among us, some have passed the intermediate secret realm, while others have cleared the advanced secret realm. When it comes to actual combat, Lin Mu certainly won't be a match for us. Mou, are you just making excuses for losing to him? Zhang Lunfeng looked up at Mou and couldn't help but chuckle. Mou shot him a glare but offered no reply. After that day's contest ended, news of Mou's defeat at Lin Mu's hands had already spread throughout the entire circle. This left Mou thoroughly embarrassed for quite some time. Ha ha ha. Seeing her silence, Zhang Lingfeng confirmed his suspicions. Lu Yuding, walking ahead, remained silent. The distribution in Song City was particularly distinct. Their prodigies weren't grouped together. Zhao Ming of the Zhao family followed his own group alone, while Zhang Li was with Lin Mu and that girl. The other group comprised the 7 prodigies from the capital. Though divided into 3 groups, their direction was one and the same, straight ahead. Lin Mu, I won't hold you back. Zhang Li clenched his fist, his tone earnest. It's fine, Lin Mu shook his head. Relax, we're on the same team. Zhang Li nodded. There are no first-tier demon beasts in the area you've entered. Just then, the Hong family expert hovering midair suddenly spoke. At his words, the martial artists from Tsang City who had arrived here all halted in their tracks. First-tier demon beasts have been spotted 3 kilometers away, though not in large numbers. Do not venture beyond the 3-kilometer radius. The Hong family expert stated calmly. As a high-tier martial artist, he could sense every living creature within a 5-kilometer radius. His words confirmed that the group was relatively safe within this area. As long as they coordinated well with their squad, slaying the demon beast would be no problem. Lu Yuding's gaze shifted toward the withered forest to the south, then she led the group over. Let's go. We're heading north. Seeing the other party head south, Lin Mu immediately set off in the opposite direction. Zhang Li nodded and followed behind Lin Mu. Su Nange naturally had nothing to say and simply followed Lin Mu. Zhao Ming, seeing Lin Mu head south, chose the southwest direction instead. The Hong family's powerful figure stood with hands behind his back before settling on a hillside. He crossed his legs and sat cross-legged, his aura drawn inward. His task was to guard these youngsters and keep a close eye on the movements of the one called Lin Mu. Heading south meant Lin Mu and the others were venturing deeper into the beast wilderness. Before long, a massive demon beast appeared ahead. This beast was a wolf demon, its coat jet black. Its massive paws left deep imprints in the ground. The black wolf lay resting beneath a tree, utterly unaware of Lin Mu and his companion's approach. A low-tier demon beast. Driven only by primal instinct, lacking any intelligence. Crouching behind a thicket of thorns, the trio watched the sleeping wolf demon. Brother Lin Mu, are we doing this? Zhang Li asked. Let's use it for practice first, Lin Mu nodded. Seeing this, Zhang Li immediately stood up, ready to charge forward. Quick-witted Lin Mu grabbed him by the arm. Zhang Li froze, but we were going to take it down? Hold on. Crouch down first. Lin Mu tugged and pulled Zhang Li back. Zhang Li looked utterly bewildered. If they weren't going to do anything, why was he being held back? But at that moment, Lin Mu's gaze shifted to Su Nange standing nearby. Nange, go. Take it out. Lin Mu commanded. Yes, big brother. Su Nange nodded solemnly before charging straight out of the thorn bushes toward the wolf demon. At those words, Zhang Li was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Li was utterly bewildered. He had no idea how many prodigies remained within Tsang City. At the very least, he didn't recognize the Su Nange before him, nor had he ever heard of her. Watching Su Nange dash forward so fearlessly, Zhang Li frowned slightly, unable to hide his concern. Brother Lin Mu, she's unarmed, doesn't even have any armor. Is she really going in like this? Can she handle it? Relax, trust me. Lin Mu patted his chest, opening the weapon case with his other hand. Su Nange was a level 10 martial artist. Unless she was foolish, she simply couldn't die. Even without her weapons, how could this sub-tier wolf demon possibly be her match? The noise Su Nange made instantly roused the wolf demon. Though not a tier 1, its massive form stretched over 4 meters tall. As it rose, its towering black shadow blocked out much of the sun. Roar! The wolf demon let out a low growl and suddenly charged toward Su Nange. Su Nange gazed at the wolf demon before her. Its form was reflected in her stunningly beautiful eyes. In the next instant, Su Nange unleashed a palm strike. The 4-meter-tall wolf demon before her was slammed headfirst into the ground with a thud. This scene left Zhang Li utterly dumbfounded. What? Chapter 72, Spirit Flower. Zhang Li froze in place, staring wide-eyed at the scene before him. That 4-meter-tall black wolf demon had been pinned to the ground by a seemingly frail girl with just one hand? After a moment of stunned silence, an overwhelming sense of awe filled Zhang Li's heart. This black wolf demon before him was at least a low-grade demon beast. To pin its head down with such brute force, rendering it completely immobile, meant this girl's cultivation level was at least 8th rank. Level 8 across the entire Tsang City, that was a powerhouse on par with Lin Mu. Even in Bao City or Rin City, that would place her among the absolute elite. Zhang Li couldn't believe it. When had Lin Mu acquired such a powerful female companion? And he'd never even heard of her before. The next instant, Su Nange, who had pinned the black wolf, seized the wolf demon's legs and slammed it violently to both sides. Thud! Thud! Dull thuds echoed repeatedly as the ground trembled. The black wolf was slammed so hard it was left reeling. Only when Su Nange stopped did the black wolf cease breathing entirely. Foaming at the mouth, it lay motionless, dead as a doornail. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Li felt his eyes had been truly opened. It was the first time he'd ever seen a black wolf killed so effortlessly. This black wolf is called a wasteland wolf, the most common type of wolf demon in the wilderness. But its claws are exceptionally sharp enough to be made into daggers. Lin Mu remarked casually before approaching the corpse. He drew his blunt sword and severed the wolf's claws. He even offered some to Zhang Li. Zhang Li didn't take it. Instead, he watched Lin Mu holding the black wolf's claws and felt puzzled. Brother Lin Mu, don't you have a storage ring? A storage ring? I didn't have time to buy one. Lin Mu shook his head. The smallest storage ring, with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, cost only 300,000 daxia coins. Lin Mu currently possessed 1 or 2 million great xia coins, but time was too tight. He'd been focused on breaking through his cultivation realm, which meant he arrived in this beast wasteland just 3 days after completing the breakthrough. Then use mine for now. Zhongli took out his own storage ring and handed it to Lin Mu. Alright, I'll return it when we get back. Lin Mu nodded and accepted it. After stowing the black wolf's claw inside, the trio pressed onward. Meanwhile, in the south, Unyielding and her 6 companions suddenly halted their steps. Sis Unyielding, what's wrong? Mu asked. Head northeast. Unyielding instructed. Hearing this, the others all looked surprised, but none said much. Along the way, they encountered several demon beasts. With their strength, the beasts of the wilderness, those below the high grade level, were no match for them. Unyielding led the way, clad in armor and gripping the tiger roar spear. Mu and Zhang Lingfeng brought up the rear. Glancing at their destination, both were deeply puzzled. Why head northeast? Could it be that there's some treasure there? Probably. After all, the 2 powerful members of the Lu family have been to the beast wastes twice. They likely know every resource location inside out. Now that Sister Unyielding knows, she definitely won't pass up this opportunity. That's true. Just as the 2 had surmised, Unyielding was indeed heading for the resources. 3 kilometers to the northeast lay a lake. Along its edge grew several spirit flowers. When the powerful members of her clan had first arrived here, they saw the flowers were not yet ripe and left them untouched, but they had recorded the coordinates. This time, they had arrived precisely when the spiritual flowers had ripened. Once I consume those spiritual flowers, I'll ascend to a level 10 martial artist and secure the guaranteed admission spot. Unyielding's eyes held a hint of confidence, yet a chill lurked in their depths. Everything Lin Mu had done to her once she reached the 10th level martial artist rank, she would take it all back. Meanwhile, Lin Mu and his 2 companions continued wandering through the northern lands. Every demon beast they encountered along the way was effortlessly dealt with by Su Nange, leaving Zhongli utterly dumbfounded throughout the journey. This sister was too fierce. Although Zhongli occasionally stepped in to confront low-grade demon beasts, he had nearly met his end at the jaws of one such creature. Fortunately, he managed to kill the beast without serious injury, saving his own skin. As for Lin Mu, he hadn't lifted a finger the entire time. Zhongli knew full well of Lin Mu's strength and couldn't care less whether he chose to fight or not. Knowing someone's true strength and not knowing it are 2 entirely different matters. After walking northward for a short while longer, Su Nange, who had been mostly silent throughout the journey, finally spoke up. There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy in the southwest direction. At these words, Lin Mu, who had been leading the way, halted abruptly. He spun around and fixed his gaze on Su Nange. Ha? Really? Su Nange nodded. I'm naturally sensitive to spiritual energy. I wouldn't be wrong about this. Spiritual energy? The kind martial artists must cultivate to break through to the 10th rank? Zhongli looked utterly perplexed. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Let's go. Head that way. All right. Su Nange nodded, then led Lin Mu and Zhongli toward the southwest. Zhongli, as a prodigy, you must know how crucial spiritual energy is. On the way, Lin Mu and Zhongli chatted casually. I know. I've heard that once a martial artist cultivates spiritual energy, even a level 1 martial artist can instantly reach level 10. Zhongli nodded in agreement. Rough words, but true. Spiritual energy is the hallmark of a 10th level martial artist, but cultivating it is only the first step. Lin Mu remarked calmly, even if a level 1 martial artist cultivates spiritual energy, they might indeed be comparable to a level 10 martial artist. Yet, compared to a level 10 martial artist of the same cultivation tier, their strength falls significantly short. But they'd still be stronger than martial artists below 10th rank, right? Zhongli asked. Pretty much, Lin Mu conceded. After breaking through to the 10th level, he could fully sense the changes brought about by his spiritual energy. This was something martial artists below 9th rank simply couldn't provide. Although he practiced a 2nd grade breathing technique, now with a mere flick of his finger, he could amplify the power of his breathing technique several times over. Got it, brother Lin Mu. Zhongli nodded, his face full of earnestness, then suddenly grew surprised. Brother Lin Mu, you know so much, you wouldn't. Before Zhongli could finish, Lin Mu nodded, understanding exactly what his friend was about to say. Whoa, I don't believe it. Zhongli gave Lin Mu a long, hard look before shaking his head. Lin Mu didn't bother explaining. He followed Su Nange all the way to a lake. The lake wasn't particularly large, and along its banks, several demon beasts could be seen pacing about. In the center of those beasts stood several spiritual herbs, resembling lotus flowers. The herbs emitted a faint glow, and the beasts fixed their eyes on the lotuses, as if they could devour them right then and there. So it really is a spirit flower. Chapter 73, The Time is Right, Steal them. Before the lake, several demon beasts guarded the spiritual flowers. Though varying in size, their robust builds clearly marked them as high-grade beasts. The spiritual flowers attract demon beasts. This substance is a powerful tonic for them. Lin Mu murmured as he observed the spiritual flowers growing by the lake. They haven't consumed them yet, and there are only two reasons for that. First, the spiritual flowers still need several days to fully mature. Second, these beasts were likely sent by a more powerful demon beast to guard this place. Zhangli turned back and asked quietly, "Brother Lin Mu, which of these two possibilities do you think is more likely?" "The second one," Lin Mu replied. Zhangli fell silent. "Should we go take it?" Sunange, standing nearby, was itching to act. "Someone's coming." Lin Mu reached out and pressed his hand on Sunange's shoulder, his gaze shifting to the opposite side of the lake. 7 distinct figures were approaching. These 7 were none other than Unyielding and her group. "Those prodigies from the capital," Zhangli observed, his brow furrowing with concern. "What should we do now, Brother Lin Mu?" In his understanding, Brother Lin Mu was powerful, but not powerful enough to be a match for all 7 of them combined. After all, this wasn't a formal contest, it was the wilderness. "No need to rush," Lin Mu shook his head. "Their presence here might actually help us test the true intentions of this demon beast." Truthfully, Lin Mu wasn't entirely sure which of the two possibilities was more likely. According to the Hong family's powerful member, first-tier demon beasts only appeared 3 kilometers away. Yet here, there were no fewer than 7 high-grade demon beasts. This combat strength was impressive enough. Unyielding and the others weren't too far from the beasts. Upon confirming the presence of spirit flowers here, excitement flashed across Unyielding's face. 7 high-grade demon beasts, 1 for each of us. Mou clenched his fist as he spoke. "But there are only 3 spirit flowers," Zhang Lingfeng pointed out. At this remark, the others fell silent. Unyielding, however, stated calmly, "Then one of those spirit flowers must be mine. As for the other 2, that's up to you." Hearing this, the others exchanged glances. "How about this? Let the best man win. We'll auction off the 2 spirit flowers." Zhang Lingfeng quickly proposed a solution. "Agreed." The others nodded in agreement. This method was sound and wouldn't strain their relationships. Since Unyielding had brought them here, she deserved 1 flower. They naturally had no objections. "Let's deal with the beast first, then we'll discuss dividing the spoils," Unyielding said. "Right." The others nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to move, Mou's gaze suddenly caught sight of 3 figures crouched within the thorn bushes ahead of them. "Unyielding, beware of the hunter becoming the hunted," Mou whispered. At her words, Unyielding immediately froze. Lifting her head, Unyielding clearly spotted Lin Mu and the other 2 hiding in the shadows. "It's him." Unyielding stared at the familiar figure, her gaze hardening with a hint of fury. She hadn't expected this guy to find his way here too. "Unyielding, what should we do now?" someone asked. "No need to panic." Unyielding glanced at the man. "We have the numbers advantage now." "Wait." Knowing that Lin Mu and the others were here made Unyielding even less anxious. These demonic beasts couldn't possibly guard this place around the clock. The moment they left, Unyielding would certainly lead her men to deal with Lin Mu first. No matter how powerful Lin Mu was, he was fighting alone. Facing 7 elite prodigies, how could he possibly stand a chance alone? Now, seeing Unyielding and the others also holding their ground, Lin Mu roughly guessed what they intended to do. "So this is their plan," Lin Mu said. "Huh? So they're waiting for an opening to strike us?" Zhangli blinked, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Exactly." Lin Mu nodded. 2 tigers can't share the same mountain, and besides, there are only 3 of these spirit flowers. After all I've done to bully those arrogant prodigies from the capital, they're bound to find an opportunity to get back at me. Lin Mu shot Zhangli a disapproving look. "So, Lin Mu, what should we do now?" Zhangli asked. "Don't panic." Lin Mu plopped down onto the ground, flopping right there with his head resting on the dirt. "If they want to make a move, let them make a move." "Huh?" Zhangli was dumbfounded. What kind of game was Brother Lin Mu playing? Meanwhile, Sunange lay leisurely beside Lin Mu, and before anyone noticed, she had drifted off into a deep sleep. Huff! Huff! Listening to Sunange's snoring, Zhang Li's face turned green. How could this woman possibly fall asleep in a place like this? As for Lin Mu, he too appeared to be drifting off. On the other side, Unyielding and the others were waiting for an opportunity. At that moment, somewhere else, a man clad in black armor, a broad sword strapped to his back, was making his way toward the lakeshore. The man appeared to be in his 30s, radiating a powerful aura. His face was covered in stubble, and a deep scar marred the left side of his cheek. "Once I take care of that guy, the Zhao family promised me 30 million. Following the Zhao family's instructions, I've been tracking that kid's vital energy all along. He must be somewhere around here." The man scanned the lake's edge repeatedly, suddenly noticing something. Spirit flowers? The man became wildly excited. It's actually a spirit flower? He had long since broken through to the 10th level, yet his cultivation had remained stagnant at that stage. He knew the fluctuations of spiritual energy all too well. To find a spirit flower here, at this very moment, how could he not be overjoyed? After all, not even a single first-tier demon beast roamed these parts. As a level 10 martial artist here, he was invincible. This spirit flower is mine for certain. The man now noticed Lu Yuding and the others. After all, there were 7 of them. While the demon beast by the lake hadn't detected them, the man had spotted them long ago. I hear you're from the capital. But what does that have to do with me? The man grinned, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Whoever dares stop me from taking the spirit flower will die. By now, 3 groups had gathered before the lake. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened. A silvery veil shrouded the entire beast wastes. Several demonic beasts lay resting 100 meters away from the spirit flower near the lake. Though they were beasts, they still followed nature's rhythm, sleeping at night. The time has come. Lu Yuding and the others had been watching all afternoon. Now that darkness had fallen, they knew it was time to act. Lin Mu, who had been in a deep slumber, was jostled awake by Zhang Li beside him. Ha? What's going on? Did they start? Lin Mu rubbed his eyes, and Zhang Li, looking utterly exasperated, could only nod. All right. Lin Mu opened his eyes, grabbed his weapon case, and led Zhang Li and Su Nange over. Night has fallen. It's time to move. A sharp gleam flashed in the man's eyes as he strode forward. At that moment, all 3 groups charged toward the spirit flower. Chapter 74, How would you handle an equal? Under the pitch-black night, moonlight obscured by dark clouds, the entire beast wasteland seemed shrouded in a deathly silent darkness. Only in the deepest recesses of the wilderness did flames light up the sky. Yet moments later, silence returned, swallowed once more by the darkness. Brother Lin Mu, I sense someone ahead. Zhang Li spoke cautiously in the darkness, careful not to make a sound. It's fine. Lin Mu shook his head. In the pitch-black moonlight, he could sense 7 distinct auras approaching from ahead. Besides those 7, there are others nearby. Just then, Su Nange spoke up. At her words, Lin Mu and Zhang Li froze. Someone else here? You can sense it? Lin Mu asked. Yes, Su Nange nodded. That person's aura is very strong just like yours. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyebrows shot up. The same cultivation level as me? Could it be that besides him, there was another level 10 martial artist here? Can you pinpoint that person's location? Lin Mu inquired. The presence of another level 10 martial artist here had Lin Mu on high alert. Right behind us. Su Nange said, then extended her hand, pointing toward a patch of darkness. He's probably after the spirit flower too. Since it's for the spirit flower, let him fight it out with Lu Yuding and the others first. After pondering for a moment, Lin Mu had a plan in mind. All right. Zhang Li nodded, trusting Lin Mu completely. The 3 immediately withdrew from the area, distancing themselves from the spirit flower. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding and the others remained unaware that a level 10 martial artist was also heading toward the spirit flower. The spirit flower emitted a faint glow in the darkness, as if guiding them. Lu Yuding and her 6 companions steadily drew nearer to the spirit flower, each gripping their weapons tightly. They couldn't forget it was nighttime. Lin Mu might very well be using the cover of darkness to approach the spirit flower. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I didn't find that Lin Mu, but I found the spirit flower first. The man grinned widely, his heart bursting with joy as he gazed at the spirit flower mere inches away. As both groups drew nearer, Lu Yuding and her companions came face to face with the man. The moment they drew near, Lu Yuding instantly sensed danger. Her tiger roar spear shot forward like lightning, piercing the darkness ahead. The spear's blade flashed with a cold gleam as it shot forward at breakneck speed. In that instant, the man drew the broad blade from his back, gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, and swung it with all his might. Clang! Amidst the clang of clashing metal, the man stood his ground, while Lu Yuding stumbled backward several steps. On the other side, Lin Mu and the other 2 heard the sound and knew the 2 groups had clashed. There really are people here. Zhang Li exclaimed in shock, unsure how Su Nange had discovered this. Sis Yuding. Lu Yuding steadied herself, her stunning eyes widening with shock. You're not Lin Mu. At those words, the dark figure ahead froze instantly. Not Lin Mu? Mou and the others froze in disbelief. The dark figure ahead wasn't Lin Mu? Lin Mu wields a spear and sword, but this person's weapon must be a blade of some sort. Lu Yuding quickly added, and this person's strength is at least at the peak of level 9. Hearing this, the group was startled. After a moment of silence, the figure in the darkness suddenly spoke. You say Lin Mu is nearby? A hint of expectation lingered in his words. That's correct. Lu Yuding nodded. Fine. Leave me one of these spirit flowers, and I won't kill you. Tell me where Lin Mu is. The man spoke indifferently, then a level 10 aura erupted around him in an instant. Beneath his feet, a magnetic field seemed to activate, and a deep green glow instantly spread throughout the surroundings. That utterly different aura sent a chill down the spines of Lu Yuding and her 6 companions. This was the aura unique to a 10th level martial artist. The man before them was a level 10 martial artist. In the darkness, Lin Mu was completely stunned. Holy? This can't be about me, can it? Lin Mu stared intently at the shadowy figure ahead of Lu Yuding and her companions, his mind already piecing together the man's origins. The only people he had offended in Song City were the Zhao family. Under the deep green glow, Unyielding and her 6 companions could clearly make out the man's features. Lin Mu was just over there when you arrived. Unyielding stated flatly. After a moment of surprise, the 7 regained their composure. He was merely a level 10 martial artist. Hearing this, the man immediately turned his head, spreading his senses to locate Lin Mu's position. At that very moment, a crimson flame suddenly erupted from the darkness ahead of them. The darkness was illuminated, revealing a handsome young man dressed in casual clothes standing beneath the crimson flames. Recognizing his features, both groups instantly identified him. Who else could it be but Lin Mu? What do you want with me? I don't even know you. Lin Mu looked at the man bathed in the dark green light and shook his head. I came for you. A hint of murderous intent flashed in the man's eyes before he swung his broadsword and charged at Lin Mu. Sister Unyielding, should we take the spirit flower? Zhang Lungfeng asked. No rush. Unyielding shook her head, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. I'm actually curious to see who exactly wants to kill Lin Mu. Just observing the scene before them made it clear someone was after Lin Mu's life. The only ones in the entire Song City with a grudge against Lin Mu are the Zhao family, Mou remarked calmly. If it's not someone sent by the Zhao family, then who else could it be? Even with his formidable strength, Lin Mu stands no chance against a 10th level martial artist. The group watched Lin Mu with keen interest as he prepared to fight the man. As the man charged forward, Lin Mu shoved Zhang Li aside. Nange, take him away from here first. Got it. Nange nodded, then grabbed Zhang Li's arm and sprinted toward the distance. Brother Lin Mu, he's a level 10 martial artist, a fugitive from Song City and a Thunderblade master. Why aren't you running? Zhang Li hurriedly relayed the man's background to Lin Mu. No need. Lin Mu shook his head. What? You know you can't escape a level 10 martial artist? The man chuckled darkly, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu, as if appraising a piece of prey. Not exactly. Lin Mu shook his head, then flicked open the weapon case. As the case opened, an overwhelming aura suddenly surged forth. Unyielding and the others frowned. What was this feeling? Lin Mu gripped the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear, his gaze fixed on the man. I'm also eager to discover just how formidable my combat prowess has become after breaking through to level 10. As his words fell, crimson flames instantly erupted from beneath his feet, spreading outward in all directions. The aura of a level 10 cultivator revealed itself in an instant. Chapter 75, Confrontation. In the darkness, crimson flames illuminated Lin Mu's handsome face. His flawless features bore a faint, upward curve at the corners of his mouth. The aura of a level 10 warrior erupted fully, a presence uniquely his. Lin Mu, you've actually broken through to level 10. The man stared intently at Lin Mu, utterly shocked. The Zhao family's intelligence had only listed Lin Mu's combat strength as around level 9. As for martial arts techniques, the man hadn't bothered to look into those at all. For a level 10 martial artist, any tactics employed by those below level 10 were utterly futile. Unyielding and the other 6 were also profoundly shaken. Lin Mu had actually broken through to level 10. In the mere 3 months since the awakening, a newcomer had already broken through to level 10. Even the 4 prodigies in the capital were likely stuck at the critical 9th level, yet to break through. What Lin Mu had just demonstrated left Unyielding and the others utterly stunned. A wave of dread washed over them. That regret stemmed from the fact that they hadn't fought Lin Mu over the spirit flower. Sis Unyielding, take the spirit flower while they're fighting. Mou whispered urgently. Are you crazy? Those are 2 level 10 martial artists. If they abandon the fight and come after us, who could possibly stand against them? Zhang Lungfeng glared at Mou. You really live up to your name, Mou fish stealer. Heh, then let's just wait, Mou chuckled, utterly unconcerned. Wait a moment, Unyielding said calmly. Level 10 martial artists aren't the strongest. Once they decide the winner, one of them will be injured. Then, with the 7 of us joining forces, wouldn't we be more than a match for the victor? That's true. The others nodded in agreement. Sis Unyielding, if Lin Mu completely crushes his opponent, could the 7 of us really stand a chance against him? Mou blinked and suddenly asked. At this remark, Unyielding fell silent. The others also fell silent. The outcome was already clear. Now, they were simply waiting to see whether the 2 would be evenly matched or if it would be a one-sided rout. Lin Mu, you. Zhang Li stood beside them, utterly stunned by Lin Mu's display. Though the figure stood mere inches away, Zhang Li felt as if an ocean of distance separated him from Lin Mu. Nange, keep an eye on him. Once I start moving, those demonic beasts will surely awaken. Lin Mu didn't turn back, but issued his instructions. Got it. Nange nodded, grabbing Zhang Li's arm firmly. Zhang Li, ? Why does my arm feel like it's being crushed by iron pincers? So what if you're a level 10? You just broke through to that rank. Compared to me, a seasoned level 10 martial artist, you're no match for me. After a moment of shock, the man regained his composure and said coldly. Why don't we find out? Lin Mu's hand gripped the 1000 spear within the weapon case, then he violently drew it out. In the next instant, the crimson flames beneath his feet vanished as he charged toward his opponent. His spear thrust forward violently. The man raised his broad axe, its blade revealing ink-black speckles that transformed into an endless surge of emerald lightning. Boom! The emerald lightning erupted, blindingly bright in the darkness. Lin Mu's spear trembled, and crimson flames flared. The two clashed directly. Though the man before him was only blue-grade, his mastery of breathing techniques was merely second tier. The martial arts he cultivated were not particularly formidable. Yet as a man who had lived by the sword and battled beasts year after year, his combat awareness far surpassed Lin Mu's. Yet Lin Mu's martial arts, from head to toe, nearly crushed his opponent. The moment they clashed, the collision of immense power sent both men staggering back several paces. The deafening clang awoke the slumbering beasts in the distance. Roar! Amidst the beastly roars, pairs of blood-red eyes glowed in the darkness, followed by earth-shaking tremors. 7 demon beasts charged straight toward Lin Mu and his companions. With the beasts now involved, the two had to contend not only with their immediate opponents but also with the demonic beasts. As one beast lunged forward, sensing danger, Lin Mu swung his spear and thrust it straight into the darkness. Put! With a loud clang, the spear plunged deep into the beast's body. Instantly, crimson flames erupted from the shaft, engulfing the entire creature in an instant. In an instant, the crimson flames transformed into a blood-red hue. Innate talent, Nether Flame. Boom! The nether flame relentlessly scorched the beast's body, yet the blood it spilled became nourishment for the flames. As this fiery light illuminated the surroundings, everything became crystal clear. Several beasts charged into the crowd, leaving no one present unscathed. Sunange struck out with a palm, sending the beast before him flying. Watching this scene, Zhongli felt his heart leap into his throat. Who exactly is this sister Sunange? Zhongli murmured to himself. Since she was Lin Mu's friend, he dared not pry further. Unyielding and the others temporarily abandoned their pursuit of the spirit flower, turning their attention to fighting the beasts. The man wielding the broad axe dodged a demon beast's attack and immediately charged toward Lin Mu. His broad sword emitted a deep green lightning glow. With a single swing, a half-meter-long lightning blade shot forward. Lin Mu blocked with his spear, knocked back over 10 meters. Regaining his footing, Lin Mu stepped forward, thrusting his spear out explosively. Scarlet flames and dark green lightning clashed relentlessly. The two fought evenly, completely unfazed by the surrounding demon beasts. The sheer force unleashed by the two of them rendered even 7 high-grade demon beasts utterly insignificant. Each of their impacts sent out invisible shockwaves, repelling the encircling beasts. Suddenly, the flames on Lin Mu's spear faded, transforming into a faint layer of blood energy. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he keenly sensed Lin Mu's aura suddenly grow even more formidable. Bang! The two clashed again. This time, however, the broad axe in the man's grasp was knocked flying by Lin Mu's spear thrust. What? The man's expression changed drastically. What kind of martial arts had this guy cultivated to achieve such a tremendous increase in power? The man leapt backward, scrambling to grab his broadsword. But at that very moment, Lin Mu's attack descended. The spear shot forth like a dragon, its blade gleaming with a 1,000-mile edge. The overwhelming assault forced the man, before he could even land, to raise his broadsword and strike back at Lin Mu. Emerald green thunder gathered relentlessly, culminating in a dazzling radiance before crashing down in the next instant. Boom! The thunderous light exploded outward, spreading like a spider's web in all directions. Lin Mu neither dodged nor flinched, directly confronting the lightning. The moment it touched his body, it was blocked by a faint layer of bloodlight. Yet this single contact made the blood-red aura around both Lin Mu's body and the spear in his hand grow even purer. What? The man's pupils suddenly contracted. Unable to evade, he could only let the spear pierce his lower abdomen. Chapter 76, Dividing the Spoils. Thud. With a gush of blood, the man was pierced clean through, his entire body flying backward. Thud. He landed, his body covered in severe wounds. On the other side, Unyielding and the others watched in stunned silence as Lin Mu's battle concluded with such effortless ease. Though they were still facing demonic beasts, they had kept their eyes on this battle. Now, witnessing Lin Mu pierce the man's body with a single spear thrust, an unmistakable look of awe spread across each of their faces. Just how powerful was this guy? The talent he displayed had long since matched that of the 4 top prodigies. He had even surpassed them. Cough cough. The man lay on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, his face deathly pale. Lin Mu sheathed his spear and slowly approached the man. Spare me. The man looked at Lin Mu, fear flickering in his eyes as he begged desperately. Oh. Lin Mu uttered a single syllable before turning away, seemingly intent on sparing him. But the instant Lin Mu turned his back, the man's expression changed. His hand tightened around the broad blade as he prepared to rise. But in the next instant, a piercing flash of steel sliced through the air. With a look of shock and confusion on his face, Lin Mu's spear instantly pierced through the man's left chest. Thud! Lin Mu twisted the spear inside him. The excruciating pain left the man unable to utter a word. In the next instant, Lin Mu yanked the spear free and thrust it once more, piercing the man's throat clean through. This time, the man was dead beyond any doubt. In the dim light, Lu Yuding and the others witnessed the scene, their stomachs churning with an inexplicable wave of nausea. It was the first time they had witnessed such a scene, and the first time they had seen Lin Mu kill with such ruthless decisiveness. What a joke. If I let you go, who would spare me? Lin Mu shot a withering glance at the dead man before reaching out to seize his storage ring. Zhao family, this is your final attempt to deal with me. Lin Mu weighed the storage ring in his hand and murmured, it won't be long before it's time for me to strike back. Host dealt a brutal blow to the opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host has completed the challenge task Bow Lies Provocation, earning reward, grade 1 Martial Treasure Fragment 1. 1 battle completed. Victory favors the brave, reward 1 available. Higher win counts yield better rewards upon claiming. Who sent this man? It was now crystal clear. Roar! The man was dead, but the demon beasts were not all slain. A chorus of beastly roars jolted the 7 prodigies from the capital back to their senses. Regaining their composure, they resumed their fight against the demonic beasts before them. Lin Mu wiped the blood from his spear and turned to fight the beasts as well. Yet after slaying the beasts, no reward materialized. System, does killing demon beasts not count? Lin Mu murmured inwardly. Reply to host, only slaying beasts of equal or higher cultivation level counts. The system replied. Alright. Lin Mu didn't press the issue. If slaying low-tier demon beasts counted, he'd become invincible within a year just by roaming the lower levels. Looks like I'll have to venture deeper into the lower levels after all. Slaying demon beasts was no easier than facing martial artists, but this approach was straightforward and brutal. Nowadays, where could he find martial artists of equal rank to earn him strength points, and the victory favors the brave skill. After swiftly dispatching the demon beast before him, Lu Yuding and the others on the other side also concluded their battle. Sunange and Zhang Li hadn't strayed far. The demon beasts that had been harassing them were also easily dealt with by Sunange. With the demon beasts slain, the 3 spirit flowers here became the absolute priority. The atmosphere grew intensely tense. Especially for Lu Yuding and her group. If Lin Mu wanted to take all 3 spirit flowers, they wouldn't have a say in the matter. I'll take all 3 spirit flowers. That's not unreasonable, is it? Lin Mu stated calmly. He had exactly 3 people with him, and 3 spirit flowers would be enough to share. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuding naturally objected. As the young legitimate daughter of the Lu family, she refused to hand over such a precious treasure to Lin Mu. No, Lu Yuding replied coolly. If not, then let's settle it with a contest. Lin Mu didn't say much more, immediately assuming a fighting stance, ready to take on all 7 of them. Lin Mu, let's talk this out. We can find something of equal value to trade for the spirit flower. Surely that's acceptable? Zhang Lingfeng quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Lin Mu remained silent. He was eager to see if these young masters from the capital could even carry treasures comparable to the spirit flowers. Brother Lin Mu, is one of those 3 spirit flowers for me? Zhang Li piped up at that moment. Of course, Lin Mu nodded. Then I won't take mine. I'll give it to them. Zhang Li declared. Hearing this, Lin Mu said nothing. He simply plucked 2 spirit flowers, one he handed to Sunange, while the other he tucked away for himself. Here, they're yours. Lin Mu gestured toward the last spirit flower with his spear. Lu Yuding stared at the fully matured spirit flower, saying nothing. She simply retrieved a talisman from her storage ring and tossed it to Zhang Li. Zhang Li blinked but accepted the talisman. This is a Dao Soldier talisman, crafted by a 6th-tier spellcaster. Its value rivals that of this spirit flower. Lu Yuding said indifferently, this Dao Soldier talisman can be activated by martial artists above level 10, capable of easily slaying any demon beast or martial artist below level 50. Hearing this, Zhang Li was instantly stunned. The value of this talisman seemed to completely surpass that of the spirit flower. Lin Mu was also somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected this woman to possess such formidable resources. If she wanted to kill him, this single talisman alone would suffice. It merely required spiritual energy to activate. Otherwise, there'd be no need for a martial artist above the 10th rank. Very well, thank you, Miss Lu. Zhang Li hurriedly bowed his hands in gratitude. Joking aside, not a single level 50 martial artist could be found in the entire Zhang family. This military token could easily become a family heirloom. Its value far surpassed that of the spirit flower. Lu Yuding plucked the spirit flower directly and tucked it away. The others didn't complain. After all, Lu Yuding had exchanged something of immense worth for it. They simply couldn't produce a Dao-grade military token of this caliber. Such Dao-grade talismans easily cost billions, and their refinement was extremely difficult. Even a 6th-tier spellcaster would likely struggle to craft one in a decade. Even those 4 prodigies probably didn't possess one. Sis Yuding's ambition to break through to the 10th rank is growing stronger by the day. Imo, you murmured softly. Yeah, Zhang Lingfeng nodded in agreement. Otherwise, Lu Yuding wouldn't have brought this thing out as a bargaining chip. Let's go. After obtaining the spirit flower, Lu Yuding led the group away from the area. Take care, Lin Mu waved them off. Brother Lin Mu, we love you to bits. As soon as they left, Zhongli excitedly rushed toward Lin Mu. But before he could reach Lin Mu, Su Nange intercepted him. Men and women shouldn't touch each other. Chapter 77, The Battle Within. Zhongli looked utterly bewildered, then could only offer a sheepish smile to smooth things over. What the hell does men should not touch each other even mean? Lin Mu paid no heed to the two, instead examining the spirit flower in his hand. The spirit flower emitted a faint white glow, streams of spiritual energy rising from it like scattered starlight before vanishing into the darkness. The spirit flower was a crucial treasure that could help a 9th-level martial artist break through to the 10th level. If one possessed terrifying innate talent, even a level 1 martial artist could consume this flower. Could propel them directly to the 10th rank, a true leap to the 10th tier. Yet throughout the entire history of Great Xia, no such existence had ever been recorded. After all, what kind of terrifying natural talent would be required to achieve such a feat? I wonder if this spirit flower could help me break through to the 11th level. Lin Mu pondered for a moment before stowing the flower away, choosing not to consume it just yet. He still didn't know how long they'd be staying in this beast wasteland. Taking it now would be far too premature. Brother Lin Mu, where should we go now? Zhongli asked excitedly. With the strength Lin Mu had now displayed, they could practically strut around the entire outer layer of the lower realm. I plan to venture deeper into the heart of this place. Lin Mu's gaze fixed on the opposite shore of the lake. Continuing in that direction would lead them to the middle outer region of the lower layer. That was the 3 kilometers beyond mentioned by the Hong family elder. 3 kilometers was no great distance. For a 10th level martial artist, it would likely take only a few minutes to cover. A 10th level martial artist's burst of speed and overall agility far surpassed those below 10th level. The world's fastest athlete could cover 3 kilometers in just 7 minutes. But if Lin Mu unleashed his full potential, he wouldn't need 7 minutes, 3 would suffice. Over there? Zhongli was taken aback. That area was known for first-tier demon beasts. I'm coming too. Su Nange raised her hand. Zhongli glanced at Su Nange, his lips twitching involuntarily. Even now, he still had no clue about the sister's true strength. But one thing was certain: she absolutely possessed the capability to venture into the middle section of the lower levels. Zhongli, your haul isn't small. If you quit now, it's no big deal. Lin Mu said. The middle zone of the lower level was undoubtedly dangerous. Even as a 10th level martial artist, Lin Mu couldn't guarantee he could protect her. Alright, then I won't spoil your fun, brother Lin Mu. Zhongli nodded, fully aware in his heart. His greatest haul from this venture was undoubtedly the Dao Soldier talisman in his hand. With this in hand, this trip had been a complete windfall. Until we meet again. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. I'll return the storage ring to you once we leave this place. No problem. I have more at home. Zhongli laughed heartily. He was a shrewd man. A single storage ring could buy the favor of a prodigy like Lin Mu, which would surely bring blessings to the Zhang family in the future. Agreed. Lin Mu gladly accepted it. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he understood this well. With that settled, Zhongli took his leave at dawn and departed. Lin Mu, meanwhile, took Su Nange and headed toward the middle section of the lower level. Meanwhile, Lu Yuting, having obtained the spirit flower, found a relatively safe spot and eagerly began her cultivation. After consuming the spirit flower, Lu Yuting guided the spiritual energy into her body, taking her first steps toward becoming a level 10 martial artist. As for the remaining 6, they casually left one person behind while the others continued searching for demonic beasts and other resources in the area. The wasteland resembled a vast treasure trove. Its resources were abundant. Even after they took what they needed this time, new resources might emerge again in a few years. Of course, these resources were all natural treasures and rare herbs. There were no martial weapons or martial treasures to be found. Instead, they were exceptional materials for crafting such equipment. The Beast Wasteland was essentially an untouched wilderness. 30 years ago, entry was already forbidden to low-tier martial artists. Yet this expedition has not fully revised the regulations, permitting only a limited number of martial artists from each city to enter. After all, should the hidden dangers within erupt, no one could bear the cost. Meanwhile, deep within the inner reaches of the Beast Wastes, massive explosions continuously reverberated from the depths, accompanied by deafening booms and earth-shaking tremors. In the sky, 8 streaks of light, each a different color, soared, each trailing either colorful wings or a circular wheel. Only one bore the wheel Lu Shaguan. A frost-like energy will rotated slowly behind him, causing the already frigid air to plummet further. Lu Shaguan gripped a silver-white spear, its shaft radiating a bitter chill as layers of frost coated its surface. All 8 emanated an overwhelming aura that shook the heavens and earth. A hazy gray mist shrouded the heavens, obscuring the vision of the 8. Within the haze, a faint outline could be discerned. A wolf demon, its body 100 zhang in size, with a green face and sharp fangs, stood there. Its immense form caused the entire earth to tremble with every movement. Beneath the wolf demon stood over a dozen great demons, each radiating a distinct aura, yet none below the 60-level mark. Humans! I, the Beast King, have never trespassed upon your lands. Yet you repeatedly provoke this king. Do you truly believe I lack temperament? The Beast King's furious voice boomed from within the grey mist, like a dozen great bells ringing simultaneously, a sound powerful enough to shatter even low-level martial artists in an instant. As the words faded, a terrifying blade erupted from the mist, slashing toward them with blinding speed. It was a curved blade, its age unknown. With a single swing, it shook the earth and mountains, its immense blade aura capable of cleaving a mountain in two. Yet facing this blade, the leader Lu Shiguan wore nothing but contempt. He flickered his spear in his hand, then swung it out with a fierce thrust. Countless frost crystals coalesced into a spear aura tens of meters wide. Icy shards drifted down, filling the sky with swirling snow. In an instant, the temperature plummeted by dozens of degrees, as if the world had regressed to an ice age. The barren land, already polluted, transformed into a layer of frost as the snowflakes settled. Boom! Both attacks landed, easily parried by Lu Shiguan. Roar! Beneath the Beast King, over a dozen great demons suddenly lunged forward, charging toward the 8 figures. The Wang family's elite stepped forward, charging directly at the dozen or so great demons. The remaining warriors also launched their attacks at the Beast King. In an instant, the battle erupted with earth-shattering ferocity. Even the slightest wisp of the terrifying aura unleashed was enough to gravely wound a level 50 martial artist on the spot. Hold him off. I'll retrieve that item. Lu Shiguan barked, then strode forward, heading deeper into the beast wastes. No! The Beast King rushed to stop him, but the remaining powerful figures from the major families of the capital all moved to block his path. Su Wei, sword in hand, charged toward the Beast King. Combined, their strength was more than enough to handle the Beast King. Among them, Lu Shiguan possessed the greatest combat prowess. It could be said that this expedition into the Beast Wastes, had it not been for that thing, would have been sufficient to overturn the entire Beast Wastes. Chapter 78, The Plan Targeting Lin Mu. Extracting infinite entries. Congratulations, host. You have obtained luck. Fortune increases personal luck, granting a chance to obtain top-tier items through lotteries or treasure hunts. Note, can be integrated into martial arts cultivation. Lin Mu, ? On his way to the lower middle ring, Lin Mu still had 2 unused entry draws remaining. He decided to start drawing now. Little did he expect that the very first trait he drew would be this thing. As everyone knows, when someone's luck is truly terrible, even 99% of fortune won't help. Lin Mu's face instantly turned green. If anyone believed in luck, Lin Mu would be the first to absolutely refuse to believe it. Even Ma Ji's 99% probability could get passed up. And this was just a stat that increased luck. This luck stat? Right now, it's nothing but a debuff for Lin Mu. A negative server-wide effect? Useless. It can be integrated into martial arts? Then give it to the Thunder Forging Palm. Lin Mu didn't even bother researching it, he just slapped it onto the Thunder Forging Palm. The Thunder Forging Palm now boasts the enhancement of 2 traits. Combining critical damage with luck didn't seem to offer much of an upgrade. But among Lin Mu's other martial arts, none could pair with this luck attribute. He might as well just assign it randomly. The second stat can't be this trashy, right? Lin Mu proceeded to draw the second attribute. Infinite attribute drawing in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained precision. Precision, when throwing or using bow-type weapons, hit rate is 100%, but damage is reduced by 40%. Note, this skill cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. Whoa, this one's pretty decent. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Precision guaranteed hits on opponents even if it reduces damage. But who wouldn't love shooting abilities that feel like cheating? This is freaking auto-aim. Looks like I'll need to get a bow and arrows when I get back. Lin Mu rubbed his chin. Archers weren't exactly rare. As far as Lin Mu knew, even the most formidable archers hadn't mastered this god-tier skill of hitting every single shot, yet their combat prowess was unmatched enough to rank among the top 10 in the entire Great Xia. Su Nange trailed beside Lin Mu, bored out of her mind the entire journey. Do you know much about the Great Xia? Lin Mu asked this out of the blue, for reasons unknown. Fairly well. Sun Nage nodded. Tell me about it. Daxia has a lot of delicious food. That's it? That's all. Oh, and the sleeping arrangements are very comfortable too. Lin Mu stared at Su Nange before him, somewhat speechless. The latter blinked, her large, lively eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu, as if asking, what's wrong? Nothing. Lin Mu shook his head and kept walking. At that moment, Lin Mu recalled the announcement made by Tsang City several months ago. Now, linking that to Su Nange's mysterious origins and her sudden surge in strength. Lin Mu wasn't stupid. But, if that were truly the case, why hadn't the unwilling to lose trait triggered when she followed him? This trait only activated its full power when approaching a stronger opponent. Yet clearly, Su Nange possessed none of the factors required to trigger it. Wait. Lin Mu suddenly realized something. Could it be that this trait only works on humans? The thought sent a chill down Lin Mu's spine. After all, if Su Nange truly was the daughter of that Beast King, then his own life would no longer be in his own hands. What's the matter? Sunange watched Lin Mu, who seemed to be holding back words, and couldn't help but ask. And nothing, Lin Mu shook his head, averting his gaze. The thought that beneath this human form lay a demon beast made Lin Mu feel a wave of nausea rise in his stomach. He believed he had never wronged Sunange, yet his heart couldn't accept the thought of having spent so much time with a demon beast. Yet all this was mere conjecture that leaned dangerously close to the truth. Let's go. Lin Mu shook his head. Since nothing had happened along the way, Sunange surely harbored no feelings for him. Sunange nodded obediently, trailing behind Lin Mu. By now, Unyielding had completely devoured the spirit flower. The chi and blood within her body had completely transformed into spiritual energy, and her cultivation level smoothly broke through from the peak of the 8th tier to the 10th tier. With a muffled rumble within her body, Unyielding slowly opened her eyes. Her stunningly beautiful eyes now glowed with a white, frosty chill. Feeling the aura emanating from Unyielding, the man beside her beamed with joy. Sis Unyielding, you broke through? MHM. Unyielding nodded, her expression cold and detached, as if the moment of breakthrough had transformed her into a different person. Sis Unyielding broke through? Not far away, Mou and the others who had just returned sensed the change in her aura and instantly guessed what had happened. Unyielding remained silent, her eyes gently closed as she absorbed the profound changes brought by her recent breakthrough. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the group. Master Hong. Third uncle. Senior Hong. The group looked up to see the man in the plain robe materialize before them. The man in the plain robe stood suspended in midair, surveying Unyielding before him with evident satisfaction. Very well. Chief Officer Liu was indeed correct. At these words, the others all looked puzzled. It's time to act. Unyielding said coldly, her eyes utterly devoid of emotion. Even facing a powerful figure from the Hong family, she remained utterly cold and overwhelmingly formidable. The Hong family's elite fighter paid it no mind. He understood clearly that this was a peculiar transformation brought about by the ability Unyielding had awakened. He wouldn't bother with such trivialities over a junior. Right. Chief Liu said you must kill him personally to reclaim your Dao heart. The Hong family powerhouse nodded. Upon hearing this, the others all understood. So this was about dealing with Lin Mu. But after a moment of surprise, they didn't show much reaction. It wasn't unreasonable. The martial arts examination had yet to commence, and as a student with a guaranteed admission spot, Lin Mu could be challenged at any time. Moreover, if Lin Mu were to die, it would mean Song City would not produce a prodigy. I can't detect his aura. He's likely carrying the life-saving trump card Su Wei gave him. The Hong family's powerful figure remarked indifferently, at that time, I will activate the heavenly veil to block everything. Once he's dead, even Su Wei won't be able to stir up much trouble. He withdrew from the Dragon Guardian army years ago. Now, with the regime change within the army, it is no longer the same as before. The figures he could possibly summon would be incapable of shaking our family's foundations. After the words fell, the Hong family powerhouse added indifferently, he likely won't remain here. Let's search for him in the lower tier middle enclosure. MHM. Unyielding nodded and immediately headed toward the lower middle section. The others were left speechless. They hadn't anticipated that this time, the target wasn't Lin Mu's guaranteed admission spot. This time, they truly intended to eliminate him. Zhang Lingfeng stared at the Hong family's elite fighter, his lips parting several times as if to speak, yet no words came out. Chapter 79, The Abnormal Supreme Martial Treasure. Lower middle enclosure. Lin Mu and Sunange had arrived here. The only difference between the middle enclosure and the outer enclosure was that this area held a trace of spiritual energy. No wonder there are no first-tier demon beasts in the outer zone. Lin Mu now understood why no first-tier demon beasts roamed the outermost perimeter of the lower level. The lack of spiritual energy outside was one reason, though it was also possible that the presence of that powerful figure from the Hong family had deterred the first-tier demon beasts from venturing there. Before a small earthen mound ahead, a demon beast entirely clad in jet black lay prostrate. It was a tiger, its sharp fangs exposed, radiating a powerful aura. First-tier demon beasts far surpassed high-grade ones in both strength and size. The tiger before them measured over 8 meters in length, resembling a house crouched in place. First-tier Earth-type tiger, capable of launching rock-shattering attacks. Lin Mu murmured as he observed the tiger. According to textbook records, Earth-burrowing tigers were not pack animals. Meaning this Earth-type tiger was likely alone. First-tier demon beasts also have territories. Stepping into its domain will inevitably alert it. If it's not after your body parts, then I'll test my skills on you first. Lin Mu tapped his weapon case and immediately drew the crimson sky sword. Blood-red flames seemed to come alive, dancing relentlessly along the sword's molten-like patterns. Sunange, standing nearby, startled. Her lively eyes held a hint of apprehension. This is also your weapon? Sunange blinked and asked. MHM. Lin Mu nodded, then ignored her completely, striding straight toward the Earth Tiger. Be careful. This Earth Tiger isn't as easy to handle as you might think. It's a mid-tier first-rank beast. Sunange hurriedly called out to Lin Mu's retreating figure. Lin Mu remained silent. Watching his figure disappear, Su Nange felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Was his MHM just now a bit cold?
Su Nange murmured softly, feeling as though Lin Mu had grown distant toward her. After running just a few steps, Lin Mu stepped into the territory of the tuba tiger. The earth tiger sensed his presence and abruptly raised its massive head, fixing its gaze on Lin Mu. Seeing a human intruder, the earth tiger instantly rose to its feet, its massive form casting a huge shadow across the ground. Roar! The earth tiger let out a low growl before charging toward Lin Mu. The earth shook violently as the earth tiger surged forward, its claws crashing down. Lin Mu drew the crimson sky sword from its sheath. Blood-red flames surged along the blade as he unleashed several slashes, the sword chi sweeping wildly. His Qingfeng sword technique had reached divine mastery, the pinnacle of its tier. It brought him not only enhanced martial prowess but also deepened his mastery of the sword. In Lin Mu's hands, the 3-foot blade seemed guided by divine power. The earth tiger radiated an inky glow, its body encased in layers of thick, rock-like armor. The earth tiger opened its jaws, crushing the incoming sword chi with a single bite. Other sword chi struck its body, yet failed to shatter the armor. After all, it was a mid-tier first-rank demon beast, equivalent to a human martial artist at level 14. Who'd have thought the very first demon beast I encounter would be this troublesome? Lin Mu gazed at the earth tiger before him, his expression not the slightest bit disheartened, but rather tinged with a hint of delight. This way, he could properly gauge his current strength. Roar! The earth tiger charged once more, its armor rendering it utterly fearless of the human martial artist before it. After all, a human martial artist who couldn't even breach its defenses was simply too weak. Lin Mu activated his dantian, causing spiritual energy to surge within him. Blood-red flames continuously surged up the crimson sky sword, causing the surrounding temperature to soar. The earth tiger lunged, its massive claws descending like razor-sharp blades in midair. Lin Mu's body retreated. Having mastered the charge step, his afterimages became even more pronounced. The tiger lunged directly at the afterimage, only to tear through it. Before the earth tiger could react, Lin Mu returned with another charge step. Simultaneously, the crimson sky sword in his hand slashed out. PSSSH. In mere direct contact, the crimson sky sword effortlessly tore through the earth tiger's prized armor. A long, distinct gash was left behind, even cleaving a deep, jagged wound. Had the earth tiger not been so massive, that single strike would have severed one of its legs. Ink-black blood flowed from the tuba tiger's thigh. The excruciating pain did not drive it back, instead, it only intensified its savagery. Roar! The earth tiger unleashed a palm strike, while Lin Mu swung his sword once more. Splatter! This strike severed the earth tiger's paw clean off. The crimson sky sword was razor-sharp, slicing through iron like mud. Thud! Without support, the earth tiger crashed heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Mu leapt high into the air and thrust his sword downward toward the enemy's head. Thud! Pierced through the skull, the earth tiger breathed its last. Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier level 1 demon beast. Core virtue has increased strength by 1 point. Pre-ordered, host has completed the hunting quest. Obtained companion talent fragment 1. Victory favors the brave, win streak plus 1-2. Continue winning to claim rewards or collect now. As the earth tiger fell, the system's notifications chimed. It really worked. Lin Mu chuckled. Killing a tier 1 demon beast truly triggered these 3 entries. First-tier demon beasts differ from those below high grade, they all possess demon cores. 1 first-tier demon core converts to 200,000 coins. Lin Mu calculated, his smile growing wider. The rewards for slaying demon beasts were truly satisfying. This was far more rewarding than dealing with his own kind. A first-tier demon core differs from those dropped by beasts within secret realms. The difference in grade is stark. Even demon cores dropped by beasts in high-level secret realms only fetched 80,000 great xia coins. With this start, Lin Mu set out once more to hunt other demon beasts. Su Nange followed silently behind him. Along the way, Lin Mu encountered 3 more first-tier demon beasts in succession. Undoubtedly, with a supreme martial treasure like the Crimson Sky Sword in hand, even a mid-tier first-rank demon beast couldn't escape his grasp. This supreme martial treasure was simply too monstrous. It could be said that within the first tier, Lin Mu had the confidence to slay any demon beast that wasn't too monstrous. Meanwhile, at the very spot where Lin Mu had slain the earth tiger, the group arrived at the scene. A mid-tier first-rank earth tiger is dead? Who did this? Zhang Lingfeng crouched down, staring at the tiger's corpse in surprise. Could it be? Lin Mu did it? You murmured. It's not impossible. Breaking through to level 10 brings a qualitative leap in power. Another voice remarked indifferently, though that girl in his team seems to possess 10th level strength too. It's entirely possible they teamed up to take down this earth tiger. Chapter 80, They've Come Calling. These 7 individuals were none other than the capital's elite squad. Unyielding, their leader, nearly gave the earth tiger's corpse a cold glance before declaring this wasn't his doing. At her words, the others all looked up at her. The wounds on this earth tiger were all inflicted by a sword.
Lu Yuding stated coolly. But Lin Mu also practices swordsmanship, Zhang Lingfeng countered, puzzled. These wounds are perfectly straight, clearly made with a single sword strike. At that moment, the sword cultivator in the group spoke up. His expression grew grave, his eyes betraying unmistakable shock. The attacker must be either a formidable sword cultivator or wield a martial treasure of second-grade quality or even third-grade. Only a master swordsman, with their profound understanding of sword intent and sword energy, could inflict such devastating damage. Or it was a high-grade martial treasure that completely bypassed the Earth Tiger's defenses. Hearing this, the others also realized this was not Lin Mu's doing. First, Lin Mu was hardly a master of the sword path. Otherwise, he would never have relied solely on his spear against his opponents. Second, Lin Mu wouldn't possess a second-grade, let alone a third-grade, martial treasure. Otherwise, why hadn't he replaced his spear with one of that caliber? So that means, in this lower middle section, we're not just facing Lin Mu and each other, there's also an unknown expert lurking here. The other person remarked. MHM. The sword cultivator nodded. Just then, a deep, resonant voice rang out, this Earth Tiger's defense is astonishing. Even a second-grade martial treasure couldn't possibly ignore its defenses so easily and strike its flesh directly. Senior. Uncle Hong. Old Hong. All eyes turned toward the speaker. The Hong family's powerful figure hovered midair, hands clasped behind his back, silently observing the dead Earth Tiger. Whoever did this to encounter such an existence in this remote place would be well worth recruiting into any clan. None of them had expected the Hong family's powerful figure to offer such an assessment. Lu Yuding said nothing more, continuing toward the lower central area. Finding Lin Mu is the priority. The Hong family expert stated indifferently. Their expedition deep within the abyss could drag on indefinitely. And if that artifact were to be triggered, causing chaos in the depths, it would become difficult to eliminate Lin Mu. Even they themselves might not escape unscathed. The others remained silent, following Lu Yuding as they pressed on toward the lower central region. At this moment, Lin Mu remained unaware. He was now in a killing frenzy. Every first-tier demon beast he encountered fell victim to his hands. Congratulations, host, on slaying a mid-tier first-rank demon beast. Core virtue has increased strength by 1 point. Guaranteed catch, host has completed the hunting mission. Obtained 1 companion talent fragment. Victory favors the brave, win streak +19. Continue streak to claim rewards later or collect now. The 2 demon foxes before him lay dead, and Lin Mu's stats surged once more. Just 1 more demon beast and I'll gain another innate talent. A hint of delight flashed across Lin Mu's face. Core virtue has now accumulated enough for 1 reward claim. 9 victories in less than a day. The more he examined the stats, the broader his smile grew. His 21 consecutive victories had taken over 2 months to accumulate. And now, within less than a day in this beast wasteland, he had added 9 more. Not only that, but he'd amassed a full 9 tier 1 demon cores. This place truly is my lucky spot. Lin Mu couldn't hide the grin on his face. Just then, his peripheral vision caught sight of Su Nange nearby. He seemed to have forgotten Su Nange's identity. With him hunting down so many demon beasts of the demon race, even if she hadn't harbored any intentions toward him before, she must surely have a hint of murderous intent toward him now. The thought made Lin Mu glance at Su Nange. Her exquisitely beautiful face bore no expression whatsoever, and her once vibrant eyes now held no spark of life. Seeing this, Lin Mu's mouth twitched. Oh no. What's wrong? Su Nange noticed Lin Mu's gaze and asked. This is bad. A chill ran through Lin Mu's heart. This girl had asked what was wrong before, but she'd never been this cold. Now, the way she spoke felt like she was a complete stranger. Nothing. Lin Mu shook his head. Su Nange hummed in acknowledgement. This left Lin Mu feeling utterly helpless. Instinctively, he clenched the silver token given to him by Senior Su. Just then, Lin Mu suddenly sensed that the spiritual energy within the silver token in his hand had vanished. Ha! As astonishment washed over him, 7 distinct figures approached from the distance. Simultaneously, hovering above their heads, a middle-aged man clad in a cloth robe followed alongside them. Seeing these 8 figures, a sense of foreboding immediately gripped Lin Mu's heart. Lin Mu, we've finally found you. Lu Yuding, leading the group, lifted her gaze. Her eyes were as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. What do you want? Lin Mu spoke, feeling a surge of tension. He realized the silver token given to him by Senior Su was no longer usable. No, it wasn't unusable. It was that Lin Mu simply couldn't crush it. This boy is teachable. At that moment, the powerful figure from the Hong family spoke indifferently, his tone tinged with approval. Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly. Recognizing the danger and deploying your trump card immediately. The Hong family expert remarked indifferently, it's just a pity. He trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Lin Mu immediately understood. You're the one who used tricks again. Lin Mu said, his expression darkening instantly. The Hong family powerhouse remained silent, yet his eyes spoke volumes. The atmosphere here was unbearably oppressive. As Lu Yuding took a step forward, the tension snapped. Gripping the tiger roar spear, Lu Yuding advanced step by step toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu, either hand over the guaranteed admission spot and forfeit your cultivation base, or I'll end you with a single spear thrust right here. Choose the former, and you may cling to life for a few more years. Lu Yuding said coldly. Is this how the prestigious aristocratic families of the capital conduct themselves? Lin Mu's gaze swept over the 8 people present, his expression indifferent. No one spoke. Lu Yuding remained silent as well. A prodigy is only worthy of the name if they rise to greatness. The Hong family's powerful figure stood with hands behind his back, speaking calmly. Lin Mu, you are not at fault. You were merely born in the wrong era, or perhaps the wrong place. Therefore, there's no need for further words. Lin Mu shook his head, slamming his palm against the weapon chest. The martial treasures displayed within suddenly revealed themselves before everyone's eyes. 2 spears and 2 swords. Yet these pairs differed vastly. You take pride in your spears, so I shall defeat you with spears. Lin Mu gripped the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. Amidst a thunderous roar and earth-shaking clap of thunder, the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear made its entrance. Chapter 81 Defeat Again? As the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear emerged, thunderous energy surged, even causing layers of thunder to swirl around Lin Mu, with lightning flashes constantly flickering. Seeing the martial treasure in Lin Mu's hands, the expressions of those present instantly changed. What grade is this martial treasure? Judging by its appearance, it even surpasses Sister Yuding's Tiger Roar Spear. This guy actually possesses a martial treasure of this caliber. Even the young masters from prestigious noble families were utterly stunned upon seeing the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear in Lin Mu's grasp. A powerful figure from the Hong family raised an eyebrow, his cloudy eyes fixed intently on the martial treasure in Lin Mu's grasp. This is a high-grade martial treasure. Yours, too, is forged from materials sourced from high-tier demon beasts. At this revelation, the others instantly understood. So that's how it was. Simply comparing the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear in Lin Mu's hand to the tiger-slaying roar spear in Lu Yuding's revealed the glaring disparity between them. The tiger-shrieking spear was nowhere near as formidable as the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. The difference was starkly apparent at a glance. Lin Mu, once you break through to level 10, you will never be my opponent again. Lu Yuding said coldly, her stunning eyes radiating immense confidence. I hope so. Lin Mu nodded. Swish. Their bodies sprang into motion, instantly locked in combat. But from their very first clash, the superiority between them was immediately apparent. Boom! Purple lightning erupted, sending Lu Yuding's body flying backward. The lightning seemed to transform into a colossal dragon, charging toward Lu Yuding with its gaping maw snapping down. Lu Yuding swung her spear. The tiger scales along its shaft stirred, pulsing as if breathing. Roar! A domineering tiger roar erupted from the tiger roar spear, instantly tearing apart the oncoming thunder dragon. Lu Yuding halted, thrusting her foot forward. Her entire body transformed into an arrow, hurtling once more toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu thrust his spear forward, his roaring garments fluttering in the air as immense power carried terrifying pressure. Boom! The impact shattered the ground beneath them, a testament to their immense power. After breaking through to level 10, Sister Yuding is now fully capable of going toe-to-toe with the current 4 great prodigies. That's incredible. No wonder they say martial artists below level 10 are completely separated from those at level 10. It's a watershed moment. The onlookers watched the battle, their faces filled with astonishment. If it were them, whether facing Lin Mu or Lu Yuding, even if they attacked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against either of them. They clashed relentlessly, their spears striking out at each other. Lightning crackled with each collision. Every time their weapons clashed, Lin Mu's spear unleashed a thunder dragon that lunged at Lu Yuding. Yet Lu Yuding's tiger roar spear could not unleash its tiger roar frequently enough to counter this thunder dragon. Gradually, the gap in the power of their martial treasures widened. Lin Mu's spear technique is truly exquisite. The Hong family's elite stood by, silently observing the battle between the two. It must be said that if this were the Hong family, they too would harbor murderous intent toward Lin Mu. As a martial artist without a specific class, his greatest ability was to cultivate all martial arts, rather than dominating a specific field. Yet in this clash of similar weapons, Lu Yuding should have held the slight advantage. Yet Lin Mu's spear, both in technique and application, surpassed Lu Yuding's. In a spear duel, Lu Yuding's defeat was inevitable. Ice Soul. At that moment, Lu Yuding let out a low shout. Her deep, piercing eyes gradually transformed into an icy white. Her spear erupted in a surge of frigid energy, enveloping the area around her in a shroud of icy chill as the temperature plummeted. Boom! Lu Yuding thrust her spear forward explosively. A massive ice dragon erupted from the spear's tip. The ice dragon's body stretched over 10 meters long, a creation forged from frost and ice. It carried a terrifying chill as it surged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu's robes fluttered wildly as he raised his spear. Thunder roared across the ground, purple lightning piercing the sky. Crackle! Crackle! Amidst the roar of thunder, a lightning dragon surged from the earth, its entire body enveloped in thunderous energy. Boom! Under the stunned gazes of the others, the two combatants' skills collided with a thunderous crash. The Thunder Dragon effortlessly tore apart the Ice Dragon before it, but in the instant the Ice Dragon exploded, it too became coated in that layer of frigid cold, freezing solid in an instant. Crack! The Thunder Dragon crashed to the ground, shattering into fragments. But it wasn't over yet. Lu Yuding stepped forward, her slender form appearing before Lin Mu. Her spear thrust forward with explosive force, accompanied by a tiger's roar, determined to pierce Lin Mu through and slay him. Lin Mu's afterimage materialized. He had sensed her approach the instant she arrived and used his charge step to create distance. Yet the instant Lin Mu shifted his stance, Lu Yuding's figure appeared before him simultaneously. Lin Mu froze, unable to react before Lu Yuding's attack arrived. Thud! Her spear thrust straight toward Lin Mu's left chest, piercing cleanly into his left pectoral muscle. The powerful impact sent Lin Mu flying backward. Got him? Seeing Lu Yuding successfully wound Lin Mu, the others all wore expressions of excitement. Of course, their joy wasn't about killing Lin Mu, but rather that someone had finally managed to wound him. No. The Hong family expert spoke up. He's wearing armor. Looking up again, they saw Lu Yuding had already left her original position, charging once more toward Lin Mu suspended midair. Thud! Lin Mu crashed heavily to the ground, a sharp pain in his chest causing him to frown. Thankfully, the black armor had protected him. Otherwise, that strike would have pierced straight through his chest. Before Lin Mu could catch his breath, Lu Yuding had already closed the distance and stood before him. A chill flickered in Lu Yuding's eyes as white frosty mist drifted from her gaze. Thud! Lin Mu scrambled out of the way. Seizing the opening created by her missed strike, he thrust his spear forward with explosive force. Lu Yuding blocked with her spear shaft, forcing her body to retreat step by step. Simultaneously, Lin Mu's entire body blazed with surging chi and blood as he swept his spear horizontally. The explosive force once again forced Lu Yuding back. The fourth great martial art, Shatter a Thousand Armies, having reached perfection after Lin Mu broke through level 10. His original invincible body no longer resembled its previous form, where a faint layer of vital energy merely covered his surface. Instead, it transformed into its current state, greatly enhancing Lin Mu's speed and strength while also allowing him to withstand sonic attacks. As the spear swept out, the burning chi and blood traced an arc through the air. Its immense force once again forced Lu Yuding back. Lu Yuding's robes fluttered wildly as she stumbled backward. Lin Mu leapt high into the air, gripping his spear with both hands. He plunged downward, landing heavily atop Lu Yuding's head. Her entire body was pinned down by Lin Mu's spear, her knees pressed tightly against the ground. This scene was eerily familiar. Chapter 82, Domain Unleashed. We're losing? No way. Sis Yuding broke through to level 10, yet she still can't beat Lin Mu. Everyone present found this sudden turn of events utterly unbelievable. The Hong family's elite stood with arms crossed, observing the scene before them with detached calm. Lu Yuding hadn't yet unleashed her awakened level 10 abilities. The outcome remained uncertain, anything could still happen. Lin Mu's power was domineering and fierce, relentlessly suppressing Lu Yuding. At that moment, layers of frigid air erupted around Lu Yuding. A colossal surge of power suddenly exploded from her dantian. Frost blanketed the sky, and biting cold spread unchecked. Lin Mu frowned, quickly abandoning his suppression of Lu Yuding and retreating to the side. The swirling frost obscured Lin Mu's vision. What kind of ability is this? A domain? Seeing the frost covering the area for over 10 meters, everyone was startled. So this is the level 10 ability Sister Yuding awakened? It is a domain, but not yet fully formed. At that moment, a powerful figure from the Hong family spoke up. It's called Freezing Frost, an ice attribute domain. Within this domain, the Lu family's young heiress gains comprehensive enhancement. Simultaneously, anyone within the domain is affected by the frost, slowing their movement and suffering frost damage. However, the young heiress's cultivation is too low to fully unleash the full power of Freezing Frost. This simplified domain will likely only enhance her overall attributes and slow down Lin Mu's speed. Upon hearing this, the others understood. That's terrifying. And this is merely golden grade quality. It's unimaginable how powerful Sister Yuding would be if it were red grade. Mou couldn't help but speak up, his face filled with astonishment. The gap between gold grade and red grade still exists, but it also depends on one's innate talent. The Hong family expert remarked indifferently, take your Mo family's talent, for instance. He's also golden grade, yet he awakened the Wine Sword Immortal. That's true, huh? Mou blinked. Quality determines one's ceiling, but innate talent determines the floor. The Hong family powerhouse fixed his gaze on the two within his domain. What kind of ability is this? I've never heard of it before. Within the domain, Lin Mu watched the swirling snowstorm, the relentless chill seeping into his surroundings, and the accelerating rate at which his own power was being sapped. He knew full well that beneath this blanket of frost, he would inevitably be affected. Meanwhile, Lu Yuding, who remained within this realm, would surely be unaffected. Lin Mu expanded his senses in all directions, simultaneously sheathing the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear and drawing the Crimson Sky Sword instead. Given the extreme cold here, the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear was useless. As the Crimson Sky sword left its scabbard, the temperature that had been dropping around him suddenly began to rise again. Outside, the expression of the Hong family's powerful figure shifted slightly. This Lin Mu actually possesses another martial treasure of this caliber. At this remark, the others all looked utterly bewildered. This youth possesses not only that spear, but also a sword. The Hong family powerhouse continued, the sword in his hand is of the same caliber as that spear. Whoa! This time, everyone was stunned. Wasn't this guy an orphan? Even with the full backing of the Song City Martial Arts Association, it was impossible for him to possess two such martial treasures. Even someone of Liu Yuding's background only possessed a top-tier treasure like the Tiger Roar Spear. What gives Lin Mu the right to have them? That sword in his hand, it's strange. The Hong family's elite fighter stared intently at the Crimson Sky sword in Lin Mu's hand and suddenly remarked. Ha! Uncle Hong, isn't the treasure in his hand a high-grade one? A younger member of the Hong family asked. It is, the Hong family elder nodded. But the one capable of forging such a martial treasure would never fight for him. Moreover, the flames engraved upon it do not resemble those of ordinary volcanoes. They seem to originate from that place. At these words, the others grew even more stunned, yet their minds were filled with profound confusion. The Hong family elder said no more, though the murderous intent in his eyes faded slightly. Just what is this guy's background? The Hong family powerhouse murmured inwardly. How could an orphan have obtained such a martial treasure? Within the domain, Lin Mu gripped the Crimson Sky sword as the frost falling all around him failed to touch his body. Even the debuffs inflicted upon him moments ago had now diminished by more than half. At that moment, an intensely dangerous aura surged from ahead. In the next instant, Liu Yuding thrust her spear forward with explosive force. Lin Mu raised his sword, twisted his wrist, and a burst of sword energy erupted. Liu Yuding's eyes narrowed slightly as she retracted her spear to block. Clearly, she hadn't anticipated Lin Mu switching weapons at the last moment. Moreover, he seemed unaffected by her domain. How could you remain unaffected within my domain? Liu Yuding gripped her gun in one hand as she stepped back to the side, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Liu Yuding also noticed the peculiarity of the Crimson Sky sword in Lin Mu's hand. It must be because of this sword in his hand. A domain? Lin Mu's gaze sharpened slightly. Having completed 9 years of compulsory education, he naturally understood what a domain was. But he never imagined that Liu Yuding, who was only a level 70 martial artist, already possessed this ability. It seemed to be her level 10 awakening ability. Damn, the gap is just too huge. Lin Mu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn it, he didn't even have such a thing himself. A golden grade weapon? What gives you the right? Liu Yuding gripped her spear and charged forward once more. Within the domain, Lin Mu remained unaffected, yet she still experienced an all-around enhancement. Fine. Let me show you my newly mastered martial arts. Gripping the Crimson Sky sword, Lin Mu felt spiritual energy surge within him. A tremendous suction force suddenly drained most of his spiritual energy. Simultaneously, a golden sword beam erupted violently. Liu Yuding's pupils contracted sharply as her body transformed into frost, instantly vanishing from her original position. But no sooner had she evaded the strike than Lin Mu's figure materialized before her once more. His sword blazed with golden light as several dangerously potent auras surged toward Liu Yuding from all directions. In the void, several golden sword beams erupted, radiating scorching heat as intense as a burning sun. Without hesitation, Liu Yuding summoned her frost armor, which instantly enveloped her body. Yet the armor shattered the instant it materialized, cut apart by Lin Mu's golden sword beams. The immense impact hurled her entirely out of the domain. Thud! The instant Liu Yuding crashed heavily to the ground, the domain dissipated instantly. Defeated! Seeing Liu Yuding suddenly fly backward, everyone present was shocked. Sister Yuding, who had even activated her domain, had now been defeated by Lin Mu. Just as Liu Yuding was flung backward from the domain, the Hong family powerhouse who had remained motionless finally twitched a finger. Lin Mu, you've won. But your life belongs to this wasteland now. Chapter 83 Exposing his identity. Lin Mu, clad in casual attire and gripping his crimson Qishao sword, slowly emerged from the dissipating frost domain. Liu Yuding lay in the distance, her frost armor shattered, countless sword marks etched into even her martial attire. There was no doubt about it, Lin Mu had won this contest. But what did it matter? The words of the Hong family's powerful figure felt like a death sentence, the word death echoing in Lin Mu's ears. Would he truly die? The answer was wrong. System, hand over the Earth Fiend talisman. Lin Mu murmured inwardly. Now, his greatest reliance was this Earth Fiend talisman. Though he understood his opponent's strength, Lin Mu felt not a shred of unease. Even if it meant death, he would take down those 7 prodigies from the capital. This powerful figure from an upper capital noble house might nullify the Earth Fiend talisman's effects on him. But how could these 7 possibly counteract the Earth Fiend talisman? The current situation was almost certainly a death sentence. Though Lin Mu refused to accept it, he could do nothing about it. Faced with overwhelming power, even with his system at his disposal, he had no choice but to yield. The atmosphere was thick with tension. The Hong family's elite scrutinized Lin Mu, their cloudy eyes scanning him as if surveying a man about to die. Su Nange stood beside Lin Mu, her stunning eyes fixed intently on the Hong family's elite fighter. Unyielding scrambled to her feet, her eyes filled with unprecedented disbelief and anxiety. Her Dao heart had once again been shaken, all because of Lin Mu. She had believed that after reaching level 10 and awakening her domain, victory over Lin Mu was assured. Yet here she was, defeated in this manner once more. Lin Mu, it's time for you to go. The Hong family's powerful figure spoke, simultaneously moving into action. A powerful aura surged through his body, causing his robes to flutter wildly. Lin Mu instantly felt an immense, crushing pressure bearing down on him. His legs refused to obey, buckling beneath him. The Hong family powerhouse could effortlessly slay Lin Mu with but a fleeting thought. This was the power of a true master. The Hong family powerhouse raised a finger. A surge of spiritual light pulsed from its tip, mere specks of starlight, yet containing terrifying power. This power far surpassed anything Lin Mu could muster by several times over. At that very moment, an aura no weaker than that of the Hong family's elite suddenly erupted from beside Lin Mu. Simultaneously, the Hong family powerhouse's finger shot forward. Boom! The terrifying force instantly ripped the earth apart, carrying boundless might as it surged toward Lin Mu. Before the attack even reached him, Lin Mu's clothes were instantly shredded, revealing the black armor beneath. The immense force threatened to tear even the armor apart. At this critical moment, a slender figure suddenly intervened. Bang! Su Nange stood before Lin Mu, unleashing a fist that transformed gray spiritual energy into a solid punch, instantly blocking the enemy's assault. Ha! Lin Mu hadn't even had time to use the Earth Fiend talisman he'd just drawn when, unexpectedly, Su Nange stepped in front of him. Why would she intervene to save him? What? This sudden turn of events left everyone present utterly astonished. Unyielding's pupils suddenly contracted as she fixed her gaze intently on Su Nange beside Lin Mu. Upon witnessing this, the Hong family's elite fighters tensed as if facing a formidable enemy. That gray mist was identical to the one emitted by the Beast King. Lin Mu, there's a demon beast beside you? The Hong family's elite member roared, a terrifying killing intent radiating from his entire being. His cloudy eyes held a light that shimmered like starlight. A powerful aura erupted from his body in an instant. Boom! A gale swept through the air as the Hong family powerhouse swung his massive hand, a great blade suddenly materializing in his grasp. Su Nange blocked the Hong family strongman's strike, her aura incredibly powerful. She lifted her gaze, fixing it intently on him. Poof! You bullied Lin Mu. Did you even ask his girlfriend? At these words, the pupils of everyone present suddenly contracted. Lin Mu was actually in a romantic relationship with this demon beast? Hearing this, the Hong family strongman's murderous intent intensified. Lin Mu, as a human, you dare to marry a demon beast? This is a capital offense. The Hong family's powerful figure glared at Lin Mu. Killing you before, I worried about lacking justification. Now, I have it. Hearing this, Lin Mu was at a loss for words, yet he offered no further explanation. Had Su Nange not intervened, that strike would have ended his life on the spot. As for the mention of a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship, Lin Mu couldn't care less. So what if we are? Su Nange interjected, you humans slaughter your own kind without hesitation. What's wrong with us demons stepping in to protect him? In this regard, you humans are the real villains. Hearing this, the Hong family's powerful figure's gaze grew even colder. Your aura is strong, but it's chaotic. You're clearly gravely injured. In your current state, you're as good as dead. The Hong family powerhouse took a step forward and instantly struck out. Su Nange also left his position, charging toward the Hong family's powerful figure. The two clashed fiercely, leaving a trail of shattered earth in their wake. Their immense power even shattered the clouds above. At the scene, Lin Mu looked up at the 7 figures ahead. Lin Mu. A sudden sense of foreboding gripped Mu's heart. This guy's going down with the ship. Zhang Linfeng gripped his weapon tightly and took a deep breath. We're innocent. A prodigy from another clan spoke up. Innocent? The moment Senior Hong declared he would kill Lin Mu, there were no longer any innocent people here. Another shook his head. Whether it was the Hong family's powerful figures wanting to kill Lin Mu, or the fact that Lin Mu had such a demon beast by his side. Either of these facts, if leaked, would spell trouble for everyone involved. Moreover, this was a life or death battle concerning Lin Mu. If that demon beast prevailed, their deaths would be certain. Before I make my move, is anyone else choosing to leave? Lin Mu, gripping the crimson sky sword in one hand, slowly approached the 7 men. Lin Mu, we're innocent. We never wanted to kill you. One of them hurriedly pleaded, beads of sweat the size of beans rolling down his forehead. Lin Mu smiled faintly, extending his hand toward them. Counting down from 5. 5. 4. 3. 2. Damn it, if it comes down to it, we'll go down fighting. With our resources, we should be able to stop a mere Lin Mu. Mou roared, charging straight at Lin Mu with his weapon raised. Zhang Lengfeng and the others, seeing this, followed closely behind, joining the assault on Lin Mu. As the group closed in, a faint smile played on Lin Mu's face. Since you've chosen to fight, it seems you truly intend to kill me. As the words fell, Lin Mu swung his sword. Crimson flames surged forth, transforming into a sword chi that shot straight toward the group. His figure flickered. While his opponents struggled to withstand the sword energy, he thrust his blade through one of their thighs. Put! Blood gushed forth as the man screamed in agony, crashing heavily to the ground. Above, Su Nange battled the Hong family's elite fighter. On the ground, Lin Mu began his purge. Chapter 84, The Earth Fiend Talisman Unleashes Its Might. In the sky, Su Nange, clad in a flowing gown, unleashed terrifying power from her delicate palms. Each collision with the Hong family's elite sent tremors rippling through the heavens and earth. The long blades wielded by the Hong family's elite warriors were terrifying weapons. The slashing energy they unleashed was so fierce that even Su Nange dared not meet it head-on, forced instead to dodge and evade. Boom! Su Nange unleashed a palm strike. A colossal grey palm, carrying overwhelming might like the hand of a Buddha, pressed down heavily from above. The Hong family warrior raised his blade, and a starlight-like blade aura erupted suddenly. In an instant, terrifying blade energy engulfed the heavens, its overwhelming pressure shrouding the entire sky. Boom! The blade's radiance shattered the grey palm before exploding violently. The immense force dispersed, its aftershocks rippling outward. Su Nange shielded himself with both arms, yet was still sent flying several meters back. Demon race, your greatest advantage is in fighting in human form. Since you refuse to manifest a physical body, it must be that your injuries are too severe to assume your true form. The Hong family's powerful figure regarded Su Nange coldly, his words piercing straight to the truth. Su Nange's exquisitely beautiful face bore a hint of pallor. Her clear eyes fixed intently on the Hong family's powerful figure. She remained silent, only the swirling gray mist emanating from her body betraying her turmoil. Uncle Hong, save me! Just as the Hong family powerhouse prepared to act, a sudden cry erupted from the ground. The Hong family strongman instantly sensed it, his expression turning grim. That Lin Mu! In the next instant, he vanished from his spot, darting toward the opposite side. Meanwhile, on the ground, 7 prodigies from the capital lay scattered across the floor. Each bore severe injuries, their bodies covered in wounds large and small. Even Unyielding lay battered and bruised on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, all 7 prodigies from the capital had been knocked down by Lin Mu alone. Their lives hung in the balance, ready to be extinguished by Lin Mu's blade at any moment. Lin Mu gripped the crimson sky sword, his black armor now stained a deep, almost blackish red. His eyes held no emotion. The blood that had not yet dried was all theirs. Suddenly, the hairs on Lin Mu's body stood on end as a deadly threat emanated from behind him. Boom! Before the figure even arrived, a thunderous crash echoed from behind. Turning around, he saw the Hong family's powerful attacker blocked by Su Nange. Gray light fiercely countered the starlight-like radiance. The Hong family warrior thrust his long blade forward with brutal force, while Su Nange slowly retreated backward. I won't let you bully my Lin Mu! Su Nange snapped, her face flushed with pride. Yet to the Hong family warrior, such defiance was nothing but a joke. Humans and demons cannot coexist. As the daughter of the Beast King, slaying you today is a great service. The Hong family warrior declared coldly, simultaneously pressing his blade downward with even greater force. Feeling the sudden surge of pressure, Su Nange stumbled backward. It was clear to anyone watching that Su Nange was no match for the Hong family's elite fighter. At this moment, her resistance was nothing but futile. Lin Mu stared at Su Nange. Though he couldn't fathom why she, a demon, was so determined to protect him. But the fact that she would stand up for him meant Lin Mu would never let Su Nange die. Nange, you go first. I won't die. Lin Mu spoke up. At these words, Su Nange froze. You, what did you just call me? Su Nange stared blankly, her lips murmuring. But that momentary distraction gave the Hong family's elite fighter an opening. The Hong family warrior's long sword came crashing down, unleashing a dazzling blade of light that instantly shattered Su Nange's grey aura. The blade struck Su Nange's body in an instant. Thud! Su Nange was sent flying backward. Her slender, delicate frame crashed heavily into over a dozen large trees before finally coming to a halt. Nange! Lin Mu's eyes flashed crimson. He didn't particularly like Su Nange, merely harboring a faint fondness for the girl. After all, living with someone inevitably fosters some connection. And especially not with a beauty like Su Nange. The fact that she'd risk her life for him alone meant she shouldn't have died. Poof! You'll be joining her down there. The voice of the Hong family's elite fighter was icy cold. Simultaneously, he lunged forward with his blade, aiming to strike Lin Mu down. Just as everyone thought Lin Mu was doomed, a roar erupted from his throat. You bastard, die for me! Lin Mu hesitated no longer, instantly crushing the Earth Fiend talisman. In an instant, darkness engulfed the area within several miles of Lin Mu. The darkness felt like dusk had fallen, yet a terrifying power surged through the air. What the hell is going on? The 7 prodigies stared at the suddenly darkened sky, each utterly bewildered. This lingering sense of dread, how unbearably painful it is. Lu Yuding's face turned deathly pale. Boom! Just as the Hong family's elite was about to reach Lin Mu, a terrifying earth demon force erupted from beneath his feet in an instant. Sensing danger, the Hong family's elite fighter wasted no time, his body swiftly retreating from the spot. The erupting earth demon's terrifying power seemed poised to devour everything in its path. What kind of power is this? The Hong family strongman's expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the earth continuously erupting around him. The very earth demon he had just dodged now threatened to erupt anew beneath his feet. Meanwhile, Lin Mu remained completely unscathed. For a layer of purple runes swirled around him. It was precisely these runes that shielded Lin Mu from the earth fiend's harm. Not far away, Sunange also bore such a layer of purple runes upon her body. What kind of technique is this? Sunange struggled to her feet, clutching her abdomen as blood trickled from the wound in her lower belly. She fished a handful of elixirs from her pocket and shoved them into her mouth. Only then did the wound on her lower abdomen vanish. Her face was deathly pale as she stared blankly at the sudden changes around her. This seemed to be Lin Mu's doing. If you want to kill me, you'll have to get past this first. Lin Mu shouted at the Hong family's elite fighters. Without a second glance, he swiftly led Sunange, who was nearby, away from the scene. Under the Earth Fiend's seal, the 7 prodigies were all thrown into panic. Though the Earth Fiend had yet to threaten them directly, their formidable power meant they would be instantly and horribly killed if caught in its blast. Moreover, they were now completely immobilized. We have no choice but to shatter the tokens given by our elders. At this moment, the only option left was to shatter their last lifeline. Undoubtedly, once they shattered these tokens, their elders would be compelled to rush from the depths of the beast wastes. Yet this situation was beyond their control. The Hong family's powerful members hurried to the 7's side. With a wave of their large hands, a starlight aura enveloped the group, swiftly carrying them away from the area. Yet the Earth Fiend's aura was too dense, and the entire area within 3 kilometers was completely sealed off. Escape was utterly impossible. Damn it! What kind of power is this? The Hong family's elite fighters' face darkened. Everything had been thrown into chaos by Lin Mu's bizarre tactics. He remained here, but the elite from the other clans were all rushing to this location. Lin Mu, you're damned. Chapter 85, rushing at full speed. The beast wastes, upper layer. The earth shook violently, leaving the entire landscape scarred and ravaged. Countless rocks and boulders lay shattered beneath the battle's fury, the ground littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. In the sky, 7 figures of different colors stood united against the Beast King. The Beast King's minions lay dead or wounded. Facing this overwhelmingly one-sided battle, where every preparation had been made, the Beast King stood no chance of victory. Beast King, today is your day of reckoning. The Zhang family's warrior gripped his long sword, a powerful aura swirling around him. His black hair whipped wildly, making him resemble a sword god. The others stood at different positions, their terrifying auras constantly shifting, distorting the surrounding space. The Beast King's massive form was now covered in wounds, the thick black mist surrounding him partially dispersed. His followers suffered heavy casualties. In this battle, there was no doubt the Beast King was destined to fall. Sui stared coldly at the Beast King, his cloudy eyes devoid of any emotion. Humans and demons were inherently adversaries. Though the Beast King had made no overt moves in recent years, yet it remained a demon. Were it not for the tenacity of the human race, the entire land would likely have been consumed by these demons and the abyss long ago. Moreover, the very existence of this beast wasteland was due to the abyss being sealed. Otherwise, the Beast King would likely have succumbed to the abyss's influence long ago, beginning to devour the surrounding cities. Now, the Beast King was finally dying. Human race, this king has never invaded your territory. The Beast King knelt on one knee, his colossal form resembling a mountain. His voice boomed like a great bell, reverberating through the air. Are you begging for mercy? A middle-aged man clad in white fur robes spoke indifferently. We are of different races. Killing you is only right. Another man spoke coldly, a longbow slung across his back. Golden wings radiated layers of light behind him. The others remained silent, yet their eyes, brimming with murderous intent, spoke volumes. The Beast King drew a deep breath, his brown eyes holding a hint of dullness. When he lifted his head again, the gloom vanished instantly, replaced by a surge of excitement. Very well, then. Bring it on. As a level 70 great demon, even if I self-detonate, you humans won't come out unscathed. Even if I sacrifice my life, you shall pay a heavy price. With that, the Beast King charged once more. The earth shook violently. The few remaining followers beneath the Beast King charged forward once more alongside him. Noisy creature. The man in the white fur-lined robe gripped his saber, its blade shimmering with azure radiance. A terrifying aura gathered around him. Just as he prepared to strike, a sudden sensation surged through his mind. It wasn't just him, the other powerful warriors who had journeyed here from the capital all felt it too. Sui sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced at the others. Who dares harm the young of the Zhang family? A powerful member of the Zhang family suddenly roared, his eyes turning red. And my Lin family's youngster too. It seems the young generation of all 7 great families are in grave danger. At these words, the expressions of the others changed instantly. Even Su Wei's expression couldn't help but shift slightly. How could that be? Hong Chang is by their side. In this savage beast wilderness, who could possibly threaten Hong Chang? A voice spoke up. It belonged to a powerful member of the Li family. The Li family powerhouse's eyes held a mix of shock and concern. This won't do. I must return to rescue my family's younger generation. With that, the Li family powerhouse vanished from his spot in an instant. Everyone, if you all leave, what will become of this place? Seeing that several were preparing to depart, Su Wei urgently asked. Su Wei, the beast wastes are a minor matter. Our family's young ones are the major concern. The Zhang family strongman replied, if they all perish here, we gain nothing. With that, the group departed. Witnessing this, the Beast King, who had been about to sound the horn for another attack, abruptly halted. King, it seems something has gone wrong with the human side. A winged demon beast spoke in human language. Certainly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us off so easily. The Beast King nodded, his gaze settling on Su Wei, who had yet to depart, and on the president of the Stone City Martial Arts Association. Only the 2 of you remain. With most of the human forces gone, the remaining 2 alone would never hold them back. Su Si, what should we do now? The Martial Arts Association president of Shishir City turned to Su Wei and asked. We should leave too. Su Wei said. Their younger generation must have encountered some trouble. Even Hong Chang of the Hong family couldn't handle it. Let's go check it out first. Upon hearing this, the Martial Arts Association president of Shishir nodded. All right. Subsequently, the 2 of them also departed from this place. Su Wei's brow slowly furrowed, a hint of confusion stirring within him. With Hong Chang's protection surrounding all 7 of them, why would they activate their own life-saving trump cards? Moreover, he hadn't sensed Lin Mu shattering his token. Which meant this danger had nothing to do with Lin Mu. No, that girl beside Lin Mu has significant connections. Besides being the daughter of the Beast King, I can't think of any other explanation. Su Wei murmured to himself. He had deliberately left the token with Lin Mu as a precaution. Now, Lin Mu was unharmed, but the young members of the 7 clans were in trouble. At that moment, deep within the beast wastes, a bottomless fissure gaped open, spewing forth endless black mist that darkened the entire sky. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate the gloom. Beneath this abyss, a middle-aged man walked along the fissure. This man was none other than Lu Shaguan. That object lies beneath this fissure. I have yet to encounter the living guardian protecting it. But I sense its presence. With the bell brought by the clan, trapping it should pose no difficulty. Lu Shaguan moved slowly through the fissure, the surrounding black mist swirling around him yet failing to touch his body. Suddenly, Lu Shaguan halted in his tracks. His entire expression turned grim. Impossible. Lu Shaguan had also received a warning signal, one originating from Lu Yuding. He never imagined that even with Hong Chang guarding her, Lu Yuding could still be in danger. Lin Mu? No, that can't be. It couldn't be him. Lu Shaguan shook his head. Lin Mu couldn't possibly have injured Lu Yuding to the point where she had to use her life-saving trump card. There was only one possibility: she had encountered something even Hong Chang couldn't prevent. After a moment's thought, Lu Shaguan resolved to press forward. Since Lu Yuding had shattered her life-saving card, it must mean the others with her had done the same. And now, Lu Shaguan couldn't leave either. Entering this place had already consumed one use of the bell's power. If he used it again, he couldn't guarantee how long it would hold that creature. Meanwhile, deep within the beast wastes, the 7 powerful figures had abandoned their pursuit of the Beast King and were all heading straight for Lin Mu. Chapter 86, Lin Mu, I want. The Earth Fiend seal locked down every area within 3 kilometers, unleashing countless Earth Fiends that erupted from beneath the ground. A terrifying aura spread relentlessly, as if these Earth Fiends from hell could devour everything. Hong Chang led Lu Yuding and the other 6, constantly moving within this 3-kilometer radius, trying every possible method to escape. Yet when Hong Chang's attacks struck the Earth Fiend seal, they proved utterly ineffective. Damn it! Hong Chang's heart burned with desperation, while his curiosity about Lin Mu's background grew ever more intense. Whatever his current status, this guy was definitely not just some orphan. Such a terrifying formation could only be the work of either an 80th level formation master or a 90th level spellcaster. With such a background, even the 7 great families would have to think twice. But now, the crucial matter wasn't Lin Mu's identity, it was how to escape this place. The earth energy grew increasingly dense, forcing them to hide and dodge. Otherwise, they would inevitably be subjected to its cleansing. The 7 prodigies hiding behind Hong Chang were now deathly pale. No one could have imagined Lin Mu possessed such formidable abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Mu had already led Sunange to safety, escaping the center of the Earth Fiend rune. Supreme Earth Fiend Talisman, duration remaining, 2 minutes 30 seconds. Less than 3 minutes left? Lin Mu's heart tightened as he glanced back at the 3-kilometer radius sealed off by the Earth Fiend symbol. Though the Earth Fiend's symbol unleashed its attacks in all directions, it couldn't instantly cover the entire area in one go. This meant that with the strength of that Hong family powerhouse, he could avoid the Earth Fiend's attacks carefully enough to stay alive. Moreover, once the 3 minutes passed, granting him a moment to catch his breath, Lin Mu would still be unable to escape his fate. Lin Mu drew the silver token from his robe, the one given to him by Senior Su. Now, his only chance of survival lay in shattering this object. Unconsciously, Lin Mu's gaze drifted toward Su Nange beside him. Su Nange's fair face was pale. Though her long dress bore few tears, the glimpses of skin revealed beneath added an alluring charm to her figure. What's wrong? Su Nange's clear eyes met Lin Mu's gaze. As their gazes met, Lin Mu suddenly smiled. Nothing. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu made his choice, crushing the silver token in his hand. Now, he had no choice left. Regardless of Su Nange's identity or whether she was connected to the demon clan, he had been saved by Su Nange. Lin Mu didn't consider himself a good person, but he still possessed a conscience. The instant the silver token shattered, a brilliant beam of light shot straight into the heavens. This immense beam, carrying immense power, formed an energy shield around Lin Mu within a 50-meter radius, instantly isolating everyone except him. Su Nange stared wide-eyed, utterly bewildered, before being instantly repelled by the light. Ha! The instant the beam dispersed, Su Wei, who was still rushing toward the scene, immediately sensed something. It's shattered after all. Looks like the girl beside Lin Mu made her move. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Su Wei's eyes as he accelerated his pace. Ha! The Martial Arts Association president beside him was instantly dumbfounded. Why had Su Wei suddenly become so frantic? The other powerful figures were also racing forward frantically. Lin Mu. Beyond the light barrier, Su Nange grew frantic. Her exquisitely beautiful face betrayed a hint of anxiety. Without hesitation, she raised her arm and slammed a fist into the energy shield. Ripples spread across the shield, yet it remained utterly unaffected. No matter how fiercely Su Nange attacked the barrier before her, it remained utterly unshaken. No, don't leave me, Lin Mu. I won't leave you. Tears welled in Su Nange's clear eyes as her inner panic grew. Seeing her like this, Lin Mu's heart was deeply stirred. An indescribable sensation instantly spread through his heart. It was a feeling he had experienced in his past life. In this life, he had neither father nor mother, an orphan raised in an orphanage since childhood. Now, he encountered someone who could affect him so profoundly once more. Nange, Lin Mu murmured softly, a faint smile touching his lips as he approached the very edge of the energy shield. Lin Mu, Lin Mu. Su Nange pounded relentlessly on the energy shield, tears streaming down her cheeks. Then, Lin Mu stepped out of the energy shield and embraced her tightly. Lin Mu, you. Su Nange froze, feeling the warmth in his embrace. The next moment, she clung tightly to Lin Mu as well. As Lin Mu stepped out, the layer of defense dissipated instantly. At that very moment, the 3-minute time limit expired. The effects of the Earth Fiend seal began to fade, and the surging Earth Fiend energy dissipated mid-air. Hong Chang felt the life-threatening sensation fade, and a flicker of excitement immediately appeared on his weathered face. Simultaneously, an unprecedented murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Lin Mu. Hong Chang stared at the spot where the light had just erupted. Setting Lu Yuding and the other 6 down, he took a single step forward and instantly dashed toward it. Lin Mu held Su Nange tightly, not because he wanted to keep her close, but because she clung to him with such intensity. Nange, it's okay now. You can let go. Lin Mu hurriedly said. The 3-minute duration had already passed, and the powerful figure from the Hong family had likely spotted the light and was heading this way. Lin Mu, I want a kiss. Su Nange blinked her large eyes at Lin Mu. Next time, next time. Hearing this, Su Nange reluctantly released Lin Mu. At that very moment, a terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped Lin Mu. The hairs on Lin Mu's body stood on end as he looked up toward the sky. There stood Hong Chang, blade in hand. Without hesitation, a starlight-like blade aura erupted, tearing through the heavens and earth as it hurtled toward Lin Mu. Before the blade's glow even reached him, Lin Mu felt death's threat. Every muscle in his body trembled, even his bones quaked. Su Nange stepped in front of Lin Mu, preparing to block the strike for him. Roar! At that critical moment, a dragon's roar suddenly pierced the air. Instantly, a true dragon engulfed in flames swallowed Hong Chang's whole. Su Wei! Hong Chang growled, recognizing the arrival. Lin Mu's face lit up with joy. He looked up to see 2 figures striding through the air not far away. One of them was none other than Su Wei, who had rushed to the scene. Meanwhile, the 6 distinct streaks of light were also heading toward Lu Yuding and her 6 companions. They've all come. Seeing this, the joy on Lin Mu's face faded considerably. Hong Chang, you're asking for death. Su Wei's gaze held a hint of icy coldness. He is the prodigy of Song City, a guaranteed admission candidate. Not only that, but you dare to lay a hand on a junior of your own clan. Do you know the punishment for slaughtering your own kind, especially a rising star of the future? Chapter 87 The Oath. Su Wei's voice boomed like a temple bell, his overwhelming aura pulsing around him. It was clear he was genuinely enraged. especially after witnessing Hong Chang's attack on Lin Mu. Sue, you Tsang City scholarship student have some nerve. Marrying into the demon clan? Tell me why I shouldn't strike him. Hong Chang spoke coldly, showing no fear towards Sue. He held the leverage, so what did it matter if he attacked Lin Mu? At these words, Sue instantly grasped the truth. A heavy weight settled in his heart, and his expression darkened further. This matter requires investigation. Taking Lin Mu back isn't something you can decide with just your words. But Sue, having risen through the ranks of the Longyu army and served as Tsang City's chief of security for years, knew exactly what words to use to temporarily protect Lin Mu. Hearing this, Hong Chang pressed on, so, Sue, if I take action against him, that wouldn't be a problem, right? If you shield him, be careful not to drag yourself down with him. I refuse to believe that as the martial affairs officer in Tsang City, you wouldn't know about a demonic being operating here. Hong Chang narrowed his eyes, fixing them on Sue. Though rage burned within him, it hadn't extinguished his reason. His sharp words seemed poised to pin Sue down. Whether she's a demon clan member isn't something you can decide with a single statement, Sue replied calmly. I'd be interested to know what led you to conclude she belongs to the demon clan. And to attack Lin Mu without any investigation, without distinguishing right from wrong. Sue's words were like needles, piercing Hong Chang so deeply he found himself at a loss for words. Do you realize that if it turns out she isn't demonic, even the Hong family won't be able to protect you for your actions? At this, Hong Chang snorted coldly. Then we'll wait until this matter is resolved. We'll see if she truly is a demon clan member. In his heart, Hong Chang held absolute certainty. This woman is demonic. The grey mist she unleashed was identical to that of the Beast King. Not only that, though he sensed neither demonic energy nor the aura of a martial artist emanating from her. But this one peculiar detail alone proved she was not normal. Hong Chang's expression remained grim. Even with irrefutable evidence in hand, Lin Mu was still alive. If he revealed the truth, Sue would certainly not let him off the hook. Damn it, did Chief Officer Lu not come? Hong Chang had detected no trace of Chief Officer Lu among the several auras present earlier. Sue remained silent, descending from the sky to stand beside Lin Mu, shielding him behind him. The Martial Arts Association president of Shishir City glanced at Hong Chang, but ultimately chose to join Sue's side. After all, the other man was from the capital. In Beizhou, aside from himself, only Su Si possessed such formidable strength. You shattered the token. Why did you come out? Sue glared coldly at Lin Mu as he demanded. Heh, Senior Su, isn't it all the same? Lin Mu chuckled. It's not the same. Sue's tone was slightly cold. His cloudy eyes suddenly fell upon Su Nange. Under that gaze, Su Nange instantly felt uneasy. I'm asking you, are you the daughter of the Beast King? Sue stared at Su Nange before him and demanded. Senior Su, she. Lin Mu was about to speak in her defense when Sue grabbed him abruptly and shoved him toward Shishir, the Martial Arts Association president. Keep an eye on him for me. The Martial Arts Association president of Shishir City had no choice but to grab Lin Mu. Su Nange was instantly at a loss for words. Tell me the truth, and I can protect both you and Lin Mu. Sue said. The Beast King is not my father, Su Nange spoke up. At these words, Sue's pupils contracted slightly. Not your father? Yes. Su Nange nodded. In other words, he's my adoptive father. Hearing this, Sue said nothing further. Instead, he stepped forward and placed a hand on Su Nange's shoulder. After a moment of sensing, Sue's brow immediately furrowed. He detected no trace of a martial artist's aura on Su Nange, nor even the faintest hint of a demon beast's presence. This only deepened Sue's curiosity about her identity. You carry no demonic aura. Then might you tell me who is your biological father? Sue inquired. I don't know, Su Nange shook her head unexpectedly, her eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Senior Su, she's been staying at my home for nearly 3 months. All this time, she's been learning online. Lin Mu added. Sue scrutinized Su Nange from head to toe, then turned his gaze toward Hong Chang standing nearby. Since Hong Chang was so certain Su Nange was a demon, and he had attempted to kill Lin Mu, there was bound to be more to this than met the eye. Lin. Just as Sue was about to ask Lin Mu what had happened, a furious shout suddenly echoed from the distance. Sue, you've truly cultivated quite the genius here. Looking up, he saw the remaining 5 figures arriving through the air, each accompanied by their own junior disciples. Their faces bore an unmistakable expression of fury. Make him pay with his life. The 5 men roared in unison, their voices filled with fury. Gentlemen, even if Lin Mu secured the recommended admission spot, you shouldn't be targeting him like this. Sue's gaze instantly turned cold. He surveyed the injuries on Lu Yuding and the other 6, and now witnessed these 5 directing their hostility toward Lin Mu. Even if Sue were the most naive person, he would surely grasp what had transpired. No wonder we all received messages from our juniors at the same time. The Zhang family's powerful figure gripped his long sword, speaking coldly, today, he must die. Our young ones nearly died at his hands. The Lin family's powerful figure also growled, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The wounds on their bodies were all inflicted by Lin Mu. Now, tensions were running high, with all eyes fixed on Lin Mu. Lin Mu, tell me what happened. Su Wei's brows furrowed tightly as his gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Senior Su, do you trust me? Lin Mu asked. Speak. Lin Mu then recounted the entire sequence of events. Above in the sky, the faces of the powerful figures from the 5 great families paled instantly upon hearing Lin Mu claim that all this had been ordered by the Hong family's elite. This included why he had attacked the 7 individuals because he was about to die. Had Su Nange not intervened, Lin Mu would likely have fallen beneath the blades of the Hong family's elite warriors. Hong Chang's face darkened, his gaze fixed intensely on Lin Mu. My attack was merely to force the demon beast by your side to reveal itself. To force the demon beast by my side to act? Lin Mu laughed upon hearing this. Then why did you seal the token on my body? Was that also to protect me? I've said my piece. I did harbor murderous intent, but remember this, you lot provoked me first. If I, Lin Mu, survive this day, I will overturn both your Lu family and Hong family. Chapter 88, The Abyss. Boom! A thunderous roar suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth, synchronized with Lin Mu's words. All present were startled, unsure whether the heavens were about to change or if Lin Mu's words had drawn the attention of the heavens themselves. Hong Chang stood suspended in the void, arms crossed, letting out a cold snort. You fool! I hope you live long enough to see that day. A cold smile played on his lips as he added, an orphan, so full of himself. This world teems with prodigies. Do you truly believe yourself to be that one-of-a-kind demonic genius? Lin Mu remained silent, his gaze fixed calmly upon his opponent. He had already made his resolve clear. This boy's resolve is truly terrifying, but how could he possibly overcome the obstacle before him? The Zhang family's powerful figure regarded Lin Mu with a cold gaze, murmuring to himself. Regardless, you attacked our clan's juniors and nearly killed them. The Lin family's powerful figure spoke coldly, for that alone, it would be justified to kill you. So my life hangs in the balance, determined by mere hearsay? No one spoke. After all, Su Wei stood behind Lin Mu. Regardless of anyone's claims, Lin Mu had injured someone first. That fact could not be denied. Director Su, how do you explain harboring a demon beast in Song City? Hong Chang spoke up, immediately shifting the conflict at Song City and Su Wei as a whole. The others also fixed their gazes on Su Wei, eager to see how he would account for this. Such a young girl wielding power comparable to that of a beast king. Su Nange looked at them, feeling helpless and at a loss for words. Su Wei stood alone between Lin Mu and Su Nange, facing all 6 of them by himself. If he is a demon beast, I will voluntarily hand over Lin Mu, Su Wei stated calmly. His next words were concise, but if he is not a demon beast, then your Hong family must personally come to our door to apologize to Lin Mu. You attacked him and sealed his token, clearly aiming to take his life. We both know this well enough, there's no need for further words. Hong Chang remained silent, his gaze fixed solely on Su Wei. Lin Mu remained silent as well. He lacked absolute certainty to prove Su Nange wasn't a demon beast. Su Si, how shall we settle our accounts? The Zhang family's powerful figure spoke. Beside him, Zhang Lengfeng lay covered in wounds, his face deathly pale. This insult was not only unbearable for the Zhang family's strongman, but even more so for the others present. Su Wei looked at them and said, this matter was instigated by the Hong family. Lin Mu, without distinguishing right from wrong and without even knowing if he could survive, struck out and injured the innocent. I offer my sincere apologies on Lin Mu's behalf and will voluntarily provide compensation to make amends. At these words, Lin Mu's face betrayed utter disbelief. He couldn't believe that Senior Su would go this far for him. Once again, Lin Mu's heart was deeply moved. Senior Su. Lin Mu looked at Su Wei, his eyes suddenly growing moist. Su Wei's towering figure stood before him like a mountain, shielding him from all storms. Agreed. The Zhang family's powerful figure nodded. Since Su Wei had stepped forward and spoken thus, he would pursue the matter no further. No one could have imagined that what began as sending the younger generation into the wasteland for training and treasure hunting would lead to such an unexpected turn of events. Yet deep down, they all harbored their own suspicions about the forces behind it. All of this, it seemed, was likely orchestrated to target Lin Mu. You all return first. The battle within still awaits us. The Lin family's powerful figure swept a glance over their juniors and said. At these words, the others finally remembered that deep within the wilderness of beasts, the Beast King still awaited them. Now that they saw their juniors were out of mortal danger, they could finally relax. But now, the crucial task remained, slaying the Beast King. I suggest we first eliminate the Beast King's daughter. Hong Chang's gaze fell upon Su Nange. Su Nange instantly became the target of everyone's criticism. I'm not its biological daughter. Su Nange hurriedly protested. At these words, shock rippled through the crowd. Could this woman truly be the Beast King's daughter? Su Si. The Zhang family's powerful figure's gaze turned cold. The others all turned their gaze toward Su Wei. They never imagined this girl was actually the Beast King's daughter. And among their younger generation, there existed such a dangerous presence. Su Wei was equally stunned that Su Nange would speak up at this moment. I beg you, don't kill it. It truly never harmed any humans. Tears welled up in Su Nange's eyes as her emotions surged violently. If it dies, the entire beast wasteland will be swallowed by the abyss. Silence hung heavy among the crowd. Just as tensions reached a breaking point, the entire beast wasteland suddenly trembled violently. The earth cracked open, countless fissures spreading from the depths of the wilderness. Su Wei's brow furrowed as he swiftly lifted Lin Mu and Su Nange off the ground. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the distance, where the ground suddenly collapsed, revealing an endless abyss below. The entire beast wasteland was undergoing a cataclysmic transformation. From the distant sky, layer upon layer of black mist drifted in, enveloping the entire land. Pitch-black thunder rolled within it, devoid of any sign of life. The abyss. Feeling this terrifying aura, the expressions of all the powerful figures present abruptly changed. Lin Mu's heart raced with dread. How could there be an abyss in this wilderness of beasts? Just as everyone's gaze turned toward the dark mist, a silver light flared up from within it. Immediately after, a figure shot toward them at incredible speed. It's Chief Officer Lu. As if sensing something, someone spoke up. Unyielding struggled to lift her head, gazing at the distant figure. Second uncle. Closer now, it was indeed Lu Shugwan. The yuan will behind him glowed silver, while large flakes of snow drifted down continuously. His garments bore over a dozen tears, revealing deep wounds, evidence of significant injuries. Yet his face showed no trace of panic, only a hint of excitement. Su Wei stared at the black mist engulfing the area, his expression growing grim. It's finally coming. The sky-filling black mist spread across the beast wastes like a colossal beast, poised to devour everything in its path. Lu Shugwan, shrouded in layers of frost, approached the group and immediately declared. Everyone, leave the beast wastes now. Leave Song City. Return to the capital. Hearing this, no one dared linger. Lu Shugwan approached Unyielding. After just one glance at her, his brow immediately furrowed. Such severe injuries. We must return first. This place is no longer safe. Without a word, everyone hurriedly departed. Senior Su. Watching the departing group, Lin Mu turned his gaze to Su Wei. Let's return to Song City first. After a brief silence, Su Wei spoke. Chapter 89, Not Demonic. Song City. Lin Mu and the others returned to Song City. Not only them, but every martial artist who had entered the beast wastes had returned to Song City. As for the powerful warriors from the capital, they had returned to the capital the moment they left the beast wastes, without stopping in Song City at all. At this moment, Song City had activated Level 1 alert. Wah! The sound of alerts echoed throughout Song City. Soldiers armed with real guns and nuclear weapons stood densely packed along the massive steel walls. Every martial artist in the city had been summoned to assemble. Not only Song City, but every city near the beast wastes had established security perimeters. Senior Su, has the abyss erupted? Inside the Martial Association's highest-level conference room, Lin Mu looked at Su Wei, listening to the sounds of alert outside, and asked. Yes. Su Wei nodded. This descent of the abyss upon the beast wastes is actually the disturbance caused by the removal of that treasure from the wasteland. Hearing this, Lin Mu's pupils contracted. Senior Su, who took that supreme treasure? The culprit has already fled far away. Su Wei said indifferently, his cloudy eyes carrying a hint of gravity. Now is not the time to discuss that. Since they've chosen not to pursue the matter, that's fortunate enough. From this moment on, Lin Mu, you are to cease all contact with Su Nange. Starting tomorrow, no, starting today. I'll have someone escort you out of Song City to Shangjing, where you'll enter Qingbei University directly. Su Wei stated calmly. Senior Su, what about here? Lin Mu looked at him. But the latter waved him off. You needn't concern yourself. With your abilities, even if you were to get involved, what good would it do? Lin Mu was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Senior Su was right. Given the current situation, he was merely a level 10 martial artist. What good could he possibly be? Since things have come to this, it's time I revealed my true identity to you. Su Wei looked at Lin Mu's troubled expression and suddenly smiled. I am the former commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. With the abyss erupting in the beast wastes, the Great Xia Empire will certainly not stand idly by. Su Wei said calmly, the silver token I left you is a treasure bestowed upon me by the previous commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Now that you've absorbed its essence, once you reach the capital, members of the Dragon Guard will find you. Hearing this, Lin Mu's face betrayed utter disbelief. He never imagined that Senior Su's identity would be none other than the commander of the Dragon Guard. Even as a former commander, this title alone was sufficient proof of Su Senior's standing. Lin Mu now understood. No wonder those powerful figures greeted Senior Su with such respect. With me here, Song City will be safe. Su Wei patted Lin Mu's shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. Also, Su Nange's matter must be resolved promptly. Senior Su, Nang has nowhere else to go now. Besides this place, she can't possibly return to the beast wastes. Lin Mu replied. Then investigate her background thoroughly. Su Wei instructed. Follow me. The two left the top floor and entered a room on the first level. Su Nange followed behind them. Inside the room, Su Wei began examining Su Nange's identity records. This was the Martial Arts Association, where nearly everyone's background was recorded. Anyone could be investigated here, as long as they were registered in the Great Xiao records. Yet after a thorough search, there was indeed no information on Su Nange. Su Wei's gaze instantly turned cold. This. Senior Su, since the Beast King is his adoptive father, her identity is likely a mystery too. Lin Mu spoke up. That's true, Su Wei nodded, realizing he'd overlooked that point. But there are other ways. Su Wei glanced again at the central instrument. This device can determine whether Su Nange is of demonic lineage. If the device shows no reaction, it proves Su Nange is human. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Lin Mu's clear eyes. Go ahead. Lin Mu glanced at Su Nange, who blinked before walking toward the device. Standing before the device, Su Nange waited for Su Wei's instructions. You needn't do anything. Just wait calmly. Su Wei said before initiating the scan. The device emitted a glow, enveloping his body in a layer of rosy light. Several seconds passed, yet the device showed no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, a smile immediately spread across Lin Mu's face. Su Wei, however, frowned deeply. Not a demon beast. Su Wei murmured inwardly. Senior Su. Lin Mu looked at him. She's not a demon beast, Su Wei shook his head. Therefore, the powerful figures of the Hong family can no longer use this matter to target me. Lin Mu chuckled. That's correct. Su Wei nodded. Su Nange's face lit up with delight. This meant she wasn't a demon beast. No, wait, she never was a demon beast. Lin Mu, come with me. Su Wei glanced at Su Nange and called out. Lin Mu's gaze lingered on Su Nange, who gave him a gentle smile. Go ahead. I'll wait for you here. All right. Lin Mu then followed Su Wei outside. Outside, Su Wei regarded Lin Mu coolly. Which do you prefer, that she's not a demon beast or that she's human? Human, of course, Lin Mu replied, feeling somewhat unsettled by Su Wei's question. That's where the problem lies. Su Wei's gaze held a hint of gravity. Lin Mu, have you ever considered this? An orphan, abandoned in the wilderness of beasts, yet watched over by the Beast King. Not only that, she possesses divine power, yet shows not a single trait of a martial artist. You say she's a demon beast, yet she shows no demonic traits, not even the latest equipment from Great Xia can detect them. And if you say she's human, she shows no martial artist traits whatsoever, yet she can even exchange blows with Hong Chang. At this point, Su Wei's gaze fell once more upon Lin Mu. Do you think his identity could possibly be simple? By this point, Lin Mu had already grasped the meaning behind Su Wei's words. Senior Su, are you implying you don't want me to take on this mess? Lin Mu asked. Exactly. Seeing that Lin Mu had caught on, Su Wei nodded with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Regardless, this is no simpler than offending the Lu and Hong families. In fact, the gravity of the situation could very well far exceed that of those two families. Hearing this, Lin Mu fell silent. But seconds later, he broke into a smile. Senior Su, you know this well, without her, I would have perished long ago in the beast wastes. At these words, Su Wei fell silent. He understood Lin Mu's meaning. In that case, let her accompany you to the capital. Chapter 90, Departing Song City. At that moment, martial artists throughout Song City, both inside and outside its walls, wore solemn expressions. The civilians residing within the city walls were particularly tense. For how many years had the sound of this level of alert never been heard? Its sudden activation now surely signaled the approach of war. Inside the Zhao residence, the Zhao family members gathered together. The alarm sounded, meaning the beast wastes had erupted. Song City could be swept up in the chaos at any moment. Zhao Huayan sat at the head of the table, his gaze heavy with profound gravity. Master of the house, what should we do now? The elders of the Zhao family all turned to the family head with their questions. The alarm has sounded. Escape is impossible, Zhao Huayan declared. And Lin Mu, who offended our Zhao family, is still alive. Given Su Ci's mindset, he will surely seek to expel him from the city. At this critical juncture, Zhao Huayan was still scheming about how to humiliate Lin Mu. Zhao Ming sat below, his face dark with displeasure. He hadn't considered why Song City's alarms would be triggered. Father, surely we aren't going to. Zhao Ming's voice trailed off in fear, cut short by Zhao Huayan's piercing glare. Shut your mouth. Even if it means dying, we'll drag Lin Mu down with us. Sink or swim together, isn't this exactly what that saying means? Master, are you suggesting we use the pretext of leaving the city to ambush and kill Lin Mu? An elder asked. Precisely. Zhao Huayan nodded. Since we've come this far, there's no need to fear his status anymore. It was a matter of life and death. Lin Mu must not be allowed to live. Not a word was spoken throughout the Zhao household. Within the Zhang household, preparations were underway. They had rallied their martial artists, gathering strength to face the impending conflict. The Zhang family patriarch stood at the forefront, hands clasped behind his back, gazing down at Zhangli, who had long since broken down in tears. Zhangli, you are the sole heir of the Zhang family. No matter what happens, you must leave this place. Father. Zhangli stared at his father, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, the entire Zhang household stood prepared for battle. As an ancient martial arts clan, the Zhangs never bowed to the threat of the demonic tribes. In a world like this, war is inevitable. Zhang Li's father said calmly, no one knows how that day will come. Parting may be permanent, or it may be temporary. Zhang Li's father gazed at his son. But remember this, Zhang Li, your journey has only just begun. Zhang Li remained silent, his heart filled with resentment and self-loathing. When truly faced with life and death stakes, he could do nothing. The entire city of Tsang remained orderly. As Zhang Li's father had said, in a world like this, everyone lived with constant peril. It was just a matter of when that day would come. Martial Arts Association. Su Wei had already arranged a vehicle and an escort for Lin Mu and Su Nange. But Lin Mu declined the escort. After all, Su Nange's strength was formidable enough with her present, ordinary martial artists couldn't protect them. All right. Su Wei nodded, assigning only a driver for Lin Mu. He looked at Lin Mu and Su Nange, a hint of a smile on his weathered face. Parting is only natural, Lin Mu. I hope that when we meet again, you'll stand at a different height. War living in this world, it's unavoidable for both of us. Perhaps our generation won't face it, but what about the next? If everyone does their part, this world will become a better place. Lin Mu's eyes betrayed him, 2 tears streaming down his cheeks as he gazed at Su Wei before him. An orphan, he felt a warmth long forgotten in the other man's presence. Senior Su. Lin Mu didn't know what to say, yet tears kept streaming down his face. Enough, big man. Why are you crying? Su Wei laughed heartily, reaching out to wipe away Lin Mu's tears. Even if we should perish, you are a native of Tsang City. With your talent, your future strength will surely match or surpass that of the other. Lin Mu, I hope to see the day when you pacify the wasteland and seal the abyss. And I'll be watching you get into Qingbei University and make it onto the silver screen. With that, Su Wei ordered his men to escort the two away. At the entrance of the Martial Arts Association in Tsang City, Su Wei stood silently watching the spot where Lin Mu and the others had departed, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This parting might be forever. The car slowly drove out of Tsang City, heading north. As Tsang City sped past behind them, Lin Mu's mind was already filled with Su Wei's parting words. Senior Su. Lin Mu clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, a resolve slowly took shape deep within his heart. He must grow stronger. In this moment, he understood why he practiced martial arts, why he sought strength. Born into such an era, he had no choice. And Lin Mu was determined to do everything in his power to protect those he cherished. Inside the car, as if sensing Lin Mu's emotional shift, Su Nange gripped his hand tightly. It's okay. Lin Mu gave her a faint smile. Su Nange nodded. As the vehicle continued its journey, speeding toward the capital at 180 kilometers per hour. Far beyond Tsang City, the sky and earth were shrouded in pitch darkness, with black thunder constantly rolling. Even from such a great distance, Lin Mu could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from it. This city could not withstand the abyss. Within its walls, only a powerhouse like Su Si remained. From Senior Su's words, Lin Mu understood that it must have been the 7 powerful figures from the capital who had seized that treasure. And now Lin Mu understood, to such mighty beings, a single treasure could easily outweigh the lives of an entire city's population. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu tried to calm himself. Though he had left Tsang City, his heart was set on a mission. He would vindicate Tsang City. Right here, at this martial arts examination. He hadn't forgotten Senior Su's words. Since he was going to challenge the Lu and Hong clans, he had to dominate the martial arts exam with an unbeatable performance and make a name for himself. Just then, the driver suddenly spoke up. Gentlemen, there's a figure approaching from behind us. At these words, Lin Mu immediately glanced at the rearview mirror. A streak of light was rapidly closing in on the vehicle. Recognizing the figure, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. But soon, he realized who it was. Someone from the Zhao family. At this critical juncture, the Zhao family actually still wants to kill me. Lin Mu's heart turned completely cold. Nange. Lin Mu grasped Su Nange's hand. It's okay. Leave it to me. Su Nange gave Lin Mu a smile before opening the car door and leaping out. Chapter 91, The Battle Begins. Lin Mu, today is the day you die. In the sky, Zhao Huayan rapidly closed in on the vehicle. The intense killing intent solidified, revealing just how deep Zhao Huayan's desire to eliminate Lin Mu truly ran. With the abyss now threatening to engulf the entire beast wastes, even Tsang City had raised its alert level to maximum. Zhao Huayan's actions left no room for survival for the Zhao family. For in his mind, Tsang City would not survive this crisis. Even if it did, the Zhao family would suffer catastrophic losses. But more crucially, the Zhao family's actions had long since earned them Lin Mu's enmity. Lin Mu's departure from Song City for the capital now signaled a bright political future. By the time Lin Mu completed his studies and returned, the Zhao family would still be doomed to destruction. Therefore, Zhao Huaiyan would wait no longer, nor would he grant Lin Mu this opportunity. As Zhao Huaiyan charged toward them, Su Nange had already exited the vehicle. High above, Zhao Huaiyan suddenly sensed an immense threat descending upon him. What? Zhao Huaiyan stared at the girl ahead, his pupils abruptly contracting as shock filled his eyes. He never imagined this girl before him could unleash such overwhelming power. Zhao Huaiyan knew this girl well. Wasn't she the girl who had been staying at Lin Mu's house all along? How could this be? How could such immense power erupt from her body? Zhao Huaiyan stared intently at Su Nange, his eyes filled with disbelief. Su Nange struck. A wisp of grey mist drifted from her palm, then transformed into a sword sheath that slashed abruptly toward Zhao Huaiyan. Zhao Huaiyan gasped in shock, every hair on his body standing on end. This force threatened his very life. Zhao Huaiyan scrambled out of the way just as the blade of energy sliced past his arm, drawing blood. His clothes and the martial arts equipment he'd discarded were torn to shreds. How could this girl possess such power? I'm a level 30 martial artist. Zhao Huaiyan was drenched in sweat. He watched the vehicle speed away, yet he was blocked by Su Nange before him. He couldn't spare a hand to deal with her. He could only let Lin Mu escape. But now, even if Lin Mu had escaped, he himself was no match for Su Nange. Su Nange's clear eyes held no emotion, only pure, unadulterated killing intent. Anyone who sought to kill Lin Mu was her enemy. When facing her enemies, Su Nange never showed mercy. This was what her foster father, the Beast King, had taught her. Su Nange struck again. This time, Zhao Huaiyan had nowhere to hide and was struck directly, severing his thigh. Ugh! Without support, Zhao Huaiyan plummeted from the sky. Flight was a feat reserved for martial artists of level 50, yet Zhao Huaiyan had achieved it through his own awakened abilities. Su Nange could even exchange blows with the formidable figures of the Hong family. Let alone someone like Zhao Huaiyan, who was only level 30. Zhao Huaiyan stared intently at Su Nange before him, knowing he was utterly helpless. Ha 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 ha. Pity the Zhao family, we played our cards so well, yet still fell one move short. Zhao Huaiyan laughed bitterly, his face tinged with despair. From the very beginning, he had harbored no hope for an orphan like Lin Mu to rise to prominence. Yet unexpectedly, Lin Mu had risen step by step, ultimately defeating the prodigy who had come from the capital and securing the spot for the recommended student. From that moment on, even if the Zhao family wanted to target Lin Mu again, they were powerless to do so. Their only path was a dead end. Su Nange gave Zhao Huaiyan no second chance. With a swift stroke of his blade, he ended Zhao Huaiyan's life. Zhao Huaiyan was dead. Su Nange turned and continued chasing after Lin Mu. Before long, Su Nange returned. The car slowed to a stop, allowing Su Nange to board. Done with him? Lin Mu asked, looking at Su Nange. Yep, he was weak, Su Nange nodded. MHM. Lin Mu chuckled. Thanks. You're welcome. It's what a girlfriend should do. Su Nange shook her head, her voice quiet and composed. Hearing this, Lin Mu was momentarily at a loss for words. In his mind, Su Nange owed him nothing more than gratitude. He hadn't given much thought to romantic feelings between them. After all, since arriving at his home, Su Nange had been immersed in the internet like a caveman. As for dating, Lin Mu didn't want to take advantage of her. Moreover, judging by what Senior Su had said, Su Nange's background wasn't exactly insignificant. The car continued driving toward the capital. Meanwhile, martial artists from all over Song City had already gathered together. Su Wei stood before the Martial Arts Association's gates, his gaze sweeping over the assembled warriors. His weathered face bore a stern expression as he addressed them. Everyone, the safety of Song City now rests in our hands. Some of you may not be at the highest levels of cultivation, but as martial artists, you have still stepped forward. On behalf of the Long Yu army and all the people of Song City, I thank you. With that, Su Wei bowed deeply to all the martial artists present. The martial artists present watched the Martial Arts Association's martial arts director, their hearts gradually filling with respect. This martial arts director had been in Song City for 30 years. Those in the know understood his background was formidable. Director Su, I'm also from Song City. My wife and children are still here. If I retreat, what will become of them? A burly man slung a long sword across his back as he spoke. Today, even if I die, I will die fighting demon beasts. If I step aside, it will only be my family who perish. The burly man continued. Right on. Me too. Right. The other warriors chimed in one after another. They were born in Song City, and some had already started families and built careers. Their families remained in Song City. If they were to leave, what would become of those families? In this world, someone must always step forward. Thank you all. Su Wei's face lit up with relief. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but recall his days in the Long Yu army. Rest assured. As the head of the Martial Bureau, I will do everything in my power to protect all of Song City. Su Wei declared, and a powerful aura radiated from his body. Even the Martial Arts Association presidents present possessed nothing like this level of power. The expressions of all the martial artists present shifted abruptly. They never imagined the martial commissioner's aura could be this formidable. Even a level 50 martial artist likely wouldn't possess such an aura. Su Wei soared into the air, refusing to linger, and headed straight for the beast wastes. "Follow me into battle, everyone!" As Su Wei's command echoed, the martial artists present all mounted their war chariots and charged toward the beast wasteland. At that moment, within the beast wastes, thunder rolled ceaselessly. The sky was as black as ink, the heavens and earth shrouded in a vast, impenetrable darkness. Countless demonic beasts, affected by this darkness, had eyes that turned an abnormal blood red, filled with extreme ferocity. Roar! At the furious roar of one beast, the entire wilderness erupted in violent upheaval. Countless demonic beasts charged toward Song City, the nearest settlement to the wasteland. Chapter 92, Arrival in Shangjing. On the road to Shangjing, Lin Mu and Su Nange sat inside the carriage. "Brother, how much longer until we reach Shangjing?" Lin Mu asked. "At least 3 days." The driver replied. "All right." Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. 3 days. It would take 3 days to reach the capital. And there were only 7 days left until the martial arts examination. As a recommended student, Lin Mu naturally didn't need to take the martial arts exam. But to make a name for himself, he had to participate in the martial arts exam. He intended to defeat all the prodigies of Great Xia and enter Qingbei University as the top-ranked candidate. The martial arts exam is open to all provinces. Except for those with guaranteed admission, all other high school students must take the exam and achieve a score to select their martial arts university. The driver, a member of the Martial Arts Association, was well versed in the exam's details. When the martial arts exam begins, everyone from each province must gather at their respective provincial capitals to participate. Those with outstanding results become the top scorers of their state. This is the first ranking. After that, candidates select the martial arts university corresponding to their score. For the second tier, students must participate in a new student competition within the martial arts university they've entered. Essentially, prodigies enter martial arts universities reserved for prodigies, and the spots they compete for are extremely valuable. He explained a lot, and Lin Mu understood it all. "So, once I go to the capital, I'll take the martial arts exam there," Lin Mu stated. "Correct." The driver nodded. The martial arts examination in the capital is considered the most challenging. The Great Xia Empire is divided into 9 provinces. Shangjing occupies one province, Zhengzhou, while the others are the northern, eastern, southern, western, Lingzhou, Yan, and Yun provinces. Among them, the eastern, Ling, Yan, and Yun provinces are considered to be where the most prodigies gather. As for the rest, you know about North Province. South and West provinces are considered slightly inferior. The general ranking of the 9 provinces is, North is the weakest, followed by South, West, East, Yan, Ling, Yun, and finally Central Province. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, gaining further insight. After hearing the driver's words, Lin Mu realized how little he truly understood about the outside world. Only after leaving Beizhou did he learn these things. "By the way, aren't you a recommended student? Why do you still need to take the martial arts exam?" the driver inquired. "Yeah." Lin Mu didn't hide it. "I need to prove myself not just for me, but for Song City too." "Ha ha ha, good." The driver chuckled heartily, glancing at the rearview mirror as if he could see the resolve in Lin Mu's eyes. "No wonder Director Su favors you so much. Looks like there really is a reason." Lin Mu remained silent. He had already left Song City, yet now the city faced its greatest crisis. "Calm your heart a little. The abyss's eruption might not necessarily lead to Song City's destruction." The driver remarked calmly, "Having been by Su Ci's side for years, I've heard some rumors. For 30 years, the abyssal beast wilderness has never erupted because its depths hold a priceless treasure and a powerful being guarding it. The theft of that treasure doesn't necessarily mean the abyss will erupt immediately and completely. An abyss eruption requires time. Within a short span, the abyss won't immediately consume the entire beast wasteland, subjugating all the beasts above to attack Song City." Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes regained a glimmer of light. "How long might that take?" "Hard to say," the driver shook his head. "Perhaps a few months, or maybe half a year. It depends on the intensity of the abyss's manifestation here. But if the abyss erupts and the beast wastes, the Great Xia Empire will surely detect it. They won't just stand by and do nothing." "They really won't just stand by?" Lin Mu murmured. Simply because 7 powerful figures from the capital had come to the beast wastes, such an event had unfolded here. Anyone could guess the reason behind it. The more he thought about it, the more oppressed Lin Mu felt. This was entirely beyond his control. Overthinking only made him more exhausted. Time ticked by. No one knew what Song City looked like now. Only the entire North Province was in turmoil. Martial artists emerged from cities across the province, rushing to support Song City. Meanwhile, in the capital, the Lu household. Lu Shaoguan returned to the Lu residence with Lu Yuding. "Yuding, who injured you so badly?" Lu Shaoguan inquired. Along the way, he tended to Lu Yuding's wounds, finally restoring her to health. He had ignored the abyss erupting in the wilderness of beasts, instead bringing her directly back to the capital. Only upon their return did he finally ask. It was Lin Mu. Lu Yuding replied. He didn't die. Lu Shuguan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had glimpsed Lin Mu earlier and knew Hong Chang had failed. And Lu Yuding had undoubtedly lost to Lin Mu once again. Don't dwell on his affairs. He's merely fortunate. Lu Shuguan placed his hand on Lu Yuding's shoulder, patting her gently as he said, as for that girl following him. Yuding, a prodigy must rise to be called a prodigy, even a demonic genius. Even those 4 prodigies in the capital, though their brilliance was cut short, will only be remembered for their talent at certain moments. Only when you fully rise to prominence will you truly earn the title of prodigy. Hearing this, Lu Yuding remained silent. Yet, her eyes which had held a faint dullness slowly began to brighten once more. Lin Mu didn't die, that's his luck for you. But the girl following him won't let him live much longer. Lu Shaguan remarked indifferently. At these words, Lu Yuding's gaze shifted slightly. Second uncle. She's not a demon beast, Lu Shaguan replied coolly. With just those words, he turned to leave. Alright, the martial arts exam is approaching. Focus on preparing for it. You needn't worry about Qingbei University. With that, Lu Shaguan departed directly, heading deeper into the Lu family compound. Lu Yuding stood in her own courtyard, gazing at the wooden stump before her. Suddenly, she drew a deep breath. Uncle Lu is right. Only those who rise to greatness are truly called prodigies. And you, Lin Mu, compared to me, you're nothing to fear. The road ahead was long. Lin Mu still had to enter Qingbei University. With her status, she would undoubtedly surpass him there. That would be her moment to rise. Then, she would radiate boundless brilliance, basking in the spotlight as she ascended to the throne. As for Lin Mu, he would only be able to watch helplessly. As time slipped by, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu had officially arrived in Shangjing. Beizhou wasn't far from the capital. Traveling from other provinces would take at least 7 days by car, or even half a month. Gazing upon the vast steel torrent stretching before him, Lin Mu witnessed for the first time the capital city of the entire Great Xia Empire, the Seoul Central Province, Shangjing. Chapter 93, The Choice of Bow and Arrow. Shangjing. As the capital of the Great Xia Empire, it was the sole entity that defined Central State through a single city. Even the steel torrent outside far surpassed Sun City. Massive black walls towered high upon the plains. Beyond those walls, in the distant horizon, one could barely make out the mountain ranges rising within the city walls by squinting. One could only imagine the sheer magnitude of this city. Before reaching Shangjing, even before entering the city proper, there were over a dozen checkpoints set up along the roadside. Nearly every 300 meters, a checkpoint was fortified. Is this Shangjing? Lin Mu watched the passing vehicles, a sense of astonishment growing within him. The highways outside the capital were well maintained. Aside from the withered vegetation along the roadside, the entire capital remained remarkably intact. The scene before his eyes left Lin Mu profoundly shocked. Checkpoints every few hundred meters clearly demonstrated how crucial Shangjing's status was. As the capital, Shangjing is also the safest place in all of Daxia. The driver explained, Shangjing is teeming with powerful martial artists. Even level 20 practitioners are a common sight here. In Sun City, a level 20 martial artist would be considered a formidable fighter. The driver remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. Hearing this, Lin Mu also recognized Shangjing's formidable strength. After passing through layer upon layer of checkpoints, the vehicle finally entered Shangjing 2 hours later. The moment they entered Shangjing, Lin Mu truly grasped its formidable might. The steel city walls alone were a full 5 layers thick. It wasn't until they fully entered the city proper that Lin Mu witnessed the true depth of this metropolis. The entire city was bustling with prosperity. Even the pedestrians on the streets carried a distinct aura of martial prowess. In this city, only a select few were ordinary citizens. The main streets were plastered with advertisements for the martial arts examinations. Strive hard for 100 days, all for the sake of achieving good results. The martial arts exam is only 4 days away. You should still have some credit left, right? Asked the driver. Yeah. Enough. Lin Mu nodded. Could we drop off the Martial Arts Association materials for Shangjing first? Sure. The driver nodded and proceeded to take Lin Mu to the Martial Arts Association. The capital's Martial Arts Association was in a completely different league from Psang City's. Go ahead. I'll head back. The driver dropped Lin Mu off at the entrance of the Martial Arts Association. Brother, are you heading back too? Lin Mu inquired. Of course. My mission is to escort you to the capital. The driver nodded and chuckled. If I'd arrived in time, I could have taken down a few demon beasts myself. With that, the driver waved to Lin Mu. Go on, go on. Remember to bring honor to Tsang City. Don't worry about matters here. Lin Mu watched the departing figure, saying nothing. A heavy weight settled in his heart, leaving him at a loss for words. Su Nange mimicked his gesture, waving at the driver. Bye. Lin Mu had come to the Martial Arts Association for a reason. His profile boasted the skilled divine archery, a bow that never missed its mark, a divine technique among divine techniques. With 2 million credits in his account now, he could buy the bow and still have enough left to boost his own strength. Perhaps with this 2 million, he could even level up. If I spend all 2 million, that's 20 points of strength. 20 points of strength would be just enough to break through to level 11. Lin Mu murmured to himself. This bow was guaranteed to hit every time. If he was going to buy one, he certainly wouldn't settle for anything subpar. Not only that, but he'd have to buy his own arrows. He'd also need to replace his weapon holster. With a budget of 2 million, it seemed there wouldn't be much left over. Upon entering the Martial Arts Association, Lin Mu pulled Su Nange toward the weapon sales area. A clerk handed him a tablet and added, "Sir, simply select your desired weapons from this device. After you place your order, someone will deliver the weapon to you, and you can simply swipe your card for payment." Lin Mu nodded. "Alright, thank you." Taking the tablet, Lin Mu began flipping through the options. Once again, Lin Mu couldn't help but marvel, this is truly the capital city. The weapons catalog spanned over 20 pages, featuring items of every quality tier. Compared to Song City, it was worlds apart. Clicking on the bows section, Lin Mu began selecting one suitable for himself. Too bad things happened so suddenly. Otherwise, I could have asked Senior Su to help me choose. Lin Mu's eyes dimmed slightly as he resigned himself to choosing on his own. After making his choice, he hurriedly checked on the current state of Song City. With such a major incident occurring, the Great Xia Empire would surely report it. There had to be some news. Lin Mu skipped the high-grade martial treasures altogether and began flipping through the first-grade martial treasures. 1,000-foot bow, first-grade martial treasure. Possesses immense power with no attribute enhancements. Can consume additional personal spiritual energy or vital essence to amplify the arrow's potency. 1,000-foot bow, priced at 1.32 million. Scarlet bow, first-grade martial treasure. Imparts flame attributes to ordinary arrows, consuming the user's spiritual energy or vital blood. Scarlet bow, priced at 1.35 million. 1,000-strike bow, first-grade martial treasure. Splits arrows into 2 projectiles, consuming its own spiritual energy or vital essence, though power is reduced. 1,000-strike bow, priced at 1.4 million. After browsing through the options, Lin Mu felt that every bow seemed suitable for him. This dilemma left Lin Mu feeling rather overwhelmed. Whether it was the first 1,000-foot bow, the crimson bow, or the 1,000-strike bow, he wanted them all. One boosted strength, perfectly countering the debuff on his attribute. Another imbued fire attributes, aligning perfectly with his innate talent, Netherflame. The last one, however, split into 2 arrows but had reduced damage. Combined with his own debuff, the power it unleashed was even smaller. Further down the page, the prices for Grade 1 martial treasures began to climb. Though martial treasures from 1st to 9th grade no longer had minor tiers within the same rank, they still exhibited significant differences. Just like the Tiger Roar Spear in Unyielding's hands, isn't that one? A high-grade martial treasure, yet more powerful than even 1st or 2nd grade martial treasures. The prices that followed simply wouldn't allow Lin Mu to afford anything better. After all, his balance barely exceeded 2 million, and he needed to save some for his own living expenses. In the end, Lin Mu settled on the first 1,000-foot bow. Since it was merely a transitional weapon, there was no need to bid higher. The strength boost ability also conveniently counteracted some of the debuffs from the item's attributes. 1,000-foot bow purchased +1. Balance, 1.32 million. The bow was bought, but arrows still needed purchasing. After all, he wasn't an archer. Without awakened unique abilities and not having reached level 30, he couldn't transform spiritual energy into arrows at all. Arrow prices varied widely, ranging from single units to bundles. From 10 coins per arrow to 10,000 coins per arrow, the range was nearly exhaustive. The higher the price, the more exceptional the materials used. Lin Mu bought 20 arrows priced at 1,000 yuan each for immediate use. Steel arrows, forged from refined steel, possess exceptional penetrating power. They can effortlessly pierce the defenses of 1st and 2nd tier demon beasts, as well as weapons of grade 1 or below. Steel arrows, priced at 1,000. 20 arrows later, his balance dipped another 20,000 yuan. This single purchase had cost him a total of 1,340,000 yuan. Chapter 94, Greatly Enhanced Strength. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Mu still needed to replace his weapon holster. Wait, something's off. Just as Lin Mu was about to open the weapon case interface, he suddenly remembered the ring on his finger. This was Zhang Li's storage ring. Damn, I forgot to give it back. Lin Mu finally remembered. The incident had been so sudden that he'd completely forgotten to return the storage ring to its owner. I'll return it to him when I get the chance. Feeling somewhat helpless, Lin Mu could only continue using it for now. With the storage ring, Lin Mu saved the expense of buying a weapon case. After all, he could retrieve weapons from it any time, which was incredibly convenient. Alright, I've bought everything else. All that's left is a martial arts manual on archery. Lin Mu had nearly forgotten about the martial arts manual on archery. Fortunately, the Martial Arts Association in the capital city covered everything. While archery manuals weren't plentiful, there were still 4 pages worth available. 3rd grade, lower tier martial art, exploding arrow. Infuses spiritual energy into the arrowhead, causing it to explode upon release, multiplying its force exponentially. Exploding arrow, priced at 520,000. 3rd grade, lower tier martial art, splitting arrow. Infuses spiritual energy into the arrow, causing it to split upon impact. The power of the fragments depends on the density of the spiritual energy. Splitting arrow, priced at 550,000. 3rd grade lower tier martial art, thunder arrow, transforms the arrow into thunder, causing a small area thunderous explosion. Thunder arrow, priced at 700,000. Scanning these archery techniques, Lin Mu selected thunder arrow. Since his accuracy was guaranteed, he decided to forego quality and pursue critical hits instead. Paired with critical damage, perhaps something unexpected might happen. In the end, Lin Mu spent 2,040,000 to secure his new gear. Lin Mu placed his order, and soon the items he'd purchased were delivered to him. Swipe the card, pay. 2,040,000 yuan vanished instantly. Being a martial artist sure is expensive. Lin Mu watched the 2.04 million yuan instantly drain from his card, his lips twitching as he couldn't help but sigh. And as an unranked martial artist, it was even more costly. This single purchase had cost him 2,040,000 yuan. One could only imagine how much more his future weapons would demand. What was even more crucial was that he was only at level 10 right now. Congratulations, host, on spending 2,040,000 great xia coins. You have gained 20.4 vitality. Congratulations, host, on leveling up. You have obtained one chance to draw an infinite attribute. Fortunately, with billions within reach at his disposal, Lin Mu didn't feel much pain spending this money. Level 11. Winning first place in the martial arts exam? Piece of cake. Lin Mu grinned widely. Stowing the 1,000-foot bow, arrows, and thunder arrows into his storage ring, Lin Mu departed with Sun Ange. They found a martial artist exclusive in nearby and settled in. Inside the room, Lin Mu began cultivating the thunder arrow technique. This thunder arrow was merely a 3rd grade, lower tier martial art, making it extremely simple to cultivate. Thunder arrow, beginner's threshold. Training commenced. Unwilling to accept defeat triggered. After 10 years of arduous training in basic archery, Thunder Arrow has finally achieved the rank of Arrow King. Thunder Arrow has mastered the basics. Thunder Arrow trained relentlessly once more, this time infusing spiritual energy into the arrows. Perhaps this would yield unexpected results. Thunder Arrow has reached minor mastery. Thunder Arrow has taken shape, showing initial promise. Not bad, continue the arduous training. Thunder Arrow has reached mastery. Even after reaching mastery, the Thunder Arrow did not cease its training but persisted. Unwilling to accept defeat triggered. The Thunder Arrow plunged into arduous training once more. This time, however, it seemed to have mastered the technique completely, unleashing thunderous power even more intensely. Thunder Arrow has reached its peak. A 3rd grade lower tier martial art could nearly reach its peak in one step after Lin Mu broke through to level 10. Memories of the Thunder Arrow filled Lin Mu's mind. It felt as though he had truly trained for years, mastering every aspect from drawing the bowstring to channeling spiritual energy with flawless precision. In the room, a faint glow emanated from the storage ring on Lin Mu's finger. A bow, crafted from an unknown material, materialized in his hand. Immediately after, an arrow forged from steel materialized in his hand. Lin Mu drew the bowstring taut, feeling its immense power. A thread of spiritual energy rose from his dantian, flowing into the 1,000-foot bow. The entire bow, along with the arrow, glowed faintly. This amplified the power of the arrow in his grasp. In the next instant, Lin Mu released the arrow, aiming directly at the wooden stake before him. Boom! The arrow shot from his hand, unleashing such force that a sonic boom reverberated throughout the entire room. Immediately upon striking the log, thunder roared and exploded, several purple bolts of lightning striking the log's surface. This was the Thunder Arrow. The log was knocked over by the blast, but fortunately, it was exceptionally sturdy and suffered minimal damage. 2,531. The sheer force unleashed left Lin Mu utterly stunned. Even with the debuff reducing its power, this arrow still unleashed 2,531 gene? Staring at the number on the screen, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement. As an 11th level martial artist, an arrow unleashing over 2,500 gene of force was more than sufficient. Though bolstered by 3rd grade martial arts and the 1,000-foot bow's special abilities, his arrows were indeed unerring. However, they still suffered a 40% damage reduction. Meaning the force behind each arrow was only about 1,600 gene of its original power. Now, with the martial arts and the 1,000-foot bow, it could reach 2,531 gene, utterly formidable. Without the damage reduction, Lin Mu's arrow alone could have instantly killed a level 14, or even level 15 martial artist. Name, Lin Mu. Health, 220, level 11 martial artist. Occupation, unemployed martial artist. Strength, 29. Martial Arts, Peak Edge Fist Mastery, Fundamental Sword Technique Mastery, Foshan Leg Technique Mastery, Thunder Forged Palm Peak, Charging Step Mastery, Azure Peak Sword Technique Peak, Tiger Stride Fist Mastery, Blazing Crimson Spear Technique Peak, Shatter Thousand Armies Mastery, Mystic Fire Triple Fist Technique Mastery, Phoenix Feather, Thunder Arrow. Technique, Flaming Crimson Cultivation Method Grade 2. Weapons, Black Armor Unupgraded. Martial Treasures, Thousand Spears, Bluntless Sword, Supreme 9 Heavens Thunder Spear, Supreme Crimson Sky Sword, First Grade 1000 Foot Bow. Traits, Social Anxiety, Never Gives Up, Core Goodness, Approaches Billions, All In, Critical Damage, Victory Favors the Brave, Overlord, Lucky, Divine Marksman. Current wins, 9. First Grade Martial Treasure Fragments 11, Companion Talent Fragments 8. By now, Lin Mu's stats panel was overflowing with accumulated items. Just a little more strength, and I'll unlock another reward. First Grade Martial Treasures can be exchanged now, but I still need 2 more Companion Talent Fragments. All things considered, Lin Mu was in a pretty good position. With everything prepared, Lin Mu set his sights on making a name for himself in the capital. The best way to make a name for oneself is to challenge the top schools, right? Lin Mu fixed his gaze on the high school where those 7 capital prodigies resided. Tomorrow, before the martial arts exam begins, Lin Mu will defeat these so-called prodigies and make them submit. Chapter 95, Challenging the Dojo. As the martial arts exam drew near, the entire capital was bustling with preparations. Shanjing was unlike other cities. It stood alone as the sole metropolis defining an entire province. This city was home to countless prodigies. Among them, the 2 most prestigious advanced academies are both located within Shanjing. It was a place every martial artist aspired to reach. Graduates from Qingbei and Jingda hold status far surpassing ordinary martial artists. Moreover, the students admitted to these institutions are the most exceptional prodigies from every province. Yet now, at this critical juncture before the martial arts examinations, the unrest erupting in the wastelands of Song City failed to stir much commotion. Unrest in the wasteland was nothing unusual. Other provinces merely heard the news but paid it little mind. Only 3 days remained until the martial arts examination. Early that morning, Lin Mu climbed out of bed, slung his weapon case over his shoulder, bid farewell to Su Nange, and departed. Hailing a taxi, Lin Mu navigated to the nearest Shanjing City 3rd Middle School. "Hey, kid, the martial arts exam is almost here. What are you doing going back to school?" The driver glanced at Lin Mu through the rearview mirror and couldn't help but ask. Given the destination, the driver assumed Lin Mu was a student at the high school. "No big deal. Just going for a visit," Lin Mu replied. "Hanging out? Kid, you're not in your 2nd year of high school, are you?" The driver sounded surprised. All the seniors have left school to prepare for the martial arts entrance exams. There aren't any students on campus right now. At this remark, Lin Mu froze. Whoa. He seemed to have forgotten about this. The martial arts exam was only 3 days away. No one would be at school. "Master, do you know of any nearby martial arts schools where there are more talented individuals?" Lin Mu asked. "Well, naturally, there's the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy and the Tianshui Martial Arts Academy." The driver replied, "For this martial arts exam, the daughter of the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall's master has a very good chance of entering a top-tier academy. She's also recognized as one of the 4 prodigies of Shanjing." At these words, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. The 4 prodigies. He had heard of them from those 7 prodigies of the capital. These 4 prodigies possess strength and innate talent far surpassing their own. They were truly prodigies. If they did not meet their end, they would undoubtedly become pillars supporting the great Xia Empire. "Then let's head to the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy," Lin Mu declared. He was eager to spar with such prodigies. "All right." The driver nodded. About an hour later, the driver pulled up in front of an 18-story building. A signboard stood prominently at the entrance, bearing the characters Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. "Young man, this is Fenghua Martial Arts Academy." The driver asked, "Are you here to train in martial arts?" "No, not really." Lin Mu shook his head. "Then what are you here for?" "The martial arts exam is coming up soon. If you're at the academy, isn't it to train?" The driver looked puzzled. Lin Mu ran his fingers through his short hair, then retrieved his weapon case from the back seat and stepped out of the taxi. "I'm here to challenge the dojo," he replied with a faint smile to the driver's question. Then, he walked straight into the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. Hearing Lin Mu's words, the driver looked utterly incredulous. "Challenge the dojo? You've got to be kidding me." Fenghua Martial Arts Academy was a top-tier establishment in the entire capital city, with over 100 branches nationwide. Moreover, the headmaster of Fenghua Martial Arts Academy was a formidable 80th-level master. Challenging Fenghua Martial Arts Academy with just 1 high school student? The Fenghua Martial Arts Hall was vast, one of Shanjing's landmark buildings, bustling with martial artists coming and going. Lin Mu carried his weapon case as he stepped inside the building. "Sir, do you have an appointment? Are you a disciple of one of our martial arts masters, or here to find a sparring partner?" As soon as he entered, a woman resembling a receptionist approached and inquired. As the head of Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, the service was naturally impeccable.
I don't have an appointment.
Lin Mu shook his head. Without an appointment, then you must be a disciple of one of our martial arts instructors. The woman chuckled and continued her inquiry.
No, I'm here to challenge the dojo.
Lin Mu shook his head again. At these words, the woman froze in surprise.
Challenge the dojo?
Once she processed it, a smile spread across her face.
Kid, you're joking, right? This is Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, not some third-rate dojo. Besides, at your age, you're probably a senior in high school this year. Even if you wanted to challenge someone your own age, our Manhwa Martial Arts Academy has prodigies who are no less than those from the 7 major families. The woman found Lin Mu's challenge utterly laughable. A challenger? Ah, this is hilarious. This is the first time I've ever seen someone come to challenge Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Exactly. The martial artists nearby burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Mu declare his intent to challenge the academy.
This was the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy.
Challenge our dojo?
Manhwa Martial Arts Hall isn't some place just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can walk into. Just then, a mocking voice rang out from nearby. A young man clad in sleek black martial arts attire strode toward them. Upon seeing the man, the woman hurriedly stepped aside and respectfully said, "Young Master Su."
Young Master Su?
He's the younger brother of Miss Su and the son of the owner of Manhwa Martial Arts Academy.
Whoa, this should be interesting.
Many eyes turned to the young man, murmuring in hushed tones with a hint of deference.
Turn left outside and get the hell out of here now. I'll treat your words as bull.
Suing shot Lin Mu a cold glance, then waved him off dismissively, as if shooing away a stray dog.
Coming to challenge his Manhwa Martial Arts Academy?
Even if one of the 7 great families showed up, they wouldn't dare act this brazenly. For a challenge from peers, your Manhwa Martial Arts Academy can send anyone you want. Lin Mu said indifferently. After all, he was the one challenging them. No matter how harsh their words, as long as they weren't overly excessive, Lin Mu wouldn't take offense. At these words, Su Yin's eyes narrowed sharply.
Ha ha ha, interesting. Seems you're quite confident in yourself.
Judging by your accent, you don't sound like a native of the capital. You must be from another province.
MHM. Lin Mu nodded. Accept the challenge? What else? Suing shot Lin Mu a dismissive look. This is Manhwa Martial Arts Academy.
Even if you called your old man to challenge us, we'd still accept. But I'll warn you now, if you nearly die here because of this challenge, I won't be responsible. If you're here to challenge us, you've got to be prepared to pay the price. Hearing Su Yin's words, Lin Mu smiled faintly.
Fine. I'll bear any cost.
Good. Sui nodded, his face breaking into a broad grin.
How amusing.
With the martial arts exam just around the corner, someone actually dares to challenge my Manhwa Martial Arts Academy.
Are you truly not afraid of missing the martial arts exam covered in injuries?
Chapter 96. The first representative sent out. Suin was thoroughly delighted by Lin Mu's challenge.
Because he was facing a fool who knew absolutely nothing about his Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Moreover, most of the martial artists present were young practitioners in their teens or early 20s. As one of Shangjing's landmark institutions, the Windflower Martial Arts Academy's reputation echoed far and wide. Even retired instructors from top-tier academies sometimes chose to join the academy as martial arts masters. Now, witnessing someone actually challenge the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, many felt an unusual surge of excitement. Did this guy really not know what the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy was? Even among peers, few in all of Shangjing would dare challenge the academy.
Remember, Manhwa Martial Arts Hall still houses one of Shangjing's 4 prodigies.
Follow me.
Suin wore a smile as he led Lin Mu to a training hall on the 3rd floor. The training hall was spacious, with a central ring surrounded by seating all around. Clearly, this room was specifically designed for martial arts competitions. Soon, word spread that challengers had arrived, drawing a crowd to the training hall.
A challenger?
On the 18th floor of the Manhwa Martial Arts Hall, within a vast training room, a middle-aged man dressed in fine robes received word that an 18-year-old high school senior had come to challenge Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. His weathered face showed little emotion.
Challenging Manhwa Martial Arts Academy? And right before the upcoming martial arts examination begins?
That's correct, Master.
A man who appeared to be a steward stood beside him. He doesn't come with good intentions.
The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes.
Anyone daring to challenge the academy at such a critical juncture?
And coming from another province, this person must possess extraordinary talent. Or else, he was simply too arrogant, unaware of what the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy truly represented. Master, shall we have the young lady step forward? The steward asked cautiously.
Leave you or be for now. The academy isn't short of people. Besides, isn't Xiaoyin there too? If even he can't handle that brat, then we'll have Yuer step in.
The middle-aged man waved his hand dismissively. A martial arts academy of this stature was never short of prodigies.
Very well. I'll go check on things first.
I'll notify you immediately if anything arises.
The steward replied. The
The middle-aged man nodded and the steward withdrew. On the third floor of the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, a crowd had gathered. News of Lin Mu's challenge had already spread throughout the entire academy. Nearly half the martial arts masters from the academy had rushed to this spot. Well, someone actually has the guts to challenge the dojo. Ha ha, this should be entertaining. I wonder how long this kid can last. This kid's got some nerve, daring to challenge the dojo here. Many martial arts masters and practitioners watched Lin Mu on the stage with keen interest. It was extremely rare for anyone to challenge the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. This encounter was a rare treat indeed. How could they not watch? Lin Mu stood on the stage, a weapon case placed beside him. Before him stood numerous martial artists and masters from the Windflower Martial Arts Academy. Among them were many who shared Lin Mu's age. You provincial bumpkin, do you even know who you're about to face? Suing stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he looked at Lin Mu. You? Lin Mu glanced at the man. No. Suing shook his head. Our Fenghua Martial Arts Academy boasts countless prodigies, all trained by renowned masters. Any one of them could defeat you. But if you lose, don't go saying Fenghua Martial Arts Academy bullied you. That won't be necessary. Lin Mu replied calmly, since I've come to challenge your dojo, I've brought ample confidence. With that, Lin Mu placed his weapon case directly onto the stage. The massive weapon case stood there, drawing everyone's attention. What class is this guy? How come his weapon case is so big? No idea. Could he be a broadsword master? Even a broadsword martial artist wouldn't need a case this big. This thing's clearly designed to hold multiple weapons. This guy, he can't be a freelancer, can he? Seeing Lin Mu's weapon case, the crowd wore expressions tinged with peculiarity. Suing glanced at Lin Mu's weapon case and said indifferently, since you've come to challenge our Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, state your name, background, and profession. Our Fenghua Martial Arts Academy doesn't want to be challenged by a third-rate martial artist. It would be embarrassing to spread that around. Lin Mu. I come from Psong City in North State. Occupation, martial artist. Lin Mu answered calmly, introducing himself. This was the most detailed introduction Lin Mu had ever given. Psong City? So you're from North State? There aren't many prodigies in the entire province, are there? I've heard there's a prodigy named Su Shaoqing in the provincial capital of Beizhou who's quite talented. But this isn't him, is it? Well, even if Su Shaoqing is a prodigy, standing shoulder to shoulder with the prodigies of our 7 great families, he wouldn't have the guts to challenge us like this. The name Lin Mu was unfamiliar to everyone present. Beizhou, a province ranked dead last among the 9 provinces, and this challenger hailed from Psong City. Without a doubt, Lin Mu was not favored by the crowd. The most renowned figure in all of North Province was Su Shaoqing from the provincial capital. And rumor had it that Su Shaoqing wasn't even a local, apparently a prodigy who had drifted out from some top-tier family. Observing the crowd's reactions, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow slightly. Didn't these people know that Psong City in North State had one recommended admission spot this time? I recall there's a direct admission spot for Qingbei University right here in your Psong City. Suing looked at Lin Mu. Upon hearing where Lin Mu was from, his face broke into a broad smile, his eyes brimming with scorn and contempt. The northern province was trash to begin with, and this guy hailed from the absolute worst city in the entire province. Psong City, a martial artist from such a tiny place? How strong could he possibly be? I hear all the prodigies from the 7 great families have flocked to your Psong City. I'd wager that guaranteed admission spot has already been snatched up by one of them. The contempt in Su Yin's eyes deepened. He held Lin Mu in utter disdain. Hearing this, Lin Mu remained silent. Explaining too much was useless. There was only one way: beat them into submission. Enough with the chatter after all these months. Get on with it. Lin Mu said indifferently, his patience wearing thin. Come on, which martial arts master's disciple wants to face this kid from the backwater town of Psong City first? Suing chuckled, then stepped down from the stage and called out. Almost immediately, someone answered. Young Master Su, let me handle this. A young man roughly Lin Mu's age stepped forward from the crowd, a long sword strapped to his back. He's a disciple of Master Zhang. Word is he's already reached level 8, exceptionally gifted. Getting into a top-tier academy this time is practically a sure thing. He may not be the top prodigy at Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, but he's still ranked among the elite. If he steps in, that kid from Psong City is bound to lose. Let me guess he'll be defeated in 3 moves. Chapter 97 Instant Victory. A middle-aged man in a crisp martial arts uniform stood below the stage, arms crossed, watching the young man ascend. Xiao Liang's talent is quite promising. Though his awakening is only purple grade, it's more than enough to handle this kid from Psong City. This man was Zhang Yi, the young fighter's master. As a second-tier martial master at Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, he wasn't considered a top-tier powerhouse. Yet in a place like Psong City, his influence far surpassed that of any local family. As for Lin Mu before him, hailing from Psong City, no matter how terrifying his talent might be, someone emerging from such a small place couldn't possibly be that strong. Xiao Liang, keep the sparring light, don't go too hard. Just toss him out afterward. Jingyi reminded him. Master Zhang is always so considerate. Suyin chuckled. But since he came to challenge the dojo, he must bear the corresponding consequences. Hearing this, Zhengyi fell silent. He was only a second-level martial master, holding a relatively low position within the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. Chu Liang nodded in agreement. Facing Lin Mu before him, his confidence was unwavering. Chu Liang, 8th rank martial artist, purple grade quality, demon slaying sword. After a brief self-introduction, Chu Liang drew the long sword from his back. Demon Slayer. Lin Mu glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, then spread his arms toward him. Come on. No weapon? Seeing Lin Mu completely unarmed, Chu Liang's gaze held a hint of surprise. But the surprise quickly faded from Chu Liang's eyes, replaced by a trace of contempt. Poof. A martial artist from the sticks, and he's got the nerve to be so cocky? The others also felt a sense of insult at Lin Mu's decision to fight barehanded without weapons. This martial artist from a tiny backwater dared to challenge their dojo unarmed? He's a free-roaming martial artist. He can practice all kinds of martial arts. It's only natural he wouldn't use weapons. Poof. No matter how powerful his unarmed techniques are, how could they possibly surpass those of a warrior with weapons? True enough. This brat is downright disrespectful. Most of the voices belonged to apprentices. Many martial masters watched the impending match in silence, eager to gauge the true strength of this challenger before them. After all, he had come to challenge the dojo. He couldn't afford to lose in the very first match. Chu Liang stood at the edge of the ring, a long sword in hand. Lin Mu set his weapon case aside, choosing not to use it. An 8th-level martial artist was simply too weak in his eyes. Lin Mu couldn't even muster the desire to fight. Here he comes. Chu Liang stepped forward abruptly, charging toward Lin Mu. Sword shadows danced at his sides, joining him in the assault as illusory sword chi erupted around him. This was Chu Liang's awakened ability, not merely an outward projection of spiritual energy. Lin Mu didn't even blink. With a casual strike, he shattered Chu Liang's attack. Boom! The immense force slammed directly into Chu Liang's body. That single palm strike, devoid of any martial arts enhancement, sent Chu Liang's body flying backward. Thud! Chu Liang slammed heavily against the edge of the ring, his martial arts uniform torn in several places, his face drained of color. Whoosh! Witnessing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but gasp in shock. One strike had instantly defeated Chu Liang, an 8th-level martial artist? As Chu Liang's master, Zhang Yi's eyes narrowed sharply. Not only that, but the numerous martial masters present were also utterly shocked. The power unleashed by that palm strike rivals that of a 10th-level martial artist. That's a bit much, but this man's level is at least 9th rank. No wonder he dared to challenge the dojo, he clearly has some real skill. Suyin watched Chu Liang, defeated in an instant, and his expression shifted slightly. Such prowess already approaches the caliber of the prodigies from the 7 great families. Suyin marveled inwardly. That someone from a backwater like Song City could possess such innate talent was truly astonishing. For the next match, we can't let anyone from the dojo step in. Suyin observed Lin Mu on the stage. Having assessed his opponent's strength, he prepared to step in personally. His own prowess matched that of the prodigies from the 7 great families. Given Lin Mu's formidable prowess, aside from his sister, only Suyin within the academy could match him. As for the rest, only martial artists older than Lin Mu would surpass him in strength. Lin Mu's defeat of Chu Liang had plunged the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall into a prolonged silence. Yet after a moment of astonishment, the crowd's mood settled. Chu Liang wasn't considered exceptionally strong within the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. A loss was just a loss. Lin Mu's gaze swept across the crowd as he asked calmly, "Who's next?" Defeating Chu Liang did not increase the power value of Lin Mu's core virtue. Guaranteed added 1 companion talent fragment. Victory favors the brave reached 10 wins. This left Lin Mu feeling a hint of regret. Indeed, core benevolence required defeating martial artists of the same tier to increase its power value. Just 1 point short. He should be able to get it today within the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. Who will be my next opponent? Probably Master Feng's disciple. Who knows? The talent this young man has displayed already shows signs of a prodigy. Anyone ranked below the top 10 probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. Let's see how young Master Su decides. Everyone watched Lin Mu on the stage, speculating who their martial arts school would send next. You do possess some skill after all. At that moment, Suyin spoke up. I underestimated you. For the next match, I'll test you myself. At these words, the expressions of everyone present shifted. None of them had anticipated that the second match would feature young Master Su himself stepping into the fray. Young Master Su is a prodigy. With him stepping in, this match is as good as won. Of course. Young Master Su trained under the dojo master since childhood. Just the knowledge in his head puts him leagues ahead of this kid before us. Lin Mu lifted his head and looked at Suyin. What realm are you at? 9th grade martial artist, golden grade quality, fist master. Suyin replied indifferently, more than enough to handle you. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's clear eyes flickered with a hint of regret. Only ninth grade? At these words, the eyes of numerous martial masters and apprentices flickered with surprise and confusion. What did that mean? Only ninth rank? Suyin, however, paid no mind to Lin Mu's remark. He had already gauged Lin Mu's true strength. Within 5 moves, you will be defeated without a doubt. Suyin stated calmly before stepping onto the stage. Lin Mu crossed his arms. Before the match even began, he suddenly asked, "Are you considered the top newcomer in this martial arts academy?" Suyin shook his head. "No, my sister is the prodigy." "All right." Lin Mu nodded, understanding the situation. Chapter 98, You're not a 9th rank martial artist. On stage, as Suyin stepped forward, the atmosphere in the entire hall reached its peak. As the son of the Wind and Splendor Martial Arts Hall's master, Suyin was regarded as a prodigy by the entire academy. Though his talent fell short of his sister's, he had inherited a portion of his father's innate gifts, making him a prodigy-level figure throughout Xinjiang. Moreover, Suyin was a guaranteed admission student at Mountain River University. In terms of strength, Suyin was in no way inferior to the prodigies of the 7 great families. In terms of innate talent, he ranked among the top in the entire capital. From every perspective, Suyin was vastly superior to Lin Mu standing before him. Yet this Lin Mu from Song City had defeated Chu Liang in a single move, proving his own innate talent and cultivation level were undoubtedly formidable. Whether this contest would be evenly matched or one-sided, no one could say for certain. Suyin clasped his fists together before donning specially crafted knuckle dusters. The black knuckle dusters bore intricate, enigmatic patterns. Suyin fixed his gaze on Lin Mu. "I acknowledge your strength. In North State, you might even challenge that Su Shaoqing fellow. But here, you've come to the wrong place and chosen the wrong opponent." A hint of disdain flickered in Suyin's clear eyes. "Is that so?" Lin Mu remained unconvinced. Suyin, martial disciple of Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, 9th rank martial artist, golden grade, fist master. Suyin stated calmly, then beckoned to Lin Mu. "Come." Lin Mu's lips curved into a faint smile as he moved to strike once more. But he didn't use his martial treasure, still going in with bare hands. Witnessing this, those present wore expressions of undisguised scorn. This kid really doesn't hold young Master Su in high regard. Yeah, he's not even using his martial treasure yet. Arrogance requires capital. What does this kid have to back it up? Suyin was no ordinary talent like Chu Liang, he was a genuine prodigy. Don't mistake his brazen words for mere reliance on his father's position as the Martial Arts Academy's master. It stemmed from his own innate talent. Even within the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, many powerful martial masters held Suyin in high regard. Lin Mu still chose to fight Suyin empty-handed. How utterly arrogant. Suyin grinned, stepping forward as he gathered power in his left fist. His chi and blood surged within him, transforming into layers of blue light that enveloped his left fist. The jet-black knuckle dusters unleashed tremendous force, sending a massive shockwave crashing toward Lin Mu. Suyin's speed was blindingly fast, and the force behind his punch was utterly overwhelming. To the eyes of lower-level apprentices, Suyin's punch seemed impossibly fast. They would never stand a chance against it. Here it comes. A martial master watched Suyin's punch, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Truly worthy of young Master Su, his charging fist has reached this level of mastery. Without exceptional reflexes, this kid won't be able to dodge that punch. Among peers of equal rank, few can evade young Master Su's punch. Only by relying on agile footwork can one escape. All eyes converged on Lin Mu. If he were struck by that punch, defeat would be certain. On the stage, facing Suyin's punch, Lin Mu's body suddenly shifted sideways, evading the blow. The immense force generated a powerful gust of wind, stirring the air without any breeze, causing Lin Mu's clothes to flutter wildly. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. His left fist transformed into a palm, thunder rolling within its center. After a crackling burst of electricity, boom! Lin Mu's palm struck out, aiming for Suyin's chest. Before it even touched Suyin, the thunder within his palm erupted violently. Several bolts of lightning exploded instantly before Suyin's chest. Suyin's pupils contracted sharply, the hairs on his body standing on end. A powerful sense of danger left him no room for hesitation. He immediately activated his ability. Suyin's arms trembled violently as his chi and blood surged to a fever pitch. In an instant, golden light radiated from his body, enveloping him entirely. Boom! The thunderous strike slammed into Suyin. Despite activating his power, he was still knocked back several steps. Witnessing this, the gazes of those present all held a cold, stunned shock. What? Not only did that kid dodge it, he actually used palm techniques to knock young Master Su back? At this moment, some martial masters could no longer remain seated, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. From that single strike, these high-ranking martial artists had already discerned something. As martial arts masters of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, their rank naturally allowed them to discern certain clues. This boy's strength doesn't seem like that of an ordinary 9th-level martial artist. One martial arts instructor frowned, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu with a hint of suspicion. The other martial arts masters remained silent. They couldn't bring themselves to believe or dare to believe that the Lin Mu before them was a 10th rank martial artist. Could the masters be implying? One apprentice caught the implication in the instructor's words, his face turning pale with shock. If Lin Mu truly was a 10th level martial artist, then wouldn't young Master Su be defeated? More importantly, he was a level 10 martial artist. Consider this, even Su Qianjin, one of the 4 prodigies of the capital, hadn't reached level 10 yet. Prodigies earned their name precisely because they could elevate their cultivation to the peak of level 9 within a mere 3 months, achieving unrivaled combat prowess. Within their own realm, they had few equals. Yet now, this man from that tiny backwater is not only a prodigy, but a level 10 martial artist. That's an entirely different level of accomplishment. One was born with a gold nugget in their mouth, while the other was born with a golden spoon. The damn nature of their origins is fundamentally different. Beneath his golden armor, Su Yin's eyes held a shock unlike any he had ever known. He stared intently at Lin Mu, his expression far less composed than before. In his golden body state, he was virtually invulnerable to attack from any 9th tier peak martial artist. Even so, maintaining the golden body took a tremendous toll on him, yet it remained a terrifyingly potent technique. Yet now, facing him in this state, Lin Mu had sent him flying with a single palm strike. A dull ache throbbed in Su Yin's chest, the injury inflicted by Lin Mu's strike. For someone to inflict injury upon him while he was in this state, their strength spoke for itself. It must be a 10th level martial artist. No, impossible. Su Yin shook his head, his face now pale. The golden aura surrounding him, which had been growing increasingly dense, began to slowly fade. That single palm strike had not only wounded Su Yin but also made it difficult for him to maintain control over his golden body. Lin Mu observed Su Yin, now enveloped in golden light, a faint smile touching his lips. No wonder he was so confident, so this is the turtle shell he was hiding behind. Lin Mu stepped forward towards Su Yin, his left palm gathering thunder once more. Purple lightning surged from his palm. Such intense thunder energy couldn't possibly be channeled solely through vital energy. Under Su Yin's stunned gaze, Lin Mu unleashed a palm strike. Spiritual energy surged within him, and the purple lightning crashed down upon Su Yin. Boom! Amidst a thunderous roar, a powerful bolt of lightning instantly tore through the golden light enveloping Su Yin. The golden light shattered, and Lin Mu kicked him off the stage in one swift motion. Chapter 99, So you're the one here to challenge the dojo? Thud! As Su Yin's body slammed heavily onto the ground, the entire arena fell deathly silent. Su Yin, son of the Windflower Martial Arts Hall's master and one of the capital's prodigies, had suffered such a crushing defeat. In the eyes of the crowd, Su Yin had lost this match in less than a minute. Lin Mu had utterly annihilated Su Yin in an instant. Countless apprentices stared fixedly at Lin Mu's figure, speechless. The martial arts masters gazed at Lin Mu on the stage, clad in casual attire, their eyes filled with profound shock. Even if they doubted his cultivation level, the scene unfolding before them proved his strength beyond doubt. The Lin Mu before them was a level 10 martial artist. Host dealt a crushing blow to opponent. Nuclear benevolence cultivation speed increased by 10%, strength increased by 1. Host completed the package deal, rewarded with 1 companion talent fragment. Victory favors the brave, wins +1, 11. With the system's notification, Lin Mu slowly raised his head. Below the stage, Su Yin had been helped to his feet. His face now bore no trace of his former arrogance and disdain. Instead, shock and fear toward Lin Mu now dominated his expression. In the martial arts era, strength reigns supreme. Even though Lin Mu hailed from a tiny, insignificant place, his talent was simply terrifying. This scene delivered a massive blow not only to Su Yin but also sent deep shockwaves through every single person present. Lin Mu's figure stood on the stage like a towering mountain, making countless apprentices dare not look him in the eye. They paid tens of thousands, even over 100,000, to train here. Yet here stood a man from the weakest northern province, proving himself beyond their reach. At this moment, Lin Mu's strength truly stunned everyone present. The steward immediately relayed the news to the dojo master. Inside his chambers, the martial arts academy master's expression abruptly darkened upon hearing that Lin Mu had effortlessly defeated even his own son, Su Yin. What? A look of stunned disbelief spread across the middle-aged man's face. He knew his son's talent and strength well. Even prodigies from the 7 great families could only hope for a 60-40 split, or at best a 50-50 matchup against him. Yet now, even his own son had been instantly defeated. Master, this boy came from Song City in North State. The steward recalled something and murmured softly. Song City, North State? The middle-aged man's brows furrowed as he quickly recalled something. I remember Qingbei University granted Song City 1 recommended admission spot this time. And the 7 great families sent representatives to compete for that spot. Because of this, many still mocked their family's prodigy, saying he was inferior yet had to go to such a backwater place to compete for that spot. But this time, the challenger who came to test our martial arts school hails from Song City. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, suddenly recalling someone. I've heard rumors of the Beast Wilderness uprising. The entire northern province is on high alert. The steward glanced at his master, his expression shifting slightly. Good heavens, he's here to tell the master that the young challenger is on the verge of success. If the young master isn't brought in soon, who among the younger generation of Manhwa Martial Arts Academy could possibly stand against him? Master, at this moment. The steward hesitated for a moment before speaking. But before he could finish, the middle-aged man cut him off with a wave of his hand. Go fetch Yuer. If possible, try to establish a friendly relationship with this youth. Hearing this, the steward nodded. Yes, master. Third floor. Lin Mu stood on the stage, his face expressionless. Is there anyone else from Manhwa Martial Arts Academy who wishes to step forward? From start to finish, he had not once drawn his martial treasure, choosing instead to fight barehanded. At his words, the crowd that had been boasting moments before all lowered their heads, unable to meet his gaze. Song City is truly blessed to have produced someone like you, a once-in-a-century talent. A martial arts master looked up at Lin Mu and said, My Manhwa Martial Arts Academy still has one more to emerge. Suyin remarked calmly, Your strength is truly terrifying. I admit I am no match for you. But from here on out, victory won't come so easily for you. Hearing Su Yin's words, everyone's thoughts turned to one person. Su Yuer of the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. One of the 4 prodigies acknowledged throughout the entire capital. All 4 possessed red-grade cultivation, and some predicted they would all break through to the 10th level at the start of the martial arts examination. By then, the martial arts examination of the entire Great Xia would be dominated by these 4. As for the rankings, it would be entirely up to the 4 of them to decide. And now, within the Windflower Martial Arts Academy, another such existence has emerged. A young level 10 martial artist. I'll be waiting for him. Lin Mu grinned widely before plopping down onto the ground. At this moment, Lin Mu was still challenging the Windflower Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, within the major families of the capital city. Having failed to secure the Song City scholarship spot, they were all preparing for the upcoming martial arts examination. As for Unyielding, even without the direct admission spot, she could still rely on the Liu family to enter Qingbei University for cultivation. Recommended students were exempt from the martial arts exam and could even enter prestigious institutions early to cultivate. With the martial arts examination approaching, everyone was making preparations. At this critical juncture, the uprising in Song City's Beast Wilderness had captured everyone's attention. The Zhang residence. Zhang Lingfeng watched the broadcast, a cold expression on his face. The Beast Wilderness has indeed erupted. Then Lin Mu has likely already left Song City under escort, heading for the provincial capital or even the capital city. Lin Mu, Song City. Both of those words were now a source of pain in Zhang Lingfeng's heart. This trip to Song City had not only shattered Liu Yuding's spirit but had left nearly every prodigy deeply shaken. No one could have imagined that such a tiny place could harbor talents rivaling the 4 demonic geniuses of the capital. What's more, the 7 prodigies themselves had nearly fallen at his hands. This humiliation was unbearable. Now that Lin Mu has arrived in the capital, he certainly won't participate in the martial arts exam. He must have already entered Qingbei University by now. Zhang Lingfeng twirled the pencil in his hand, his gaze fixed on the scenery outside the window. Mountains loomed tall in the distance, while clouds swirled like a giant serpent, a strange spectacle that vanished in an instant. Having come to the capital, Lin Mu, you've offended the 7 great families. We won't let you off so easily. Snap. The pencil in Zhang Lingfeng's hand snapped clean in 2 before he strode into the martial arts training hall. Manhwa Martial Arts Hall. Lin Mu's challenge to the dojo continued. After waiting impatiently for about half an hour, a graceful figure slowly entered the room. Seeing the newcomer, the gathered apprentices and martial arts instructors hurriedly made way for her. The newcomer was a woman of striking beauty, clad in sleek black martial arts attire. Her hair was pulled back into a single ponytail, and her eyes sparkled with intelligence. So you're the one challenging Manhwa Martial Arts Academy? Chapter 100, The Crimson Profession, Demon God. The woman was none other than Su Yuer, the eldest daughter of the Manhwa Martial Arts Hall's master. Tall and slender, Su Yuer possessed perfect proportions. Even in her black martial arts uniform, her figure was accentuated to perfection. Su Yuer arrived at the ring with a long spear slung over her back. So you're the one challenging our Manhwa Martial Arts Academy? Su Yuer stared at Lin Mu on the platform, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion. Lin Mu nodded. Come on then. Is this the last challenger your Windflower Martial Arts Hall has to offer? I hear you even took down my younger brother in seconds. Are you also a level 10 martial artist? Su Yuer stepped onto the stage, asking with interest. Yes. Lin Mu nodded again, offering no further explanation. Seems you're the first level 10 martial artist my age I've faced since my breakthrough. Su Yuer remarked coolly, I wonder how much weaker you are compared to those 3. I hope you won't disappoint me. With that, Su Yuer drew her long spear and assumed a fighting stance. I won't. Lin Mu grinned. Here it comes. As the crowd watched Su Yuer arrive, a glimmer of hope slowly ignited in their eyes. Ever since Lin Mu arrived to challenge the dojo and defeated Suyin, the group had felt hopeless, their confidence waning. But now, witnessing Su Yuer's arrival, hope reignited within them. This was Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies of the capital. And she had broken through to the 10th level. With her strength, this guy before them was bound to lose. Miss Yuer has broken through to level 10. It seems this contest will undoubtedly be hers to win. A martial artist remarked, a weight lifting from his heart. Exactly. Another agreed. Remember, even before Su Yuer broke through to level 10, she had already defeated all the prodigies in the capital with her level 9 strength, catapulting herself into the ranks of the 4 great demonic geniuses. Her combat prowess was peerless. Even before reaching level 10, Su Yuer had demonstrated extraordinary strength. Even the president of Qingbei University had declared that given time, Su Yuer would undoubtedly become another war god of the Great Xia Empire. Such high praise had only ever been bestowed upon one person. That person was none other than the current commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. On the stage, Su Yuer spoke calmly. Su Yuer, level 10 martial artist, red grade, demon god. Lin Mu, red tier, unranked martial artist. This time, Lin Mu finally revealed his profession. The moment the words unranked martial master were uttered, the expressions of those present shifted noticeably. He's actually an unclassified martial artist? No wonder, it makes sense now that he's not using any weapons. That profession is incredibly expensive. For this kid to make it out of Song City is no small feat. Countless eyes fixed on Lin Mu. Even though he had come to challenge the dojo, their attitudes toward him had shifted. From any perspective, Lin Mu shouldn't have been able to reach this level. Yet he had. An unranked martial artist? Su Yuer's eyes narrowed slightly. No wonder. Every red-ranked individual possesses immense potential. You have earned the right to face me. The words barely left her lips before Su Yuer struck. Swinging her long spear, she unleashed a devastating attack carrying immense power. Lin Mu dodged, and a thunderous crash echoed as Su Yuer's halberd slammed heavily into the ground. Immediately, Su Yuer raised her halberd again. A purple glow enveloped the weapon as it traced an arc through the air, crashing down toward Lin Mu's head. This time, Lin Mu did not choose to bare-handed block it. Instead, his hand moved swiftly, tapping the weapon case. A spear emerged from within. It was the 1,000 spears. For this contest, Lin Mu chose not to wield the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. With Lin Mu now armed, the contest officially reached its climax. The two clashed fiercely, their powerful forces colliding relentlessly. Yet with each clash, Su Yuer would retreat several paces before Lin Mu pressed forward. Witnessing this, a martial arts master offered an explanation. This man's strength slightly surpasses Miss Yuer's. The moment these words were spoken, faces immediately paled. Does that mean this youth has already broken through to the 10th rank? It's possible. A martial arts master nodded in agreement, for in every clash of power, Lin Mu always held the slight upper hand. Though her explosive power fell short of Lin Mu's, Su Yuer's eyes betrayed no trace of panic. A minor disparity in strength hardly constituted a weakness. Besides, a red grade practitioner relied not solely on brute strength, but on their awakened abilities. Demon eyes. Su Yuer's low command echoed as violet radiance suddenly drifted from her eyes. Even her nostrils exhaled purple mist. Spiritual energy surged within Su Yuer, rolling like a tide and gathering throughout her limbs and bones. Purple mist continuously rose within her body, then seeped out through her skin. A malevolent and formidable power suddenly swept across the entire arena. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, stepping back to create distance between himself and Su Yuer. Another transformation skill? Watching Su Yuer like this, Lin Mu felt speechless. Why did every single red quality opponent he encountered possess this ability? He didn't possess such a ridiculously cool ability. Without hesitation, Lin Mu unleashed his charge step, closing the distance to Su Yuer in an instant, leaving her no chance to transform. Transformation, huh? Lin Mu thrust his spear forward. The spear shot out like a dragon, its chi and blood surging from the spearhead, carrying terrifying might as it charged forward. Trying to interrupt me? Ridiculous. Seeing this, Su Yuer's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk curling her lips. Her palm clenched abruptly, transforming the surrounding purple mist into a layer of energy that instantly blocked Lin Mu. Invincible during transformation, huh? Lin Mu froze, feeling the resistance at the tip of his gun. The next second, he abandoned his attack and retreated. Lin Mu was speechless. Did this guy have an invincibility frame during his transformation? As the purple mist reabsorbed into Su Yuer's body, a faint purple aura now shimmered around her. Lin Mu knew her transformation had succeeded. Su Yuer's once clear eyes had now turned a deep purple, and the long spear in her hand was enveloped in a layer of violet light. Lin Mu grasped his spear, channeling his spiritual energy to unleash his martial art, shattering 1,000 armies. A faint aura of blood energy instantly enveloped his body. Thus, both combatants unleashed their martial arts and abilities, clashing once more. Su Yuer stepped forward, her speed now twice as fast as before. Within mere breaths, she stood before Lin Mu. Lin Mu thrust his spear forward, while she swung her halberd with fierce force. Their attacks collided, resulting in a deadlock. Miss Yuer in her transformed state can only match his strength? Witnessing this, the martial artists felt a fresh wave of astonishment.
Chapter 101, Who Won?
On the stage, Su Yuer, now in her demonic state, far surpassed her previous self in both offense and defense.
This demonic state was the very power that had awakened within Su Yuer from the very beginning.
This ability laid the foundation for all her accomplishments today. Yet her opponent, Lin Mu, seemed to possess a similar special ability. After all, Lin Mu was also a red-grade martial artist. Though he held no official title, given his extraordinary accomplishments, few powerful individuals would look down upon the title-less martial artist profession. Moreover, the class a martial artist awakens to merely represents their potential ceiling. Throughout the history of Great Xia, several blue and purple grade martial artists had reached the 70th level. Purple mist exhaled from Su Yuer's mouth. Her eerily alluring eyes constantly radiated a murderous aura. She swung her long spear, driving her arm forward. Her hand slid along the shaft to grip the spearhead, wielding it like a giant axe as she hurled it toward Lin Mu. Purple energy surged upward as the long spear transformed into a blade, striking with sudden force. The immense power compressed the air, causing countless spectating apprentices to feel a momentary suffocation. Merely watching, one could sense just how immense the power unleashed within this clash truly was. Lin Mu did not dodge, instead swinging his own spear. As he moved, the faint mist of vital energy around him gradually turned crimson. Then, like a ferocious beast unleashed, he drove his spear forward.
Boom! The two attacks collided, unleashing a powerful force that sent invisible shockwaves rippling through the air. Both bodies were sent reeling backward. Without hesitation, they charged at each other once more. The overlord state granted by shattering 1,000 armies continuously enhanced Lin Mu's combat prowess with each battle. Moreover, Lin Mu now possessed the bonus of 30 strength points. Not only that, but he was already at level 11, bolstered by 2 major stat bonuses. Lin Mu's spear crashed down with thunderous force. His arms pressed downward with fierce, overpowering might, unleashing a violent explosion of power before Su Yuer. Feeling this terrifying force, Su Yuer, in her demonic state, showed a hint of shock in her eerie purple eyes. Demon battle armor. Su Yuer bit her red lips, knowing she could no longer hide. With a low shout, the purple aura surrounding her instantly transformed into a layer of violet radiance, then solidified into armor that encased her body. This demon battle armor? This is the new power Miss Yuer gained after breaking through to the 10th level. Who would have thought this brat could push Miss Yuer to such extremes? Countless martial artists witnessed this scene, their faces immediately contorting with shock. He actually forced my sister to reveal her trump card. Su Yin's brows knitted tightly together, clearly startled by Lin Mu's current display. What on earth did this guy eat to grow up like this? Emerging from such a tiny place, he could actually fight my sister to this extent, and even seemed to have reserves left. At this moment, Lin Mu gave everyone only one impression, unfathomable. For from start to finish, his face bore an expression of utter ease. Whether facing Chu Liang, the first to step forward, or Su Yin, or even Su Yuer standing before him now. It seemed as though no matter who stepped forward, they could neither affect nor intimidate him. After all, Su Yuer was widely acknowledged as one of the 4 demon prodigies. This year, only these 4 prodigies stood shoulder to shoulder in the entire capital, a testament to their extraordinary talent. Yet now, facing Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies, this man's face showed not a trace of emotion, his eyes even holding a hint of ease. What kind of confidence must one possess to display such an attitude? As the armor enveloped Su Yuer, Lin Mu could sense her aura surge once more, now closing in on his own level 11. Yet Lin Mu remained unflustered. Social anxiety has maximized enhancement for the host. Never give up, host's opponent has activated second form. Host gains 50% boost to strength and speed. With the boost from these 2 traits, Lin Mu's strength and speed surged dramatically once more. Boom! Lin Mu took a single step forward, propelling himself like a miniature cannonball towards Su Yuer. The sheer speed displayed caused a hint of astonishment to flicker in Su Yuer's eyes once more. But with this level 10 ability activated, Su Yuer's confidence swelled to unimaginable heights. You're no match for me now. Su Yuer's jade-like hand gripped the long spear tightly. A layer of purple aura enveloped the weapon, instantly transforming it into a demonic armament. Su Yuer swung the halberd, its demonic energy surging outward. The weapon seemed to grow immense in midair, expanding to several zhang in size. Lin Mu raised his spear, its tip flickering. The faint blood energy instantly thickened several-fold, forming a crimson spearhead that slammed into the halberd. Boom! A tremendous force erupted, scattering the demonic energy from the spear. The sheer power of the impact sent Su Yuer reeling backward rapidly. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Mu charged forward once more. Among the spear techniques he mastered, only the 1,000 Army Breaker proved most formidable despite being a 4th-grade martial art. But it was, after all, a system-bestowed technique. Su Yuer steadied herself and met Lin Mu's charge once more. This guy forced even Miss Yuer to unleash her second ability, yet he remains in this state himself. A martial master spoke up, utterly stunned by Lin Mu's strength. Just you wait. Miss Yuer won't go down so easily. Indeed. With that demonic armor, ordinary attacks won't shatter it easily.
Not to mention, the enhancement alone far surpasses other martial artists. Another martial artist added. No one dared entertain the worst-case scenario. That Su Yuer would lose. The door to the third-floor room slowly creaked open as a middle-aged man stepped inside. Standing on the platform, the man's cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu and Su Yuer on the arena. The butler followed close behind the middle-aged man, his gaze fixed on the arena as well. This kid's got some real talent. To come from Tsang City and make it this far. The butler's eyes held a hint of admiration. It's not just some skill, he's exceptionally talented. The middle-aged man remarked indifferently, this match won't last much longer before a winner is decided. The butler looked up at the middle-aged man. Master, who do you think will win? Tell me, who do you hope wins? The middle-aged man countered. Master, this old servant naturally hopes the young lady prevails. After all, she is the face of our Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. The steward replied. Hearing this, the middle-aged man remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the two figures in the ring. Seeing the lack of response, the steward seemed to have guessed the answer. A hint of disappointment flickered in his cloudy eyes. Thud. At that moment, a dull thud echoed from the ring. All eyes were instantly drawn to the source. Chapter 102 Huh? A cloud of dust swirled up from the stage. Beneath that sound, a figure was sent flying backward. Swish. All eyes instantly darted toward the stage. A dazzling purple figure arced through the air, crashing heavily onto the edge of the platform. The demonic armor on his body was shattered, most noticeably on his chest, revealing the black martial arts robe beneath. Witnessing this scene, everyone present leapt to their feet from their seats. No one could believe that Su Yuer, one of the four prodigies and the eldest daughter of the Manhwa Martial Arts Hall's master, had been defeated by an outsider. And this outsider wasn't even from a place like Lingzhou, merely hailing from the minor northern province. The combined impact of all this was immense, utterly unbelievable. Cough cough. Su Yuer lay on the ground, too weak to resist as her demonic armor slowly faded away. Purple spiritual energy transformed into nourishment, replenishing her body and easing her discomfort. On the other side, Lin Mu stood holding his spear, his aura dissipating. He remained rooted to the spot, silently observing Su Yuer. Shall we continue? Lin Mu asked, his hand gripping the spear. Su Yuer rose from the ground, gripping her long spear tightly with one hand to steady herself. Her black martial arts uniform remained relatively intact, though her fair face was pale, clearly the result of overexerting her spiritual energy. Su Yuer shook her head. Whether this duel continued or not was now meaningless. She had already lost. She looked at Lin Mu, her eyes now clear once more, filled with unprecedented shock and disbelief. Why didn't you activate your second state? Su Yuer asked. She couldn't believe that even an 11th level martial artist couldn't stand against her when she unleashed her second form. Even a casual strike could unleash a force of 2,600 Jin. Yet despite this enhancement, she still lost to Lin Mu. This was what she couldn't comprehend. Since her awakening, Su Yuer had remained undefeated. Even when facing the other three prodigies of equal caliber, she had only managed draws. Yet now, facing this man named Lin Mu, she hadn't even grasped his true strength. Indeed. After clashing with Lin Mu, she could sense that the man before her had absolutely not unleashed his full power. The confidence she had cultivated over the past 3 months had not been shattered by losing this match to Lin Mu. Su Yuer's father ran a martial arts academy and had taught her from childhood that there were always people more skilled than oneself, and that the heavens held limitless possibilities. Even if one were invincible in this world, one must still maintain the mindset of an apprentice. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Su Yuer slowly exhaled. Why are you so powerful? Su Yuer asked again. As the words left her lips, everyone present understood. This contest Su Yuer had lost. The eyes of countless apprentices dimmed, as if the belief they had long pursued had crumbled. Many martial artists felt a lump in their throats, unable to breathe, yet their eyes held more curiosity toward Lin Mu than anything else. At this moment, the youth who had emerged from Tsang City only deepened their fascination. How had this youth achieved such formidable strength? Su Yuer's question echoed the very thoughts on everyone's mind. The middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, his cloudy eyes betraying little emotion. Master, you guessed correctly. The steward sighed. The middle-aged man chuckled. Only someone like this is worthy of my daughter. At these words, the butler froze in surprise. Ha! The butler's face was filled with confusion. The middle-aged man said no more. On stage, listening to Su Yuer's words, Lin Mu sheathed his spear, then crossed his arms, deep in thought. After about 30 seconds, Lin Mu spoke up. Perhaps, it's because I've invested more talent and sweat. The remark left everyone present momentarily stunned. They'd expected some boastful speech from Lin Mu, but instead, this kid was just pretending. This kid is way too full of himself. A martial master's forehead veins bulged as he clenched his fists tightly. This won't do. I demand to teach this brat a lesson. Many apprentices were dumbfounded. They'd imagined countless possible responses, but never expected him to say this. I only saw talent and sweat, but I didn't see Su Yuer took a deep breath, forcing herself not to get angry at him. You're strong, you have your reasons. I won't get angry. Not angry. Huff. Su Yuer exhaled another breath of stale air, no longer bothering to argue with Lin Mu. She said indifferently, since you came to challenge the dojo, you succeeded. Among the young generation at Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, I am the strongest. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Thanks. The faces of the others turned green. You're quite the polite one, aren't you? You come to challenge us, win, and then thank us? If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Remember where I'm from Sung City. Lin Mu stowed the 1,000-barrel rifle into its holster, closed it, slung it over his shoulder, and prepared to leave. The name Sung City was etched deeply into everyone's memory. Wherever this place was, after today, its name would likely spread throughout the entire martial arts circles of Shangjing. Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, ranked among the top 3 in all of Daxia, held a status beyond question. And now, this youth from Sung City had successfully challenged and defeated them. Hold on. At that moment, a calm voice called out to Lin Mu. Recognizing the familiar tone, some turned toward the source of the voice and saw a middle-aged man standing at the entrance. Master. Upon recognizing the figure, the martial artists and apprentices present all bowed their hands in respect. Father. Suin hadn't expected his father to show up. Dad. Su Yuer's face showed little emotion. Lin Mu halted and turned to face the man. I knew you wouldn't get away unscathed. Lin Mu shook his head. Having come to challenge the dojo, he was mentally prepared for this. His reputation was already established. Whatever happened, he could accept it. Esteemed senior, what brings you here? Lin Mu inquired. My name is Su Shangfeng. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. I don't recognize the name. Lin Mu shook his head. Though the name sounds familiar. Su Shangfeng's lips twitched involuntarily. The others present also found it somewhat unbelievable. This kid really must have come from a tiny backwater. How could he not even recognize Su Shangfeng, one of the 10 martial saints of the Great Xia Empire? I am the headmaster of Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. You come here to challenge our academy, yet you don't even know the headmaster's name? Su Shangfeng's brow furrowed slightly as he glared at Lin Mu. If you don't recognize me, then surely you know this person. Who? Lin Mu looked at him and asked. Su Wei. Chapter 103 Su Wei's Entrustment. The moment the name Su Wei was spoken, Lin Mu's pupils suddenly contracted. Your surname is Su. Lin Mu stared intently at the owner of Manhwa Martial Arts Academy before him, murmuring the words. Correct. You've likely guessed my connection to Su Wei. Su Shangfeng spoke calmly, a hint of a smile suddenly appearing on his expressionless face. Follow me. You come too. MHM. Su Yuer nodded. Those present watched as Lin Mu followed the master away, their expressions growing increasingly complex. Wow, so this kid dared to challenge the dojo and ended up kicking his way right into his own home? TSK, this is going to be quite the show. Stop overthinking it. This guy's name will echo throughout the entire capital by tomorrow. Yeah, with the martial arts exam just 2 days away, suddenly having someone like this appear. I bet the entire exam hall will be buzzing. The martial arts masters present all murmured among themselves. The apprentices watched Lin Mu's departing figure, their eyes filled with a mix of envy and respect. To martial masters, Lin Mu was a prodigy, but lacking sufficient strength, they might not hold him in high regard. But for these apprentices, it was different. Most of them were set to take the martial arts exam in 2 days. Facing such a formidable presence, even breathing felt difficult. Following Su Shangfeng to a room, before they even stepped inside, Su Shangfeng called out to his daughter. Wait outside for a moment. Miss, please wait a moment. Said the butler. All right. Su Yuer nodded. Lin Mu, come in with me. Su Shangfeng led Lin Mu into the room. As soon as the two left, Su Yuer asked curiously, Uncle Feng, what's the story with Lin Mu? Why did father bring him in the moment he mentioned Uncle Wei? Miss, I'm afraid I don't know the details. The butler shook his head. He truly knew nothing of the matter. All right. Su Yuer sighed in resignation and didn't press further. Inside the room, Lin Mu surveyed the displays filling the space, a series of trophies and medals, first place in the National Martial Arts Tournament, city-level competitions, and even an award for successfully clearing a top-tier secret realm. Everything here served as undeniable proof of the man before her, his formidable strength and his standing in the capital. Su Shangfeng sat on the sofa and gestured for Lin Mu to take a seat as well. Lin Mu accepted the invitation without hesitation, taking his seat across from him. Since you know Su Wei, then you don't know who I am? Su Shangfeng asked, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Lin Mu shook his head. He genuinely had no idea who the man before him was. Had the others in the academy not referred to him as the headmaster, Lin Mu would never have known his identity. It seems that after leaving the Su family, he truly severed all ties with them. Su Shangfeng remarked indifferently, suddenly sounding somewhat wistful. No, if he truly intended to sever ties with the Su family, why would he seek me out? What business did Senior Su have with you? Lin Mu inquired. Naturally, it was to ask me to protect you. Su Shangfeng replied nonchalantly, then shot Lin Mu a disapproving look. I never imagined the one who kicked me out of my martial arts academy would be that brat he trained. Ha! Lin Mu scratched the back of his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Well, your challenge served its purpose, at least it showed me your true strength. Su Shangfeng said. He wasn't lying. You're worth the resources of my Fenghua martial arts school to cultivate. At these words, Lin Mu froze in surprise. He hadn't expected that after leaving Song City, Senior Su had already paved a path for him. In that moment, Lin Mu felt an even deeper gratitude toward Su Wei. Senior, do you know how Senior Su is doing now? Lin Mu inquired. Communication between Song City and the outside world has been severed. Su Shangfeng replied. No one knows the current state of Song City, but some martial artists have already arrived there. The Abyss hasn't activated its sealing domain yet, so Song City should still be safe for now. Hearing this, Lin Mu's heart remained heavy. It was only temporarily safe. Young man, this is the signing fee for my Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Su Shangfeng slid a bank card toward Lin Mu. Take this card. From now on, you are a member of my Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Regardless of your reputation, wherever you go, the shadow of my Fenghua Martial Arts Academy will follow. I see your talent. If you don't fall, my Fenghua Martial Arts Academy will surely rise to new heights under your influence. Su Shangfeng spoke these words without much emphasis. Across the vast land of Daxia, only 4 prodigies had emerged this year, and Lin Mu had defeated one of them. His innate talent, needless to say, would undoubtedly surpass even these 4 prodigies. Lin Mu's future standing would be nothing short of monumental. Accepting Lin Mu was also a tremendous opportunity for the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Gazing at the bank card on the table, Lin Mu ultimately chose to accept. Alright, one more thing. Su Shangfeng watched Lin Mu take the bank card, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Lin Mu couldn't shake the feeling of impending trouble. You have earned the right to be Yuer's husband. Pack your things, we're arranging your betrothal. Su Shangfeng declared. Sure enough, the moment those words left his mouth, the water Lin Mu had just swallowed shot straight back out. Put. Lin Mu blinked, staring at Su Shangfeng, whose face had darkened before him, feeling completely dazed. Master Su, you're not joking, are you? Marriage is a serious matter. Your daughter is so outstanding, and with my background, I'm simply not worthy of her. Lin Mu hastily declined. Director Su, why don't you ask your daughter? You could also reconsider me. Watching Lin Mu's refusal, Su Shangfeng's brow furrowed slightly. Is this your way of rejecting the proposal? Or are you saying you don't think my daughter is good enough for you? Su Shangfeng's cloudy eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu before him. Mr. Su, you know as well as I do that marriage is a serious matter. Lin Mu looked mortified and hurriedly added, so. Enough. Su Shangfeng waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell on the subject. This is Su Wei's decision, not mine. I merely admire your talent, regardless of family background. A refusal is a refusal. When someone like Su Shangfeng spoke such words, it signified his approval of Lin Mu becoming Yuer's husband. Unfortunately, the other party had refused. In truth, Su Shangfeng hadn't anticipated Lin Mu's refusal. Thank you for your understanding, Curator Su. Lin Mu gave a slight nod. Discussing marriage was still too premature for him at this stage. Besides, Lin Mu closed his eyes slightly, choosing not to dwell on it further. Yuer is also a student at Qingbei University. Now that you've become a member of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, you two will be able to support each other. Su Shangfeng remarked calmly, I'm not trying to set you two up. Life at a prestigious university isn't as simple as you imagine. I understand, Master Su. Chapter 104 News Spreads. Good to hear you understand. Su Shangfeng nodded. By the way, the admission token Qingbei University left in Song City for its recommended students, it's on your person now, right? Yes. Lin Mu made no attempt to conceal it. Then why are you still taking the martial arts exam? Su Shangfeng inquired. Yes, I will. Lin Mu nodded. The martial arts exam is held within the advanced secret realm. Participants earn points by slaying demonic beasts. The higher the points, the higher the ranking. Su Shangfeng explained calmly. After the martial examination concludes, rankings are first determined at the provincial level. Then, the points are consolidated for the 9 provinces ranking. With your strength, securing a top 3 spot should pose no difficulty. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked. Director Su, only the top 3? Yes. Su Shangfeng nodded. But it's not entirely certain. Cooperation is allowed during the martial examination. It's possible the remaining 3 prodigies have already formed alliances. So the rankings are unpredictable. Got it. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement, having grasped the gist. As for what I mentioned earlier, you needn't give it another thought starting today. Su Shangfeng said at that moment. The moment those words left his mouth, Lin Mu instantly understood what he was referring to. Get lost. Su Shangfeng waved his hand, signaling Lin Mu to leave. Well then, Director Su, I'll be going. Lin Mu tucked away his bank card and departed. Pushing open the door, the butler smiled and nodded at Lin Mu. Take care, young friend. MHM. Lin Mu replied politely in return. Su Yuer gave Lin Mu one last lingering look before stepping back into the room. Dad, you wanted me? Sit down. Su Yuer sat down on the sofa. Her father asked, how much of his strength do you think Lin Mu still has left untapped? At least 50%, Su Yuer replied after a moment's thought. Su Shangfeng's gaze abruptly shifted. His cloudy eyes held a look of profound shock. Facing his daughter who had unleashed her full power, this guy had still held back at least 50% of his strength? Dad, he never once revealed his second ability to me. Su Yuer stated, moreover, without resorting to any class abilities, purely in a strength contest, I'm no match for him. Lin Mu's cultivation level is at least peak level 11. At these words, Su Shangfeng's expression shifted. He was genuinely stunned. Only 3 months had passed. Even his own daughter, ranked among the 4 great prodigies, had only just broken through to level 10. Such terrifying talent was required to achieve this level within just 3 months. Even the most esteemed figures in Great Xia today had achieved only this much at their age. Yet Lin Mu had far surpassed them. Even the current commander of the Dragon Guardian army hadn't reached the peak of level 11 at this age. This kid. The shock in Su Shangfeng's eyes lingered for a long time. No wonder he dared to confront the prodigies of the 7 great families and defy Hong Chang of the Hong clan. Su Yuer lifted her head, staring at her father in utter disbelief. Dad, you mean Lin Mu actually fought the prodigies of the 7 great families? Yes. Su Shangfeng made no attempt to conceal the truth, recounting every detail of the events that had unfolded in Song City to Su Yuer. Su Wei had informed him of all this, otherwise Su Shangfeng wouldn't have sought to recruit Lin Mu. As she listened to her father's words, the initial part seemed manageable, but the latter part sent shockwaves through Su Yuer. He defeated the prodigies of the entire North State one after another, and even consecutively defeated the prodigies of the 7 great families. No wonder he dared to challenge the dojo. Now Su Yuer understood why Lin Mu possessed such audacity. Yuer, what do you think of him? Su Shangfeng suddenly asked. I haven't interacted with him, Su Yuer shook her head. All she knew was that Lin Mu was an unquestionably top-tier prodigy. He entered Qingbei University alongside you. Moreover, he's offended the Lu and Hong families. It's likely he's crossed every other major clan as well. Su Shangfeng remarked indifferently, the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy is backed by one of the families, but if the 7 great families unite, it's anyone's guess. Yuer, since you're with him now, if the Lu family's young heiress causes trouble later, remember to stand up for him. Hearing this, Su Yuer looked puzzled. Dad, he's just an insignificant person. He is no insignificant person. Before she could finish, Su Shangfeng cut her off with a raised hand. He was brought up by your Uncle Wei. Within the entire Su family, aside from your 3rd uncle, he and I are closest. Now that his fate is uncertain, his trusted descendant has been entrusted to me. Naturally, I must look after him. Su Shangfeng said calmly, besides, with his talent, it's only a matter of time before he rises. Befriending him will naturally bring you immense benefits. Alright, father. Su Yuer nodded, understanding. MHM. Su Shangfeng hummed in acknowledgement. Dad, about today's matter. Su Yuer turned her gaze back to him. First, contain the news. Just tell the outside world that someone came to challenge the dojo and won. Su Shangfeng instructed, just don't reveal who won. Understood. Su Yuer nodded. Having grown up under her father's influence, she didn't place much importance on winning or losing against Lin Mu. Even if her mindset had shifted slightly, it didn't affect her overall composure. Lin Mu left Fenghua Martial Arts Academy with the bank card and returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, news had already spread throughout the entire capital. The moment Lin Mu stepped out, news of his challenge spread like wildfire. In an instant, the martial arts circles of all Shangjing were abuzz. As one of the top 3 martial arts academies in Daxia, Fenghua Martial Arts Academy rarely faced challengers. In fact, it had been decades since the last challenge. And now, Fenghua Martial Arts Academy had been challenged. This news caused an uproar. The elite warriors throughout Shangjing could all guess one thing, the challenger was certainly not some great master, but a young martial artist. After all, the master of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy is one of the 10 martial saints of the present age. Who would dare challenge such a formidable establishment? Soon, news of Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies being defeated, spread like wildfire throughout the entire Great Xia. This confirmed the martial artist's suspicions, a young martial artist had indeed challenged the academy. Yet this still sent shockwaves through countless martial artists. After all, Su Yuer's status as one of the 4 prodigies was universally acknowledged throughout the capital. Moreover, within the vast expanse of the Great Xia, the innate talent and strength of these 4 currently lived up to the title of the 4 prodigies. Yet now, one of the 4 prodigies, Su Yuer, had been defeated. Just how terrifying must the talent of this challenger be? The Fenghua Martial Arts Hall has not revealed the identity of the challenger, but he may make an appearance during the upcoming martial arts examination. With the martial arts examination just 2 days away, this news sent shockwaves through the ranks of participating martial artists, heightening their anxiety. Chapter 105, The Martial Arts Examination Approaches. Only 2 days remained until the martial arts examination. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Mu first registered online for the martial arts examination, becoming one of the participants in the examination held in Zhengzhou's capital city. The exam's format was straightforward. Participants would enter a vast secret realm to hunt demonic beasts and earn points. It was worth noting that for the first 20 minutes after entering the secret realm, participants were forbidden from engaging in combat within the inner perimeter. Only after 20 minutes had passed could martial artists engage in combat within the inner perimeter. In the outer perimeter, however, combat was permitted at any time. The primary scoring method for the martial arts exam was still based on points earned from hunting demonic beasts. The number of martial artists participating in the exam was immense, and the cutoff scores for each academy were quite high. Inside the hotel, Lin Mu glanced at Su Nange beside him, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. After the martial arts exam concluded, he was certain to enter Qingbei University. But Su Nange before him could only remain here. She wouldn't be entering Qingbei University. And to this day, Lin Mu still didn't know her true identity. If he rashly allowed her to take the martial arts exam. "Do you have an ID card?" Lin Mu asked. "No." Su Nange shook her head. After spending so many days online, she had long since grasped what modern society was like. "I wonder if students from Qingbei University can bring someone in." Lin Mu stroked his chin. It seemed he'd have to wait until after the martial arts exam to ask someone from Qingbei University. Otherwise, he'd have to find a place to stay near Qingbei University. After completing his martial arts exam registration, Lin Mu returned to his room and began extracting entries. Infinite entry extraction in progress. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Turning the Tide. Turn the tide. At the brink of death, the host's physical injuries heal, spiritual energy replenishes, and strength and speed increase by 50%. Note, this skill cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. Seeing this entry, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. "Ha? Is this a goddamn resurrection skill?" Lin Mu's face lit up with joy. Among his remaining 10 skill slots, none offered such a life-saving ability. With this skill, he could practically run wild against opponents of the same cultivation level. After all, if he encountered a high-level martial artist, he wouldn't have enough lives to spare. Only 2 days left until the martial arts exam. Since we're hunting beasts for points, I should stock up on arrows. Lin Mu's gaze swept over the arrows stored in his storage ring. With divine archery at his disposal, Lin Mu wasn't worried about his arrows missing their mark. He feared only that he might run out. "This is perfect. I can also see how much signing fee the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy gave me." Lin Mu picked up his phone, where a message stood out prominently. "Shandong Bank, Manhwa Martial Arts Academy has transferred 50 million yuan to your account." 50 million? Lin Mu was stunned. The signing fee was this high? 50 million yuan for a signing fee. Converted into vitality points, that was a whopping 500 points. What did 500 points of chi blood mean? It meant Lin Mu could now reach level 20 in a single step. After level 10, every 20 points of vitality equaled 1 level. 500 points of vitality placed him squarely within the realm of a level 20 martial artist. After level 20, a warrior requires 2,000 vitality points to reach level 30. The higher the level of the martial artist, the more vitality points are required. But this also signifies that one's own strength is gradually growing stronger. After reaching level 40, martial artists gain the ability to fly through the air. Not a single level 40 martial artist exists in the entire city of Tsang. Still so far away. Lin Mu's eyes, once filled with excitement, slowly dimmed before returning to calm. Strength could only be gained step by step. The crisis Tsang City now faced was one Lin Mu might only be able to contend with once he reached level 70. The path to greater strength demanded patience. Pocketing the 50 million, Lin Mu resumed his online shopping for steel arrows. This time, he bought 100 arrows outright. This transaction consumed 100,000 Great Xia coins. Host has spent 100,000 Great Xia coins, gaining 1 point of vitality. Early the next morning, Lin Mu received the steel arrows delivered by the Martial Arts Association. He stowed them all into his storage ring. With the martial arts exam approaching, Lin Mu packed his belongings. Now, he was fully prepared and ready to go, awaiting the arrival of the martial arts examination. As the day drew nearer, with only 1 day remaining, the martial arts examination was about to commence. News of Lin Mu challenging the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy had already spread throughout the entire capital. Countless factions were secretly investigating who had gone to challenge Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Yet without exception, none knew the truth. Some speculated whether it might be one of the 4 prodigies. After all, the 4 prodigies had never truly fought each other, and none had revealed their ultimate cards. Could it be that one of these 4 prodigies had gone to Manhwa Martial Arts Academy to challenge Su Yuer to a duel, won, and kept it secret from outsiders? Such speculation was far from rare. But as the investigation unfolded, it became clear the challenger wasn't one of the remaining 3 demon geniuses, it was a martial artist from another province. This revelation sent shockwaves through the martial world. Countless factions speculated which province's prodigy it could be. At this critical juncture, challenging Manhwa Martial Arts Academy was an act whose intent could not be more obvious. Moreover, this individual intends to participate in the martial arts examination. Wasn't this a blatant attempt to make a stunning debut? But since they were entering the martial arts examination, once it began, everyone would soon discover just how terrifying this individual truly was. Before long, the day of the martial arts examination arrived. Lin Mu carried on as usual, clad in casual clothes bought from a street vendor, a large weapon case strapped to his back. After bidding farewell to Sunange, he departed. Before a vast mountain range in the capital city. A vast expanse of bare land stretched across the mountain range, paved entirely with blue stone slabs. The area was as large as 3 or 4 football fields. In the sky, a rhombus-shaped crystal stone glowed, suspended in the void. The clearing was packed with students gathered for the martial arts examination, along with numerous personnel in martial association uniforms. The prodigies from Shangjing's 7 great families and various other factions, along with the city's native populace, were all present. I can't wait. I wonder how many of the 4 demon prodigies will actually show up for the martial arts exam. Wow, he actually challenged Manhwa Martial Arts Academy and won. Where did this guy even come from? Unbelievable. For such a prodigy to emerge from another province is truly astonishing. The topic on everyone's lips was the challenge the Windflower Martial Arts Academy had issued just days prior. The incident had caused quite a stir. As the martial arts exam commenced, everyone gathered together, discussing nothing else. I reckon they'll show up. After all, they've secured guaranteed admission spots at the top academies. It wouldn't make sense for them to skip facing a prodigy of their own caliber. Exactly. Lin Mu arrived at the plaza wearing a slightly worn casual outfit. Finally here. Not too late. Chapter 106, The 4 Prodigies. The martial arts exam site was packed with people, thousands as far as the eye could see. Among them were not only seniors from Shangjing High School, but also apprentices from various martial arts academies. In this world, not everyone remained in school to study martial arts knowledge. Some chose to train directly in martial arts academies until the age of 18, then take the martial arts examination. Such individuals tended to be slightly stronger than their school-trained peers, having been immersed in martial arts training from a young age. Of course, the advantage was only marginal. After all, even in Shangjing, let alone other provinces, it was impossible for everyone to train at top-tier martial arts academies like Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. The teachers within the schools are all martial artists themselves. Everyone started from the same baseline. The true watershed moment came when each individual's awakening occurred. Lin Mu stood in the vast plaza as people trickled in one after another. The sun overhead was still low, having just risen around 7 in the morning. It's the 7 great families. What's the big deal? It's perfectly normal for the 7 great families to send representatives to the martial arts exam. But wait, why are they all here? I heard the 7 great families went to North State a month ago to compete for the recommended admission spots at Qingbei University. Looking at this now, it seems none of them secured a spot after all. How could that be? Many were utterly astonished. As the weakest of the 9 provinces, North Province had never produced particularly strong martial artists. Only this year's Su Shaoqing could hold his own against the prodigies of the 7 great families. I heard Su Shaoqing from North State is quite formidable. Could he be the one who secured the admission spot? It's possible. Well, this Su Shaoqing really is formidable. Meanwhile, the arrival of the prodigies from the 7 great families also drew considerable attention. Amidst the crowd, Lin Mu turned his head and glanced at the 7 figures. Well, they've recovered rather quickly. These 7 truly lived up to their noble lineage. Despite being severely wounded by Lin Mu and the beast wastes, they had recovered remarkably well in such a short time. The 7 great families were led by the Lu clan. Unyielding naturally led the group, guiding the other 6 onto the square. Unyielding, who do you think challenged Manhwa Martial Arts Academy? Asked the prodigy of the Hong family. I have no idea, Unyielding shook her head. In my opinion, this fellow must be some demonic being from a certain province, who has remained hidden from the world until today, when he finally revealed himself. Mo declared with solemn earnestness. Get lost, get lost, get lost. The prodigy from the Feng family rolled his eyes at Mou and snapped. Who the hell didn't know that? He didn't need to say it. Gentlemen, once the martial arts examination concludes, Lin Mu will also be heading to the capital. Zhang Lengfeng remarked indifferently. At the mention of Lin Mu, the smiles that had graced their faces instantly turned cold. With his guaranteed admission spot, he's probably already in the capital, enrolled at Peking or Tsinghua University by now. Another prodigy spoke up. The debt of the beast wastes must be repaid. One prodigy clenched his fists tightly, his voice filled with rage. The name Lin Mu, and the man himself, had been etched deep into the minds of all 7. To put it bluntly, they yearned to exact revenge on Lin Mu, but they needed the backing of their families to do so. Facing Lin Mu directly? They dared not. The shadow of defeat still haunted them. As long as he remains in the capital, he'll be easy to deal with. One of the prodigies remarked coldly, his voice icy. We have plenty of time. Indeed, there's plenty of time. Unyielding remained silent throughout, her clear eyes holding only cold indifference. Lin Mu was nothing but a lone figure. Compared to the Lu family, he was insignificant. What good was his talent? A prodigy is only worthy of the title if they survive to the very end. Just then, Unyielding caught sight of a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Sis Unyielding, what's wrong? Mu asked. Nothing. Someone's figure looks a bit like Lin Mu. Unyielding said indifferently. Sis Unyielding, you're under too much pressure. Zhang Lengfeng shook his head. Lin Mu is a recommended student. He won't be taking the martial arts exam. He's smart. He wouldn't waste his time taking the martial arts exam. The others remained silent. True, Unyielding nodded. The reasoning made sense. After the prodigies from the 7 great families of the capital arrived, the subsequent arrival of 3 more individuals sent shockwaves through the crowd. Good heavens! The 4 demon prodigies have actually arrived. The moment these words were spoken, countless eyes in the crowd turned toward the outer perimeter of the square. 3 figures approached, none other than the 4 prodigies universally acknowledged throughout the capital. The missing member of the quartet was none other than Suyuer. Even all 3 of them have come? Zhang Lingfeng watched their figures, a hint of surprise in his eyes. I'd almost forgotten, doesn't the challenger also need to take the martial arts exam? Mu remarked, their presence shouldn't be surprising, right? Damn, the pressure just got even tougher. With them here, we're definitely not going to finish first or second. The Feng family prodigy wore an expression of helpless resignation. These 4 prodigies possessed terrifying strength and were originally guaranteed spots without needing to take the martial arts exam. Now, thanks to that guy, all 4 of them have to take the martial arts exam. I suppose they're here to test that person's skills. One prodigy remarked. That's for sure. They're all incredibly gifted. Even with their special status, they want to see just how strong this person is who defeated the daughter of the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall's master. He's definitely beyond our capabilities. Joking aside, as direct descendants of the 7 great families, they were well aware of the 4 great prodigies' power. The fact that someone could defeat Suyuer, one of the 4 prodigies, was proof enough of just how terrifying that person's strength truly was. Oh, and we almost forgot about that guy. This thought only deepened their headaches. During the martial arts exam, combat was prohibited for the first 20 minutes, but after that, anything went. What's there to fear? Now that Sister Unyielding has broken through to level 10, the 7 of us combined against the 4 demon geniuses alone, they might not stand a chance against us. Zhang Lengfeng declared. Securing our ranking is absolutely no problem. That's true. The martial arts exam didn't prohibit teaming up. After all, the goal is to hunt demonic beasts for points. Not everyone possesses such terrifying natural talent. Otherwise, the Great Xia Empire wouldn't be struggling so hard against the Abyss and the Wasteland. So these are the remaining 3 prodigies. Lin Mu observed the trio, his eyes showing little reaction. He was now eager to see if any first-tier demon beasts lurked within the secret realm of the martial exam. If so, he could earn power points and victories to claim rewards. After all, the rewards provided by the system were Lin Mu's primary objective. After another 2 points had passed, a middle-aged man in uniform from the Martial Arts Association spoke up. Everyone present? Chapter 107, the martial arts exam begins. The rules of the martial arts exam are simple: hunt demon beasts to earn points. For 20 minutes prior to the exam, no fighting among fellow candidates is permitted outside the arena. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification and revocation of exam eligibility. The uniformed man stood atop a tall platform, his voice calm and measured. His resonant voice carried clearly to every ear. Within this high-tier secret realm, all demonic beasts in the outer perimeter are below first tier. The inner perimeter, however, is entirely populated by first-tier demonic beasts. This martial arts examination permits team formation. After 20 minutes, combat restrictions are lifted. The examination lasts 90 minutes. After 90 minutes, the secret realm will transport all living participants outside. Before the exam begins, each of you will receive a bracelet. Activating this bracelet will signify the premature end of your exam. The bracelet's function is to transport you out of the secret realm, remove you from immediate danger, and record your points. 4 demon beasts below tier 1, regardless of rank, each one slain grants 20 points, recorded in your wristband. For first-tier demon beasts, each one is worth 60 points. After the middle-aged man finished explaining the precautions, he instructed his subordinates to begin distributing the bracelets. Lin Mu received one to a jet-black electronic device. Lin Mu slipped it onto his wrist. Alright then. Here's wishing everyone a successful outcome. As the middle-aged man finished his final words, the massive rhombus stone overhead began to glow. A vast glow instantly enveloped the entire plaza. Immediately afterward, a door materialized in the center of the plaza. Enter. The crowd began moving toward the door in an orderly fashion. It's begun. Unyielding and her 6 companions all stepped inside at a brisk pace. One by one, people entered the secret realm. Lin Mu, bringing up the rear, followed suit. As darkness enveloped his vision, followed by a sudden burst of light, Lin Mu found himself abruptly transported to another realm. This realm bore little difference to the outside world, save that it was entirely surrounded by mountains and forests. Several other figures were scattered around him. Looks like it's random, he murmured. Lin Mu scanned the area, noting that they weren't gathered in groups of thousands, and murmured to himself. Defeating members of your own faction yields no points. Staying on the periphery is a waste of time. Without hesitation, Lin Mu decided to head toward the inner perimeter. Hey, you alone? Wanna team up? Just then, a man clad in martial arts attire approached Lin Mu and asked. No thanks. Lin Mu shook his head in refusal. For him, teaming up would only waste time and require looking out for teammates. Bro, this place is dangerous. 2 people can watch each other's backs. Seeing Lin Mu's refusal, the man urged again. Didn't you find anyone before the martial arts exam? Lin Mu stopped and asked. No. The man shook his head. Oh. Lin Mu no longer looked at the other man and turned to walk toward the inner enclosure. Fine. Seeing Lin Mu refuse again, the man didn't press the matter further and continued approaching others to ask. At that moment, outside the secret realm, in a room on the plaza, several screens stood upright, displaying the students currently participating in the martial arts examination within the secret realm. Seated within the room were the principals of various schools in the capital city, along with representatives from the Martial Arts Association. Representatives from the 7 great families were present, along with elders from the 4 great prodigies. Gathered in the room, they watched the movements of their respective young disciples on the screens. As for the others, they were utterly beneath their notice. Master Yu, even your own Yulonghai has come to participate in the martial arts examination this time. A certain powerful figure spoke up, a hint of amusement playing on his face. Spare me the banter. Didn't your own St. Chi Martial Academy's young master come too? Ha ha ha. 3 of the 4 prodigies have arrived. Their purpose here is surely to find the one who defeated Su Yuer, isn't it? The 3 huddled together, their voices low. These 3 were, of course, the powerful figures from the families behind the 4 prodigies. Their respective family heirs all held guaranteed admission slots to the top martial arts universities. Their participation in this martial arts examination was precisely to uncover that individual. Speaking of which, the challenge to the Manhwa Martial Arts Hall was truly unexpected. A middle-aged man clad in martial arts attire spoke up. Let's observe first. See what this person's true strength is. Someone with such innate talent certainly won't remain in the outer ranks. At that moment, the footage revealed. The 3 prodigies didn't linger long in the outer circles before heading toward the inner ones. They saw no point in wasting time on these low-tier demon beasts. Killing 3 of these low-tier beasts only yielded the points equivalent to 1 first-tier beast. Within the secret realm, the outer perimeter wasn't particularly distant from the inner circle. Traveling at full speed, it took only about 10 minutes to reach the inner perimeter. Lin Mu had already entered the inner perimeter. Roar! The moment he stepped into the inner perimeter, a beastly roar echoed in his ears. Looking up, he saw a wolf demon snarling at him. Judging by its aura, this demon beast had barely reached the first stage. A pair of blood-red eyes flashed brightly from the thicket. Instantly, the ground trembled slightly as the beast charged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu drew his 1,000-foot bow, nocked an arrow, and drew back the string in one fluid motion. Spiritual energy surged within him, flowing from his dantian and merging into the arrow. In the next instant, Lin Mu abruptly drew back the bowstring. The fully drawn bow erupted with terrifying force. The steel arrow shot forth like a streak of light, instantly piercing toward the wolf demon. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the arrow struck the wolf demon's body and detonated instantly. The immense force instantly inflicted severe wounds upon the wolf demon before him. This works! Lin Mu's face lit up with delight. A single arrow had taken down a first-tier demon beast. Lin Mu delivered a crushing punch, instantly finishing off the dying wolf demon. Host has slain a Tier 1 wolf demon. Nuclear virtue gains 1 point of strength. Host completed the hired gun demon beast hunting quest, obtaining 1 companion talent fragment. Victory favors the brave, wins plus 111. After slaying the wolf demon, Lin Mu's lips curved upward slightly as he read the system notifications. Good. Killing a Tier 1 demon beast was indeed effective. At first, Lin Mu had only intended to test the waters. Now that he saw the beasts here could also increase his stats, Lin Mu let loose completely. With 90 minutes to spare, I wonder how many beasts I can slaughter. Lin Mu murmured to himself before plunging into the inner circle, commencing his hunt. He didn't need to worry about his spiritual energy or stamina. If his energy depleted, he could simply let the demon beast beat him into a near-death state. In this place, as long as he retained even a shred of strength, death was impossible. Lin Mu relied on the entries extracted from level 11 to slaughter everything in sight. Chapter 108, Demon Beast Hunt. Roar! A heart-wrenching roar echoed through the primeval jungle. The earth shook violently as ancient trees toppled under the beast's massive frame. Its blood-red eyes flashed relentlessly as it fled deeper into the darkness. This demon beast was a rhinoceros, its back now bearing a gaping wound that looked terrifying and bled incessantly. The beast fled frantically, while behind it, a terrifying power gathered. Escape? Like hell you can! Lin Mu drew his bow with a single fluid motion, releasing the arrow the instant his fingers snapped back. A sonic boom erupted. Boom! The arrow erupted from the bow with blinding speed, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye, piercing the dark form. With a thunderous explosion, the massive rhinoceros beast collapsed to the ground, its life force extinguished. A flash of light drifted into Lin Mu's bracelet as points were credited once more. Lin Mu stood with the 1,000-foot bow in hand, one foot planted firmly on the rhino's carcass. That's the fourth one already. Lin Mu scanned the thicket ahead. This area was already deep within the inner zone, where all the demon beasts encountered were within the first tier. However, Lin Mu had yet to encounter a level 1 demon beast that could rival a level 13 martial artist. Perhaps the beasts here were only comparable to level 10 martial artists at best. Less than 10 minutes had passed, yet Lin Mu's strength had increased by 4 points, and he had gathered 4 more fragments of his innate talent. Last time he had attempted fusion, but 10 fragments weren't enough. Now, with only 3 more beasts needed to gather 20 fragments, he could try again. As for his win streak, it had reached 15 victories. The martial arts exam had truly made Lin Mu rich beyond his wildest dreams. Fame and fortune, it couldn't get any better than this. Continue. Lin Mu pressed deeper into the inner arena. Having only attacked 4 times, the beasts hadn't yet reached the point of evading him. Outside the arena, a massive screen displayed the current rankings of the martial arts exam contestants. At the top of the list was none other than Unyielding. The remaining spots were occupied by prodigies from the other 6 Grey clans. The 3 prodigies, however, lagged behind them. Their objective was to head straight for the inner circle. Thus, the time spent rushing ahead had widened the gap between them and the others. The 3 prodigies weren't in a hurry to hunt beasts after all, they had guaranteed spots secured. Their purpose in coming to this martial exam was simply to find that person. A martial arts master remarked while watching the rankings on the screen. True enough, but judging by the current standings, that person hasn't made a move yet. Another martial arts master nodded, a hint of confusion in his voice. Just then, the martial artist who had spoken moments ago suddenly furrowed his brow. What's wrong? Look at that guy named Lin Mu. His ranking just shot straight up to 3rd place. Every time his points increase, it's by 60 points. At this remark, many people watching the screen nearby had their attention drawn. What? Is that even possible? Swish! Countless eyes converged on the screen. In less than a minute, this man named Lin Mu had added another 60 points to his score. His ranking shot straight to the top. The previous leader, Unyielding, had only 240 points. But the new leader, Lin Mu, now held 300 points. Gaining 60 points every time? This guy must be hunting first-tier demon beasts. As someone uttered these words in utter shock, countless eyes in the venue widened in disbelief. This guy was actually hunting first-tier demon beasts? And he wasn't even one of the 3 prodigies. There he is. This Lin Mu was the one who defeated Su Yuer. No doubt about it. Hunting first-tier demon beasts, and the one who challenged Fenghuo Martial Arts Academy. He's the one taking the martial arts exam too. We've finally found him. In that instant, Lin Mu's name spread like wildfire across the square. News of his slaying of a first-tier demon beast had already spread throughout the entire plaza. Inside the room, the powerful figures from the 7 Grey clans all flinched slightly at the mention of Lin Mu's name. 300 points already. At this rate, he must have either hunted a first-tier demon beast or gone on a rampage slaughtering lower-tier ones. One of the 3 prodigies, an elder, spoke up, surprise flickering in his eyes. Whether it's a first-tier demon beast or lower-tier ones, this youth's speed far surpasses everyone else. His strength speaks for itself. Another powerful figure remarked indifferently, I wonder where this Lin Mu hails from. Such innate talent is truly terrifying. But this world occasionally gives birth to a top prodigy, it's just that this one has only now emerged. Another took a more open-minded view. I can't wait to see what happens when this youth faces off against those 3. Attention returned to the secret realm. After slaying yet another demon beast, Lin Mu secured the top ranking. He himself remained unaware of this achievement, his mind focused solely on finding another demon beast to slay. Taking 3 minutes to kill a demon beast wasn't Lin Mu's limit, it was simply how long it took him to find one. This archery martial art does consume an excessive amount of spiritual energy. Lin Mu murmured to himself, feeling the significant depletion of spiritual energy within his body. He feared that another 3 or 4 demon beasts would drain his entire spiritual energy reserve. But he wasn't worried. In fact, this experience revealed the limits of his spiritual energy. Continue searching. Lin Mu ventured deeper into the inner circle and soon arrived at the edge of a cliff. Though called a cliff, the drop below led to a lake, and the sheer face itself was only about 30 meters high. Within the lake, a massive dark shadow lay submerged beneath the water. Above the lake, 3 demonic beasts lay sprawled in different directions. For demon beasts, what a hunt this has been. A faint smile touched Lin Mu's lips. He drew his blunt sword, temporarily stowing away his 1,000-foot bow, then leapt off the cliff's edge. Gripping the sword in reverse, he thrust it into the nearby wall. Using this leverage, Lin Mu landed smoothly. He then sheathed the blunt sword and retrieved the 1,000-foot bow once more. He drew the bowstring, nocked an arrow, and aimed at the beast before him. Then, spiritual energy surged, gathering within the arrow. The arrow's glow intensified as its power abruptly surged. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Mu released the bowstring, unleashing the terrifying arrow in an explosive burst. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the demon beast, still deep in slumber, was instantly jolted awake. The entire creature was blown back several meters. Roar! The deafening blast immediately alerted the other 2 demonic beasts. The beasts growled, their bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu before charging toward him. Bring it on! Lin Mu drew another arrow, aimed at the 2 beasts, and fired once more. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Mu, 3 figures were approaching through the nearby forest. I heard from the elders back home that there's a hidden demon king lurking in the lake ahead during this martial exam. Slaying it will grant a reward of 200 points. Chapter 109, 1 man against 4 demons. 200 points isn't exactly chump change. One of them remarked indifferently. That's just for 1 demon king. There are 3 other demonic beasts there too. If you do the math, that's another 180 points. The leader explained, there are other demon beasts scattered around. This demon king will also test our current strength. True. Points are secondary, the main goal is to enhance our strength. The other sword-bearing figure spoke slowly. As 3 widely acknowledged prodigies, they held little interest in the martial arts examination. Had it not been for the one who defeated Su Yuer, they wouldn't have participated in the martial arts examination at all. Compared to cultivating at a top-tier academy, taking the martial arts exam would only waste their time. I'm truly curious, just how powerful is that guy? Even Su Yuer couldn't stand up to him. One of them chuckled. Dressed in white robes, he held a feather fan in his hand. His jet-black hair cascaded over his shoulders, giving him an exceptionally refined appearance, like a scholar. Perhaps Su Yuer didn't unleash her full strength. It's possible. Another remarked indifferently. He wore black martial attire, a massive broadsword strapped to his back, his clear eyes gleaming with sharp intensity. Enough talk. When I find that bastard, I'll make him pay dearly. The sword-bearer declared coldly, his eyes carrying a hint of chill, as if harboring hatred toward the one who had defeated Su Yuer. Ah, Li Zhao, it seems you really do care for Su Yuer, huh? Hearing this, the man in white robes laughed heartily. The sword-bearer couldn't bear to look at him for even a moment longer. All 3 of them came from extraordinary backgrounds. The man in white was named Xiu Yi, hailing from the ancient martial arts family of Shangjing the Xiu clan. This lineage differed from the 7 great clans the Xiu family had always lived in seclusion, possessing terrifying depths of power. Among the current 10 martial saints, 1 hailed from the Xiu family. The rest of its disciples were also family members, each an exceptionally formidable presence. The man with the dagger at his back was Yu Longhai, a somewhat old-fashioned name, but he hailed from the 9 Dragons Palace, the largest merchant guild in Great Xia. His background speaks for itself. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the wealthiest young master in the Great Xia. As for the man bearing the sword, his name was Li Zhao. Li Zhao is the young master of the Holy Awakening Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 great martial arts academies. His innate talent is terrifying, and his background is equally formidable. None of these 3 came from humble origins. Each was born with a silver spoon in their mouth, blessed with boundless resources from birth. Yet reaching such heights at their age wasn't solely due to their vast resources. They were truly prodigies. Each year, the Great Xia Empire produces dozens of martial artists of red-grade quality. Yet those who rise above the rest are, without exception, prodigies among prodigies. Li Zhao remained silent. Only 3 people knew of his feelings for Su Yuer. I like what I like. That's all I'm saying. Not long after, Li Zhao spoke calmly, as for that man, when the time comes, I'll handle him personally. You two, don't get involved. Hearing this, Xiu Yi and Yu Longhai laughed heartily. We won't. We won't. As prodigies among their peers, the 3 had no rivals. Thus, they admired each other's talents, and their relationship remained fairly solid. One notable exception was that none of the 3, including Su Yuer, had applied to the same university. Instead, they had scattered, each entering a different top martial arts university. I wonder which university this fellow will choose after the martial arts exam concludes. Xiu Yi said slowly, fanning himself. That remains to be seen, but whichever one he chooses, it won't matter much. Yu Longhai remarked indifferently, after the martial arts exam concludes, the upcoming half-yearly provincial competition will commence. After the provincial competition concludes, the prodigies from each province will vie for rankings among the young generation across the entire Great Xia Empire.
We'll inevitably cross paths then.
The three continued their conversation as they made their way toward the lake. As they drew nearer, Li Xiao, sword on his back, suddenly halted. Seeing Li Xiao halt, the other two instantly grew alert, their auras flaring out simultaneously to ward off any potential trouble.
What's going on?
Yu Longhai asked, his hand already gripping his sword hilt, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Xiao Yi's robes fluttered gently, while a layer of spiritual energy rippled outward from beneath his feet.
There's movement to the south. It sounds significant. We're probably not the only ones here. Someone else likely made their move first.
Li Xiao relayed his discovery to the pair. Hearing this, Shui and Yu Longhai exchanged glances.
Then let's hurry over.
Right. With that, the three abruptly left their spot, abandoning their stroll and rushing full speed toward the commotion.
Their concern wasn't whether those people could handle the demon beasts.
Rather, they feared someone might snatch their points. At that moment, Lin Mu's battle with the three demonic beasts had reached a fever pitch. His body retreated relentlessly at breakneck speed, yet his hands never ceased their movements. Drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, all in one fluid motion. Several arrows, carrying terrifying force, skimmed the ground, leaving long trails behind them before crashing into the bodies of the three demonic beasts. After firing several arrows, Lin Mu's face visibly paled. His spiritual energy was nearly depleted, but the three beasts before him were also in poor condition. The three beasts now appeared gravely wounded, nearly matching Lin Mu's own condition. Whoosh! After this round of explosions, the three-headed beasts all froze in place, hesitant to strike again. Lin Mu took a moment to catch his breath. Looking at the three demon beasts before him, each bore wounds of varying sizes and severity. These wounds were all inflicted by arrows.
Looks like you three beasts are done for.
Lin Mu grinned, slinging the 1,000-foot bow over his back. A faint glow flickered from his storage ring, and a thunder-wielding spear materialized in his hand. Glancing down at the great serpent slowly revealing its crimson eyes in the lake, Lin Mu chuckled, "Don't worry, you're next." With that, Lin Mu unleashed his charge step.
Several black afterimages lingered behind as he instantly closed the distance to the three demonic beasts. Boom!
Lin Mu thrust his spear forward with explosive force.
Terrifying thunder surged from the shaft, striking one of the demonic beast's bodies. Boom! The immense force completely engulfed the beast.
It must be noted that while Lin Mu's arrows had their damage reduced, his other attacks were unaffected. With a 30-point strength bonus, his level 11 status, and the boost from social anxiety, Lin Mu's strength had long reached the peak of level 12, bordering on level 13.
This single shot instantly killed one of the beasts. As the beast fell, Lin Mu thrust his spear again, charging toward the remaining beasts.
At that very moment, the great serpent beneath the water ceased its observation and struck suddenly. Hiss! The massive serpent head erupted from the water, followed by a towering column of water crashing down upon Lin Mu's body. At the same time, the three fiends arrived at the lake's edge and witnessed this scene.
Chapter 110, Terrifying Power.
Hiss! Yu Longhai watched as Lin Mu was violently hurled backward by the water column erupting from the giant snake's mouth, unable to suppress a gasp of shock.
This water serpent is nearly level 12 and inherently ice-attributed. The force unleashed by that water column is incredibly potent.
Li Xiao observed the giant serpent submerged in the water and remarked calmly, "That force, if the three of us were to block it without our martial equipment, even a priest would likely be gravely injured. Then that guy must be in real trouble." Xiao Yi slowly fanned himself with his folding fan, observing Lin Mu being hurled away by the water column not far off.
That man is exceptionally powerful. He's already slain one of these three demon beasts and severely wounded the other two.
Li Xiao's gaze shifted to the remaining three beasts, a hint of astonishment flickering in his eyes.
He did all this? Xiao Yi now noticed this as well. Could this fellow be the one we're looking for? Yu Longhai remarked. That level of power is simply too formidable. Yu Longhai was startled and couldn't help but exclaim. Don't get nervous. Using other methods could achieve this too.
Li Xiao remarked calmly.
Let's hope he's not dead.
First deal with the demon beast, then kill this giant serpent before us. Xiao Yi glanced at the giant serpent on the water's surface before speaking.
Understood. Yu Longhai nodded.
The water serpent ceased its hissing, seemingly sensing another presence approaching. It turned its serpentine head, its pair of blood-red eyes fixing on Xiao Yi and his companions. A slender forked tongue flickered from its mouth. With eyes ablaze, the serpent suddenly shot out of the water, its massive body coiling as it surged toward the trio. Xiao Yi's spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, lifting his long hair and pure white robes into the air. Yu Longhai drew a broad axe from his back, a crimson glow enveloping his form. Li Xiao drew his long sword, preparing to meet the threat. The two surviving demon beasts slowly turned their bodies, fixing their gaze upon the trio.
Just then, a calm voice drifted from the nearby grass. Hey, I'm not dead yet, guys.
Hearing this, Yu Longhai and the others immediately turned their gaze toward the sound.
Not dead? Sounds like he's as lively as ever. I knew it.
This guy wouldn't go down so easily. Glad he's alive, he'll only fall to my hands. Their voices carried different tones. The water snake halted its movement, turning its head toward the direction where Lin Mu had been blasted away moments before. From within the grass, Lin Mu cracked his neck, brushed away the tangled weeds from his body, then emerged, dragging the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear by its side. Turning the tide triggered. Hostess physical injuries healed, spiritual energy replenished, strength increased by 50%, speed increased by 50%. With the skill's activation, Lin Mu's condition instantly returned to a state surpassing even his peak. As if sensing Lin Mu's aura suddenly return, the water serpent's enormous crimson eyes flashed with confusion. Ha! What the hell is wrong with this human? He just took a water column from me, and now he's back to being full of life? Li Xiao and his two companions fixed their gaze intently on Lin Mu. The two demonic beasts dared not keep their gaze on Li Xiao and his companions, instead focusing all their attention on Lin Mu. Lin Mu drew the 1,000-foot bow from his back, then retrieved the steel arrow once more. He drew the bowstring taut, channeling terrifying power into the arrow before releasing it. Boom! The arrow shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking one of the demonic beasts in an instant. The deafening roar startled Li Xiao and his companions. The demon beast was sent flying northwestward. Ha! This scene left Li Xiao and his companions utterly stunned. Had this guy just one-shot a first-tier demon beast? If we hadn't come, would he have gone solo here? Xiaoyi spoke up, his desire to intervene now significantly diminished. Let's see. Yu Longhai gripped his broadsword, watching Lin Mu draw his bow and knock another arrow. Li Xiao remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu. Lin Mu was ready. He released an arrow, needing no time at all. The arrow shot out with tremendous force, hurtling straight toward the still-living demon beast. Just then, the water serpent let out a deafening roar. A torrent of water erupted from its mouth, blocking Lin Mu's arrow. Boom! The collision instantly sent ripples crashing outward, spraying water droplets everywhere. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Looks like you're not so simple after all. Lin Mu swiftly sheathed his 1,000-foot bow, shifting to close combat. With a single stride forward, the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear in his hand erupted with terrifying lightning. Violet bolts of thunder coiled into a dragon, roaring as it charged toward the water snake. The serpent's ferocious eyes reflected the thunder dragon's form. It drew in a deep breath, then opened its gaping maw, unleashing a torrential water column. Boom! Seizing the moment, Lin Mu lunged forward, landing directly beneath the water serpent. As the saying goes, strike a snake at its 7-inch mark. Facing this water serpent over 10 meters wide, the old adage held true. A spear thrust forward, the razor-sharp blade of the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear slicing clean through the water serpent's massive scales. Blood gushed forth, and the serpent halted its attack. With no obstruction left, the thunder dragon crashed into its body the next instant. Boom! The water serpent's massive body was sent flying, crashing heavily onto the water's surface. Lin Mu, observing the demon beast ahead, immediately hurled the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear in his hand. Boom! Lightning split the heavens and earth as the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear instantly pierced through the beast's body. Then, Lin Mu pulled the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear from the beast's corpse and turned to attack the water snake lurking beneath the surface. Seeing Lin Mu's overwhelming ferocity, Li Xiao and the other two were utterly stunned. This guy, he's not human. Li Xiao, what did you say would happen if you got hit by that water snake's attack? Xiaoyi asked, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Mu, not daring to look away. Without any weapons, it would likely cause severe injury. Li Xiao replied. And if one had martial equipment? You'd still get hurt. After all, weapons are restricted within this secret realm. Only high-grade weapons can be brought in. Li Xiao answered again, in any case, if it were us, we wouldn't have handled it like he did. Monstrous talent. The word monster slipped from Yu Longhai's lips, a rare occurrence. Meanwhile, as Lin Mu battled the water serpent, the three prodigies stood by, observing. This scene had long been witnessed by the powerful figures behind the three prodigies outside, as well as numerous martial artists. The crowd couldn't believe it. This kid named Lin Mu was incredibly fierce. Initially, they hadn't realized he was fighting 3 demonic beasts alone. But now, as their focus converged on the 3 demonic fiends, they clearly saw Lin Mu battling 4 demonic beasts alone. Not only that, he had completely slain 3 of them, emerged unscathed, and still possessed enough strength to confront the last demon beast. The middle-aged man in the Martial Arts Association uniform stared intently at Lin Mu on the screen, his breathing becoming ragged. Starting now, investigate this Lin Mu. Find out exactly which province he's from and what his background is. I want the absolute clearest details. Chapter 111, Shocked Crowd. Within the Secret Realm. Lin Mu leapt high into the air, his 9 Heavens Thunder Spear erupting with thunderous roars. Its overwhelming power was impossible to withstand. Boom! Thunder crashed down from the 9 heavens, causing the entire lake surface to tremble violently. The world plunged into instant darkness. Though fleeting, the sheer force of the strike sent the entire lake water erupting violently. Countless droplets flew upward. The water serpent let out a feral growl, its jaws flashing cold light. Its blood-red eyes burned with an unprecedented murderous intent. Lin Mu swept his spear forward, parrying the strike, then a faint layer of blood energy surged around his body. Fourth-grade martial arts, shattering 1,000 armies. Lin Mu wielded his spear with consummate skill, fully exploiting every advantage of the weapon. Before long, beyond the thin layer of blood aura, a faint white glow began to emanate from Lin Mu's body. What is this? Li Zhao and the other two spectators were stunned by the sight. This man wielded both bow and spear. His awakened profession was now clear. A classless martial artist, likely at the red rank. Xiao Yi's gaze sharpened slightly as he spoke. A classless martial master? This guy's awakened class is actually a classless martial master? Yu Longhai remarked indifferently. That milky white aura emanating from him is likely the power of an unranked martial artist master of 100 weapons. Li Zhao remarked. No wonder the more I observe him, the stronger his power seems. Xiao Yi understood. After all, the current commander of the Long Yu army was also an unranked martial artist. Moreover, his awakened ability was also the master of 100 weapons. Yet the milky white aura of the former paled in comparison to that of the latter. He's following the same path as that person. No wonder he could awaken the master of 100 weapons. Yu Longhai finally grasped the truth. He's formidable. Even the three of us together might not stand a chance against him. Just then, Li Zhao suddenly spoke. At these words, Xiao Yi and Yu Longhai's pupils abruptly contracted. Had anyone else said this, they likely wouldn't have believed it. But the speaker was Li Zhao. Li Zhao's awakened companion talent was heightened senses. His senses were amplified, allowing him to perceive any danger with extreme acuity, his perception magnified several times over. It was precisely because of this that he had sensed the battle here even before they arrived. Yet now, from Lin Mu's body, Li Zhao sensed an utterly terrifying sense of oppression. Lin Mu was indeed their peer in age, yet the aura emanating from him was profoundly dangerous. He's dangerous. Li Zhao spoke, cold sweat slowly trickling down his forehead, beads as large as beans rolling down his cheeks. His reaction alone was proof enough of just how terrifying the Lin Mu before him truly was. The water snake screeched, its voice piercingly shrill, as Lin Mu's spear relentlessly pounded its body. The water snake's body was covered in scars, blood flowing uncontrollably. The entire lake's surface was stained crimson, yet Lin Mu's assault showed no sign of stopping. Die! Lin Mu leapt high into the air, the nine heavens thunder spear plunging toward the water serpent's massive head. Put! The razor-sharp spearhead plunged deep into the water serpent's skull. In an instant, terrifying thunder erupted from within its head. Boom! Amidst a spray of flesh, the water serpent met its end. Its massive body crashed heavily onto the water's surface, utterly lifeless. Lin Mu gripped the nine heavens thunder spear as he stepped down from the serpent's carcass. Li Zhao and the other two watched as Lin Mu effortlessly disposed of this boss-level water snake, leaving them utterly disheartened. You're too late. If you'd come earlier, I might have let you have it. Lin Mu remarked indifferently. May I ask, brother, are you the one who challenged the Fanghua Martial Arts Academy? Xiao Yi composed his expression before asking. Yu Longhai and Li Zhao's eyes locked onto him intently. Yes. Lin Mu nodded, making no attempt to conceal it. His reason for participating in the martial arts examination was clear: to make a name for himself, to bring fame to Song City, and to establish his own legacy. Only by achieving something unprecedented, becoming a true prodigy, could he ensure the Lu and Hong families dared not openly target him. Moreover, with Su Nange involved, he could also gain some leverage. So it is. Xiao Yi gently fanned himself with his feather fan, letting out an involuntary sigh. Who would have thought that on our very first meeting, you would leave us so profoundly impressed? Hearing the tone in their voices, Lin Mu blinked. So you are the three prodigies? Correct. Yu Longhai nodded. We came to this secret realm seeking the prodigy who defeated Su Yuer, but never imagined your strength would be this formidable. Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Li Zhao remained silent. Lin Mu's power far exceeded their expectations. They must remember that they themselves were already considered invincible at this stage. They were prodigies acknowledged by nearly the entire Great Xia Empire. Yet now, the man before them pressed down on them so heavily they could scarcely breathe. May I ask, sir, from which clan do you hail? Yu Longhai sheathed his broad sword and bowed respectfully. None. I am an orphan. Lin Mu shook his head. I left Song City to come to the capital for the martial arts examination. At these words, the expressions on the three men's faces froze instantly. From Song City? All three hailed from elite clans and knew exactly what Song City represented. Song City was a city in North State that didn't even have a single level 40 martial artist. Even merchant guilds like the Nine Dragons Palace refused to establish branches there. Learning of Lin Mu's origins, their reactions were nothing short of staggering. How could someone from such a backwater achieve such terrifying prowess? Outside, as they listened to Lin Mu's words on the screen, the numerous martial artists present were all stunned. Yu Longhai's elder stood with hands behind his back, his cloudy eyes brimming with profound astonishment. Remarkable, truly remarkable. From Song City, the elder remarked. I recall that Sang City has been completely sealed off by now, hasn't it? Li Zhao's elder spoke up. Sealed off it may be, but according to current intelligence, Sang City remains safe and sound. Xiao Yi's elder remarked indifferently. For this youth to emerge from such a small place and achieve what he has today, his talent is truly terrifying. Ha, this old man remembers decades ago, that one was just like him. Yu Longhai's elder laughed heartily. At the mention of that figure, the others present fell silent, their eyes reflecting profound shock. Even their professions are identical. The commander of the Dragon Guardian army, decades ago, had also relied solely on his own efforts to reach that unprecedented pinnacle. He was the most formidable warrior in the Great Xia Empire today. Even those overseas fellows pale in comparison to his might. Decades have passed, and now our Great Xia is poised to give birth to another who stands shoulder to shoulder with that legendary figure. The middle-aged man in the Martial Arts Association uniform observed Lin Mu's figure and remarked indifferently. Chapter 112 Never underestimate the young. Lin Mu's debut had delivered an overwhelming shock. His name now echoed throughout the entire plaza. Ranked first in the martial arts examination, his points soared to an astonishing 680. Such a point total had not been achieved by any martial arts exam participant in recent years. Consider that in recent years, the highest point total had barely surpassed 500 points. And that was achieved within just 90 minutes. Yet now, with less than half the time elapsed, who could possibly predict what his score would reach once the full 90 minutes were up? Lin Mu. The Lu family members stared at Lin Mu, who sat atop the rankings, their eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. Not just them, the Hong family members shared the same expression. This name had already been etched into the memories of the 7 great families. It was this man who had nearly killed their family's young generation. Who would have thought that after leaving Song City, he didn't directly enroll in Qingbei University but instead came to take the martial arts exam? The Hong family members murmured indifferently as they stared at Lin Mu's name on the screen. Outside, on this momentous day of the martial arts examination, countless people were also watching the event. Every household, and even various electronic devices, displayed the current rankings of candidates. Ha! The top spot is held by a stranger? Who is Lin Mu? Has another prodigy appeared in our capital? Such an unfamiliar name. How come I've never heard of this person? Countless people, upon seeing the name Lin Mu at the top of the rankings, wore expressions of bewilderment. His points had reached 680, completely outpacing the second and third places. Yet within the capital itself, no one had ever heard of this man. Inside the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, Su Shangfeng sat in his office, watching Lin Mu's current ranking on the screen. A smile spread across his face. Good lad. How long has it been? He's already reached 680 points. As the headmaster of Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, he hadn't gone to the square to watch the front lines of the martial arts exam. After all, his daughter hadn't even participated in the martial arts exam, she'd gone straight to Qingbei University. As for him, the father, he couldn't be bothered to watch the martial arts exam either. Su Wei was right. If you're going to take the martial arts exam, you take it to make a name for yourself. Su Shangfeng murmured, if Song City could still receive news now, Su Wei would be proud of you. Within the Lu residence, Lu Shaguan, usually composed, lost his temper for the first time. The room was littered with shattered objects, broken tables, exploded computers. Even the glass had shattered into dust, allowing the cold wind to blow freely into the room. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Shaguan's face twisted into a hideous grimace. Upon learning that Lin Mu had secured the top ranking with a staggering 680 points, his composure shattered completely. He never imagined someone from such a remote backwater could achieve this. He had assumed Lin Mu's talent was merely on par with the 4 great prodigies, nothing to fear. But now it was clear, Lin Mu was far from ordinary. The one who challenged Fenghua Martial Arts Hall a few days ago must have been him too. I should have seen it coming. Su Wei hails from the Su family, and Su Shangfeng of the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall is also one of them. Lu Shaguan clenched his fists tightly, a chill in his eyes. That bastard has shattered Yuding's Dao heart twice in a row. He's delayed my Lu family's grand plan. This bastard deserves no mercy. After venting his frustration, it was unclear how much time had passed before Lu Shaguan finally began to calm down. Very well. As long as he remains in the capital, it will be easy to target him. Once he's dead and Yuding's spiritual resolve is restored, the plan can proceed. The Hong family, the Feng family, the Lin family, and the remaining 3 clans. Upon seeing Lin Mu's ranking, the expressions of those who had journeyed to Tsong City together shifted dramatically. They never imagined this young man from Tsong City would rise to such heights. First place in the martial arts examination was now a certainty. Within the secret realm, Lin Mu observed the 3 figures before him. Upon learning their identities, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Gentlemen, are you going to make your move? At these words, Li Jiao immediately gripped his long sword, yet he did not strike. Fortunes change over time. Never underestimate a young man's potential. Li Jiao fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, his flushed face speaking volumes. Xiao Yi and Yu Longhai also showed no intention of attacking Lin Mu. The outcome had already been decided. Why would the three of them invite trouble? We're very curious to know which university you're heading to, brother. Xiao-yi inquired. I'm a recommended student at Qingbei University, Lin Mu replied calmly, then produced a token bearing the university's emblem. Seeing the token, the trio immediately understood. Then what's the point of you taking the martial arts exam? Yu Longhai was puzzled. If he was already guaranteed admission, why bother coming here instead of going straight to Qingbei University? What about you guys? Lin Mu countered. Wei. This question hit the three of them square in the chest. They couldn't very well say they'd come here just for him. We're just hanging out. Xiao-yi offered an awkward smile. Oh, well then, we won't disturb your stroll. Lin Mu gave a non-committal "oh" before turning and walking deeper into the inner enclosure. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, the trio instantly realized something. You're heading deeper in? Yes. Lin Mu nodded. I came to take the martial arts exam for more than just winning first place. Oh? Yu Longhai raised an eyebrow. I'm here for my city and for myself. Lin Mu looked at the three of them, his tone calm. The trio fell into a tacit silence, not uttering a single word. Lin Mu paid them no mind, walking straight out of the place. Seriously, beating people up is nowhere near as satisfying as slaying demonic beasts. This guy, he's ridiculously strong, and his reasons are just as absurd. Yu Longhai shook his head, watching Lin Mu's receding figure before suddenly grinning. Hey, Li Zhao, are you still planning to avenge Suyuer? This is a golden opportunity. Not right now, Li Zhao shook his head, then shot Yu Longhai a withering look. The three of us combined aren't his match. If I go for revenge, I'd just be asking for trouble. Ha ha ha. Yu Longhai and Xiao-yi burst into laughter. Come to think of it, though we're recognized as the four great prodigies of Great Xia, Lin Mu's emergence has made us realize there's always someone better out there, and the sky's the limit. Xiao-yi remarked indifferently. What? Are you afraid another guy like him will show up? Yu Longhai inquired. Not exactly, Xiao-yi shook his head. Yu Longhai didn't press further. This fellow's origins were shrouded in mystery. All that was known was that he hailed from the reclusive Xiao clan. The Xiao family had always kept a low profile, and what was known about them was limited. As the son of the head of a top-tier merchant guild like the Nine Dragons Palace, Yu Longhai knew far more than the average person. But when it came to news about the Xiao family, even he knew little. Xiao-yi had his reasons for speaking thus. Chapter 113, Fame Spreads. The martial arts examination had already progressed past its midpoint. Throughout the vast secret realm, everyone was hunting demonic beasts, striving to earn more points to secure admission into a better martial arts university. As time ticked away, participants began to be eliminated one after another. Not everyone was a prodigy blessed with Lin Mu's game-breaking attributes. Many, having reached their physical limits, lost the ability to fight the beasts and could only press their wristbands to leave the secret realm early. Moreover, 20 minutes had already passed in the outer perimeter, where duels were permitted. Because of this, some had already fallen to fellow candidates and departed the secret realm. At this moment, along the border between the inner and outer zones of the secret realm, several figures were locked in fierce combat with demonic beasts. Biting cold permeated the air, crystallizing into shards of frost that slammed into the demon beasts' bodies. Lu Yuding gripped her spear, charging at the demon beast before her. Zhang Lengfeng and the others shielded her from the other beasts. Boom! Lu Yuding's spear shot forth like a dragon. At her level 10, dispatching these beasts not even reaching level 10 themselves was effortless. After swiftly dispatching the beasts before them, Mou shook her hair and couldn't help but ask, Sis Yuding, shall we head into the inner circle for a look? No. Lu Yuding declined. The inner perimeter was more dangerous than the outer one. Not to mention she had just broken through to level 10. Even the three prodigies wouldn't dare claim they could stay in the inner circle for long without teaming up. Moreover, Lu Yuding was the only one at level 10. Mou and the others hadn't reached that stage yet. Entering the inner zone would mean having to look out for them, making it a losing proposition. The inner zone isn't suitable for us. Zhang Lengfeng stated calmly. He lifted his head, gazing at the vast mountain range ahead. That was the inner circle, where first-tier demon beasts roamed. Rumor had it demon kings existed, their creatures comparable to human cultivators at levels 12 or 13. They weren't even a match for first-tier demon beasts, let alone facing a demon king. I wonder where I'd rank now. Lu Yuding remarked indifferently, her voice tinged with curiosity. Top 4 is guaranteed, said the prodigy from the Hong family. Those three prodigies may be powerful, but they're facing first-tier demon beasts. They can't match us taking down these sub-first-tier creatures. Sis Yuding, you're absolutely in the top 4. That's sufficient. Lu Yuding murmured softly. We have 20 minutes left. Let's hurry and hunt these beasts. After a brief rest, the 7 resumed their demon beast hunt. Meanwhile, deep within the inner circle, Lin Mu had already carved a path through the beasts. The entire mountain range trembled with the sound of battle. Host defeated a tier 1 wolf demon. Core virtue gained 1 strength point. Host completed the hired gun demon beast hunting quest, obtaining armor powder X1. Victory favors the brave, wins plus 125. Boom! As Lin Mu's searing blade descended, the tiger demon beneath him died instantly.
Awesome! That's 25 wins in a row now.
Lin Mu's face beamed with joy as he stared at the rewards from the 3 entries, his grin stretching wide enough to reach the sky. Since entering this realm, his nuclear goodness had only possessed 30 points of power, yet it now surged by another 14 points. Core Virtue could claim 2 rewards. Moreover, the fragments for the companion talent had been collected, beginning to yield armor powder. Furthermore, Victory Favors the Brave had also reached 25 wins. Lin Mu was utterly thrilled. Calculating the time, there were now less than 20 minutes left before the secret realm ended. If he gave it his all, Lin Mu could certainly slay 5 more demonic beasts, bringing his total victories to 30. The rewards for his previous 21 consecutive victories had already been incredibly generous. He couldn't even begin to imagine the rewards for 25 victories now. There's still time. Keep going. Lin Mu sheathed the crimson sky sword and began climbing the mountain once more. Roar! The entire inner ring echoed with the roars of demonic beasts. The beastly roars pierced the heavens and earth, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. The martial artists who hadn't yet departed were all drawn to the scene, lifting their heads to gaze at the mountain range at the very forefront. What? What's happening? It's the inner perimeter those beasts are roaring. What's happening? Why are so many beasts roaring? Countless martial artists remained unaware of what was unfolding within the inner circle. Meanwhile, the 3 prodigies remaining in the inner zone to hunt demon beasts, Li Xiao and his companions knew exactly what was unfolding. Is this guy planning to wipe out every demon beast in the entire mountain range? Xiaoyi looked up toward the depths of the mountain range, listening to the beast roars echoing from within. His face was flushed with embarrassment. Yu Longhai shook the blood sacrifice from his blade, his face thick with astonishment. He's practically a superhuman. Li Xiao remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. They say fortune favors the bold. But the combat prowess this guy was displaying now was truly terrifying. The 3 of them considered themselves prodigies among prodigies. Reaching level 10 within 3 months already placed them above 99% of their peers. Yet in this man's eyes, they looked like complete greenhorns. How did he manage this? Is there no limit to spiritual energy? Xiaoyi was genuinely curious about this. A level 10 martial artist could already use spiritual energy to replace blood energy. In the realms beyond, blood energy was merely a number representing one's level. What truly mattered was spiritual energy. Yet here was Lin Mu, merely a level 10 martial artist, relentlessly battling demonic beasts for over an hour without pause. You're forgetting he's awakened the 100 weapons master ability. Yu Longhai remarked, the sovereign of 100 weapons allows him to continuously amplify his strength during combat. In other words, even without using spiritual energy, the power he unleashes surpasses both yours and mine. You're a feather fan master, essentially a spellcaster. Your spiritual energy will inevitably deplete. As for me, I wield a Thunderblade broadsword. While my raw power surpasses yours, I ultimately still rely on spiritual energy to sustain myself. As for Li Xiao, well, he's a sword immortal. His potential far surpasses both of us, but his lower rank limits how much he can show. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi fell silent. Li Xiao remained utterly silent. In short, once this martial exam concludes, this man's fame will surely resound throughout the entire Great Xia. Yu Longhai gazed into the depths of the mountains, his clear eyes seemingly already catching sight of Lin Mu's figure. Outside, however, Lin Mu's current score had already caused an uproar. At this moment, the entire outside world was exploding with shock and awe. On the massive screen displaying the martial arts exam rankings, Lin Mu stood firmly at the top with 1,380 points, his position unshakable. Even the combined points of the second and third place contenders fell far short of what Lin Mu had achieved alone. Chapter 114, the entire Summer Realm is shocked. Ranked first, Lin Mu, 1380 points. Ranked second, Li Xiao, 520 points. Ranked third, Yu Longhai, 480 points. Ranked fourth. The top 4 spots on the leaderboard were occupied by the 3 prodigies, followed by figures like Unyielding. But the top-ranked Lin Mu had already stunned countless people. 1,380 points? How on earth did he manage that? Across the plaza, countless martial artists watched the scene unfold, their hearts churning with astonishment. That number was simply too dazzling. To date, in the entire history of the Great Xia Empire's annual martial arts examinations, no one had ever broken the 1,000-point barrier. Even the current commander of the Dragon Guardian Army had only barely surpassed 800 points in his day. And that achievement stood as an unparalleled feat, unmatched before or since. Yet now, that record of over 800 points had been shattered by 1,000 points. Is he really from Song City? The middle-aged man in the Martial Arts Association uniform stared intently at the screen, where Lin Mu was still battling the demon beast. His heart was pounding in his throat. This scene was utterly breathtaking. This is a prodigy. Yu Lamhai's elder remained speechless for a long time, able only to utter these 6 words. At that moment, the entire city of Shangjing was in an uproar. Lin Mu's points were simply too dazzling. Countless individuals and factions were now investigating his identity. Lin Mu wasn't exactly a public figure, but uncovering his identity proved surprisingly straightforward. Soon, the identity of the top-ranked candidate on the martial arts examination scoreboard emerged. An orphan since childhood, he hailed from Tsung City in North State. Raised in an orphanage until age 10, he then attended Tsung City Elementary School before awakening his profession during high school. While in Tsung City, when the university recommendation spots for Qingbei University were distributed, a martial arts official from Tsung City took him to challenge prodigies in other cities of North State and he remained undefeated. Now, this orphan had made a stunning debut, rising to prominence in the capital. As Lin Mu's background came under scrutiny, countless people were stunned by his origins. An orphan, emerging from a place as insignificant as Tsung City, had achieved such remarkable success. This story truly left countless people in awe. Everyone understood that after this day, his name would resound throughout the entire Great Xia. Within Qingbei University. In a private, detached meditation chamber. This is the reason I allocated the direct admission spot at Tsung City so it wouldn't fall into the hands of the Lu family, but instead went to some greenhorn. And then, someone who achieved such remarkable results? A middle-aged man clad in white martial arts attire stared at the screen displaying the current martial arts exam results, his eyes tinged with indifference. This man was none other than a powerful mentor at Qingbei University. He was the one who had deliberately assigned his reserved admission spot to Tsung City, specifically intending for the Lu family to receive it. Yet, an unforeseen error had occurred. Instead of going to the Lu family, the spot had been secured by a local from Tsung City. In truth, the spot had been internally designated for the Lu family. Yet no one could have imagined that such a talent would emerge from that tiny corner of the world. Lu Jiang, oh Lu Jiang, you've truly left me with a colossal dilemma. The middle-aged man sighed softly. With such extraordinary talent, this youth was destined to be his own student, securing the recommended admission spot. Yet who could have foreseen that a flaw would appear in this carefully laid plan? At that very moment, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the outer walls of the man's meditation chamber. The middle-aged man rose and stepped outside. Outside, a middle-aged man in uniform stood waiting. Lu Jiang, this is the guaranteed admission spot I secured for your Lu family. The middle-aged man looked at the visitor and said indifferently. The visitor was none other than Lu Shaguan. Lu Shaguan's face was icy cold, his eyes carrying a chill. On his way here, he had overheard at least 10 mentions of Lin Mu. When the time comes, you won't need to recommend Lin Mu personally. Simply place him in the admissions office for new students at Qingbei University. Lu Shaguan said indifferently. His visit was specifically to resolve this matter for the other party. Place him in the new student office? Hearing Lu Shaguan's words, the middle-aged man couldn't help but chuckle. If he causes trouble, how am I supposed to explain it? After all, the talent this young man displayed was more than sufficient to secure admission to any other top-tier institution. Even now, other elite institutions were likely strategizing what resources to offer to secure his enrollment. And with his guaranteed admission to Qingbei University, if he enrolled there, I would be his primary sponsor. If he simply dumped the student on the freshman affairs office, the president of Qingbei University would probably eat him alive. Then we won't teach him, Lu Shaguan said indifferently. As long as he remains at Qingbei University, my Lu family has our own ways of dealing with him. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was rendered speechless. Good heavens, this truly meant leaving the entire mess for him to handle. Lu Jiang, once this boy completes the martial arts examination, he will undoubtedly be the center of attention. He will receive the full support and cultivation of the Great Xia Empire. And you, the Lu family, dare to target him at this critical juncture? The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow. That's none of your concern, Lu Shaguan replied coldly. Focus on your theological studies. My Lu family will provide you with the support you need. When the time comes, you won't be left out either. Hearing this, the middle-aged man gave a faint smile. Very well. Lu Shaguan withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. Just as the middle-aged man had anticipated, the other top martial arts universities were in an uproar. 10 minutes, I demand 10 minutes. Bring forth every resource you possess. The early bird catches the worm. I'm heading to the plaza to wait for him first. Any terms are negotiable. Damn it, if this kid agrees to join my Mountain River University, I'll pledge my own daughter to him. Lingyi Martial Arts University offers a Saint-grade insight stone for this youth to study. Should he join us, he shall be admitted directly as a core disciple. It blew up. It absolutely blew up. Every top martial arts university in the Great Xia Empire was in an uproar. Upon learning of Lin Mu's current points tally, every powerhouse lost their composure. Even the military sent representatives to the square in the capital, preparing to recruit Lin Mu into their ranks. In an instant, countless powerhouses swarmed toward Shangjing. Meanwhile, inside the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall, Su Shangfeng's smile stretched so wide it seemed it might split his face. He was utterly overjoyed. Now that Lin Mu had signed with Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, no matter what happened, he was officially considered one of their contracted fighters. If those others wanted to recruit Lin Mu, they'd have to ask Manhwa Martial Arts Academy for permission first. Of course, Su Shangfeng had no intention of restricting Lin Mu's movements. Chapter 115, The Struggle. Deep within the inner sanctum of the secret realm, a milky white aura swirled around Lin Mu, his weapon gleaming intensely. The power radiating from his body caused the weeds on one side to bend over. Several demon beast corpses lay at his feet, their blood pooling across the ground. This 100 weapons commander is unexpectedly powerful. Feeling the power surging within him and his deepening understanding of the spear, Lin Mu was both astonished and delighted. Amidst his astonishment and delight, a faint smile touched his lips. It seems no red tier profession is as straightforward as it appears. When he first awakened this ability at level 10, Lin Mu had dismissed the 100 weapons commander as a useless skill. But now, it was clear that was far from the truth. Even without the transformation abilities of other red tier martial artists, the 100 weapons master could increase his weapon proficiency and enhance his strength during combat. That alone was sufficient. Lin Mu calculated that even without breaking through to level 11, his current burst strength was already comparable to that of an 11th level warrior. The only uncertainty lay in the skill's untapped potential. He understood deep down that this skill held far more potential than met the eye. I will undoubtedly secure first place in the martial arts exam this time. Then, I won't necessarily have to enter Qingbei University for cultivation. But the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army shares my profession. I wonder if he has awakened this ability as well. If they have awakened this ability, then Qingbei University is where I must go. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Only 5 minutes remain until the martial arts exam concludes. Glancing at the clock, Lin Mu's smile grew even broader. Participating in this martial arts exam had not only boosted his strength value to 50 points enough to claim 3 rewards, but he'd also gathered all the fragments for his innate talent and secured enough materials to upgrade his black armor. Not only that, but his winning streak under the victory favors the brave effect had reached 32 consecutive victories. This was a truly astonishing figure. With 32 consecutive victories under his belt, Lin Mu couldn't help but wonder what kind of reward awaited him. Alright, there aren't any more beasts to hunt around here. Then, let's leave. Lin Mu's lips curled into a grin as he pressed the bracelet. Meanwhile, on the plaza outside the secret realm, countless people were stunned. Just moments ago, several powerful auras had descended upon the square. And now, even more powerful figures were traversing the void in the sky, heading straight for this place. Every single person present was stunned. They knew all too well exactly who these powerful figures had come for. Swish! More and more examinees emerged from the secret realm. With only 5 minutes left before the martial arts exam concluded, the majority chose to leave the secret realm. On the plaza, the prodigies of the 7 great families had all departed this secret realm. Unyielding and the others sensed several powerful auras permeating the square, and their hearts skipped a beat. How did so many powerful figures suddenly appear here? Mou looked up at the figure yet to descend from the sky and couldn't help but speak aloud. The others shared similar expressions of astonishment, each tinged with different shades of shock. These powerhouses were few and far between across the entire Great Xia Empire, each a figure of immense power in their own right. Even the Dragon Guardian Army had dispatched a commander. Moreover, the top martial arts academies of the Great Xia Empire had dispatched figures at the level of vice principals. It could be said that nearly half of Great Xia's elite combat forces had now converged upon this place. Shadowy figures stood faintly visible within the void. For whom have these powerful figures come? At this moment, this was the first thought shared by all 7 of them. It seems a peerless prodigy has emerged. Zhang Lengfeng murmured under his breath. Today was the martial arts examination. The arrival of these elite powerhouses was undoubtedly for that prodigy. The 3 prodigies were undeniably remarkable, but not so extraordinary as to draw nearly half of Great Xia's elite warriors. After all, these warriors held high positions, some even guarding remote frontiers to prevent uprisings. Yet now, such masters had all gathered here. This alone showed just how terrifyingly gifted that prodigy truly was. If they're not here for the 3 prodigies, then it must be for the one who defeated one of the 4 prodigies. Unyielding remarked calmly, her mind racing with realization. Swish! At these words, the expressions of several people changed abruptly. Truthfully, even without Unyielding's words, they had already guessed as much. The 4 prodigies had long been recruited by several top-tier academies. These powerful figures couldn't possibly have come for them. Now, only one thing remained to be clarified. Old Lu, I never expected you to be here. Your Lu family usually stays hidden from the world. Why have you come forward today? An elderly man stood suspended in the void, observing the other elder before him, a figure clad in an ancient-style robe, hands clasped behind his back. He let out a hearty laugh. To see that prodigy. The old man known as Old Deer replied indifferently. At that moment, upon hearing the word Lu, the other powerful figures all turned their gaze toward the elderly man clad in the simple, ancient-style robe. He's the head of the Lu family, one of the reclusive clans? Who would have thought even he would show up today? TSK, as if there weren't enough powerful figures here already. Countless martial artists murmured. Li Su, your Mountain River University has already taken in enough prodigies this year. This one should rightfully be handed over to our South Sea Martial Arts University. Just then, a loud shout erupted from somewhere on the square. All eyes snapped toward the source, revealing the Vice-Chancellor of Mountain River University addressing the Vice-Chancellor of South Sea Martial Arts University. The crowd was once again stunned. Both men were formidable 80th level masters, prominent figures even within the Great Xia Empire. Moreover, both held the prestigious position of Vice-Chancellor at top martial arts universities, wielding immense authority. Yet now, they were bickering over a single individual. Damn you! Isn't recruiting Li Zhao enough for your Shanghai University? Does my Nanhai University have a prodigy like that? The Vice-Chancellor of Nanhai Martial Arts University spat out the words, showing no mercy. What the hell did you say? You want to take me on? The Vice President of Shanghai University, equally hot-tempered, immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. Fine. If I beat you, you'll damn well step down. The Vice President of Nanhai Martial Arts University nodded. Forget it. I'll let you off this time. Hearing this, the Vice President of Shanghai University waved his hand dismissively. Ha ha ha. The Vice President of Qingbei University laughed heartily. The other Vice Presidents from the top martial arts universities all laughed heartily at this. The scene had long since left countless people stunned and horrified. Simultaneously, their hearts were filled with excitement and realization. It seemed they were about to witness a scene unseen in the Great Xia for a century. Chapter 116, a scene like a vegetable market. Gentlemen, it seems all the elders are present. Just then, a hearty laugh echoed down from the sky. The numerous powerful figures present all looked up to see Su Shangfeng of the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy striding through the air, bowing respectfully toward them. Ah, the headmaster of Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Some nodded in acknowledgement upon recognizing him. As one of the top 3 martial arts academies in Great Xia, Su Shangfeng, its master, was naturally recognized by countless powerful figures. Moreover, Su Shangfeng was one of the 10 martial saints. Brother Shangfeng, it seems even you couldn't hold back any longer. A middle-aged man observed Su Shangfeng and spoke up. I haven't lost my patience. I'm just here to observe. Su Shangfeng waved his hand with a smile. TSK, don't pretend. We all know why you're here. A middle-aged man with a somewhat rough appearance clicked his tongue and remarked. Ha, Brother Wu is mistaken then. Su Shangfeng laughed heartily. Hearing this, the latter immediately averted his gaze, a cold sneer forming in his mind. You're practically undressing already, what's the point of pretending to be innocent? The elder from the Lu family, the other elder from earlier, and the top-tier experts present all cast a glance at Su Shangfeng. As the headmaster of the Wind and Splendor Martial Arts Academy, his purpose in coming here was crystal clear. Everyone present understood exactly who they had come for. The middle-aged man in uniform from the Capital Martial Arts Association looked at the gathering of powerful figures and let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Who would have thought a martial arts exam would draw out so many powerhouses? Ha ha ha, indeed. Li Zhao, Yu Longhai, and the 3 formidable figures backing Xiui also shared a resigned smile. They had all seen the pinnacle masters representing their respective factions. Yu Longhai's father stood resplendent in luxurious attire, radiating an air of nobility. A massive golden sword lay beneath his feet, while a golden ring spun behind him. Li Zhao's father, however, was far more low-key, standing quietly in a spot within the void, seemingly waiting for something. Xiuyi's father leaned casually against a tree near the square's mountain. There are so many powerful figures here. What kind of being could possibly draw so many strong individuals to court them? Zhang Lungfeng and the others were filled with anticipation. Who could it be? They're about to emerge. Only 4 individuals remain inside the secret realm now. The Martial Association representative announced. As the martial arts examinations time ticked away, only 1 minute remained until its conclusion. The area beneath the secret realm stone was now empty. Yet within the secret realm, several figures still remained unseen. Just then, a beam of light shot out from the secret realm stone. Beneath it, 3 figures slowly materialized. These 3 were none other than Li Zhao and his companions. We were so close to slaying that demon beast. Damn it! Yu Longhai was still lamenting the near miss of slaying the demon beast within the secret realm when he looked up and saw so many powerful figures. He immediately let out a string of expletives. What the hell is going on here? Why are there so many powerful people? Xiui, fan in hand, was normally a civilized man. Yet upon sensing the overwhelming aura of terror permeating the area, even he was utterly stunned. It's probably for that brother. Li Zhao sighed. Holy! Yu Longhai's face bore profound shock, leaving him speechless. His shock could only be described as holy. The powerhouses gathered here were beings ordinary people might never encounter in a lifetime, yet they were all present at this very moment. At that moment, the gazes of countless powerful figures were fixed intently upon the area beneath the secret realm stone. The countdown to the end of the martial arts examination had now begun. Just as all eyes were fixed there, a burst of rosy light crashed down behind Li Zhao and his two companions. Swish! Instantly, every pair of eyes in the area turned toward that spot. Unyielding and her 6 companions' eyes also shot toward the radiance, unable to look away. They all wanted to see who possessed such formidable influence that so many powerful figures would come to court them. The radiance descended swiftly, revealing a young man clad in casual attire, his body stained with blood offerings, appearing before the crowd. So many people. Lin Mu rubbed his eyes, surprised by the sheer number of people before him. Among them, he even spotted Su Shangfeng, the dojo master who hadn't arrived. What? When Unyielding and the other 6 saw the countless people waiting for Lin Mu, it felt like thunderclaps echoed in their minds, leaving their brains blank in an instant. None of the 7 could have imagined that the figure these powerful figures sought to court would be him. The very person they hated most. No, this can't be real. These big shots wouldn't possibly be after Lin Mu. Unyielding shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe the scene before her. Zhang Lingfeng and the others felt the same way. The moment Lin Mu emerged, the vice president of Shanghai University was the first to rush forward. Young man, come to our Mountain River University. I'll give you half of our university's resources. Before the vice-chancellor could reach Lin Mu, a bolt of lightning nearly struck him. A powerful, piercing thunderclap boomed before everyone's eardrums, nearly causing the weaker martial artists to faint. A glance revealed the attacker was none other than the vice president of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Old man, you're trying to steal our recruit. The vice president of Nanhai University roared angrily. You bastard, you dare to attack me. The vice-chancellor of Mountain River University launched into a tirade. Lin Mu, Nanhai Martial University is backed by the South China Sea, with limitless resources. The powerful demon cores required for late-stage martial artists? We can procure them all. Ignoring the other, the vice-chancellor of Nanhai Martial Arts University addressed Lin Mu. My Lingyi Martial University can also offer boundless resources to cultivate you, and even introduce you to the Imperial Guard. The vice-chancellor of Lingyi Martial Arts University also stepped forward. Nanchuan Martial Arts University matches their offers and doubles every single one of their conditions. Lin Mu, my Xingqi Martial Arts Academy can protect you as you grow into the strongest. The Deputy Academy Master will guard you personally, and all of Xingqi's resources will be at your disposal. The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy also spoke up. Li Zhao's face darkened. Even as the son of the academy's headmaster, he hadn't received such favorable treatment. Ha ha ha. Yu Longhai laughed heartily, patting Li Zhao on the shoulder. My Jiulong Palace can match that. Our resources are limitless, far surpassing even the top martial arts universities. Whatever quality martial treasures you desire, my Jiulong Palace can procure them for you. The smile vanished instantly from Yu Longhai's face. My Imperial Guard. My Lu family. The Xiu family. At that moment, the scene descended into utter chaos. Countless top-tier figures, vying for Lin Mu, brawled and bickered like they were at a vegetable market. Lin Mu, the very subject of their contention, stood utterly bewildered. But soon, he figured something out. A smile spread across his handsome face. This was all because of his own strength. Enough. Rather than bickering over this, why not first hear where young Master Lin Mu wishes to cultivate? At that moment, the Dragon Guardian commander, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The scene instantly fell silent, countless gazes converging upon this rising star. Chapter 117, The Martial Arts Examination concludes. As the Dragon Guardian commander's words fell, the room grew deathly quiet. Countless eyes fixed on Lin Mu, watching him intently to see how he would choose. Regardless of which academy he chose, or even if he decided to stay at a martial arts hall to train, he would receive top-tier resources for his cultivation. Lin Mu, naturally, would choose the academy best suited to him. The vice-chancellor of Qingbei University remained silent. Having learned of Lin Mu's identity and background, he deduced that this youth would undoubtedly be eligible for a direct admission quota at Qingbei University. But with his stunning performance in the martial arts exam, virtually any top martial arts university in the entire Great Xia Empire would welcome him. Thus, Qingbei University's reserved spot seemed utterly insignificant in comparison. Faced with the competition from various factions, Lin Mu did not respond immediately. Yet within his heart, the answer had already crystallized. Senior Su once mentioned that upon entering Qingbei University, there would be an opportunity to be introduced to the current commander of the Longyu army, that being who, like myself, has awakened as a martial master without a specific role. And the path I've chosen is the same as this great master's, the 100 weapons. Therefore, lifting his head, Lin Mu gazed at the assembled powerhouses and spoke slowly. The crowd was now filled with intense excitement and anticipation, all eager to know which faction Lin Mu would ultimately choose. Everyone, I still hold a guaranteed admission spot at Qingbei University, so, Lin Mu stated. Upon hearing this, everyone understood his choice. Qingbei University. What a foolish decision. What a foolish decision. Lin Mu, you should have chosen Shanghai University. Our campus is full of beauties. This old man might even be able to introduce you to one or two. Why not reconsider? The vice president of Shanghai University looked utterly helpless. At this remark, many faces darkened. The vice president of Nanhai Martial Arts University shot him a glare. Was this guy seriously bringing up campus beauties? Upon hearing Lin Mu choose Qingbei University, the vice president's face immediately broke into a broad smile. This year, Qingbei University had truly struck gold. Not only had they secured Su Yuer, one of the 4 prodigies, but now another prodigy was joining their ranks. My apologies, everyone. The Qingbei University vice president beamed triumphantly, waving to the crowd as if emerging victorious from a great battle. The vice presidents of the other top martial arts universities wore grim expressions, seething with envy and wishing they could devour Qingbei University right then and there. Young friend Lin Mu made the right choice in selecting Qingbei University. After all, that prodigy also hails from here. Moreover, by enrolling at Qingbei, the university can further recommend Lin Mu. The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy remarked indifferently, showing little surprise at the outcome. Young friend Lin Mu, would you be willing to join our 9 Dragons Palace as a heaven grade member? Yu Lomhai's father spoke up at this moment. Simply pledge allegiance to the 9 Dragons Palace, and countless resources shall be at your disposal. Merchants truly are driven solely by profit. The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy shot him a glare. Young friend Lin Mu, we are no different. The Lu family, the Xiu family, and other factions like the Imperial Guards all began courting Lin Mu from this point onward. Soon, the entire venue erupted in lively activity once more. Ha ha ha. Seeing everyone in such a state, Su Shanfeng couldn't help but laugh aloud. Su Shanfeng, what are you laughing at? The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy turned to Su Shanfeng. Master Su, could it be that your Fenghua Martial Arts Academy has nothing to offer to win over young Master Lin? The elder from the Lu family chuckled, observing his counterpart. Not at all, Su Shanfeng shook his head. Oh? The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy narrowed his eyes slightly. Su Shanfeng, I recall when you arrived earlier, you showed no interest in competing with us for young Master Lin Mu. Hearing this, Su Shanfeng nodded. That is correct. Hearing this, the others all relaxed. As one of the top 3 martial arts academies in Great Xia, Fenghua Martial Arts Academy held an advantage, especially with Su Yuer, the headmaster's daughter, being exceptionally beautiful. In certain respects, they simply couldn't compete. Because he is already a member of our Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Su Shanfeng's next words left them utterly dumbfounded. Ha! Ha! The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. What? Greetings, Curator Su, Lin Mu bowed with clasped hands. Ha, Lin Mu, let's skip the formalities between us. Su Shanfeng laughed heartily. Su Shanfeng, that was a pretty ruthless move. The headmaster of Xingqi Martial Arts Academy glared at Su Shanfeng. The others all turned their gaze toward Lin Mu, remaining silent. The commander of the Dragon Guardian Army cast a glance at Lin Mu, his gaze lingering briefly before withdrawing. Lu Yuding and the other 6 were utterly dumbfounded. How could they possibly target Lin Mu now? The events unfolding today had truly left them utterly stunned. So many powerful figures had gathered, all merely to compete for Lin Mu. Young friend Lin Mu, should you ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to approach my Lu family. The elderly Lu family member spoke before departing. Hearing this, everyone understood clearly. This was an olive branch extended to Lin Mu. Though not an explicit recruitment, it was a subtle way of establishing a connection with him. And this is only natural. The future Lin Mu, if he does not perish, will one day become a formidable presence like the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Lin Mu listened to the others' words and nodded slightly. Thank you, senior. He understood deep down that everything that had transpired today stemmed from his own innate talent. And he had succeeded in making his name resound throughout the Great Xia. Song City, too, had been brought to the attention of the Great Xia Empire because of him. I hope this event will bring benefits to Song City as it stands now. Lin Mu let out a soft sigh. What he desired most now was for Senior Su to witness his current achievements. With the martial arts examination concluded and today's events unfolding, Lin Mu had now stepped into the public spotlight. News about Lin Mu, about where he was born, had already caused a huge stir throughout the entire Great Xia. Emerging alone from Song City in North Province, Lin Mu had now proven his innate talent and successfully brought Song City into the public eye. Brother Lin, we'll meet again at the next provincial competition. As he departed, Yu Longhai waved to Lin Mu. Oh. Lin Mu's brief acknowledgement served as his reply. Ha, I can't wait for the state competition. See you at the new student tournament in 3 months, brother. Shou Yi chuckled heartily at Lin Mu. Fortunes change over time, never underestimate the young. Li Zhao faced Lin Mu with only these words. Everyone. Li Zhao's father's face darkened. Ha ha ha. Su Shanfeng burst into laughter. I believe everyone has seen the results of this martial arts exam. Congratulations to Lin Mu for securing first place, earning 2,000 points. the middle-aged man in the Martial Arts Association uniform announced. With that, the martial arts exam concluded. Chapter 118, Core Trainee. The sky had quietly turned dark. Within an exquisite chamber at the Thenghua Martial Arts Academy. Young friend Lin Mu, whatever your request may be, feel free to voice it. The vice president of Qingbei University looked at Lin Mu, his aged face bearing a gentle smile. Senior, may I bring one person into the university? Lin Mu spoke up. The vice president of Qingbei University remained silent, instead sliding a golden badge toward Lin Mu. The golden badge featured a dragon and phoenix in dynamic motion, exuding an air of sophistication. This is the badge of a core student at Qingbei University. From this moment on, he belongs to you. The vice president of Qingbei University spoke slowly. Core students may bring family members onto campus and are granted a private villa, along with an exclusive meditation chamber and martial arts training room. Furthermore, core students wield authority within each city equivalent to that of a martial arts association grade F figure. Core students are exempt from mandatory university events and may freely select courses from any instructor. Core students may also access the 4th level of Qingbei University's treasure vault, where they may select one item free of charge on their first visit. Moreover, this badge contains Qingbei University's unique formation. Should you encounter danger, shatter the badge to activate a protective barrier capable of withstanding attacks from 70th level martial artists. Simultaneously, the nearest Qingbei University powerhouse will receive an alert and rush to your rescue. The vice-chancellor of Qingbei University rattled off all the perks of the core student badge in one breath. Hearing this, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. That powerful? Naturally, the vice president of Qingbei University nodded. After all, your innate talent speaks for itself. Thank you, senior, Lin Mu expressed his gratitude. Calling me senior is too formal. Just call me old Zhang. Master Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Alright then, old Zhang. Lin Mu nodded and chuckled. Young friend Lin Mu, every top martial arts academy is much the same. Once you enter one, it all depends on how you conduct yourself. Master Zhang continued. Currently, there are 18 wastelands within the Great Xia Empire. 8 have already been gradually pacified, including the 2 near the capital city. For martial artists, only by hunting demon beasts and truly battling in the wild can one truly enhance their strength. Therefore, after entering a high-level academy, most students will spend their time either cultivating or venturing into the wilderness to hunt demonic beasts. Alternatively, they venture into secret realms to battle demonic beasts. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, his understanding solidifying. Master Zhang, what is the current situation in Song City? Su Shangfeng asked from the side. Director Su, if even you are unaware of the situation, how could this old man possibly know? Master Zhang replied, Sang City is currently shrouded in black mist. No one knows what has become of it. However, martial artists have been dispatched from major cities across North State. Even the Long Yu army has sent a detachment there. Song City should still be safe for now. Hearing this, Lin Mu's heart finally settled. Historically, when abyssal demons attack a city, they don't shroud it in black mist. They launch a full-scale assault instead. Master Zhang spoke slowly. This situation in Song City is different. It seems the Great Xia faction has prepared powerful warriors to investigate what exactly is happening there. Master Zhang, he's at Qingbei University and likely won't have much news about Song City. I hope you'll inform him of any developments there. Su Shangfeng said. Naturally, Master Zhang nodded. Thank you, Master Zhang. Thank you, Curator Su. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude to both men. It's nothing, Master Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Your focus now should be on cultivation. Only by growing stronger can you change the current state of Song City. Lin Mu remained silent, but his resolve to grow stronger only deepened. He had taken the first step, the rest would not be difficult. Young friend Lin Mu, I suspect I know why you chose to enter Qingbei University. Master Zhang suddenly chuckled, looking at Lin Mu and saying, but you needn't worry. With your talent, securing an introduction to Commander Lin won't be difficult. Moreover, given Commander Lin's passion for nurturing talent, I'm confident he'd be eager to meet you. You both share the same origin, both are unranked martial masters. But with the war situation critical now, the front lines cannot spare him. Once the situation calms down somewhat, he can return to the capital and come find you. Hearing this, Lin Mu thanked him again. Thank you, Master Zhang. His very purpose in coming to Qingbei University was to seek guidance from the commander of the Long Yu army. Very well. Regarding your enrollment, it depends on when you choose to come. Master Zhang rose, effectively concluding today's discussion. When the time comes, simply present your insignia. Someone will guide you. As for your assigned mentor, you may choose to meet them or not. This mentor, of course, referred to the one who had granted him the special admission spot. At every top martial arts university, mentors of formidable strength and esteemed reputation were granted one special admission slot. Anyone who secured a spot through a mentor's recommendation automatically became that mentor's student. But Lin Mu didn't need it. As a prodigy of the highest caliber, the privileges he commanded were naturally different. I'll see you off. Su Shangfeng rose to his feet and Lin Mu accompanied him as they saw Master Zhang off. At the entrance of Fenghua Martial Arts Academy, Su Shangfeng stood with his hands behind his back, watching Master Zhang's departing figure. He remarked indifferently, "You're an orphan. Where would you have family?" Su Shangfeng was thoroughly puzzled. Su Wei hadn't mentioned in his message that this kid had brought along a family member. Could it be a girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's face darkened instantly and a few black lines seemed to appear on his forehead. "Curator Su, I'm an orphan. Does that mean I can't take someone like me under my wing?" "Oh, I see. That's how it is." Su Shangfeng nodded. "No wonder." Su Shangfeng smiled as he looked at Lin Mu. "You youngster, with the talent you've shown now, I doubt even the Lu and Hong families would dare to target you." "Master Su, isn't this precisely what I've been seeking?" Lin Mu said indifferently. "Ha ha ha, that's true. For an orphan like you to break free from poverty, it's no small feat." Su Shangfeng clasped his hands behind his back and chuckled again. "Well then, it's getting late. You should hurry back and prepare for your new life at Qingbei University." "Alright then, I'll be off, Director Su." Lin Mu waved goodbye before leaving the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. "Let's go." Su Shangfeng watched as Lin Mu walked away from the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. "That kid," Su Shangfeng shook his head as he watched Lin Mu's retreating figure. If Su Wei had survived, just this one battle alone would likely have made the Su family bow their heads and allow Su Wei to return to the clan. After all, Su Wei carried the bloodline of the Su family. No matter what, he was still an 80th level existence. Chapter 119, Qingbei University. Inside the hotel. Lin Mu was packing his belongings with Su Nange. Early tomorrow morning, Lin Mu would report to Qingbei University. "This one, I'm not taking. My little bear, I love this bear so much. I'm taking it. Banana's latest phone, the Banana 18, I'm bringing that. And this lace nightgown, I love wearing it." Su Nange kept rummaging through the clothes scattered on the floor and the scattered electronic devices. Lin Mu crouched beside her, utterly speechless. 2 large suitcases were already piled high beside him. Is this what girls are like when they have money? Every single item scattered across the floor had been bought with Lin Mu's money. Though compared to the cold 30 million sitting in his account, these items weren't even a fraction of that. But Lin Mu had seriously underestimated a woman's spending power. However, a faint smile touched Lin Mu's lips. This way, Su Nange had fully acclimated to human society, saving him a lot of trouble. "You don't need to take so many. We can just buy more later." Seeing Su Nange still trying to stuff dozens of different dresses into her suitcase, Lin Mu quickly pulled her back and said, "Fine then." Su Nange pouted. "If Lin Mu says I can't take them, then I won't." Su Nange selected a few dresses she liked from the pile and placed them into a third suitcase. Lin Mu had little to pack, just the casual clothes he wore and a large weapon case. Beyond that, he carried nothing else. "Lin Mu, coming with you won't cause you trouble, right?" Su Nange sat on the floor, her round, dark eyes fixed on Lin Mu. "No." Lin Mu shook his head. Su Nange smiled, clearly delighted. "Did you remember what I told you?" Just to be sure, Lin Mu asked again. "I remember," Su Nange nodded. "Good. Now tell me, what's your current status?" "An orphan. From the Tsang City orphanage." "Then what's our relationship? Boyfriend and girlfriend?" Su Nange blurted out without hesitation, but before he could finish, Lin Mu cut him off with a raised hand. "No, we're friends." Lin Mu waved his finger, reminding her. "Okay." The smile vanished from Su Nange's face at a visible speed. Her pouting lips gave her a slightly aggrieved look. "Nange, if 2 people live together, they're in a romantic relationship," Lin Mu said, enunciating each word clearly. "You don't understand me, and I don't understand you either. You'll meet someone you truly like someday. Don't choose me just because I'm nice to you. When genuine feelings finally blossom between us, parting ways will be agonizingly difficult." Hearing this, Su Nange's dark eyes held a trace of confusion. "So, you don't like me, right?" Her words were blunt. Lin Mu didn't answer. He simply picked up the suitcase beside her and stowed it into his storage ring. "Get some rest. We're leaving early tomorrow morning." Lin Mu stood up and returned to his room. Staring at Lin Mu's room, Su Nange felt a strange sense of melancholy wash over her. An indescribable ache spread through her heart. Early the next morning, Lin Mu and Su Nange boarded a private vehicle bound for Qingbei University. Qingbei University wasn't located within the city limits of Shangjing, but it too was situated within the confines of the high walls. Qingbei University was built amidst a mountain range. As the special vehicle merged onto the highway, it continued deep into the mountainous terrain. Before long, the vehicle came to a halt at the base of the mountains. Lin Mu and Su Nange still had to walk up the mountain, as Qingbei University was built halfway up the slope. Before them lay a well-paved stone path, winding deep into the mountains. After walking for a short while, Lin Mu finally caught sight of the university's entrance gate. At first glance, it truly caught Lin Mu's attention. He had imagined this mountain-top university would resemble the ancient, rustic cultivation sects described in novels. But that was not the case. Qingbei University was a thoroughly modern structure, merely perched halfway up the mountainside. The sight was indescribably jarring. Lin Mu took Su Name's hand and stepped onto the campus of Qingbei University. At the entrance of Qingbei University, a middle-aged man was already waiting for Lin Mu. "Young friend Lin Mu, you've arrived." The middle-aged man spotted Lin Mu and hurried over to greet him. "Senior." Though Lin Mu didn't recognize the man before him, he addressed him respectfully as senior. The man wore a black robe, its sleeves adorned with intricate golden dragon and phoenix embroidery that radiated an air of distinction. On his left chest, he wore a silver badge engraved with the characters Qingbei. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wu Di, a level 3 mentor at Qingbei University. The special admission spot you hold was granted by me," Wu Di said with a smile, his expression warm and friendly. His appearance naturally drew people in, and he clearly seemed like the type who enjoyed looking out for juniors. "So that's how it is." Lin Mu realized with a flash of understanding and produced the special admission token. "Follow me. Elder Zhang has already informed me that you are now a core student. There is no need for me to teach you further," Wu Di said. "I specialize in array formations. I'm an array formation master. If you're interested, young friend Lin Mu, you're welcome to study under me." "Alright, I'll be sure to trouble instructor Wu then." Lin Mu nodded slightly. "No trouble at all. Let's go." Wu Di led Lin Mu into Qingbei University. As a premier martial arts academy, Qingbei University only admitted students who were truly one in a million prodigies. The entire school had fewer than 1,000 students. But Qingbei University was immense. Along the way, Wu Di explained the entire campus layout to Lin Mu. Qingda doesn't have many formal courses. Mostly, mentors guide their disciples in cultivation. Wu Di explained slowly, most students begin participating in trials and accepting missions within 3 to 5 months of enrollment. After graduating in 4 years, most students are assigned to major cities to take up positions within the Martial Arts Association, join the military, or become instructors at other martial arts academies. Of course, some choose to remain at Qingbei University to undergo their mentor's assessment. Like me. At this point, Wu Di chuckled proudly. "I've remained at Qingbei University for 20 years now. Virtually every formation within the entire university was designed by me." Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes widened with astonishment. "Instructor Wu is that skilled?" "Ha, it's simply a matter of time and experience," Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. "Alright, we're here." As they spoke, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 120, Embarking on Campus Life. A detached villa. The villa stood a kilometer away from campus, practically detached from the school grounds. At a glance, dozens of other detached villas dotted the hillside. "Young friend Lin Mu, 10 of these are currently vacant. You may choose anyone, from the highest to the lowest," Wu Di stated. Lin Mu wasn't particularly interested in such things. After casually selecting one, Wu Di handed him the keys. Inside the detached villa, the furnishings were exactly as described by the vice president of Qingbei University. With the villa selection complete, the next step was to take Lin Mu to the treasure vault to choose an item. The treasure vault has 5 levels. The lower 3 levels contain martial treasures and weapons ranging from grade 1 to grade 5, along with cultivation techniques and martial arts of the same tier. The top 2 levels, however, start at grade 6 and go all the way up to grade 9. The same applies to cultivation techniques and martial arts. Wu Di explained to Lin Mu. First-time visitors can choose weapons or treasures starting at grade 6. This left Lin Mu genuinely astonished. "That's correct." Wu Di nodded. The treasure vault stood at the heart of Qingbei University, a simple yet ancient palace bearing the characters treasure vault in archaic script. The vast treasure vault spanned 5 floors, each level as high as the next, guarded by an elderly custodian. Inside the treasure vault, Wu Di led Lin Mu directly to the 4th floor. After presenting Lin Mu's core student credentials, they proceeded upward without issue. The 4th floor displayed a dazzling array of martial weapons and treasures. These weapons and treasures were housed in dedicated cabinets, each emitting an extraordinary glow. Another set of cabinets housed various martial arts manuals and combat techniques. Surveying the room filled with treasures, Lin Mu's first thought was, "This is ridiculously extravagant. Even a single item here could fetch hundreds of millions on the outside market, yet dozens of such treasures were casually displayed. This must be the foundation of a top-tier martial arts university." And this was merely the 4th level. The 5th level was beyond imagination. "Young friend Lin Mu, please select first." "I won't disturb you," Wu Di said. "Once you've chosen, just tell me which one, and I'll fetch it for you." "Alright," Lin Mu nodded. Surveying the room filled with martial weapons and treasures, Lin Mu immediately gave up. His reason for giving up was a mismatch in cultivation level. 6th-tier martial treasures and weapons, while the former were powerful, he, at only level 11, couldn't unleash even half their potential. The latter was slightly more feasible, but he'd heard that 6th-tier weapons already possessed inherent abilities far beyond his current capabilities. Thus, he abandoned both the martial treasures and weapons outright. The remaining martial arts manuals and combat techniques were his true targets. I should have claimed my winning streak rewards first. Only after arriving here did Lin Mu recall that he hadn't collected his consecutive victory reward. Among the martial arts and cultivation techniques here, perhaps one of them was included in the consecutive victory reward. Ah well, I'll make up for my shortcomings. My current cultivation technique is only second tier, so I'll choose this one. Lin Mu made his decision swiftly. He headed to the cultivation techniques section. 6th tier breathing technique, the 5 elements method. All things are born and thrive endlessly, cultivating the 5 great attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. 6th tier breathing technique, Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. 6th tier breathing technique, 9 sovereigns earth fire. 6th tier breathing technique, Earth refining heart decision. 6th tier breathing techniques came in rapid succession. Reaching this tier meant transcending the realm of ordinary martial artists, truly entering a realm of refinement. After all, the tier speaks for itself. After much deliberation, Lin Mu ultimately chose the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. Given his current path, fire and thunder seemed the most fitting choices. And the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision perfectly fulfilled both requirements. Master Wu, I've made my choice. Lin Mu informed Wu Di of his choice. Wu Di nodded. Upon learning that Lin Mu had chosen the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision, Wu Di's expression shifted slightly. Young friend Lin Mu, your innate talent truly is terrifying. Master Wu, is the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision difficult to cultivate? Lin Mu inquired. Indeed, Wu Di affirmed. Half a year ago, a prodigy from the sophomore class came to the 4th level to select a cultivation technique. The very first one he set his sights on was the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. But after 3 months of cultivation, he made no progress whatsoever. After discussing it with the school administration, he returned the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. Then he switched to cultivating another 6th tier cultivation technique. Even before that, others had chosen the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision, but without exception, none succeeded in cultivating it. Wu Di looked at Lin Mu, hesitated for a moment, then suggested, young friend Lin Mu, why don't you try another one? Master Wu, if it can't be cultivated, can't it just be returned? If it doesn't work, I'll give it a try. Lin Mu chuckled. That's true. As a core disciple, you do have that right. Wu Di nodded. After selecting the cultivation technique, Wu Di took Lin Mu on a tour around the campus. Though the start of the semester at Qingbei University hadn't yet arrived, the returning students couldn't help but give Lin Mu extra glances. Lin Mu's exploits had already spread throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. Qingbei University students knew he was the top scorer in the martial arts exam and a figure coveted by so many powerful individuals, so they were naturally aware of him. He looks ordinary, but he's anything but ordinary. Haha, I'd love to test my strength against him and see who's stronger. Xiaoyu, wipe that dazed look off your face. Many girls were captivated by Lin Mu's appearance. It must be said that since his awakening, Lin Mu's appearance had indeed become much more handsome. His chiseled features radiated dashing good looks, his skin was fair and flawless, and standing over 180 centimeters tall, he embodied the very essence of a male idol. Even in plain casual clothes, his natural charm shone through. Young friend Lin Mu, campus assignments are frequently available. You can pick them up at the task office when the time comes. Wu Di reminded him. Completing tasks earns you credits, which can be exchanged for martial treasures, weapons, techniques, and martial arts manuals. Additionally, credits grant access to exclusive secret realms for cultivation. Understood, thank you, Mentor Wu. Lin Mu nodded and expressed his gratitude. I won't keep you any longer, Wu Di said. In a month, Qingbei University will officially begin its semester. At the freshman orientation, I'll need you to make another appearance. Understood, Mentor Wu. Take care, Professor Wu. After seeing Wu Di off, Lin Mu returned to the detached villa. Sunange looked at Lin Mu with wide, teary eyes. You're back? I'm back. If anyone asks about you, remember not to say too much, Lin Mu said. Sunange nodded, leaning against the window as she gazed out at the scenery and the campus of Qingbei University in the distance. Is this what they call campus life online? Sunange's face was filled with curiosity. Yeah, it looks pretty nice. Lin Mu stood beside her at the window, gazing out as well. Suddenly, Sunange turned her head, her large, round, dark eyes fixed on Lin Mu. Are you going to start your own campus life and fall into a sweet romance too? Chapter 121, On Realms. Life at Qingbei University was somewhat rough around the edges. Time flew by, and only 2 days had passed. For these 2 days, Lin Mu hadn't left the villa, staying within the secluded compound. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lin Mu sat atop a massive apparatus, surrounded by boundless spiritual energy that filled the air, overwhelming and pervasive. He had been cultivating for roughly 2 days. He could feel his vital energy growing rapidly. Beyond the benefits of accelerating his cultivation speed, the most tangible advantage Lin Mu experienced was the machine's effectiveness. This is the privilege of being a core disciple. At this rate, I might break through to level 20 before the year is even out. Lin Mu murmured softly. Huff. He drew in a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Clasping his hands together, he shut off the device and stepped down from it. The massive apparatus darkened once more. Lin Mu entered the martial arts training room and retrieved the 6th-tier breathing technique manual, the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. The difficulty of cultivating breathing techniques lies within oneself. Even a 9th-tier breathing technique depends on one's innate talent. Lin Mu remarked calmly. The reason those prodigies chose 2nd or even 3rd-tier breathing techniques when first beginning their cultivation was to acclimate themselves in advance. Only later would they advance to higher-tier breathing techniques. Advanced breathing techniques offered more than just increased strength, they significantly boosted cultivation speed and other crucial aspects. The Crimson Sun Thunder Decision mentioned by instructor Wu Di was notoriously difficult to master, but Lin Mu paid it little mind. With the never-give-up trait anchored within him, nothing could truly intimidate Lin Mu. As Lin Mu began delving into the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision, the never-give-up trait activated. 6th-tier breathing technique of the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision cultivated. Never give up triggered. Began training with relentless determination. 3 years of bitter winter, 3 years of gentle spring. 6 years passed, and the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision reached a minor achievement. In an instant, Lin Mu felt his body transform. It felt as though he had truly cultivated the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision for 6 years. Then, the Crimson Flame breathing technique he had been practicing was completely replaced. Thunder rumbled within his body, flames roared in unison. The intertwining of thunder and fire caused 2 distinct colors to appear on Lin Mu's form. Lightning surged across the left side of his body, while flames blazed fiercely on the right. Within his dantian, thunder and fire churned, a scorching and overbearing power gathering relentlessly within him. Whoosh! The Crimson Sun Thunder Decision had reached minor mastery, causing Lin Mu to involuntarily suck in a sharp breath. Was this the true power of a 6th-tier breathing technique? Even at this stage, Lin Mu could already sense the transformation within himself. At this moment, his strength had undoubtedly more than doubled. Moreover, his mastery over both thunder and fire attributes had grown significantly more proficient. The other martial arts cultivated by the host, sensing pressure from the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision, began to strive for improvement. Just then, the system's voice sounded once more. 4th grade lower tier martial art, charging step, has reached its peak. 2nd grade lower tier Qingfeng sword technique has reached transcendent mastery. 2nd grade lower tier tiger stride fist has reached transcendent mastery. The 3rd grade lower tier Yanqi spear technique has reached transcendent mastery. 4th grade martial art Thousand Army Breaker has reached peak mastery. 4th grade martial art Mystic Fire Triple Fist technique has reached. In an instant, nearly all of Lin Mu's martial arts had reached their pinnacle. Those below 3rd grade had directly transcended into the realm of the divine, cultivated to their absolute limit. This transformation once again elevated Lin Mu's strength. His comprehension of sword techniques, fist techniques, and spear techniques became even more profound. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes, and within that instant, a dazzling sword light erupted from his pupils. He spread his hands, and an intangible sword energy gathered within his palms. Reaching the pinnacle of martial arts has truly benefited me immensely. Lin Mu's face brimmed with exhilarated joy. His newly enhanced strength filled him with boundless delight. It was nearly nightfall when Lin Mu finally emerged from the martial arts training room. After a series of tests, his power was now fully unleashed, nearly matching that of a level 13 martial artist. With the added boost from social anxiety, he might even stand a chance against a level 14 martial artist. Such combat prowess placed him in a league entirely of his own among the entire freshman cohort. Lin Mu, someone's here to see you. In the living room, Su Nange sat with one leg crossed over the other, calling out as she heard the knock at the door. Coming. Lin Mu opened the door to find a stunningly beautiful woman standing outside. Oh, it's you. Recognizing the visitor, it could only be Su Yuer. Is this a good time? Su Yuer asked, her eyes darting toward the living room. As a martial artist, she had naturally heard Su Nange's voice earlier. Sure, come in. Lin Mu stepped aside, and Su Yuer entered. Seeing an unfamiliar woman enter, Su Nange's eyes, which usually sparkled with intelligence, instantly dimmed. She dropped her long legs to the floor, hugging them with both arms as she stared at the romantic drama playing on the TV, burying her small face between her knees. Miss Yuer, what brings you here? Lin Mu inquired. Father mentioned you visited Qingbei University a few days ago, so I came to see you. Su Yuer said indifferently. Additionally, my father asked me to inform you about the circumstances concerning martial artists beyond the 10th level. Is Master Su treating me like an idiot? Lin Mu rolled his eyes, feeling rather speechless. My father said Uncle Su didn't inform you of the latest developments when you left Song City, so he sent me to fill you in. Su Yuer paid no heed. Fine. Lin Mu sighed in resignation. Calling him a fool wasn't entirely inaccurate. He truly knew nothing about martial artists beyond the 10th level. And back in his senior year of high school, he'd only learned that martial artists beyond level 10 cultivated spiritual energy, not vital energy. Blood Qi was merely a symbolic name. Martial artists beyond the 10th level cultivate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This spiritual energy differs from chi and blood. It isn't cultivated from within oneself. Within this vast world, any object has the potential to generate spiritual energy for cultivation.
Su Yuer quickly explained to Lin Mu, a 10th level martial artist must begin absorbing spiritual energy to advance their cultivation.
Living here, you've likely encountered cultivation devices these past days. You should have felt your strength increasing at an accelerated pace.
MHM.
Lin Mu nodded in agreement.
That was indeed true. This is quite normal.
It stems from your recent exposure to spiritual energy, combined with your innate talent, and the fact that the instruments provided by Qingde University are currently the most advanced available, Su Yuer continued.
Within just 3 months, you should be able to break through to the 20th level.
At this, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly.
That fast?
Yes.
Su Yuer affirmed.
Because the spiritual energy within us requires a period of adaptation. Once this stage passes, progress will slow down. At that point, we'll need to rely on objects imbued with the essence of heaven and earth to accelerate our cultivation advancement.
Chapter 122, The Howling Wastes.
For instance, spirit stones.
In the living room, Su Yuer spoke these words before opening her palm.
A spirit stone the size of her palm appeared on the table. The spirit stone glowed, emitting an inexplicable pull that made Lin Mu want to pick it up.
I know about spirit stones.
Lin Mu managed to suppress the urge, nodding instead. Spirit stones were the key to unlocking secret realms. What he hadn't anticipated was that spirit stones could also contain spiritual energy. Now that we're on the subject, it's time you understood how we'll cultivate from now on. Spiritual energy not only enhances our physical prowess but also grants various formidable powers.
Su Yuer continued, after reaching the 10th martial level, one awakens a new ability every 10 levels.
As your rank increases, this ability may either advance from its original form or give birth to an entirely new power.
Much like my demon god. The full name of my red class is Demon Spear God.
2 awakenings of abilities essentially constitute 1 advancement. Based on the typical progression of martial artists' awakening abilities in Great Xia, someone like me would largely only advance my existing ability until reaching the 80th level milestone before awakening a new one. Su Yuer explained, sharing her situation with Lin Mu.
I see, Lin Mu realized with sudden clarity. He hadn't known that particular detail. Moreover, up until now, he had only awakened once. That was the 100 weapons master, nothing else.
In that case, it seems finding a mentor of the same profession would be the best option.
Lin Mu said. Naturally. Su Yuer nodded.
I came to Qingde University precisely because there's a level 3 mentor here who also awakened the magic spear god profession.
Same here, Lin Mu hummed in agreement. Alright, now for the final point.
Su Yuer composed her expression and continued, a level 10 martial artist can effortlessly project spiritual energy outward. At level 20, martial artists can freely control their spiritual energy, manipulating and transforming objects. At level 30, martial artists can transform their spiritual energy into armor that envelopes their entire body. A level 40 martial artist possesses such immense spiritual energy that they can achieve flight. 50-level martial artists transcend the realm of ordinary practitioners, capable of unleashing vast bursts of power at will. As for martial artists at levels 60, 70, 80, or even 90, they have reached the pinnacle of Great Xia. At Qingde University, level 3 instructors all possess strength within the 60 to 70 level range, while level 2 instructors fall within the 50 level range. Hearing this, Lin Mu gained a clearer understanding of Qingde University. A single top martial arts university housed so many powerhouses. How many powerful individuals must there be in the entire Great Xia? Lin Mu, since classes haven't started yet, would you be interested in heading to the Howling Wastes to take on a mission? Su Yuer asked. The preliminaries were over, it was time to get down to business.
Miss Su, you jest. With your extraordinary talent, why would you need to team up with me for a mission?
Lin Mu replied.
Seems you really have been holed up in your room these past few days.
Su Yuer sighed and once again explained the rules of the Qingde University mission to Lin Mu. Qingde University issues missions rated up to 9 stars. The first 2 stars correspond to warriors within the 10th level range. The higher the star rating, the greater the danger level and the greater the strength required to complete it.
Of course, higher star ratings also mean more generous rewards.
This time, I took on a 2-star mission to go to the Howling Wastes, slay a demon beast imbued with wrath, and bring back a sample.
At this point, Su Yuer turned her gaze to Lin Mu. The difficulty isn't low. I doubt I can handle it alone.
Hearing this, Lin Mu stroked his chin.
Could I be the one to slay the beast? As for the reward, just give me a share. No problem. Su Yuer nodded.
With Lin Mu's agreement, she felt reassured. This mission was beyond her capabilities alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sought out Lin Mu.
Alright, when should we go? Lin Mu asked. The day after tomorrow, Su Yuer replied. I need to prepare. Venturing into the wasteland is no small matter. Su Yuer said. Alright, let me know when you're ready. Alright. Su Yuer left the place.
The look on Su Nange's face as soon as she was gone spoke volumes about the current situation. Lin Mu shot Su Nange a speechless glance. This little girl, she couldn't possibly be taking him seriously as her boyfriend, could she? Lin Mu couldn't say much more. She hadn't interacted with other men yet, and Lin Mu didn't want to start a sweet romance with her. Now wasn't the time for romance only becoming stronger mattered. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the time they'd agreed upon arrived. Su Yuer sought out Lin Mu, and the two of them set off directly for the Howling Wastes. The Howling Wastes lay 300 kilometers beyond the capital. As a pacified wasteland, the Wailing Wastes aren't particularly dangerous in themselves. On the way, knowing Lin Mu was from another province, Su Yuer patiently explained to him. Still, it is a wasteland after all. Better to err on the side of caution. Within the Howling Wastes, bounty hunters and martial artists seeking fortune roamed freely. In this era, the most lucrative way to earn money was undoubtedly leaving the city to hunt demon beasts. While the monetary value of a single demon beast wasn't huge, it far exceeded what an ordinary laborer could earn in a month. Yet hunting beasts came with danger, and danger inevitably brought the need for healing and such. In this era, everyone lived in constant fear, striving to grow stronger. Yet only those born with silver spoons in their mouths need not exhaust themselves striving for everything. After roughly 3 hours, the two finally reached the Howling Wastes. What met their eyes was a vast expanse of scorched, brown earth. At the entrance to the Howling Wastes, a makeshift camp had been established. Within the camp, most of the people were martial artists or merchants who had come from the capital. As a wilderness that had been pacified, the Howling Wastes held few major demons, and it was rapidly becoming a stronghold for the human race. The entrance to the wasteland lies behind the camp. Let's go, Su Yuer said, then led Lin Mu over. As they entered the camp, the passing martial artists merely glanced at them before returning to their tasks. They traversed the camp and stepped into the Howling Wastes. According to the records, the wrathful beasts dwell in the upper reaches of the wasteland, so we need to venture deeper. All right. Lin Mu nodded in agreement as he listened to Su Yuer's explanation. As the local expert, Su Yuer was the one guiding their entire route through unfamiliar territory. These demonic beasts with hatred, is it said they were influenced by the abyss? Chapter 123 Bandit Road. The Howling Waste stretched out before them, the entire expanse a scorched, rust-brown hue. Nearby, withered trees and thickets of dead wood bore sharp, jagged thorns. Countless skeletal remains littered the ground, creating an eerie, unsettling sight. The deeper Lin Mu ventured into the Wailing Wastes, the more distinctly he sensed its difference from the Beast Wastes. Deep within the Howling Wastes, wisps of black mist, visible to the naked eye, drifted through the air, mingling with the atmosphere. Lin Mu and Su Yuer walked through the Howling Wastes. The latter listened to Lin Mu's words and nodded. It's like this. Abyssal demons possess diverse abilities. Some are exceptionally difficult to kill. Others feed on human negative emotions to grow stronger. Su Yuer explained, this howling wasteland was once ruled by a howling wolf demon king. But after the abyss descended, its mind was corrupted by resentment. As a wasteland relatively close to the capital, it was naturally purged. The Academy has been researching individuals with the power of anger, so they require demon beast specimens imbued with anger for their studies. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. So that's how it is. The Howling Wastes were far livelier than the Beast Wastes. Along the way, they could see groups of martial artists traveling together, searching for traces of demon beasts. Before long, the two finally reached their destination. The upper reaches of the Howling Wilderness. Where that demon beast with hatred roams, the black mist grows thicker. Follow the black mist, and you'll find it. Understood. Lin Mu nodded and followed behind Su Yuer. Brother, look at those two over there. On a nearby hilltop, 5 or 6 burly men huddled together. Suddenly, one of them caught sight of Lin Mu and Su Yuer and shouted urgently. What is it? The leader frowned slightly before his gaze settled on Lin Mu and Su Yuer. Boss, we haven't had a meal in days. If these two dared come here, they must be some young upstarts from a clan. Why don't we? The younger brother rubbed his hands together excitedly, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Before he could finish, the others understood his meaning. Agreed. After a moment's consideration, the burly leader nodded. All 6 of them were level 12, easily capable of handling ordinary first-tier demon beasts. But first-tier beasts were scarce in the Howling Wastes. The renowned demon hunting squads that had come before them had nearly wiped out all the beasts in this area. They dared not venture deeper recklessly. Regardless of which clan he belongs to, if he dares come here, he must be prepared to die. The leader said coldly, his gaze fixed intently on the storage rings worn on Su Yuer and Lin Mu's fingers. With storage rings, these two must have goods on them. Brothers, let's go. In an instant, the 6 men charged toward Lin Mu and Su Yuer. Lin Mu and Su Yuer had now entered a remote area. Before their eyes, the black mist grew increasingly dense. It's just ahead. Su Yuer's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breathing growing slightly ragged. MHM. Lin Mu remained calm, carrying his weapon case as he walked beside her. As they passed through a thicket, a palpable sense of danger erupted from ahead. Suyuer, leading the way, reacted swiftly. Spiritual energy surged within her and a layer of purple mist erupted from her body. In an instant, it solidified into armor, enveloping her form. Boom! A beam of light erupted from ahead, striking Suyuer's body directly. Suyuer was sent flying backward, crashing heavily into an ancient tree before finally coming to a halt. The scene unfolded too abruptly. Though momentarily stunned, Lin Mu swiftly drew his spear from its holster. Suyuer, however, remained unharmed. With her abilities manifested, her defenses rivaled those of a level 12 martial artist. The strike failed to inflict significant injury upon her. Ha. Two figures immediately emerged from the bushes ahead. Behind Lin Mu and Suyuer, 4 more emerged. In an instant, the two were surrounded. Take this blow, and you're not even scratched? A burly man stood bare-handed in front, staring at Suyuer, who had been knocked flying but now stood up, his face etched with utter shock. Her defense is also at level 12. These two aren't ordinary. The burly man in the lead saw it at a glance. Though his level was low, he wasn't stupid. Having spent over a decade in the martial arts world, he knew a thing or two. Move fast. These two might have powerful backers protecting them. At the leader's command, the other 5 men all attacked. Looks like we're getting ambushed. Lin Mu watched the approaching figures, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In an instant, his level 11 aura abruptly radiated outward. A faint aura of vital energy swept out from his body, enveloping him. The 9 heavens thunder spear emitted purple lightning, rolling along the ground. Lin Mu stood rooted to the spot like a war god, poised and ready. Poof! An 18-year-old student, pretending to be some big shot. A burly man snorted coldly, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He swung his broadsword, charging straight at Lin Mu. The blade blazed with light, its radiance bursting forth as immense force cleaved an ancient tree clean in half at the waist. Lin Mu swept his spear forward. His arm propelled the weapon, unleashing a thunderous roar that shook the heavens. The thunderous force swept across the earth, its momentum overwhelming. Faced with the force unleashed by Lin Mu, the burly man's expression instantly changed. He scrambled backward, unwilling to meet Lin Mu's attack head-on. Boom! Thunder crashed down, sending the burly man reeling backward. The others watched the scene unfold, their pupils suddenly contracting. That greenhorn rookie actually forced second brother back with his power? Could this guy be one of the 4 demon prodigies? Who cares? Since we've started, there's no turning back. Kill him. The leader barked coldly, steadying the others' resolve before charging towards Suyuer first. You go first. Suyuer turned, her weapon already gripped in her hand. Just as she prepared to strike back, Lin Mu's voice reached her ears. The next instant, Suyuer saw a streak of lightning flash past her eyes. Lin Mu had charged forward. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Lin Mu collided with the leader of the 6 men. Thunder rolled, splashing outward in all directions. Gunfire erupted relentlessly, forcing even the burly leader to hesitate from meeting the onslaught head-on. You bastard, how did you unleash such overwhelming power? The leader was stunned. He himself was a level 13, yet this man before him had unleashed power comparable to his own. You still have the nerve to talk? Lin Mu's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure visible. Then, his assault became even more ferocious than before. Chapter 124. Are you really 18? In this hinterland, Lin Mu finally realized he was wrong. He was dead wrong. Now, bolstered by his social anxiety, the 1000 soldier breaker, and his awakened ability, master of 100 weapons, the power he unleashed rivaled that of a level 14 martial artist. With only a level 13 cultivation base, his opponent was utterly unable to withstand the force unleashed by Lin Mu. Boom! Lin Mu thrust his spear forward with explosive force. A terrifying bolt of thunder erupted from the spearhead, striking the burly man squarely in the chest. Lightning crackled as the burly man's body flew backward violently, crashing heavily into a tree. A crack appeared in the armor on his chest, and his face turned deathly pale. Cough cough. The burly man cleared his throat, spitting out a mouthful of crimson blood. Boss! Boss! Witnessing this, the other 5 men froze in shock before rushing over to support the fallen leader. How could this guy be so strong? The leader glared intently at Lin Mu, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of disbelief. Even Suyuer was stunned by Lin Mu at that moment. Had that spear strike landed on her instead, she would have been utterly defenseless. This guy. Suyuer fixed her gaze on Lin Mu, realizing that in just a few days, he had grown even stronger. Even Suyuer, one of the 4 great prodigies, now felt an intangible pressure. Could such prodigies truly exist? Quick! Quick! Focus all fire on him. Leave that woman alone for now. The leader shoved aside those beside him, pointing at Lin Mu and roaring. He's formidable, at least a level 14 martial artist. If all 6 of us go at him together, he's as good as dead. With that, all 6 charged toward Lin Mu. Oh ho, one guy isn't enough, so now you're switching to ganging up on him? Lin Mu's lips curled into a grin, his teeth flashing as he chuckled. Lin Mu, I'll help you. Suyuer, weapon in hand, ran over, ready to join Lin Mu in facing the 6. No need. Lin Mu waved her off. Against opponents of equal rank, Lin Mu was virtually unbeatable. They couldn't kill him. Instead, they would only cripple him, only for him to fully recover. Facing these 6 opponents presented the perfect opportunity for Lin Mu to test the true extent of his current combat prowess. Lin Mu stowed away the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and drew forth the 1,000-foot bow. A bow? Seeing Lin Mu draw the bow, the 6 men froze in surprise. Clearly, they hadn't realized the man before them was still an unranked martial artist. Su Yuer was also startled by this turn of events. Such an attack from the 6 would inevitably lead to close combat. And Lin Mu had actually pulled out a bow? Go! As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Mu executed a charging step, instantly creating distance between himself and the 6 attackers. Su Yuer froze for a moment, but her reaction was swift. She immediately closed the gap and caught up to Lin Mu. Is this what you meant by going solo? Su Yuer asked. Heh, you'll see soon enough. Lin Mu chuckled, then drew his 1,000-foot bow. He leaned back, channeling spiritual energy into the steel arrow in his hand, which instantly shot toward the burly man leading the group. The giant man swung his sword, cleaving the arrow cleanly in 2. Yet at that very moment, the arrow exploded with a thunderous boom, scattering shards that halted the others in their tracks. Unranked martial artists are such a pain. Just as the burly man grew irritated, Lin Mu drew his bow again, unleashing another volley of arrows. Several arrows flew with pinpoint accuracy toward 3 of the 6 men. The 3 countered, slicing the arrows apart. Yet the explosive shockwaves, while halting their advance, failed to harm them. Spread out. The leader barked the order, and the 6 men immediately spread out. Poof. Now I'll see how your arrows managed to hit us. The burly man sneered coldly, convinced that it was only because the 6 of them were clustered together that Lin Mu's arrows had found an opening. But now that they were spread out, Lin Mu could no longer make his arrows affect them. After all, they were all martial artists of the same rank. Even if there was a gap of 1 or 2 levels, Lin Mu couldn't possibly be that terrifying with his bow. Seeing them spread out, Lin Mu's lips curled into a smirk. This guy couldn't possibly think splitting up would make it useless. Heh, his arrows were tracking. Whoosh! Lin Mu drew his bow again, releasing 3 arrows simultaneously toward the 3 separate figures. You think arrows are that easy to hit? One of them snorted coldly, about to dodge. But then he realized the arrows were heading straight for him, utterly impossible to dodge. You've got to be kidding me. Lin Mu chuckled, then slung the 1,000-foot bow over his back and retrieved the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear from his storage ring. His body halted, then he lunged forward in a single stride toward his opponent. The man was still dealing with the arrow, utterly unable to respond to Lin Mu closing in before him. Lin Mu thrust his spear forward with explosive force. His arm propelled the shaft, and the swirling crimson-white energy enveloping him unleashed terrifying power in an instant. ZZZZT. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the spear in Lin Mu's hand pierced clean through the man's body. A trail of blood trickled down as the man's pupils rolled back. He collapsed to the ground, dead instantly. Boom! 2 explosions echoed in Lin Mu's ears. Arrows had arrived. In less than 3 seconds, Lin Mu had disposed of a martial artist 1 rank above him. The remaining 5 witnessed this scene, their eyes blazing with unprecedented murderous intent as they fixed their gaze on Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't engage the remaining 5. He pulled back again, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. This scene left Su Yuer utterly stunned. She had never imagined Lin Mu would act with such ruthless decisiveness. She had assumed he would spare their lives, merely crippling them. Instead, he struck to kill, ending their lives outright. This left Su Yuer, who had never taken a life before, utterly shaken. Her father had once told her that showing mercy to enemies was cruelty to oneself. Yet witnessing someone killed before her eyes, even this prodigiously gifted prodigy found it difficult to maintain her composure. Yet Su Yuer recovered remarkably fast. After a brief moment of disorientation, she regained her composure. She charged head-on at one of them. Despite the 2-tier level gap, her awakened profession and breathing technique were undeniable assets. Taking on a higher-level opponent? No problem at all. Thud. Su Yuer's blade flashed, effortlessly felling her opponent. She severed his arm cleanly and sliced a gaping wound across his abdomen. Meanwhile, Lin Mu transformed into a god of war, plunging directly into the fray. In less than a minute, the original 5 opponents were whittled down to just 2. The burly leader clutched his chest, no longer daring to attack Lin Mu. This kid before him truly filled him with dread. Are you really just an 18-year-old kid? The leader gasped heavily, staring at Lin Mu before him and voicing the question that had been weighing on his mind. Chapter 125, The Wrathful Beast. I just turned 18 this year. A dark shadow suddenly leapt high from the ground, its afterimage tracing a brilliant arc through the air. In the next instant, a torrent of lightning surged forth, piercing the giant's chest. The purple lightning instantly shredded his internal organs. The scent of roasted flesh wafted from the man's body. His eyes wide with disbelief, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Lin Mu sheathed the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear. The bone-chilling lightning had utterly annihilated the giant. With their leader dead, the remaining survivors scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing the area in a mad dash. Seeing them attempt to flee, Lin Mu was the first to object. Are you kidding me? This was a guaranteed win. How could he let them get away? Lin Mu drew his bow and nocked an arrow, his spiritual energy surging through the shaft like a raging dragon. The arrow blazed like a star, its terrifying power surging forth. The next instant critical hit. Boom! The fleeing pair were instantly pierced through the body by the arrow, dead as a doornail. Nuclear virtue increased strength by 1 point. Bao Lai completed the ambush mission, obtaining 1 martial arts fragment. Victory favors the brave has increased by 1 win 36. Not a wasted trip. Lin Mu grinned. Feels good. You're so strong now. Su Yuer wiped the blood from her weapon, approached Lin Mu, and stared at him in disbelief. Talking like we've known each other forever. Lin Mu glanced at her before saying, let's go. Su Yuer fell silent. Why was Lin Mu suddenly acting so cold? After dealing with these roadblocks, Su Yuer and Lin Mu once again ventured deeper into the heartland. As the surrounding black mist grew denser, it eventually thickened into swirling vapors before an ancient forest. At the heart of the black mist stood a hideous demon beast. Its appearance was utterly bizarre, unlike any ordinary animal mutation. Its limbs were slender and elongated, with a sharp, backward-pointing spike protruding from the second joint of each bone, standing erect. Its body measured just over 4 meters in length, not particularly large among first-tier beasts. Yet its hideous visage struck terror into all who beheld it. Its most distinctive feature was its eyes, as black as ink, and even the breath exhaled from its nostrils appeared dark. The defining trait of wrath demons is their explosive fury, which allows them to unleash power far exceeding their own physical capabilities. As they prepared to strike, Su Yuer spoke up with a warning. Got it, Lin Mu acknowledged with a grunt. He understood perfectly well. After all, when a person is enraged, they naturally unleash more than their full strength. But remember what we promised each other. Lin Mu looked at Su Yuer and said. Su Yuer nodded. Then, the two of them moved. Lin Mu charged forward first, closing the distance to the wrathful demon beast in a single stride. His 9 heavens thunder spear thrust out with a thunderous crash, lightning surging through it and spreading like a spiderweb pattern in all directions. The wrathful beast abruptly raised its head, exhaling pitch black mist through its nostrils. Its massive claws shot upward before crashing down with brutal force. Its razor-sharp claws, like gleaming blades, swung with tremendous force, aiming straight for Lin Mu's face. Boom! Thunder struck the beast's claws, forcing it back. Lin Mu leapt high into the air, gripping the shaft of the 9 heavens thunder spear with both hands. He swung it down like a hammer, crashing it down with thunderous force. Thunder rumbled as purple lightning coalesced into a raging beast, unleashing deafening roars. As Lin Mu continuously channeled his spiritual energy into it, the 9 heavens thunder spear erupted with bone-chilling thunder. Boom! A thunderous force of 10,000 Junes swept across the land. The wrathful demon beast braced itself with all 4 limbs, straining with all its might. The earth beneath its feet instantly cracked open, sending countless boulders flying to block the strike. Shatter 1,000 armies! Lin Mu descended, sweeping his spear with sweeping motions. He resembled a spear god, wielding his weapon with sweeping, powerful strokes, radiating immense momentum. For a moment, Lin Mu single-handedly held the wrathful beast at bay. Meanwhile, Su Yuer was enveloped in a purple aura. Gripping her long halberd, she flickered her wrist, causing terrifying purple flames to erupt from the weapon's tip. Su Yuer thrust her halberd forward, yet it failed to wound the wrathful beast. Instead, it struck as if against stone, causing fragments to rain down relentlessly upon the beast's thigh. Stone fragments like snowflakes fell, exposing the true flesh of the demon beast's thigh. It actually has another layer of armor. Lin Mu witnessed this and launched another assault on the wrathful beast. This wrathful beast is at least on par with a level 14 martial artist. You distract it while I break its armor. Su Yuer said as she charged toward the beast, then you finish it off. Got it. Lin Mu nodded, and the two immediately launched a coordinated assault on the wrathful demon beast. Though Su Yuer was only at level 10, her innate talent was already terrifying. Combined with her top-tier breathing technique, the powerful martial arts she could currently learn, and the unique nature of her abilities, breaking through its armor posed no challenge at all. On the other side, with Lin Mu distracting the beast, Su Yuer's attacks proved utterly effective. Before long, large chunks of rock fell from the demon beast's body, exposing its raw flesh. Lin Mu thrust his spear forward. A purple bolt of lightning exploded on the demon beast's thigh, its immense force instantly shredding the intact flesh. Thud! The excruciating pain unleashed the beast's savage fury. Roar! The demon beast let out a piercing screech. Its black aura compressed into a concentrated force, and with its roar, an immense pressure wave sent Lin Mu and Su Yuer flying backward. The two barely regained their footing as the wrathful beast charged toward Lin Mu. Fine. Let's see who's tougher, you or my bug sword. Facing the charging beast, Lin Mu felt not fear but delight. He sheathed the 9 heavens thunder spear and drew the crimson sky sword. The moment the crimson sky sword appeared, the surrounding black mist instantly ignited. Phoenix feather. Lin Mu thrust his sword forward. Spiritual energy surged within him, and countless golden blades materialized around his body, seemingly conjured from the void itself. The golden sword light seemed to crush the black mist, countless golden sword energies coalescing together, transforming into the form of a phoenix. Feeling the immense power radiating from this strike, Su Yuer's expression changed once more. Yet her heart could not remain calm. Put! Lin Mu's sword pierced through the rat demon beast's body in a single strike. Countless golden blades instantly shredded its internal organs. Swish! He seemed to transform into a golden beam, piercing straight through the demon beast's body. With a crashing sound behind him, the wrathful beast was cleaved in two, its body crashing heavily to the ground. Die! Chapter 126, Stand Up. With the wrathful beast dead, the surrounding black mist, deprived of its host, began to dissipate. Su Yuer hurried to the demon beast's body, carefully removing a piece of flesh still tinged with black mist and placing it into a specially crafted container. Only after completing these actions did she rise to her feet. Thank you. Su Yuer addressed her thanks to Lin Mu. No need to thank me. If something like this happens again, just call me. Lin Mu sheathed the crimson sky sword and waved a dismissive gesture toward her. All right. Su Yuer nodded. After slaying the wrathful beast, their mission was complete. Qingbei University. Lin Mu, school starts in a month. I've heard from my father about your connection to the Lu family. Su Yuer said within the university grounds. So, what is your decision, Curator Su? Lin Mu inquired. Truthfully, he no longer cared about the Lu family's targeting of him. Senior Su had once said that once he demonstrated extraordinary talent and entered the spotlight of the entire Great Xia, even a powerful family like the Lus wouldn't dare to target him lightly. After all, the Lu family wasn't powerful enough to control everything. He said to be more careful when you go out in the future. Su Yuer replied indifferently, within the school grounds, I can handle things for you as well. Alright, Lin Mu nodded. I'll be counting on you then. While the Lu family might not dare to target him directly, Lu Yuding knew he was alone and vulnerable. She'd probably let certain people give him a hard time. But now that Su Yuer had said that, Lin Mu was spared a lot of trouble. By the way, is the recommendation under the name of that Wu Di fellow? Su Yuer suddenly remembered something and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Is there something strange about that? Then you'd better watch out for him. Su Yuer cautioned. From what my father mentioned, though he holds a level 3 mentor title, his cultivation hasn't met the standards. Instead, for some reason, he's been kept within the academy. Moreover, he was actually recommended for Lu Yuding, not you. That recommendation spot in Sung City was originally meant for her. They never expected a prodigy like you to show up. Hearing this, Lin Mu rubbed his nose, committing the information to memory. So if anyone at Qingbei University is targeting me, should I go after him first? Lin Mu asked. Su Yuer was about to nod, but then she looked at Lin Mu with a skeptical expression. But I'm here, aren't I? Su Yuer rolled her eyes at Lin Mu. So this guy didn't trust her at all. Oh, right. Sorry about that. Lin Mu scratched his head and chuckled. You're a freak of nature. Seeing your power today made me realize there really is someone better out there, and beyond the heavens, there are still higher realms. Su Yuer scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe. After witnessing his power today, she grew even more intrigued by the background of this man. What kind of environment could possibly produce such a prodigy? Can you tell me how you did it? Su Yuer desperately wanted to understand. Alright, since you asked, I'll tell you. Lin Mu answered with solemn earnestness, unwavering effort combined with innate talent will lead you to my level. Su, one day, when you reach my age, you'll understand. Seeing Lin Mu's deadpan expression, Su Yuer's eyes rolled back in exasperation. Especially after hearing his final remark, she was this close to cursing him out. Fortunately, she maintained her composure and held back. What did he mean, when you're my age? Aren't we the same age? Damn it. Let's go. I'll handle the mission delivery. I'll transfer the credits you earned to your card. Su Yuer couldn't be bothered with Lin Mu and headed straight back to her place. Lin Mu shrugged. He was right, it was sheer relentless effort that had brought him to where he was today. That Wu Di instructor specializes in array formations. Powerful array masters are usually quite rare. That's probably why he's managed to stay at Qingda University all this time. After Su Yuer left, Lin Mu rubbed his chin, recalling Wu Di's words. Is he having an affair with Lu Yuding? After pondering for a long while, this thought suddenly popped into Lin Mu's mind. Returning to the villa, Lin Mu exchanged greetings with Su Nange before heading back to his cultivation room. His current rewards hadn't been claimed yet, so he could put them aside for now. Lin Mu planned to save up his consecutive victory rewards until he reached 40 wins before claiming them. After reaching the 10th level martial artist stage, one's vital energy transforms into spiritual energy. Lin Mu sat cross-legged on the device as his dantian frantically absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy to nourish himself. With several enhancement attributes boosting him, his cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace. Vital energy is the foundation of a martial artist. A formidable physical body relies on vital energy. When chi and blood transform into spiritual energy, that spiritual energy then nourishes the physical body. Though martial artist realms are divided by levels, in true terms, every 10 levels mark a tier. According to Su Yuer, a 20th level martial artist can project spiritual energy outward and manipulate objects. The martial arts currently in use only unleash their power through the enhancement of spiritual energy. At my current cultivation pace, I should break through to level 20 within 3 months. Lin Mu continued his cultivation relentlessly. Time flew by, and half a month passed in the blink of an eye. His days at Qingbei University during this period were spent in a rather rough manner. Throughout this period, Lin Mu devoted himself entirely to cultivation. Congratulations, host! You have leveled up. You have obtained one chance to draw an infinite entry. Reached the peak of level 13. Within the cultivation chamber, Lin Mu murmured softly as he sensed the changes within himself. In just half a month, Lin Mu had propelled his level from level 11 straight to the peak of level 13. This was an utterly staggering figure. Even those 4 prodigies were likely only around level 11 now. Yet Lin Mu had consecutively broken through 2 levels. I've gained 2 opportunities to draw new traits. Let's see what good traits I can pull this time. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together excitedly. System, draw an attribute. Infinite attribute draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained stand up. Stand up, after the host kills a martial artist or even a demon beast, shouting stand up allows you to control their soul, resurrecting them as your most loyal subordinate. The revived soul possesses only 70% of its original strength and can access the target's past memories. Note, cannot be integrated into martial arts techniques. This very first entry left Lin Mu utterly stunned. Rise. There's actually an entry like this? Lin Mu's shock quickly turned to excitement, his smile spreading uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, jackpot. Next one. Infinite entries drawing. Congratulations, host. You have obtained. Chapter 127, First Day of School. Congratulations, host, you have obtained refusal to eat beef. Refuse beef. When negotiating with a specific person or faction, overturn the table and turn hostile on the spot to receive a random reward. Note, this skill cannot be integrated into martial arts. Ha! Lin Mu stared wide-eyed at the level 13 skill displayed on the interface, completely dumbfounded. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Fine. So this is how it's played, huh? Lin Mu was speechless, but it was a system-generated entry, useless and pointless. Fine, I'll just claim the strength bonus for now. His strength stat now stood at 70 points. This portion was earned by hunting demonic beasts within the secret realm. Enough to claim 3 rewards. Claim. Every 10 strength points entitled him to 1 reward, and Lin Mu claimed all 3 at once. Congratulations, host. On obtaining Transcendent Sword Array 1, Immortal Golden Soul 1, Dao's Heaven Slaying 1. 3 items of unknown purpose were dispatched into Lin Mu's storage ring. Moreover, explanations for the 3 items spontaneously appeared in his mind. The Tongxian Sword Array, as the name suggests, is a small-scale sword formation that can be activated once. Composed of countless blades, it can inflict fatal damage on martial artists below level 40. Immortal Golden Soul, upon activation, it significantly enhances the strength and flesh regeneration capabilities of one's own flesh and blood for 3 minutes. Dao's Heavenly Punishment, as the name suggests, an extremely overpowered talisman skill. Upon activation, the Heavenly Dao will unleash a bolt of thunder punishment to strike the enemy, restricting martial artists below level 40 and guaranteeing a one-hit kill. Lin Mu finally understood. All 3 items were single use. The Tongxian Sword Formation and Dao Heaven's Wrath could serve as trump cards to play. Lin Mu rubbed his chin. These 2 would be quite useful to him. After all, his cultivation was only at the peak of the 13th level. Against stronger martial artists, he stood no chance. Moreover, the Undying Golden Soul held little significance for his current cultivation level and the opponents he faced. But existence itself held its own logic. It would prove useful someday. Let me see what this companion talent is this time. Lin Mu fused the accumulated companion talent fragments together. As far as he knew, there were several types of companion talents. Aside from the nether flame he had awakened, which was currently rather lackluster, the other companion talents were quite decent. He wondered what this new companion talent would be. Ding! Companion talent fusion complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Transparent World. See through the world? Lin Mu furrowed his brow slightly. As the companion talent fused, he quickly grasped its function. The so-called perceiving world allowed him to clearly see an opponent's entire meridian network and the flow of their chi and blood. Even an opponent's weaknesses and movements would appear slowed before his eyes, while simultaneously enhancing his own reaction speed. See-through world? This is actually pretty useful. Lin Mu grinned. As far as he knew, those who awakened such innate talents were extremely rare. Every martial artist who awakened penetrating vision was a prodigy. At least, among the 4 prodigies, Lin Mu hadn't heard of any awakening perceiving the world. With this ability, I can see how robust an opponent's vital energy is, even if they're hiding their aura, and thus gauge their strength. Lin Mu clenched his fist. This ability would significantly boost his combat prowess. It's only been half a month. There's still another half month until the new semester begins. Lying in the martial arts training room, Lin Mu decided to resume his cultivation since it was still early. In the blink of an eye, the fortnight slipped away. Lin Mu's cultivation level had surged directly to level 15 during this period. He gained 2 more opportunities to draw skill entries. But this time, Lin Mu didn't draw any entries. The new semester had begun, and he'd been summoned to serve as a representative. Yesterday, the vice principal personally visited Lin Mu's residence. With heartfelt sincerity, he informed Lin Mu that at tomorrow morning's freshman assembly, he had been specially requested to share his journey, how he had risen step by step from Song City to reach his current heights. Lin Mu readily agreed, assuring the vice principal he would certainly share his story. Satisfied with Lin Mu's assurance, the vice principal departed contentedly. The next morning, the orientation assembly commenced as scheduled. Before a rockery on the vast plaza of Qingbei University, hundreds of fresh faces stood, all new students. Unyielding was among them, blending into the crowd. Suyuer stood in the front row, serving as the ranking representative. As for Lin Mu, the main protagonist, he naturally made his entrance last. After skipping the vice president's impassioned speech, the main event of the orientation finally commenced. Fellow students, I trust you have all heard about Lin Mu's achievements over the past month. The vice principal spoke calmly, hands behind his back. Let us welcome this dark horse with the most enthusiastic applause and hear from him what it took to reach this point. Immediately, thunderous applause erupted from the audience below the stage. Among the freshmen below, many looked up to Lin Mu with admiration. His performance in the martial arts exam alone was enough to make countless people look up in awe at this prodigy beyond prodigies. Soon, Lin Mu emerged from behind the stage. He wore the familiar cheap casual outfit bought from some street shop, his jet black hair cascading over his shoulders. Though his attire was ordinary, his striking good looks more than compensated, elevating his entire appearance. The moment Lin Mu appeared, he instantly captured the gaze of countless young women in attendance. Lin Mu is so handsome. Alright, he's officially my idol now. Ah, he's so gorgeous. Unyielding watched Lin Mu, her eyes utterly cold. Suyuer crossed her arms, watching Lin Mu on stage. As if she had guessed something, she shook her head. She probably already knew what Lin Mu was about to say. Thank you, Vice Principal, for giving me this opportunity. Lin Mu cleared his throat. The Vice Principal standing beside him wore a broad smile, eagerly anticipating Lin Mu's next words. Since everyone wants to know what has brought me to this point today, then I shall not keep it from you. Lin Mu looked at the crowd and said solemnly, I come from a poor background. Everything I have achieved today is solely due to my own talent and hard work. That's all I have to say. As the words fell, the faces of the crowd, which had been filled with anticipation, shifted from excitement to surprise, then to utter bewilderment. The vice principal's smile froze mid-smile, his expression turning blank as he stared at Lin Mu. You were asked to share your background, and that's all you have to say? Watching Lin Mu descend from the stage, the vice principal didn't even know how to call him back. Left with no choice, he stepped forward to smooth things over for Lin Mu. Chapter 128, 3rd Grade Mentor, Long Yu. The freshman orientation concluded successfully. As a core student, Lin Mu had no dedicated courses to attend. His month at Qingbei University had proven rather tedious. Cultivation really is tedious. For the past month, Lin Mu had confined himself entirely to the cultivation chamber. Now that classes had officially begun, he was about to attend his first lecture of the day. I'll start by attending the Sword Master's class. Already familiar with the campus, Lin Mu quickly found his way to the classroom of a level 3 instructor as Sword Master. Returning to campus after so long, Lin Mu felt somewhat out of place. The level 3 instructor's class had very few students, and the classroom wasn't a traditional one either, it was a large martial arts training hall. The total number of people in the entire classroom did not exceed 30. Lin Mu? He's Lin Mu, the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Doesn't look like much, does he? Hey, don't talk like that. Many present recognized Lin Mu among the new faces. Lin Mu, you're taking Master Long's class too? A sweet-looking girl sat beside Lin Mu, her face lit up with excitement as she looked at him. And you are? Let me introduce myself. I'm Wei Yingying, a professional swordsman at level 10 and also a freshman. Wei Yingying introduced herself to Lin Mu. Level 10, huh? Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. No wonder it was a top martial arts academy like Qingbei University, even a freshman had a rank of level 9. Such elite martial arts universities truly didn't admit mediocrities, every student recruited was a prodigy. And to be attending classes with a level 3 instructor, she was likely a recommended student. Lin Mu, unranked martial artist. Lin Mu was being fairly polite. I heard you defeated Li Jiao in the secret realm. Is that true? Wei Yingying's large eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu as she asked curiously. No. Lin Mu shook his head. Oh. Wei Yingying's face fell with disappointment. Ignoring the girl before him, Lin Mu sat down and began to space out. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in martial arts attire entered the room. A long sword hung at his back, and his entire presence radiated the sharp edge of a blade poised to leave its scabbard. He exuded an overwhelming aura of power. Just one glance felt like staring directly at a sword. Master Long. Greetings, Instructor Long. Upon seeing the newcomer, the few students present rose to their feet and greeted him with great respect. Long Yu gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He stepped into the center, his cloudy gaze sweeping over the assembled students. His eyes lingered briefly on Lin Mu before moving on. Since everyone here is new today, we won't start with practical training. First, listen to my lecture. Long Yu spoke indifferently. The entire classroom held fewer than 30 people. The students sat in a circle, their eyes fixed on Long Yu standing at the center. The ways of the sword are distinct. In this era of martial arts where countless disciplines flourish and new martial professions emerge constantly, the sword remains the most incisive force. Long Yu began his lecture. First, you must understand why you draw the sword and why you wield it. As swordsmen, as practitioners, you must grasp your purpose. Only with a clear and enlightened mind can you achieve the state of sword in self as one. These two simple sentences carried profound meaning. You are all prodigies. You should have heard of the three realms: momentum, intent, and heart from some powerful figure, or perhaps an elder within your clan. At the mention of these three realms, Lin Mu lifted his head. What we call momentum, intent, and heart essentially refers to one's own state of being. Long Yu spoke slowly. Understanding them is actually quite simple. All you need is an upward striving heart. As these words left his lips, those present grasped a bit more. There's no need to dwell excessively on these three realms. As your own cultivation progresses, you will naturally gain deeper insight into them. With that, Long Yu moved on to the next stage. He drew the long sword from his back, a wooden sword. Yet in his hands, it radiated a terrifying chill, as if it were a genuine, sharpened blade. Long Yu wasn't particularly tall, standing only about 5 feet 10 inches, and appeared somewhat frail. Gripping the wooden sword in one hand, his cloudy eyes fixed on the humanoid wooden dummy before him. This was a specially crafted wooden dummy from Qingbei University, capable of withstanding immense force. It could be said that even a full power strike from a level 30 martial artist would be insufficient to destroy it. Next, I will strike the dummy without using spiritual energy. Watch my breathing. Long Yu spoke, and all eyes fixed intently on him. The classroom fell deathly silent. As Long Yu raised his hand, the palm gripping the wooden sword came crashing down. Thud! A faint yet palpable sword energy erupted, striking the dummy with force. The mannequin toppled sideways, its thud causing the entire classroom to tremble slightly. The expressions of everyone present changed instantly. Using only a wooden sword, he could unleash such sword energy? Lin Mu was stunned as well. His eyes, which had been gray moments before, now held a piercing clarity. Earlier, he had activated his ability to see through the world, clearly observing Long Yu's movements. The opponent hadn't used any spiritual energy at all. It was achieved purely through mastery of the sword. Otherwise, that sword energy wouldn't have been invisible. This is a level 60 martial artist? Truly terrifying. Lin Mu clicked his tongue, a sudden smile spreading across his face. The world of clarity proved remarkably useful. When Instructor Long unleashed that strike, nearly every muscle in his body had channeled into his swinging arm. It was achieved purely through mastery of the sword and precise force application. It was almost unbelievable. If he had channeled spiritual energy, would the wooden sword in his hand have shattered on the spot? That strike from Instructor Long, even at my current level, it could unleash the power of at least a level 16 martial artist. And that's without using spiritual energy. Lin Mu had learned his lesson. Did you all see that clearly? After the sword strike landed, Long Yu halted his movement and turned to face the onlookers. I got it. I saw it clearly. Not entirely clear. Several people answered, their responses somewhat vague. Unsurprisingly, without having penetrated the world's mysteries, they couldn't possibly discern anything from that single strike. Long Yu wasn't disappointed by their responses. After all, they were prodigies, not prodigious geniuses. Engage every muscle in your body, channeling all your consciousness into this sword. Only then can you achieve that strike. At that moment, Lin Mu spoke up. At these words, Long Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Truly a prodigy of the highest caliber. The others stared at Lin Mu with disbelief. Wei Yingying also found it astonishing. Lin Mu had actually seen through Instructor Long's movements? He couldn't have just guessed, could he? Some remained skeptical. No matter how terrifying his talent was, he couldn't possibly be that far ahead of them. At that moment, Long Yu spoke up. He's right. Did you all take notes? Chapter 129, Win Streak Reward. Everyone present could only feel admiration for Lin Mu's extraordinary comprehension. Those who had doubted him moments ago now wore nothing but admiration on their faces. Was this the gap between prodigies and top-tier geniuses? It was like they were learning middle school material, only to have their teacher suddenly teach them high school content. Everyone should have been utterly baffled, yet someone their own age had solved the problem. Whoa! Truly, terrifying. Impressive. No wonder you're the top scorer in the martial arts exam. Wei Yingying gave Lin Mu a thumbs up.
Lin Mu had only managed to decipher the technique by seeing through the world, allowing him to grasp its essence.
The class wasn't brief.
As expected of a level 3 instructor, Instructor Long Yu covered a great deal about the way of the sword, greatly benefiting the new students.
The moment class ended, Wei Yingying eagerly sought out Lin Mu again. Lin Mu, do you know about Qingda University's rankings? No, I don't.
Lin Mu shook his head.
Qingda has a ranking system called the Celestial Genius List. Those on it are all renowned prodigies at the university.
The list is divided into 3 tiers, the top 10 are all juniors, the top 20 are sophomores, and the final 30 spots are reserved for us freshmen.
Right now, you're ranked 21st on the list. Wei Yingying winked at Lin Mu.
Despite not having demonstrated his strength in front of them freshmen, Lin Mu, the top scorer in the martial arts exam, still ranked 21st, making him the highest ranked freshman.
Are there any rewards for ranking on the list?
Lin Mu suddenly turned his head and asked. He wasn't concerned with the rankings themselves, what mattered to him were the resources.
Rewards? Not sure about that. Wei Yingying shook her head.
All right. Lin Mu didn't bother pressing the matter further. Within Qingbei University, the cultivation levels between freshmen and sophomores differed by roughly 10 tiers. Of course, this gap existed only among prodigies. A prodigy of Su Yuer's caliber could elevate her cultivation to level 20 within half a year. Lin Mu currently had over 20 million daxia coins in his pocket. If he spent it all, his cultivation level would also rise to 17.
Moreover, he still had unredeemed rewards. Otherwise, he might have stepped straight into the 20th level. For more victories, where should I find opponents?
Lin Mu rubbed his chin.
This vast Qingbei University, he couldn't very well initiate challenges himself.
Given his strength, few would likely want to fight him.
Brother Lin Mu, could I spar with you a bit?
Just then, Wei Yingying's clear eyes turned toward him, a hint of anticipation in her gaze.
You wanna fight me?
Lin Mu's lips curled into a smirk.
Well, just when you're sleepy, someone delivers the pillow. Just a friendly exchange. Wei Yingying said, you're an 11th level player. I'm definitely no match for you.
All right. Lin Mu nodded in agreement.
Just spar lightly, Lin Mu. Don't go too hard on me. Wei Yingying reminded him. Of course not. We're alumni, would I beat you up? Lin Mu grinned.
With that, both men moved to the center of the classroom. Those who hadn't left yet saw them and immediately guessed what was happening.
Wow, challenging Lin Mu to a fight? That girl's got some guts. She's no match for Lin Mu.
That's for sure. Wei Yingying wore casual attire, beneath which a layer of martial gear clung tightly to her clothing. With a flick of her wrist, a slender silver sword materialized in her hand. Lin Mu did not draw his own weapon.
Brother Lin Mu, here I come.
Wei Yingying took a deep breath, then drew her sword and charged straight at Lin Mu. She swung the slender blade, unleashing waves of ethereal sword energy that surged from her body toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu took a single step forward, unleashing a sudden gale of gale force winds.
A pressure as immense as a mountain instantly descended upon Wei Yingying's body.
The moment Lin Mu made his move, everyone present felt an invisible weight pressing down upon them.
Stunned and shocked, Wei Yingying's body flew backward. Thud.
Fortunately, the ground beneath her wasn't solid. Wei Yingying crashed heavily onto the surface, her martial gear absorbing most of the impact and preventing any serious injury.
With that single strike, the 9th level Wei Yingying was defeated outright. Whoa! Someone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Was this what a demonic prodigy looked like? A 9th level martial artist couldn't even withstand a single move against Lin Mu. Terrifying indeed.
Lin Mu withdrew his palm, glancing at the notification before him, a smirk curling his lips. Victory favors the brave has added 1 win 37. Perhaps because he hadn't struck with full force, he didn't receive the nuclear goodness or Bao Lai rewards. Still, the victory count for victory favors the brave had increased. That was precisely what Lin Mu wanted. Good, so powerful. Wei Yingying, scrambling to her feet, now bore a pallor across her beautiful face. Her clear eyes rolled with profound shock. A single strike had made her acutely aware of the chasm between herself and a true prodigy. If Lin Mu wanted to kill her, a single move would likely suffice. Train diligently, and one day you'll reach my level too.
Lin Mu offered Wei Yingying a faint smile. Wei Yingying nodded, not dwelling too much on the matter.
After all, she had only sought to fill the gap between herself and a prodigy. As a prodigy, she naturally harbored a defiant spirit. But now, she was convinced.
Anyone else wish to try?
Lin Mu stood in the center, turning his head to survey the crowd before asking.
Forget it. No way, that'd be embarrassing. I'm not about to take a tumble.
No one present would accept the challenge.
It was a one-sided rout.
Facing him in combat would be nothing short of humiliating.
Those present were all prodigies from various provinces and cities. Yet when prodigies gathered together, they seemed ordinary. Among countless prodigies, there emerged individuals whose talent surpassed even the prodigies themselves. Lin Mu was one such person. No one else stepped forward, and Lin Mu didn't seem too disappointed. "Bye," Lin Mu said as he pushed open the door and left the classroom. "Looks like it'll be tough to rack up 40 wins in this period." Lin Mu couldn't help but sigh. Unless he ventured into the secret realm or went out to hunt demonic beasts, he'd rarely find opponents of equal cultivation within Qingbei University. Moreover, the second-year students were all at level 18 or above, and Lin Mu was no match for them. Ah well, 37 wins it is. Lin Mu abandoned his pursuit of the final 3 consecutive victories and prepared to claim his streak reward immediately. Returning to his residence, Lin Mu sat cross-legged on his bed and initiated the reward claim process. Victory Favors the Brave has achieved 37 consecutive victories. Would the host like to claim the reward? Claim. Chapter 130, Breaking Through Level 20. Congratulations, host, on obtaining Tricolor Spirit Lotus 1, 5th grade martial art, Thunder Control Decision. Lin Mu, huh? That's it? Staring at the 2 items lying in his storage ring, Lin Mu was utterly dumbfounded. The reward for a 37-match winning streak was actually worse than the reward for his previous 20-match streak? Ha! Lin Mu took a deep breath to steady his emotions. It seemed his expectations had been too high, leading to this gap between reality and hope, leaving him somewhat disappointed. The Tricolor Spirit Lotus, a priceless treasure. Legend has it this rare gem, born from the very essence of heaven and earth, nurtures vast amounts of spiritual energy within martial artists who consume it. It is used to open caverns within the body and construct spirit bridges. Reading the description of the 3-colored Spirit Lotus, Lin Mu was utterly stunned. That powerful? The remaining 5th grade martial art, the Thunder Control Decision, was even more powerful beyond measure. Mastering thunder, commanding lightning, cleaving heaven and earth at its pinnacle, it could even summon a thunder tribulation, unleashing 10,000 footbolts of lightning. Truly worthy of being system-produced. Though the rewards were few, each was a genuine top-tier item. Seen this way, the rewards for 37 consecutive victories didn't seem so trashy after all. As for Lin Mu, some people were proving greedy beyond measure. Tricolored Spirit Lotus Consume. Lin Mu never hesitated to consume anything that could strengthen him, swallowing the 3-colored Spirit Lotus whole. The 3-colored Spirit Lotus was a lotus flower with 5 petals, each bearing a different hue and radiating an extraordinary, rosy glow. Lin Mu swallowed it in one gulp. The instant it touched his tongue, the lotus blossomed into a vast surge of spiritual energy, rushing madly into his body. Like a raging torrent, it violently pounded against his dantian, merging into every bone and muscle of his body. In an instant, Lin Mu's aura surged violently. He hastily activated his breathing technique, adjusting his body as he continuously absorbed the colossal spiritual energy. 50th level peak, 60th level. In the blink of an eye, bolstered by this boundless surge of spiritual energy, Lin Mu shattered through the barriers of level 16. But he didn't stop there. The 6th-tier breathing technique was already sufficiently powerful, fully capable of sustaining Lin Mu's absorption of this spiritual energy. After breaking through level 16, Lin Mu's cultivation realm continued to soar. 17th level, peak 17th level? After roughly several hours, the sky had gradually darkened. And Lin Mu's cultivation level had surged directly from the 15th level to the 20th level. Boom! With a muffled thud echoing within his body, as if a shackle had snapped open, Lin Mu's cultivation level surged directly to the 20th tier. Within his body, his dantian expanded more than double in size. What had once been a mere stream now transformed into a sizable lake. Not only that, but an eerie glow emanated from every bone and joint in his body. A spirit bridge slowly began to take shape. Yet it remained ethereal only as his level continued to rise. Would this spirit bridge grow more tangible? Congratulations, host, on advancing to level 20. Acquired ability, transforming martial energy into spiritual power. Transforming martial energy into spiritual power? Lin Mu froze for a moment before an innate memory surfaced in his mind. Transforming martial energy into spirit, as the name implied, allowed him to shape spiritual energy into weapons that hovered around him. These weapons could not only be wielded up close but also hurled as ranged projectiles. However, the true intricacies of this ability would only become clear as Lin Mu's level increased. Now that he had broken through to level 20, he gained a clearer understanding of this second ability, Master of 100 Weapons. It was that as he continuously learned new weapons and engaged in combat with different ones, his milky white aura grew more intense. This not only enhanced his strength and speed but also allowed him to enter another state. Similar to invulnerability. No wonder they say red quality unaligned martial masters are so powerful. It turns out that the higher their level, the stronger the abilities they awaken. Lin Mu clicked his tongue in realization. Recalling Su Yuer's words, given their circumstances, advancing 10 levels usually only strengthened a single ability. But Lin Mu could awaken new abilities each time he reached the 10-level threshold. Now I have the chance to draw 7 traits at once. After breaking through to level 20, Lin Mu still had 7 remaining attribute draw opportunities. With no immediate plans to draw, Lin Mu first devoted himself to cultivating his new 5th grade martial art. Never give up triggered. As one of the supreme martial arts within the lightning attribute, the complete cultivation of the thunder control decision unleashes power rivaling top-tier 6th grade martial arts, making its cultivation extremely difficult. Thunder control art, commanding lightning with spirit, transforming the body into lightning. This transcends the scope of most 5th grade martial arts. After 5 years of arduous cultivation, the thunder control art barely reached the introductory level. Congratulations, host, on attaining the foundational level of the thunder control art. After reaching the entry level, the host gained a vague understanding of controlling thunder. They could now command lightning with their spirit, though the control remained unstable. After 15 years of arduous cultivation, the thunder control technique finally reached the minor accomplishment stage. At this point, the never give up entry came to an end. Lin Mu felt the changes within himself and his growing grasp of the thunder control technique, a smile spreading across his face once more. Truly formidable. This thunder control art was surpassing even the phoenix feather art he had learned before. Both being 5th grade martial arts, Lin Mu could already sense an unprecedented level of power from the thunder control art alone. Even at the minor achievement stage, the thunder control art allowed him to spiritually command lightning, unleashing large area AoE damage. Not only that, he could now channel thunder to briefly lift himself into the air, though it consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Moreover, under thunderstorm conditions, the thunder control art's power surged to unprecedented heights, even allowing him to summon heavenly lightning directly. He himself was immune to all lightning attribute attacks, possessing a 99% resistance to them. Now, Lin Mu had truly ventured far into the realm of thunder magic. Since the system rewards are all lightning attributed, it seems my next breathing technique is already decided. Lin Mu murmured to himself, knowing his next breathing technique would inevitably be thunder-related. Inside the martial arts training room, Lin Mu spread his palm. A bolt of thunder abruptly materialized in his hand as the spiritual energy within him surged, transforming entirely into this thunderous strike. With a sudden squeeze, his palm crushed the thunderbolt. The immense force exploded instantly, scattering into countless electric arcs that fizzled around him. Then, Lin Mu closed his eyes slightly, sensing the path of the thunder within his body. In the next instant, a terrifying surge of thunder descended upon his body, solidifying into a thunderous armor. The immense power caused the ground to tremble slightly, a smile spreading across Lin Mu's face. Awesome! After withdrawing his divine ability, Lin Mu was about to get some much-needed sleep after a night of cultivation. But just then, he received a message from Su Yuer. Someone wants to challenge me to a fight? And it's an upperclassman? Reading Su Yuer's message, a smile spread across Lin Mu's face. Perfect. Time to test out my newly learned martial arts. Chapter 131, Accepting the Challenge. Martial Arts Hall. In a room housing a martial arts platform, a young man clad in martial attire sat upon a chair. Others gathered around him. Among them, the most conspicuous figure was Unyielding. Sis Unyielding, I'll win this match back for you. Wei Long declared emphatically, pounding his chest as he addressed Unyielding. Brother Long, thank you. Unyielding gave a slight nod, her clear eyes flashing with a cold light. So what if Lin Mu displayed extraordinary talent? If she chose to confront him, would he really stoop to seeking justice from the Academy's powerful figures? In her heart, knowing Lin Mu as she did, he wasn't that kind of person. This bitter pill, Lin Mu could only swallow silently. Then, a year from now, he would exact his revenge. Lin Mu is only at level 11, while I've already broken through to level 19. It won't be long before I reach level 20. Wei Long remarked indifferently, a prodigy? Oof. With this level gap, even if he were a top-tier prodigy, it wouldn't matter. Level 19 versus level 11, no need to say more. Wei Long could crush Lin Mu with one hand alone. Senior brother Wei, there's no need to be too harsh. Just teach him a lesson. Unyielding reminded him. Junior sister Unyielding, I understand. Wei Long nodded. His decision to stand up for Unyielding stemmed not only from her family background, the Lu clan, but also from her brother's status. Her brother was a leading figure at Qingbei University. Lin Mu was also a top prodigy. While he might talk big, Wei Long dared not seriously injure him. Otherwise, if the university administration came after him, it wouldn't be a minor matter. Now, we just wait for Lin Mu to arrive. Lin Mu had barely left the villa when he bumped right into Su Yuer. What? Did you come to watch me teach him a lesson? Lin Mu asked. Not exactly, Su Yuer shook her head. She had been running while texting and finally spotted Lin Mu just stepping out. I'm here to tell you not to go. Su Yuer revealed her purpose. The guy after you is named Wei Long. He's a sophomore. His level was already 18 a month ago, and by now, he's probably broken through to level 19. But it doesn't matter. Level 18 or 19, taking you down would be a piece of cake for him. You don't need to go. I'll handle this matter myself. Su Yuer remembered her father's words and had anticipated this very scenario. Therefore, she had already prepared a countermeasure. How will you handle it? Lin Mu's interest piqued, he inquired. I won't tell you the details, but rest assured, I will handle it. Suyuer shook her head. Given her background and status, if she couldn't handle such a minor matter, her father wouldn't have entrusted her with looking after Lin Mu. All right. Lin Mu sighed. Then let's head back. No, I'm not going back. Ha? Suyuer was stunned. Oof, woman, when did a man's dignity ever need a woman to uphold it? Lin Mu declared solemnly, I'm not the type to live off a woman. With that, Lin Mu walked straight past Suyuer toward the martial arts hall. Seeing Lin Mu determined to go, Suyuer was momentarily at a loss. With no other choice, she reluctantly followed. With me here, and given Lin Mu's standing, Wei Long won't push things too far. Besides, facing an upperclassman in combat even if he loses, it won't be a disgrace. Suyuer murmured softly and quickly caught up with Lin Mu. Since that was the case, Suyuer saw no point in trying to dissuade Lin Mu. As her father had once said, words alone fail to teach, actions speak louder than words. Besides, Suyuer was curious to see what Lin Mu would look like when he got his comeuppance. Inside the martial arts hall, word had spread, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Who among the freshmen at Qingbei University didn't know about the prodigy Lin Mu? Even some upperclassmen had begun paying attention to him. After all, even if they weren't paying attention to Lin Mu personally, the genius rankings certainly were. Ranked 21st, Lin Mu stood among the top freshmen in this entire realm, naturally drawing attention. Not only that, but Wei Long, who had challenged Lin Mu, was ranked 20th himself. Every single person on that list is a prodigy who commands universal attention. Even the lowest-ranked sophomore on the list is proof enough of his extraordinary talent. I heard Lin Mu was at level 11. I reckon he'll break through to level 12 within a month. Forget level 12 or even level 11, even if he were level 15, he still wouldn't stand a chance against senior Brother Wei. Exactly. Brother Wei's cultivation is already at level 19. He's just one step away from breaking through to level 20. Many were discussing this upcoming duel between the two. But without a doubt, the outcome was predetermined. No freshman who had just enrolled had ever defeated a senior. After all, such a vast gap in cultivation levels cannot be bridged by talent alone. Although Qingbei University's history did record instances of freshmen defeating upperclassmen, those cases involved students who had been enrolled for at least a year. That incident remains an unshakable, shocking event within the university to this day. As a prodigy, Lin Mu would surely find it hard to save face if he lost. He might not even dare to show up. Outside the martial arts hall, Lin Mu and Suyuer stared at the closed doors, neither speaking. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mu spoke up, is the martial arts hall always kept closed? No. Suyuer shook her head. Then what's this door made of? Lin Mu inquired. Solid timber, Suyuer replied. I've heard it's soaked in a special solution, even a level 30 martial artist couldn't kick it apart. Suyuer replied. Lin Mu nodded. Just as Suyuer was about to step forward to push open the door, Lin Mu beside her suddenly raised his leg. Unyielding and Wei Long sat below the stage, waiting for Lin Mu's arrival. As Lin Mu's figure remained absent for an extended period, Wei Long couldn't help but speak up. Could it be that Lin Mu doesn't dare to come? Don't worry, senior Brother Wei. Knowing Lin Mu's character, he'll show up. Unyielding replied confidently. Wei Long nodded. Now that the gates of the martial arts hall are closed, the one who opens them will undoubtedly be Lin Mu. Bang! At that moment, the tightly sealed doors of the martial arts hall were violently kicked open. The deafening sound instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Fortunately, the gate was sturdy enough not to be kicked to pieces. Who's there? Holy crap, this is like a violent eviction. It's Lin Mu. Before the gate, silhouetted against a streak of light, two figures stood, their shadows stretched long and thin. Lin Mu stood at the doorway, his clear gaze sweeping over everyone present. Hey, what's with the locked door? Didn't you want to fight me? Chapter 132, Battle Against the Dragon Guard. Lin Mu's arrogant posture and defiant words left everyone present utterly astonished. As they regained their composure, shock spread across their faces as they stared at Lin Mu. They never imagined Lin Mu would choose to enter the martial arts hall in such a manner. Here? Wei Long rose from his seat, observing Lin Mu at the doorway. He looked remarkably similar to the photographs. Unyielding regarded Lin Mu coldly, her clear eyes devoid of any emotion. So you're the one who challenged me? Lin Mu lifted his head, his gaze casually sweeping over the towering figure of Wei Long. Junior Lin, it's better to keep a low profile. Wei Long said coldly, clearly displeased with Lin Mu's abrupt intrusion. If even I wouldn't dare enter like this, what gives you the right? That's because you wouldn't dare. Lin Mu replied indifferently. Junior Lin, I admire your courage. But daring to come here means you're prepared to be defeated. Wei Long stuffed his hands into his pockets, tilting his head back as he stared at Lin Mu. Lin Mu offered no reply, instead striding directly toward the stage. Enough with the nonsense. Lin Mu set down his weapon case and said coolly, hurry up, dog. Seeing Lin Mu so impatient, a sly smile spread across Unyielding's face. Just as she'd expected, no matter how extraordinary Lin Mu was, it only took a few words to provoke him. Today, Lin Mu would surely be humiliated before countless spectators. Su Yuer watched as Lin Mu stepped onto the stage without a word. Very well. You've got some nerve. Wei Long grinned, thoroughly pleased with Lin Mu's actions. Earlier, he'd feared Lin Mu might arrive and refuse to fight. But now, his worries proved entirely unfounded. Because Lin Mu was far too arrogant. Junior Lin, you're far too arrogant. Stepping onto the stage, Wei Long gave Lin Mu a cold stare and said indifferently, I'm your senior. This match is simply an exchange to gauge your true level, you prodigy. So, shall we both stop at the right moment? Hearing this, Lin Mu shot him a dismissive glance. Senior, you sure do talk a lot. Hearing this, a flicker of anger flashed in Wei Long's eyes. This kid was simply too arrogant. After all, he was his senior. Even if Lin Mu was a prodigy, didn't he understand the importance of respecting teachers and honoring tradition? Fine. Very well. Wei Long repeated the word twice, his expression betraying his true feelings. Lu Yuding watched the scene unfold from below the stage with keen interest. This match was originally intended as an opportunity for the upperclassmen to test their skills against this freshman, to gauge Lin Mu's strength. But who could have known this was Lu Yuding's scheme to seize the opportunity and take revenge on Lin Mu? Meanwhile, in the principal's office. In the vice principal's private meditation chamber, Vice Principal Zhang Fuzi suddenly received a message from one of the instructors. What? Wei Long from the Wei family actually challenged Lin Mu to a duel? And Lin Mu accepted? Upon learning that Lin Mu had been challenged by a sophomore, Zhang Fuji immediately rushed out of the cultivation room. Vice Principal, what should we do now? Should we call it off? I heard this matter was instigated by the Lu family's young heiress, who asked Wei Long to. The instructor looked at the vice principal and asked, what do you think? Master Zhang shot him a stern look. Lin Mu must not come to any harm. Wei Long was a level 19 martial artist, while Lin Mu was merely a level 11 practitioner. Master Zhang had heard of Wei Long, a prodigy of the Wei family whose attacks were notoriously unpredictable. If he damages Lin Mu's foundation, not even 10 or 100 Wei Longs could make up for it. Where are they now? Has it begun? Master Zhang asked urgently. It should be soon, the instructor hastily replied. Right inside the martial arts hall. Master Zhang nodded, then burst out of the principal's office and hurried toward the martial arts hall. Inside the martial arts hall at that moment, Lin Mu and Wei Long stood on the platform. Wei Long was on the verge of fury. He never imagined that Lin Mu, a mere freshman, would be so arrogant simply because of his talent. Junior Lin, when you're lying here later, don't forget what your senior told you. Clenching his fists, Wei Long lunged toward Lin Mu in a single stride. A crimson glow manifested around him, though it lacked its usual overwhelming intensity. Wei Long didn't even draw his weapon. Lin Mu was merely an 11th level martial artist. Against a 19th level martial artist like him, even bare fists would be more than enough to knock Lin Mu's teeth out. Lin, you're about to learn this lesson. Talent is just talent. When faced with true strength, all talent takes a back seat. Wei Long's punch unleashed his cultivation to its absolute limit. The immense force concentrated within it generated a gale force wind that weighed heavily on many of the freshmen present. Wei Long's been provoked by Lin Mu's words. This won't do. Seeing Wei Long unleash such a blow, Su Yuer instantly realized he wouldn't let Lin Mu off lightly. Stop him. Just as Su Yuer prepared to call a halt, Lin Mu merely grinned at the charging Wei Long. In the next instant, his body vanished from where he stood. Before anyone could react, a blurred afterimage appeared before Wei Long in an instant. Startled, Wei Long recognized the figure before him. Simultaneously, a fist grew larger before his eyes. Purple lightning coiled around the fist like slithering snakes, its immense pressure instantly making Wei Long feel an unprecedented sense of threat. The hairs on his body instantly stood on end, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Facing Lin Mu now felt like confronting a lion suddenly roused from slumber. The overwhelming pressure made Wei Long's breath catch in his throat. This can't be possible. Under Wei Long's disbelieving gaze, Lin Mu's fist slammed into his chest. Boom! Purple thunder erupted across his chest in an instant, powerful arcs of electricity crashing against his body like a raging tide. The sheer force sent a numbing chill through Wei Long's scalp, scorching his skin black and charred. Thud! He crashed to the ground, foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he passed out instantly. The suddenness of this scene plunged the entire scene into deathly silence. Everyone's mouths hung open, eyes filled with disbelief, utterly unable to fathom the scene before them. Lu Yuding stood frozen in place, her gaze vacant, unable to recover for a long while. Su Yuer also gaped, unable to fathom what she was witnessing. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly descended upon the entire martial arts hall. Immediately afterward, an aged voice boomed through the air. You good for nothing. Who gave you permission to bully the new students? Chapter 133, The Treatment of a Top-Tier Prodigy. The overwhelming aura descended upon the martial arts hall like a mountain, crushing down heavily upon every person present. Amidst the collective bewilderment, this thunderous rebuke instantly snapped them back to their senses. Master Zhang, clad in a Taoist robe, descended from the roof of the martial arts hall, his senses instantly unfurling. On the platform, Lin Mu felt an invisible force wash over him like a tidal wave, crashing against his body. The sensation was deeply unsettling, like his entire being was being scrutinized. Master Zhang immediately directed his probe toward the figure sent flying, assuming it was Lin Mu. But when he landed on the stage, he saw Lin Mu standing there unscathed. The one who had been knocked flying was none other than Wei Long. Vice Principal? Master Zhang's arrival sent Lu Yuding into a state of utter shock. Su Yuer's eyes flickered. She hadn't expected this challenge to even involve the Vice Principal. Judging by his frantic demeanor, if Lin Mu suffered any harm today, Wei Long's career at Qingbei University would be utterly ruined. The Vice Principal? Good heavens, even the Vice President is here? He must be here for Lin Mu. Those present stared at Master Zhang, too stunned to speak. Old Zhang? Lin Mu blinked at the sight of Master Zhang before him. What the hell was this old guy doing here? Lin Mu, you're okay? Wait, how come the one who got beaten up is Wei Long? Master Zhang stared at the unscathed Lin Mu, utterly bewildered. Only the two of them had been on the stage. Moreover, in his earlier perception, the two had already clashed, and a force nearing level 20 had erupted on the stage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have descended from the ceiling in such a hurry. That power just now it came from you? Master Zhang stared at Lin Mu in shock. At this moment, that was the only possible explanation. Yes. Lin Mu nodded. He hadn't expected that a simple duel would draw even the Vice Principal. Master Zhang was utterly dumbfounded by Lin Mu's acknowledgement. A martial artist who was only at level 11 a month ago had now advanced to level 20 and defeated second-year senior Wei Long. What did that even mean? Only now did the others present come to their senses. Lin Mu had actually defeated senior brother Wei Long. Within the Celestial Pride Guild, the apparent gap between them seemed like just one rank. Yet upon closer examination, the rankings were essentially divided into 3 tiers. Each corresponds to a different grade level. The gap between Lin Mu and Wei Long spanned a full 8 tiers. And now, Lin Mu had defeated Wei Long, a 19th level martial artist, with a single punch. This meant Lin Mu's strength had long since surpassed Wei Long's. Su Yuer snapped back to reality, her mouth agape. Her stunningly beautiful face was etched with utter disbelief. Goodness gracious, how did this guy improve so fast? Lu Yuding was utterly dumbfounded. Ahem. Wei Long, lying on the ground, struggled to his feet, clutching his chest with his hands. His clothes were torn to shreds, and his skin was scorched black. The relentless pain radiating from his chest did nothing to diminish the terror of that single punch. He looked at Lin Mu, his eyes already filled with fear, unable to muster even the slightest desire to fight. That punch just now, Lin Mu definitely hadn't used his full strength. Otherwise, that single blow could have shattered his internal armor and crushed his vital organs. Unbelievable. Master Zhang was even more astonished by Lin Mu's rapid improvement. At the same time, the smile on his aged face grew broader and broader. Such rapid advancements signaled that Lin Mu's innate talent was truly terrifying. As a 75th level powerhouse, Master Zhang understood well that newly advanced 10th level martial artists possessed heightened sensitivity to the spiritual energy within the heavens and earth. This was a watershed moment, revealing one's innate talent and how far they could go on the path of martial arts. And now it seemed that within a century, Lin Mu might reach the very heights Master Zhang had attained. Ah, truly heaven favors Qingbei. Master Zhang's face glowed with radiance, brimming with confidence for the upcoming intercollegiate martial arts competition. Lin Mu, I came in haste, but I also have good news to share with you. Master Zhang said with a smile, a new secret realm is about to open soon, filled with abundant spiritual treasures. Our school has only 5 spots available. You will accompany those senior students when the time comes. All right. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement, nodding his consent. The others' expressions changed. A newly opened secret realm? A newly opened secret realm is a treasure trove untouched by human hands, brimming with countless treasures. Even a brief exploration would yield exceptionally rich rewards. This opportunity is going to him? Wei Longduan beside him was dumbfounded. He knew full well how precious this newly opened secret realm opportunity was. As early as a year ago, they, the senior students, had begun vying for a spot in this secret realm. Within a new secret realm, anything was possible. One senior student had already entered a newly opened one and leaped from level 23 to level 25 in a single step. Such a leap had drawn the envy of countless others. And now, Lin Mu had obtained a spot without lifting a finger? No, that can't be right. I thought the spots were already taken. Wei Long frowned slightly, but as the vice principal, he dared not say anything. Damn it. Su Yuer's pupils contracted slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Mu to secure an opportunity to enter the new secret realm so effortlessly. Was this the treatment reserved for prodigies? Everyone had finally witnessed it firsthand. A chance at the new secret realm granted without hesitation. Lu Yuding's gaze locked onto Lin Mu, a sudden smile curling her lips. She had already learned from her brother the 5 candidates selected for this new secret realm. With Lin Mu now as an unexpected variable, one of them would inevitably be kicked out. And when that happened, that person would surely refuse to accept it and come looking for Lin Mu. After all, those who secured a spot were prodigies from Qingbei University, each with cultivation levels no lower than 25th tier. When that happened, Lin Mu would inevitably be targeted. So what if Lin Mu was a fighter? Could he possibly break through to level 25 within this month? Old Zhang, is that all? Hearing this news, Lin Mu rubbed his hands together, hoping to squeeze more benefits out of the other party. Take it, take it. Master Zhang was a generous soul. With a wave of his hand, a pill landed squarely in Lin Mu's palm. The pill radiated a spiritual glow, and its immense spiritual energy instantly filled the entire martial arts hall. Even the crowd could tell this pill was of exceptionally high grade. At that very moment, they couldn't help but envy Lin Mu. Was this the treatment reserved for the most prodigiously gifted? Chapter 134, Breaking Through the Rank. Thank you, Elder Zhang. Lin Mu chuckled softly and tucked the pill away. Very well. Since you're unharmed, I should be on my way. Should you ever need anything, don't hesitate to seek me out. Master Zhang waved dismissively. After all, Lin Mu was a prodigy of the highest caliber, giving him such items was hardly a significant gesture. After all, other top martial arts universities were willing to offer nearly half their resources just to recruit him. Alright, take care on your way. Lin Mu smiled warmly as he escorted the other out. Inside the martial arts hall, with Master Zhang's departure, the place quickly returned to its usual state. Let's go. After receiving the elixir, Lin Mu departed with Su Yuer. Watching Lin Mu depart, everyone present understood clearly that after today, his name would likely echo throughout the entire Qingbei University. A freshman like Lin Mu had defeated the senior Wei Long and directly claimed the 20th spot on the genius ranking. Lin Mu, no wonder you dared to come. Su Yuer finally understood why Lin Mu had dared to challenge him. It turned out that over the past month, his cultivation had already reached the 19th level. Talented beyond compare, that must be me. Lin Mu sighed softly. Ah, children from poor families grow up fast. I'm an orphan too. If I don't work hard, how can I compete with prodigies like you? At this remark, Su Yuer shot Lin Mu a withering look. She was pure talent, a prodigy among prodigies. She couldn't help but wonder what heights he might have reached had he been born into a family like hers. You should be careful lately. Su Yuer cautioned. Judging by Lin Mu's demeanor, he probably had no idea that the spots for the new secret realm had already been filled. Oh? Lin Mu turned to face her. The candidate for the new secret realm mentioned by Elder Zhang has already been decided. You're replacing someone from above, and that person certainly won't just let you enter the new secret realm without a fight. Su Yuer said calmly. Although the new secret realm spot was awarded to the most capable, it was only natural for the school to grant it to a prodigy like Lin Mu. But having a freshman suddenly snatch away a spot, no one would be happy about that. Moreover, those who earned their spots were no ordinary talents, each was a prodigy among prodigies. What cultivation levels do these 5 possess? Lin Mu inquired. Level 25 minimum, capped at level 30. Su Yuer replied, but the secret realm won't open for another 3 months, so it'll likely coincide with the university martial arts competition. With your talent and Elder Zhang's full support, you should be able to catch up to them within these 3 months. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Alright, I understand. He already knew the cultivation levels of these 5 individuals. Now, it was time to break through to the next realm. He still had 30 million credits in his account. If he spent it all, he could gain 300 points of vitality. 300 chi blood points would be sufficient for him to advance from level 20 to level 25. After level 20, each level required 40 points of chi blood. That would put him just over level 27. But with the current pill he possessed, consuming it should be sufficient for him to break through 1 level. Alright, I'll head back now. If nothing urgent comes up these next few days, don't bother me. Lin Mu dropped that line and left. That guy, Su Yuer shook her head. Looks like I'll have to work even harder. Before Lin Mu appeared, Su Yuer felt quite confident in her abilities and worked diligently. But now, she'd have to push herself even harder than before. Back at his residence, Lin Mu immediately opened the Martial Arts Association's online store. Alright then, time to start shopping. My fist techniques are only at the 4th tier now. My leg techniques need to catch up too. Lin Mu rubbed his chin as he began selecting martial arts techniques. His sword and spear techniques were now nearly equal, his fist techniques were decent, but his leg techniques remained his weakest point. As a full-time martial artist, his leg techniques couldn't lag behind either. Swift as the wind, lightning fast, 4th tier, high grade. Price, 29 million. Wind Mountain Lion Roar leg technique, tier 4 high grade, priced at 29 million. Martial Path Ultimate leg technique, tier 4 high grade, priced at 29 million. 4th tier leg techniques generally fall within the 10 million credit range, while top tier 4th tier leg techniques command around 30 million credits. This only proved Lin Mu right. Blowing through 30 million in one go felt absolutely exhilarating. The remaining 1 million could still buy some arrows. Swift as the wind, swift as lightning. It's not merely a simple leg technique. It also harnesses thunderous energy to accelerate movement. Gale speed harnesses spiritual wind control to amplify one's running speed. Lin Mu immediately settled on this martial art. This one it is. Lin Mu placed his order directly, then used the last million Great Xia coins to buy a stack of explosive arrows. The explosive arrows weren't too expensive, 5,000 coins each, so he bought 200 straight away. Early the next morning, the Martial Arts Association's representative delivered the items. It must be said, the efficiency was truly remarkable. Lin Mu stowed the items into his storage ring, deciding to postpone cultivating the 4th grade upper tier swift as lightning technique for now. Host has spent 30 million Great Xia coins, gaining 300 vitality points. Congratulations, host. You have leveled up. Congratulations, host. Level up. As the system's voice echoed repeatedly, Lin Mu's level surged upward 7 times in succession. So this is the power of money. Awesome. Feeling his body grow stronger, though his muscles didn't appear particularly bulky, immense changes were occurring within Lin Mu. His limbs and bones were infused with immense power, and his spiritual energy surged to new heights. Level 27. Just a hair's breadth away from breaking through to level 28. Those 5 are capped at level 30. They just need to break through 1 or 2 more levels. Lin Mu murmured to himself before retrieving the pill given to him by old Zhang. This pill contained extremely potent spiritual energy. The moment he took it out, the entire room became saturated with spiritual energy. This alone was enough to demonstrate the pill's formidable power. Old Deng sure knows how to pick his gifts. Lin Mu hadn't examined the pill closely before, but now, just inhaling its scent sent pure agitation coursing through his dantian. Without hesitation, Lin Mu popped the pill into his mouth. The moment it entered his body, it dissolved like mud into a river, and a torrent of spiritual energy surged into Lin Mu's system. His dantian felt as though it had been fitted with an engine, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy. Having already reached the 20th level, he was now on the verge of breaking through to a new realm. This feels amazing. A grin spread across Lin Mu's lips. He dared not slack off, hastening to absorb the boundless spiritual energy. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the 6th day, a muffled thud echoed through the martial arts training room. Lin Mu's cultivation level officially reached level 30. The spiritual energy contained within that single pill had allowed Lin Mu to leapfrog 3 levels in one go. Chapter 135, New Ability Weapon Transformation. Refreshed and invigorated. After breaking through his cultivation realm, only 4 words filled Lin Mu's mind. Awesome. The spiritual energy within his body flowed like a vast river. The celestial bridge formed within his dantian grew ever more brilliant, extending forward by a full 100 zhang. With a single exertion, Lin Mu could feel the terrifying power now contained beneath his seemingly ordinary muscles. Congratulations, host, on advancing your level. You have earned 1 chance to draw an infinite attribute. Ding. Detected 17 opportunities for infinite attribute draws. System upgrading. Upgrade complete. Host may now choose to convert 5 or 10 draw opportunities into a single draw, guaranteeing an item of supreme quality or higher. Whoa, you can do that now? Lin Mu blinked, glancing over the entries he currently possessed. 13 entries, that was quite a lot. He'd been worried he wouldn't be able to use them all, especially useless ones like avoids beef. But now that the system offered this option, instead of exhausting all 17 chances to draw entries, it made more sense to convert some of them into a single draw for a better entry. Lin Mu immediately chose to convert 2 of his remaining 17 keyword draws. One conversion merged 5 entry draws, while the other merged 10 entry draws. This way, he only needed to draw entries 4 times. Congratulations, host, on successful fusion. Initiating term extraction. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the advantage is mine. Advantage is mine. The greater the number and strength of enemies, the stronger the boost gained. Starting boost, 50%. Maximum boost, 300%. Good. This entry wasn't useless, it further amplified Lin Mu's ability to challenge foes beyond his level. Continuing to draw entries. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Golden Soul. Golden Soul, each defeated enemy grants permanent physical enhancement. Current enhancement, 0%. Golden Soul originates from an ancient powerhouse S technique. Legend states that when physical enhancement reaches 3000%, one's body can manifest into 100 young colossus, each movement capable of overturning heaven and earth. The enhancement granted by this second entry clearly resulted from merging multiple drawn entries. Holy crap, this must be a divine technique or dermic form. Lin Mu clicked his tongue in admiration. This entry was impressive. Extraction continued. Congratulations, host, on acquiring 1000 speed. 1000 speed increases movement speed by 30%. Each consumption of 100,000 Great Xia coins boosts speed by 2%, with no upper limit. 1000 speed is actually 10,000 speed. When speed reaches a certain extreme, it can surpass the speed of light and traverse the river of time. As the skill merged with him, Lin Mu instantly felt the transformation within his body.
I'm about to become a long-distance running champion. Keep pulling.
Congratulations, host, on acquiring Divine Weapon. Divine Weapon, upon using a martial treasure, its grade will ascend 1 level.
This effect can only be used once. Great, great, great.
Reading this description, Lin Mu exclaimed good 3 times in succession. This effect was truly incredible.
The highest tier for martial treasures was 9th tier.
As far as he knew, there was only one 9th tier martial treasure in the entire Great Xia Empire. No, across the entire Blue Star, 9th grade martial treasures could probably be counted on one hand. Even 8th grade martial treasures were rare treasures, with perhaps only a handful existing in an entire great nation. If he possessed an 8th tier martial treasure now, he could directly upgrade it to a 9th tier martial treasure. The ability to arbitrarily increase a tier by 1 level was proof enough of this skill's terrifying power. For a moment, Lin Mu couldn't tell which skill he'd actually drawn after merging multiple times. After all, the subsequent entries grew increasingly absurd. It really does come down to luck. Lin Mu felt a bit embarrassed. For now, focusing solely on making money will sustain my path to strength. I just wonder how long the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and Crimson Sky Sword in my hands will last me. Lin Mu's level had indeed risen. But with that came the need to replace his martial treasures and weapons. It seemed that advancing too rapidly wasn't necessarily a good thing after all. After all, what martial artists valued most were cultivation realm, martial treasures, martial equipment, and martial arts. Even among practitioners at the same realm, significant gaps could be created by disparities in these elements.
Having broken through to level 30, my new ability should manifest now. Congratulations, host.
Your cultivation realm has broken through to level 30.
New ability acquired, weapon summoning.
Weapon summoning, utilizing one's cultivation realm perception, summon any weapon within a 3-mile radius to serve at will, controlled by thought. Note, using this ability against martial artists of higher realms will significantly increase the difficulty of summoning their martial treasures.
Weapon summoning.
Lin Mu gently closed his eyes, his mind's perception unfurling. The moment his level 30 aura spread, every martial treasure within 3 li instantly sensed his presence. Within moments, Lin Mu detected a faint resonance emanating from every martial artifact within that radius. Inside a villa, a young man abruptly opened his eyes and swiftly drew a long sword from his storage ring.
What?
The sword in his hand now emitted a faint glow, its entire blade trembling slightly as it hovered in midair, as if controlled by someone else. The young man scrambled to grab the sword, but in that instant, he sensed someone else attempting to summon his martial treasure.
Is that even possible?
The young man was startled. This was Qingbei University, and it was the core area just a few kilometers from the campus.
Could it be that some third-tier mentor was channeling some terrifying divine power?
That was the only thought racing through the young man's mind at that moment. But soon, the long sword in his hand calmed down, returning to his grasp. The young man regained control of his martial treasure once more. Who would have thought such a thing could happen? The young man sighed softly.
Truly worthy of Qingbei University.
Within the residence, Lin Mu withdrew his perception. Within a 3-mile radius, only one long sword was under his command. And just as the system had warned, he had sensed a faint resistance from the sword's owner moments ago.
Fortunately, the opponent's cultivation level was low.
Had it been someone of higher cultivation, Lin Mu would have been completely unable to command their martial treasure.
But that move was brilliant. Lin Mu grinned. His current profession was getting cooler by the day.
To command 10,000 weapons to strike simultaneously, what a breathtaking spectacle that would be.
Only now did Lin Mu finally grasp why the commander of the Great Xia's Dragon Guardian army was so terrifyingly powerful. He now understood why red-ranked martial masters without a specific profession became more terrifying the higher their cultivation level rose. Lin Mu, are you still training?
A clear, slightly weary voice echoed from outside the training hall.
What is it?
Lin Mu lifted his head and stepped out of the training room.
Outside, Su Nange looked utterly haggard.
Her stunningly beautiful face bore a touch of pallor, and her eyes had lost some of their usual clarity.
Chapter 136 Spreading rumors about me, is it?
Seeing her state, Lin Mu's heart tightened, and he hurried over.
What's wrong? I'm fine.
Su Nange shook her head, gently brushing away Lin Mu's hand before sinking into the sofa.
I was just thinking, what exactly is our relationship now?
Su Nange's bare feet were exposed, her legs pressed together as her feet rested on the sofa. She buried her head deep into her thighs. Her voice was soft, trembling slightly by the end. Lin Mu froze, taken aback by her question.
Damn, this stumped Lin Mu.
It was like a woman suddenly confessing her feelings to you, then asking, if I and your mom both fell into the water, who would you save first? Of course, Lin Mu would choose to save you. Because he was an orphan. He had no mother. Lin Mu hadn't expected Su Nange to be so adamant about their relationship. After a long silence, Lin Mu still didn't answer.
I understand.
Su Nange seemed unwilling to wait for Lin Mu's reply. She lifted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. With her delicate little hand, she gently rubbed her eyes and let out a soft chuckle. If we haven't done it, we're just friends. Put. The water Lin Mu had just swallowed came spurting right back out. This girl. Lin Mu, are you abandoning me? Su Nange asked. After uttering those words, she seemed to gather her courage, her clear eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. I can leave. You don't have to trouble yourself. With that, Su Nange stood up and prepared to leave the villa. Lin Mu grabbed her arm. Don't go. Su Nange froze, and a smile instantly blossomed across her flawlessly beautiful face. You still like me, right? Yes. Lin Mu nodded without hesitation. Alright, I love you. Su Nange smiled, a radiant smile like a crescent moon, beautiful beyond words. Lin Mu froze instantly. You don't need to say anything. Su Nange stepped forward, pressing a finger to Lin Mu's lips and murmured softly, when you like someone, time alone reveals it. So, I like you. I hope you like me too, but I don't want you to say this just because you want to keep me here for now. With that, Su Nange smiled and returned to her room. Thank you for looking after me these past months. From now on, I'll continue taking care of you just as I always have. Lin Mu watched her retreating figure, his emotions tangled. This girl. She was such a greenhorn before, how did she suddenly become so savvy in matters of the heart? Back in her room, Su Nange's previously cheerful mood instantly shattered. She clutched the corner of her blanket tightly, fighting back tears. Everything she'd just done had been an act, all to make Lin Mu want to keep her. She longed to hear Lin Mu confess his feelings in person, but with so many beauties surrounding him, Su Nange knew all too well her own uncertain status. She was destined to only watch Lin Mu from afar. Not causing him trouble was already the best she could hope for. Lin Mu left the residence to take on a mission. His current cultivation level was sufficient. It was time to take on some missions to earn some money. As far as he knew, credits could be exchanged for great Xia currency at a certain rate. Lin Mu now had only one goal, to spend. 2 months remain before the new secret realm opens. With my current abilities, earning $1 million shouldn't be a problem. After staying indoors for days, Lin Mu stepped outside and felt as though the world had changed. It felt like months had passed. Did you hear? That top prodigy of our school, Lin Mu, actually has a demonic woman by his side. What? That can't be true. This news came straight from the Lu family's young heiress. It must be true. People outside were all discussing this matter. When it reached Lin Mu's ears, he froze in shock. Unyielding really knows how to stir up trouble. One crisis barely subsided before another erupted. Lin Mu's temper flared instantly. Under Elder Su's investigation, Su Nange had long been confirmed not to be of demonic lineage, but human. For reasons unknown, she had been brought into the beast wilderness and raised as the daughter of the beast king. Now, Lin Mu never imagined Unyielding would seize upon this matter to stir up trouble. For a moment, Lin Mu's face flushed with a hint of anger. Passers-by who caught sight of Lin Mu instinctively stepped aside and fell silent. This guy? The real deal is right here. Who'd dare gossip about him? The incident a few days ago where Lin Mu had beaten Wei Long senseless was also being widely discussed in the Imperial Palace. A freshman defeating a senior was nothing short of a major event. Not only that, but the vice president's personal intervention had further elevated Lin Mu's status. Who in all of Qingbei University would dare provoke Lin Mu? While most weren't privy to the feud between Lin Mu and the Lu family, they knew the Lu clan wielded immense power. Targeting Lin Mu was none of their business. Smack! Lin Mu casually grabbed a freshman by the collar. The latter was terrified. Lin Mu, what's wrong? The person was drenched in sweat as he hurriedly asked. I'm asking you, do you know where Unyielding is right now? Lin Mu asked indifferently. Sister Unyielding is currently in the martial arts hall, sparring with someone. The man hurriedly replied. Which training hall? Qingfeng Tower. As for which specific training hall, I don't know. Alright, thanks. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu released the person and headed straight for Qingfeng Tower. Watching Lin Mu's departing figure, a passerby clicked his tongue. Off to find the Lu family's young heiress, huh? TSK, besides him, Lin Mu, who else has the guts to do that? Exactly. Even setting aside Lin Mu, just the status of being the Lu family's legitimate daughter means no one in the entire Qingbei University would dare provoke her. At that moment, inside the martial arts training hall, Unyielding had just defeated an opponent of equal skill and was now sitting, recuperating. Sis Unyielding, if we make this public, will the university really take it seriously? Unyielding's subordinate asked. What? You think a human prodigy consorting with demonic remnants isn't serious enough for the administration? Unyielding replied coldly, or do you think Lin Mu's influence isn't significant enough? These two sentences left the younger brother speechless. Just watch. The school administration will intervene soon, followed by the Martial Arts Association, and then Lin Mu's interrogation. Unyielding's lips curved into a faint smile, her expression smug and triumphant. Lin Mu was still too green to go head-to-head with her. A man with skeletons in his closet could never truly rise. Once the Martial Arts Association got involved, with her Lu family adding fuel to the fire, Lin Mu would be finished. Remember, in Great Xia, even if you possess terrifying talent, colluding with demonic tribes is an unforgivable crime. The Great Xia Empire would never tolerate such an act. Which means Lin Mu is doomed. Chapter 137, The Truth Comes Out. Lu Yuting sat in the classroom, surrounded by over a dozen people. As an ordinary student, she was required to attend every single class without exception. Compared to those recommended students and core trainees like Lin Mu, who were completely exempt from classes. This meant they had far more free time than other students. Sis Yuting, in my opinion, Lin Mu's talent is truly terrifying, but looking across the entire Great Xia, he probably isn't the most outstanding. One of the younger students spoke up. Lu Yuting nodded slightly. As the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, she was privy to more information than others in her daily life. Rumors had spread that a new student had arrived at Mountain River University, one even more terrifying than top prodigies like Li Zhao. The news sent shockwaves through the entire Lingzhou region, even reaching this place. That freshman had demonstrated overwhelming power from the start, defeating Li Zhao and even briefly claiming the top spot among Shanghai University's freshmen. He was hailed as the most prodigious talent Shanghai University had seen in a century. What was particularly astonishing was that the newcomer's cultivation realm was one level higher than Lin Mu's when he first enrolled. Thus, judging solely by this point, Lin Mu's talent was nothing special. As thoughts turned to Lin Mu being taken away by the Martial Arts Association. Just as Lu Yuting felt a twinge of satisfaction at the thought. Boom! A thunderous crash echoed through the air as the martial arts training hall's door was kicked violently outward. The sudden noise startled everyone inside the training hall. Who's there? Holy crap, who dares break in like that? What nerve! Many, once they regained their senses, were filled with fury. The sudden fright only fueled their anger further. Lin Mu stood before the kicked-in door in casual attire, his clear eyes scanning the entire martial arts hall before fixing on its far end. You're the one spreading rumors. Lin Mu slowly walked toward Lu Yuting. Lin Mu, what are you doing? Lu Yuting, snapping out of her daze at Lin Mu's sudden arrival, immediately stood up, glaring coldly at him. What I'm going to do? You'll find out soon enough. A hint of coldness flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. Lin Mu, this is the martial arts training hall. It's not a place for you to run wild. Lu Yuting's henchman scrambled to his feet and pointed an accusing finger at Lin Mu. But in the next instant, a sudden gust of wind swept through. The man felt an overwhelming pressure engulf him. In the next instant, his body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. Seeing Lin Mu dare to strike, Lu Yuting took a deep breath and sneered coldly, Lin Mu, you're finished. You've colluded with the demonic race and you've attacked someone outside the martial arts hall. I'm reporting this to the instructor. At these words, Lin Mu smiled. That's no reason to slander me. As the words fell, Lin Mu seized Lu Yuting. Lu Yuting gasped in shock, a chill emanating from her body. But before she could fully activate her abilities, a terrifying pressure enveloped her entirely. In an instant, Lu Yuting lost all control over her body. The next second, she felt an iron grip clamp down on her shoulder, pain surging through her. Instantly, her entire body was violently flung backward. Thud! Lu Yuting's body slammed heavily onto the ground, her pristine white clothing tearing at the impact. But it wasn't over yet. Lin Mu showed no intention of stopping. He applied slight pressure with his palm, snapping Lu Yuting's arm clean off. Ugh! Lu Yuting screamed in agony, her entire body drenched in cold sweat. The distinct sound of her left arm snapping echoed, and excruciating pain instantly spread throughout her body. Everyone else was stunned into silence, utterly unprepared for Lin Mu to strike with such brutality. Not only had he struck someone, but he'd crushed the arm of the Lu family's young heiress. If I ever hear you mention Sunange again, you'll be wishing for death. Lin Mu spoke coldly, his pitch-black eyes devoid of any emotion. The words struck Lu Yuting like a thunderclap, sending a chill down her spine. She dared not utter another word. She was utterly convinced that if she ever uttered such words again, Lin Mu would truly kill her. After disciplining Lu Yuting, Lin Mu turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, the others hurried over to Lu Yuting's side. Lu Yuting retrieved a pill from her storage ring and swallowed it. The pain in her left arm immediately subsided considerably. She glared fiercely at Lin Mu's retreating figure, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. You bastard! You bastard! Just you wait. This is the last time you'll ever lay a hand on me. After today, Lin Mu would die. At that moment, in the vice principal's office. Hearing the news relayed by his subordinate, Master Zhang's expression grew grave. Master Zhang, that's the situation. The vice principal's secretary recounted the entire incident. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang inquired, can the Lu family truly guarantee the authenticity of this matter? Well, Master Zhang, since this matter came to light, it's been about 3 days now. Aside from that chief official from the Lu family, even Hong Chang from the Hong family has confirmed it. Not only that, but the other 5 major families can corroborate it as well. The secretary replied. At these words, Master Zhang's brows knitted tightly together, his cloudy eyes flashing with a hint of shock. He never imagined that Lin Mu, that top-tier prodigy, would bring a demonic being into Qingbei University. As the vice-chancellor, he had personally recommended Lin Mu and even agreed to the young man's request. But without his confirmation, he refused to listen to anyone else's testimony. Long before this, he had already investigated matters concerning Lin Mu. The 7 major families who had journeyed to the capital back then had traveled together to Tsung City and entered the Beast Wastes. It was precisely at that time that the Beast Wastes erupted. Rumor had it that Lu Shaguan had retrieved the supreme artifact sealing the abyss, triggering this chain of events. Now that all 7 families had testified simultaneously, Master Zhang concluded that Lin Mu must have significant ties to them.
Where is Lin Mu now? Master Zhang turned to ask. Master Zhang, Lin Mu should currently be in the training hall of the newcomer district.
The secretary replied. I'll go find Lin Mu now and bring that woman with him for a test.
Master Zhang rose to his feet.
If the instruments truly detect anything, Lin Mu will be temporarily confined within the academy grounds. Hearing this, the secretary paused for a moment before nodding.
Understood, Master Zhang.
With that, Master Zhang immediately departed, heading toward the new student area. Meanwhile, fueled by the combined efforts of the 7 great clans, news of the incident had already reached the Martial Arts Association in the capital. As the headquarters of the entire Great Xia Martial Arts Association, this matter involving Lin Mu instantly garnered the highest level of attention.
A top human prodigy conspiring with demonic remnants, this is a grave matter.
If it spreads across Great Xia, no one will be able to protect Lin Mu. At the headquarters, a middle-aged man in a black suit issued the order without hesitation. I am taking Lin Mu back immediately for evidence collection and investigation. Chapter 138, still unfazed.
Within Qingbei University.
Lin Mu had just stepped out of the martial arts training hall when he was intercepted by Master Zhang, who had rushed over.
Master Zhang?
Seeing Master Zhang before him, Lin Mu understood perfectly well why the other had come here. But he wasn't worried. Judging by your demeanor, it seems you haven't taken this matter seriously at all. Master Zhang observed Lin Mu's composed demeanor and felt an unexpected surge of confidence.
From every angle, this youngster Lin Mu didn't seem like a fool. Haha, Master Zhang, let me ask you this. If it turns out that girl isn't a demon clan member, what punishment would the Lu family face for spreading such a devastating rumor? Lin Mu chuckled and asked. Punishment?
Master Zhang murmured.
This was a difficult question to answer. As one of the 7 great families of Shangjing City, the Lu family held immense power and influence.
Among these 7 families, the Lu family quietly held the top position. Punishing a power of this caliber would be exceedingly difficult.
Moreover, even if the girl's innocence were proven, the Lu family's actions were ultimately motivated by loyalty to the Great Xia. That single fact alone meant punishment for the Lu family was impossible. Lin Mu, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you.
Master Zhang sighed helplessly, forced to speak plainly. Hearing this, Lin Mu chuckled.
Then so be it.
But his smile was tinged with coldness. He should have anticipated this outcome. Moreover, given his strained relationships with both the Lu and Hong families, there was little chance of reconciliation. Compared to the remaining 5 families, these 2 likely wished for his death more than any others. The enmity ran deep, but for now, Lin Mu needed only to navigate the immediate crisis. When he finally gained the strength to overturn these 2 families, he would strike with thunderous force. Though I know nothing of your feud with the Lu family, rest assured as long as you remain at Qingbei Academy, the Lu family will never dare touch you.
Master Zhang declared solemnly, for this was the only assurance he could offer Lin Mu. Of course, there is one more condition, that woman must be innocent. I understand. Thank you, Master Zhang.
Lin Mu gave a slight bow toward the other man. With the Lu and Hong families stirring the pot, this affair was bound to erupt into a massive scandal. If Lin Mu was innocent, that was one thing. But if Su Nange truly was a demon beast, then Lin Mu's life would be ruined.
Let's go.
First, take me to find her, then we'll proceed with the test.
Master Zhang said. Understood. Lin Mu nodded.
Before long, Lin Mu brought Su Nange out. Su Nange looked utterly surprised, but upon hearing Lin Mu's words, a shadow of gloom settled over her clear eyes.
Had she caused trouble for Lin Mu again?
Master Zhang appraised Su Nange, who was the same age as Lin Mu. He studied her exquisite features, then extended his aura to sweep over her body.
How peculiar.
A single glance caused Master Zhang's brow to furrow slightly. Lin Mu watched as the man wore the same expression he had seen on the late Su Senior, and his heart skipped a beat.
What could possibly elicit such expressions from them?
One thing he could be certain of, Su Nange was definitely not a demon.
Let's go.
Master Zhang said, then led Lin Mu and Su Nange to the testing building.
Qingbei University had everything one could need. A testing station was no big deal.
Logically, Su Nange should have been taken to the Martial Arts Association for testing. But Master Zhang still wanted to protect Lin Mu, so taking him directly there was out of the question. Upon entering the testing room, the procedure remained unchanged.
Su Nange stood upon the testing platform. As time passed, the testing platform ultimately yielded no results.
No result meant Su Nange was human. Upon hearing this news, the gravity faded from Master Zhang's aged face and a faint smile finally appeared. Good. Very good. Sunange being human meant the Lu family's claims were false and Lin Mu was innocent. Sunange stood beside Lin Mu, her palm tightly clasped around his. Lin Mu paused, then instinctively tightened his grip on hers. As if finding reassurance, Sunange's tense expression finally relaxed. Just then, several powerful auras approached from this direction. Master Zhang seemed to sense it and immediately shot skyward. Master Zhang. The arrivals were none other than the middle-aged men who had rushed over from the Martial Arts Association headquarters. Director Wu, I never imagined you would come personally. Master Zhang observed the visitor, his tone calm. This matter arose suddenly. The other 7 major families have already begun exerting pressure. I had no choice but to come sooner. The middle-aged man explained. Master Zhang, judging by the situation, you're conducting an inspection. Yes, that's correct. Master Zhang nodded. I was going to inform you of the news. Since you're here, take another look for yourself. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Then, the two landed on the ground. The accompanying members of the Martial Arts Association also approached the other party. Young Master Lin, we're in your debt. Master Zhang addressed Lin Mu. Nange, go ahead. Sunange nodded and stepped back onto the testing platform. The middle-aged man watched the testing platform intently, fearing any unexpected disturbance. After all, if the test revealed the subject to be demonic, the loss would be nothing less than one of humanity's most prodigious talents. But soon, the testing platform showed no signs of abnormality. Finally, the middle-aged man's furrowed brow relaxed and a hint of relief washed over his face. Thank goodness. A blessing in disguise. I will inform the 7 major families of this outcome. The middle-aged man said. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang nodded. Has this matter spread yet? Not yet. I've suppressed it, the middle-aged man shook his head. As the director of the Martial Arts Association headquarters, his authority was immense. Even the 7 great families held less standing than he did. Upon learning of this news, he immediately sealed it off. But only for the time being. But it was enough. The detection platform showed no reaction, meaning that the person beside Lin Mu was not a demonic being. Thank you for your help, young friend Lin Mu. The middle-aged man scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe, his cloudy eyes betraying a hint of astonishment. Young friend Lin Mu, what realm are you currently at? Level 30. Lin Mu replied. At these words, Master Zhang, who had been cheerful moments before, froze in place. The middle-aged man also froze. What? After a moment of shock, Master Zhang stared intently at Lin Mu, unable to believe his ears. How the hell did you break through again in just a few days? Good heavens, could it be that the pill I gave him was the wrong one? Could it be I gave him a 7th grade pill instead of a 3rd grade one? The middle-aged man beside him was so stunned he couldn't utter a word. He simply didn't know what to say. In such a short time, this kid's cultivation level has reached the 30th tier. Truly unprecedented. Chapter 139, Zhang Wei. Lin Mu and Sunange left the testing building. As for the 7 great families, the director of the Martial Arts Association headquarters would handle it. Regarding the Academy's affairs, Vice-Chancellor Zheng Fuzi would naturally handle the resolution. Within a single day, rumors about whether Lin Mu harbored demonic beings spread throughout Qingbei University. The answer was no. Everyone around Lin Mu had undergone testing and none were found to be demonic beings. This matter could be verified by the director of the Martial Arts Association headquarters. Moreover, Master Zhang emphasized that if anyone still doubted, they were welcome to come to his office at the vice president's office. He was willing to stake a century of his own Qingming festival to wager against them. With that declaration, the entire student body of Qingbei University fell silent. Seriously, with the vice president speaking so definitively, who would dare doubt that those around Lin Mu were demonic beings? Within the Lu residence, Lu Shaguan sat in his chamber, awaiting news from the Martial Arts Association. Chief Lu, news has arrived. A voice called out from outside the door at that moment. Speak. Lu Shaguan slid his finger slightly, and the door opened. An elderly man kneeling outside spoke, reporting to Lu Shaguan. Director Wu says that after examining the one by Lin Mu's side, she is not of the demon clan. He also hopes the 7 great families will cease making an issue of this matter. Upon hearing this news, Lu Shaguan felt little disappointment. Given Su Wei's temperament, whose fate remained unknown, he would have had that woman examined long ago. Had she truly been a demon, she likely wouldn't have survived this long with Lin Mu. Su Wei would have slain her already. This incident served merely as a reminder to Lin Mu. Very well, I understand. By the way, relay this information to the Hidden World clans. Yes, Lord Chief Official. Lu Shaguan waved his hand dismissively. Once the elder departed, a hint of cunning flickered in his eyes, which seemed to hold swirling stars. Lin Mu, oh Lin Mu, the show has only just begun. Do you truly believe that woman is so simple? Within Qingbei University. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Everything proceeded as usual, and news about Lin Mu had completely vanished during these days. No one speculated anymore about whether the woman by his side was a demonic being. Even more shocking was the news that Lin Mu had kicked through the martial arts hall's door, instantly crippling Lu Yuding's left arm. The news spread like wildfire, immediately alarming many senior students. After all, Lu Yuding was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. Moreover, her elder brother was the leading figure among the third-year students. His cultivation level had long since broken through to the 35th tier. To advance 10 levels in a single year over just 3 years, such talent was truly terrifying. And today, the second-ranked name on the pride list belonged to her brother. Lin Mu had now crippled the Lu family's legitimate daughter's left arm. Even with his terrifying talent, retaliation was inevitable. In a secluded private cultivation chamber, a handsome young man clad in white robes slowly opened his eyes. Such a thing has occurred. The young man was none other than Lu Yuding's elder brother, Lu Feng. At only 21 years old, his cultivation had already reached the 33rd level. He was hailed as the most prodigiously talented individual to emerge from the Lu family in 3 decades. Living up to the Lu family's expectations, he had broken through to the 33rd level in just 3 years, becoming a renowned figure among several top martial arts academies. Now, the younger sister of this leading figure among third-year students had her left arm crippled. Lu Feng's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly. Ever since Lin Mu arrived at Qingbei University, he had learned of the feud between Lin Mu and the Lu family from his uncle, Lu Shaguan. His original plan was to deal with this bastard later. But he never imagined the brat would grow so arrogant as to publicly cripple his own sister's arm. Lin Mu is also one of the 5 spots for the newly opened secret realm. I intended to teach you a proper lesson there. Lu Feng's eyes were cold, gleaming with murderous intent. But now, you've crippled half my sister's arm. You'd better be prepared. At the same time, a man named Zhang Wei issued a challenge to Lin Mu across the entire Qingbei University campus. The news sent shockwaves through the entire student body. Freshmen might not recognize the name, but upperclassmen knew exactly who this man was. Zhang Wei ranked 15th on the Celestial Genius list. He was also the lowest ranked among the 5 spots allocated for the newly opened secret realm. I've just emerged from seclusion, spent a year scheming to secure this spot, and now it's been snatched away for no apparent reason? Upon learning his spot had been taken by a freshman, Zhang Wei's rage exploded beyond measure. Inside the cultivation chamber, Zhang Wei's muscles were exceptionally well developed, and his frame was remarkably tall and imposing. His face was now twisted with intense fury, his eyes carrying an unprecedented chill. His background wasn't particularly privileged. The Zhang family ranked near the bottom in the capital. Yet through sheer talent, he'd earned admission to Qingbei University and climbed all the way to 15th place on the genius rankings. Unexpectedly, after a year of painstaking effort and struggle, he had finally managed to stand out from countless others. He had planned to enter the secret realm, test his limits, and see if he could obtain some valuable treasures to break through to level 30 within a year. Yet this hard-earned opportunity was snatched away by a freshman who had just arrived at Qingbei University? Who the hell could put up with that? The moment he emerged from seclusion, Zhang Wei immediately challenged Lin Mu to a duel, even posting the news on the campus forum. Instantly, it caused an uproar. Zhang Wei, fresh out of seclusion, challenges Lin Mu right away? Senior Zhang is ranked 15th on the leaderboard. Does Lin Mu even dare accept? Whether he dares or not, he took someone else's spot. Even if it were me, I wouldn't accept it. Countless people were discussing the matter, finding it perfectly normal that Zhang Wei would challenge Lin Mu immediately upon emerging from seclusion. After all, no one could accept it. Su Yuer also received the news immediately. I'm sorry, Lin Mu, but I can't help you with this. Su Yuer shook her head helplessly. Taking someone else's spot was never something to be proud of. Besides, given Lin Mu's abilities, he wouldn't likely achieve much in that new secret realm anyway. Please try to persuade Lin Mu. At this point, it was the only option Su Yuer could think of. Zhang Wei's cultivation level was roughly around the 25th tier. Even if Lin Mu defeated Wei Long, how could his cultivation possibly break through to the 25th tier in such a short time? A gap of 4 to 5 levels was simply too vast for Lin Mu to bridge. Therefore, persuading Lin Mu to decline was the right choice. With several days remaining before the new secret realm opened, Lin Mu's breakthrough pace should allow him to catch up. Thus, refusing this time was not disgraceful. After all, the cultivation gap is real. What shame is there in refusing? Chapter 140, 1 Move, 1 Kill. News of Zhang Wei's challenge had already spread throughout Qingbei University. Countless people now wanted to see if Lin Mu would dare face him in combat. Although Lin Mu had previously defeated Wei Long, ranked 21st on the leaderboard, causing a huge stir. Facing the level 25 Zhang Wei, Lin Mu would undoubtedly be no match. However, with some time remaining before the new secret realm opened, Lin Mu could certainly catch up to Zhang Wei if he accelerated his efforts. The question was whether Lin Mu would refuse this time. This, no one could say for certain. At the martial arts hall, before a larger arena room. The area was already packed with spectators, both new and veteran students present. All eyes were fixed on whether Lin Mu would dare to show up. Hope we don't come all this way for nothing today. What nonsense. I reckon Lin Mu will show up, but he'd never dare fight him. TSK, Brother Wei Yi is still too impatient. That Lin Mu is a core student with high status and influence. If Brother Wei Yi just waits a bit, things will be easier to handle. Everyone was well aware of Lin Mu's status at Qingbei University. Across the entire Qingbei University, there were only 7 core students. Each possessed terrifying talent, and their current cultivation levels were no small feat. As a freshman, Lin Mu had achieved such accomplishments within less than 3 months of arriving at Qingbei University, already proving his extraordinary talent. Even if Lin Mu refused this duel with Zhang Wei, no one would look down on him. After all, it was a gap in cultivation levels. No one would bother to gossip about such a thing. It's like an 80-level powerhouse challenging a 60-level opponent to a tournament match. If the 60-level fighter refused, they'd be the one getting scolded. Qingbei University operated by a different code. I'd forgotten that point. Upon receiving this news, Lin Mu immediately accepted the challenge. When the vice-chancellor offered him the spot, Lin Mu had considered this very point. He was just a freshman. Suddenly taking someone else's spot like that, anyone would be displeased. Nevertheless, Lin Mu would certainly accept the challenge. A fair duel. If I win, this spot will be rightfully mine, and it'll spare us the gossip. The entire Qingbei University campus buzzed with the news, and Lin Mu learned that the challenger now awaited him at the martial arts hall's arena. Will Lin Mu go? In a secluded cultivation chamber, Su Yuer lifted her head, pausing her practice. She hadn't contacted Lin Mu yet, deciding instead to go to the martial arts hall to see for herself. At that moment, inside the martial arts hall, everyone was waiting for Lin Mu. On the stage, Zhang Wei stood clad in black martial arts attire. His towering frame was perfectly defined, the fabric stretched taut over his muscles. His face bore no trace of a smile, only anger, reflecting his current state of mind. When he arrives, I won't let him off lightly. Zhang Wei clenched his fists tightly. He had long learned of Lin Mu's identity from the seniors. Despite knowing that Lin Mu had ranked first in the martial arts examination and gained admission to Qingbei University as both a recommended student and a core trainee, Zhang Wei would not back down. On this matter, he would not yield. Brother Wei, Lin Mu is someone old Zhang holds in high regard. You really should back off. An upperclassman cautioned. A student favored by the vice principal, coupled with the incident where Lin Mu had clashed with Wei Long last time. If Zhang Wei dared to lay a finger on Lin Mu, the vice principal himself would be the first to come after him. Hearing this, Zhang Wei's anger only intensified. A worthless nobody who snatched his spot now had the vice principal backing him. Now, Zhang Wei truly felt the weight of power's counterbalance. I hope the vice principal doesn't come. Zhang Wei whispered under his breath. If he didn't vent his anger over this matter, it would surely leave a lingering demon in his heart. Meanwhile, Master Zhang had already received word of this development. But he wasn't worried. Lin Mu's skill level had long surpassed the threshold. Not only would Zhang Wei be no match for him, but even the others combined wouldn't stand a chance. About 10 minutes later, a young man dressed in casual clothes walked into the martial arts hall. If I beat you into submission, then I'll take this spot. Wouldn't that make you accept it wholeheartedly? Lin Mu spoke the moment he entered the room. At these words, all eyes shot toward him. Who would have thought Lin Mu would show up and with such a challenge? Zhang Wei stared intently at Lin Mu. Though he had never met him before, Lin Mu's words made it clear he was the man he sought. Looking at the frail-looking Lin Mu, Zhang Wei suppressed his anger and coldly replied, "Of course. I simply refuse to let the spot I worked so hard to earn be snatched away by a good-for-nothing." Hearing this, Lin Mu grinned. Got it. As the words fell, Zhang Wei prepared to wait for Lin Mu to step forward. But at that very moment, Lin Mu's body abruptly vanished from his original position. In the blink of an eye, a bolt of lightning arced across the stage, its overwhelming pressure instantly engulfing the entire arena. Immediately, the arc materialized into Lin Mu's form, and at the same moment, his fist had already been unleashed. Watching the fist loom larger before his eyes, Zhang Wei, caught off guard, saw his pupils contract sharply. Boom! In the next instant, Lin Mu's fist slammed into Zhang Wei's chest. The sheer force sent his opponent flying backward. The immense force instantly contorted Zhang Wei's face. The excruciating pain radiating from his chest sent cold sweat pouring down his entire body. Thud! With a dull thud, Zhang Wei's body crashed heavily onto the floor below the ring. The sequence unfolded with blinding speed. It hadn't even taken 30 seconds. The entire arena fell deathly silent. Whoa! Someone gasped in shock, and soon the entire arena erupted in stunned disbelief. Zhang Wei, a level 25 player, was taken down instantly by a newbie? Lin Mu flicked his wrist, his handsome face showing little emotion. So this spot is mine now, right? What? Su Yuer, who had just arrived, stared at Zhang Wei being knocked flying, frozen in place like a statue. Her worldview had been shattered once again. What was going on? Had she seen wrong? Lin Mu had knocked back Zhang Wei, a level 25 player? Whoosh! Su Yuer took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. This was simply too shocking. Cough cough. Zhang Wei was completely dumbfounded. He struggled to his feet, feeling the pain radiating from his chest, knowing this was all real. How could this be? You're just a freshman. Zhang Wei's entire worldview collapsed. His composure shattered completely in that instant. What kind of joke was this? A freshman had just taken out him, a senior student, outright. It's over. Lin Mu clapped his hands, then walked away under the countless stunned and bewildered gazes of those present. Chapter 141, The Second Task. News of Lin Mu defeating Zhang Wei quickly spread throughout Qingbei University. This sent shockwaves through the crowd once again. In such a short span of time, Lin Mu's cultivation level had surged to level 25. It had only been a little over a month. What the hell kind of god-tier speed breakthrough is this? Golden Soul, host defeats one opponent, physical body gains 10% enhancement. Instantly, Lin Mu felt his flesh become more resilient than before, better able to withstand blows. Lin Mu's breakthrough speed is truly too fast. Inside the cultivation chamber, Lu Feng's brows furrowed slightly. But then, he seemed to recall something. Oof. It's only natural for the school to secretly allocate resources to such a prodigious talent. Such rapid breakthroughs inevitably mean his cultivation base remains unstable. During this period, Lin Mu absolutely won't attempt another breakthrough. He must consolidate his current realm instead. As a prodigy himself, Lu Feng understood well that breaking through too quickly was not necessarily a good thing. Moreover, after martial artists broke through the 10th level, it was like opening a valve. The speed of breakthroughs reflected the depth of one's innate talent. Lin Mu had proven his talent, but his cultivation base absolutely needed to be stabilized. Martial artists must advance step by step. To Lu Feng, Lin Mu's reckless behavior devouring countless resources to hasten his cultivation was nothing but squandering his own innate talent. Nothing to fear. After a moment's thought, Lu Feng reached this conclusion. Compared to his current self, Lin Mu was utterly insignificant. At the entrance of the martial arts hall, Su Yuer was utterly perplexed. How could Lin Mu break through his cultivation realm so rapidly without needing to consolidate his new level? Lin Mu, breaking through like this isn't a good thing. After a long pause, Su Yuer called out to Lin Mu as he was about to leave. A cultivation level needs to be stabilized. Only by being down to earth can one walk further on the path of martial arts. Su Yuer reminded him. That's true. Lin Mu nodded in agreement. Breaking through cultivation levels too quickly is not necessarily a good thing. After all, one must eat one bite at a time. No one becomes fat in a single step. But, how should Lin Mu put it? The vital energy and cultivation realm gained by spending daxia coins felt as though he had cultivated them himself over a long period. There was absolutely no need to worry about consolidating his cultivation base. Miss Su, I know my limits. Let's not discuss this now. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Since she was here anyway, he had something else to ask her. Go ahead. How many great xia coins can one exchange for a single credit point? Lin Mu inquired. You want to exchange them for great xia currency? Su Yuer blinked, then replied, 1 credit point converts to 100,000 great xia currency. The task office at Qingbei has a system for earning credit points. The last 2-star mission I completed earned me a total of 4 credit points. Then convert my share into great xia currency for me. Lin Mu said. Sure. Su Yuer nodded. Though she didn't know what Lin Mu needed the money for, since he'd asked, she wouldn't pry. Immediately, 200,000 great xia coins were transferred to Lin Mu's account. That's great. A smile spread across Lin Mu's face as the 200,000 hit his account. 200,000 great xia coins equated to 2 points of qi in blood. Though it seemed small, with daily accumulation, it would add up. Bye, I'm off to pick up a quest and earn some credits. Lin Mu waved his hand, bidding farewell to Su Yuer. Quest Hub. Lin Mu accepted a 4-star quest. Proceed to Yutua Town and pursue fugitive Jiashen. Bring back the fugitive's token to complete this mission. Reward, 8 academic credits, 1 spirit gathering pill. After accepting the mission, Lin Mu did not immediately leave Qingbei University. Instead, he asked Su Yuer where Yutua Town was located. Upon hearing Lin Mu intended to go to Yutua Town, Su Yuer immediately understood his purpose. Lin Mu, that Jiashen is likely around level 30. You'd better be careful. Jiashen is also a fugitive hunted by the Martial Arts Association, and he's an array master. Su Yuer said, then sent the location details to Lin Mu's phone. That's all the information I have. The rest is up to you. Alright, thanks. Lin Mu thanked her and then left Qingbei University. Lin Mu didn't hail a cab instead, he began running at full speed. With the boost from 1000 speed and the lightning leg technique, his pace easily matched a car cruising at full throttle. Whoosh! An arc of lightning streaked across the highway, suddenly heading toward Yutua Town. Yutua Town lay on the outskirts of Shangjing, not protected by high walls. It sat on the edge of a wasteland, though that wasteland had long since been pacified. Thus, Yutua Town remained where it was, never relocating into the city proper. Precisely because of this, the fugitive had managed to slip into Yutua Town, evading the pursuit of the Martial Arts Association. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye, and it was not until midnight that Lin Mu finally reached Yutua town. Huff. Lin Mu exhaled a cloud of warm breath, feeling the near exhaustion of his spiritual energy and a wave of fatigue wash over him. This was the first time he had depleted such a large portion of his spiritual energy. When will I get a skill to replenish my spiritual energy? Lin Mu shook his head before stepping into Yutua town. Yutua town wasn't particularly large, just a small settlement, yet it had everything one might need. It seemed that after the demonic race's incursions ceased, the place had improved considerably. Lin Mu found a random spot to rest. After a night of recuperating his spiritual energy, he began searching for that person early the next morning. With his world perception ability, discerning whether someone was a level 30 martial artist was child's play. Through his white glowing eyes, he clearly saw the energy pathways within every person on the street. Only a handful still possessed discernible chi and blood flow within their bodies, but their cultivation levels were weak, roughly around the mid-level martial artist range. Then, as Lin Mu scanned a particular stall along the street, one person's vital energy startled him. This person possessed exceptionally robust vital energy, with incredibly resilient meridians coursing through their body. Their dantian churns with an abundance of spiritual energy. Yet this person's appearance did not match the description of the target in the school's mission. Looks like it's him. Lin Mu grinned, his eyes returning to normal as he nonchalantly approached the individual. This person must possess the art of disguise. At that moment, Jiashan sat before a food stall eating his meal. His reason for fleeing to Yutua town was to use the nearby wasteland to escape the jurisdiction of Shangjing City. Once he left Shangjing City and headed toward the South Sea, someone would immediately come to meet him. They say Shangjing City is impregnable, yet I managed to get what I wanted from them so easily. Jiashan happily slurped his noodles. With his array concealing his features, the Martial Association had pursued him for so long yet failed to detect him. Once he entered the wilderness, he would be absolutely safe. Smack! Just then, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Bro, been running yourself ragged lately? Chapter 142, Run? The sudden sound startled Jiashan. His hand, poised to lift noodles to his mouth, froze mid-air. He snapped back to his senses, his entire being awakening like a beast. A level 30 aura erupted from his body in an instant, sending the small stall flying backward from the sheer force of the shockwave. Passers-by froze in shock, all eyes snapping toward the commotion. Lin Mu, standing before Jiashan, wore a calm smile, utterly still as if unaffected by the commotion. At that moment, several figures lurking in the shadows witnessed the scene and were immediately alerted. We've located fugitive Jiashan. Notify the captain immediately. These individuals were undercover agents from the Martial Arts Association, their cultivation levels only in the teens. Witnessing Jiashan's sudden outburst, they immediately panicked. Turning their attention to the young man beside Jiashan, the leader of the plainclothes officers hurriedly shouted, "Young man, run. He's a Class C fugitive, a level 30 martial artist." Hearing this, Jiashan realized his cover was blown. He hadn't expected Martial Arts Association undercover agents to be right beside him. The surrounding crowd, hearing he was a fugitive, immediately panicked and scattered in all directions. "Kid, you brought this on yourself." Jiashan erupted with fury. A layer of purple radiance enveloped his palm, sharp as a blade, radiating an unprecedented killing intent as he lunged toward Lin Mu's face. He was a level 30 martial artist. The kid before him was lucky to be around level 20. Lin Mu grinned. "You're pretty hot-headed, buddy." Lin Mu grabbed the incoming blade with one hand, his wrist like a thick iron clamp instantly locking down the opponent's arm. "What?" Jiashan froze, but the next second, he felt a searing burning sensation at his tightly gripped wrist. Crimson flames erupted from Lin Mu's palm, radiating intense heat. Startled, Jiashan snatched a talisman from his robe and crushed it in his hand. Bang! Sensing something amiss, Lin Mu instantly released his grip and stumbled backward. A violent explosion erupted at the spot, reducing the stall to dust. Looking back, Jiashan was nowhere to be seen. Escaped? But do you really think you can get away? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, watching the dust kicked up by the explosion, then immediately gave chase in the direction Jiashan had fled. Young man! Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, several plainclothes officers attempted to block his path. Yet, witnessing the scene moments before, shock spread across their faces. Where did this kid come from? Probably Qingbei University. I recall this mission was assigned to Qingbei and Imperial Capital University. One of them replied. Damn, he's strong. Another prodigy. Facing a level 30 martial artist and still holding his own like that. Enough about that. We need to hurry after him. The captain is on his way. We absolutely cannot let him escape today. Right. The group nodded and set off in pursuit of Lin Mu. Deep within Yutua town, Jiashan fled like a madman. Beads of sweat the size of beans covered his forehead. He never imagined that this seemingly frail youth before him could unleash the power of a level 30 martial artist. The searing pain in his arm made Jiashan's face contort in agony. Damn it, what kind of flame is this? Jiashan had tried countless times, but no matter what he used, he couldn't extinguish this flame. Fortunately, it was only a small amount. If it had been any larger, his arm would have been burned through completely. Yet even this small amount caused excruciating pain, as if his very bones were being devoured. Unconsciously, Jushin recalled a certain innate talent. What demonic prodigy from which academy is this, damn it? Recalling Lin Mu's youthful appearance, Jushin seethed with fury. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, having already forged 3 arrays. 2 of them had already been expended, one for spatial displacement, the other for an explosion. Otherwise, a single explosion alone wouldn't have allowed Jushin to escape so far. But spatial teleportation only covered a few hundred meters. I just need to reach the wasteland, he thought. Jushin ran like a madman, daring not to slow down even for an instant. Just then, Jushin suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura closing in from behind. You run pretty fast, don't you? At the same moment, Jushin heard a voice echoing from behind him. He whipped his head around to see that, somehow, the bastard had caught up. Its speed was far faster than his own. It wouldn't take a minute before he was caught. Damn it, damn it. What kind of demon is this? Jushin panicked. Even facing that squad leader from the Martial Arts Association hadn't left him feeling this humiliated. Lin Mu wore a calm smile as he leisurely retrieved the 1,000-foot bow from his storage ring. Gripping the bow, he drew the string and knocked an arrow. The bowstring stretched taut, terrifying power surging like a tidal wave, continuously gathering within the arrow. As if sensing the danger, Jushin accelerated even further. It was right there, right there. Ahead lay a vast, scorched brown plain. And at that very moment, Lin Mu released his grip. Boom! An arrow shot out like a bolt of lightning, its speed surpassing the speed of sound. The ground cracked beneath the invisible force, fissures spreading outward on either side of the arrow's path. The terrifying force hadn't even reached Jushin yet, but it already made every hair on his body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, Jushin clenched his hand toward the void, and a spear materialized in his grasp. He halted his advance and swept backward with a fierce strike. The arrow exploded with a thunderous roar, yet it only forced him back a few steps. So it was just a scare tactic. Jushin sneered coldly. This arrow was all show and no substance. He gripped the spear, a weapon forged from gathered spiritual energy, inferior to ordinary martial treasures. Lin Mu also halted his advance. With the 1,000-foot bow strapped to his back, Lin Mu's thoughts stirred. Amidst a thunderous roar, the 9 heavens thunder spear materialized in his hand. You're not running anymore, are you? A faint smile played on Lin Mu's lips. Accepting your fate is your ultimate destiny. You're the one courting death. Jushin took a step forward, charging toward Lin Mu. Simultaneously, spiritual energy coiled around his body, solidifying into a layer of tangible armor. Lin Mu thrust his spear forward, unleashing a purple thunderbolt that pierced through the air. With his cultivation breakthrough, the power he unleashed now was unprecedented. Within his dantian, boundless spiritual energy churned, coalescing into thunderbolts that erupted outward. Roar! Thunder roared overhead, weaving into a terrifying thunder dragon mid-air. Its deafening roar shook the heavens and earth. Boom! In the next instant, the thunder dragon slammed into Jushin's body. Its immense power instantly shattered the armor covering his frame. This armor, forged from spiritual energy, didn't even last a moment. Beneath the thunder dragon, Lin Mu stood like a thunder god, gripping the 9 heavens thunder spear as he charged toward Jushin once more. Chapter 143 Mission accomplished. Jushin's body slammed heavily onto the ground, intense pain surging through his entire body. The disruption of his armor caused the spiritual energy within his body to become chaotic. Having only recently reached level 30, Jushin had barely half a year to stabilize his cultivation. The armor, formed from his spiritual energy and guided by his dantian, had shattered, causing his face to turn pale. But Jushin knew he had no time to catch his breath, for the man who looked like a college student was charging at him once more. You forced my hand. As he ran, Jushin pulled out his final talisman. His eyes flashed with an unprecedented murderous intent. This talisman was a slaughter formation he had poured his heart and soul into forging, originally intended for that squad leader. But now, cornered by this man before him, if he didn't play this trump card, he would be utterly finished. Lin Mu charged forward, arcs of lightning crackling around him. The thunder dragon roared overhead, hurtling toward Jushin. You bastard, you asked for this. At that moment, Jushin abruptly halted his advance. He channeled his spiritual energy and flung the talisman violently toward Lin Mu. The moment the talisman left his hand, the seemingly lifeless symbol began to stir. It glowed brightly, its patterns seeming to come alive as they erupted in an instant. Boom! The moment the talisman erupted, a miniature formation instantly enveloped Lin Mu. The formation unfolded, countless spirit swords suspended around its perimeter, filling the entire sword array with a murderous aura. Lin Mu stood at the array's center, halting his movements. Come, let me see how well crafted this formation truly is. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, watching the sword formation enveloping him with caution. A sword chi erupted from the left, carrying a powerful sword intent as it charged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu twisted his wrist, the spearhead shifting. He swung his arm, the spear striking like a dragon, shattering the incoming sword energy. Immediately after, 1, 2, 3 more sword energies surged toward him. Lin Mu countered with a flurry of thrusts, parrying, slashing, and stabbing to block every single one. You fool, do you think my sword formation can be broken so easily? Jiaxun watched Lin Mu within the formation, chuckling coldly. His hands formed intricate seals as he began channeling the erase power. Release. In an instant, the entire sword formation responded. Countless sword energies surged through the air, all converging on Lin Mu. As the swarm of sword energies closed in from all directions, Lin Mu grinned. He activated his Dantian, channeling boundless spiritual energy into every limb and bone. Scarlet Sun Thunder Decision. As Lin Mu uttered the incantation, a terrifying thunderous force instantly engulfed his body, unleashing countless purple dark lightning bolts that materialized out of thin air. Amidst a deafening roar, Lin Mu seemed to transform into a thunder god. This single strike shattered the countless sword energies. Witnessing this, Jiaxun's pupils abruptly contracted. Damn it, what the hell is this guy's background? Jiaxun's eyes brimmed with disbelief. This was the power of a breathing technique, he was certain of it. But such a powerful breathing technique? That's at least a 5th-tier technique. After all, for ordinary practitioners, even attaining a 4th-tier breathing technique was already an extremely difficult feat. For someone like Jiaxun, a 5th-tier breathing technique was the absolute pinnacle. Yet now, before his eyes, this youth was cultivating a 6th-tier breathing technique. Just then, a gap suddenly tore open in the formation before Jiaxun. Boom! Lin Mu was attacking the formation. A crack appeared in the formation, followed immediately by a second. As Lin Mu's attacks landed, the small sword formation before him shattered with a thunderous crash. Boom! The moment the sword formation shattered, Jiaxun's face turned deathly pale. Without the erase support, he was now a spent force. Die! Within the sword formation, the young figure, enveloped in thunderous energy, instantly closed in before Jiaxun. Please, spare me. I know what you're after. Thud. Jiaxun fell to his knees with a thud, repeatedly kowtowing to Lin Mu in supplication. I swear I didn't give them that document. Please, let me go. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes flickered with a hint of amusement. Sorry, but my mission is to kill you. No, no. Jiaxun's pupils suddenly contracted. But the archive room holds information about the gods. Before he could finish, Lin Mu's spear pierced clean through his body. Put. A spray of blood erupted as Jiaxun's left chest was pierced clean through by Lin Mu's spear. Watching the life drain from Jiaxun's body, Lin Mu finally withdrew his spear. Mission accomplished. Lin Mu crouched down and removed the storage ring from Jiaxun's body. As for Jiaxun's words, Lin Mu paid them no mind. God? Ha! Lin Mu chuckled. To save one's life, people would say anything. At that very moment, a figure was rushing toward this location at breakneck speed. This person was none other than the squad leader. Upon receiving his team member's message, he'd rushed over from nearby without delay. Learning that someone who looked like a college student was holding the enemy back only made him more anxious. This mission had only been assigned to Qingbei University and Imperial Capital University. Others might be unaware of Jiaxun's methods, but he knew them all too well. The enemy possessed a miniature sword formation, something ordinary level 30 martial artists simply couldn't withstand. If trapped within that sword formation and subjected to their other tactics, who knew what might happen? Faster, damn it. Move faster. The squad leader, nearing 30, finally reached the outskirts of Yutua town. Captain, you're here. What met his eyes were several of his team members and the lifeless body of Jiaxun lying nearby. Dead? The squad leader froze, stunned that Jiaxun, whom he pursued relentlessly for half a month, was now dead. Captain, he killed him. One of them pointed at Lin Mu standing before Jiaxun's body. A stranger. No, he's Lin Mu, the top-ranked martial arts exam candidate? The squad leader stared at Lin Mu's face. At first, he felt unfamiliar with the features, but the next moment, it all clicked into place. His face was frozen in utter shock, speechless. Lin Mu noticed the group and calmly retrieved the token symbolizing his status as a core student from his storage ring. Gentlemen, I am a core student of Qingbei University. My assigned mission is to eliminate this individual. Seeing the token in Lin Mu's hand, the group felt a sudden jolt of unease, an inexplicable tension gripping them. That token was all too familiar to them. A core student of Qingbei University. So you're a core student from Qingbei University. My name is Su Tian, captain of the 147th squad of the Shangjing Martial Arts Association. Su Tian hastily introduced himself. Approaching 30, he bowed his hands toward Lin Mu in greeting. Thank you for taking care of this fellow. Su Tian said. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be heading back now. Hold on, sir. Su Tian hurriedly called out to Lin Mu. What is it? Lin Mu glanced at him. Sir, I humbly request that you hand over Jiaxun's storage ring to me. Su Tian explained, the Martial Association is hunting Jiaxun precisely because he stole some classified information. At these words, Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Chapter 144, News from Tsang City. Following the other's request, Lin Mu removed the storage ring and handed it over. Thank you, sir. I'll inform Qingda about the mission. Su Tian nodded and thanked Lin Mu. You're welcome. Lin Mu said no more and turned to leave. Lin Mu hadn't expected it to actually contain classified information. To avoid drawing unwanted attention, Lin Mu decided not to leave anything behind in the Jushin storage ring. After all, it was better to avoid trouble than to invite it. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, Su Tian immediately called the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association. Back at Qingbei University, Lin Mu successfully handed over the mission. The 4-star mission completed, 8 academic credits were credited to his account, along with that spirit-gathering pill. Moreover, after defeating Jiashun, his golden soul had granted him an additional 10% physical enhancement. That brings my physical enhancement to 20%. Unless I face someone 1 or 2 tiers above me, I won't even know where my current limits lie. Lin Mu stroked his chin. With the new secret realm opening soon, few could pose a threat to him at his current strength. But since it was just a system-generated stat, Lin Mu didn't need to dwell on it too much. As long as he killed enough people and enough demonic beasts, his physical enhancement would only grow stronger. I wonder how Tsang City is faring now. Lin Mu gazed toward the direction of Tsang City, his face devoid of any emotion. Over a month had passed since the events in Tsang City. Yet not a single piece of news had reached him. Curator Su once said that as soon as any news came from Tsang City, he would inform me. Recalling those words, Lin Mu still found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that Senior Su had entrusted him to Curator Su. Except for good news concerning Tsang City, he would absolutely withhold any other matters from him. Lin Mu understood this perfectly well. I'm only level 30 now. Facing the perils erupting across the wasteland like this, even breaking through to level 60 would barely be enough to cope. The road ahead is still long. After a moment of reflection, Lin Mu withdrew his thoughts. He couldn't change what was happening in Tsang City at this moment. All he could do was leverage his own influence to impact the situation. Following his performance in the martial arts examination, Tsang City had now caught the attention of factions across the various states. At this moment, in the distant northern province, far away in the capital city, Tsang City. From afar, the entire city lay shrouded within a vast, dark fog stretching hundreds of kilometers. Piercing, wailing cries echoed intermittently from within the gloom. A palpable sense of dread seemed to permeate the entire 100-kilometer expanse. Anything entering this realm would succumb to its influence, losing its mind. Outside this fog, a middle-aged man in uniform stood suspended in the void, gazing intently at Tsang City, now entirely shrouded by the abyss. What does this abyssal demon seek to accomplish, that it would expend such immense power to seal off the entire city of Tsang? The man stood with his hands behind his back, a look of grave concern etched between his brows. Currently, powerful factions from all major war zones and provinces were monitoring Tsang City. Yet the news remained sealed, forbidden from spreading. To outsiders, it seemed only a matter of time before powerful figures intervened to break the abyss's blockade. Yet only the middle-aged man understood that the events unfolding in Tsang City far exceeded their wildest imaginings. The entire city was sealed off by the abyss, barring any low-level living beings from approaching. Any that did risk being tainted by the abyss's aura, losing their sanity. Yet those within Tsang City could send brief messages to the outside world. These messages were fleeting, barely detectable beyond 100 meters from the black mist. One particular detail, however, was truly thought-provoking. For within Tsang City itself, not a single soul has perished. Moreover, neither the beasts within nor the awakened abyssal demons showed any signs of disturbance. Commander Li, word from the commander-in-chief. Just then, a voice called out from nearby. The middle-aged man turned to see a subordinate sprinting toward him from the distance, then respectfully coming to a halt beside him. Speak. Commander Li, the commander-in-chief's orders are clear. If there is no disturbance from the abyss within another month, then bring forth the 9th-tier treasure. By any means necessary, break the blockade and rescue the people of Tsang City. The subordinate reported. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. Understood. Oh, Commander Li, there's one more thing. The subordinate recalled something and added, the commander also requested that you remain in the capital for 1 month after this matter is concluded. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly. Was he that idle? Lingzhou was relatively peaceful now. His wilderness territory wouldn't see any disturbances within a month, which was why he'd come here in the first place. But a powerful figure was still needed to hold the fort there. What did the commander want him to do in the capital? I'm not sure, Commander Li. The commander said the burial grounds of Lingzhou won't see any incidents for months, so he wants you to rest assured. His subordinate replied. Very well, I understand. The middle-aged man nodded. Since it was the commander's decision, he would ask no further questions. As for why he was being sent to the capital, he had probably guessed the reason. Commander Li, I have matters to attend to and must return immediately. Go ahead. Travel safely. It seems the commander has also received word and is eager to meet this young man, the middle-aged man remarked calmly. both bearing the surname Lin, both red-ranked martial artists without official posts. Despite his advancing years, the middle-aged man's curiosity remained as sharp as ever. Especially when it came to the commander. Very well. Let me see how this abyssal fiend handles things a month from now. The middle-aged man gathered his thoughts, crossing his legs in meditation within the void. The surrounding space rippled faintly with energy fluctuations. Within Qingbei University. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Lin Mu paused his cultivation and instead immersed himself in completing tasks. In just 15 short days, he had already accumulated 50 credits. This pace was already quite fast. 50 credits, still not enough. Looking at the 50 credits, Lin Mu still felt it was insufficient. After all, that was only 5 million great xia coins. Converted to vitality points, it amounted to a mere 50 points. After level 30, each 100 points of chi blood equaled 1 level. One could imagine just how drastically this cultivation pace would slow down. The chi and blood required to advance 1 level was equivalent to leaping directly from a level 1 to a level 10 martial artist. Yet the gains were undeniably substantial. Lin Mu's current punch already possessed a force of 5,700 gene. Combined with his 5th grade martial arts and 6th tier breathing technique, the overall strength gain far exceeded just that 5,700 gene of force. A martial artist's caliber depends not only on their cultivation realm but also on their breathing techniques and the depth of their martial arts mastery. Therefore, among level 30 martial artists, Lin Mu now stands as an absolute elite. Chapter 145 Rescuing the Martial Association Squad. Only about a month remains until the new secret realm opens. Lin Mu's gaze shifted. Now that he had reached level 30, his means of earning money could no longer rely solely on school assignments. In this grand era, treasures held the greatest allure for martial artists. Once the new secret realm opened, Lin Mu could sell the rewards he obtained there. This way, he could earn far more substantial sums than by completing daily quests. What could 50 credits possibly buy? With nothing else to do, Lin Mu opened the campus forum. Treasure Vault, 4th grade lower tier martial arts, requires 50 credits to exchange. 3rd grade martial treasure requires 50 credits to exchange. Lin Mu could clearly see that 50 credits were enough to exchange for a lower tier 4th grade martial art, along with other items. He could even exchange them for cultivation time in the practice rooms. Forget it. I'll just exchange them for cash. Money is more reliable. Lin Mu waved his hand, deciding to convert the credits into cash. Over the past few months, the Liu and Hong families had remained relatively quiet. Lin Mu hadn't received any further targeting from them, though he had no idea what kind of trouble those two families were brewing. But knowing their temperaments, Lin Mu was certain they wouldn't let him off so easily. With the opening of the new secret realm approaching, martial arts competitions were about to commence across various universities. Freshmen across major universities were striving diligently to elevate their cultivation levels, aiming for outstanding results in the martial competitions. For talented students lacking connections, the martial arts competition was undoubtedly the best chance to turn their fortunes around. Achieving excellence in the martial arts exams guaranteed access to the school's resources. Among them, Lin Mu stood out. He is the biggest dark horse of them all. Any of his current achievements would be enough to shake up any top martial arts academy. Students at Qingbei University were eagerly anticipating the expressions on other universities' faces once Lin Mu demonstrated his prowess in the freshman martial arts competition. Lin Mu never worried about such things. After accepting another mission, he departed Qingbei. For Star Mission, enter the upper reaches of the Howling Wastes to rescue a martial arts association squad. Location, southeast of the mountain range. Reward, 10 academic credits. Note, this mission overlaps with Imperial Capital University. If you encounter their students, show no mercy. This mission offered no additional rewards likely offset by the academic credits. Entering the Howling Wastes once more, this wasn't Lin Mu's first time here. Previous missions had indeed involved the Howling Wastes. Now, returning to the Howling Wastes, Lin Mu hardly needed Su Yuer as his guide. Within the Howling Wastes. Traveling at a pace of 100 miles a day, Lin Mu quickly reached the upper reaches of the Howling Wastes. Before him lay a mountain range devastated beyond recognition, where the Martial Arts Association squad was trapped somewhere within its rugged peaks. Thunderous strides propelled Lin Mu toward the southeastern edge of the range. At that moment, before a cave entrance. Weeds grew thickly around it, blocking even sunlight from penetrating. Before the cave lay an open clearing. There, 7 or 8 ferocious demon beasts gathered, their blood-red eyes fixed intently on the cave entrance. Inside the cave, 5 figures clad in Martial Association uniforms stood guard, weapons gripped tightly in their hands as they watched the entrance nervously. These beasts have been surrounding us for 7 days now. We're out of healing pills, and Xiao Yu's injuries will only worsen. One of them cursed. They were the trapped Martial Association squad, originally sent into the Howling Wastes to collect samples. Little did they expect their squad would encounter a 3rd-tier demon beast. Their leader was only a level 28 martial artist. Despite the 6 of them fighting together, they were driven back by the demon beast and had fled into this cave. To their horror, the beast seemed to possess human cunning. Instead of killing its way in, it lingered here, waiting for other humans to arrive. Damn bastards! The squad leader clenched his fists tightly, seething with rage so intense he wanted to charge out and fight those beasts to the death. But his gaze fell upon a fallen comrade, whose thigh wound had already turned blue. His rage was forced back. Outside, that third-tier demon beast lurked somewhere, waiting for them to emerge. And even with all 5 of them combined, they were no match for that third-tier demon beast. Rustle! Just then, a rustling sound suddenly came from the grass outside the cave. More people? Damn it! Hearing the commotion, the squad leader's expression darkened further. The beasts had left them here precisely to lure others into the trap. Hearing the commotion outside now only made the squad leader's mood utterly miserable. Roar! We're done for. The squad leader sighed inwardly. Just from the voice of the warrior outside, he knew the opponent had come alone. Facing the second-tier and first-tier demon beasts guarding the entrance, there was no way he could possibly stand a chance alone. The squad leader stared intently at the cave entrance, unsure of the situation outside. Soon, a series of roars echoed from outside, followed by the clamor of battle between the demon beast and the warrior. The noise quickly died down. The rest of the squad members simultaneously turned their tense gazes toward the cave entrance. Everyone inside, come out. I'm a student from Qingda University. I've taken your mission. The beasts are all dead now. Just then, a young voice echoed from outside the cave. Hearing these words, the expressions of all 6 present changed dramatically. A student from Qingda University? A single person had eliminated all the beasts here. Great. I hope it's not a junior from Qingda University. Highly likely. Anyone daring to take this mission can't be an ordinary student. The others beamed with delight, but the squad leader remained solemn. That third-tier demon beast isn't here. The squad leader shook his head. Never mind. Let's head out first. There's strength in numbers. With this gentleman here, plus our group, we might just stand a chance against that third-tier demon beast. Outside the cave, Lin Mu pulled the crimson sky sword from the beast's skull, and his physique underwent another surge of enhancement. Having slain 7 demon beasts consecutively, his physical enhancement surged by 70%. Golden Soul, current physical enhancement 170%. Core Virtue, current strength increased by 90. Victory favors the brave, 19 victories. Lin Mu's physical enhancement had surged to 170%, making the immense power of his body palpably evident. Moreover, over the past month, the victory favors the brave effect had accumulated 19 victories. Closing the interface, Lin Mu observed the figures emerging from the cave and remarked calmly, "Are there any other demonic beasts nearby? Since I'm here, we'll take care of them all at once." Chapter 146, We're here for you. The group emerged from the cave. The squad leader surveyed the scattered corpses of beasts, then glanced at Lin Mu standing ahead utterly stunned. He wasn't alone, the rest of the squad was equally stunned. Lin Mu before them looked far too young. He didn't look like a senior at all, he was clearly a freshman. Yet despite his youthful appearance, the aura radiating from him and the palpable sense of lethality he exuded were utterly unlike those of a freshman. Who is this prodigy? Could he be one of the 4 great prodigies? Someone speculated. That's impossible. The martial arts exam was only 2 months ago. Even the 4 great prodigies couldn't have broken through to level 30 in such a short time. No sooner had he spoken than others immediately countered him. Everyone, hold your tongues. The squad leader immediately silenced the group. The others promptly fell silent. Regardless, they were saved. Thank you, sir. May I ask which year you are at Qingda University? The squad leader stepped forward, bowing respectfully toward Lin Mu with evident courtesy. Students from such a prestigious martial arts academy carried an aura of prestige wherever they went. Regardless of which student it was, their future status would undoubtedly far surpass theirs. Thus, courtesy was non-negotiable. Lin Mu remained silent, instead producing his token. Seeing the core student token in Lin Mu's hand, the group's bodies trembled once more. A core student of Qingda University. Ha, this is fantastic. Excited smiles immediately spread across their faces. A core student from Qingda University. So you are a core student. I apologize for my earlier offense. The squad leader's expression grew even more deferential. Core students carried immense weight, no matter which province they were in. Not just a squad leader like him, even the Martial Arts Association president of a city would treat them with utmost courtesy upon seeing their core student insignia. It's fine. Follow me. I'll get you out of here first. Lin Mu shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the group. Noticing the injured girl at the back, he casually produced a healing pill and tossed it her way. Take this first. It'll take a while to get back. Thank you, sir. Hearing this, the girl thanked him and swallowed the pill. Lin Mu led the group, about to depart. Suddenly, laughter echoed from ahead. Kid, you look unfamiliar. You're from Qingda University, right? 5 young martial artists, each dressed differently, came charging toward them. Seeing how young they all were, Lin Mu quickly guessed what was going on. Capital University? Lin Mu inquired. Seeing students from Imperial Capital University had arrived too, the 6 martial arts association members felt completely at ease. What else would it be? The young man leading them glanced at the others behind Lin Mu and grinned. Alright, your task is complete. Hand them over to us now. As he spoke, the young man gestured toward Lin Mu with an open hand. Lin Mu remained unmoved. At that moment, he recalled the note in the mission details and suddenly understood its meaning. No wonder the warning said not to show mercy if Imperial Capital University students were involved. Now he understood. Kid, you've got 2 choices. 1. Hand over the person and get out of here now. 2. We beat you to a pulp and take him ourselves. Seeing Lin Mu's silence, the leader of the group threatened. He noticed the demon beast corpses behind Lin Mu but paid them no mind. This martial arts association squad wasn't without combat prowess. Combined with the student from Qingbei University standing before them, they were more than capable of pulling this off. The other students from Imperial Capital University watched Lin Mu with keen interest. Qingbei University and his Imperial Capital University had always been at odds. Both were top martial arts universities in the capital, yet instead of fostering goodwill, they constantly competed against each other. Thus, whenever students from the 2 universities encountered each other, they immediately clashed. Whoosh! The moment the young man's words fell, an electric arc suddenly flickered before his eyes. His pupils contracted sharply. Feeling the pressure bearing down on him, his entire scalp instantly tingled. Boom! In the next instant, a figure materialized before him, followed by a powerful force slamming into his body. A massive fist loomed before his eyes, crashing down onto his chest. Thud! The young man's chest caved in, his entire upper body buckling forward as he crashed heavily to the ground far away. This sudden turn of events left the Imperial Capital University students and the Martial Arts Association members utterly stunned. Where the young man had stood, Lin Mu withdrew his fist. Sparks danced in his eyes as his cold gaze swept over the remaining Imperial Capital University students. Why waste so many words? Seeing Lin Mu strike, the remaining Imperial Capital University students charged toward him. Looking for death. You're alone. How could you possibly be our match? Today we'll teach you Qingda students a lesson. The other 4 closed in, their cultivation levels erupting all within the range of 25 to 26. The young man Lin Mu had just knocked flying was even stronger, solidly at level 27. Seeing the group attack, the martial arts club squad leader's expression immediately darkened. How did this suddenly escalate into a fight? Everyone, let's talk this out. It's best we leave this place first. The squad leader hurriedly tried to mediate. That demon beast is a 3rd-tier creature. With our strength, we only have a slim chance of defeating it. At these words, the expressions of the 4 from Imperial Capital University also shifted. The young man who had just struggled to his feet from the ground wore an even more solemn expression. A 3rd-tier demon beast here? The group instantly lost all desire to fight. With their combined strength, they could barely handle a single 3rd-tier demon beast. And now, bang! But Lin Mu before them showed no mercy. Without a word, Lin Mu unleashed a punch. Purple thunder erupted, crackling and popping, causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. Another Imperial Capital University student was sent flying, crashing heavily into the distance. Bro, The others tried to restrain Lin Mu. After all, while there was bad blood between the 2 universities, the immediate threat was the demon beast. I'm targeting you lot. Lin Mu uttered the 6 words with casual indifference. He still remembered what the mission had stated. When fighting Imperial Capital University students, show no mercy. Boom! As thunderous roars echoed across the sky, Lin Mu's entire body was enveloped in surging lightning, as if he stood amidst a sea of thunder. The terrifying pressure instantly caused the other 3's expressions to change drastically. They stared intently at Lin Mu, their eyes filled with unprecedented shock. In the next instant, a bolt of lightning engulfed them, violently hurling all 3 bodies backward. After inflicting varying degrees of injury on the 5 Imperial Capital University students, Lin Mu finally halted his assault. Roar! At that very moment, a domineering beastly roar echoed from the distance. The roar was immense, its tremors shaking the very ground. Everyone present, except for Lin Mu, paled in shock. The 3rd-tier demon beast had arrived. Chapter 147 Shocking and Terrifying Power. Roar! The beast's roar shook the heavens and earth, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble. Countless leaves fell from the trees, and flocks of birds scattered in all directions. The constant clamor from ahead, coupled with the immense pressure radiating from its presence, sent shivers down their spines. The expressions of those gathered before the cave shifted. They all knew the 3rd-tier demon beast had arrived. Damn it, damn it! The faces of several students from Imperial Capital University turned deathly pale. They never imagined this mission would involve a 3rd-tier demon beast. The intel was completely inaccurate, damn it! One of them cursed, his body trembling uncontrollably. As students of Imperial Capital University, they were undoubtedly the cream of the crop. Even against a 3rd-tier demon beast, they were no match. At their cultivation levels, escape should have been no problem. Yet now, at this critical moment, they were being beaten into submission by this unfamiliar face from Qingbei University. Oomph. You've ruined us all. Now let's see how you plan to deal with this demon beast before us. A female student from Imperial Capital University glared at Lin Mu with vicious hatred, her eyes blazing with murderous intent, as if she wanted to devour him whole. The expressions on the others' faces were equally grim. The Martial Arts Association squad leader was panicking beyond measure. With their current numbers, they might have stood a chance against this third-tier demon beast if they had the combined strength of the 5 students from Imperial Capital University. But now, 5 of their 12 combat-ready members had been taken out by that core student from Qingbei University. The remaining 6 were already drained of nearly all their spiritual energy, and 1 team member was injured. Though they knew Lin Mu was a core student at Qingbei University, he was far too young. Even as a core student, at 18 years old, he had only just entered Qingbei University. What level of cultivation could he possibly have? Lin Mu's gaze held no trace of emotion. So what if he'd just injured 5 Imperial Capital University students? He alone could handle this third-tier demon beast before him. Lin Mu wasn't a fool. Now, as the third-tier demon beast closed in, a rhinoceros-like creature slowly approached from the distance. Its massive body measured 7 or 8 meters across, covered in pitch-black armor that gleamed like ink under the sun. The massive horns atop its head were razor-sharp, capable of shattering a boulder with ease. A third-tier demon beast, the black armor rhinoceros. The 5 students from Imperial Capital University recognized this rhinoceros-like beast instantly. Renowned for its formidable defense, the black armor rhinoceros possessed terrifyingly strong defenses. Among demon beasts, only those of the same tier, such as the Tiger King, could inflict any significant damage upon it. Moreover, its horns were incredibly hard, capable of piercing through boulders with ease. Ordinary attacks were utterly ineffective against it. The moment they saw the black armor rhinoceros, the expressions on all their faces turned pale. Facing other demon beasts, they might have stood a chance to inflict some damage and fight back. But this black-armored rhinoceros? Even a level 33 martial artist couldn't scratch it without wielding a third-tier martial treasure or higher. Yet among them, who possessed a 33rd level martial artist? Among the 5 from Imperial Capital University, the strongest was merely a level 28 martial artist. Captain, the black-armored rhinoceros seems to have grown stronger. Indeed. The 6 martial artists from the Martial Association were battle-hardened veterans who frequently ventured into the wilderness. Naturally, they recognized the black armor rhinoceros before them. And it was precisely this black armor rhino that had been hunting them down. The squad leader finally understood why the black armor rhinoceros had halted its pursuit days ago. It had gone off to break through. The black-armored rhinoceros assessed the corresponding human realm through the luster of its scales. The brighter the scales shone, the higher the black rhino's cultivation level. The black-armored rhinoceros before us has likely reached the realm of a level 33 martial artist among humans, the squad leader stated. A wave of despair washed over the group. A level 33 black-armored rhinoceros could only be confronted by a human martial artist of at least level 35. Roar! A deafening roar erupted from the black armor rhino's maw, shaking the very ground beneath them and making everyone's eardrums ache. The next instant, the earth trembled as the colossal form of the black armor rhinoceros charged toward them. Just as the group froze in panic, a purple light shot toward the black armor rhinoceros. Amidst the crackling lightning, the group heard the thunderous roar of electricity. In the next instant, the black-armored rhinoceros charging toward them was abruptly halted. Bang! Before the black armor rhinoceros stood Lin Mu, gripping the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear. With a single thrust, the spear pierced the beast's body. Lightning erupted, countless thunderclaps roaring around him. Lin Mu had halted the black armor rhinoceros with a single spear thrust. This scene caused the faces of the 5 from Imperial Capital University to change drastically, their hearts trembling violently. This Qingbei University student had single-handedly halted the black armor rhinoceros? This. The martial arts club's squad leader was so stunned he couldn't even speak. Lin Mu gripped the rifle stock with both arms, his immense strength directly countering the black armor rhinoceros before him. The black armor rhino charged forward, only to find that the human before it unleashed such overwhelming power that it couldn't advance even half a step. Roar! The black armor rhino let out a low growl, then raised its massive foot, aiming it squarely at Lin Mu. As the foot, heavy as a boulder, descended, Lin Mu's body abruptly pulled away. Boom! The earth trembled and began to crack. Lin Mu charged forward once more, his body enveloped in swirling lightning. His spear thrust out with explosive force, piercing straight through the beast's scales. The black armor rhinoceros erupted in fury. Lin Mu abandoned his spear, switching to a bare-fisted assault. Witnessing this, the crowd was utterly stunned. He'd abandoned his weapon? Yet what unfolded in the next instant would remain etched in their memories forever. Lin Mu unleashed a punch, his fist coiled with terrifying thunder, like a ferocious beast snapping its gaping maw to tear into its prey. The thunderous light exploded, causing the earth itself to tremble. A deafening roar, akin to a thunderstorm, echoed in everyone's ears, instantly making their eardrums throb and their heads spin. Boom! With a single punch, the massive body of the black armor rhino was sent crashing backwards several meters. Thunder Control Decision. Lin Mu stared at the black armor rhino ahead, his eyes swirling with lightning. Thunder surged around his entire body, transforming him into a thunder god. He opened his palm and slid it lightly through the void. The surrounding lightning instantly coalesced into a thunder spear. Then, he hurled it forward with all his might. The spear, as if guided by navigation, slammed into the black-armored rhinoceros's body with a thunderous crash. The immense force shook the black-armored rhinoceros once more. A portion of its scales shattered off, clearly inflicting significant damage. The black-armored rhinoceros was renowned for its defensive prowess, which relied entirely on its black scales. Once those scales were shed, it meant the beast was finished. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was utterly stunned by Lin Mu's terrifying prowess. Chapter 148, The Newcomer at Qingbei. The thunder control art Lin Mu wielded now was unprecedentedly powerful. As a 5th-grade martial art one without defined tiers of mastery even at its modest level of attainment, the power unleashed through Lin Mu's hands was unprecedented. This was due to the 6th-grade breathing technique he cultivated, the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. The thunder he commanded was exceptionally formidable. As the black-armored rhino's scales began to peel away, Lin Mu lifted his head. His normally clear eyes were now veiled in a white haze. The interior of the black-armored rhino's body was instantly laid bare before his eyes. So it's true, all rhinos' weaknesses lie in the horns on their heads. Lin Mu saw everything, understanding the black-armored rhino's current state and its most vulnerable spot. Under the transparent world effect, 2 distinct red areas stood out on the black-armored rhinoceros's body. One was its head, and the other was the area where Lin Mu had just shattered its black scales. Knowing its weakness, Lin Mu launched another attack. Lin Mu opened his hand, and the Crimson Sky Sword appeared in his grasp. The sword in his grasp radiated an unparalleled golden glow. Under the blazing sun, it shone even more dazzlingly than the sun's own light. This golden light transformed into countless sword energies, swirling around him and converging into a form that resembled a phoenix. Immediately afterward, Lin Mu's mind stirred, and the innate talent of the Netherflame instantly ignited a layer of blood-red flames upon these golden sword energies. What martial art is this? Judging by its appearance and the power it radiates, it's definitely not a 4th-grade martial art. The 5 from Imperial Capital University stared intently at Lin Mu, their eyes already filled with utter shock. Watching the martial art Lin Mu unleashed, a thick cloud of gloom settled over their hearts. Though this strike wasn't aimed at them, it made them acutely aware of the chasm-like gap between themselves and him. The guy before them was definitely no ordinary student from Qingbei University. Damn it, we've really hit a brick wall this time. One cursed, his face twisted in disgust. Iron plate? More like steel plate, if you ask me. Another sneered, his fear of Lin Mu deepening. This strength was utterly terrifying. He could easily stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 masters of Imperial Capital University. Impossible. If he's a core student, why have we never seen him before? The young man leading the Imperial Capital University team stared intently at Lin Mu, voicing his confusion. By now, they had a pretty good idea of Lin Mu's identity. He must be a core student. But Qingbei University only had 6 core trainees, and they knew all 6 of them. Yet the man before them was none of those 6. A newly promoted core student from Qingbei University. This thought suddenly flashed through their minds. In fact, they even imagined him to be Lin Mu, the top-ranked martial arts exam candidate, the peerless prodigy who had dominated the martial arts exams for the past century. But that was highly improbable. No matter how prodigious Lin Mu was, he was merely a freshman. He had only been at Qingbei for 2 months. For his cultivation level to reach at least level 30 in less than 2 months? That was utterly impossible. Just as they were discussing this, Lin Mu's side had also reached a conclusion. Under the Phoenix Feather technique, Lin Mu struck directly at the opponent's weak point. The black-armored rhinoceros was utterly defenseless. The powerful golden sword she instantly shattered its defenses, while the scorching nether flames clung to its body, leaving it unable to extinguish the flames. Boom! The black-armored rhino's massive horn crashed to the ground. Its body was now covered in wounds, and its aura no longer carried the overwhelming power it had displayed upon entering the fight. The 6 members of the Martial Arts Association were so stunned they couldn't utter a word. They had heard tales of the extraordinary strength possessed by students with special status at these top martial arts universities, but never imagined it could be this formidable. This core student from Qingbei University had truly opened their eyes. Lin Mu's sword strikes fell one after another. These attacks were not entirely aimed at the black armor rhinoceros's weak points. Instead, he was testing whether the supreme martial treasure in his hand could still unleash formidable power at this stage. Yet clearly, each strike against the black rhino's scales left only a shallow gash. Completely shattering a single black scale would require time. Having obtained the answer he sought, Lin Mu erupted with fury. He sheathed the Crimson Sky Sword and drew the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear. The Crimson Sky Sword was merely a secondary weapon. The Nine Heavens Thunder Spear was his true domain. A thunderbolt erupted, piercing the black rhinoceros's skull. Boom! The black armor rhino's eyes rolled back, dead as a doornail. The battle ended, and it took the others a long moment to snap out of their shock. Gazing at the utterly lifeless black-armored rhino before them, they knew this was no dream. Lin Mu wiped the blood from his spear before sheathing it. The five from Imperial Capital University trembled visibly as Lin Mu approached, their eyes betraying unmistakable panic. If Lin Mu chose to kill them, it would be as easy as breathing. Let's go. Ignoring the five from Imperial Capital University, Lin Mu fixed his gaze on the 6 members of the Martial Arts Association. They nodded and hurriedly gathered around him. Only after Lin Mu departed with the 6 Martial Arts Association members did the 5 from Imperial Capital University begin to recover. That was terrifying. We absolutely must report this to our mentors when we get back. The young man leading them declared. The new secret realm is about to open. That man will definitely participate. When that time comes, someone remarked. Trust them. I don't believe this guy is invincible. A girl in the group shook her head, doubting Lin Mu could achieve such outstanding results. Exactly. He may be strong, but our Imperial Capital University isn't lacking in powerhouses either. The others all agreed. Lin Mu might have demonstrated formidable power, but that was against them. To the 5 masters of Imperial Capital University, Lin Mu was merely on the same level as them. They successfully led the 6 members of the Martial Arts Association out of the Howling Wastes. Thank you, sir. I never imagined someone so young could possess such terrifying strength. The squad leader addressed Lin Mu with utmost respect. We're safely out of danger now. If there's nothing else, I'll be heading back. Lin Mu nodded, having no intention of lingering. May I ask your name? The squad leader inquired. My name is Lin Mu. After leaving his name, Lin Mu vanished from the spot. Lin Mu? The Martial Arts Association squad leader froze in place upon hearing Lin Mu's name. Captain, is this Lin Mu, the newly promoted core student from Qingbei University? I don't believe there are any prominent families with the surname Lin in Shangjing. The others shared his confusion. Only the squad leader, who knew Lin Mu's true identity, was struck as if by lightning. Under their questioning gazes, the squad leader slowly replied. He's not from any prominent family. He's the top scorer of this martial arts exam and a freshman at Qingbei University. Chapter 149, The Great Era. Qingbei University. Having earned another 10 credits, Lin Mu's face was beaming with satisfaction. Money is this easy to earn? No wonder they say high-tier martial artists never lack funds. In just under a day, Lin Mu had earned 1 million daxia coins. Not only that, but the demon core of the black armor rhinoceros was also extremely valuable. He estimated it would fetch another 1 or 2 million. As dusk fell, Lin Mu returned to his dorm after completing his task. Su Nange had already prepared dinner and was waiting for Lin Mu's return. This return to routine life gave Lin Mu a rare taste of what it truly meant to come home. Constantly earning credits, running errands everywhere. Being an adult is just tiring. Lin Mu shook his head. Lin Mu, do you believe in gods in this world? Just then, Su Nange asked. Gods? Lin Mu blinked. In his understanding, this world did indeed hold myths and legends about deities. The great Xia of this world differed greatly from the great Xia he had known in his previous life. In this daxia, tales of mythical beings were exceedingly rare, virtually non-existent. Moreover, there was a massive gap in its dynastic continuity. Though cultivating martial arts was already wildly unheard of in his previous life. Here, however, it was utterly commonplace. But when it came to this myth, Lin Mu still found it hard to believe that deities truly existed in this world. Given the capabilities of this world, uncovering anything about deities would be far too simple. Unless someone claimed to be a god. I don't believe it. Lin Mu shook his head and replied. Alright, seems my brain just isn't sharp enough. Su Nange pouted. Huh? Lin Mu looked puzzled. I've been reading too much lately and I have some ideas I want to write down. Su Nange explained her thoughts. I saw that some writers can earn a few $100 a month, so I figured I could chip in for the household expenses. Might as well put my free time to use. Plus, I'm really into myths and legends. Su Nange's eyes lit up at the mention of myths. So I imagine myself becoming a deity and saving the world. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily. Well, I'll definitely be a supporter of your work. Lin Mu went along with her. Just remember to tip me then, okay? I'll use the money to make you some spare ribs. Su Nange chuckled. Sure thing. The two finished their dinner in a cheerful mood. Back in the room, Lin Mu reflected on today's battle against the third-tier black armor rhinoceros in the Howling Wastes. He had nearly grasped the limits of his current martial treasures. At his current level 30, even with the Supreme Grade 9 Heaven's Thunder Spear and Crimson Sky Sword, he couldn't penetrate the black armor rhino's exceptionally high defense. Still, it should be more formidable than ordinary third-tier martial treasures. I wonder if that unused divine weapon slot could be used to upgrade a supreme martial treasure. Lin Mu rubbed his chin, pondering the idea before ultimately dismissing it. Even if a supreme grade artifact could be upgraded, its initial quality would only be the finest within the first tier. Unless the system granted him another upgrade-capable weapon slot. Early the next morning, Su Yuer found Lin Mu. "What do you need?" Lin Mu inquired. "It's about Song City," Su Yuer said indifferently. At the mention of Song City, Lin Mu perked up immediately. "Senior Su has news about Song City?" "Yes." "Tell me." "All right." Su Yuer swiftly relayed the Great Xia Empire's plan for Song City to Lin Mu. Upon hearing that Daxia would directly liberate Song City within a month, Lin Mu's expression remained largely unchanged. What was certain now was that Senior Su was not dead. Moreover, Sang City remained unharmed. "I only hope Song City can remain this way for the next month," Lin Mu said. "If possible, I hope not a single soul in Song City will die." "Rest assured," Su Yuer said. "Powerful individuals are stationed there. Should any disturbance arise from the abyss, they will act immediately," Su Yuer said. Initially, her father hadn't intended to tell Lin Mu about Song City. But she informed her father of Lin Mu's current cultivation level, and he then allowed her to speak. Her initial hesitation stemmed from fear that Lin Mu would become preoccupied with Song City, obsessively investigating the matter, and that revealing it might disrupt the upcoming freshman competition. However, once Su Shangfeng learned of Lin Mu's cultivation level, he had nothing left to worry about. He then informed Lin Mu. After all, Sang City was already in this state. Whether it survived or perished, Lin Mu would learn the truth eventually. The only difference was the severity of the blow. Even if the news hit him hard now, he could still win the upcoming freshman competition by performing at just 10% of his usual level. "Thank you for telling me." Lin Mu expressed his gratitude to Su Yuer. "You're welcome," Su Yuer replied with a nod. "Want to know about the freshman competition? Go ahead." Lin Mu didn't beat around the bush, he simply asked her to speak. Though at his cultivation level, he was already unmatched among his peers. It was still wise to remain low-key. Su Yuer cleared her throat, gathered her thoughts, and then said, "The freshman tournament involves all martial arts academies across the entire Great Xia Empire. The freshman competition is crucial, no less significant than the martial arts examination. As you know, the true watershed for martial artists comes after reaching the 10th level. It is at this stage that a martial artist's innate talent is truly valued. The more outstanding one performs in the newcomer tournament, the more resources they receive. Access to secret realms opens up for them first, and they even gain instruction from great masters. It's safe to say the top 100 from the newcomer competition are essentially the talents Great Xia will focus on cultivating for decades to come." Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. "What about the other prodigies?" "You already know about the 4 great prodigies," Su Yuer replied calmly, "but the Great Xia Empire has deep foundations and a population of over 100 million. The prodigies born here are not limited to just the 4 of us. Within the current top martial arts universities, there are individuals whose talents are no weaker than ours, some even surpass us." Su Yuer paused here. "One is the top scorer in Lingzhou's martial arts examination, who entered Lingzhou Martial Arts University. He has already fought against Li Zhao in Lingzhou, and Li Zhao couldn't last 10 moves. Then there's someone at Nanhai Martial Arts University whose strength is utterly terrifying. The ability they've awakened is extremely rare. While they haven't defeated any of the 4 prodigies, the combat prowess they've displayed already surpasses that of the 4 prodigies. Hidden dragons and crouching tigers." Lin Mu uttered 4 words. "Indeed." Su Yuer nodded. "My father says this signals a great era in age where you have the chance to surpass even the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Speaking of which, is the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army truly that formidable?" Lin Mu was somewhat doubtful. Whether it was Elder Su, Hall Master Su, or the other living powerhouses, they all showed such profound respect toward the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. "Your intelligence is limited. You only know that the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army is the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army, so you only grasp the weight of that fact." Su Yuer remarked indifferently, "Though I too know little of this man, one phrase suffices to describe his current might. Oh, the greatest martial artist of all time." Chapter 150, Summoning the Martial Treasure. With the new secret realm opening approaching, and a month after this matter concluded, the freshman grand competition was imminent. Major universities had already begun selecting participants for the competition. Within Qingbei University, on this day, all freshmen were required to participate in a trial. The top 5 performers would receive intensive training for 1 month to prepare for the freshman competition. Lin Mu, as a core student, you are exempt from the school's assessment. 3rd-level instructor Wu Di sought out Lin Mu. Although Lin Mu did not have a dedicated mentor, the vice principal had assigned Wu Di to oversee this matter. "Your primary focus should be preparing for the upcoming opening of the new secret realm," Wu Di stated calmly. As a level 3 mentor, Wu Di's talent spoke for itself. He saw further ahead. The freshman grand competition posed no challenge whatsoever for Lin Mu. The only thing requiring attention was the opening of the new secret realm. The news of his previous victory over Zhang Weiye had already spread throughout Qingbei University. Many instructors were profoundly shocked by Lin Mu's talent. At the same time, they were acutely aware just how terrifyingly gifted this freshman named Lin Mu truly was in martial arts. Wu Di pushed up his black-rimmed glasses and smiled at Lin Mu. "You're truly the most formidable prodigy I've ever seen in my entire life." In less than 2 months since entering Qingbei University, Lin Mu's accomplishments had already shaken the centuries-old foundations of the institution. Even the legendary commander of the Dragon Guardian Army had never possessed such prowess. One could only imagine the sheer terror of Lin Mu's innate talent. No wonder Chief Lu holds this boy in such high regard. Wu Di murmured to himself. Even he was eager to study the things Lin Mu possessed. It was truly astonishing. No wonder Chief Officer Lu wanted him dead. Once this boy matures, the Lu family will surely be finished. "Very well, thank you, Mentor Wu." Lin Mu gave a slight bow in gratitude. No problem." Wu Di shook his head. These were minor matters. "So, Instructor Wu, theoretically, I should still be able to take the assessment, right?" Lin Mu asked with a hint of anticipation. "Given your current strength, you probably can't." Wu Di replied with a wry smile. Hearing this, the excitement on Lin Mu's face immediately faded considerably. Alright, it seemed he was explicitly barred from this assessment. This meant fewer consecutive wins, less strength points, and fewer golden souls to come his way. I should have known better than to break through so quickly. Lin Mu sighed. Wu Di's mouth twitched involuntarily. This guy really wanted to go fish in these 10-level waters with his 20-something level. Even though Lin Mu couldn't participate, he could still go watch. 10 days later, the Academy's official assessments commenced. Lin Mu temporarily set aside his tasks. The new students gathered in the square as a level 2 instructor stepped forward to explain the rules of the assessment. Lin Mu sat in a corner somewhere, having nothing better to do these past few days. The assessment commenced. For martial artists below the 10th level, the combat itself held little excitement. Whether it was due to Lin Mu's own cultivation advancement or not, he found it rather dull. The most anticipated figure in this assessment was Su Yuer. As one of the 4 prodigies, her status was not forgotten by the crowd. However, Lin Mu's overwhelming brilliance overshadowed even this top prodigy, drawing little attention to her. Now, during the assessment, Su Yuer showcased her innate talent to the fullest. Within 2 months, her cultivation had surged to the 17th level, overwhelming nearly all the newcomers. There was no doubt that Su Yuer would claim first place in this assessment. As for second place, it belonged to a young man named Shou. Emerging as a dark horse, he too had reached the 15th level. Lu Yuding, though an ordinary student, possesses undeniable natural talent, securing third place. Such an assessment had already revealed the gap between prodigies. Especially Lin Mu. While others advanced 7 levels in 2 months, his cultivation speed was like riding a rocket. Now, throughout the entire Qingbei University, both freshmen and sophomores avoided mentioning Lin Mu's name. Who dared provoke such a person? Though the juniors were at a similar cultivation level, they were either deeply immersed in cultivation or out on missions. Notably, none of the remaining 6 core disciples have approached Lin Mu. Every core disciple at Qingbei University possessed formidable cultivation levels and terrifying talent. Lin Mu's inclusion among them was entirely deserved. At his current rate of advancement, he would likely catch up to the top core student within half a year. After the assessment concluded, Lin Mu departed the plaza. There was simply nothing left to see. Only 10 days remained until the new secret realm opened. Lin Mu needed to start familiarizing himself with this new secret realm. After all, coming from Tsang City, he considered himself rather inexperienced. He only knew what a secret realm was in theory. This was his first encounter with a secret realm that opened only once. The secret realms he knew of before were all artificially created. Therefore, Lin Mu went straight to Su Yuer, the know-it-all. Think of the new secret realm as ruins, a product of the world itself. Su Yuer explained calmly, within the new secret realm, there are abundant spiritual treasures and demonic beasts roaming about. Secret realms open at different times, and they exist throughout the Great Xia Empire. But these realms have long been overexploited, leaving little of value. New secret realms, however, are on the verge of opening. Once they open, everything inside remains intact. Simply put, old secret realms are 99% depleted, they hold no value. New secret realms are at 0% development, everything within awaits new martial artists to uncover. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. I understand. Within this newly opened secret realm, the strongest demon beasts are no higher than mid-tier 3rd rank. Su Yuer continued, I doubt you even know the names of those from Qingda who've entered the new secret realm yet. That's correct. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. He truly didn't know, nor had he ever paid attention to such information. Among these 4, there's one name you might find interesting. Su Yuer said calmly, that would be Lu Yuding's brother, Lu Feng. Her brother is going too? Lin Mu paused, but it didn't really matter. Her brother, Lu Feng, the leading figure among this year's 3rd-year students. Suyuer explained, his cultivation level is at the 33rd tier, extremely powerful. He wields a golden grade soul freezing spear.
Got it. Lin Mu nodded.
Upon learning Lu Yuding's brother was at level 33, Lin Mu immediately considered selling off the items he'd accumulated these past days. Facing a level 33 opponent as a level 30, Lin Mu believed the odds weren't entirely against him. Therefore, he intended to break through to level 35 within the final 10 days remaining. Moreover, he planned to acquire several new martial treasures for himself.
Chapter 151, Breakthrough, Level 36.
After learning who would be participating in the new secret realm opening, Lin Mu handed his storage ring to Suyuer before departing.
What's this? Suyuer froze in surprise. Sell the items inside for me.
I'll give you a small share of the proceeds. Lin Mu said. After all, asking someone to do a favor without offering compensation was unthinkable.
Okay. Suyuer nodded, then began inspecting the contents of the storage ring.
What she saw left her utterly stunned. The contents dazzled her eyes, a dazzling array of third-tier demon beast cores, along with some low-grade martial treasures and even martial arts manuals.
Suyuer soon understood how Lin Mu had acquired these treasures.
Some of these items can be sold to the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Suyuer stowed the storage ring away and said, I'll transfer the money to your card the day after tomorrow.
Alright, thanks a lot.
Lin Mu chuckled and offered his thanks.
Suyuer turned and left the place.
As soon as she was gone, Lin Mu began calculating. His current credits totaled 100 points, which converted to 10 million Disya coins. That equated to 100 points of vitality. Even if he sold everything stored in his storage ring, he could probably only scrape together a little over 8 million great Xia coins.
That would only amount to a mere 180 Chi blood points. After level 30, each realm required 100 Chi blood points to advance a single level.
Fortunately, Lin Mu had devoted himself solely to cultivation and quests these past days. His cultivation realm was on the verge of breaking through to level 31. With this money added, reaching the peak of level 32 was practically guaranteed. As for the remaining funds, Lin Mu planned to ask old Zhang for some. After all, as a core disciple, requesting funds to purchase equipment was perfectly reasonable.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Suyuer transferred the money to Lin Mu's account as promised, exactly 8 million. Not only that, Suyuer also conveyed a message: if he needed any martial treasures, he should ask her for them. As a contracted martial artist of the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, and one of Lin Mu's caliber, a top-tier prodigy, Manhwa Martial Arts Academy, regardless of other matters, could provide suitable martial treasures, weapons, and martial arts manuals for Lin Mu at least until he reached level 60. Upon hearing this news, Lin Mu beamed with delight. He had forgotten about the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy.
Without hesitation, Lin Mu told Suyuer he wanted nothing else but money. Upon hearing this, Suyuer discussed it with her father.
Ultimately, 50 million great Xia coins landed in Lin Mu's account. No wonder it's one of the 3 great martial arts academies of Daxia. They've got deep pockets. With 68 million in his account, Lin Mu began spending immediately. 68 million Daxia coins was no small sum. For martial treasures, Lin Mu skipped straight to the 4th grade level, bypassing the 3rd grade treasures altogether. 4th grade martial treasures already approached 10 million in price. Martial treasures differed from martial arts techniques. Even 4th tier martial arts techniques couldn't command 10 million. Martial treasures, however, could. Moreover, the higher the grade of the martial treasure, the more exorbitant its price. Martial treasures above the 6th tier are often beyond purchase with money alone, requiring barter instead. 4th grade lower tier martial treasure, Crimson Dragon Spear. Forged from rare stone, it carries a trace of dragon bloodline pressure due to its dragon origin, exerting some suppression over lower tier demonic beasts. 4th grade lower tier martial treasure, Thunderfire Spear. 4th grade lower tier martial treasure, Wind Spear. 4th grade lower tier martial treasure, Demon Blade. 4th grade lower tier martial treasure, Crimson Wood. Lin Mu scanned the spears before shifting his gaze to the swords. To be honest, that 68 million great Xia coins had seemed like a lot before. But only after actually opening the shop did Lin Mu realize just how money-guzzling the profession of an unranked martial artist truly was. He needed to purchase 3 martial treasures, and none could be of low quality. The cheapest item, a low-grade 4th grade martial treasure, cost 13 million great Xia coins. A 4th grade mid-tier martial treasure cost 16 million great Xia coins. A 4th grade upper-tier martial treasure soared to a staggering 20 million. Lin Mu finally understood what it meant to burn through money. He had been smugly proud of earning $1 million a day before.
And it wasn't even consistent daily earnings. If he had to earn money to buy gear himself, how long would it take?
And this was only at level 30.
Rich guy.
Lin Mu directly selected 3 high-tier 4th grade martial treasures. A Heavenly Crimson Extreme Spear, a Slaughter Dragon Sword, and a Whisking Dust Bow. 3 high-tier 4th grade martial treasures, totaling a whopping 60 million great Xia coins. The order was successfully placed. Lin Mu's 68 million great Xia coins instantly dwindled to just 8 million. Host has spent 60 million Great Xia coins, gaining 600 vitality points. Congratulations, host, on your level up. Congratulations, host, on your level up. Congratulations. With 600 vitality points credited, Lin Mu's level instantly jumped up 6 tiers. The number of attribute draws also increased by 6. Lin Mu immediately merged the 5 separate draws into a single combined draw. Alright, draw. Host drawing infinite attributes. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Heavenly Timing, Earthly Advantage, and Human Harmony. Heavenly Timing, Earthly Advantage, and Human Harmony slowly restores consumed spiritual energy at all times. Within secret realms or the wilderness, this trait's effectiveness increases. Slowly restore spiritual energy? Lin Mu pondered thoughtfully, then channeled all his spiritual energy into a palm strike aimed at the wooden stump ahead. Thunderous explosions erupted as the palm strike, channeling immense spiritual energy, sent the wooden stump tumbling wildly. As the strike landed, the surrounding spiritual energy began drifting into his body at a steady, gradual pace. Feeling the depleted spiritual energy within him gradually replenish, Lin Mu gained a sense of this skill's recovery rate. Namely, under unspecified conditions, the rate of spiritual energy recovery was not particularly fast. As for how much the recovery speed might increase within the secret realm or the wilderness, he would have to test it for himself to know. Well, no point forcing it. Lin Mu didn't press for a faster recovery rate. With the blessings of multiple entries now, he was already in a state of invincibility. Within the same realm, virtually no one could pose a threat to him. Besides, he still had turned the tide. If that trait's recovery speed wasn't fast, its very purpose would be diminished. Alright, one last attribute draw opportunity remains. Lin Mu began drawing the final entry. Infinite attribute draw in progress. Congratulations, host. You have obtained War Correspondent. War Correspondent, participate in medium to large-scale wars to gain 1000% cultivation speed for 3 days. Lin Mu. 6. Lin Mu extended his hand and gave a thumbs up. This skill was seriously impressive. Sure enough, entries that don't fuse draw attempts rarely yield good results. Now, all we need is for Wu Bao to come knocking. After extracting the entry, Lin Mu waited quietly for the treasure to arrive. The Crimson Sky Sword and 9 Heavens Thunder Spear couldn't unleash their full power in the realms ahead, which was giving Lin Mu quite a headache. Why not sell them? Chapter 152, New Secret Realm opens. The thought of auctioning off these 2 supreme treasures made Lin Mu feel a pang of reluctance. After all, they had accompanied him for so long and had proven incredibly useful. Let's put them away for now. Lin Mu stowed away the 9 Heavens Thunder Spear and Crimson Sky Sword. If these treasures were put up for auction, each could fetch over 100 million credits. Seriously, if a level 10 martial artist wielded these treasures, what pair could possibly stand against them? Early the next morning, the martial treasures Lin Mu had purchased were delivered. The Tanchi Extreme Spear appeared remarkably ancient in design. Its entire shaft bore a deep ink-like hue. Under the sun's rays, it seemed coated in a layer of black lacquer, radiating a lustrous sheen. The spearhead gleamed silver-white, its blade razor-sharp. Holding it in his hand, Lin Mu's spiritual energy surged within him. In an instant, the entire spear trembled slightly. Then, starting from the tip of the spear's handle, a layer of runes began to emerge. The runes seemed to come alive, radiating a golden glow that soon covered the entire shaft. The higher the grade of a martial treasure, the greater the demands it places on the martial artist's cultivation level. Lin Mu gripped the Crimson Heaven Spear, feeling the power emanating from the weapon. A smile spread across his face. This Crimson Heaven Spear was truly exceptional, truly worthy of its reputation as a high-grade 4th-rank martial treasure. The other weapon was the Sha Dragon Sword. Originally, Lin Mu had intended to purchase the Crimson Dragon Spear, but its grade was too low, so he abandoned the idea. Instead, he found the Sha Dragon Sword among the long swords. Legend held that its wielder, back in the day, had slain a dragonkin at a mere level 50, imbuing the blade with the dragonkin's essence. Thus, the sword was named for its Sha essence, with dragon power as its secondary force. The Sha Dragon Sword could also suppress demonic beasts. When its spiritual energy was pushed to its limits, it could even summon the illusory form of that Sha Dragon. But doing so would consume an immense amount of spiritual energy. With this thought, Lin Mu began channeling all his spiritual energy into the Sha Dragon Sword. The spiritual energy surged like a floodgate had opened, the Sha Dragon Sword voraciously devouring the energy within Lin Mu's body. Feeling his spiritual energy depleting at an alarming rate, Lin Mu abruptly halted. Phew! No wonder the Sha Dragon Sword possesses such power yet sells for such a low price. Only now did Lin Mu understand why a Sha Dragon Sword with such capabilities was priced at merely 10 million. At his current cultivation level, it would likely drain his body dry in an instant. And he still didn't know the true power of this Sha Dragon. If draining his own spiritual energy proved ineffective against the Sha Dragon's might, wouldn't that be like shooting himself in the foot? The final martial treasure was the Whisk Bow. The name of this bow was intriguing, and the latent power it unleashed was truly terrifying. Unlike the bow Lin Mu had purchased before, this one was truly formidable. Crafted with upper-tier 4th grade quality, when fully drawn, the Whisker Bow unleashes earth-shattering power, as if divine might descended. That is to say, it deals explosive area of effect damage. And that was precisely why Lin Mu bought it. Hunting demon beasts one by one would be far too slow. This area of effect damage was far more practical. Stowing the 3 martial treasures in his weapon case, Lin Mu set it aside. Only 8 days remained until the new secret realm opened. A wave of quick money is about to come. Lin Mu rubbed his hands together with excitement. This secret realm expedition would not only allow him to slay a sufficient number of demon beasts but also yield wealth. It was a double harvest, couldn't get any better. At level 36, he was more than capable of dominating the entire secret realm. Lu Yuding's brother, Lu Feng, would undoubtedly target him. If that was the case, then Lin Mu saw no reason to go easy on him. At that moment, in a secluded cultivation chamber, Lu Feng sat before his bed, slowly opening his eyes. Only 8 days remain until the new secret realm opens. Lu Feng calculated the time, a cold smile spreading across his handsome face. Lin Mu, we'll meet soon. Just wait. He was now eager beyond measure to see Lin Mu. He had heard about this Lin Mu countless times. Ever since this boy entered the academy until now, Lu Feng had heard far too many tales about Lin Mu. He was eager for the moment when he would clash with this dark horse. His uncle had also warned him, within the new secret realm, he must never let Lin Mu off the hook. Even without his uncle's warning, Lu Feng's temperament demanded vengeance for his sister. The mere fact that Lin Mu had crippled his sister's arm was more than Lu Feng could bear. Had he not been occupied with preparations for the opening of the new secret realm these past days, he would have already taken action. These past days, all the major academies were busy preparing for the imminent opening of the new secret realm. This was a crucial matter preceding the newcomer competition. The opening of the new secret realm held immense significance for every senior student at every academy. Every institution placed immense importance on this opening. Within Qingbei University, Master Zhang sat in his office, organizing the documents on his desk. The location for this new secret realm opening is actually within Lingzhou? Master Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly as he examined the location. That's correct, Master Zhang. The secretary nodded. The new secret realm only shows fluctuations in the first few days after opening, which is why we only received the news now. Never mind. How many years has the Great Xia Kingdom endured this? Master Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Then let them prepare. This time, I shall lead the expedition myself. Hearing this, the secretary froze for a moment before quickly realizing why. Understood, Elder Zhang. The secretary withdrew, and soon word reached Lin Mu's ears. We're leaving so soon? Isn't there still 8 days left? Lin Mu blinked in surprise, not expecting the departure for the new secret realm to be moved up by a full 8 days. It's like this, young friend Lin Mu. The new secret realm lies within Lingzhou's borders, so we must proceed ahead of schedule. The secretary replied. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. All right. With little to pack, Lin Mu grabbed his weapon case, bid farewell to Sun Ainge, and followed the secretary out. On the plaza, the 5 individuals bound for the newly opened secret realm were all prepared. All 5, except for Lin Mu, were upperclassmen, and each had a name on the genius rankings. The other 4 watched Lin Mu arrive. One of them remarked indifferently, "What a dark horse. This is my first time entering a newly opened secret realm with a freshman." Me too. Hope he doesn't slow us down. Another gave Lin Mu a cold glance. Lin Mu wore a faint smile as he observed them, saying nothing. Master Zhang, standing ahead with his hands behind his back, observed the seniors before him. His cloudy eyes held a hint of displeasure. All of you, keep your comments to yourselves. I don't know what possessed Imperial Capital University this time. They've sent 2 teams to Lingzhou for this new secret realm. Regarding Qingbei and Imperial Capital University, try to avoid them when possible. Chapter 153, Arrival in Lingzhou. A plane sped away from the skies above Shangjing, heading toward Lingzhou. This aircraft was Qingbei University's exclusive transport. Inside, Lin Mu and his 4 companions were joined by the vice president and his secretary. Lin Mu leaned against the window. The cabin was spacious, with each of the 5 seated separately. Before departure, Elder Zhang had introduced him to the other 4 participants in this new secret realm opening. One of them, Lu Feng, was already known to Lin Mu. The other 3 were all highly ranked members of the Tianjiao gang. They were Wu Zhaohua, a third-year student under the guidance of Level 2 mentor Dao Xiu Jixiaoyu, who studied ritual techniques under a Level 2 mentor, and Zhang Jin, a dual halberd master. All 3 were third-year students at Qingbei University, with cultivation levels ranging from around level 27-28 to level 30. Among them, aside from Lu Feng, the spellcaster Jixiaoyu was the strongest. Master Zhang, might the Imperial Capital University be violating regulations by doing this? The prolonged silence was broken by Zhang Jin's voice. Dressed in black leather, with twin halberds strapped to his back, Zhang Jin's face was chiseled and sharp, his eyes piercing and intelligent. Regulations? I'm not entirely sure. What exactly is Imperial Capital University trying to accomplish? Master Zhang remarked indifferently, a new secret realm barely passed level 30, and they actually sent 2 disciples. Whenever this topic came up, Master Zhang's eyes would cloud over with confusion. Despite the strained relationship between Qingbei University and Imperial Capital University, Master Zhang was still eager to understand what could possibly drive Imperial Capital University to act this way. Originally, it had been agreed that only 1 representative would be sent from each side. Yet now, Imperial Capital University had sent 2 representatives outright. Given the strained state of their relationship, Qingbei University would inevitably gain less than their rivals within that secret realm. And if they detected any targeting, the gains would be even worse. Poof. Once we arrive, I shall personally ask Lord Li what he thinks he's doing. Master Zhang snorted coldly. This had been the agreed-upon arrangement between the 2 parties. Now Imperial Capital University had broken this rule. Damn it, what the hell did he think he was doing? Did Imperial Capital University actually send 2 representatives this time? Lu Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes narrowing slightly. He sensed a hint of pressure. The 5 disciples of Imperial Capital University possessed strength no less than that of the core disciples at Qingbei University. Lu Feng was naturally a core student himself. One-on-one, he held no fear of his opponent. But in a 2-on-1 situation, it was a different story entirely. Lu Feng considered himself a prodigy, but the 5 talents of Imperial Capital University were no pushovers either. With 2 of them arriving at once, Lu Feng needed to strategize. Enough talk. Within the new secret territory, avoid Imperial Capital University students as much as possible. Master Zhang said calmly, though we have our grievances, we must prioritize our interests. Don't go looking for trouble with them. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Also, be cautious around students from other universities. Master Zhang reminded them. After all, this new secret realm opening wasn't exclusive to their top martial arts university. Representatives from other elite martial arts universities would be present as well. This was common knowledge. Having secured this spot through fierce competition within Qingbei University, they were well aware of their standing. As time passed, the others closed their eyes to rest. Lin Mu also closed his eyes, taking a nap. When he opened them again, they had arrived. As for learning who else from the top martial arts universities would be present, it wasn't that Lin Mu lacked interest, he knew the information would surface once they arrived. As long as there were no level 38 martial artists present, Lin Mu remained confident in his invincibility. However, the highest level martial artists who could dominate within this secret realm were capped at level 38. It was unlikely that any 38th level martial artists would actually come. 5 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The plane finally entered Lingzhou territory. Despite the flourishing martial arts culture, where high-level martial artists could fly through the air, traditional modes of travel were still preserved. Yet this method proved unsafe. After the wasteland erupted, all birds and beasts had become demonic creatures, constantly threatening the skies. Fortunately, with the powerful Master Zhang present, no mishaps occurred. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes and gazed through the window at the scenery of Lingzhou. The vast expanse of Lingzhou, where the wasteland had taken hold, was a sea of brown. Yet deep within, untouched by the wasteland, cultivated fields reflected patches of green. Their destination this time was Yan City in Lingzhou. This was Lin Mu's first time visiting Lingzhou. The plane touched down smoothly, and a private vehicle was already waiting. As they entered the city, Lin Mu learned from Vice Principal Zhang Fuzi about Yan City's size and other details. Within Yan City stood a martial arts university, a first-rate institution, though not among the absolute elite. However, over the next few days, participants from martial arts universities across the Great Xia Empire would gradually converge here. Master Zhang cautioned Lin Mu to avoid unnecessary confrontations, as the other martial arts universities were unaware of his background. Remaining unknown would place him in an advantageous position within this new territory. Lin Mu nodded, understanding the implication. Yeah, he definitely wouldn't make a move. Attacking someone here or attacking someone within the secret realm was entirely the same. The group soon arrived at the Martial Arts University in Yan City. This martial arts university, named Yanjin Martial Arts University, had already had a small campus converted by the Yan City Martial Arts Association into temporary housing for various martial arts universities several days prior. As representatives of Qingbei University, the 7 received a warm welcome the moment they arrived. Each top martial arts university was in a league of its own, far beyond the reach of lesser institutions. Yet the gap between them wasn't as vast as one might imagine. So young, so handsome. Is that Lu Feng, the leader of Qingbei University? Lu Feng, the Lu family's legitimate heir. Word is he's one of the top contenders for the best results in this new secret realm. Passing male and female students all eyed Lu Feng up and down. As a third-year student at Qingbei University and a leading figure of his generation, Lu Feng was renowned throughout the top martial arts universities and even among the first-tier universities. Lu Feng held his head high, thoroughly enjoying this feeling of being the center of attention. He seemed to embody the protagonist, destined to be adored. Lin Mu followed alongside the group, a figure not entirely unfamiliar. Due to the capital's martial arts examination, Lin Mu had also been recognized by the new students of Yanjin Martial Arts University.
Hey, isn't that Lin Mu? No way. As a freshman, how could Lin Mu possibly be participating in this new secret realm opening? Whoa, it really is Lin Mu. The remark drew the attention of even the upperclassmen.
Upon confirming Lin Mu's presence among the Qingbei University group, their expressions abruptly changed.
You've got to be kidding me. Entry into this new secret realm requires at least level 25. And Lin Mu is here too? In my opinion, it's because of his talent. Qingbei University wants him to secure resources inside.
This is ridiculous. They clearly want the others to look after him. Otherwise, with his cultivation level, he'd be the weakest one in this new secret realm.
Chapter 154, The Exchange Meeting at Yanjin Martial Arts University.
Lin Mu paid no heed to the whispers reaching his ears. True gold will always shine. Soon, he would prove his worth. Master Zhang led the 5 of them to their lodgings, a villa spacious enough to accommodate all 5.
Something's up. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University just sought me out, saying our Qingbei group is the first to arrive.
Master Zhang summoned the 5 to the living room and announced calmly. Therefore, the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University wishes to hold an exchange meeting during this time.
Master Zhang, is that so? Zhang Jin looked up and asked. Master Zhang, what are your thoughts? Wu Xiaohua inquired.
Master Zhang replied calmly, it's merely an exchange.
Win the match and that's all that matters.
Just don't reveal too many of our trump cards.
The
others nodded in agreement. Young friend Lin Mu, Lu Feng, you two should not participate in this exchange session. Master Zhang stated, given your respective strengths as core disciples, it would be inappropriate for you to compete. Yanjin Martial Arts University needn't worry, this old man is here.
Lu Feng smiled and nodded.
We'll heed Master Zhang's advice then. Lin Mu's face held a hint of regret.
He couldn't fight after all.
Alright, go prepare yourselves. News of the exchange with Qingbei University quickly spread throughout Yanjin Martial Arts University. Students at Yanjin Martial Arts University were exceptionally excited, gathering in droves before the vast plaza. Up ahead, the 5 representatives from Qingbei University stood quietly, awaiting the Yanjin Martial Arts University students who had participated in the opening of the new secret realm. Lin Mu and Lu Feng were not permitted to participate in this exchange. As core students of Qingbei University, their talent and strength naturally surpassed those of Yanjin Martial Arts University. Many agreed with this assessment. But it was the latter who garnered that recognition. After all, in their eyes, Lin Mu was merely a freshman.
A freshman, what right did he have to participate in the opening of the new secret realm?
As for why the vice-chancellor of Qingbei University had not allowed the core students to intervene, the reason was now crystal clear. Naturally, it was to protect Lin Mu, preventing him from losing the trial here and facing criticism once inside the new secret realm. Were it not for Master Zhang's presence, the students from Yanjin Martial Arts University would have already begun discussing Lin Mu. Yet the occasional disdainful glances they cast his way were impossible to miss. Junior Lin Mu, I imagine we are not strangers to one another.
Lu Feng spoke with a smile. We are not strangers.
Lin Mu shook his head.
Given all that had transpired between him and the Lu family, as Lu Yuding's brother, how could the other not recognize him? I look forward to meeting you in the new secret realm. Lu Feng chuckled. Just hope you don't hold the whole team back then. Why not test it out right now?
Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. At these words, Lu Feng's gaze immediately fixed on Lin Mu. After a moment's pause, Lu Feng burst into laughter.
Let's save it for the secret realm.
He was quite fond of Lin Mu as he was now.
Lu Feng relished people who spoke with such brazen confidence.
He eagerly anticipated the moment he would crush Lin Mu, wondering if the young man would still wear this same expression then.
His current restraint was also out of respect for Vice Principal Zhang Lao.
He understood perfectly why Lin Mu wasn't allowed to fight. The exchange commenced swiftly. Master Zhang sat in his chair alongside the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University wore a smile as his gaze fell upon his own student. He then remarked, Master Zhang, your desire to promote Lin Mu seems a bit hasty, don't you think?
What do you mean by that? Master Zhang inquired. The newly opened secret realm houses demon beasts starting at level 20 at the very weakest. In its depths, there are even demon beasts at the peak of mid-tier 3rd stage. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University remarked calmly, is it worth sending a freshman who's barely been enrolled for half a year?
It depends on his own destiny.
Master Zhang chuckled, saying no more. Surely he wasn't going to reveal Lin Mu's current cultivation level to the other party?
In truth, when he first offered the spot to Lin Mu, this had been his intention. But his plan was for Lin Mu to cultivate within the secret realm. The spiritual energy within the secret realm far surpassed that of the outside world. However, upon learning of Lin Mu's cultivation level, he dismissed that notion. If the outside world didn't know, how could he, as the vice principal, remain unaware? Hearing this, the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University said no more. After all, it was the other party's own decision. Old Zhang, I heard Imperial Capital University sent 2 students this time. Could it be because of Tsinghua and Peking? He suddenly remembered something and blurted out. I don't know. Master Zhang shook his head. I was actually planning to ask him myself. Very well. The latter nodded and pressed no further. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhang Zhen and the student from Yanjin Martial Arts University had settled their match. Zhang Zhen had won. Top martial arts universities truly are top tier. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The gap between geniuses is truly staggering. On stage, Zhang Zhen had defeated the Yanjin Martial Arts University student in just 7 moves. Such a gap allowed the opponent to witness the difference between the pinnacle and the elite. Master Zhang remained silent. Just then, students below the stage began to cheer. Principal Zhang, why not challenge us freshmen to a match? One voice called out. I'd love to see for myself what kind of strength this prodigy, who scored over 1,000 points in the martial arts exam, truly possesses. Yeah, you're here anyway. It's a rare chance to see him. With that, most of the freshmen present chimed in agreement. The vice principal of Yanjin Martial Arts University looked troubled, his gaze shifting to Master Zhang beside him. Agreed. Master Zhang nodded. Seeing the other university's president give his approval, the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University had no further objections. Very well, please come up to the stage, young friend Lin Mu. With that, Lin Mu stepped directly onto the stage. He had intended to stand on the stage anyway, otherwise, wouldn't this trip have been for nothing? Waiting these past few days had prevented him from completing any tasks, so he might as well use this opportunity to build up some strength points and physical resilience. Moreover, his streak of victories in Victory Favors the Brave was about to hit 21 matches. As Lin Mu took the stage, the students of Yanjin Martial Arts University grew visibly excited. Who's first? Me. As the crowd debated, a figure suddenly leapt from the ground, soaring high onto the stage. It's Brother Du. Brother Du ranked first in the martial arts exam for Yen City. With him here, we'll definitely see what Lin Mu is made of. I wonder who'll come out on top. The crowd watched with bated breath. As freshmen, they all wanted to see if the Lin Mu before them truly possessed the strength to back up his reputation. Chapter 155, instantly defeated. What more is there to say? On the stage, Lin Mu stood with his hands behind his back, a large weapon case resting at his side. He wore a smile as he looked directly at the young man in martial attire. Lin Mu, Duchen said coldly, his expression sharp. I wonder if you're truly as formidable as they say in the capital. Why not find out? Lin Mu replied indifferently. At this, Du Chen snorted coldly. If you lose, it'll be utterly humiliating. Lin Mu was speechless. Did they really need to talk so much before a fight? The vice principal of Yanjin Martial Arts Academy observed the two on the platform and spoke up. Master Zhang, how many moves do you think young Master Lin Mu needs to defeat our academy's Du Chun? Hearing this, Master Zhang looked surprised. Isn't Du Chun from your academy? Why such a low opinion of him? Master Zhang, you jest. It's not contempt, but self-awareness, the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University chuckled. You want the truth? Master Zhang teased, playing coy. Naturally. If Master Zhang prefers not to share, it's no trouble. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University replied. There's nothing I can't say. Master Zhang shook his head. If he unleashes his full power, one strike would suffice. At these words, the smile vanished instantly from the vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University's face. One move. At that moment, the atmosphere below the stage had reached an extraordinary fever pitch. The top freshman of Qingbei University was facing off against the top freshman of Yanjin Martial Arts University. This was the first clash between prodigies from the Pinnacle Martial Arts University and those from a top-tier martial arts university. Though the freshman grand tournament was still some time away, it offered a glimpse into the chasm between them. Lu Feng and the others showed no interest in this battle among the new students. In other words, knowing Lin Mu's strength, this contest was inherently dull. Regardless, Lin Mu was absolutely certain to be the victor. Lin Mu, I hear you're also an unranked martial artist. So am I. Du Chen remarked indifferently, his clear eyes glinting with a hint of cunning. But the path I walk is the same as that of the current commander of the Long Yu army, the path of the king of all weapons. With that, Du Chen swept his hand, and a weapon case shot out from his storage ring. The case slammed to the ground. Du Chen slapped its top. In the next instant, the case unfolded outward like a peacock spreading its feathers. Before their eyes lay 6 distinct weapons. Upon witnessing this scene, a hint of astonishment flickered in Master Zhang's cloudy eyes. He is also a martial artist without rank. That's correct, Master Zhang. The vice principal of Yanjin Martial Arts University nodded. However, in terms of quality, he doesn't compare to Lin Mu. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang nodded. Perhaps it was because he had witnessed Lin Mu's prowess, but now when he looked at these unranked martial artists, he couldn't help but feel they were all prodigies. The former commander of the Dragon Guardian army was like that, and now Lin Mu was even more so. Seeing Du Chen before him, another unranked martial master, a ripple finally stirred in Lin Mu's otherwise calm eyes. He never imagined he would encounter someone here who shared his profession. And one he had already fought. Lin Mu, you can manifest your divine power before others. So can I, Du Chen. As the words fell, Du Chen's hand immediately grasped the long sword within his grasp. A luminous glow swirled around the blade. As Du Chen swung his arm, a razor-sharp sword chi shot abruptly toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu unleashed a punch. Before the sword energy could reach him, the immense pressure generated by the strike crushed it into oblivion. Witnessing this, the expressions of those present shifted slightly. He had blocked Du Chen's sword energy with the force of a single punch? Even some second-year seniors couldn't achieve that. Du Chen's eyes darkened slightly, surprise flickering within. Yet the next instant, he charged toward Lin Mu once more. With a single step forward, Du Chen twisted his wrist, gripping the sword hilt backwards, and thrust directly at Lin Mu. His speed was blindingly fast, clearly the result of cultivating some form of body technique. Yet to Lin Mu, his speed seemed painfully slow. Lin Mu didn't even need to activate See-Through Whirl to clearly perceive every one of his opponent's movements. Lin Mu shifted his body, vanishing from his original position in an instant. His speed was so great that it was difficult for the naked eye to follow. The students from Yanjin Martial Arts University present all froze in place, utterly stunned that Lin Mu could be so much faster than Du Chen. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University, observing the match, saw his expression shift dramatically. He achieved this solely through his own speed, not through any special footwork. At that moment, he finally understood why old Zhang had said that if Lin Mu unleashed his full power, Du Chen would be defeated in a single move. A single glance had revealed the truth. What? Du Chen, who had charged forward, was stunned. Staring at Lin Mu, who had vanished from his original position in an instant, he didn't know what to do next. But what happened in the next second sent a chill down Du Chen's spine. He felt an electric arc suddenly crack before his eyes. The overwhelming force instantly made every hair on his body stand on end. Without a moment's hesitation, his body instinctively tried to pull him away from where he stood. But he couldn't move. He couldn't escape. No, he simply didn't possess the reaction speed, meaning the man before him was simply too fast. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted directly before Du Chen's chest. Before the terrifying pressure could even bear down on him, it hurled his entire body backward. Thud! Accompanied by a deep, muffled thud, a flash of lightning erupted on the stage, startling everyone present. The next instant, they saw Du Chen crash onto the ground far away, unable to rise. Whoosh! The suddenness of this scene left everyone present utterly speechless. Mouths gaped open as they stared in disbelief at Lin Mu atop the stage. What had just happened? With a single move, Lin Mu had defeated Du Chen, the pride of their freshman class. Defeated the top martial arts exam candidate in Yin City? The crushing sense of disparity left the freshmen feeling an oppressive weight pressing down on them. They had assumed the gap between Du Chen and Lin Mu wasn't significant, but now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. It was pure domination. Lin Mu had completely crushed him. The entire arena fell deathly silent, speechless. Even some upperclassmen from Yanjin Martial Arts University gaped in disbelief. Only the few students from Qingbei University remained largely unfazed by the scene unfolding before them. Master Zhang stroked his beard, thoroughly pleased with the spectacle. The vice president of Yanjin Martial Arts University beside him was speechless. On the stage, Lin Mu stood there, retracting his explosive fist. The lightning dissipated, and his sharp, intelligent eyes regained their calm. Next time we fight, let's just get to it. Can we skip all the nonsense? Chapter 156, Coming to the Door. Du Chen had been defeated. The freshmen of Yanjin Martial Arts University were all speechless. Lin Mu stepped down from the stage. With Lin Mu's swift victory, the exchange event concluded abruptly. The vice-chancellor of Yanjin Martial Arts University wore a look of profound astonishment on his weathered face. Wherever his gaze fell, admiration shone in the eyes of those he met. Impressive, Elder Zhang. Young Lin Mu truly lives up to his reputation. Back when the capital's martial arts examination took place, Lin Mu had caused quite a stir. Now, seeing him in action, his talent was truly terrifying. Why such prejudice against him? Master Zhang remarked calmly, he has already drawn the attention of vice presidents from all the top martial arts universities, the Longyu army, and numerous other factions vying for his allegiance. Doesn't that alone prove his extraordinary talent? The vice-chancellor of Yanjin Martial Arts University sighed with regret. Indeed, I admit my lack of foresight. At that moment, witnessing Lin Mu's true strength, the vice-chancellor of Yanjin Martial Arts University finally understood the other party's intentions. A prodigy like this truly deserved the full cultivation resources of an entire academy. As the exchange conference concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. After an early dinner, Lin Mu remained in his room to cultivate. As time passed, more and more students arrived at Yanjin Martial Arts University. Across the entire Great Xia Empire, there were 9 premier martial arts academies. These 9 elite martial arts institutions were Imperial Capital University and Qingbei University in the capital city.
Next were Lingzhou's Lingfu Martial Arts University and Shanhe Martial Arts University. Adjacent to the South Sea were Yunzhou's South Sea Martial Arts University and Yichuan Martial Arts University. Yanzhou's Yantian Martial Arts University, Ancient Qin Martial Arts University, and Emperor Xin Martial Arts University.
These 9 premier martial arts universities bear the weight of half the Great Xiao realm, teeming with formidable practitioners. Beyond these 9 elite martial arts universities, there are 11 first-tier martial arts universities and 12 second-tier martial arts universities. With nearly 30 martial arts universities, plus the 5 participants entering the new secret realm, over 100 individuals were poised to enter the new secret realm. The opening of the new secret realm was scheduled to commence in just 6 days. During these remaining days, Lin Mu did not leave his quarters. Instead, he devoted himself to continuously advancing his martial arts cultivation.
Inside his room,
Lin Mu sat with his eyes closed. As his cultivation level steadily rose, most of the martial arts he had learned had been pushed to their peak by his indomitable spirit. The 4 fourth-grade martial arts he was currently cultivating had all reached their pinnacle. The 5 martial arts disciplines you have cultivated have all reached perfection. Your comprehension of Phoenix Feather has deepened your understanding of this martial art, channeling sword energy to transform feathers into a phoenix. The essence of Phoenix Feather lies in sword energy forming its own school, transforming into a golden phoenix that cannot be stopped.
Congratulations! Never Give Up has been triggered. The 5th-grade martial art Phoenix Feather has been cultivated to perfection. After 50 years of arduous cultivation, you have finally mastered the Thunder Control Decision. Channeling spirit to command thunder, your intent ignites explosive bolts.
Within 10 zhang, thunder roars, forming a minor sea of lightning. During thunderstorms, you can summon celestial lightning, transforming the surrounding 3 kilometers into a vast sea of thunder that amplifies your own power.
Congratulations!
Never Give Up has been triggered, advancing the 5th-grade Thunder Control Decision to its ultimate mastery. This was a tremendous advancement. Lin Mu was well aware of the martial arts provided by the system. These were the pinnacle martial arts within their respective tiers. Now that 2 5th-grade martial arts had reached perfection, Lin Mu's strength had risen dramatically.
My breathing technique has advanced too.
The 6th-tier breathing technique he cultivated, Crimson Sun Thunder Decision, had also advanced.
With each inhale and exhale, a thread of thunder rolled through his nasal passages. Within his body surged boundless thunder and flames of supreme yang energy. The true power of a 6th-tier breathing technique lay in its ability to manifest divine abilities. Within it, Lin Mu grasped the true might of the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. After reaching level 30, Lin Mu used spiritual transformation to materialize an object, then manipulated it with the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision. With a flicker of his intent, crimson lightning surged around him. A colossal, surging power continuously filled the entire room. In the next instant, these bolts of lightning transformed into weapons, surrounding Lin Mu. Weapon manifestation.
Lin Mu murmured softly, uttering the 2 words. This time, the weapon transformation affected only the area within 3 meters of him. The weapons formed from lightning surrounding him began to establish a connection with Lin Mu's mind. Simultaneously, these weapons, already imbued with inherent power, now gained an additional surge of strength. Then, Lin Mu withdrew them. The surrounding spirit weapons immediately dimmed, leaving only crimson thunder humming incessantly.
Indeed, the ability to transform weapons can influence the divine power of the Crimson Sun Thunder Decision.
Lin Mu remarked calmly, gaining a new understanding of his current abilities.
I truly look forward to meeting that commander. Lin Mu hadn't forgotten the reason he entered Qingbei University. As time passed, the opening of the new secret realm drew ever closer.
Within the vast grounds of Yanjin Martial Arts University, over 30 martial arts university students had gathered. It was hard to imagine they could remain this quiet until the secret realm opened. This was especially true for Qingbei University and Imperial Capital University. Originally 2 martial arts universities that rarely interacted, the arrival of the 2 students summoned by Imperial Capital University prompted Master Zhang to pay them a direct visit the moment they arrived.
Bang! The gate to the Imperial Capital University villa was kicked open with a loud bang. The crowd froze, and in the next instant, a hoarse voice echoed through the air. Li Hobwa, you old fool, get out here. Master Zhang stood outside the door, his face flushed with anger as he strode inside. Upon seeing the visitor, one man rose from his seat and approached Master Zhang. The young man remained expressionless, offering a slight bow with clasped hands. Master Zhang, entering in such a manner hardly befits your stature. Get out of my way. I have no time to waste on you.
Master Zhang waved him away, dismissing the young man before him. The other students from Imperial Capital University were startled. This was their university's leading figure, after all. Su Nan's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected such a blatant refusal to give face. Just then, a hoarse shout echoed from deep within the villa. Master Zhang, I haven't even come for you yet. And you, breaking down our door like this, what the hell do you think you're doing? The next instant, a powerful aura instantly filled the entire villa. An elderly man clad in white robes let down from the villa's second floor, appearing before Su Nan in the blink of an eye. Seeing the man, Master Zhang's pent-up fury found its target. You bastard! The conflict between your Imperial Capital University and my Qingbei University is one thing, but what do you think you're doing sending 2 disciples this time? At these words, Lord Li Ho burst into laughter. Ha! Master Zhang of the cipher, you have the nerve to lecture this old man? Did you tell me you sent 2 core disciples? Chapter 157, Heading for the Mountains. Master Zhang, you have a heart of stone. Li Hoblo pointed his withered finger at Master Zhang before him, speaking each word deliberately. Your Qingbei University has produced such a prodigy. When I first heard you sent a freshman into the new secret realm, I thought you'd lost your mind or something. But then I learned of that prodigy's true strength. Well, you damn well intended to put me in a tight spot, didn't you? This barrage of accusations left Master Zhang momentarily speechless. How did you find out? Master Zhang's previously arrogant demeanor instantly cooled as if doused with a bucket of ice water. He knew Lin Mu's current cultivation level, but the people at Imperial Capital University didn't. How did I know? Upon hearing this, Li Hobwa instantly understood the man's line of thinking. He sneered coldly. Let me tell you the truth. Your student entered the Howling Wastes, slew a black armor rhino at the early 3rd stage, and even wounded one of my Imperial Capital University students. This news was relayed to me by those very individuals. Haha, Master Zhang, just you wait. This time, I've brought in a real heavyweight, a level 34 player. With that, the smile on Li Hobwa's face became impossible to conceal. Upon hearing this, Master Zhang's expression shifted slightly. Level 34? Enough. If you intend to make a scene, I won't indulge you. Li Hobwa said indifferently, if you want a fight, let's start now. Once we enter the new secret realm, you'll see if your Qingbei University scrubs can withstand the bombardment from my Imperial Capital University's 2 powerhouses. At this, Master Zhang snorted coldly. Poof. We'll see about that. The next second, Master Zhang turned and walked away. No need to see you off. Li Hobwa waved at his departing figure, his smile growing broader. Master Li. Su Nan and the others bowed their hands in respect toward Lord Li. Today's debt isn't on Master Zhang's head, it's on his students. Li Hobwa remarked calmly, once we enter the new secret realm, give them a thorough beating. Certainly. Su Nan nodded. Master Li, Lin Mu injured my younger brother. I absolutely must have my revenge. The other man said coldly. His younger brother was the leader of that Howling Wilderness incident. He had come here solely to avenge his brother. Lin Mu, at level 30, was insignificant in his eyes. He was a level 32 player. He was also a bully. Among the Qingbei University team, only Lu Feng is worth considering. Su Nan said indifferently, when the time comes, I'll tie up Lu Feng. You guys take out the remaining Qingbei University students and beat them to a pulp. The feud between Imperial Capital University and Qingbei University had been simmering for years. Therefore, they would show no mercy toward Qingbei University's students. Moreover, Qingbei University shows no mercy toward students from Imperial Capital University either. Not bad. Li Hobwa nodded in agreement, confident in Su Nan's ability to handle the situation. After all, the other party's background was no ordinary one, even more formidable than the 7 great families. On the 5th day before the new secret realm opened, the group was finally set to depart. 500 li outside Yen City, the new secret realm lay within a mountain range untouched by the encroaching wasteland. Waves of crimson dawn light envelop the land, foretelling extraordinary events to come. The secret realm will open tomorrow. Before departure, as first-time explorers of this new realm, there is one crucial matter I must convey to you. Master Zhang summoned the 5 of them. Lu Feng and the others stood there, awaiting Master Zhang's words. Within the new secret realm, all methods are permitted. However, each of you must obtain a spirit stone before you can leave the new secret realm early. Master Zhang stated calmly. The new secret realm will remain open for 1 day and 1 night. During this time, you may freely pursue whatever you wish. The investigation from Yanjin Martial University has concluded, the new secret realm contains 5 distinct zones. Each corresponds to a different season. The central area is in a thunderstorm state, extremely dangerous. Only martial artists above level May 30th enter. Master Zhang relayed the precautions and revealed to the 5 where the richest treasures lay within the new secret realm. Within each of these 5 zones, a 3rd-tier demon beast guards the deepest part, making them among the most rewarding areas. As for the demon beast's cultivation level corresponding to human tiers, it won't exceed level 35. At this point, Master Zhang relayed news about the 2 newcomers from Imperial Capital University. One of the 2 scholars sent by Imperial Capital University this time is at the 34th level. That person is Su Nan. At this revelation, everyone present except Lin Mu and Lu Feng paled. Su Nan is the one coming this time? This is a headache. Wu Xiaohua and the others all wore expressions of distress. Su Nan. They knew this man all too well. Su Nan was a tough nut to crack. Lu Feng, as the strongest member of our team, you must avoid conflict with Imperial Capital University's people at all costs. Master Zhang said, if it truly becomes unavoidable, then you will have to deal with Su Nan yourself. Within this team, only Lu Feng possessed level 33 strength. Master Zhang, rest assured. Even if we encounter them, it won't be a problem. Lu Feng gave a faint smile, his handsome face radiating absolute confidence. Oh? Master Zhang raised an eyebrow as Lu Feng continued, I've had some insights these past few days. My cultivation has broken through. Hearing this, the grim expressions on the others' faces eased. Even Master Zhang couldn't help but give Lu Feng a few extra glances. Truly a prodigy of the Lu family. With Lu Feng having broken through to level 34, this battle was now much more evenly matched. Master Zhang, who had been worried earlier, now felt much better. Upon hearing of Lu Feng's breakthrough, Lin Mu's face remained as calm as still water. Very well. Since that's the case, let's set out. Master Zhang nodded, waved his hand, and led the group toward the new secret realm. In the sky, several beams of light swept up their respective disciples. Before the mountain range, countless figures descended from the sky. Before the crimson glow lay a basin, and above it, a massive spirit stone radiated a fiery red light. This layer of light nearly enveloped the entire mountain range, bathing everything within its reach in crimson. Master Zhang landed with Lin Mu and the others on an open patch of ground. The powerful martial artists from Martial Arts University, each accompanied by their own students, also descended one after another. The secret realm will open tomorrow. Master Zhang stated, gazing at the spirit stone suspended between heaven and earth ahead. Lin Mu's gaze fixed on the spirit stone. Beneath his calm eyes, a hint of fervor flickered. Tomorrow would be his moment to make his fortune. Chapter 158, The Secret Realm Opens. You are Lin Mu? A young man looked at Lin Mu standing beside Master Zhang and asked indifferently. Yes. Lin Mu nodded. What brings you here, brother? Nothing much. I saw you during this year's martial arts examination. Su Nan said indifferently, I heard you received a favor from someone named Su Wei. At these words, Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. But then he thought about it. Given his current status, it made sense that others investigating him would uncover such information. That's correct. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Very well. As if confirming something, Su Nan nodded, her delicate features betraying no emotion. This feeling was all too familiar to Lin Mu. He had been targeted by the person before him. Su Nan wore all white, his face exceptionally delicate and his figure impeccable. Had he grown out his short hair, he would have been the very image of a scholar in ancient times. Yet the fierce energy radiating from every inch of Su Nan made it difficult to associate her with that scholarly image. Su Nan turned and walked away. Su Nan has set his sights on you. Zhang Jin watched Su Nan's retreating figure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Hearing the other man call out that name, Lin Mu finally realized this was Su Nan. I don't know what grudge you have with Su Nan, but if he's got his sights set on you, you're in for a rough ride. Zhang Jin patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. MHM. Lin Mu gave a low grunt of acknowledgement. So what if he was targeted? Lin Mu's journey here was destined to clash with these veterans. After all, each person represented a point of strength, a potential victory, plus a 10% physical enhancement. In Lin Mu's eyes, every person present who had entered the new secret realm was nothing but a bar of experience waiting to be filled. Seems you don't know much about Su Nan. Lu Feng stood with his hands behind his back, smiling as he observed Lin Mu. I suppose I might as well tell you. Lu Feng remarked indifferently, Su Nan hails from the reclusive Su clan. He displayed extraordinary talent from a young age, becoming one of the top students at Imperial Capital University by the age of 20. Moreover, he's someone who elevated his cultivation realm to level 34 in just 2 years. Not only that, but Su Nan is not only immensely powerful, he's also exceptionally sharp-witted. Those who fall into his sights have, without exception, met their end. Hearing this, Lin Mu remained silent. In the face of absolute power, even the sharpest mind is useless. Additionally, there's one more thing you might not know. Lu Feng glanced at Lin Mu before him, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. I think you'd be very interested in hearing this. Oh. Facing Lu Feng's words, Lin Mu offered only a faint "oh" in response. That single "oh" left Lu Feng speechless. Oomph. Lu Feng snorted and turned away from Lin Mu. Lin Mu, you're our teammate now, at least. Ji Xiaoyu spoke up within the team, we're not just facing those demon beasts, there are others of our own kind too. Even though you defeated Zhang Wei, you're still not considered top tier here. Ji Xiaoyu began speaking in an authoritative tone befitting an elder, continuing, once inside the secret realm, do not use your status as a core disciple to lord it over others and cause unnecessary trouble. Got it. Lin Mu nodded slowly and deliberately. Senior Ji, I understand. I know my limits. He listened to the advice, but Lin Mu disliked the other person's overly old-fashioned tone. She was only a few years older than him, and her strength was inferior to his. If he weren't standing here as a freshman, Lin Mu wouldn't have bothered to engage with her at all. What do you mean by that? Ji Xiaoyu immediately snapped, her emotionless eyes fixed on Lin Mu. I'm teaching you how to conduct yourself in society. If you enter the secret realm and bring trouble upon us, we can't say anything because of your status. Using that as leverage to bully others would be unacceptable to anyone. You must listen to Brother Lu Feng. Hearing this, Lin Mu gave a faint smile. Finished, senior? This only infuriated Ji Xiaoyu further. Lu Feng watched from the side, exasperated by Lin Mu's conversation. If you're done, then shut up. Lin Mu wore a smile, appearing as harmless as a lamb. If you think I'm holding us back, then we can always split up. At this, Ji Xiaoyu coldly retorted, fine, let's split up. This outcome suited Lu Feng perfectly. As the undisputed leader of Qingbei University's team, everyone followed his lead. He intended to target Lin Mu. Junior Lin Mu, this isn't appropriate. Playing it safe, Lu Feng put on an act, his face tinged with feigned embarrassment. We're both from Qingbei University, and now we're participating together in this new secret realm opening. Not only that, but Imperial Capital University is keeping a close eye on this place. If you leave the team, what if you run into them midway? That's not something Brother Lu needs to worry about. Lin Mu's face remained calmly smiling. I know my limits. Hearing this, Lu Feng nodded. All right. Zhang Jin and Wu Xiaohua both remained silent. Whether the team lost or gained a member like Lin Mu made little difference to them. After all, even if Zhang Weiyi were to take his place, it wouldn't matter. As a new recruit, Lin Mu was insignificant to begin with. Since he wouldn't listen, there was no point in keeping him in the group. With that, Lin Mu walked away from the others and casually lay down beneath a tree. Brother Lu Feng, what if Lin Mu tells old Zhang about this? Ji Xiaoyu spoke up as Lin Mu walked away. He won't, Lu Feng shook his head. That boy is proud and headstrong. Even if he's acting out of spite, he'd never tell old Zhang about this. For an 18-year-old boy, being full of vigor and passion is only natural. As he spoke, Lu Feng glanced at Lin Mu in the distance and let out a cold chuckle. Now, he had completed the first step. The next step awaited his entry into the new secret realm. Since you dare oppose the Lu family, you'll face this young master's retribution. Leaving the group didn't feel like a loss to Lin Mu. On the contrary, leaving the group allowed Lin Mu to showcase his abilities more freely. This way, he no longer had to worry about the others saying anything to him. It felt far more liberating. With Lin Mu's level 36 cultivation and multiple skill entries. Honestly, even if the Qingbei and Imperial Capital University teams teamed up to target him, so what? Lin Mu had chosen this path precisely because he was confident in his abilities. Lin Mu lay contentedly beneath the tree and drifted off to sleep. As time passed, it reached midnight. Suddenly, the crimson sky transformed into a terrifying surge of energy. The spirit stone kept spinning, drawing the attention of everyone present. Every pair of eyes was fixed on that spirit stone. Then, a massive crack split open in the sky. Master Zhang looked up, his cloudy eyes flashing with a hint of ferocity. The new secret realm has opened. Chapter 159, what a coincidence. Streams of crimson light shot toward the heavens, illuminating the skies. Beneath the colossal spirit stone, a fissure tore open in the sky black as ink, impenetrable even to light. Powerhouses from major academies beckoned with a wave, sending their disciples into the void. Remember this. Master Zhang glanced at Lu Feng and the others, offering a reminder. Only then did he notice that Lin Mu had slipped to the rear at some point. He didn't dwell on it, however. Yes, Master Zhang. Once inside the secret realm, try to regroup as soon as possible. The group nodded in unison. With a wave of his hand, Master Zhang transported Lu Feng and the others into the new secret realm. Lin Mu's body soared upward, carried along into the secret realm as well. As darkness enveloped his vision, he opened his eyes once more to find himself standing in an entirely different world. Standing on the ground, Lin Mu surveyed his surroundings, noticing a flash of light flickering in the distance. This must be the new secret realm. Lin Mu lifted his head, surveying this new world. Visible spiritual energy rained down like drops of rain, continuously falling to the ground before transforming into streams of energy that permeated the air. Even a single breath revealed just how profoundly rich the spiritual energy here truly was. It truly lives up to being a newly opened secret realm. A hint of astonishment flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. He found himself amidst a cluster of mountains. Watching the light gradually fade in the distance, Lin Mu guessed what had happened. Looks like someone landed near me. The moment everyone entered the secret realm, they were scattered apart. Some hurried to find their own teams, while others began hunting. Lin Mu gathered his thoughts and began to wander around. Since it was said that spiritual treasures were everywhere within the new secret realm, Lin Mu was determined not to return empty-handed this time. Climbing over a mountain, Lin Mu came upon a tree laden with fruit. The fruits glowed a vivid crimson, resembling apples, yet they radiated an incredibly potent spiritual energy. Lin Mu's eyes lit up. He immediately reached out and plucked every single fruit from the branches. Storing them all in his storage ring, he picked one and took a gentle bite. As the fruit entered his stomach, a surge of spiritual energy exploded within him, instantly permeating every fiber of his being. What a treasure! The light in Lin Mu's eyes intensified. The sheer amount of spiritual energy contained within these fruits clearly marked them as no ordinary items.
Lin Mu counted them 17 in total. Selling each for hundreds of thousands would be no problem at all.
Who would have thought such a small effort would yield such a huge haul? A smile spread across Lin Mu's face as he continued searching the mountain range. Soon, he discovered several more spirit herbs, each rich in spiritual energy. Some even contained substances with detoxifying properties. In short, anything related to martial artists, Lin Mu stored away in his storage ring.
After all, everything could be exchanged for money. What did it matter what it was?
After nearly half an hour of searching, Lin Mu still hadn't fully exited this area.
It really is vast.
Standing atop a small hill, Lin Mu surveyed the landscape below. The direction he was now heading followed the same path as the light he had seen upon his initial arrival. But though it seemed close, it would likely take a 40 or 50-minute trek to reach that area.
Moreover, Lin Mu hadn't encountered a single demon beast along the way.
The items gathered along the way were likely only the lowest grade offerings within this secret realm. Generally speaking, treasures guarded by demonic beasts are the most valuable. Lin Mu descended the mountain and continued toward that direction. Suddenly, a demon beast's roar shook the heavens and earth within that mountain range, its echoes lingering in the air for an extended period. Lin Mu, who had just reached the foot of the mountain, immediately raised his eyebrows. Judging by the sound, someone was undoubtedly engaged in combat with a demon beast.
Looks like it's that person after all.
Lin Mu instantly quickened his pace. Arcs of electricity danced around his legs as he transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from his original spot in an instant. Meanwhile, deep within a forest nestled within the mountain range,
a young man wielding a long blade fought relentlessly against a demon beast.
The beast before him was exceptionally powerful, a blood-red-eyed jackal radiating murderous intent as it repeatedly lunged at the young man.
Damn beast. I never thought I'd run into a third-tier demon beast the moment I arrived here.
The young man cursed angrily. His black robe was already partially torn to shreds by the beast, revealing the silver martial armor beneath.
Fortunately, the secret realm imposed no restrictions on martial artists' equipment.
Otherwise, the young man would have been gravely injured by now.
Someone else has arrived over there. Wonder which school that guy is from.
Catching his breath, the young man lifted his head, gazing toward the direction Lin Mu had descended from. His clear eyes held a hint of coldness.
Hope it's that Lin Mu fellow.
This man was none other than one of the 5 participants from Imperial Capital University in the new secret realm. The very same man who, outside the secret realm, sought to kill Lin Mu.
Roar!
The jackal suddenly let out a thunderous roar, its massive body lunging violently toward the young man. The young man's pupils contracted sharply as he scrambled to shift his body, narrowly evading the wolf's attack. At that very moment, a terrifying force suddenly emanated from behind the young man. The young man froze instantly, every hair on his body standing on end. Just as he prepared to dodge, the arrow whizzed past his ear and slammed into the jackal's body.
Boom!
The low-tier third-stage jackal was instantly blown away, flesh and blood scattering through the air as one of its legs was blown clean off. The young man's pupils contracted sharply, cold sweat pouring uncontrollably down his forehead.
What a terrifying strike! Who could have unleashed it? Who?
Realizing he'd been saved, the young man turned to thank the attacker. But the moment he saw the figure's face, he froze in place. Lin Mu, bow in hand, approached slowly.
Seems you find it quite unbelievable to see me here. How convenient to encounter a student from Imperial Capital University here.
As Lin Mu spoke, he retrieved another arrow from his storage ring, drew his bow, and aimed at the jackal in the distance. The young man never imagined that the very person he sought would appear before him at this very moment. Not only that, but that earlier strike had been unleashed by Lin Mu. This sent shockwaves through the young man, his heart trembling violently. He could never have imagined that a full power strike comparable to a level 34 martial artist would erupt from a mere level 30 youth. He knew even he himself couldn't achieve such a feat. As he contemplated the identities of the two men and sought a way to escape this place, a light, airy voice drifted into his ears.
Don't rush. Once I've dealt with it, you'll be next. Chapter 160, Get Up. Boom! Another explosion echoed through the tranquil forest. The mountains trembled, leaves rained down from the sky, and birds scattered like frightened beasts. The powerful arrow exploding right beside his ear snapped the young man out of his daze. After dealing with the demon beast, he intended to deal with me? A flash of ruthless fury shot through the young man's eyes. Lin Mu, you injured my brother. Today, no matter what, I will not let you go. With that, the young man charged forward, heedless of whether the arrow had truly killed the jackal. The biggest threat before him was none other than Lin Mu. The long sword in his hand flashed with silver light, unleashing a powerful blade intent. Lin Mu glanced sideways, not drawing any other martial treasures. Instead, he casually blocked the strike with his. Bang! A white light erupted from Lin Mu's body. The 100 weapons master had been activated. The young man was sent reeling backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. What realm had Lin Mu truly reached? After all, he was a level 32 martial artist. Even against a level 33 martial artist, he could hold his own.
Yet facing Lin Mu now, he felt utterly powerless despite his resolve. Damn it! The young man growled under his breath, deciding to hold nothing back. Given their standing, Lin Mu would never let him off easily. A violent surge of energy pulsed within the young man's body. His long blade glowed with a silver radiance, and simultaneously, a layer of silver armor abruptly encased his arms. Silver Blade Frenzy! The young man charged once more, his speed this time far surpassing his previous attack. Lin Mu once again parried the attack with his whisk bow. The two exchanged blows relentlessly, neither gaining the upper hand. Roar! Not far away, the jackal, battered by repeated assaults, slowly rose from the ground. It had lost a leg, and a deep gash ran across its body, continuously oozing blood. Yet despite this, the blood-red fury in its eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Such severe injuries only fueled its fury, making it desperate to tear these two intruders to shreds right then and there. Seeing the jackal rise, a flicker of shock crossed the young man's eyes. Yet the next second, a faint smirk touched his lips. Lin Mu, take on two of us. Let's see if you're up to it. At that moment, he was overwhelming Lin Mu. Once the jackal joined the fight, Lin Mu's defeat was certain. Sigh. Lin Mu shook his head as he kept retreating. This guy from Imperial Capital University sure had a simple mind. Bang! At that moment, Lin Mu halted his retreat. One hand seized the dust-sweeping bow, while the other transformed into a palm strike, crashing toward the young man before him. Crimson thunder erupted from Lin Mu's palm, transforming into a vast sea of lightning. The immense force instantly hurled the young man backward. The sight left the young man utterly stunned. He slammed heavily into a tree before finally coming to a halt. Meanwhile, Lin Mu drew his bow and knocked an arrow in one fluid motion. Boom! A crimson lightning-wrapped arrow shot from his hand, blazing with intense radiance and surging thunder. The terrifying pressure it carried shattered ancient trees on both sides into splinters, scattering them wildly through the sky. In the next instant, the crimson lightning engulfed the jackal's body. Countless chunks of flesh exploded from within, splattering across the ground in all directions. Cough cough. Not far away, the young man had just struggled to his feet from the ground. He felt waves of pain radiating from his chest, and a tremendous pressure seemed to crush his breath. Lifting his head, he witnessed the very moment the jackal was consumed by the crimson lightning. His expression froze instantly. When the lightning dissipated, there was no trace of the jackal left. Your turn. At that moment, a faint voice drifted from nearby. Snapping out of his shock, the young man abruptly turned his gaze toward Lin Mu. Immediately after, he actually tossed aside the long sword in his hand and kept begging Lin Mu for mercy. Brother Lin Mu, please spare me. For the sake of our shared humanity, let me off this once. From now on, I'll never target you again, brother. Hearing this, Lin Mu chuckled. Seems you're one who knows when to bend. Yes, yes. The young man nodded eagerly. As long as Lin Mu let him go now, anything the young man did would be worth it. This was the new secret realm, teeming with abundant resources. As one of the first to enter, he absolutely couldn't afford to be seriously injured. Otherwise, he would fall far behind the other prodigies. Fine. Take one more strike from me, and I'll spare you. Lin Mu nodded, wearing an innocent smile. What? The young man froze in shock. But the next second, Lin Mu had already gathered his power. Crimson lightning erupted around him, drowning the earth beneath his feet in thunder. His short black hair stood on end, and even his clear eyes flickered with electric arcs. Feeling the immense pressure, the young man stumbled backward, about to flee. But how could Lin Mu give him that chance? Lin Mu unleashed a palm strike. Crimson lightning erupted from his palm, and the instant it made contact with the young man's body, a terrifying force erupted. Boom! The forest trembled. Where the young man had stood moments before, there was now nothing. Dozens of trees crashed to the ground. The young man lay sprawled in the undergrowth like a dead dog, his silver chest armor shattered, a trickle of blood seeping from his mouth. Lin Mu's strike hadn't taken his life, but it had left him gravely wounded. Lin Mu then turned his gaze toward the jackal, already dead. Host may activate stand-up. Seeing the prompt before him, Lin Mu suddenly remembered he still had one unused skill. Stand up. Immediately, Lin Mu barked the command at the hyena's corpse. In the next instant, countless wisps of black mist surged from the mangled carcass, coalescing into the jackal's original form. The 6-meter-tall jackal approached Lin Mu, then knelt down on both knees, bowing in the manner of a demon beast. Jackal. Demon Clan. Realm, low tier 3rd stage level 30. A demon beast born from one of the fragments of the Mountain Sea's secret realm. The explanation for the jackal was straightforward, and Lin Mu didn't bother to read it carefully. Because the relationship between them was one of master and servant. With a single thought, Lin Mu could cause the revived jackal to perish once more. With a flicker of thought, memories concerning the jackal wolf surged into Lin Mu's mind. So this mountain range is called Mountain. The 5 regions of this Mountain Sea secret realm all have such straightforward names. Mountains, rivers, frost forests, thunder. Soon, Lin Mu found the crucial clue within the jackal's memories. So there really is treasure where you are. Chapter 161, Blood Be Crystal. In the jackal's memories, there was a cave nearby. It was a place called the Blood Bee Nest, where the blood bee crystals contained exceptionally potent spiritual energy and served as the crucial material for crafting 4th-tier martial treasures. Upon learning this, Lin Mu immediately perked up. Blood bee crystals were undoubtedly valuable. The fact that they were essential for crafting 4th-tier martial treasures alone spoke volumes about their worth. This trip alone could net him at least 5 million, couldn't it? Lin Mu promptly mounted the jackal's back, directing it toward the blood bee nest. Back at the original spot, the young man, unsure if he'd misheard, realized there were even horse-like demon beasts running nearby. But he had no heart left to care about such things. Treating his wounds promptly was the most important thing now. They only had 1 day and 1 night within this secret realm. Damn Lin Mu! How could he be this strong? The young man slowly rose from the ground. After confirming Lin Mu had departed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I absolutely must tell Brother Su about this. Otherwise, if we ever run into Lin Mu again, we're done for. The young man couldn't believe it for a second. With Lin Mu's power entering this secret realm, wouldn't he be slaughtering everyone in sight? They had underestimated Lin Mu's power. Riding the jackal wolf at full speed, a faint smile finally touched Lin Mu's lips. This stand-up ability was incredibly useful. Slaughtering these demonic beasts, seizing their memories, and hunting for treasures, it made everything so convenient. Not only that, but once he killed enough, he could even command his own massive army. Before long, the jackal finally led Lin Mu to the entrance of the cave. The cave wasn't particularly large, nestled deep within the heart of the mountain range. The jackal shook its head, indicating the blood bee nest lay within. Though Lin Mu couldn't understand beast speech after reviving the jackal, their minds were connected. Whatever the jackal conveyed, Lin Mu understood. Within this blood bee nest dwells a demon king, the blood bee queen at the mid-3rd stage. And there's a swarm of late-stage 2nd-tier blood bees. That's why you've been guarding nearby, waiting for them to leave so you could sneak in? Lin Mu translated the jackal's words aloud. The werewolf nodded in human form. Alright, then wait here for me. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Red lightning flickered around Lin Mu before he stepped into the cave. The jackal remained where it was, waiting for Lin Mu's return. Boom! Crackling! Sizzle! Soon, sounds of combat echoed from within the cave. Flash after flash of lightning illuminated the dark cavern intermittently, accompanied by the sound of scorched earth. The jackal listened with ears perked, a hint of fear flickering in its bloodshot eyes. The scenes of its master beating it were still vivid in its mind. This human was truly terrifying. It was like a blow from a higher dimension. After about 10 minutes, a figure emerged from within. It was none other than Lin Mu. Lin Mu didn't emerge alone, he was carrying a blood-red crystal the size of a basketball. This must be the blood bee crystal. Lin Mu stowed the crystal away. Simultaneously, dozens of half-meter long blood bees swarmed out from behind him. The leader among them measured over 2 meters in size, its sharp stinger glinting in the sunlight. The jackal blinked, but knowing this was his master's power, he took it in stride. Lin Mu's expedition proved remarkably fruitful. Not only had he obtained the blood bee crystal, but he'd also acquired a group of demon beasts. Fortunately, his strongest cultivation was in thunder magic, making dealing with these flying demon beasts a breeze. His overwhelming power allowed him to dominate the area with ease. This allowed him to gather another batch of demon beasts, gradually forming the beginnings of a demon beast army. Alright, since you don't know where else to find them, follow me deeper into this place. Lin Mu said indifferently. According to the Blood Bee Queen's memories, this area was merely the outer rim of the mountain range, with far greater treasures lying within. As the first advance party, they could reap substantial rewards even without a guide. Lin Mu knew their time here was limited, so he wasted no further delay. Mounting the jackal, he gathered the blood bee swarms and departed from this place. Meanwhile, as time passed, students from numerous universities had already found their respective teams. The group from Qingbei University had also formally assembled. Lu Feng, the leader, surveyed the 3 members of his team and nodded. Good. No sign of that Lin Mu. Now we can really get down to business. Brother Lu, we're all following your lead. Where should we go now? Zhang Jin asked. We're in a mountain range. Start gathering resources from here. Lu Feng surveyed the mountain range before him. Though unsure of their exact location, he knew the best approach was to keep pushing deeper into any given area. The other 3 naturally had no objections. I wonder where Lin Mu is. Lu Feng gazed at the mountain range before him, curious about Lin Mu's current whereabouts. Still, he felt no urgency. Within the new secret realm, a hidden treasure would open tonight. The light it emitted would inevitably draw everyone there. Then, perhaps he would catch sight of Lin Mu. Meanwhile, on the other side of the mountain range, Sunan crushed the low-tier demon beast before him with a single palm strike, his calm gaze showing no ripple of emotion. After slaying the beast, Sunan plucked the spirit herbs from before its corpse and stored them in his storage ring. Not far away, 2 members of his team approached. We're still missing 2 members of the team, but based on our knowledge of the secret realm, they can't be too far off. Su Nan remarked indifferently. They're probably somewhere within this mountain range. Su Nan lifted his head, surveying the mountain range they were currently in. Brother Nan, should we push deeper? One of them asked. Not yet. At midnight, the secret realm will reliably spawn a hidden treasure. The light it emits will draw many people. Su Nan shook his head. They'll come to us then. Let's not waste time now. Clear this area as quickly as possible and gather as many resources as we can. Hearing this, the other two nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, deep within the mountain range, Lin Mu rode his jackal to this location. By now, dusk had fallen. Standing atop the mountain peak, Lin Mu watched the sun slowly sink beneath the clouds in the distance. You mean that every night in this secret realm, a brilliant aurora appears? Lin Mu asked, looking down at the jackal beneath him. Earlier, the jackal had informed him that this land possessed another extraordinary power. The jackal nodded. Also, once that aurora appears, it attracts hordes of demonic beasts. Lin Mu remarked calmly, so that light is emitted by a treasure. The jackal nodded again. Alright, we'll go check it out tonight. Lin Mu hummed in agreement. But for now, we can't afford to waste any more time. Chapter 162, Mountain Range Aurora. With both the jackal and the Blood-Bee Queen at his disposal, Lin Mu's search for spiritual treasures became almost effortless. Night fell, blanketing the land in a layer of silver sand. Lin Mu traversed the mountain range, continuously gathering spiritual treasures from the area. After several hours, his haul was already overflowing. Low-grade spiritual treasures were everywhere here, highly beneficial for martial artists below level 20. While each item might not fetch much when sold individually, their sheer volume made them plentiful and satisfying. Moreover, the supreme treasure that appeared tonight had stirred Lin Mu's thoughts. Even the beasts in the outer regions could see that aurora. I imagine martial artists here will be drawn to it as well. Lin Mu murmured to himself, a fierce battle is inevitable then. Lin Mu's demands weren't excessive, he only needed to secure 50 million great xia coins within this secret realm. By the time he left this place, his victory favors the brave streak would likely reach around 40 victories. His victory streak had already reached 22 after defeating that person from Imperial Capital University earlier. Add the current jackal and the Blood-Bee Queen's contribution, and that would make 24 victories. Lin Mu had now realized a crucial point, only slaying demon beasts of the same tier would increase his win count. Killing second-tier beasts did not add to his tally. Fortunately, both his strength value and physical enhancement had increased. Beneath Lin Mu's seemingly frail frame now lay terrifying power. His physical enhancement had reached 200%, and he could distinctly feel his physique growing stronger. Combined with his current strength value of 90 points, Lin Mu, at level 36, could likely unleash the combat power of a level 38. This represented a massive leap forward. It was Lin Mu's greatest asset. As time passed, night deepened into the late hours. Deep within the vast mountain range, a burst of five-colored radiance suddenly ignited from a specific point. Like a rocket soaring toward the heavens, the five-colored radiance shot skyward in an instant, filling the entire expanse of sky and earth with its brilliant glow. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within the mountain range began to surge dramatically. The earth trembled. In a certain forest, a massive demon beast charged relentlessly toward that location. In the skies above, flying beasts and demonic creatures also headed toward the area. At this moment, throughout the mountain range, martial artists from major universities who had gathered here all turned their gaze toward the five-colored radiance. Without hesitation, they all headed in that direction. It's here. Lu Feng lifted his head, gazing at the five-colored radiance not too far from him. He immediately called over several people, and together they moved toward that direction. Su Nan observed the glow amidst the mountains from a peak, then gathered his men. Throughout the mountain range, martial artists set out, drawing closer to the direction of the light. Lin Mu gazed intently at the five-colored radiance, then reached down to pat the jackal beneath him. Thud! The jackal leapt to its feet, carrying Lin Mu as they sped toward the light. After roughly an hour, Lin Mu arrived at the location where the five-colored radiance had descended. It was a small mountain with an exceptionally spacious clearing before it. At the foot of the hill, an ancient gate stood tall. The five-colored radiance continuously radiated from the hill, illuminating the surrounding sky. Whoa, someone actually tamed a demon beast? By now, martial artists had already gathered at the scene. Seeing Lin Mu riding the jackal, some were utterly astonished. Riding a third-tier demon beast? Could this person be some prodigy from one of the top martial arts universities? He looks unfamiliar, though. Never mind that for now. We're not the only ones here, there are those demon beasts too. Someone remarked. All eyes turned in unison to see dozens of demon beasts gathering in the opposite direction. Each beast radiated a third-tier aura, with even the weakest hovering at the peak of second tier. This light didn't just draw us here, it attracted the beasts too. Someone voiced their concern, their expression tinged with tension. What's there to fear? Are we humans afraid of beasts? Just then, a loud shout rang out from nearby. Who's there? It's someone from Nanhai Martial Academy. The leader is called Yang Erlang. Yang Erlang? the leader of the third-year students at Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Yang Erlang gripped a dagger, its blade dragging along the ground, with 4 men following at his side. Yang Erlang's gaze swept over those present before he remarked indifferently, "There's still time before the hidden treasure here is unlocked. Why not wait until everyone arrives, then slay these demonic beasts first?" "Ah, Brother Yang speaks wisely." Another figure arrived, Kwahai, the leader of Lingzhou Martial Academy. Kwahai wore a white robe, his head shaved clean. Several fist-sized beads hung from his chest and a faint smile played on his lips. Shock rippled through the crowd. They never imagined the 2 teams from the top martial arts universities would appear one after another near these mountains. Just then, a crisp, slightly mocking voice rang out from nearby. "Baldy, you practice Buddhist fists. Aren't you supposed to abstain from killing?" A stunningly beautiful woman in a blue gown approached. "Whoa, it's Chiu Yuji, the leader of Yunhai Martial Arts University." This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. 3 elite martial arts university teams had appeared in succession. Could it be that more top-tier martial arts university teams would arrive next? "Miss Chiu, you flatter me. I practice Buddhist fist, not Buddhism itself." Kwahai grinned. "If Miss Chiu doesn't mind, perhaps we could spar tonight." "Get lost. I don't care for your bald head," Chiu Yuji shot him a glare. As fellow leaders, these prodigies had already crossed paths 3 years ago during the freshman tournament, gaining some understanding of each other. "I wonder if Su Nan from Imperial Capital University will show up?" Yang Erlang asked. "If Brother Su Nan is nearby, he'll definitely be here," Kwahai replied. Chiu Yuji's gaze shifted, suddenly locking onto Lin Mu riding a jackal not far away. For a moment, her clear eyes flashed with surprise. "There's actually someone riding a demon beast." At these words, Yang Erlang and Kwahai's gazes were instantly drawn over. All present swiftly turned their gaze toward Lin Mu. The wolf beneath Lin Mu glared fiercely at the crowd, only calming slightly as if responding to Lin Mu's silent command. "Your beast is quite the arrogant creature, isn't it?" Yang Erlang narrowed his eyes slightly as he addressed Lin Mu. "May I ask which martial arts university you attend, brother? You look so unfamiliar, yet somehow familiar." Kwahai stroked his chin, scrutinizing Lin Mu from head to toe. He felt a sense of familiarity, yet couldn't quite place him. "Me?" Lin Mu glanced at the group indifferently. "I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning." Chapter 163, They've all arrived. A nobody? Hearing Lin Mu's words, a look of surprise flashed across each of their faces. "Heh, an unknown nobody capable of taming a third-tier demon beast?" Yang Erlang chuckled. In his eyes, Lin Mu was anything but an unknown nobody. "May I ask, sir, what is your name?" Kwahai spoke up again. He stared at Lin Mu, feeling an increasingly familiar sense of recognition, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Chiu Yuji's jet-black eyes scanned Lin Mu up and down, only now noticing how strikingly youthful he appeared. 21 and 18, a 3-year difference meant natural changes in appearance. How can he be so young? He looks barely 18. Chiu Yuji exclaimed in surprise. Though she herself was still young, her words couldn't help but make one's lips twitch. 18? This only deepened Yang Erlang's curiosity about Lin Mu's identity. An 18-year-old had entered this new secret realm. Never mind where he came from, the fact that someone his age could ride a third-tier demon beast, even the lowest grade, to this place. That alone proved his cultivation level. "You are truly a prodigy, sir. At such a young age, your cultivation is already nearly on par with ours." Yang Erlang remarked, his eyes flashing with admiration. Could it be that the mount beneath him was tamed using some sort of artifact? Kwahai, however, shifted his gaze, unconvinced by Lin Mu's cultivation level. His words sparked out among the others present. An 18-year-old, barely a freshman in college. To tame a low-tier third-ranked demon beast required at least a level 40 cultivation base. Such creatures weren't something one could simply intimidate into submission. While martial artists had ridden demon beasts before, it was always achieved through special means. This man before them couldn't possibly be level 40. Hearing this, Lin Mu smiled faintly. "So you've seen through me, my friend." In the next instant, the jackal beneath Lin Mu dissolved into a black mist. Without its support, Lin Mu landed on the ground. Witnessing this, the crowd snapped back to reality. Sure enough, this fellow had achieved it through some extraordinary ability. Many present now assumed Lin Mu hailed from some prominent clan. Even without knowing his cultivation level, many approached him with a cautious, avoid trouble attitude, recognizing the power behind such supernatural abilities. Chiu Yuji withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Lin Mu. He was merely a fellow relying on supernatural abilities. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, coming here would be nothing short of courting death. An 18-year-old youth, with less than a year of genuine cultivation under his belt, how could he possibly have reached a cultivation level comparable to theirs? Kwahai also ceased observing Lin Mu. He merely felt a vague familiarity with the youth before him, yet the memory of where he had encountered him remained elusive. As more people arrived, the scene grew increasingly bustling. In the sky, birds continued to arrive, landing among the demon beast camp. On the human side, unity prevailed as they gathered together, forming a distinct force against the demon beasts. Yang Erlang, Kwahai, and Xiao Yuji, as the leading figures of their respective top martial arts universities, had become the representatives of those present at this moment. Looks like quite a crowd has gathered. At some point, Lu Feng had also arrived with his entourage. Zhang Jun, Wu Xiaohua, and Ji Xiaoyu stood by his side. Noticing Lu Feng's arrival, Yang Erlang's gaze swept over. Kwahai and Xiao Yuji beside him also turned to look at him. Brother Lu has arrived. As soon as Lu Feng arrived, Kwahai immediately stepped forward to greet him. Ah, Brother Kwahai. Lu Feng gave a slight bow in greeting. All present were leading figures from their respective academies, having met years prior during the freshman grand competition. They were all familiar with one another. So you all arrived this early. Just then, a faint voice drifted over. Recognizing the vaguely familiar tone, Lu Feng instinctively looked up. There, dressed in white, was Su Nan, walking toward them. Su Nan. Lu Feng's expression remained largely unchanged as he observed Su Nan's arrival. His cultivation level matched Su Nan's, he had no reason to fear him. Moreover, judging by the scene before him, 2 members were missing from Su Nan's group. Lu Feng, you're from Qingbei University, and you're here too. Su Nan looked at Lu Feng, a hint of surprise in his eyes. His gaze swept over the others, clearly surprised that representatives from 5 top martial arts universities had gathered here alone. Lu Feng, isn't Lin Mu from Qingbei University here? But among all these people, the one Su Nan cared about most right now was Lin Mu. As far as his eyes could see, Lin Mu was conspicuously absent beside Lu Feng. Lin Mu split off from us. He's not with us. Lu Feng replied indifferently. Gentlemen, let us set aside the feud between our 2 families for now. Yang Erlang stood to the side, speaking calmly, given the current situation, now is not the time for internal strife. Su Nan nodded. Lu Feng remained silent. Lin Mu? The Lin Mu brother Su mentioned, is he referring to the top candidate of this imperial martial arts examination? Kwahai turned his gaze toward Su Nan and asked, Brother Su, are you implying that Lin Mu is here as well? His words carried a hint of bewilderment. Xiao Yuji beside him also showed a hint of surprise in her eyes. This name was no stranger to her. It was currently the talk of the entire Great Xia Empire. Especially during this year's martial arts examination, when powerful figures from all major factions emerged to vie for Lin Mu, shocking the entire Great Xia. He's here, Su Nan stated calmly. Lin Mu. Kwahai suddenly recalled the figure of someone. Upon hearing that name, in an instant, Kwahai snapped back to his senses. Lin Mu. Brother Kwahai, have you met him? Su Nan inquired. Lu Feng also turned his gaze toward the other man. If Kwahai had seen Lin Mu, then Lin Mu must be somewhere in these mountains. And... yes, I've seen him. He's right here, Kwahai replied. If I recall correctly. He arrived just now riding a demon beast. At these words, Su Nan's eyes immediately flashed with surprise and a hint of excitement. But he quickly suppressed all such expression. Lin Mu is here? Lu Feng inquired. Yes. Kwahai nodded. Xiao Yuji beside him nodded in agreement. So that guy earlier was Lin Mu. Yang Erlang snapped back to reality and said. The others present were all half bewildered, half understanding, so that man was Lin Mu. At that moment, Lin Mu spotted Lu Feng and Su Nan within the crowd. Looks like everyone's here. Lin Mu stroked his chin, lifting his gaze to sweep over the demon beast horde opposite him before shifting his eyes to Lu Feng and Su Nan. Now, he was weighing his options. Should he deal with the 2 of them first or take care of the demon beasts here? Chapter 164, Showing Off Will Make You Fly. Indeed. Lin Mu didn't give a damn about the feelings of those present. Neither Su Nan nor Lu Feng posed any threat to him. The only thing he could do was severely wound them both, then wipe out their demon beast packs. These 2 guys kept staring at him. Especially that Su Nan. He was well aware of the grudge between Lin Mu and Lu Feng. But for some reason, Su Nan was determined to target him specifically. The reason for this likely stemmed from Senior Su himself. Su Nan, Su Wei. Lin Mu murmured under his breath. It can't be that coincidental. Just then, Lu Feng's shout rang out from beyond the crowd. Lin Mu, I know you're here. Stop hiding. With such a formidable enemy at hand, as a student of Qingbei University, you should shoulder this responsibility. All eyes in the room instantly turned toward Lin Mu. No one had expected that Lin Mu, a freshman, would actually be here. After all, this was a secret realm for levels 25 to 30. As a freshman at Qingbei University, Lin Mu had been enrolled for less than 3 months. There was no way his cultivation level could have reached level 25. For a freshman to come here was nothing short of courting death. Even with divine abilities at his disposal, venturing here was still courting death. But now, with Lu Feng confirming it, Lin Mu's presence here was undeniable. As Lu Feng's words fell, Yang Erlang and the others turned their gaze toward the crowd. There, dressed in casual attire, Lin Mu slowly emerged from the crowd. Spotting him, Su Nan's gaze immediately followed. You wanted to see me? Lin Mu walked up to Lu Feng and the others, hands tucked into his pockets. Yang Erlang and the others observed Lin Mu, while Kuai gave him a faint, appraising glance.
So you're Lin Mu.
Young man, coming here at your cultivation level seems a bit overconfident, Xiao Yuji remarked coolly. She was exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a long skirt that revealed her slender, pale legs, radiating an alluring charm. The moment those words left her lips, Xiao Yuji radiated an air of extraordinary maturity. I'm not a little brother anymore, Lin Mu replied indifferently, his gaze not lingering on Yang Erlang and the others but shifting instead to Lu Feng and Sunan.
Alright, you two. Let's settle our scores starting now.
With that, Lin Mu retrieved a weapon case from his storage ring. Seeing this, Yang Erlang froze, his eyes darting toward Lu Feng and Sunan beside him. Before either could speak, Ji Xiaoyu from their group sneered coldly.
Lin Mu, do you really think defeating Zhang Wei means you can disregard us now? Never mind that.
With a formidable enemy at hand, even if I severely wounded you, it wouldn't matter when facing the demon beast horde's assault.
After all, you're nothing but a nobody. Kuai and the others found Ji Xiaoyu's words deeply resonant.
Lin Mu was merely a freshman. The reason he had made it this far was something they had long since guessed. At this moment, Lin Mu was nothing more than an insignificant figure.
Gentlemen, perhaps you should hold your tongues? Yang Erlang stepped forward to smooth things over.
Though Lin Mu was weak, he still possessed combat strength and he also had a third-tier demon beast.
With a formidable enemy at hand, harmony was paramount. Unexpectedly, Lin Mu refused to grant them this courtesy.
Lin Mu shook his head.
It seems you still haven't grasped the full extent of my abilities. Since that's the case, let's cut the nonsense.
I don't care for lengthy exchanges with the likes of you. With that, Lin Mu wasted no time. Shouldering his weapon case, he struck instantly. Crimson lightning surged from his body, unleashing a terrifying pressure that instantly engulfed the area. In that instant, with just his first strike, the expressions of everyone present shifted.
Such overwhelming pressure was utterly unbecoming of a new recruit. Ji Xiaoyu's expression shifted instantly.
The faint smirk that had lingered on her face gave way to a look of genuine surprise. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly, and even Sunan beside him couldn't help but fix a cold stare on Lin Mu. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Mu would harbor conflicts with his own teammates. This development caught him off guard. Lin Mu charged forward in an instant, unleashing a palm strike. Crimson lightning erupted before Ji Xiaoyu in a flash. At the same time, Zhang Zhan and Wu Xiaohua also moved swiftly to attack. Ji Xiaoyu was a spellcaster. Though she was a martial artist, close combat was not her forte. Seeing Lin Mu's overwhelming power, Zhang Zhan and Wu Xiaohua hesitated not a moment, stepping in front of her. Crack! Accompanied by the crackling of crimson thunder, the lightning burst outward, spreading like a spider web in all directions. The immense force was so overwhelming that even Zhang Zhan and Wu Xiaohua, attacking simultaneously, were both forced back several steps. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned.
As everyone knew, Lin Mu was merely a freshman. And these two were both upperclassmen at Qingbei University. Yet now, before Lin Mu, they couldn't even withstand a single move. Lu Feng's expression shifted slightly. How could Lin Mu's cultivation be this powerful?
Zhang Jin and Wu Xiaohua were both at the 28th or 29th level of cultivation. But there was no time for Lu Feng to dwell on it now.
Lin Mu, you dare attack your own kindred? These are your seniors.
Today, I shall purge the clan.
Lu Feng struck out.
With a single step forward, an icy chill swept around him, and countless snowflakes fell from the surrounding air. A cold glint flashed in Lu Feng's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the surrounding snowflakes instantly coalesced into a spear-like blade. Without hesitation, Lu Feng charged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu said nothing, merely turning to deliver a punch. Crimson thunder erupted with a deafening boom, unleashing terrifying force that erupted in all directions. Despite being a level 34 cultivator, Lu Feng couldn't even withstand a single punch from Lin Mu. As their attacks collided, the spear blade formed from spiritual energy in Lu Feng's hand instantly shattered. Under Lu Feng's stunned gaze, Lin Mu's fist slammed into his chest. Thud! Lu Feng was sent flying backward. Witnessing Lin Mu's overwhelming combat prowess, the entire crowd erupted in an uproar. Everyone was too stunned to speak. Yang Erlang and his two companions stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Lin Mu before them. Kuai's face darkened, only now realizing how foolish his earlier words had been.
Xiao Yuji felt the same way. Show off. I'll make you fly.
Lin Mu watched Lu Feng soar through the air, his voice calm and detached. Crimson lightning swirled around his body, and arcs of electricity danced within his eyes. The overwhelming aura Lin Mu now radiated far surpassed that of everyone present. Scarlet Thunder, you've cultivated the Crimson Sun Thunder decision. Zhang Zhen, knocked back by the force, stared fixedly at the lightning aura enveloping Lin Mu, his voice thick with disbelief.
Impossible.
Ji Xiaoyu and Wu Xiaohua were both stunned. Lin Mu wore a faint smile on his face, appearing harmless as a lamb.
Don't worry. Soon you'll understand why it's possible. Chapter 165, Come at me all at once. Lin Mu's overwhelming combat prowess left everyone present utterly dumbfounded.
A freshman could actually knock down someone like Lu Feng with a single punch. Lin Mu stood rooted to the spot, crimson lightning swirling around him. His delicate features held that same harmless smile. Come. He beckoned to Ji Xiaoyu, who hadn't yet fallen to the ground. Her expression darkened considerably. Lin Mu, you've gone too far. Ji Xiaoyu growled, sweeping her hand through the air. Patterns surged from the void, instantly coalescing into countless unparalleled sword energies. These sword energies tore through the air, hurtling directly toward Lin Mu. As a spellcaster at the 29th level, what spellcasters pride themselves on is their spellcasting. Lin Mu unleashed a punch, and crimson lightning erupted before his eyes. The countless sword energies shattered instantly. Then, with a single step, Lin Mu moved like a ghostly apparition, appearing before Ji Xiaoyu. Before I came here, you were the one shouting the loudest. A fist shot out. Lin Mu's left fist unleashed tremendous force, and the punch slammed into Ji Xiaoyu's chest. Boom! Ji Xiaoyu's martial arts uniform instantly tore into shreds, scattering everywhere. The armor beneath trembled, absorbing the force of the blow. Even so, Ji Xiaoyu's body was sent crashing backward, smashing through several large trees before finally coming to a halt. Whoosh! Every single person present sucked in a sharp breath. Who could have imagined Lin Mu would strike his own teammate with such brutal force? Lin Mu, calm down. With a major threat looming, we must prioritize the greater good. They're all students of Qingbei University, just like you. They're your teammates too. Yan Erlang stepped forward urgently, trying to restrain Lin Mu. The demonic forces had already gathered in great numbers, including a full 23rd tier demonic beasts. His side had only about 40 martial artists, and few were at the 30th level. Without the aid of martial treasures and weapons, they wouldn't stand a chance against these beasts. Yet even under these circumstances, Lu Feng and his group were being severely wounded by Lin Mu alone. No rush. Lin Mu shook his head. If I dare to act, it means I have the ability to take on 100. Lin Mu's words radiated absolute confidence. Besides, those few aren't my teammates. Long before we entered the secret realm, they expelled me from the team because they claimed I was holding them back. As Lin Mu finished speaking, he shook his head and turned his gaze toward Lu Feng, Zhang Jin, and Wu Xiaohua, who remained standing. On the other side, Su Nan stared intently at Lin Mu. His eyes, which should have been calm, now held a look of profound shock. He never imagined Lin Mu's cultivation level could be this formidable. Lin Mu had single-handedly held off Lu Feng's four-man squad, a feat that left Su Nan utterly stunned. Even if it were him, he couldn't have done it. Not only that, but Lu Feng's cultivation had also broken through to match his own. Lu Feng slowly rose from the ground, the icy aura surrounding him growing thicker and more potent, the murderous intent in his eyes sharpening. Lin Mu, no one can save you today. As the words fell, the icy snow surrounding Lu Feng instantly transformed into a layer of frost armor, encasing his body. Simultaneously, Lu Feng unleashed an overwhelming aura. His combat power now approached the 35th level. Such power was utterly unmatched throughout the entire secret realm. Feeling the aura radiating from Lu Feng, everyone present paled. Was the leader of Qingbei University finally getting serious? Yang Erlang watched the scene unfold, knowing it was too late to turn the tide. He could only shake his head in resignation. Now, his only hope lay in who would emerge victorious between the two. Kuai and Xiao Yuji fixed their gaze intently on Lin Mu and Lu Feng. This was a clash between the Dark Horse freshman and the leading figure of Qingbei University. Brother Lu, I'm here to help you. Zhang Jin raised his weapon and charged toward Lin Mu. At that very moment, a black mist suddenly shot out from Lin Mu's body, hurtling straight toward Zhang Jin. The instant it touched Zhang Jin, the black mist instantly transformed into a ferocious jackal, snarling and lunging. Zhang Jin's pupils contracted sharply. Forgetting about Lin Mu, he could only focus on confronting the wolf before him. Seeing the jackal appear, everyone realized this was the divine power Lin Mu had just unleashed. Deal with it first. Lin Mu said indifferently, his gaze fixed on Lu Feng. You go first. Lin Mu stepped forward, crimson lightning trailing behind him. Cutting an arc through the air, Lin Mu's speed was utterly beyond the naked eye. Lu Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. He hadn't expected Lin Mu's speed to be this fast. So fast that he couldn't even discern when Lin Mu had struck. Boom! At this moment, Lu Feng could only rely on his own senses to strike at Lin Mu. A blade materialized from his palm as Lu Feng lunged suddenly at Lin Mu before him. Yet he failed to wound Lin Mu. The icy blade halted mere inches from his body. How is this possible? Shock filled Lu Feng's eyes. The next moment, he saw Lin Mu grin, baring his teeth. Why? This is the gap between a prodigy and a demonic genius. Boom! Scarlet lightning shattered the ice blade. Lin Mu kicked out with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, countless bolts of thunder converged the instant his foot rose. Boom! Lu Feng was sent flying by Lin Mu's kick, crashing heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Zhan and Wu Xiaohua fought desperately against the jackal before them. Though the jackal was a low-tier third-rank demon beast, Zhang Zhan and Wu Xiaohua could still hold their own against it when fighting together. Even so, how much longer could they hold out before needing to free their hands to help Lu Feng? Lu Feng struggled to his feet. The ice armor on his chest had been shattered by Lin Mu's kick, and now countless frost crystals gathered, desperately repairing the armor. But the moment he rose, Lin Mu's form charged forward once more. The crimson lightning was unparalleled, crashing into Lu Feng's body like a bulldozer. Lu Feng, who had only just regained his footing, was once again sent flying by the heavy impact. At that very moment, a figure clad in white suddenly appeared before Lin Mu. A silver spear tip jabbed toward Lin Mu, unleashing a sudden explosion of countless silver-white energy blades that surged toward him. Lin Mu's left hand slammed forward violently, shattering the incoming energy with a thunderous crash. Sunan, spear in hand, arrived before Lu Feng. Seeing Sunan suddenly intervene, the crowd was utterly stunned. The leading figures of two top martial arts universities had to join forces just to oppose a freshman. Chapter 166, Severely Wounding Lu Feng. A vast crimson thunderstorm swirled around Lin Mu, with lightning flickering in his eyes. His gaze fixed on Sunan, spear in hand. Lin Mu's eyes held no trace of emotion. Lin Mu, your strength is indeed formidable, but it may not be enough to prevail against our combined efforts. Sunan spoke calmly, twirling his spear as the crimson tassel at its tip whirled in the air. Lu Feng slowly rose from the ground, his nearly shattered ice armor a stark testament to his current battered state. Cough cough. Lu Feng cleared his throat lightly. Beneath the ice armor visor, his face was deathly pale, his eyes filled with grim determination. He never imagined he'd be teaming up with Sunan, the leading figure of Imperial Capital University, to take on a single opponent. And this person was merely a freshman from his own Qingbei University. But Lu Feng cared about nothing else now. He wanted nothing more than to kill Lin Mu. Lu Feng extended his hand, and a long sword materialized in his grasp. Lu Feng's sister, Lu Yuding, had taken a completely different path. Lu Feng's talent was even more terrifying, awakening the peerless Ice Emperor ability. He had perfectly inherited the abilities of the Lu family ancestors. Sunan by his side was no less formidable. With the two of them joining forces now, even a level 36 martial artist would stand no chance against them. Compared to the demonic beasts facing them, the crowd now anticipated one thing more: would the combined might of the two prove stronger, or would Lin Mu prevail against them both alone? Regardless, after today, Lin Mu's name would undoubtedly resound throughout the entire martial arts world once more. Kill! Sunan and Lu Feng launched their attacks simultaneously, striking from both flanks. They charged toward Lin Mu from different positions on either side. It was a textbook tactical maneuver, but these were two leaders from top martial arts universities. Lin Mu moved with blinding speed, ignoring one attacker entirely as his body instantly materialized before Sunan. A thunderous fist erupted from his fist. Crimson lightning erupted before his eyes as spiritual energy surged violently from within his body. Wherever the lightning struck, even the darkness was illuminated, and the terrifying power it carried was self-evident. With the enhancement of several skills, Lin Mu's combat power now rivaled that of a level 38 martial artist. Even if Sunan and Lu Feng had both reached the level of challenging opponents above their own rank, what difference did it make? Facing Lin Mu, who stood like a mountain, the two of them had absolutely no chance of overcoming him. Sunan thrust his spear forward, unleashing a surge of silver weapon energy powerful and heavy, seemingly intent on blocking Lin Mu's lightning. But Sunan had underestimated his own strength. The instant the thunderbolt erupted, before he could block it, his weapon energy was torn apart. Instantly caught in the blast, his entire body slammed head-on into the thunderlight, sending him reeling backward violently. On the other side, Lu Feng wielded his long sword, striking out with a single thrust. A chill descended upon the sky. With the movement of his hand, snowflakes swirled through the air, transforming into countless sword chi frosts that swept toward him. Lin Mu spun, violently slamming his weapon case open, and abruptly drew the Crimson Heaven Spear. The jet-black spear was indistinguishable in the darkness, yet the moment Lin Mu drew it, the intricate patterns covering its entire length ignited with light. Simultaneously, a layer of milky white mist swirled around him, intertwined with crimson lightning. Lin Mu swept his spear forward unmatched, unrivaled. Terrifying power coalesced into overwhelming pressure, instantly shredding the oncoming sword chi. Before Lu Feng's disbelieving gaze, the spear pierced directly through his chest. Bang! A piercingly crisp sound echoed as Lu Feng's pride and joy, his battle armor shattered into pieces. Countless ice shards scattered across the sky. Lu Feng's eyes went blank. The next instant, a fist slammed into his chest. Thud! With a dull thud, Lu Feng was sent flying by the blow. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and landed far away, his fate unknown. Sunan watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in disbelief, his heart pounding with shock. Such terrifying combat prowess, how had this man achieved it? It was beyond anything Sunan could have imagined. He could tell this wasn't something Su Wei could have taught him. There was definitely something deeply troubling about Lin Mu's background. With Lu Feng's defeat, the entire scene fell deathly silent. Zhang Zhun, Wu Zhaohua, and Ji Xiaoyu, who had just slain the jackal, watched the scene unfold, feeling as if the sky had fallen upon them. But just as everyone's attention wavered, Sunan's pupils suddenly contracted. His spear erupted forward with blinding speed. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura surged from his body. The spear shot forth like a dragon, clearly unleashing his full power. Boom! The overwhelming pressure rippled outward like shockwaves from his feet, causing the ground itself to crack. But Lin Mu charged forward, unleashing terrifying power. Crimson lightning danced at the tip of his spear. With a single thrust, Lin Mu instantly forced Su Nan's body back dozens of meters. As Lin Mu landed, the heavenly crimson spear in his grasp now radiated dazzling golden light from its ink-black shaft. The inscriptions had been activated. Not by Lin Mu's own volition, but sensing his power, the supreme weapon among all weapons had activated itself. The strength of a rankless martial artist lies not in the ability to wield any martial treasure without restriction or to cultivate various martial arts. Rather, it lies in their ability to stand alone against 100 foes. Lin Mu spoke calmly, moreover, with the suppression of my cultivation realm, even 5 more of you would not stand a chance against me. Su Nan's face darkened, sweat dripping relentlessly from his forehead, a clear sign of his extreme tension. His former arrogance, now laid bare in the face of Lin Mu, lay shattered and trampled beneath his feet. Lin Mu was not trained by Su Wei. Gripping his gun, Lin Mu stood like a war god, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. After witnessing Lin Mu's true strength, Yang Erlang was rendered speechless. Kuai also fell silent, not even daring to look at Lin Mu anymore. Xiao Yuji found this man before her deeply intriguing. Her mesmerizing eyes held a complex mix of emotions. It was a mix of admiration for a formidable opponent and an uncontrollable desire. After a moment's hesitation, Su Nan finally lowered his spear. Even combined, he and Lu Feng were no match for this man. What could he possibly achieve alone? At best, he'd suffer an even more brutal defeat than Lu Feng had. Seeing this, everyone understood. Su Nan had voluntarily given up. He was no match for Lin Mu. At that moment, every pair of eyes in the room turned to Lin Mu, filled with awe. This man, who had already shone brilliantly in the martial arts examination, had once again stunned everyone present. Just then, the ancient bronze gate before the small hill, the 5-colored radiance that had remained motionless for so long, finally stirred. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. Chapter 167, The Sovereign. The bronze gate radiated an unparalleled brilliance. The runes etched upon it glowed, and as the 5-colored radiance enveloped it, the entire gate began to tremble slowly. The gate is opening? All eyes were now fixed on the bronze gate's unusual activity, countless gazes intently focused upon it. Across the way, the demonic beasts began to stir restlessly. A grave expression clouded Yang Erlang's eyes. Both Lu Feng and Su Nan had fallen, the former severely wounded and utterly incapacitated. Facing no fewer than 20 third-tier demonic beasts, how could they possibly cope? Roar! Just as Yang Erlang pondered a strategy, a thunderous roar erupted from within the demon beast horde. The thunderous roar shook the very heavens and earth. In the next instant, countless demonic beasts charged straight toward the group. Engage! Yang Erlang barked the command. The situation demanded immediate action, leaving no room for further deliberation. As his command echoed, Yang Erlang drew his martial treasure first. The others snapped out of their trance caused by the bronze gate's strange phenomenon and turned their gaze toward the charging horde of beasts. The earth trembled as nearly every beast from the entire mountain range converged here. Every last one of them had come for the bronze gate. Lin Mu was acting impulsively. Kuai shook his head and murmured under his breath. He feared Lin Mu might overhear him, lest he meet the same fate as Lu Feng. Watching the charging horde of beasts, Su Nan's gaze held a hint of coldness. Though Lin Mu was powerful, he was still a martial artist. Facing such overwhelming numbers, even someone as strong as him would inevitably exhaust his spiritual energy. That would be his chance to severely wound Lin Mu. Listening to the demon beast's roars echoing around him, Lin Mu gripped his spear in one hand and stood before the others, preparing to face the beasts alone. Since I said I'd hold back these beasts, I'll see it through. Lin Mu said calmly, his voice clear to every ear. The others couldn't believe what they were hearing. So many beasts, and Lin Mu truly intended to block them all alone? What kind of joke was this? Even a martial artist as powerful as Lin Mu would eventually exhaust his spiritual energy. But they didn't know how terrifyingly fast Lin Mu's spiritual energy was recovering right now. Benefiting from the perfect convergence of time, place, and circumstances within this secret realm, his spiritual energy recovery rate had reached a staggering 40%. This meant that even while unleashing 5th-grade martial arts techniques, Lin Mu could replenish his depleted spiritual energy within an incredibly short span. This was his trump card. Lin Mu sheathed the Crimson Heaven Spear and drew forth the whisk bow. With bow in hand, what did Lin Mu have to fear from these demonic beasts? Brother Lin Mu, I know you're powerful, but there are far too many demonic beasts here. We'll need to join forces to stand against them. Yang Erlang spoke up, genuinely worried that the hot-blooded Lin Mu would charge headlong into the demon beast horde. Even for a martial artist like him, spiritual energy wasn't limitless. For martial artists above the 10th level, spiritual energy was absolutely crucial. Yet the next instant, Lin Mu stepped forward, his entire body transforming into a bolt of lightning as he charged straight into the demon beast horde. Seeing Lin Mu truly intent on blocking these beasts alone, Yang Erlang's head spun. The instant Lin Mu moved, Yang Erlang drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Terrifying power gathered within his arrow, then erupted forth. The immense energy unleashed a tidal wave of pressure, instantly crippling the charging second-tier demon beasts in their tracks. The arrow then exploded, transforming into a brilliant flash of light in the darkness. The sheer power sent shockwaves through countless hearts. With a single strike, Lin Mu had slain at least 5 second-tier demon beasts. Without hesitation, Lin Mu drew his bow again. The arrow struck with no less force than the previous one. This arrow once again slowed the demon beast horde's advance. Before even charging into the horde, Lin Mu unleashed 5 arrows in rapid succession. The sheer force unleashed by these 5 arrows scattered the demon beast horde, which had previously seemed overwhelmingly formidable. Then, Lin Mu sheathed his whisking dust bow, drew the Crimson Heaven Spear, and charged headlong into the fleeing horde. Boom! In the distant darkness, Lin Mu's figure was no longer visible. Yet all could see crimson lightning bolts darting relentlessly through the swarm. The piercing screams that erupted from the beasts sent shockwaves through the hearts of the onlookers. Yang Erlang, Kwa Hai, and Xiao Yuji were all dumbfounded. Su Nan stood frozen in place. Was Lin Mu's spiritual energy truly inexhaustible? Those 5 arrows had clearly contained terrifying power. Even an ordinary level 30 martial artist might not have been able to withstand them. But such feats must consume immense amounts of spiritual energy. Yet after battling him and Lu Feng, Lin Mu fired another 5 arrows in succession. Not only that, but now he was actually charging into the demon beast horde, routing them into complete disarray. Get up! Just as everyone was stunned, a low shout suddenly rang out from the distant darkness. As the 3 words echoed, within the crimson lightning's glow the only area visible. The fallen beasts, once thought dead, now stirred to life. A torrent of blackness swept across the land, coalescing into demon beasts that joined the fray. Yet they did not charge toward Lin Mu. Instead, they turned on their own kind. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was utterly horrified, speechless. With the fallen beasts now fighting for him, Lin Mu's pressure eased dramatically. He thrust his spear forward, unleashing a terrifying explosion of thunderous light that shattered the darkness. The flying beasts in the sky were instantly struck down by the lightning, crashing to the ground. With each fallen beast, Lin Mu's combat strength grew. What kind of technique is this? The crowd was utterly dumbfounded. Now, the fallen beasts turned against their own kind, joining the fray and slaughtering their former allies. The previously tense situation instantly tilted in one direction. At this very moment, the terrifying tactics Lin Mu displayed truly instilled deep fear and awe in everyone present. Su Nan's eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Only one thought occupied his mind. How on earth did Lin Mu acquire such terrifying divine abilities? Boom! Roar! The flashes of lightning and the howls of the demon beasts continued, though the beasts' cries had grown noticeably weaker. As time slowly passed, no more lightning bolts fell from the darkness, and the beasts' cries ceased. Even the sounds of combat ceased abruptly. The world fell back into a deathly silence. Countless eyes were fixed intently on the darkness, not daring to look away. Under everyone's gaze, a young man dressed in casual clothes slowly emerged from the darkness, carrying a jet-black spear. Chapter 168, The Ancient Hall, Supreme Martial Arts. Lin Mu emerged from the darkness, the Crimson Heaven Spear in hand. The crimson lightning that occasionally swirled around him and the blood staining his casual clothes both made it clear that he had just endured a fierce battle. The darkness was eerily still, a deathly silence hanging heavy. The shock in everyone's eyes was palpable, leaving them speechless. Su Nan stood frozen in place, staring intently at Lin Mu, who had returned. At that moment, his wicked heart had been utterly overturned by Lin Mu. And he wasn't alone. Everyone present felt the same. Yang Erlang, Kwa Hai, and Xiao Yuji were also stunned they couldn't speak. What kind of prodigy were they truly facing? Moreover, if word of what they witnessed today were to spread, it would likely shake the very foundations of the great Xia Empire. Ji Xiaoyu, Zhang Jin, and the others, even among the 3 remaining from Imperial Capital University Lin Mu, had already shattered their understanding of reality. Target Lin Mu again? What a joke. If they weren't beaten to death by him, it would be a miracle. At that moment, the bronze door slowly creaked open. A beam of radiance burst forth from within, illuminating the entire area before the small mountain. Countless eyes were drawn to the spectacle. Terrifying. Yang Erlang uttered these words, his voice filled with awe and admiration for Lin Mu. Kwa Hai was rendered speechless. Everything within this secret treasure chamber will likely belong to Lin Mu. Xiao Yuji remarked calmly. With his formidable strength and those unfathomable supernatural abilities, who among those present could possibly challenge him? Lin Mu sheathed the Crimson Heaven Spear and approached the bronze gate. After a moment of stunned silence, the others regained their composure and gathered before the bronze gate. Yet they moved in perfect harmony, none stepping ahead of Lin Mu, all remaining behind him. Observing this scene, Lin Mu felt a momentary surprise before understanding the situation. Very well. Lin Mu stepped through the bronze door. The bronze door revealed an ancient temple complex. Before the ancient hall stood a massive stone stele. Engraved upon it were 2 ancient characters, utterly incomprehensible. However, the entire ancient hall was filled with radiant light and color. Even a simple glance revealed its extraordinary and divine nature. Lin Mu walked straight into the hall. Inside the ancient hall, the interior resembled a library. Several tall shelves held bamboo tubes crafted from some type of bamboo. Luck triggered. Host, please take the first bamboo tube from the second row of the first shelf. Just as Lin Mu was examining what might be inside these bamboo tubes, his skill was triggered. It was luck, the trait that had awakened during his time in Sung City. This might actually be useful. Lin Mu immediately headed to the location indicated by the skill. Upon arriving, Lin Mu picked up the bamboo tube. As he opened it, a flood of memories not his own suddenly surged into his mind. In an instant, Lin Mu was pulled into some kind of illusion. The scene before him abruptly transformed into an ancient courtyard. Before the courtyard stood a middle-aged man. Lin Mu looked around in astonishment. Had he entered the world inside the bamboo tube? But soon, his thoughts were drawn to the middle-aged man before him. An overwhelming aura emanated from the man, far surpassing Lin Mu's own. As shock washed over Lin Mu, he watched the man begin to take steps. Then, the middle-aged man started boxing. This is some kind of martial arts demonstration. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes, discerning the essence of it. So, the contents of this bamboo tube are martial arts techniques. The man's punches came in rapid succession, his footwork intricate and profound. Each strike seemed to form its own distinct stance, generating palpable pressure visible to the naked eye. The ancient tree several meters ahead trembled constantly, countless fallen leaves drifting down from its branches. The man's punches grew more frequent, and the pressure he generated intensified. Beneath his feet, a terrifying storm seemed to form, the force generated by that pressure, repelling anything that dared approach. Boom! At that moment, the middle-aged man unleashed the final punch of his martial arts sequence. His fist shot forward in a straight punch, its immense force instantly shattering the ancient tree before him. The ancient tree exploded with a thunderous roar, sending splinters flying everywhere. Farther away, a massive fist imprint was etched clearly into the wall, which was now covered in spiderweb-like cracks. Lin Mu tested whether he could generate force, and soon discovered he could. Without hesitation, he unleashed a full power punch toward the wall before him. But to his disappointment, the wall showed no trace of impact. What? Lin Mu was stunned in an instant. This martial art was incredibly powerful. As the middle-aged man finished his demonstration, the entire illusion began to crumble in the moments that followed. Lin Mu's consciousness snapped back to reality. The bamboo tube in his hand had transformed into an ancient martial arts manual. As soon as Lin Mu regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by people. Not a single one dared to approach, and every face bore traces of shock and fear. When they had entered moments ago, they had seen Lin Mu standing completely still, holding that bamboo tube in his hand. They had assumed it contained some treasure, but the bamboo tube seemed to have bound Lin Mu's consciousness, leading them to believe he had fallen victim to some trap within the place. They had intended to approach for a closer look, but unexpectedly, an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure emanated from Lin Mu, making it impossible to draw near. Now, Lin Mu had returned to his normal state and regained consciousness. It's a method left behind by some great master to impart martial arts. Yang Erlang, standing among the crowd, instantly discerned the truth. At these words, everyone present was startled. Immediately, all eyes turned to the bamboo tubes displayed in the cabinet. In an instant, countless people were stirred into a frenzy, rushing toward the bamboo tubes. Sunan didn't let this opportunity slip either, immediately dashing forward. With only a little over 20 bamboo tubes available, a scramble was inevitable. Lin Mu paid no mind to the commotion. The bamboo tube he had secured was arguably the finest treasure within this hidden repository. Lin Mu couldn't wait to flip through the martial arts manual in his hands. Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist has been cultivated. Never Give Up has been triggered. You have obtained Heaven and Earth Mutual Support Fist for the first time. By carefully observing how its creator wielded this martial art, you have gained your initial understanding of it. As time passed, your cultivation of Heaven and Earth Mutual Support Fist deepened, and you gained understanding of its core principles. You have mastered the entry level of the 4th grade peak Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist. 30 years passed in the blink of an eye. The fundamentals of Heaven and Earth Mutual Support Fist were already deeply ingrained in your mind. Having witnessed the creator's punching techniques firsthand, you gained deeper insights into this martial art. 4th grade peak Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist has reached minor mastery. 50 years of arduous cultivation. Chapter 169 The Thunder Sea Forbidden Zone. The 4th grade peak Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist has reached mastery. At this point, the Never Give Up entry came to an end. Lin Mu now resembled a martial artist who had cultivated his fist techniques for years, having mastered the Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist to perfection. In his mind, his comprehension of the Heaven and Earth Twinning Fist ascended to a new level. He could now generate a pressure storm nearly matching that unleashed by the middle-aged man. But its effectiveness was nowhere near as potent as the others. Could martial arts cultivation actually possess an ultimate pinnacle? Lin Mu opened his eyes, a hint of astonishment flickering within them. At this moment, after encountering this new tier of martial arts, all the techniques Lin Mu obtained from the system now bore the designation peak tier. Now, Lin Mu understood the quality of the martial arts provided by the system.
Absolute peak means this martial art is the pinnacle within that quality tier, right?
Lin Mu murmured to himself. 4th grade supreme. Even though this martial art was only 4th grade, the power it unleashed rivaled that of mid-tier 5th grade martial arts. This trip was worth it. This was merely a secret realm accessible to martial artists below level 30.
Acquiring such a martial art here was an absolute windfall.
After mastering the heaven and earth twinning fist to perfection, Lin Mu turned his gaze toward the others. They had only briefly entered the world within the bamboo tube, being expelled from it moments later.
Yet the bamboo tubes in their hands had transformed into martial arts techniques.
Lin Mu didn't care about the quality of their martial arts. After all, with his luck attribute, his own quality was bound to surpass theirs.
This secret realm journey has truly been a huge win.
A broad smile spread across Lin Mu's face. His strength value had soared from 90 when he first arrived to a full 130 points now. A full 40-point increase. Such an increase was enormous for Lin Mu at this stage. After all, increasing strength points wasn't as simple as just adding a single point. Each point gained represented a 10% increase in his strength. This meant Lin Mu needn't worry that as his cultivation realm advanced, his strength would plateau due to insufficient numerical gains. His strength value steadily climbs alongside his cultivation realm. Having gained 40 points in strength now equates to him advancing 2 entire levels consecutively. In other words, the explosive power Lin Mu could now unleash was on par with that of a level 38 martial artist. While the strength increase pleased Lin Mu, what brought him far greater joy was the enhancement of his golden soul.
His physical enhancement had now reached an unprecedented 400%.
Moreover, his victory favors the brave streak had reached 39 consecutive wins. This directly surpassed the previous record he had achieved. Beyond the abundance of spiritual treasures obtained during this secret realm expedition, the greatest advancement had been his own personal growth.
A 400% physical enhancement. Does that mean my body is now 4 times stronger?
Lin Mu murmured softly, his face breaking into a broad smile.
Didn't this mean even a level 40 martial artist couldn't lay a finger on him now? Moreover, within the 30th level tier, he was absolutely invincible and stood at the pinnacle. Moreover, his demon beast army had surged from a mere dozen to over 50.
Time flew by as everyone obtained what they sought. Those unable to compete for the bamboo tubes gave up, turning instead to search the hall for other treasures.
However, some individuals chose to depart immediately. After all, this new secret realm still held many undiscovered treasures. Lin Mu also departed, refusing to waste time lingering in the hall.
Only one day remained before the secret realm closed. Lin Mu resolved to venture into the most perilous region of this secret realm.
That was the Thunder Zone. Brother Lu. Outside the hall, Lu Feng leaned against a tree as Zhang Jin and the others fed him healing pills, asking with concern. Lu Feng was severely injured, nearly crippled by Lin Mu. But the Lu family was powerful top-tier healing pills were no problem. As the healing pills took effect, Lu Feng's injuries gradually began to mend. Within 2 hours, he would be fully recovered. That damned Lin Mu.
Lu Feng finally caught his breath, his eyes burning with murderous intent toward Lin Mu. Brother Lu, let's wait until your injuries are healed first.
Ji Xiaoyu urged. Zhang Jin and Wu Zhaohua's expressions darkened considerably. Should they still confront Lin Mu?
This Lin Mu was becoming increasingly terrifying. He'd single-handedly slaughtered an entire horde of demon beasts. Even the 4 of them tied together weren't his match. Lu Feng remained silent. His expression was extremely grim. He had been fully conscious just now. He understood clearly that Lin Mu had single-handedly routed the entire demon beast horde. This feat alone sealed Lin Mu's terrifying reputation. No, once we leave this place, I must inform my second uncle of this matter.
Lu Feng murmured inwardly.
Lin Mu was advancing far too rapidly. He couldn't allow him to develop unchecked.
After a night of relentless travel, Lin Mu had finally left the mountainous region behind.
Before his eyes stretched a vast river.
At its far end, towering bolts of lightning surged like a raging sea.
No low-tier martial artist could cross that sea of thunder. That thunderous sea stood like a forbidden zone, blocking martial artists from advancing.
Moreover, crossing this vast river was no simple feat, for demonic beasts lurked within its currents.
First, kill a mount. Lin Mu leapt from the jackal's back and plunged into the water. His spiritual energy shielded him, keeping the river water at bay. Then, Lin Mu began swimming toward the Thunder Sea region. Soon, a demon beast foolishly approached him. Instantly slain by Lin Mu, it was claimed as a mount, propelling him further into the Thunder Sea's domain. Before long, Lin Mu reached the Thunder Sea region. Before the Thunder Sea lay a stretch of land. Yet within the Thunder Sea, countless bolts of lightning descended with tremendous force, their terrifying power pounding the very heavens and earth. A look of astonishment filled Lin Mu's eyes. This Thunder Sea was a place even a level 40 martial artist couldn't cross. The more dangerous the place, the better the rewards. A gleam of determination flashed in Lin Mu's eyes as he stepped onto the land. Immediately, crimson lightning enveloped his entire body, and an overwhelming aura radiated from him. Then, Lin Mu stepped into the Thunder Sea. This terrifying sea of lightning held no intimidating power over him. His cultivated thunder control art was inherently attuned to the Thunder Sea, and within this realm, he could achieve tremendous growth. Thus, he stepped into the sea of lightning and found himself immersed within it. This place is the center, and also the most rewarding location. A hint of anticipation flickered in Lin Mu's eyes. This realm belongs solely to him. Chapter 170 I Surrender. Within the Thunder Sea, demonic beasts enveloped in surging lightning roamed the land. Lin Mu soared through the skies, his body equally enveloped in crimson lightning. With the lightning control technique at his disposal, his speed was remarkable. Upon a mountain peak, a lotus blossomed vividly, its 7 petals radiating different hues of dawnlight. The surrounding thunder was drawn to it, leaving the lotus untouched, as if it were undergoing a baptism of lightning. This scene immediately captured Lin Mu's attention. Another treasure? Lin Mu approached and plucked the lotus directly. Any creature or spirit born within this sea of thunder, be it a demon beast or a spiritual entity, was bound to be vastly superior to anything found in the other 4 regions. After plucking the lotus, Lin Mu pressed deeper into the sea. He killed every demon beast he encountered, adding strength to his own entries. Whenever he encountered spiritual plants, he would pick them. Lin Mu's smile grew broader and broader. He was the only one in this sea of lightning, and everything he encountered belonged entirely to him. As time passed, the moment the secret realm would close drew ever nearer. Lin Mu had already gathered vast quantities of spiritual treasures from the Thunder Sea region into his possession. His storage ring was now packed to the brim with all manner of spiritual treasures and demon beast cores. Estimating the total value of all these items, Lin Mu calculated they could fetch at least around 100 million credits. It was a hefty sum, more than enough to purchase 1,000 points of vitality. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Lin Mu's face was beaming with joy. At this moment, no one could fathom the emotions surging within him. Only half an hour left before the secret realm closes. Lin Mu glanced at the time. It was almost time to leave. He had nearly explored every corner of this thunderstorm zone. But he'd gained a lot. This little bit didn't matter. His current strength value had reached 170 points. His physical enhancement had reached 900%. The winning streak for victory favors the brave had reached 50 consecutive victories. The victory favors the brave streak now only increased by defeating third-tier demon beasts. Moreover, Lin Mu had amassed a large number of demon beasts. Though these beasts were of low cultivation, their sheer numbers would eventually form a formidable fighting force. After all, he wasn't stagnating. Greater beasts would join his ranks in the future. Well, to encounter a prodigy like you here. Just then, a voice tinged with surprise rang out from nearby. Lin Mu snapped his head up. There were others here? Not far away, a young man clad in gray approached, gripping a broadsword in his hand. An invisible aura seemed to surround him, deflecting the thunderbolts that struck from the heavens before they could reach him. Is this a divine ability? Lin Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. This man was intriguing. To be able to deflect thunderbolts that alone suggested the stranger's origins were no ordinary affair. Damn it. Looks like I'm too late after all. The gray-clad man drew near. His face, though youthful, appeared remarkably mature beneath a thick beard. Admittedly, the man before him did possess a certain melancholic, uncle-like aura, though far too young to pull it off. Still, he continued, the secret realm ends in half an hour. You should still have something worthwhile on you. The gray-clad man scratched his head, a grin spreading across his face to reveal his pearly white teeth. With that, he swung his broadsword horizontally, and a milky white mist began to seep from the blade. Before Lin Mu could react, the gray-clad man charged forward, blade raised. His speed was blinding, his aura overwhelming, nearly eclipsing even prodigies like Su Nan and Lu Feng. Lin Mu acknowledged that the man before him was stronger than both of them. His cultivation level was likely around the 35th tier. Not dodging? Seeing Lin Mu remain utterly unmoved, the gray-clad man's gaze held a hint of surprise. But that didn't mean he would let Lin Mu off. A single strike sent the broadsword swinging out violently, as if a crescent moon exploded before Lin Mu. The powerful blade energy slammed directly into Lin Mu's body, yet failed to injure him. Boom! As the light faded, the gray-clad man lowered his blade. His gaze fell upon something that made his pupils suddenly contract. What? Lin Mu, standing before him, had taken another blow from his blade and remained unscathed. Not a single scratch marred his body. The gray-clad man could scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. Lin Mu reached up and touched his chest. Not a single scratch. He hadn't even felt a thing. Seems my physical body has grown so strong that even a level 35 martial artist striking me leaves no sensation. Lin Mu murmured to himself. He had been somewhat worried before, but now, there was no need for concern. If a level 35 martial artist's attack couldn't even scratch him, that level 40 martial artist wouldn't pose much of a threat either. Alright, my turn. Lin Mu slammed his fist against the palm, a smile spreading across his face. In the next instant, he charged forward like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, instantly leaving his original position and hurtling toward the gray-clad man. The gray-clad man's pupils contracted again. He had intended to test whether he could withstand Lin Mu's attack using only his physical body. But he quickly realized he was deluding himself. The sheer pressure emanating from Lin Mu alone was enough to make his scalp tingle and the hairs on his body stand on end. If he tried to block it head-on, he'd be torn to shreds. Dang, dang, dang. This is a thunder-calling flower, no less than 4th grade quality. It's an excellent material for refining 4th grade martial artifacts, worth at least 10 million. The thought struck him, and the gray-clad man hurriedly spoke up, simultaneously producing a spiritual artifact. The moment the words left his mouth, the gray-clad man felt the pressure on him vanish abruptly. A single thought filled the gray-clad man's mind. It was as if the man before him had been driving a semi-truck at 180 miles per hour and suddenly slammed on the brakes. Phew! Saved. His trembling hands handed the thunder-calling flower to Lin Mu. Lin Mu grinned as he tucked it away. Excellent. This gentleman knows how to play ball. Brother? The gray-clad man froze. Only now, at such close proximity, did he clearly see Lin Mu's face. The guy before him looked at least 3 years younger than himself. He was clearly just an 18-year-old lad. This must be some prodigy from a top-tier clan, or a reincarnated great power. The gray-clad man was utterly perplexed. An 18-year-old displaying terrifying strength of at least level 38? He himself was a level 35 martial artist. When fighting at full strength, even an ordinary level 36 martial artist couldn't match him. He could even exchange blows with a 37th level martial artist. But facing a 38th level martial artist? He couldn't possibly leap 3 minor realms to match them. Only someone at least 3 realms above him could exert such terrifying pressure. Thus, it was no wonder the gray-clad man harbored such thoughts toward Lin Mu. Stowing away the thunderflower, Lin Mu cheerfully departed the area. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. As a burst of light emanated from his body, Lin Mu exited the secret realm. Chapter 171, Leaving the Secret Realm. Outside the secret realm. Master Zhang stroked his beard, his aged face bearing a solemn expression, his cloudy eyes hinting at a trace of tension. It was only after the secret realm opened yesterday that he learned the news. The leader of South Sea Martial University had returned from the South Sea and broken through to level 35. This individual was renowned for mastering the legendary martial arts left behind by Guan Yu, possessing extraordinary combat prowess. 3 years prior, during the freshman competition, he had already secured 2nd place. Now, taken by his family's sage to the South Sea for cultivation, he had delved into the martial legacy left by Guan Yu. His return would undoubtedly bring a massive surge in power. Master Zhang deeply feared that Lin Mu and his companions might encounter him. Though there was no animosity between their families, this was a secret realm. Inside, there are no human rights, only the strongest fist gets to speak. Now that the secret realm was about to close, it remained to be seen whether Lin Mu and his companions had obtained what they sought within. At that very moment, beams of radiant light suddenly erupted from the secret realm stone. They're emerging. Powerhouses from every academy looked up. Finally, they're out. The tension in Master Zhang's cloudy eyes deepened. Old Zhang, see if your Tsinghua Peking University students come out with broken arms and lame legs. Li Hobua, hands clasped behind his back, laughed heartily. Master Zhang shot him a disapproving look. So you're convinced your Imperial Capital University student Sunan has my Qingbei students beat? Of course. Li Hobua replied. We'll see about that. Master Zhang remarked coolly. As rays of rosy light descended, the vice-chancellors of the 2 premier martial arts universities simultaneously turned their gaze toward the scene. As the radiance faded, the crowd emerged from the secret realm. That's Lu Feng? Master Zhang observed Lu Feng and his companions. Their garments were torn and tattered, their complexions all tinged with pallor. Though their vital energies remained stable, their tattered garments clearly indicated they had clashed with martial artists or demonic beasts within the secret realm. Seeing this, Marquis Li narrowed his eyes. He had already guessed what had transpired. Ha ha ha. The next moment, Li Hobua burst into laughter. But soon, the laughter faded. For his students from Imperial Capital University were also emerging from within. Led by Sunan, the others all wore grim expressions. Especially Zhang Feng. He was the first one to encounter Lin Mu. Zhang Feng's aura was extremely weak, and his entire complexion was deathly pale. Unlike Lu Feng, Zhang Feng's background was less privileged, and the healing pills he carried were not top tier. A full day had passed, yet his injuries still hadn't fully healed. His condition clearly indicated he had been severely wounded. Ha ha ha. Now it was Master Zhang's turn to laugh. Zhang Feng, who injured you? Lord Li asked. Master Li, what do you think? Zhang Feng kept his head bowed, not daring to directly name the student from Qingbei University. Sunan? Lord Li's gaze fell upon Sunan. Sunan sighed softly. Mr. Li, perhaps we should discuss this back at the residence. At her words, Li Hobua fell silent. The earlier spark in his cloudy eyes faded. Master Zhang, however, grew even more delighted. This meant Imperial Capital University would face even tougher times within the secret realm. Lu Feng, You youngster, I truly didn't misjudge you. Master Zhang laughed heartily, praising Lu Feng. Such a devastating blow to Imperial Capital University could only have come from Lu Feng's hand. Yet upon hearing these words, not a trace of a smile appeared on Lu Feng's face. This left even Master Zheng thoroughly perplexed. Just then, he noticed that Lin Mu was nowhere to be seen among the group. Lu Feng, where is Lin Mu? Master Zhang's eyes sharpened as he asked. Even his tone had grown stern. He didn't know what grudge the Lu family held against Lin Mu. But judging solely from the recent incidents at school, it was clear the Lu family was targeting Lin Mu. Now that Lin Mu was nowhere to be seen, Master Zhang felt a sudden wave of anxiety wash over him. When Master Zhang posed the question, both Lu Feng and Zhang Jin kept their heads bowed, unable to answer. They could admit they had abandoned Lin Mu from the start and were still plotting against him. But what was the result? Even combined, they were no match for Lin Mu. Their current predicament was entirely of Lin Mu's doing. Seeing them all silent, Master Zhang's temper flared. You lot. Just then, a calm chuckle drifted from nearby. Master Zhang still remembers me. Master Zhang froze, watching as Lin Mu approached from a short distance away. His casual clothes bore traces of demon beast blood, yet his body showed not a single scratch. His face radiated vitality and vigor. Seeing Lin Mu emerge unscathed, Master Zhang breathed a sigh of relief. Unconsciously, his cloudy eyes swept coldly over Zhang Jin and the others. We'll discuss this when we return. The others bowed their heads even lower. What did you find? Master Zhang inquired of Lin Mu. Lin Mu's cultivation level was at the 30th rank among so many martial artists, he was hardly weak. His haul couldn't be too small. Not bad. Lin Mu replied. That's sufficient. Master Zhang nodded, choosing not to pry further. Master Zhang, where's the best place to sell things in the capital? Lin Mu inquired. You intend to sell the spiritual items? Master Zhang looked at Lin Mu, easily guessing his intentions. Yes, some things are useless, so I'm going to sell them. Lin Mu nodded and replied. Upon hearing Lin Mu intended to sell items, Lu Feng's gaze turned to him. The place for buying and selling is naturally the Nine Dragons Palace. Master Zhang replied, whether it's an auction or a sale, the Nine Dragons Palace is the most suitable place. The Nine Dragons Palace was the largest merchant guild in all of Great Xia. Selling to the Nine Dragons Palace was far better than selling to the Martial Arts Association. Alright, I have a blood bee crystal. I'll take it there to sell. Lin Mu nodded and said. This item is indeed suited for auction. If sold directly, the price might not be as favorable. Master Zhang remarked, this item is truly top tier. After all, rarity commands value. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Alright then. Though I don't know how much you have, you should still take it to the Nine Dragons Palace for appraisal. With your standing, they won't rip you off. Master Zhang pointed Lin Mu toward a clear path. Whether something is suitable for auction or direct sale, the Nine Dragons Palace will give you the answer. Alright, thank you, Master Zhang. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude. No need to thank me. It's only right, Master Zhang replied, adding a word of caution, you'd be wise to keep some for yourself. After all, resources diminish with every use. Understood. Lin Mu nodded. Alright, now that the secret realm has ended, let's head back to the city. Master Zhang was about to lead everyone away from this place. Lu Feng gazed intently at Lin Mu, his clear eyes betraying no hint of his thoughts. An auction? Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Chapter 172, The Su Family. Lin Mu had successfully concluded his journey through the new secret realm. As countless people departed, the place returned to tranquility. But when the secret realm opened next, it would be the second group arriving here. And the most astonishing figure in this entire affair was none other than Lin Mu. Students in that mountainous region, especially those who witnessed his astonishing feats, all reported the matter to their own powerful figures. From single-handedly beating up Lu Feng, the Lu family's legitimate heir, and Su Nan, the leading figure of Imperial Capital University. Then there was the terrifying dominance he displayed when facing a horde of demons alone. Each of these feats alone would have been enough to cause a massive sensation. A freshman who had only joined 3 months prior now stood shoulder to shoulder with martial artists who had trained for 3 years. What a truly astonishing reality this was. Within Qingbei University. 3 days had passed since Lin Mu returned to campus. For these 3 days, Lin Mu had been sorting through the spiritual treasures he had obtained from the secret realm. His storage ring, barely 10 square meters in size, was packed to the brim with spiritual treasures and demon beast cores. Lin Mu set aside a portion of these treasures as a return gift for Su Yuer. At Qingbei University, she was the only one who was friendly with him. She'd asked him for money, and he'd given it to her. Alright, the rest should be sold. Conveniently, Lin Mu asked Su Yuer to help him make contact with the Nine Dragons Palace. As the daughter of the Wind and Splendor Martial Arts Hall's master, she would surely carry some weight with the Nine Dragons Palace. Let's see, the freshman grand competition isn't too far off now. The opening of the new secret realm was only a month earlier than the competition. That meant there was only 1 month left before the competition. Lin Mu sought out Su Yuer and informed her of his plan to visit the Nine Dragons Palace to sell some items. Upon hearing this, Su Yuer immediately understood that Lin Mu had obtained valuable items within the new secret realm and readily agreed to his request. Lin Mu also mentioned that he had something to give her. Upon hearing there was something for her too, Su Yuer promptly sought out Lin Mu. On the table lay various spiritual treasures, several green plants radiating spiritual energy, 2 lotus flowers resting there, enveloped in a 3-colored aura. These are all for me? Su Yuer stared at the items on the table, momentarily taken aback. Now that her cultivation had reached the 17th level, she was highly sensitive to objects imbued with spiritual energy. Unlike Lin Mu, who had ascended at a rocket-like pace. Instead, she advanced steadily and methodically. However, upon learning that the other prodigies had already reached level 19, she too began to feel anxious. She absolutely had to break through to level 20 before the freshman grand competition. The rankings in the freshman competition were crucial. Su Yuer was momentarily startled by the spiritual treasures laid out on the table. These spiritual herbs were all second-grade spiritual medicines, and especially remarkable were the lotus blossoms, each possessing third-grade quality. Such potent herbs contained enough spiritual energy to propel her from level 17 to level 20. Is this all you've gathered? Su Yuer looked at Lin Mu. Combined, these items could easily fetch at least several million great xia coins. Pretty much. Lin Mu nodded. Just about? Su Yuer didn't think much of it, knowing Lin Mu's cultivation level meant these herbs held little allure for him. After all, the level gap was vast. It was like a level 70 martial artist trying to advance using second-grade spiritual herbs. It would be a bottomless pit to fill. Thank you. Su Yuer accepted the spiritual items and expressed her gratitude to Lin Mu. You're welcome. You've helped me so much, it's only right. Lin Mu waved his hand dismissively. Su Yuer then broached the main topic. I've already made arrangements with the Nine Dragons Palace. My father said he'll personally escort you there. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded in agreement, offering no refusal. Soon, the two departed Qingbei University. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at the Fenghua Martial Arts Hall. Su Shangfeng, dressed in casual attire, had been waiting for Lin Mu for quite some time. Su Yuer tactfully excused herself from her father's office. Master Su, it seems you have business with me, Lin Mu remarked. Lin Mu observed Su Shangfeng, who appeared well prepared. I hear you've been in contact with Su Nan. Su Shangfeng remarked coolly. At the mention of Su Nan's name, Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Su Nan is a member of the Su family and the most gifted young talent of this generation within the clan. Su Shangfeng said indifferently, you don't know the Su family, so naturally you don't know why Su Nan sought you out. But it doesn't matter. Now is the time to tell you. Hearing this, Lin Mu was puzzled. Curator Su, I'm just an outsider. What does this have to do with me? Of course it concerns you. Su Shangfeng replied, this all traces back to Su Wei. The mention of the connection to the venerable Su piqued Lin Mu's interest. Moreover, mentioning senior Su, it had been a month since then. Sun City must have already begun their actions. Lin Mu was quite eager to see how this played out. Su Wei hailed from the Su family. As one of the most highly regarded members of the Su clan decades ago, the family spared no effort in nurturing him. Su Shangfeng began recounting the old story. Su Wei lived up to expectations, rising to prominence within the Su family before joining the Long Yu army and becoming the commander of the 5th Army. At these words, shock immediately flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Commander! That was a position second only to the ruler himself, commanding tens of thousands. Even across the entire Great Xia, such a figure could walk tall anywhere. Lin Mu never imagined that Senior Su's background was so formidable. No wonder the entire Northern Province Martial Association treated Senior Su with such deference. Now Lin Mu understood the reason. He was the commander of the 5th Army, Su Shangfeng remarked, having risen from his seat unnoticed and approached the floor-to-ceiling window. Hands clasped behind his back, he gazed at the nightscape outside. But ever since Su Wei joined the Long Yu army, everything in the Su family changed. At some point, they began to obsess over some rumor, plunging the entire Su household into chaos. Su Wei couldn't stand the words of some elders and chose to leave the Su family. After his departure, the Su family felt helpless but said little blood is thicker than water, after all. At this point, Su Shangfeng let out a soft sigh. But the events that followed pushed Su Wei and the Su family into outright opposition. And I, due to certain circumstances, also severed ties with the Su family and founded the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. At this point, Su Shangfeng turned to look at Lin Mu. That's all I have to say about Su Wei. Su Nan sought you out precisely because he knew you were trained by Su Wei. He wanted to see if any of the martial arts Su Wei practiced back then had been passed down to you. However, the intelligence I've received indicates that you possess martial arts techniques passed down from Su Wei. Moreover, the Su family has begun to target you. Chapter 173, Blood Prophet. Fenghua Martial Arts Academy. Lin Mu lay quietly on his bed. Tomorrow morning, he would accompany Master Su to the Nine Dragons Palace to sell his belongings. The words Su Guanjia had spoken the night before were etched into Lin Mu's mind. Seems it's because of my entry. It wasn't hard for Lin Mu to guess why the Su family had taken notice of him. Every martial art he wielded had a clear origin. The Crimson Lightning was cultivated from the Crimson Sun Lightning decision. The only thing that could make the Su family take notice was their own standing up. Such extraordinary abilities were bound to attract attention. No wonder Director Su insisted on accompanying me. Lin Mu understood clearly that Master Su intended to protect him. There were other matters Su Guanju hadn't mentioned. Namely, the current state of Song City. Lin Mu wanted to ask, but Director Su didn't give him the chance. It seemed the situation in Song City was far from optimistic. Still too weak. Lin Mu clenched his fists. Currently only in his 30s, he trained relentlessly yet still couldn't change his circumstances. Moreover, he now faced the targeted hostility of several clans. Regarding the 7 great families, Lu Feng of the Lu clan, whom he had defeated this time, would undoubtedly report what had transpired within the secret realm to Lu Shuguan. At his current rate of growth, the Lu family would never allow him to develop unchecked any longer. Senior Su, you said that if I could make a name for myself, I wouldn't be targeted anymore. Lin Mu's face bore a wry smile. Still, he was fortunate to have the support of a powerful ally. As long as he didn't fall, once he grew stronger, the Lu family would inevitably meet their end. Early the next morning, Su Shangfeng led Lin Mu and Su Yuer to the 9 Dragons Palace. The 9 Dragons Palace was exceedingly opulent. As the foremost merchant guild in all of Great Xia, it possessed every ounce of prestige befitting its status. Upon hearing that Su Shangfeng himself had come calling, the managing director of the 9 Dragons Palace personally came out to greet them. After all, he was one of the 10 martial saints, a figure who commanded attention wherever he went. Su Shangfeng explained the reason for their visit. Upon hearing this, the manager immediately began arranging matters for Lin Mu. Young brother Lin Mu, please follow me, the manager said respectfully, dressed impeccably in a tailored suit. Ever since the martial arts examination concluded, the palace master of the 9 Dragons Palace had instructed all branches, wherever Lin Mu went, he was to be received with the utmost courtesy. Under no circumstances was he to be offended. All right. Lin Mu followed the manager into a luxurious VIP lounge. Young brother Lin Mu, what exactly are you looking to sell? The manager inquired, then patted his chest emphatically. Rest assured, the 9 Dragons Palace always conducts business with utmost integrity. We won't shortchange you. MHM. Lin Mu nodded. That had been his main concern about this trip. Alright, I'll bring it out then. Alrighty. The manager nodded. The 9 Dragon Palace was a formidable establishment. What couldn't they handle? What could a martial artist below level 30 possibly offer that held any real value? But the moment the manager thought this, his smile vanished. Across the VIP section, Su Shangfeng sat watching Lin Mu, wondering just how much treasure he'd acquired within this secret realm. Normally, martial artists entering a new secret realm would acquire just enough for their own use. But Lin Mu didn't need it, instead, he was selling it. This piqued Su Shangfeng's curiosity. As Lin Mu's storage ring emitted an intense glow, countless spirit treasures and demon beast cores instantly piled up on the table before him. The solid redwood table, already 3 meters wide, was instantly piled high with a mountain of spirit treasures and demon beast cores. The entire room was instantly filled with a colossal surge of spiritual energy. Su Shangfeng froze in place. The manager was equally dumbfounded. What the hell? Young brother Lin Mu, this is all yours? The manager stared at the mountains of spiritual treasures and demon beast cores before him, his voice trembling. Yes. Lin Mu nodded. Alright, I'll have someone secure this for you immediately. The manager hummed in acknowledgement and quickly summoned 2 specialized appraisers. It took them over an hour to thoroughly sort and classify all these spiritual treasures. Su Shangfeng stared at the pile, utterly astonished. Among them were some extremely common spiritual items, but there were also several exceptionally rare ones. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Lin Mu had cleansed half of the secret realm. Especially items like the Blood Bee crystal. Such treasures were rare even in the mortal world. Martial treasures crafted from this crystal would easily start at tens of millions, as it was top-tier material for 4th-grade martial treasures. The manager wiped sweat from his brow as he finally finished tallying the items. Lin Mu sat nearby, waiting for the manager. Young brother Lin Mu, all the items you wish to auction are listed on this paper. The manager handed over a sheet of paper and continued, everything else has been purchased at the highest market price, including the demon beast cores. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. All right. The paper in his hand listed over a dozen items suitable for auction. Rest assured, young Lin Mu. The 9 Dragons Palace auction will never fall below your desired price. The manager declared with absolute certainty. In this matter, he was confident beyond doubt. Only the 9 Dragons Palace could auction these items for the highest possible prices. Alright, that puts my mind at ease. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Money was what he wanted. The more, the better. Young brother Lin Mu, the auction will take a few more days to prepare. We still need to arrange personnel and handle the publicity. The manager said, here's your black gold card. Once everything is ready, we'll notify you. Lin Mu nodded. The manager then calculated the remaining items for Lin Mu. Excluding the dozen or so items still being prepared for auction, Lin Mu had acquired a total of 60 million Great Xia coins. In just a day and a night, Lin Mu had earned this substantial sum of Great Xia currency. It was clear just how many treasures lay within the newly opened secret realm. Feels good. Lin Mu stared at the string of numbers, his face breaking into a broad smile. Now, all that remained was to await the upcoming auction. Stay at the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy for a few days first. Su Shangfeng said casually. Sure thing. Lin Mu nodded. The two returned to the Manhwa Martial Arts Academy. Meanwhile, the Nine Dragons Palace had also begun its operations. As a top-tier merchant guild, the Nine Dragons Palace naturally possessed its own methods. Within half a day, it had drawn countless martial artists. It wasn't merely due to Lin Mu's gimmick, but rather because the items he presented held genuine appeal. For smiths in particular, they held an irresistible allure. Coupled with the Nine Dragons Palace being such a large merchant guild, the martial artists who came were all extraordinary, drawn entirely by these items. The very next day, the Nine Dragons Palace informed Lin Mu, the rightful owner, of the auction schedule. The auction was scheduled for the following morning. Curator Su, how is Song City faring now? Compared to the auction start time, this matter preoccupied Lin Mu most. Chapter 174 The Auction. Inside the office. Steam rose from the teacup on the desk. With the weather turning colder, winter solstice had arrived. Su Shangfeng's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. His weathered face showed little emotion. The situation in Song City isn't looking good. Su Shangfeng stated. At this remark, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. No way. With the Dragon Guardian Army's commander present, how could they possibly fail? Moreover, the beast wastes weren't particularly large at best, they were a small to medium-sized wasteland. Even with the abyss descending, it couldn't possibly bring stronger abyssal demons. I won't go into the details. Su Shangfeng said, this operation to rescue Song City has failed, but the abyss hasn't shown any unusual activity either. This is rather unusual, but you shouldn't worry too much about it. Unusual occurrences will inevitably draw the attention of higher authorities. Su Shangfeng paused, his gaze shifting to Lin Mu. I understand. Lin Mu nodded, the emotion on his face fading at a visible pace. Traces of history are surfacing. A great era is approaching. Su Shangfeng remarked indifferently, though it was unclear whether he spoke these words to Lin Mu or to himself. You truly are a freak. Had you progressed step by step, this freshman competition might have held some suspense. But you're different. The things you obtained within the new secret realm already prove your terrifying talent. Su Shangfeng sighed, his cloudy eyes reflecting a hint of resignation. In all his years, he had never encountered a prodigy like Lin Mu. In less than half a year, he'd advanced his cultivation to the 30th level. What the hell kind of monster is this? Ha. Lin Mu chuckled softly. At your current cultivation speed, you'll meet the person you've been longing to see soon enough. Su Shangfeng remarked indifferently. Is it that person? Lin Mu murmured. The one he longed to see was none other than the current commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Meanwhile, within the Lu household, Lu Shaguan had already been informed of Lin Mu's situation. How could this boy's breakthrough progress so rapidly? Upon learning of everything Lin Mu had accomplished within the new secret realm, Lu Shaguan could no longer sit still. He had truly underestimated both the speed of Lin Mu's breakthrough and the depth of his innate talent. Such talent had not been seen in the entire Great Xia Empire for thousands of years. A reincarnated great being? The words flashed through Lu Shaguan's mind. To others, it might be nothing more than a joke. But for the path the Lu family was currently pursuing in their research, this was no laughing matter. If that were truly the case, wouldn't it mean that everything in this world is converging toward that place? Lu Shaguan's expression betrayed a hint of excitement, though it was Lin Mu who had initially enraged him. Now, Lin Mu's astonishingly rapid breakthrough clearly demonstrated that the path his Lu family had chosen was entirely correct. If this is truly the case, it won't be long before the Lu family rises to complete prominence. Lu Shaguan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes blazing with unprecedented ferocity and fervor. By then, neither the Imperial Guards nor any secluded clans will be worth mentioning. Activate that contingency plan immediately. Capture Lin Mu alive if possible and bring him back for study. Use this auction as our opportunity. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Once again, a gathering of powerful figures descended upon the capital. Nearly half of these elite warriors were renowned for their mastery in forging and alchemy. The vast realm of Daxia naturally wasn't home to martial artists alone. There were also those with secondary professions, such as alchemists, blacksmiths, array masters, and so forth. Even if their cultivation levels were not high, these individuals could attain extremely high status within the Great Xia Empire through their profound understanding of these specialized fields. At the auction, Lin Mu and Su Shangfeng entered the exclusive members' room. Curator Su, will anyone from the Su family be attending? Lin Mu asked aloud. That's precisely why I'm accompanying you, Su Shangfeng replied, glancing at Lin Mu. It's not just the Su family. There are far too many people out there who want you dead. At these words, Lin Mu's expression froze. Your talent is terrifying. Some people don't want to see you grow stronger. Su Shangfeng remarked calmly. And those factions you offended in Song City? They'll likely strike while the iron is hot. Hearing this, Lin Mu was immediately alarmed. Director Su, this is the capital city. Lin Mu couldn't believe they'd dare strike during the auction. You know nothing about those major families, nor do you understand what methods martial artists wield today. Su Shangfeng laughed heartily, amused by Lin Mu's remark. Just watch. If my predictions prove correct, you'll emerge from this journey a changed man. Lin Mu remained silent. Soon, the auction commenced. This auction drew a fairly large crowd, especially among blacksmiths and alchemists. The items Lin Mu had obtained from the secret realm were precisely what they needed. Among them were elders from major factions, hoping to use these items to advance their own ranks in specialized fields. To advance in these secondary professions, one must forge items of that specific tier. Combined with the rarity of certain scarce items, this drew a large crowd. As the auction commenced, Lin Mu realized that the items he had obtained from the secret realm were somewhat overpriced. Take the Blood Bee crystal, for instance. He had originally valued it at around 10 million. Yet now, bids had soared to 30 million and showed no signs of stopping, with prices still climbing. This left Lin Mu both startled and delighted. Let the bidding continue. The higher the price, the faster his cultivation would advance. Congratulations to the gentleman who secured the Blood Bee crystal for 40 million. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, Lin Mu's Blood Bee crystal was sold for 40 million. 400 points of vitality and blood energy were credited to his account. The auction continued. Lin Mu's face was plastered with a smile. Anyone could see how delighted he was. Beside him, Su Shangfeng remained expressionless, his gaze drifting toward the martial artists gathered outside the window. I wonder how many people the Su family sent this time. Su Shangfeng murmured softly, his fingers clenched. Considering the other major families also had representatives bidding, Su Shangfeng felt a sudden wave of pressure wash over him. But with him present, protecting Lin Mu would certainly pose no problem. The next few items belonging to Lin Mu were all auctioned off for around 30 million each. These 12 items ultimately netted Lin Mu a staggering 370 million Great Xia currency. Converted into vitality points, that amounted to a staggering 3,700 points. Feels great. A smile spread across Lin Mu's face, obscuring all other expressions. 3,700 points of chi blood would be more than enough to propel him directly to level 40. Chapter 175, Sealing Heaven and Earth, the Su family moves. The auction of Lin Mu's items was about to conclude. Inside a private member's room within the venue. Before a vast floor-to-ceiling window, Lu Shaguan, clad in a white suit, gazed down below. A hint of amusement flickered in his eyes, which seemed to hold the swirling expanse of a galaxy. A faint smile touched Lu Zhang's lips. Second uncle, are the men ready? On the sofa, Lu Feng spoke up. MHM. Lu Jiang nodded. This time, it wasn't the Lu family's own members who acted. It was a revered elder who's never shown his face, plus two 65th level martial artists brought in from overseas. Hearing this, Lu Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. This time, Lin Mu was finally finished. Perhaps this time, our Lu family won't need to get involved. Lu Jiang remarked calmly. Lu Feng froze. Could others be involved? The Su family has sent someone. Lu Jiang continued, you don't know much about the Su family, but you should be aware that Su Nan comes from them. The Su family is targeting Lin Mu. Given their style, they might not kill him, but they'll likely take him back to the Su estate. Once they've drained every ounce of talent from him, they'll release him. Hearing this, Lu Feng frowned in confusion. But uncle, if Lin Mu ever regains power, won't he seek revenge? No, he won't. Lu Jiang shook his head. For a family like the Zus, so-called national affairs are insignificant in their eyes. What they covet is the resources behind Lin Mu. Once he surrenders those resources, what awaits him will be an abyss with no bottom. As for whether Lin Mu will seek revenge, that depends entirely on the extent of the Su family's influence. Lu Jiang smiled faintly at this point. As a military commander, Lu Jiang knew the Su family's methods all too well. Hearing this, Lu Feng felt not a shred of worry. Somewhere within the auction hall, several hooded figures slowly lifted their heads. It's about to end. This location is a half-hour drive from the city center of Shangjing. This half-hour is our window to act. As for Su Shangfeng, the third elder will handle him. The other two nodded in agreement. Young clan leader, intelligence indicates Lin Mu's cultivation level is likely no less than 35th rank. After you engage him, we'll observe from the sidelines. The man continued. Understood. The man in the middle nodded in response, his voice sounding remarkably young. In the private room, the manager of Nine Dragons Palace handed Lin Mu a bank card. Young brother Lin Mu, this card contains all the proceeds from the auction, minus a 10% service fee. The manager stated. Alright, thank you. Lin Mu nodded. After the deduction, the card still held 350 million yuan. Let's go. Su Shangfeng rose slowly, produced a premium cigarette from somewhere, and lit it. Lin Mu stood up and followed Su Shangfeng out of the place. The two walked out of Jiulong Palace without encountering anyone. However, 3 kilometers beyond the palace, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Soaring through the sky, Su Shangfeng and Lin Mu swiftly made their way toward the heart of Shangjing City. Just then, an inexplicable energy suddenly erupted before them. Ink-black energy cascaded like a waterfall, violently pouring forth. In an instant, it engulfed the pair at a speed too swift for the naked eye to follow. The pitch-black energy passed through their bodies. As Lin Mu froze in shock, the energy coalesced into a vast space, sealing them both within. This sudden turn of events left Lin Mu utterly stunned. And now, he finally understood what Curator Su had meant earlier. What kind of methods did these top-tier clans truly possess? Lin Mu had now witnessed it firsthand. Everything before his eyes appeared ordinary, yet the entire sky had turned pitch black. Not a single glimmer of light could be seen in the surroundings, as if the heavens and earth had been covered by a giant lid. Su Shangfeng halted, his cloudy eyes fixed intently ahead. From the void, 4 unfamiliar figures emerged, materializing before the 2 men. These 4 made no attempt to conceal their faces, appearing openly before Lin Mu and Su Shangfeng. Though their forms differed, the milky white aura emanating from each was identical, varying only in intensity. Leading them was an elderly man dressed in plain clothes, his beard and hair snow white. His cloudy eyes held a hint of excitement. Beside him stood a young man who appeared to be about 19 years old. The other 2 were middle-aged men. Among the 4, the 19-year-old youth possessed the weakest aura, yet his cultivation level still reached the 35th tier. The old man possessed the most formidable aura. The moment the 4 appeared, the air seemed to freeze solid, the entire space filled only with the movement of these milky white auras. Shangfeng, it's been a long time. After a long silence, the elder at the head of the group spoke. I hope we never meet again. Su Shangfeng replied indifferently. His withered face betrayed no emotion, save for the faint glow of a freshly lit cigarette flickering in the darkness. Shangfeng, I know you were very close to Su Wei, but there was no need to leave the Su family so abruptly. The elder ignored the retort and continued earnestly, why not bring the Fenghua Martial Arts Academy back to the family? With your current achievements in the secular world, the clan leader would surely not blame you for your earlier decision. At this, Su Shangfeng laughed bitterly. Third elder, are you the one who's grown senile, or am I? As if the Su family still cares about this measly little business of mine. At this remark, the middle-aged man beside him snapped coldly, Su Shangfeng, show some respect. Do you know who you're speaking to? You. To everyone's surprise, Su Shangfeng cursed back, who do you think you are? In the Su family, based on seniority, you should be calling me third brother Su. Lin Mu was stunned. He hadn't expected the usually refined curator Su to have such a side to him. Besides, in the martial world, might makes right. As Su Shangfeng finished speaking, a terrifying aura radiated out from his feet in an instant. Immediately behind him, a yuan will slowly materialized. It radiated an intense vitality, as if any injury could be healed beneath its influence. Feeling the aura Su Shangfeng emitted, the expressions of the 2 middle-aged men shifted slightly. Shangfeng, the path you've chosen ultimately leads back to that breathing technique. The elder witnessed this and couldn't help but shake his head. Mind your own business. Su Shangfeng shot the elder a glare before unleashing a terrifying attack. Su Shangfeng slammed his massive hand downward. In an instant, a storm surged forth. Against the pitch-black sky and earth, a towering tree suddenly materialized out of thin air. The battle ignited instantly. Chapter 176, Arrogance. Beneath this barrier, Lin Mu was enveloped in a layer of fluorescent green energy. The surging power around him failed to touch him at all. On the other side, Su Shangfeng took a step forward. The colossal tree swayed, each branch thick enough to span several zhang. Its leaves scattered like sharp blades, relentlessly shooting toward the 4 individuals from the Su family. Shangfeng, hand this boy over to me, and I shall spare you today. The old man spoke indifferently, attempting to persuade Su Shangfeng once more. But Su Shangfeng had come prepared. How could he heed the old man's words? Old fool, he doesn't have what you're after. Su Shangfeng retorted coldly. Since you push us so far, if we leave today, don't blame us when he grows strong enough to exact vengeance on the Su family. Su Shangfeng, you won't get that chance. The middle-aged man struck ruthlessly, unleashing a 70-level aura in an instant. Yet even against Su Shangfeng's barrage of countless branches and leaves, he dared not meet it head-on. Only by summoning the high-grade 7th-rank martial treasure brought from his clan could he barely block the assault. These were not Su Shangfeng's true attacks, merely the lingering ripples of that towering tree. Su Shangfeng was one of the 10 martial saints of Great Xia, possessing an 80-level cultivation. The third elder of the Su family shared the same cultivation level. Among martial artists, even when their cultivation levels are nearly identical, there remains a slight disparity in their ages. This age gap signifies a weaker life force, meaning even when facing opponents of the same cultivation level, there remains a subtle disparity. Moreover, Su Shangfeng was an exceptionally young level 80 powerhouse, his innate talent self-evident. The third elder gripped a massive spear whose shaft shimmered with radiant light, gleaming brilliantly in the darkness. With each swing of his spear, the leaves rushing toward him were effortlessly crushed. With a single wave of Su Shangfeng's hand, a branch from the towering ancient tree instantly transformed into a dragon-like form, charging forward. Several zhang thick, it swept through everything in its path with terrifying force. Beneath the gentle green glow lay the most formidable power. The third elder thrust his spear forward, the spearhead darting like a dragon, trailing ripples of milky white energy. Behind him, a yuan wheel materialized. This was the proof of an 80th level martial artist, the spirit yuan light wheel. It granted sustained enhancements to strength and speed, while also replenishing consumed spiritual energy. The two clashed fiercely, trading blows in an evenly matched duel. Su Shangfeng's ability was not forged for slaughter, yet the third elder of the Su clan cultivated the art of killing. And it was precisely this difference that revealed the gap between them. One whose combat prowess was merely average among peers managed to hold his own against a specialist in combat techniques. This gap also reflected the disparity between the elder and Su Shangfeng. This gap stemmed from the combined influence of age and innate talent. On the other side, the two opponents, relying on the formidable martial treasures bestowed by their clans, could barely make an impact on Su Shangfeng. One of them was even at the solid 78th level. Su Shangfeng, you're dead today. This kid is finished. One of them said coldly. Then bring it on. Su Shangfeng's face remained expressionless. As his words fell, his plain robes billowed in the wind, fluttering with a sharp rustle. The surrounding green radiance grew even purer. The towering ancient tree radiated an unparalleled aura. At that moment, Su Shangfeng unleashed the full might of his 80th level power. The third elder responded without a word, unleashing his own explosive power. The combatants clashed once more, their battle shaking the very earth. Fortunately, they were in the outskirts, where few structures stood, yet the ground still lay shattered and ravaged. Lin Mu, shielded within Su Shangfeng's protective aura, watched the battle intently, his eyes filled with tension. Two 70-level powerhouses and one 80-level powerhouse stood against Su, the sole guardian of the academy. Could he truly be a match? Lin Mu felt that familiar helplessness he'd experienced back in the Beast Wastes. Helplessness. He could only watch helplessly as Su fought desperately for him. Just then, the young man ahead spoke. Lin Mu, how about this? You and I fight. If you win, my Su family will let you go. The young man wore immaculate white robes, his face adorned with a gentle smile. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Su Bing. I am the son of the Su family patriarch and the current young master of the Su family. Su Bing introduced himself. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't expected the young master of the Su family to come in person. I admire your strength, Su Bing said. And I'm delighted that someone of your age possesses abilities comparable to mine. Su Bing smiled. At merely 19 years old, he had already broken through to the 35th level. His talent was truly terrifying, and the Su family poured countless resources into him. They even hailed him as possessing talent surpassing that of the current commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Thus, Su Bing had been extremely arrogant since childhood. The reason the Su family sought out Lin Mu now was precisely for the divine abilities within Su Bing. To make Su Bing even more powerful. Lin Mu did not respond immediately, instead studying the young master of the Su family before him. This man must have a trump card to protect his life. Lin Mu murmured to himself, contemplating how to eliminate the man. Given the current situation, escaping would be ideal. But what if escape proved impossible? With that thought, Lin Mu chose to fight. The next instant, Lin Mu stepped out of the area Su Shangfeng was protecting. As if sensing something, Su Shangfeng abruptly turned his head toward Lin Mu. That split-second distraction gave the third elder an opening. His spear thrust forward, the milky white energy coiling like a dragon. Its terrifying force shattered the massive logs hurtling toward him layer by layer, striking with a thunderous bang just before Su Shangfeng. Boom! Su Shangfeng was sent flying backward, his body recoiling hundreds of meters through the air before finally coming to a halt. A trickle of blood escaped his lips as Su Shangfeng glared coldly at the third elder before him. But he couldn't spare a thought for the third elder now, because that idiot Lin Mu had actually stepped out of the protective perimeter he was guarding. The other two members of the Su family had been watching Lin Mu all along. Seeing him step out on his own, they instantly closed in on him. Caught between two terrifying auras in an instant, Lin Mu's expression changed. Stop! At that moment, Su Bing called out to the two. Young master. The two halted. Leave this man to me. Su Bing said calmly, his face still wearing that smile. I promised him that if he wins, I'll let him go. At these words, one of them hurriedly protested, Young master, you absolutely must not. But the third elder shot him a glare. Shut up. Then, turning to Su Bing, he said, Young master, do as you please. Su Bing smiled, his gaze settling on Lin Mu. Step down? Lin Mu's eyes flashed with concealed murderous intent before he nodded. Let's go. Chapter 177, Fatal Strike. Amidst the storm, the two stood without harming each other. Su Shangfeng and the third elder both watched them, observing these two prodigies among the human race. Lin Mu. Su Shangfeng's gaze held a hint of concern. He knew Lin Mu's strength well, and he knew the caliber of opponent he faced in Su Bing. Su Bing was the prodigy the entire Su clan had poured most of its resources into cultivating. It was said that now, on the eve of his 20th birthday, Su Bing had already broken through to the 35th level. At that level, he was unmatched among his peers. Su Shangfeng knew only that Lin Mu's cultivation level hovered around the 30th tier, nothing else. But from what he understood, Lin Mu did not seem like an impulsive person. Lin Mu and Su Bing stood in the open space. The latter slowly lifted the brim of his hat. He produced a spear from somewhere and held it before him. I've long heard you're a classless martial artist, the most formidable practitioner among your peers. Su Bing remarked indifferently, flipping his palm to spin the spear shaft. A milky white mist slowly coiled up from his feet. As a level 35 martial artist, Su Bing naturally didn't project the terrifying pressure of someone like the third elder. But his strength was no mere bluff. I hope you can satisfy me. With a light chuckle, Su Bing prepared to strike. Lin Mu's large hand pinched at the void, and the Crimson Heaven Extreme Spear was instantly retrieved from his storage ring. This was a high-grade 4th-rank martial treasure, yet it paled in comparison to the spear in Su Bing's grasp. The spear in my hand is the finest martial treasure among 4th-grade weapons. With that, Su Bing struck instantly. A milky white aura sliced through the air as Su Bing thrust his spear forward, unleashing a powerful force that surged toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu swung his own spear in response, launching an attack toward his opponent. Their very first clash unleashed unprecedented force and pressure. Boom! The earth trembled violently. Their clash matched the full force of two level 38 martial artists striking simultaneously. The third elder and the two representatives of the Su family watched the scene unfold before them. As the young master of the Su family, Su Bing had always been showered with countless resources. They too wanted to see just how powerful Su Bing truly was. Lin Mu's first clash with Su Bing showcased the latter's innate talent. Even with all the buffs and enhancements, Su Bing had only been forced back a dozen steps. What? Su Bing stumbled backward, a hint of surprise flickering across his handsome face. Lin Mu's strength surpassed his expectations. Above, the third elder and his two companions watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening with astonishment. Even Su Shangfeng felt a twinge of surprise. Lin Mu's strength was actually on par with Su Bing's. Come! Su Bing refused to believe it, taking another step forward as he charged toward Lin Mu. He refused to believe he wasn't Lin Mu's match. The first strike revealed little, only the ensuing exchanges would expose the true gap between them. Lin Mu swung his spear once more. As if. Even if his opponent wielded a top-tier 4th-grade spear, so what? Both his physical prowess and strength had long since transcended the limitations of a level 38 warrior. Unless Su Bing possessed the ability to challenge a level 39 martial artist, he stood no chance against him. Their bodies collided once more. As their spears swung out, immense force erupted, shattering the ground beneath their feet. This time, Su Bing's body was sent flying backward once more. Lin Mu gave him no chance to catch his breath, stepping forward to press his advantage. Su Bing is no match for him. As an 80th level martial artist, the third elder instantly recognized the gulf between them. A flicker of excitement flickered in his cloudy eyes. This would prove their assumptions correct. The greater the strength Lin Mu displayed, the more valuable the things he possessed would be. If he were to be recruited by the Su family, Su Bing's strength would rise to new heights. But more importantly, Lin Mu had managed to break through his own cultivation realm in such a short time. This single feat alone was enough to demonstrate his terrifyingly exceptional talent. Third elder, the young master is no match for this man before us. One voice spoke, eyes flashing with a hint of danger. Should we hold off for now? The third elder shook his head. The young master still had trump cards up his sleeve. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Mu, he wouldn't concede defeat in the contest just yet. He firmly believed that someone like Lin Mu wouldn't possess trump cards surpassing the level of his Su family. Boom! The two clashed relentlessly. Crimson lightning surged around Lin Mu, each strike carrying immense force. Su Bing was utterly powerless to defend, forced into retreat by Lin Mu's relentless assault. Moreover, Lin Mu showed no mercy whatsoever in his attacks, each strike delivered with ruthless ferocity. This infuriated the two men beside the third elder, who were itching to charge in and kill Lin Mu right then and there. Now, witnessing Lin Mu's power once more, Su Shangfeng's face softened into a brief smile. Yet that smile was quickly replaced by a look of profound gravity. Lin Mu's talent undoubtedly surpassed that of the current commander of the Longyu army. But if he were brought back to the Su family today, everything would be over. How to break this deadlock was what Su Shangfeng should be thinking about. But today, besides the Su family, representatives from the Lu family would undoubtedly be present as well. They were merely lurking in the shadows, not yet revealing themselves. An invisible pressure weighed heavily upon Su Shangfeng. Even this martial saint furrowed his brow, deep in thought about how to break the deadlock. Below, Su Bing, driven back relentlessly by Lin Mu's blows, finally reached his breaking point. You brat, you forced my hand. Su Bing abruptly halted his advance, his voice low and sharp. His face twisted into a savage grimace. As the words fell, his palm slammed down onto the ground with brutal force. In an instant, a wildly violent aura erupted from beneath his feet. Lin Mu froze, halting his advance as he cautiously scanned ahead. The earth tore apart layer by layer, as if some terrifying entity had ripped open a gap with its bare hands. In the next instant, a monstrous creature several zhang in size leapt from the earth. The aura it emitted was a staggering level 40. At this sight, Su Shangfeng's expression immediately darkened. Just as he prepared to act, the third elder stepped in first, blocking him. "Shangfeng, watch closely," the third elder said indifferently. Su Shangfeng shot him a cold glare, then without another word, struck out. Seeing Su Shangfeng move, the other two suddenly attacked as well. On the ground, Lin Mu watched the level 40 demonic creature before him, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. But soon, his face regained its usual composure. "You have your methods, but do you think I have none?" A golden bead appeared in Lin Mu's hand, seemingly out of nowhere, before he crushed it violently. Chapter 178, The Great Tao Slays Heaven. Immortal Golden Soul. As Lin Mu uttered this low command in his mind, his entire body became enveloped in a golden energy. Now that the undying golden soul had been activated, Lin Mu could feel his physical body and strength surge dramatically once more. Not only that, but his vital energy surged several-fold. Roar! The monstrous creature before him possessed a colossal form. This was not a creature born of the abyss itself, but rather an entity forged through some means by harnessing the power of the abyss. It could be said that this demonic creature's power was terrifying even among those at the 40th level. But now, empowered by the undying golden soul, the force Lin Mu unleashed was fully comparable to that of a level 40 martial artist. Not only that, but his physical body had also strengthened to the level of a 40th tier warrior. His physical enhancement was already substantial, and now, amplified by the undying golden soul, it had grown even greater. Not far away, Su Bing gasped for breath, his pallid face twisted into a cold sneer as he watched Lin Mu charge toward the demonic creature. "Ha! You think you stand a chance against this beast? You're joking." This demonic creature was a level 40 being, wielding power tinged with a thread of abyssal energy. It was a being forged through forbidden practices by a powerful figure within the Su family. Moreover, within the entire Su clan, this creature obeyed only his commands. Now, seeing Lin Mu charge in like this, Su Bing couldn't even bother to hide the smirk on his face. This fool was simply too stupid. Charging in so recklessly, he'd surely be smashed to pieces by the demonic beast. Thunder Control Art. Lin Mu roared, his voice echoing loudly through the darkness. Immediately, Su Bing witnessed a massive crimson bolt of lightning crash down from the sky, striking the demonic creature. Boom! The monster's body trembled. Under Su Bing's utterly astonished gaze, Lin Mu continued to fight the creature relentlessly, holding his own without faltering. This can't be. Su Bing was stunned, utterly shocked. This is a level 40 demonic beast, how could Lin Mu possibly be its match? Meanwhile, the third elder and the other two had also noticed the commotion. As they looked over and saw Lin Mu actually trading blows with the demonic beast, their expressions changed. How is this possible? What's impossible about it? The third elder spoke up, his cloudy eyes now filled with utter astonishment. The power this youth has unleashed, along with his current physical strength, has likely already surpassed the 40-level mark. As an 80th-level martial artist, he instantly discerned the truth. This youth possesses a divine ability that amplifies his own power. And this ability is incredibly potent, the sort even the Su family couldn't possibly produce. At these words, both men's expressions shifted dramatically. Upon hearing this, Su Shangfeng's expression also abruptly changed. How could this be possible? How could Lin Mu possibly possess such divine abilities? But after a moment's thought, Su Shangfeng dismissed the notion. As long as Lin Mu survived, nothing else mattered. Monsters kept falling to Lin Mu's relentless assault. Each shot he fired left a faint crack on their bodies. Su Bing was stunned. Was Lin Mu some kind of monster? How could he be this powerful? Just then, Su Bing suddenly realized that Lin Mu's figure was drawing closer and closer to him. No! Su Bing instantly realized what was happening and tried to retreat. Today, even if I die, I will take you with me. At that very moment, Lin Mu's voice rang out abruptly. A talisman shot out from Lin Mu's palm, streaking straight toward Su Bing. Su Bing tried to dodge, but the talisman transformed into a sword formation the instant it was about to touch him. The sword formation coalesced in an instant, countless blades coalescing together. The intensely dangerous aura it emitted made Su Bing's heart leap into his throat. How could this be possible? As the sword formation fully unfolded, Su Bing, trapped within it, paled once more. The third elder had been observing the situation all along. Though he sensed Su Bing was in danger, he did not intervene immediately. The sword formation felt only around level 40 to him, posing little threat to his young master. Beneath the Tongxian sword formation, Su Bing also played his trump card. He crushed the talisman, and a golden armor appeared, enveloping his entire body. Immediately, the sword formation activated, unleashing countless sword energies that surged toward Su Bing. Su Bing continuously countered the array's force. Though his complexion regained some color, his eyes held an unprecedented shock. The array's power was indeed rated at level 40, yet the force it unleashed was terrifying. Even a level 40 martial artist trapped within would find escape utterly impossible. His golden armor was a 50-level divine ability. Even so, it could only barely withstand the array's force. Outside the formation, Lin Mu's gaze settled on Su Bing, his eyes clouded with gravity. Could it be that even the rewards from the system, like this Tonchian sword formation, couldn't harm Su Bing? At this moment, Lin Mu realized just how many hidden cards this prodigy from the secluded clan possessed. But Lin Mu still had one divine power left to unleash. That was Dao Execution of Heaven. This strike would surely slay any martial artist below level 40. The Tonchian sword array gradually weakened, yet Su Bing within it remained unscathed. As the array dissipated, Su Bing's face was filled with a broad smile. Ha ha ha, Lin Mu, didn't expect that, did you? Su Bing laughed, though his smile was twisted and grim. Even the demonic creatures couldn't stand against him, and it was clear the enemy had come solely to kill him. If you weren't useful to the Su family, you'd be dead today. Su Bing roared. Then you die first. Lin Mu declared, unleashing the Tao of heavenly execution. Boom! Thunder rolled across the heavens and earth, followed by a terrifying aura sweeping down. The bodies of the third elder and the others still engaged in battle froze instantly. What's happening? The faces of the third elder and the others bore expressions of profound shock. Even Su Shangfeng looked up toward the sky. This pressure felt as though it came from the heavens themselves, overwhelming and oppressive. Even an 80-level martial artist couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. Lin Mu? Su Shangfeng's gaze instinctively turned toward Lin Mu. On the ground, Su Bing suddenly felt an ominous foreboding. He snapped his gaze toward Lin Mu, his eyes filled with disbelief. You unleashed this thunder. He could distinctly feel the terrifying pressure from the sky locking onto him. Yes. Lin Mu nodded, a faint smile playing on his lips. Third elder, save me. Su Bing shouted, genuine fear gripping him now. The third elder, sensing the danger, abandoned Su Shangfeng and rushed toward Su Bing. Just then, a thunderbolt crashed down from the heavens. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying roar, Su Bing, who had been standing still moments before, was instantly pierced through the body. He was dead as a doornail. Chapter 179, That's Going Too Far. Boom! As the thunderbolt of the Tao's divine punishment descended, the moment resembled the aftermath of a catastrophe. The oppressive pressure, seemingly emanating from the Tao itself, dissipated in an instant. The third elder and the other two members of the Su family regained their mobility. Gazing at Su Bing, struck dead by the lightning, the third elder's eyes bulged with fury. The surging power coursing through his entire body caused the very space around him to tremble. The milky white aura grew purer, gradually transforming into a faint golden light. Feeling the third elder's fury radiating out, Su Shangfeng took a deep breath and pressed his palm, enveloped in green radiance, downward. The ancient tree before him surged in size once more, now towering a full 100 zhang. Countless branches and leaves swayed ceaselessly, emitting a green radiance that carried immense power. You dare kill my young master. The third elder fixed his gaze on Lin Mu, his cloudy eyes consumed by murderous intent. The other two elders' hatred toward Lin Mu had also reached its peak. The young master was dead, the entire Su family's world had collapsed. Today, both you and Su Shangfeng shall meet your end. The third elder roared, then struck suddenly. Terrifying power erupted in that instant, crushing down upon Lin Mu like a mountain. Lin Mu crashed to his knees, utterly unable to resist. A gap of over 40 cultivation levels, a chasm so vast that even Lin Mu's extraordinary talent could never bridge it. Su Shangfeng also struck suddenly, desperately shielding Lin Mu. Lin Mu's face remained largely expressionless, his clear eyes holding a hint of ease. Sacrificing Su Bing had been his intention. Now that Su Bing was dead, Lin Mu's sole concern was whether he could survive. Meanwhile, outside this space, Lu Jiang and the other two stood at a certain spot, silently observing the area ahead shrouded in darkness. Within that darkness lay the very space where Lin Mu and his companions were trapped. Lu Jiang showed no urgency to intervene. Since arriving here, he had long been aware of the Su family's presence. Now, the Su family's move did strike Lu Jiang as somewhat unusual. The Su family sent their third elder and two revered elders this time. Lu Jiang remarked indifferently, perhaps my intervention won't even be necessary. Su Shangfeng, though one of the 10 martial saints, was not particularly formidable in his cultivation of breathing techniques or the class he awakened. Particularly the breathing technique he chose leaned heavily toward support, offering little enhancement to his combat prowess. Consequently, within this space, Su Shangfeng suffered a crushing defeat. Chief Officer Lu, are we just going to stand by and watch? One of them asked. MHM. Lu Jiang nodded. This is the capital after all. We only have half an hour to act here. Since the Su family is handling things for us, there's no need for concern. Moreover, your compensation will be paid in full, down to the last penny. Hearing this, one of them laughed heartily. Chief Officer Lu, you're too kind. Lu Jiang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the space ahead. Judging by the time, the matter inside should be concluded by now. Just then, Lu Jiang's body suddenly trembled, and his expression changed abruptly. He abruptly turned his gaze toward a specific spot. The two men beside him seemed to sense something as well, abruptly lifting their heads to gaze at the sky near that patch of space. There, a middle-aged man dressed in casual attire was walking through the air, heading toward the location of the space. How did he get here? Lu Jiang's pupils contracted sharply as he watched the man. That's the 5th Army commander of the Dragon Guardian Army? The two men beside Lu Jiang also recognized the figure. Yes. Lu Jiang nodded. After a moment of shock, confusion filled his mind. The 5th Army commander should have been stationed in Song City. Yet, just days ago, Sang City remained quiet and another commander had been assigned to guard it. This commander should have returned to Lingzhou to resume his post. Yet here he was, unexpectedly appearing in this place. And, in a place like this. Damn it! Lu Jiang clenched his fists tightly, knowing that this man's arrival would surely ruin the Su family's operation. The next moment, however, Lu Jiang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't made a move. The Lu family couldn't afford to draw attention now. If he were targeted, it would spell trouble. Let's go. He's probably already aware of our presence. Lu Jiang said calmly. With this man's abilities, he must have known they were here all along, but he simply couldn't spare the attention for them right now. The other two nodded. Their identities were sensitive. They had come here by concealing their presence. If they were targeted by this commander of the Longyu army, their prospects would be grim. With that, the trio departed immediately. Before the spatial gate, the middle-aged man paused momentarily but did not halt his steps. He merely turned back with interest, gazing in the direction Lu Jiang and the others had departed. The commander of the Imperial Guard, and two individuals of unknown origin. They do bear a striking resemblance to those two fugitives. But never mind. Since there's no conflict, I'll leave you be. The middle-aged man gazed at the black void before him, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Interesting. The Su family truly fears nothing under heaven now. At that moment, within this void, the third elder and the two Su family members were fighting like madmen. Su Shamfeng fought desperately to shield Lin Mu, while the third elder, consumed by murderous intent, held nothing back, even burning his own vital essence to the brink. Su Bing was the pride of the Su family, the very hope for its future resurgence. And now, Su Bing had died right here. With Su Bing's demise, the Su family would inevitably fall behind the other secluded clans. Only by bringing Lin Mu back and thoroughly studying the divine abilities within him could the Su family be restored. But Su Bing was dead. What good would any compensation do now? The third elder of the Su family's eyes burned crimson. Each strike he unleashed carried an unprecedented ferocity. Each strike forced Su Shamfeng to stumble back several paces. Meanwhile, those two were burning their own vital essence, striving to seize a sliver of an opportunity for the third elder to strike down Su Shamfeng. Boom! Su Shamfeng, after all, was not primarily a warrior of slaughter. Under the relentless assault fueled by the two men's burning essence, he finally showed a crack. The third elder, already blinded by bloodlust, thrust his spear forward with explosive force. The milky white aura instantly transformed into pure golden light. That was dominance, the Su family's unique power. One thought, like a dragon. As the third elder's voice echoed, a thunderous dragon's roar erupted. The spear shot forth like a dragon, now seemingly materialized. The golden aura coalesced into a colossal dragon, crashing violently before Su Shamfeng. From that single strike alone, Su Shamfeng spat out a large mouthful of blood, his body crashing heavily to the ground. The towering ancient tree swayed violently, its green radiance fading into a dull glow. Director Su. Witnessing this, Lin Mu's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Just as the third elder prepared to strike Lin Mu down, the space itself was suddenly torn apart by a colossal hand. This unexpected turn of events sent shockwaves through all three of them. Immediately afterward, a cold voice echoed through the air. Gentlemen, this is going too far. Chapter 180, Instant Execution. The space was torn apart by the arrival of the voice's owner, and the beam of moonlight from outside immediately flooded in. With the arrival of the voice's owner, an immense aura of authority instantly enveloped the third elder. The third elder froze, staring intently at the middle-aged man before him, his eyes filled with confusion. But in the next instant, he recognized the newcomer. First, let this old man. Shocked, the third elder hurriedly spoke up, urging the two revered elders of the Su family to stop attacking Lin Mu. Yet the two had already closed in on Lin Mu. At that critical moment, a terrifying force enveloped their bodies. Before they could react, a steel blade pierced through their bodies from the void before them. Put! Amidst a torrent of spilled blood, both men met their end instantly. Northwest Imprint. 270-level martial artists, one even at 78, had fallen so easily at the hands of this middle-aged man. Feeling the pressure lift, Lin Mu was utterly shocked as he turned his gaze toward the attacker. Who is that? Before his eyes stood a middle-aged man dressed in casual attire. His appearance was utterly ordinary, the kind of person who would blend into a crowd without drawing attention. Yet this very man had instantly killed two 70th-level martial artists. Though the immediate danger had passed, Lin Mu felt no sense of relief. For the newcomer's intentions remained unknown, whether good or evil.
Not far away, Su Shangfeng rose from the ground, his pale face now bearing a faint smile as he regarded the newcomer.
Haha, what incredible luck indeed.
Su Shangfeng clutched his chest as the towering ancient tree swayed its branches, scattering soft green light that healed his wounds. At that moment, the third elder also regained his senses.
He finally recognized the man before him. You are the fifth commander of the Dragon Guardian army.
The third elder stared intently at the man before him, his mind already churning with shock. He had never imagined why this commander, who guarded the wasteland, would appear in the capital.
With this man's arrival, the third elder's murderous intent toward Lin Mu instantly diminished considerably.
For no other reason than this, the mere presence of this man had instantly slain two revered elders of his Su family. This alone made it clear, this man had come to rescue Lin Mu. And he himself was powerless to kill him.
Heh, kill? The third elder gave a self-deprecating chuckle. Killing him? Forget it.
If I could even last 10 moves against him, that would be a miracle, and that's assuming I'm a prodigy. As the Imperial Guard protecting the entire Great Xia Empire, every commander of the Dragon Guardian army was an exceptionally formidable presence. Across all the hidden clans, only figures at the level of a clan head could hope to stand against them. Such an existence was far beyond the reach of an 80th level martial artist like him.
Commander Li Xiao, you killed two of my Su family's revered elders, and this youth has slain my young master. Surely you owe my Su family an explanation for this?
The third elder spoke up. Though he knew he couldn't defeat the enemy, the third elder didn't believe justice wasn't on his side. 4 members of the Su family had come to the capital, yet 3 had perished. Even their own young master had fallen victim to such a cruel fate.
This humiliation, the third elder could not swallow.
This was clearly a loss for the Su family, and he would never bow his head. Moreover, hailing from a reclusive clan, he had always held himself in high regard.
What did it matter if the other was the commander of the Fifth Army?
As long as he held the moral high ground, retreat was impossible. At this moment, Lin Mu also learned the identity of the man before him.
So you're the commander of the Dragon Guardian army.
Lin Mu's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao raised an eyebrow and looked at him leisurely. So you're saying your Su family traveled all the way to the capital, used a supreme martial artifact from the outskirts to seal off this space, ambushed our Great Xia's promising young talent and a martial saint. Then your young master died tragically and unjustly, while your family's revered master was slain by me.
And now you demand an explanation from me?
Li Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Beneath that gaze devoid of any killing intent, a hint of danger flickered. At these words, the third elder snapped back to his senses. Cold sweat instantly drenched his entire body. Yes. He had forgotten that he had come here to ambush Lin Mu and Su Shangfeng. This was clearly his Su family's fault. And here he was, trying to turn the tables.
No.
The third elder shook his head. After all, the Su family had made outstanding contributions to the Great Xia. He couldn't possibly be intimidated by the other party like this. Yet, gazing into Li Xiao's piercing eyes, the third elder found himself utterly speechless.
Since you have nothing to say, then listen to me.
Li Xiao chuckled. Lin Mu is one of the most gifted prodigies in our Great Xia.
He is not only valued by Qingbei University but cherished by the entire nation.
Should he die, and the mastermind behind it is uncovered, the punishment will be extermination of 9 generations of his family. Not only that, but your Su family ambushed and killed a fellow clan member in the capital, a top prodigy at that.
That offense counts as 1.
Second, Director Su is the head of one of the top 3 martial arts academies in Great Xia and has made significant contributions to the empire. He is also one of the 10 martial saints of Great Xia.
That counts as the second offense.
As Li Xiao finished speaking, the third elder immediately sensed an unprecedented killing intent.
Lin Mu, you've really hit the jackpot.
Su Shangfeng had appeared beside Lin Mu at some point, his large hand resting on the latter's shoulder.
Ha!
Lin Mu blinked in surprise.
The commander of the 5th Army of the Dragon Guardian Corps is right here. How could you not be lucky?
Su Shangfeng chuckled, a rare smile spreading across his face now that danger had passed.
I suppose so.
Lin Mu looked at Li Xiao ahead. At that moment, Li Xiao had already made his move. Dressed in casual attire, he grabbed his jacket with one hand and yanked it off. The jacket flew through the air, revealing Li Xiao's body clad in pitch-black armor. In the next instant, the ground beneath Li Xiao's feet shook violently. Instantly, his entire body surged forward, charging toward the third elder. His speed was so blindingly fast that the third elder had no time to react.
What?
The third elder's nerves were stretched taut. Facing Li Xiao's attack, he was utterly defenseless. Li Xiao soared skyward, unleashing a punch that erupted like a blinding beam of light. The immense pressure filled the shattered space. The rift Li Xiao had torn open earlier now trembled violently under the impact of his fist, the entire space shattering further. In the next instant, the entire space collapsed. Countless dim starlights were exposed in the sky, and the scenery outside reappeared before the eyes of the few.
Li,
Commander Li, I am the third elder of the Su family. If you kill me, you won't be able to account for it.
Facing imminent death, the third elder's eyes were filled with terror, desperately hoping to trade the Su family's past sacrifices for the great Xia for his own life. But Li Xiao remained silent. The third elder's body was pierced by the blinding light, his blood staining the sky crimson. Chapter 181, Fifth Commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. The third elder was dead. The very fabric of space shattered completely under that strike. Thus, all four who had journeyed from the Su family to the capital perished here. A pitch-black magic cube fell from the center of the sky, clattering to the ground. Li Xiao waved his hand to dispel the bloodstains on his body, then picked up the cube from the ground. Lin Mu and Su Shangfeng stared at the cube in his hand, both speechless. The ultimate treasure, the black box. The Su family obtained it from a certain level 70 secret realm. At the time, the Su family betrayed and killed 3 of their own kin for this object, not deaths stemming from treasure disputes. Li Xiao stated it matter-of-factly, as if recounting an utterly trivial matter. Now, it's yours. Li Xiao tossed the cube toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu caught it hastily. Senior, you're giving it to me just like that? MHM. Li Xiao nodded. It's nothing but a useless trinket. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Lin Mu expressed his gratitude to Li Xiao. Su Shangfeng, standing nearby, also gave a slight bow toward him. No need for such formality, Curator Su. Li Xiao laughed heartily. I came here specifically for Lin Mu. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked in surprise. Several days ago, I received word that the third elder of the Su family had emerged from seclusion and arrived in the capital. Li Xiao remarked calmly, given the Su family's past actions, their emergence never bodes well. That's why I rushed here and took you all down. Thank you. Su Shangfeng said, without Commander Li, our lives would have been in grave danger today. Master Su, there's no need for such formalities. Li Xiao waved his hand dismissively. With Lin Mu's innate talent, the Great Xia Empire will spare no effort to protect him. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. The words spoken by Senior Su had proven true here. Huff. Su Shangfeng remained silent, only exhaling a heavy breath. Commander Li, you wouldn't have come here specifically to protect me, would you? Lin Mu asked. He couldn't shake the feeling that this commander from the Dragon Guardian Army wasn't here solely for her protection. MHM. Li Xiao didn't deceive Lin Mu. His presence here was indeed unexpected. I'm here to bring you back to the Dragon Guardian Army. Li Xiao stated plainly, that person wishes to see you. At these words, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement within her heart. I never imagined I'd meet the commander of the Dragon Guard so soon. Don't get ahead of yourself. Meeting that man won't be so easy. Li Xiao observed Lin Mu's expression and remarked calmly, first, you must pass the assessment. Fine. Lin Mu didn't mind the assessment. Also, the new recruit competition is about to begin. Li Xiao recalled something and added, the competition was moved up by half a month for you. It'll be happening in just a few days. When the time comes, I'll just take you to Lingzhou to make an appearance. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. All right. Lin Mu hadn't forgotten about the freshman competition. But with his current strength, participating in the competition would be nothing more than a formality. With his current prowess, sweeping aside the freshmen of his cohort was no challenge. He could crush them. I'd completely forgotten about that. Su Shangfeng also recalled the freshman competition. Had Commander Li not mentioned it, Su Shangfeng would have completely forgotten about the competition. No, that wasn't quite right. He had completely forgotten that Lin Mu was even a freshman. Who could have imagined that a mere freshman would defeat the Su family's top prodigy? This alone demonstrated just how terrifying Lin Mu's innate talent truly was. Master Su, leave Lin Mu to me from here on out. Li Xiao said. Very well. With Commander Li overseeing him, I can rest assured. Su Shangfeng nodded. Anything else we need to do? Li Xiao looked at Lin Mu and asked. No. Lin Mu shook his head. He had already sold everything, and the Su family members were dead. He was safe now. The most important thing now was to meet the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Li Xiao nodded, then waved his hand. An invisible force lifted Lin Mu off the ground. In the next instant, both figures vanished from their original location. Master Su, until we meet again. Farewell. Su Shangfeng watched them depart. With only 7 days left until the new student competition, Li Xiao sped straight towards Yunzhou with Lin Mu in tow. This year's freshman competition was being held in Yunzhou. All freshmen from across the Great Xia Empire would converge upon Yunzhou for the event. As a member of this cohort, Lin Mu was also required to participate. However, due to his current cultivation level, Li Xiao had already secured him an exemption from participation. Moreover, Lin Mu no longer needed to prove anything. The Great Xia would spare no effort in cultivating him. This is precisely why Lin Mu was brought back to the Lin Yu army. I never imagined this day would come so soon. On the way, Lin Mu sighed softly, his clear eyes reflecting a touch of lucidity. What's so fast? Going to meet the commander at the Dragon Guardian Army? Li Xiao glanced at Lin Mu and asked. MHM. Lin Mu nodded. Well, what can you do? Your talent is simply terrifying. Li Xiao shook his head. But let me give you some advice when it comes to meeting the commander. Slow and steady wins the race. Commander Li, what do you mean by that? Lin Mu looked puzzled. You'll understand when you get there. Li Xiao didn't give a direct answer, instead informing Lin Mu of the requirements for meeting the commander. Old Zhang has already secured your appointment to see the commander. Your purpose for entering Qingbei is clear, coupled with your exceptional talent and the fact that you share the same profession as the commander. Therefore, you should be able to meet the commander smoothly. However, unforeseen circumstances have arisen, so you must undergo a test first. Hearing this, Lin Mu's gaze grew complex. Contingencies. Commander Li's words revealed some truly unknown information. Exactly what these unexpected events entailed, Lin Mu would only learn during the test. After 6 days of travel, the two finally arrived at Lingzhou. The world had undergone a great upheaval, and the territory of the Great Xia Empire had expanded several-fold. The journey from the capital to Yunzhou would take days even by plane. But Li Xiao's formidable power allowed him to carry Lin Mu through the skies. Yunzhou. As the second-ranked province of the Great Xia Empire, Yunzhou was teeming with powerhouses, strong individuals everywhere. Several major reclusive clans had even established their bases within this land. Moreover, within Yunzhou lies the Pinnacle Martial Arts Academy, the Holy Awakening Martial Academy. Li Xiao transported Lin Mu directly to Tsungyun City in Yunzhou. Tomorrow is the new student competition. All you need to do is make an appearance. Li Xiao stated. Got it. Lin Mu took note. After you make your appearance, I'll take you to the assessment. Li Xiao continued, you won't be the only one taking the assessment, so remember to perform well. Do your best to showcase your extraordinary abilities, though you'll definitely get to meet the commander. But some will be looking to see that power that surpasses all worldly demons within you. Chapter 182, The Peerless Genius, Su Yunche. Yunzhou, Sangyun City. Sanyun Compound. Before an exceptionally spacious plaza, it seemed as though a mountain had been cleaved flat with a single stroke, revealing an extraordinarily level expanse of ground. This expanse could easily accommodate tens of thousands. This immense plaza was filled with various sophisticated high-tech instruments. Multiple screens continuously broadcast live footage from every competition stage across the plaza. At the very center of the plaza stood an exceptionally grand arena, surrounded by a dense crowd of spectators. Today marked the commencement of the Freshman Grand Tournament. All participants had already gathered in this square. Newcomers from across the entire Great Xia Empire gathered here to determine who among them was the true prodigy. Such a solemn contest drew countless troops to surround the plaza, sealing it off completely. At each of the 4 cardinal points, powerful figures from the Great Xia government stood guard. Even the vice-chancellors of the major academies are present here. On the southeast side of the plaza, a colossal stone monument stood tall. Radiating brilliant light, its height was visible even from 100 miles away. Those gathered in the square need only look up to see the names etched upon it. At this moment, the names on the stele were constantly shifting. It calculated the rankings of these newcomers. Each shift signified someone had won a contest, earning enough points to leapfrog the previous holder. Yet the top 3 positions remained unshakable. The third place holder was Zhang Fan. His points had pulled far ahead of the top 5, a truly remarkable figure. Zhang Fan hailed from Lingzhou, having secured first place in this year's Lingzhou martial arts examination. The second place contender is Wang Taiqing. Wang Taiqing hails from Nanhai Martial Arts Academy, and his prowess is equally formidable, securing second place. But beyond these two, the top-ranked individual proved the most formidable of all. The top spot belonged to a man named Su Yunche. He was the top martial arts examinee from Yunzhou itself. The points he earned for first place were so overwhelming that even the combined points of the second and third places couldn't challenge his position. Even the 4 prodigies from the capital were thoroughly outclassed by these 3. To the crowd, these 3 unfamiliar faces were a staggering display of talent. Yet amidst their awe, another name inevitably surfaced in their minds. Lin Mu. As a participant in the martial arts examination in the capital, Lin Mu not only defeated 3 prodigies consecutively during the competition. He completed this year's martial arts examination with a score unmatched by anyone in the world. Even Su Yunche, currently ranked first, could not catch up to Lin Mu in martial arts examination points. Lin Mu was truly a peerless prodigy. After all, his fame was truly unparalleled. The scene on the day of the martial arts examination, where countless powerful figures mobilized solely to court Lin Mu, was something certain individuals would never forget for the rest of their lives. Precisely because of this, most of the new students present now held immense anticipation for Lin Mu's current strength. Yet, half a day into the freshman competition, a contest spanning 3 days, Lin Mu's figure had yet to appear. Even Su Yuer from his own school had already made it onto the rankings. Boom! On the highest tier stage at the very center of the plaza, a figure was violently hurled backward by a burst of sword energy. The figure crashed heavily to the ground, though the impact did not inflict severe injury. Falling off the platform meant losing the match. On the platform, a young man clad in blue robes, a long sword slung across his back, stood there. His clear eyes held no emotion, as if he saw nothing and cared for nothing. What? Brother Nyen actually lost? He's too powerful. Brother Nyen is the prodigy of South Sea Martial University. He's only slightly weaker than the four great prodigies. Not just lost, he was instantly defeated. The spectators watching this scene were utterly stunned. This Su Yunche on the stage was simply terrifying. With just one move, he defeated Run Yuanyan of Nanhai Martial Arts University. Such talent was truly terrifying. Everyone present who witnessed his move was profoundly shaken by such power. Su Yunche's gaze held not a shred of emotion. He merely glanced at Ren Yuanyan below the stage before withdrawing his eyes. That gaze, as if appraising a worthless piece of trash, filled Ren Yuanyan with seething fury. Yet he could do nothing about it. Su Yunche, who had defeated Ren Yuanyan with a single move, had never once considered him a worthy opponent. Esteemed seniors, please call forth the next challenger. Su Yunche addressed the vice presidents of several universities seated before him. Next. The vice president of Nanhai Martial Arts University wore a grim expression. This marked the 15th elimination for his university thus far. Meanwhile, this man named Su Yunche had now won 27 consecutive matches. Almost every opponent he faced was defeated with a single strike. This youth's cultivation level has likely reached the 30th tier. Master Zhang from Qingbei University sat among the spectators, his gaze sweeping over Su Yunche with keen interest. Level 30? The remark sent shockwaves through the hearts of the vice presidents from the other universities. You must be joking. It hasn't even been half a year since the martial arts exam ended, and he's managed to raise his cultivation level all the way to the 30th level? The vice-chancellor of Nanhai Martial Arts University spoke up. Did this guy grow up on spiritual elixirs or something? Ha. Master Zhang shook his head with a smile. But that's often how prodigies are. Don't forget, back then, the commander of the Longyu army also achieved a stunning result in the freshman competition, reaching nearly level 30. Back then, we all looked at him with the same kind of eyes we're giving Su Yunche now. Hearing this, someone nodded. Indeed, prodigies like him simply can't be compared to ordinary geniuses. By the way, old Zhang, where's Lin Mu? Just then, someone asked. At this remark, the several vice principals present all turned their gaze toward Master Zhang. This was also a matter of concern to them. Back then, vice presidents from several top martial arts universities had all come to court Lin Mu. Yet now, Lin Mu was conspicuously absent from this freshman competition. I don't know. Master Zhang shook his head. In truth, he had already received word. Lin Mu had been taken away by the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army, and he was no longer required to participate in this freshman competition. Lin Mu had already been taken under the official tutelage of the Great Xia Empire. Seeing Master Zhang remain silent, the others understood he must know why Lin Mu hadn't come. This is disastrous. Su Yunche will likely take direct control of the competition now. The vice-chancellor of Nanhai Martial Arts University remarked. I don't think we need to hold the competition at all. He's already the clear winner. Let's spare the other prodigies the blow to their confidence. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Master Zhang remained silent. Just then, a streak of rosy light sliced through the sky. Immediately after, a voice resonated across the heavens and earth, tinged with the weight of time. Fellow principals, fellow countrymen, I've brought Lin Mu along to go through the motions. Chapter 183, Is This Your Only Hope? The moment the voice sounded, every person in the square heard it with crystal clarity. Countless heads turned upward to witness a streak of light tearing through the sky. Lin Mu? People doubted their own ears. Someone was bringing Lin Mu along for a mere formality? No way, you've got to be kidding. This is the freshman tournament. Bringing Lin Mu along for a token appearance? On one of the battle platforms, Li Zhao, who had just defeated his opponent, couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was the freshman tournament, the most crucial competition to showcase one's abilities. And this powerhouse was merely bringing Lin Mu along for a token appearance? On the other side, Xiaoyi and Yu Longhai were equally stunned by the remark. Not just them, every single freshman present was drawn to the commotion. Lin Mu has arrived? The vice presidents of several major universities looked up. Upon seeing the two figures in the sky, their pupils suddenly contracted. That's Li Xiao, the fifth commander of the Longyu army? The figure beside Li Xiao was someone none of them would fail to recognize. Lin Mu. Master Zhang glanced at the two before withdrawing his gaze. On the stage, Su Yunche stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at Lin Mu in the sky. A faint smile touched his lips. You finally arrived. May I ask, Commander Li, has Lin Mu voluntarily withdrawn from the freshman competition? At that moment, a vice principal from one of the academies spoke up. Just going through the motions. This left everyone present utterly astonished. Was Lin Mu no longer competing for first place? You could say that. Li Xiao nodded, then led Lin Mu away. Upon landing, someone recognized Li Xiao. Whoa, it's the commander of the 5th Army of the Longyu Army. Good heavens, Lin Mu actually has such a formidable figure by his side. Wow, that's seriously impressive. Li Zhao and the others, everyone present who knew Lin Mu, were utterly stunned. The prodigies from the 7 great families who had crossed paths with Lin Mu before, especially Unyielding. Seeing the commander of the 5th army of the Dragon Guardian army standing beside him now, Unyielding felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. This unknown upstart from Sung City had now grown step by step into an existence even more terrifying than her own. How could Unyielding accept this? How could her heart remain calm? Li Xiao chuckled heartily, leading Lin Mu before the presidents of several prestigious universities. Esteemed seniors, I've brought Lin Mu along for the formalities. Lin Mu stood silently beside him. Greetings, Commander Li. All rose to their feet, bowing their hands toward Li Xiao in response. The vice president of Nanhai Martial Arts University furrowed his brow slightly. A formality? Commander Li, does this mean Lin Mu won't be participating in the freshman competition? That is correct. Li Xiao nodded. The competition holds no value for him. There's no need for him to remain here. He has more important matters to attend to. Li Xiao stated. At these words, the vice presidents immediately understood. As for the more important matter he referred to, it must be meeting the commander of the Dragon Guardian army. Very well. The vice principal of Nanhai Martial Arts University asked no further questions. With that person present, whether Lin Mu stayed or left or participated in the freshman competition no longer mattered. MHM. Li Xiao nodded, giving Lin Mu a brief tour of the premises before preparing to depart. Just then, a detached voice drifted from nearby. So you're Lin Mu? Leaving already? Afraid I'll steal your top spot in everyone's eyes? As the voice echoed, several vice presidents immediately perked up. Lin Mu, who had been looking somewhat drowsy, also perked up. The speaker was none other than Su Yunche. Standing atop the stage in a blue robe, a long sword slung across his back, Su Yunche regarded Lin Mu with a distant gaze. His words instantly drew the attention of most present. This was the match worth watching. Those who had long been betting on whether Lin Mu or Su Yunche was the stronger fighter now couldn't wait for Lin Mu to step onto the stage. Several vice principals from the universities also grew intensely curious, eager to see who would emerge victorious. Commander Li, we'll delay a few minutes. Lin Mu said. Go ahead, go ahead. Li Xiao waved dismissively. Ha! Lin Mu yawned, glancing back at Su Yunche. So, you've set your sights on me, haven't you? Lin Mu asked. No. Su Yunche shook his head. You're just that legendary prodigy everyone talks about. I only wanted to test the strength of this prodigy. Hearing this, Lin Mu chuckled. Very well. But since I don't need to participate in the freshman tournament, fighting you would be a waste of my time. At these words, the clear eyes of Su Yunche shifted slightly. His gaze narrowed slightly, tinged with a hint of danger. What did he mean by calling it a waste of time on him? Lin Mu clearly didn't hold him in any regard. It also meant he was overestimating himself. So, are you coming or not? Su Yunche said indifferently, you must choose, leave here clinging to your undeserved fame, or step onto the stage and face me. Naturally, I choose to fight you. Lin Mu leapt up and landed on the stage. Very well. Su Yunche nodded with satisfaction. You will pay the price for your arrogance. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded earnestly. Agreed. At that moment, every screen instantly displayed the image of Lin Mu and Su Yunche on the stage. Countless spectators instinctively dropped whatever they were holding upon seeing the two, even those in the midst of their own matches halting their efforts. This was a clash between two prodigies at the pinnacle of their respective fields. Su Yunche, currently dominating the rankings at number 1, felt an unprecedented pressure even among prodigies. Now, Lin Mu, the one hailed as the ultimate, was facing off against Su Yunche. The anticipation was palpable. Who knows who will win? In my opinion, it's a 50-50 split. Yeah, I'd say it's about 50-50 too. The crowd speculated wildly about who would emerge victorious. On the stage, Su Yunche gripped his sword, a 3-foot blade, as his blue robe billowed without wind. A colossal aura surged from his body. Level 30. When Su Yunche unleashed his aura without restraint, the overwhelming pressure caused countless faces to pale. Level 30. Su Yunche's cultivation level was actually at level 30. Even the vice principals from several prestigious academies, who had anticipated this outcome, were stunned by the spectacle before them. The odds, which had previously been evenly split, now swung decisively in Su Yunche's favor after his cultivation level was revealed. The reason was simple: Su Yunche was a level 30 martial artist. That alone was proof of his terrifying talent. Moreover, could Lin Mu possibly break through to level 30 within less than half a year? Facing Su Yunche at this level, Lin Mu's face bore a faint smile. Level 30. So that's your trump card? Chapter 180 for the True Demon. Under such overwhelming pressure, the emotions of everyone present were anything but calm. Yet on the stage, Lin Mu stood there, his expression unusually calm. The oppressive aura beneath Su Yunche's feet surged layer upon layer, like waves of overwhelming pressure sweeping out in waves. Yet facing him, Lin Mu's heart remained utterly still, not even a ripple stirred within him. Among those present, only two knew the true extent of Lin Mu's power. One was Su Yuer. The other was Lu Yuding. Su Yuer had long been aware of Lin Mu's cultivation realm and the heroic deeds he had accomplished earlier. As a member of the Lu family, Lu Yuding was naturally aware of everything Lin Mu had accomplished during the opening of the new secret realm. Su Yuer paid no heed to Su Yun's provocation. Because if he was only at level 30, he wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Mu. Yes, that's right. Su Yunche nodded. As his cultivation erupted, his eyes blazed with unprecedented confidence and arrogance. At 18, he had reached the 30-level tier solely through his terrifying natural talent. Moreover, his cultivation was entirely genuine, no shortcuts taken. Su Yunche knew that the young master of the Su family was also a martial artist in his 30s, but how could someone who had elevated their cultivation through excessive consumption of spiritual medicines compare to him? As for Lin Mu before him, while his natural talent was terrifying, his cultivation level absolutely could not reach level 30. Lin Mu, today your title as a prodigy shall change hands. With that, Su Yunche stepped forward and thrust his sword forward. To these newcomers who hadn't even reached level 20, Su Yunche's speed and strength were nothing short of unprecedented. The gale force winds that surged forth with his first strike alone sent stinging pain across everyone's faces. What cultivation level is Lin Mu at now? The Vice-Chancellor of South Sea Martial Arts University scrutinized Lin Mu from head to toe. He probably isn't too weak. One vice president remarked. About right. As Lin Mu's principal, Master Zhang remained silent, merely observing the two on stage with keen interest. He knew Lin Mu's capabilities well, so against Su Yunche, Lin Mu could essentially crush him. 3, 2, 1. Lin Mu began the countdown. The moment the word fell, Su Yunche's figure instantly materialized before him. The long sword in his hands swept with a colossal sword aura. Though the blade itself had yet to arrive, the piercing sword energy that tore through the air had already reached Lin Mu's eyes. Su Yunche's eyes, brimming with arrogance, met Lin Mu's gaze. The next second, Lin Mu moved. Boom! A thunderous roar, as if splitting the heavens, erupted across the arena. The entire platform shook violently. Such a tremendous sound caused the eardrums of most low-tier martial artists present to ache. On the stage, Su Yunche's previously confident expression instantly twisted. A crimson bolt of lightning crashed down from the center between them, instantly shredding the oncoming sword chi into dust. Immediately after, Lin Mu unleashed a punch. The crimson lightning surged boundlessly, striking Su Yunche's chest in an instant. Boom! The lightning exploded outward like a spiderweb, radiating in all directions as cracks began to spread. Such a terrifying blow sent Su Yunche spitting blood, his ears momentarily deafened. Thud! The next second, Su Yunche lost his balance entirely, flying backward with tremendous force and crashing out of the ring with a thud. This sudden, dramatic reversal left the entire arena deathly silent. In an instant, the entire plaza fell silent. Staring at the scene on the screen, everyone remained frozen in shock for an extended moment. Su Yunche, the top-ranked freshman with a cultivation level of 30, had been instantly defeated by Lin Mu with a single punch. With a single punch. Lin Mu had been on stage for less than a minute when his battle with Su Yunche ended so abruptly. Damn impressive. Li Zhao silently gave Lin Mu a thumbs up. Once he'd been furious that Lin Mu had defeated Su Yuer, but now his heart held nothing but admiration for him. Too strong. Yu Longhai sighed. Why did the gap between him and this guy feel like it was growing wider and wider? Swish. In an instant, all eyes in the arena converged on the man in casual attire. Lin Mu had once again proven his formidable strength. Those who had harbored doubts about him now dismissed such thoughts outright. Possessing such a realm of power was beyond their place to discuss. After defeating Su Yunche, Lin Mu glanced at the time. Good. Only 2 minutes. From the moment he stepped onto the stage to his trash talk, it had taken just 2 minutes. Let's go. Li Xiao remained largely unfazed by the spectacle unfolding before him, merely urging them onward. All right. Lin Mu nodded and walked over to Li Xiao's side. The reaction of those present was one of utter shock. Lin Mu had never taken this contest seriously from the start. Even after defeating Su Yunche, his heart remained utterly unmoved. Below the stage, Su Yunche clutched his chest as he struggled to rise from the ground. The intense pain radiating from his chest was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. He never imagined Lin Mu's cultivation level could be so terrifying. That single strike earlier could only be unleashed by a martial artist at least at the 35th level. Not only that, but that single strike alone had laid bare the chasm between them. Su Yunche's face darkened, his spirit crushed. After defeating him, Lin Mu walked away as if nothing had happened, utterly unaffected. How could he possibly accept this? Damn bastard. Su Yunche cursed inwardly. God damn it. The vice president of Nanhai Martial Arts University was on the verge of losing his mind. Failing to recruit Lin Mu earlier, and now seeing him so powerful, he regretted it bitterly. The vice presidents of the other top martial arts universities felt the same way. Only Master Zhang wore a broad smile. Haha, no need to panic, everyone. When the time comes, Qingbei University will take good care of you all. At these words, Master Zhang immediately earned several rolling eyes. Ha ha ha. Master Zhang was in an exceptionally good mood. If he were to recount Lin Mu's exploits, these fellows would finally grasp just how terrifyingly formidable Lin Mu truly was. Even before the freshman grand competition, he had already participated in the senior secret realm opening. Now that he was here again, it was nothing short of fishing in troubled waters. Lin Mu departed this place, following Li Xiao toward the assessment grounds. On the stone tablet, the name that had once occupied the top spot was now pushed down to second place. The top spot now belonged to Lin Mu. The top spot on the stele might be overtaken by pursuers vying for points. But the truly terrifying Lin Mu had become the strongest new recruit in all of Great Xia. Chapter 185, Xian Grade Military Camp. Yan Province. Li Xiao led Lin Mu out of Yunzhou and arrived in Yanzhou. From Li Xiao, Lin Mu learned that the assessment he was to take would be held in Yan Prefecture. The headquarters of the Dragon Guardian Army resided in Yan Prefecture, though the commander-in-chief himself was not present. However, once Lin Mu completed the assessment, the commander would likely return around that time. As for where the commander had gone, Lin Mu chose not to pry. A powerhouse of that caliber few in this world could pose a threat to him. You won't be the only one taking this assessment, Li Xiao remarked. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked. Not just me? Yes. Li Xiao nodded. This assessment isn't solely for you. Simply put, this assessment is to calibrate the new recruits within the Longyu army, and your assessment includes additional components. I see. Lin Mu understood and nodded. I look forward to seeing how you perform. Li Xiao chuckled, his cloudy gaze sweeping over the distant mountains. When we arrive, remember to keep a low profile. Got it. Lin Mu chuckled. With Lin Mu's current strength, these new recruits probably wouldn't stand a chance against him. As an outsider, Lin Mu knew these young men, brimming with youthful vigor, would inevitably make their moves. Then, Lin Mu would show them what it means that beyond every person lies another, and beyond every sky lies another sky. Lin Mu, I recall from your file that you brought back a woman from Sung City, correct? Li Xiao suddenly recalled something and asked. MHM. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. That woman, her background isn't exactly straightforward. Li Xiao remarked. Is that so? Lin Mu blinked. Ever since he left Sung City, even Senior Su had mentioned it. Yet now, he hadn't been targeted by that faction. This significantly lessened the sense of threat he had felt toward them. But now, with the commander of the 5th Army of the Dragon Guardian Army bringing it up, Lin Mu's expression turned serious. Yes. Li Xiao hummed in acknowledgement. The family behind that woman is incredibly powerful. If you have any intentions, you'd best make your plans early. Hearing this, Lin Mu remained silent. Alright, let's not dwell on this. Li Xiao patted Lin Mu's shoulder. With your strength, plus the backing of Great Xia, so-called families are nothing to you. Commander Li, am I to remain here indefinitely? Lin Mu asked. Not necessarily, Li Xiao shook his head. Your horizons should be vast. Staying here indefinitely won't serve you well. If we only provide you with cultivation resources without exposing you to the outside world, you won't grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. All right. He couldn't deny the truth in those words. Only through trials could one truly grow. And that was precisely what Lin Mu desired. Ultimately, he would have to confront everything the outside world held. We're here. After flying for roughly half an hour, the two arrived amidst the mountain ranges. Nestled within these mountains were numerous camouflaged structures, scattered throughout every corner of the range. The Longyu Army's Xian Grade Military Camp. In the sky, an invisible glow enveloped the entire landscape, occasionally emitting faint wisps of energy. Li Xiao produced a specially crafted token and waved it gently toward the surroundings. In the next instant, a gap opened and Li Xiao led Lin Mu inside. Commander Li has returned. It's Commander Li. The sight of Li Xiao's figure sent waves of excited murmurs rippling through the military camp. Li Xiao led Lin Mu into a large building. Commander Li. Several men in military uniforms inside the building stood up and saluted him upon seeing Li Xiao's return. Yes, I've brought the person. Li Xiao nodded, his tone matter of fact. This is Lin Mu. They've waited long enough. It's time to begin the assessment. So this is young brother Lin Mu? A middle-aged man descended the stairs, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mu from head to toe. So Minister Xiao is here as well. Seeing the newcomer, Li Xiao smiled. Commander Li, it's been ages. You haven't changed a bit. The middle-aged man smiled faintly before saying, since you've brought young friend Lin Mu, let's begin. They've been waiting impatiently for quite some time. Li Xiao nodded at the words. Alright, I'll have someone escort him over immediately. Go ahead. Someone will explain the rules to you. Understood. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Then, a designated attendant approached and stood before Lin Mu. Young friend Lin Mu, please follow me. Lin Mu followed the attendant out of the building. Watching Lin Mu's departing figure, the middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back, remarking indifferently, Commander Li, this young man does bear a striking resemblance to Commander Lin. Ha, Minister Xiao, great minds think alike. Li Xiao laughed heartily. The more I look at him, the more he resembles Commander Lin. Do you think this Lin Mu might be Commander Lin's long-lost? The middle-aged man suddenly ventured. Before he could finish, Li Xiao cut him off. Minister Xiao, the commander is only in his 30s now, while this Lin Mu is already 18. Li Xiao replied, but both share the Lin surname and both are rankless martial artists who've awakened red-tier qualities. Based on that alone, this boy is highly likely connected to Commander Lin. Hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded. I agree. If he shares even a drop of blood with Commander Lin, this young man's path will be greatly widened. I'm not so sure. Li Xiao remarked coolly, we both know the current state of affairs in Great Xia. On the surface, everything appears normal. But the Tsang City incident revealed far too much. Commander Li, have you made contact with that man? The middle-aged man turned his gaze toward him. I have, Li Xiao replied. He's exceptionally powerful, but there are too many suspicious aspects about him. That kind of force. Enough. This isn't the place to discuss it. The middle-aged man signaled with his eyes those who understood. Let's talk about Lin Mu instead. Li Xiao shifted his focus, a faint smile playing on his lips. Minister Xiao, do you think any of the new recruits could be a match for Lin Mu? Commander Li, do you truly underestimate my Xian grade barracks? The middle-aged man shot Li Xiao a disapproving look. What kind of question was that? Lin Mu's cultivation level was capped at level 30, and his assessments were conducted within that range. The only difference was the additional supplementary assessments added for him. These new recruits, however, had trained for a full 2 years, and their cultivation levels were all well over level 30. For Lin Mu, a new recruit who had only been enrolled for less than half a year, reaching level 30 was already quite impressive. What did he mean, whether his recruits could be a match for Lin Mu? Commander Li, let me be blunt. The middle-aged man protested, these recruits of mine are the cream of the crop. They've been preparing for this assessment for ages. If it weren't for Lin Mu delaying things by a month. Now they're probably seething with pent-up frustration, just waiting to take it out on Lin Mu. Chapter 186, the assessment begins. On the western edge of the military camp, a relatively remote area from the center. The military off-road vehicle drove for a full half hour before finally stopping at the foot of an even larger mountain range. Young friend Lin Mu, the assessment site lies ahead. The man stepped out of the vehicle and addressed Lin Mu. All the rules for this assessment will be explained to you by the instructors there. Follow me. Alright, thank you. Lin Mu offered his thanks. The man then led Lin Mu over. Staying put, Lin Mu looked up and saw several tents scattered at the foot of the mountain. He then walked over. This assessment really has me excited. Lin Mu arrived at the tents. At that moment, on the open ground, 10 individuals clad in military uniforms stood there, young men and women whose appearances betrayed their youth. Before them, a man who looked like an instructor stood as straight as a pine tree. Finally, as if hearing the approaching footsteps, the man turned his stern face, his gaze settling on Lin Mu as he made his way toward them. Reporting to Instructor Long, new recruit Lin Mu has arrived at the designated location. The man saluted Long Yu with a military salute. Long Yu returned the salute. Then, the man addressed Lin Mu, young friend Lin Mu, from here on out, it's up to you. Understood. Thank you for your assistance. Let's go. As the man departed, Long Yu glanced at Lin Mu and said, Lin Mu, join the team first. Lin Mu wasn't from a military background, so Long Yu didn't demand much of him, his tone remaining perfectly normal. Lin Mu stepped into the ranks of the 10-man squad. The moment Lin Mu arrived, the gazes of all 10 men suddenly fell upon him. This was the guy they'd been waiting for a whole month? He didn't seem particularly impressive. Compared to the unique aura emanating from the 10 men, Lin Mu stood out like a sore thumb within the group. But Lin Mu paid it no mind. Alright, now that everyone is here, I'll begin. Long Yu stated calmly, this assessment requires you to enter the mountain range ahead and survive for 15 days deep within it. For those 15 days, you'll rely entirely on yourselves. Whoever emerges from the mountains after 15 days passes. Each of you will receive a device shortly. This device is designed to ensure your personal safety. However, once activated, it signifies you forfeited this assessment opportunity and will be deemed to have failed. Upon hearing this, all 10 nodded in understanding. Additionally, lurking within these mountains is a demon beast no weaker than a level 38 martial artist. This serves as an additional task. Should any of you slay it and bring back its core, your military points will increase by 10. The moment Long Yu finished speaking, nearly every member of the 10-person team lost their composure. 10 military points? Though none spoke, their expressions betrayed intense excitement. Lin Mu, standing nearby, didn't know what military points were used for, but judging by the expressions on these people's faces, he knew they were hard to come by. That concludes the assessment requirements. Long Yu stated calmly, additionally, Lin Mu, your supplementary assessment task is to locate an ancient site within this mountain range. And record its exact location. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Understood. This additional assessment task caught Lin Mu off guard. He had anticipated something far more challenging, but now it seemed merely a matter of locating an ancient structure. Though the abyss had descended upon this world, relics from the previous dynasty still lingered within its lands. However, due to the expansion of Blue Star's territory, these ancient sites had been pushed deeper into the heart of the Great Xia Empire. Alright, that covers everything regarding the assessment. Long Yu looked at the 10 individuals and nodded. During the assessment period, you may attack freely. Remember, you may injure others, but do not strike too heavily. What you will face in the future are demonic beasts, the abyss, and the rebellion of the human race. Not your fellow comrades, nor your fellow combatants. Yes. As Long Yu's voice faded, the 10 men roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. Very well. Now, once you enter the mountain range, the trial begins. Long Yu nodded. The trial had officially begun. The 10 men wore military uniforms, each carrying their weapons on their backs. None of them wore storage rings or similar items. Lin Mu, however, traveled light, still wearing the same casual clothes he hadn't changed out of. At the entrance to the mountain range, a stone stele stood before the gateway. The monument appeared ancient, weathered by time and elements, radiating an undeniable sense of age even at a glance. Mount Tai. The two characters were carved into the stone. Though ancient, Lin Mu could still recognize the characters inscribed there. This place probably isn't much different from Mount Tai in my past life, right? Lin Mu murmured softly as he gazed at the mountain range ahead. Then, Lin Mu stepped into Mount Tai. This mountain range stretched vast and wide, standing as the only intact mountain chain within the borders of the Great Xia that had not been eroded by the abyss nor transformed into a wasteland. Yet within its depths, demonic beasts still bred, and at Mount Tai's very heart, a powerful demonic beast guarded the inner sanctum. The 10 individuals followed one after another, none straying from the group. Yet, upon entering Mount Tai, their gazes inevitably fell upon Lin Mu. Then, almost involuntarily, they encircled him. Seeing them block his path, Lin Mu halted his steps, smiling as he addressed the group. Gentlemen, is there something you need? Nothing. One shook his head, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu with a hint of hostility. It's you who made us wait a whole month. And made us waste a month trying to earn military points. Hearing this, Lin Mu spread his hands helplessly. That's not my problem. Then I apologize to you all. Then, Lin Mu bent down and bowed his apology to the 10 men. Witnessing this, one of them chuckled. You sure know how to bend and stretch. But I hear you're the exception to this assessment. You're here to see the commander too, right? Yes. Lin Mu nodded. There's one more thing you probably don't know. Suddenly, one man narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Lin Mu. Lin Mu, ? Minister Xiao mentioned earlier that whoever defeats you will be granted an audience with the commander alongside you. The man stated. At these words, 9 distinct auras surged forth from this location. Seeing the 9 figures before him, Lin Mu felt a surge of anticipation. A faint glow emanated from the storage ring on his finger. Should they dare to make a move, Lin Mu would draw his weapon without hesitation. Just then, the only woman who hadn't released any aura spoke slowly. Alright, let's enter the depths of the mountain range first and discuss it there. At her words, the other 9 immediately retracted their readiness to act. Seeing this, Lin Mu realized that this woman held no small status among the 10. Chapter 187, I am not Nan Tong. Within Mount Tai, ancient trees stood lush and vibrant, towering giants rising from the earth. Lin Mu felt as if he had stepped into an ancient world. The trees here were so thick that several people could barely encircle them, and some colossal ancient trees were so massive that even a dozen people couldn't wrap their arms around them. Their roots, as thick as several people, spread across the ground. Casually drawing a sword, Lin Mu severed a root blocking his path before continuing onward. The spiritual energy within Mount Tai is remarkably abundant. Feeling the spiritual energy permeating this realm, Lin Mu couldn't help but be astonished. No wonder spiritual treasures grow in places like this. Lin Mu now understood, it was only in such wild, spirit energy-rich lands that spiritual treasures could come into being. Lin Mu continued deeper into Mount Tai. He looked up to see the sun setting in the west, its last rays bathing the entire mountain in a golden glow. He had been trekking for half a day, yet judging by the distance covered, he likely hadn't even approached the mountain's depths. Lin Mu made no attempt to rest, pressing onward even as night fell. The other 10 individuals, upon entering Mount Tai, also rushed forward at full speed, and they had all split up. This, of course, was at the woman's suggestion. They had received word earlier, defeat Lin Mu, and they would be granted an audience with the commander. The condition, however, was that it must be 1-on-1, not 10 against 1. Moreover, Minister Zhao's intent was not for the 10 to take turns wearing Lin Mu down, but to prevail through their own skill. Lin Mu's qualifications to meet the commander speak for themselves. Therefore, all 10 men were eager to locate Lin Mu as soon as possible. As for their actions upon entering Mount Tai, they were merely intended to intimidate Lin Mu. As soldiers, though young, they would never disobey Minister Zhao's orders. Instead, they all sought to defeat Lin Mu through their own strength. I wonder where Lin Mu is now. All 10 of them were now murmuring about Lin Mu's whereabouts. Mount Tai was vast, it would take them at least 2 days to reach its heartland. The deepest parts, at least, were beyond the reach of martial artists of their caliber. Though Instructor Long Yu had instructed them to venture deep into Mount Tai, his true intent was merely for them to remain within its central region for 15 days.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
Lin Mu stood atop the mountain peak, gazing at the sea of clouds before him. Through the white haze, he could make out distant mountain peaks standing tall within the clouds.
That was the deeper part of Mount Tai. From his current position, reaching there would take at least another 2 days. Surely we're not going there,
Lin Mu murmured to himself. Along the way, he had encountered several demon beasts. By the time he reached this mountain, third-tier demon beasts had already begun to appear. If he ventured further, the beasts he encountered would likely be far more powerful than third-tier ones. Though Lin Mu wasn't afraid, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off about the instructor's words. He had an advantage, but those 10 others didn't.
If they encountered fourth-tier beasts, wouldn't they be eliminated outright? Never mind. It's none of my concern.
Lin Mu shook his head. Surviving 15 days here wasn't difficult. His main goal was still to find that ancient site. Reaching the mountain's base, Lin Mu raised his hand, palm facing forward.
Come out. At his command, several dark shadows shot up from the ground, instantly transforming into the forms of demonic beasts.
The demonic beasts stood rooted to the spot, their menacing expressions radiating a murderous aura that permeated the entire area.
Yet these beasts showed Lin Mu the utmost reverence.
These beasts were all obtained by Lin Mu from the secret realm.
He was not alone. Go!
All of you, enter the depths of this mountain range. Lin Mu commanded telepathically. Instantly, the swarm of beasts scattered in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the hundreds of beasts vanished without a trace before Lin Mu's eyes. These beasts could share their vision with Lin Mu, so he needn't worry about missing any intelligence. Afterward, Lin Mu waited patiently. His plan was simple: stay here for 1 day, then set out again at night to venture deeper. Then he would send the beasts to search for traces of the ancient ruins.
And so on. Until he found the ruins.
As time passed, noon soon arrived. Lin Mu leaned leisurely against a large tree, surrounded by the corpses of several demon beasts.
He was quite content with his leisurely pace.
Within the level 30 range, Lin Mu was unmatched. Among the beasts here, scarcely any posed a threat to him. Just then, a cold gleam streaked toward him from the distance. Sensing the danger, a flash of alertness flared in Lin Mu's eyes. In the next instant, he vanished from his original position.
Boom! The tree wasn't so fortunate, it exploded instantly, sending splinters flying everywhere. You dodged pretty fast.
A youthful voice echoed from within the woods. Lin Mu stood where he was, gazing at the woods with a hint of surprise in his eyes.
Just you?
A young man emerged from the darkness. A belt of blades encircled his waist, and he gripped a dagger in his hand.
One of me is more than enough to handle you.
The young man said indifferently, you can choose to surrender.
But you'll need to leave some bruises on your face.
Hearing this, Lin Mu chuckled.
Seems you're quite confident in yourself. My name is Lu Bai, the young man stated coolly.
With that introduction complete, he suddenly struck.
Lu Bai ran a hand over the blade at his waist, then flung it violently toward Lin Mu. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 3 seconds.
Lin Mu saw a flash of white hurtling toward him, carrying immense force at such speed that the naked eye couldn't discern its form. But Lin Mu didn't dodge.
He stood his ground and unleashed a punch. Boom! Roar!
Lin Mu's fist blazed with searing white light. A thunderous tiger's roar echoed through the forest as an ethereal tiger's head materialized, shattering the incoming flying knife.
The tiger's roar reverberated, sending countless leaves flying. Lu Bai narrowed his eyes, seemingly prepared for this, completely unaffected by the roar.
In the next instant, Lu Bai's body flickered as he charged toward Lin Mu. Seeing Lu Bai unaffected by the roar, Lin Mu found himself intrigued. Truly, a soldier's training surpassed the talents of those academy students by a wide margin.
This alone was enough to reveal the gulf between them.
Lin Mu dodged Lu Bai's attacks relentlessly as the two engaged in a clash of pure martial arts. Gradually, a hint of fatigue and surprise crept into Lu Bai's once confident eyes.
In a pure physical contest, he couldn't defeat Lin Mu.
Lu Bai knew all too well that the man before him was truly formidable.
It's over.
Just then, Lin Mu's voice rang out beside him.
Lu Bai froze.
The next instant, a crimson flash erupted before his eyes as a colossal force exploded in his vision.
It was lightning, crimson lightning that sent him flying backward. Chapter 188 Strength. Thud.
Lu Bai's body slammed heavily into a tree, pain radiating from every part of his body.
The ancient tree snapped under the impact.
Lu Bai slowly rose from the ground, clutching his chest as he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Mu ahead. His clear eyes reflected Lin Mu's current form. Lin Mu was enveloped in crimson lightning, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, radiating an overwhelming aura of dominance. The moment Lu Bai rose, a bolt of lightning roared toward him. Every hair on Lu Bai's body stood on end. Like a startled cat, he dared not linger where he stood. Boom! He crashed to the ground beside him, while the spot where he had stood moments before was now a shattered tree trunk, splinters flying everywhere. Lu Bai looked up, his gaze toward Lin Mu now filled with shock and utter disbelief. Such powerful lightning techniques? This guy. I lost. Lu Bai sighed softly. Seeing this, Lin Mu also stopped. The crimson lightning dissipated, and Lin Mu returned to his original appearance. This looks better. Lu Bai breathed a sigh of relief. Alright, just lie still. Lin Mu walked over to Lu Bai's side, gently patted his shoulder, and then began to grope him freely. This made Lu Bai's face turn deathly pale in an instant. Hey, hey, hey! I'm a man, not a male tree. Lin Mu ignored him. After searching fruitlessly for a while, he stopped. Seeing Lin Mu pause, Lu Bai kept his eyes fixed on him, not daring to relax for a second. Are you kidding me? Is he going to pull my pants down next? What a bore. Finding nothing of value, Lin Mu shook his head in disappointment. Seeing Lin Mu's dejected expression, Lu Bai suddenly felt a pang of disappointment. Disappointed? That. I'm a man. Lin Mu, you're not trying to find something valuable on me, are you? Lu Bai quickly caught on and asked. Yeah, why else would I bother with you? Lin Mu nodded. Lu Bai nearly choked on his own blood from anger. Just tell me the password already. After searching in vain, Lin Mu couldn't be bothered to engage with him anymore. We're soldiers. Who carries a storage ring with them when they go out? Lu Bai retorted. He feared the other brothers might face the same treatment. Alright then. Lin Mu sighed in resignation. Next time he encountered someone like this, he wouldn't do it again. After defeating Lu Bai, Lin Mu's victory favors the brave win streak climbed from 44 to 45 victories. After emerging from the new secret realm, he hadn't claimed his reward, saving it until now. Too bad only defeating martial artists or demon beasts of the same tier increases the win count. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Otherwise, his victory favors the brave streak would have easily surpassed 100 victories by now. As for golden soul and core virtue, those did increase. Lin Mu's physique was now terrifying. Not only could Lu Bai's flying daggers not harm him, but even if 10 of them attacked together, they'd be powerless against him. You really are strong. Which top martial arts academy's third-year student are you? Lu Bai leaned against the half-broken tree trunk and asked. He was curious about Lin Mu's background. Ever since they first learned of him, all they knew was that he was a university student participating in the assessment to meet the commander. A freshman at Qingbei University this year. Lin Mu replied before turning and walking away. So he's a freshman, eh? Ha? Lu Bai chuckled, but once Lin Mu had walked far away, he suddenly snapped back to reality. A freshman at Qingbei University? That's a damn freshman. Lu Bai felt like the sky had fallen. After leaving this place, Lin Mu headed south without delay. Because his demon beast had been slaughtered. Bang! Before a stretch of flat land, a man with a bushy beard crushed the jackal's skull with a single punch. The jackal exploded into blackness the instant it died. Witnessing this, the man immediately grew alert. Not a demon beast? Could it be someone from the demon cult infiltrated? What kind of dark magic is this? As a new recruit in the Xian Grade Barracks, the man had been aware of the malevolent forces within Blue Star since his arrival. The evil god group was precisely such a malevolent force. And now, this bizarre method bears a striking resemblance to their modus operandi. Without hesitation, the man activated the device in his hand to summon Instructor Longyu. But just then, a faint voice drifted from nearby. Hey, you killed my guy. How are you gonna make it up to me? Hearing the voice, the man whipped his head around. From the bushes nearby, a sword first extended outward, then severed the foliage. Lin Mu's figure emerged from within. Lin Mu? Recognizing Lin Mu, the man froze for a moment before recalling the other's earlier words. You mean, this demon beast is yours? The man's eyes widened. That's right, divine power. Lin Mu nodded, then extended his hand. A blood-bee queen over a meter in size appeared before them. Swirls of black mist coiled around it, and in the next instant, it transformed into its true form. Witnessing this, the man's tense expression slowly relaxed. Since it was Lin Mu's divine power, there was nothing to worry about. Lin Mu had passed layer upon layer of scrutiny to reach this place. His identity was undoubtedly beyond reproach. Unless there was a problem within the Great Xia itself. You killed my brother. Now I'm going to knock you down. Lin Mu said indifferently. Poof. If you truly have the strength, then go ahead. The man nodded. Without another word, the man lunged at Lin Mu. His fists were clad in specially crafted knuckle dusters, a faint glow dancing across their surfaces. The man unleashed a punch toward Lin Mu, its overwhelming force generating layers of gale force winds that slammed into Lin Mu's body. Lin Mu stood rooted to the spot, seemingly unfazed, allowing the blow to strike him. Seeing Lin Mu unmoving, the man frowned, yet still pulled back his power the instant he made contact. Had that punch truly landed on his chest, Lin Mu would have been either dead or gravely injured. Boom! The fist, reinforced by knuckle dusters, slammed into Lin Mu's chest. Ha! Lin Mu froze in surprise. Why had the force been held back? How could this be? Seeing Lin Mu standing before him completely unharmed, the man was utterly dumbfounded. Even if he'd held back, even if Lin Mu was wearing armor, this punch shouldn't have left him completely unmoved. Was this guy made of iron? Hit me harder. Lin Mu shot him a withering look. Since I'm letting you stand and fight, why not just go all out? The moment those words left his lips, the man instantly understood. You're provoking me, aren't you? The man suddenly tensed, his left arm drawn back like a bowstring. Terrifying power surged within him, layers of radiant light gathering like arrows poised to burst forth. In the next instant, the man's fist slammed down. The overwhelming pressure crushed the bushes behind Lin Mu, and the brutal force slammed into him. Boom! The ground beneath Lin Mu's feet cracked layer by layer, yet he remained unscathed. Chapter 189, Ancient Ruins Revealed. What? The man was stunned. That punch had struck Lin Mu, yet left not a single wound? Staring at the cracked earth, the man was certain his punch had been delivered with full force. But now, seeing Lin Mu standing perfectly unharmed, he found himself questioning his own punch for the first time. How could this be? A hint of disappointment flickered in the man's eyes. Lin Mu reached out and patted the other man's shoulder. It's called the golden bell cover and iron shirt technique. You're fine. Try harder next time. You can definitely hurt me. The moment those words left his mouth, the man's expression darkened visibly. This is the fragmented history recorded in the annals of the Han Dynasty, the golden bell cover and iron shirt technique of the Buddhist sect? The man stared intently at Lin Mu, utterly shocked. He didn't believe Lin Mu was deceiving him. After all, history had been thoroughly researched, and even today, martial artists with such incredibly formidable physical bodies existed. Indeed, his own physique was formidable. Yet, it fell far short of Lin Mu's utterly unfathomable level. Watching the man wilt, Lin Mu shook his head helplessly. It's okay, don't lose heart. The next instant, Lin Mu's fist slammed into the man's chest. Boom! The sheer force of the blow sent white foam spilling from the man's mouth, his back torn open by the impact. The next instant, the man's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground. After dealing with the man, Lin Mu clapped his hands. His eyes, which had been glowing with a white light, regained their usual depth. He really is a body-tempering martial artist. Through his clear vision, Lin Mu saw the man's formidable physique. In the martial era, practitioners who cultivated their physical bodies were indeed rare. Even though vital energy replaced spiritual energy, the latter still continuously nourished and strengthened their bodies. It was like cultivating both the physical body and magical arts simultaneously. Only martial artists who cultivated their physical bodies in this manner could make their bodies stronger than those of martial artists at the same level. Otherwise, Lin Mu wouldn't have been able to deliver that single punch to his opponent. Having dealt with the opponent, Lin Mu had avenged the jackal. 10 opponents. 2 down now. Lin Mu paid little heed to this challenge from the 10 men. He closed his eyes, quietly sensing the intelligence his demonic beasts brought him. Mysterious runes? The advantage of having multiple eyes became apparent at that moment. Lin Mu opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Finally, he had discovered something. Lin Mu immediately set off for the location. Somewhere on Mount Tai, at the foot of a mountain in the east, a stone stele stood upright. A figure landed before the stele, scrutinizing the runes etched upon its surface. It was an ancient symbol, not belonging to any known era's script. Instead, it resembled some kind of talismanic inscription, its purpose unknown. Lin Mu looked up. The area around the stele was extremely open and empty. On either side of the stele, an inexplicable dotted line seemed to envelop the area, resembling some sort of barrier. Press onward into the depths. Lin Mu made his decision immediately, venturing deeper into Mount Tai. As Lin Mu stepped into the stone tablet's domain, a stone tablet at a Xian-grade military camp at least dozens of kilometers away immediately stirred with unusual activity. Inside the specially constructed facility, Long Yu, seated before a computer, perked up instantly. Lin Mu has entered? Long Yu stared at the stone monument before him. The once dull slab now radiated a 7-colored aura. The other workers in the facility all rose to their feet, gazing at this scene imbued with divine power. This guy. Is he really as commanderly described? Long Yu murmured under his breath. Data streamed continuously across the computer screen. Red, pulsating lines undulated like an electrocardiogram, rising and falling in constant waves. Instructor Long, the energy contained within this stone tablet is immense. A staff member spoke urgently. First, analyze what kind of energy this is. Long Yu suppressed his excitement. Once Lin Mu makes contact with the ancient site, transmit the coordinates back. A fragment of shattered history is finally about to be unveiled. Lin Mu remained unaware of everything unfolding within the Xian Grade Barracks. He was still deep within Mount Tai. After an unknown duration, the world shifted, light turned to darkness, darkness to light. This cycle repeated itself, and in the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. On the 5th day of his journey into the mountain's depths, Lin Mu halted his steps. Before him stood an immense ancient hall. This ancient hall connected to the mountain behind it, its massive bronze doors tightly shut. Yet before this ancient hall, there was not a single blade of grass. This must be the ancient site. Lin Mu murmured to himself, then meticulously recorded every detail of the journey he had taken. Recording how he had arrived here was not difficult. Lin Mu had no intention of entering such ruins. He pulled out his phone, opened the map, saved his current coordinates, and departed. After his departure, deep within Mount Tai, a pair of beastly eyes slowly opened. The entire shadowy mountain range suddenly brightened. All beasts fell instantly silent, daring not to make a sound. Lin Mu, who had already stepped outside this area, suddenly sensed something and couldn't help but turn back. Nothing met his eyes. Strange. Lin Mu glanced briefly before withdrawing his gaze and heading toward the exit of Mount Tai. His journey had taken 4 days. Calculating the time since his entry, now was precisely the moment to depart. As time passed, the group of 10 deep within Mount Tai had dwindled to 8, minus the 2 eliminated by Lin Mu. Now, all 8 were growing impatient. For several consecutive days, they had found no trace of Lin Mu. Instead, all 8 had learned of Lin Mu's formidable strength from Lu Bai and that man. Moreover, they had uncovered a shocking secret. That Lin Mu was merely a freshman in his first year of university. Upon hearing this news, the 8 men instantly lost their composure. With Lin Mu's level of power, how could he possibly be a freshman? Who the hell would believe that? It had only been half a year since the martial arts exam ended. To climb over 20 ranks in just half a year? Impossible. How the hell did Lin Mu climb the ranks so fast? Some in the group were utterly shocked. It was simply beyond comprehension. Martial artists breaking through the 10th level all go through such a phase. It's actually quite easy to explain. The woman leading the group remarked calmly. Though the news of climbing 30 levels in half a year was indeed shocking. But it wasn't unheard of in the entire Great Xia Empire. Wasn't the current commander-in-chief such a person? Another prodigy on par with the commander-in-chief. One person shook their head, seemingly seeing the commander's figure reflected in Lin Mu. Just as the group discussed Lin Mu, a figure approached from the distant horizon. Chapter 190, United Against Him. Now, only 3 days remained until the assessment. If Lin Mu still hasn't shown up by tomorrow, they'll have to head back. By then, forget defeating Lin Mu, they wouldn't even get the chance to face him, let alone earn an audience with the commander. Sister Yun, you're the only one among us who stands a chance against Lin Mu. One of the 10 spoke up. Lu Bai and the man with the bushy beard had already fought Lin Mu and shared all the information they'd gathered with each other. The leader, Chu Muyun, heard their reports on Lin Mu and furrowed her delicate brows. Unmatched reflexes, mastery of potent thunder techniques, and his physical prowess is at least 10 times greater than ASU's. At the very least, he took ASU's punch and emerged unscathed. Merely uttering these 2 sentences was enough to make the other 6 feel a sense of pressure. Any one of these traits, if possessed by any of them, would make them a prodigy at the military district competition. And now, all these qualities were embodied in a single individual. It could be said that Lin Mu was a perfect prodigy, utterly flawless. The pressure is immense. Chu Muyun rubbed her temples. Meeting the commander was a dream she had long cherished. Yet now, this opportunity lay right before her. Chu Muyun was determined to seize it at any cost. Just as Chu Muyun was pondering her strategy, a calm voice sounded beside her. Hey there, everyone's here. All 10 heads snapped up, their pupils contracting as they fixed their gaze on the newcomer. The newcomer was none other than Lin Mu. Lin Mu approached them with a smile on his face. Facing these 10 men from the Xian grade military camp, his expression showed no trace of tension, only utter ease. This confidence stemmed from his own formidable strength. Lin Mu, since you're here, let's skip the small talk. One of the 10 abruptly rose and charged straight at Lin Mu. The others froze momentarily before suddenly grasping the attacker's intent. Lu Muyun watched it all unfold, drawing a deep breath. They were buying her time. One after another, they attacked to deplete Lin Mu's spiritual energy. Lin Mu's physical body was formidable, but his spiritual energy would eventually be depleted. As the attacker charged toward him, Lin Mu immediately raised his fist. Boom! His fist tightened, and crimson lightning instantly coalesced around him. A thunderclap split the clear sky, its roar reverberating through the air. Lin Mu unleashed his punch, and the crimson lightning erupted violently. Before the opponent could even close in, he was sent reeling backward by the single blow. Sword, come! The figure growled, summoning a spirit sword that rose from its body. It instantly transformed into streaks of white light, hurtling straight toward Lin Mu. Lin Mu remained unhurried, taking a single step forward as the thunderous light around him descended with terrifying force, spreading out 3 meters wide. Within that 3-meter radius, it became a forbidden zone. No attack could penetrate its reach. The man's face twisted into a grim expression. Lin Mu's strength was truly terrifying. But he had achieved his goal. I concede. The man lowered his sword and conceded defeat without hesitation. Hearing this, Lin Mu grinned, his eyes narrowing as he turned to the others. What? Are you trying to wear me down with a round-robin battle? Hearing Lin Mu's words, the expressions of the others who were about to attack immediately changed. Realizing they'd been seen through, they dropped all pretense. That's right, Lin Mu. That's exactly what we intended to do. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Fine. Since that's the case, the rest of you can come at me together. At this declaration, the surprise on their faces instantly turned to fury. Did Lin Mu truly look down on them? Among the 9 of them, even the weakest possessed a cultivation level of 33. Their leader, Chu Muyun, was a 37th level martial artist. Among all the new recruits in the entire Xian grade military camp, these 9 possessed the most extraordinary talent. Across the entire Great Xia, they were considered absolute prodigies. Yet Lin Mu now intends to challenge all 9 of them alone? Lin Mu, let's be clear, Instructor Long instructed us to face you one-on-one. As the moment approached, one of them spoke up, if you lose, please don't go reporting to Instructor Long. The reason the 9 hadn't attacked yet was because of what Minister Xiao had told them earlier. If they truly ganged up on him and Lin Mu lost, going to complain would spell disaster. I won't. Lin Mu shook his head. Rest assured on that point. Since I proposed this, it proves I have the ability to handle all 9 of you. The moment those words left his mouth, the 9 men could no longer contain themselves. Even though Lu Bai and the man with the bushy beard had once been defeated by Lin Mu. But now, Lin Mu was just showing off too much. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the crimson lightning swirling around Lin Mu. In the next instant, his body vanished from its original spot, transforming into a crimson beam of light that surged toward the 9 opponents. As Lin Mu made his move, the other 9 immediately drew their martial treasures to meet him. Having trained in the same military camp, the 9 possessed an exceptionally high level of coordination. But Lin Mu's strength was far beyond what the 9 could ever fathom. Never mind speed, even in raw strength alone, not even the level 37 Chu Muyun could match Lin Mu. Not to mention, Lin Mu was further bolstered by various buffs. Social anxiety triggered, maximizing boost. Heaven, Earth, and Man's favor activated. Other traits like critical damage and nuclear level already possessed inherent boosts, yet none had been triggered. Even so, Lin Mu's power had reached an unprecedented height. Invincible within level 30, this was no empty boast. Lin Mu unleashed a punch, crimson lightning surging in and out. With each breath, the terrifying force generated instantly knocked back the 3 attackers. The remaining 6 immediately closed in, exploiting the opening to charge straight at Lin Mu. But Lin Mu's speed was beyond compare. His clear eyes gradually turned white and the movements of the 6 became painfully slow. Within the transparent world, dealing with these opponents became utterly simple for Lin Mu. With all these enhancements, Lin Mu could almost achieve unharmed combat. Dodging one attacker's strike, Lin Mu unleashed another palm strike without even drawing his martial treasure. The palm struck, sending the opponent crashing backward, smashing into and shattering an ancient tree. In less than a minute, one of the 9 had been rendered combat inactive. Lu Muyun watched as the combined efforts of all 9 of them proved insufficient to withstand a single strike from Lin Mu, the shock in her eyes deepening. Gripping her gun, Lu Muyun spun it around, its jet black blade dancing with light before lunging forward in a deadly thrust. Lin Mu shifted his body to the side, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Then, lightning erupted. Boom! A thunderous crack shook the heavens and made the earth tremble. Lin Mu transformed into a thunder god, repelling Lu Muyun with a single palm strike before charging toward the others. This wasn't a brawl, it was a one-sided slaughter by Lin Mu. Chapter 191, The End. If you don't understand, ask, how could 10 people fighting one person lose? No, wait, how could they possibly win? Scarlet lightning surged across the land. Though the area wasn't vast, the sheer terror and power it unleashed were utterly terrifying. Overwhelming energy pulsed through the area within hundreds of meters. All 10 individuals within this zone sensed an immense, looming danger. At the heart of this minefield, Lin Mu stood alone, unarmed, yet unleashed a force that subjected all 10 men to an unprecedented pressure. After just a few exchanges, the gap between the 10 men and Lin Mu was starkly evident. Now, the 10 were no longer engaging him one-on-one, instead, they had launched a full-scale assault. Originally, they believed that 10 martial artists in their 30s would have a clear advantage against Lin Mu. But now, they were staring into despair. Lin Mu's strength far exceeded their wildest expectations. Is he even human? Lu Bai stood rooted to the spot, his eyes drained of all light. After 2 encounters, this second clash had revealed Lin Mu's true power. What a joke. 10 of them attacking together couldn't even breach Lin Mu's defenses. What the hell kind of epic gap was this? The light had long since faded from the eyes of all 10 men. From the moment they launched their combined attack, their fate was sealed. They were no match for Lin Mu. Even if they had defeated Lin Mu, it would have been nothing more than venting their pent-up frustration. But now, after 10 of them had attacked, they still hadn't managed to put Lin Mu on the defensive. That was the real crushing blow. Thunder light swirled around Lin Mu's body. A faint smile played on his handsome face. Ganging up on me, huh? Tell me, isn't this ganging up? So what if it is? Someone answered defiantly. Fine. Lin Mu nodded. Remember your answer. The others fell silent, paying little heed. The situation at hand left them no room for further thought. 10 men attacking together could only give their all. As the leader of the group, Chu Muyun's expression darkened noticeably. Despite their combined assault, not a single one of them had managed to inflict any injury on Lin Mu. Such a vast disparity was unimaginable, coming from someone whose cultivation realm was not significantly different from theirs. This was hard for Chu Muyun to accept. They couldn't even beat a single opponent of comparable cultivation level in a group attack. Ha! Hearing Lin Mu's words snapped Chu Muyun out of his daze. What did he mean by that? Was Lin Mu planning to snitch? Among the 10, the man with the bushy beard, the one who had killed one of Lin Mu's beasts, suddenly felt a bad premonition. That bastard. The man with the bushy beard fixed his gaze intently on Lin Mu. You village brats think I'm too old and weak to fight back? Well, I'm not putting up with your nonsense anymore. Lin Mu looked at the 10 men and suddenly barked, "Stand up." As the 3 words fell, countless black mists instantly reflected within the thunderous sea. The 10 men stared fixedly at the dark mist. After a brief moment of distraction, the countless wisps of black mist transformed into one demon beast after another. This sight sent shockwaves of terror crashing through their minds. Holy? Lu Bai blurted out a curse. What the hell is this code? Among the 100 or more demonic beasts, no fewer than 20 radiated the aura of mid-tier 3rd stage power. Several others had even reached the late 3rd tier level. Everything was here: beasts swimming in the water, flying in the sky, and running on the ground. Before the demon beasts, Lin Mu stood like a general about to lead his troops into battle, pointing at the 10 men. Gang up on them for me. Roar! As Lin Mu's words fell, the jackals at his side erupted in a chorus of beastly howls. Following that, the demonic beasts behind Lin Mu charged toward the 10 men in unison. This scene resembled a miniature beast tide, leaving the 10 men utterly bewildered. What the hell kind of trick is this? I knew it. The man with the bushy beard charged forward first. Wu, did you know he had this ability? Someone asked. The demon beast I killed earlier was one of them. The man with the bushy beard replied. Hearing this, others who had encountered Lin Mu's beasts also snapped back to reality. I remember now, I've seen this beast before too. Just who is this Lin Mu to possess such methods? As the 10 men were stunned, they also moved in unison. Chu Muyun's face darkened. This was merely one of Lin Mu's tactics. Even without resorting to such tactics, they were no match for Lin Mu alone. Defeat in this battle was inevitable. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu's demon beast army was slaughtered to the last. But while the demon beast army was dead, the 10 men, however, had reached their absolute limit. Facing such overwhelming numbers of beasts, this was the absolute limit of what they could achieve. Nevertheless, achieving this level of performance already surpassed most martial artists at the same cultivation stage. The 10 barely managed to stay on their feet. Chu Muyun, the leader, lifted his head to look at Lin Mu. His clear eyes held none of the earlier fighting spirit. Facing this youth 3 years his junior, Lin Mu remained profoundly unfathomable. Shall we continue? Lin Mu stood silently in place, his face devoid of much expression. Fight? The 10 men looked at Lin Mu and shook their heads in unison. Who the hell would fight him? At his words, the surrounding lightning dissipated, and Lin Mu returned to his previous state. Phew! Lu Bai exhaled heavily, collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud. 10 people fighting a near miniature beast tide? That completely drained their spiritual energy dry. Even a first-tier demon beast arriving now could tear them apart effortlessly. Too terrifying. That's not human at all. Lu Bai shook his head, muttering under his breath. The others wore expressions of anguish. What level of opponent were they actually facing? Lin Mu paid them no mind, departing Mount Tai without delay. In this battle, Lin Mu had sustained almost no injuries. In the blink of an eye, the 15 days on Mount Tai had passed. Early on the 15th day, at the entrance to the Xian Grade Barracks, Long Yu stood before the boundary marker in his military uniform. Hands clasped behind his back, he stood ramrod straight, sunglasses on, waiting for Lin Mu. At his side, Minister Xiao and Li Xiao were also waiting. Minister Xiao, you wouldn't have these 10 men ganging up on Lin Mu, would you? Seeing that the 15 days had passed without anyone emerging, Li Xiao couldn't help but ask. Of course not, Commander Li. You know military orders are absolute. I explicitly told them not to gang up on him. Minister Xiao shot Li Xiao a disapproving look. Besides, this is an audience with the Commander-in-Chief. Would they really gang up on Lin Mu just so one of them could see the commander? That's true. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Just then, a figure emerged from the outskirts of Mount Tai, walking toward the faint glow of dawn. This person was none other than Lin Mu. Chapter 192, Hurry Up and Leave. It's Lin Mu. As expected. Li Xiao crossed his arms, observing Lin Mu as he approached. The news held no surprise for him. Minister Xiao, hands clasped behind his back, merely glanced at Lin Mu before withdrawing his gaze. Not bad. Long Yu glanced at Lin Mu, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Instructor Long, Commander Li, and this elder whose name I don't know. Lin Mu addressed each of the 3 in turn, offering his greetings. Well done. Long Yu said, we've pinpointed the coordinates. Congratulations on successfully completing the side mission. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Lin Mu's eyes, but he said nothing more. Lin Mu, tell me, did you encounter anyone else in there? Li Xiao inquired. Yes, I did. Lin Mu replied. One-on-one? Li Xiao pressed, glancing sideways at Director Xiao beside him. This earned him a disapproving glance from Minister Xiao. Pretty much. We went one-on-one. Lin Mu nodded, replying with great earnestness. Upon hearing this, Li Xiao instinctively turned to look at Minister Xiao. What's going on? Minister Xiao immediately came over to Lin Mu's side. There was one-on-one training. Lin Mu blinked, unconcerned that he had said anything wrong. He was simply telling the truth. Instantly, Minister Xiao and Long Yu beside him seemed to grasp something. The two exchanged glances, both eyes carrying a hint of confusion. Not one-on-one, then? Was it two-on-one? Minister Xiao asked again. Not exactly. Lin Mu shook his head. Li Xiao stood beside them, smiling as he looked at Lin Mu. Then. Now, the confusion in Minister Xiao's eyes deepened. If it wasn't one-on-one nor two-on-one, then how come Lin Mu wasn't injured at all? Moreover, he was the first to emerge. 10 against 1. Lin Mu stated. At those words, Minister Xiao and Long Yu's expressions changed instantly. 10 against 1? Li Xiao, who had been smiling nearby, immediately lost his composure upon hearing this. What? 10 prodigies from the Xian grade barracks against a single Lin Mu? Minister Xiao, you owe me an explanation for this. Li Xiao's expression turned serious as he looked at Director Xiao. This. Commander Li, please don't be angry. I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Minister Xiao said, his face now tinged with a hint of stern anger. Beside him, Long Yu's expression had already soured. He had explicitly told them not to attack together as a group of 10. One-on-one. But now look at this mess, all 10 of them are going up against Lin Mu. Wait. Suddenly, something occurred to Long Yu, and his gaze instinctively shifted toward Lin Mu. The Lin Mu before him stood unscathed, as if nothing had happened. How could this be possible? Wait, if 10 of them are attacking you alone, then you. Minister Xiao also realized this and was about to ask when. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures, supporting each other, were walking toward them. Swish! This instantly captured the attention of Long Yu, Li Xiao, and Minister Xiao. The three looked over together, failing to recognize the figures at first glance. But upon closer inspection, these 10 were none other than the prodigies from his Xian grade military camp. Originally, all 10 had entered Mount Tai intact. Now, their clothes were torn in large patches and their bodies bore wounds of varying sizes. Supporting each other, they staggered toward them, barely recognizable as human. It looked as if they had been stranded in the wilderness of Mount Tai, struggling to survive. Seeing their state, Long Yu immediately directed those around him to assist the 10 back to safety. This. Li Xiao was stunned. Not just him, Minister Xiao and Long Yu were equally dumbfounded. These 10 individuals were all too familiar to them. They were prodigies from the Xian grade military camp, geniuses who would stand out even among the elite students of the top universities. Yet now, all 10 were in such a pitiful state. They quickly approached the group. Lifting their heads, Lu Bai and the others looked at Lin Mu with lingering fear in their eyes. Seeing this, Minister Xiao and Long Yu instantly understood what had transpired. Whoa! Long Yu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Minister Zhao's face, which had been dark with anger, turned pale. Li Xiao was rendered speechless. Though he wasn't stationed at the Xian grade military camp, he was well aware of the immense value these 10 individuals held. Especially the woman at their head, Chu Muyun. She was the legitimate daughter of the Chu family from Lingzhou's Great Sea City and widely acknowledged as the prodigy of the century within the clan. Her combat prowess surpassed even the top prodigies from the major martial arts universities. Lin Mu, you didn't put all 10 of them in this sorry state, did you? Li Xiao suddenly remembered something and abruptly turned to stare at Lin Mu. Even as he spoke, disbelief lingered in his heart. But seeing the looks the others shot at Lin Mu, he instantly understood. Monster. After a long moment, those two words finally burst from Li Xiao's lips. He truly was a monster. Even a level 40 martial artist wouldn't dare claim they could beat these 10 men so thoroughly. Let alone a mere level 36 martial artist like Lin Mu. No wonder he was granted an audience with the commander. Minister Xiao sighed softly. Commander Li, you should take him away immediately. Minister Xiao was already starting to shoo him away. Alright, I'll take him away immediately. Li Xiao knew too well that Lin Mu couldn't be left here any longer. This Xian grade military camp is counting on these 10 men for the upcoming military competition. Now Lin Mu has nearly shattered their resolve right from the start. Then Minister Xiao would come looking for trouble with him. Well, I'm off then. Lin Mu waved goodbye to the 10. These 10 were his lucky stars. His victory favors the brave ability gained 10 additional victories. Nuclear virtue also gained 10 points of strength from these 10 individuals. His golden soul gained a 100% physical enhancement. Originally, it could only be increased by fighting opponents of the same tier, but now he had directly gained 10 points from these 10 individuals. Li Xiao dared not let Lin Mu linger here a moment longer. He grabbed the other man and pulled him away immediately. Commander Li, it's time to see the commander-in-chief, isn't it? Lin Mu inquired. Of course. Li Xiao nodded, the shock in his eyes lingering long after. Lin Mu was simply terrifying. But upon further reflection, the fact that he could detect the ancient ruins dispelled that thought. The Great Era is approaching. Li Xiao sighed softly. We're heading to the East Sea. The commander is currently there resisting the enemy. Li Xiao remarked along the way. Shouldn't we wait for the commander to return? Lin Mu asked. No need. Li Xiao shook his head. With your talent, it's best you meet the commander as soon as possible. All right. Lin Mu nodded. At least he'd get to meet the commander. Once you meet the commander, if the fighting over there hasn't ceased yet, you might just get to witness what combat at the pinnacle of this world truly looks like. Lin Mu's eyes burned with intensity. I'm truly looking forward to it. Chapter 193, The Commander, Lin Yan. Great Xia, East Sea. Before them stretched an endless expanse of ocean. Beyond the ocean lay a vast continent, with not a single ship sailing the waters. A streak of dawn light sliced through the heavens, descending upon this realm. There stood Lin Mu and Li Xiao. Before this azure expanse of water, stone walls stood erected upon the land. This ancient wall stood dozens of meters tall, its very structure radiating an aura of timelessness. It hinted that this fortification, stretching inland along the coastline, had stood for at least 1,000 years. Shanhaiguan? Lin Mu gazed at the walls, the words slipping from his lips. Correct. Li Xiao nodded. This is Shanhaiguan. What you see before you is the great wall of mountains and rivers, built by our ancestors with their very flesh and blood. Li Xiao's weathered face bore no trace of a smile, only solemnity and reverence. Lin Mu was speechless. He couldn't discern anything special about this mountain river Great Wall, but one thing was certain, it was definitely not like the high-speed rail fortifications of the inland regions. The commander is beyond this mountain river Great Wall. Let's go. Li Xiao withdrew his gaze and said. Commander Li, you mentioned the commander-in-chief anticipates a battle, yet why did nothing happen as we crossed the East Sea? Lin Mu asked after they entered the mountain river Great Wall. Could it be that the danger lies within the mountain river Great Wall? You call this crossing the East Sea? Li Xiao shot Lin Mu a disapproving look. That was River's Daxia territory. The East Sea lies on the other side. Li Xiao pointed toward the opposite direction. At the far end where the Great Wall stretched out, a vast expanse of azure sea suddenly came into view. Raging waves churned upon its surface, while the sky above was shrouded in pitch-black thunderclouds. The distance between the two stretched at least 100 li, yet even from afar, Lin Mu felt an immense pressure wash over him with just a single glance. What level of domain is this? After roughly an hour, the two finally arrived at an urban district. The city wasn't large, but its technology was cutting edge. Eastern Naval District. Upon entering the East Naval District, Li Xiao guided Lin Mu down from the sky. This Eastern Naval District is arguably the strongest military region in all of Great Xia. Even a powerhouse of Li Xiao's caliber was forbidden from flying within its borders. The Eastern Naval District wasn't particularly large, yet most of those entering or leaving, even the researchers stationed here, were martial artists. Along the way, Lin Mu was astonished. Martial artists were literally everywhere here. And the majority were martial artists at least at the 30th level or above. Is the commander stationed here? Surveying the entire Eastern Naval District, Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He was about to meet the commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. To say he wasn't excited would be a lie. Throughout his journey, Lin Mu had heard countless tales about the Dragon Guardian Army's commander. Everyone spoke of this commander as if he were the greatest being in existence. It seemed as though this commander truly possessed power that transcended heaven and earth. Deep within the Eastern Naval District, in an administrative building. The building itself wasn't large, only 4 stories tall, not even as big as the treasure chamber at Qingbei University. Yet this building was precisely their destination. Outside the administrative building, 2 men in military uniforms stood guard at the entrance. Commander Li. Both men saluted Li Xiao. MHM. Li Xiao gave them a slight nod in acknowledgement before stating, I've brought the person. Understood, Commander Li. One of them nodded, then turned his gaze to Lin Mu. Young brother Lin Mu, please come with us. The commander has been waiting for you for quite some time. Hearing this, Lin Mu blinked, giving it little thought before following the man inside. As for Li Xiao, he remained at the doorway. Go ahead, Lin Mu. I'll wait for you here. Li Xiao said. All right. Inside the administration building, Lin Mu felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of meeting the legendary commander. This legendary figure was not someone just anyone could meet. Lin Mu couldn't help but feel a bit surprised at the ordinary-looking administrative building. Such a legendary figure actually resided here. Simply put, it lacked prestige. At the innermost room of the administrative building, the two came to a halt before the door. Young brother Lin Mu, the commander is waiting for you inside. One of them said. I just walk right in? Lin Mu asked in a low voice. Yes. The man nodded. All right. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement, then reached out to knock on the door. From inside came a weathered voice, just come in. Hearing this, Lin Mu hesitated no longer and pushed the door open to walk inside. What met his eyes was still an extremely ordinary office. The man seated at the desk, however, was somewhat different from what Lin Mu had imagined. The legendary commander of the Long Yu army wore casual attire, appearing to be only in his early 30s. His jet black hair fell neatly above his eyebrows, giving him an exceptionally sharp and clean-cut look. Yet this appearance was vastly different from the image of the commander that had formed in Lin Mu's mind. Lin Mu never expected the commander of the Long Yu army to be so young. Yet one thing was undeniably significant. Even as the commander stood there, his aura subdued, Lin Mu could feel immense pressure emanating from the depths of his being. It was the suppression born of his cultivation realm and aura that even a powerful being, though consciously restrained, could not help but radiate, enough to crush the weak beneath its weight. What? Think I'm too young? The commander of the Dragon Guardian army chuckled, showing no airs whatsoever. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yen. Like you, I'm an unranked martial artist. Lin Yen. Lin Mu committed the name to memory. Commander Lin, my name is Lin Mu. I've known your name for quite some time. Lin Yen said, upon meeting me, do you feel a sense of familiarity? At these words, Lin Mu blinked in surprise. Commander Lin, you wouldn't be suggesting I'm your long-lost younger brother, would you? And since our Lin family is powerful, the oldest clan in all of Great Xia, controlling half of its peak tier strength. And today, I've come so you can reveal all this to me, guiding me to the pinnacle, right? Looking at Lin Mu, Lin Yen said nothing. He merely extended his hand and waved it in front of Lin Mu's eyes. You're not drunk, are you? Commander Li flew you here, right? Surely there weren't any sobriety checks en route. Lin Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Joking aside, this was his first meeting with the commander. How could he possibly feel familiar with him? If anything felt familiar, it was probably their shared profession. Otherwise, could it be because they both shared the surname Lin, hinting at some distant bloodline connection? Lin Yen knew Lin Mu was joking and didn't take it to heart. Standing before Lin Mu with his hands behind his back, he spoke slowly. I know why you're here. I also have matters to discuss with you. Chapter 194, Commander of 100 Soldiers. Before the floor-to-ceiling windows, the administrative building itself wasn't large, only 4 stories tall. Yet Lin Yan's imposing figure loomed like a mountain across the space. This isn't the place for a chat. Come on, I'll take you somewhere better. Lin Yan paused, then suddenly grabbed Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu froze, still processing the movement when both figures transformed into streaks of light, vanishing from the spot in an instant. Li Xiao, standing before the administrative building, slowly raised his head. As if sensing something, the corners of his mouth curled upward. The commander really does love doing things differently. After an unknown span of time, their bodies reappeared before a vast expanse of ocean. Lin Mu shook his head. Beneath his feet stood the very foundation of the Great Wall of mountains and rivers. And stretching out before them lay the East Sea. That thunder pool lay over 100 li away, a truly magnificent sight to behold. Lin Mu admired the thunderous sea before him from such close proximity. The commander of the Dragon Guardian army stood beside Lin Mu. Lin Mu, you and I are both rankless martial masters, and both represent the pinnacle of this profession. Lin Yan spoke slowly, I know what you wish to ask. Your cultivation has now reached the 36th level. It can be said that your talent is unmatched throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. No one else possesses such extraordinary aptitude. At these words, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. He hadn't expected his cultivation level to be so easily discerned by the other party. Wait. Lin Mu froze. What did that mean? The entire Great Xia? Could it be that there had been another genius before him, one with talent even more terrifying than his own? The title unranked martial artist holds its place as the strongest profession recorded in the world today for good reason. Lin Yan continued, ignoring Lin Mu's astonishment. I'm sure you've noticed that every 10 levels we ascend brings a new ability. Unlike other professions of the same tier, which merely upgrade their inherent abilities. Yes. Lin Mu nodded. This is the difference between professions. Lin Yan looked at him, his slightly cloudy eyes seeming to hold swirling starry rivers, an extraordinary sight. Besides you and me, there is another martial artist in Great Xia who shares our profession. His name is Chu Xiulan. He is the current head of the Chu family in the Great Sea City and ranks among the top 3 martial saints in the Great Xia. The path he has chosen is different from both yours and mine. Now, you two have chosen the path of the master of 100 weapons, haven't you? As he spoke, Lin Yan spread his palm. Over a dozen different weapons coalesced in his hand, each transforming into a form no larger than a thumb. This represents the number of weapons I currently command. Lin Mu examined them closely, astonishment filling his heart. He himself had only mastered 3 weapons thus far. Lin Mu, the number of weapons one masters isn't about quantity, but mastery. Lin Yan remarked calmly, I've been cultivating for a long time, but your situation is different. I do have some experience to share with you, practical knowledge, no less. At these words, Lin Mu immediately perked up. For a weaponless martial artist, it's not about the number of weapons you master, but the level of mastery you achieve with each one. You may not grasp this now, but once you reach level 70, you'll understand. I urge you to reduce the number of weapons you master as much as possible. Then, for each weapon you choose, master it thoroughly. Lin Yan spoke each word deliberately. As for the other abilities of this profession, I'll demonstrate them for you. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Thank you for your guidance, Commander Lin. No trouble at all. Lin Yan shook his head. We both bear the surname Lin and share the same origins. If I hadn't chosen not to pursue it further, we might very well be blood relatives. At this remark, Lin Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. He was indeed an orphan, but this kind of plot twist was a bit too far-fetched. Then Commander Lin, why not just take me in now? Lin Mu suggested. No thanks. Lin Yan laughed heartily before refusing with a straight face. Back to the matter at hand. Lin Yan's gaze pierced through the air toward the Thunder Sea. Lin Mu, do you believe that gods exist in this world? I suppose so. Lin Mu didn't know how to respond and could only say that. Let's set that aside for now. I'll ask you this, if one day you discovered that all this was forged by two unstoppable forces, what would you do? Lin Yan suddenly asked. I would shatter it all. After a brief silence, Lin Mu answered. What was this? He was a local native, suddenly attacked by two advanced civilizations. Yet it was precisely their emergence that had caused all this to happen. Lin Mu had gained power, and naturally, he intended to protect everything. That was his original intention. If things unfolded as Lin Yan suggested, then Lin Mu would be the one to shatter the status quo. Because he has a cheat. All right. Hearing this reply, Lin Yan's face remained expressionless as he nodded silently. Boom! A deafening thunderclap erupted from the sea of lightning, as colossal bolts rolled down from the thunderclouds like a raging beast, crashing into the ocean. The thunderclap shattered both men's thoughts. Lin Mu, there are many things in this world you do not understand. Lin Yan said indifferently, just like the various things you've encountered. This is not the last time we meet. Today, what I can teach you is something only you, as a martial artist without a title, can truly grasp. I hope it proves beneficial to you. With that, Lin Yan suddenly pressed his hand onto Lin Mu's shoulder. Lin Mu froze, and in the next instant, a radiance surged from around him, forming a protective barrier. Then, Lin Yan's body abruptly vanished from his original position, heading straight toward the Sea of Thunder. Lin Mu, what I speak of, you may not grasp. But you possess the ability to perceive the world with clarity. In a moment, I will disperse my chi and blood. Use your ability to perceive the world to observe how I wield the power you currently possess. Lin Yan's voice carried clearly from the distance, reaching Lin Mu's ears. Hearing this, Lin Mu hurriedly looked up. He saw the commander of the Dragon Guardian army had just departed from the mountain river Great Wall. In that instant, his body erupted with an unprecedented blazing white light. He seemed to transform into a sun itself, a colossal yuan wheel manifesting behind him. Over a dozen weapons appeared etched upon the wheel, slowly rotating like engraved seals. The terrifying pressure descended like mountains crushing the entire East Sea. Everything outside the mountain river Great Wall felt its weight. The sea's surface boiled. Even the terrifying Thunder Sea seemed somewhat out of place against the backdrop of this commander of the Dragon Guardian army. Lin Mu immediately activated World Perception, revealing the opponent's energy patterns. Lin Yan's body resembled a sun, his vital energy vast and boundless, as if containing hundreds of nuclear bombs within. At that very moment, a low growl erupted from within the thunderous sea. Lin Yan, you obstruct my path to becoming the ruler of 10,000 ages. Today, I shall slay you. Bring it on. Chapter 195, Transforming into a Weapon. Over the East Sea, at least 100 miles from this location. An unprecedented battle commenced. A burst of light erupted, stretching across the horizon and instantly transforming into a 10,000 zhang long sword beam. Terrifying sword energy swirled throughout the heavens and earth, causing the seawater to boil. Lin Yan formed a sword with his hand, fingers pressed together. He raised his arm high, then brought it crashing down. The 10,000 zhang sword beam, carrying terrifying might, crashed down upon that stretch of sea. A colossal demon emerged before them. Its body stood 100 zhang tall, standing unmoving within the sea, with the thunderous sea directly overhead. Roar! The demon roared, extending its palm and unleashing a devastating strike forward. Wherever it struck, countless bolts of lightning coiled together into a colossal dragon, stretching 10,000 zhang in length, crashing into the sword beam. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, waves thousands of feet high surged across the sea surface. The immense force pierced through, causing the entire mountain river Great Wall to tremble slightly. Simultaneously, the mountain river Great Wall beneath Lin Mu's feet emitted countless rays of light, forming a protective barrier that blocked the strike. Gazing at the 1,000-foot-high tidal wave, Lin Mu's eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Was this what combat between powerhouses of this caliber looked like? Even a single breath was beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Lin Mu hadn't witnessed truly grand spectacles, but he had seen battles at the martial saint level before. Yet the battles of martial saints paled in comparison to the combat unfolding before him, led by the commander of the Dragon Guardian army. The gap between the two was simply too vast. Battlefield reporter activated. Host is participating in Blue Star's ultimate conflict. Cultivation speed increased by 1000%. The system's voice suddenly rang out, startling Lin Mu. The next second, his expression brightened with delight. A full 1000% increase in cultivation speed that was more than a tenfold boost. The instant the skill activated, Lin Mu felt his current level 36 cultivation begin to shift. Countless streams of spiritual energy poured into his dantian, ceaselessly converging toward that core. At that moment, Lin Mu's dantian felt like it had transformed into a turbocharger. Despite this immense boost to his cultivation speed, Lin Mu did not rush to cultivate. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on Lin Yan's figure. The commander of the Dragon Guardian army had instructed him to observe Lin Yan wielding his powerless martial artist abilities during combat. Given this opportunity to enhance his strength, Lin Mu naturally needed no further prompting. Mastering the abilities of his own profession was far more crucial than advancing his cultivation realm. Even if one piled up cultivation levels, without sufficient combat prowess, it would be utterly useless. Take this very battle as an example. Lin Mu was confident that if he had persistently spent resources to elevate his cultivation to Lin Yan's level, he likely wouldn't stand a chance against Lin Yan. On the sea surface, a milky white radiance emanated around Lin Yan, the first ability of an unranked martial artist, commander of 100 weapons. The white light enveloping him far surpassed Lin Mu's in intensity. Moreover, this light was far purer. Lin Mu stared intently at every bone and joint in Lin Yan's body, trying to discern some clue, but he could see nothing. Master of 100 weapons increases one's strength and speed through relentless combat. Lin Mu murmured to himself, but Commander Lin has only just begun the battle and has already achieved such an enhancement. It likely relates to the profound mastery of weapons he speaks of. Behind Lin Yan, his yuan will bore over a dozen types of weapons. Now, they radiated an unparalleled white radiance, contributing significantly to his enhanced power. Lin Yan, you possess remarkable talent. Why not join us and help forge this realm together? The great demon roared, his voice booming. The two emanated distinctly contrasting auras, one commanding a sea of black thunder, the other wielding the pinnacle of white radiance. Both represented the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Lin Yan stood suspended in the void, a smile playing on his lips. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, a spear shot forth from the yuan will behind him. Crack! Lin Yan grasped the spear, the white light surrounding his body growing even purer and more dazzling. Seeing Lin Yan remain silent, the great demon coldly declared, "Umph. Then prepare to die." With that, the great demon attacked once more. With a single wave of his hand, thunderbolts tens of thousands of feet long descended in an instant, like the apocalypse itself. The thunderous roar shook the entire East Sea. With each breath, Lin Yan transformed his surroundings into countless spears. Each spear was tangible, as real as any weapon. Moreover, each spear contained terrifying power. This too was the ability of a martial artist without a title. The power granted by reaching level 20. Under the transparent world technique, Lin Mu clearly saw the spiritual energy coursing through Lin Yan's body. The countless spears manifested from his mastery of weaponry and the immense infusion of spiritual energy. Now, every attack Lin Yan unleashed represented the awakening path of abilities within Lin Mu's current class, the unranked martial artist. So that's how it is. Lin Mu understood. To master this second ability to its fullest potential, one must grasp the very essence of weaponry, right? Lin Mu murmured to himself, no wonder Commander Lin always emphasized that mastery of weapons lies not in the number wielded, but in grasping their essence. So that's where it lies. On the sea surface, Lin Yan swept his arm, and countless spears instantly surged toward the great demon's thunderous light. The collision of their attacks unleashed another colossal burst of energy. Neither side gained the upper hand from this exchange. Next, Lin Yan would unleash the third ability of the unranked martial artist. Weapon transformation. Lin Mu, as unranked martial masters, the paths we would walk were already determined the moment we each awakened our first ability. At that moment, Lin Yan's voice carried clearly across the distance, reaching Lin Mu's ears distinctly. The commander of 100 weapons. As the four words fell, Lin Mu felt the martial treasures within his storage ring begin to tremble violently. As if responding to some summoning, they seemed eager to burst forth from the ring. Lin Mu understood immediately. Go! With a wave of his hand, every martial treasure within the storage ring shot forth. The Crimson Sky Spear, the Scarlet Cloud Sword, the Nine Heavens Thunder Spear, and other treasures instantly surged toward Lin Yan. At the same moment, within the Eastern Naval District, every martial treasure trembled slightly at the same moment. In that instant, everyone within the Eastern Naval District understood. It's the commander! The cry erupted from countless faces, each brimming with excitement. Countless martial treasures instantly soared into the sky. Even the short blade in Li Zhao's embrace shot straight up. Above the East Sea, Lin Yan raised his palm high. Behind him, countless martial treasures surged toward him, carrying terrifying might. Lin Mu, watch closely, this is how the weapon transformation is used. Chapter 196, Legion Commander. Between heaven and earth, Lin Yan stood like an unparalleled martial god. His feet treaded the void, one hand raised as if cradling a circular disc. Yet around him, countless weapons swirled overhead, coalescing into a layered tempest. Roar! The great demon opposite him seemed to glimpse some profound terror, a hint of tension flickering across its hideous visage. Clearly, he had already suffered a heavy loss at the hands of this very ability. Lin Yan flicked his finger, and instantly, a layer of white light swept over the countless weapons overhead. Seeing this, Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Could the ability of the 100 Weapons Leader actually be applied to this? Yet it was undeniably possible. After being imbued with the 100 Weapons Commander's power, the strength of the countless weapons multiplied exponentially. A lingering doubt had always occupied Lin Mu's mind. All these ice blades were martial treasures, yet some possessed notably low quality. The ability he envisioned was the manipulation of others' martial treasures. Weapons of lesser quality might not unleash overwhelming power. Yet the scene unfolding before him now left Lin Mu utterly stunned. The countless blades empowering the White Soldier Commander now seemed to transform into the sharpest blades in existence, unstoppable by any force. Lin Yan pointed with a single finger, and in an instant, countless blades surged toward the great demon. Expand the realm across eternity. The great demon, standing upon the sea surface, slammed both arms down toward the water. Boom! A terrifying force erupted like a nuclear bomb detonating in the sea, sending 1,000-foot-high waves crashing upward. The water beneath its body receded in all directions, revealing a vast expanse of deep ravines. The next instant, demonic energy surged. Where the great demon's arms had struck, countless earth demons erupted from the ground. The demons raced across the sea surface, supported by a spreading black mist beneath their feet. In an instant, these countless demons collided with Lin Yan's transformed weapons. Countless blades, like swords capable of piercing through anything, overwhelmed the demons, who were utterly defenseless. In the blink of an eye, every demon creature perished beneath the blades. The great demon's expression shifted slightly, though this outcome seemed to be within his expectations. Monsters poured endlessly from the black mist. No matter how sharp the blades, they could not kill them all. Only when the countless blades returned to Lin Yan's side. Only then did the demons cease their assault, dissolving into black mist that drifted into the air. Lin Yan, I have long seen through your tricks. The great demon spoke coldly, unless you bring forth some real power, you will never be able to erase me from this world. Hearing the words, Lin Yan gave a faint smile. This is sufficient. Whether I kill you or not, you cannot cross the great wall of mountains and rivers. I'll give you 3 more days to decide. After that, if you haven't departed with this dead cloud, your leader can come collect your remains. With that, Lin Yan turned and departed. The great demon stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yan's retreating figure. He could sense that this peerless powerhouse of Great Xia hadn't even exerted his full strength. On the contrary, he had already given his all. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, Lin Yan dismissed the countless weapons, which returned to their respective owners. The Crimson Heaven Spear and other martial treasures also returned to Lin Mu's storage ring. Watching Lin Yan return and the great demon's figure vanish into the sea, Lin Mu couldn't help but ask. Commander Lin, was that the abyssal demon? You could say that. Lin Yan replied indifferently. It was, Lin Mu blinked. Yes, it was merely a vassal of the abyssal demon, hardly worth mentioning. Lin Yan stated. Not worth mentioning? A look of profound shock flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. An existence of this caliber was considered insignificant? Your cultivation is too low. It's understandable that you think that way. Seeing the astonishment in Lin Mu's eyes, Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. Even I would need some time to kill a demon of that caliber. Commander Lin, just how powerful is this abyssal demon? Lin Mu asked. If even a subordinate was this formidable, what kind of being must their leader, the abyssal demon, be? Seems the knowledge Great Xia imparted to you still falls short. Hearing Lin Mu's question, Lin Yan sighed. Abyssal demons are ranked by tier. The creature we just encountered was a leader-class demon dispatched by the sovereign of 10,000 ages. Across the entire Blue Star, only 5 abyssal demons are classified as cataclysmic tier. This one here is their leader, the sovereign of 10,000 ages. We refer to such abyssal demons as Legion Commanders. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu committed the information to memory. Don't dwell on it too much. Your primary task now is to elevate your own realm. Lin Yan said indifferently, you've witnessed the abilities I demonstrated earlier. I trust you've memorized them all. I have. Lin Mu nodded. Good. Lin Yan hummed in acknowledgement. Now that you've met me, where do you plan to go next? Lin Yan asked before departing. Back to school? Lin Mu could think of only one place. Now at level 36, his primary task remained making money. While earning money, he also needed to master other weapons. With his system, both the longsword and spear had already reached their peak. Only his bow skills lagged behind, as his martial arts training hadn't reached max level yet. How about this, stay in Li Zhao's military district and have him find you some missions? Lin Yan said indifferently, your cultivation is advancing too rapidly right now. You need more training. Li Xiao happens to have a few missions that suit you perfectly. You might as well take them on. It'll help you get accustomed to the responsibilities that await martial artists of higher realms in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. All right. As for your school, don't go back just yet. Lin Yan added, oh, and if you get the chance, visit the Lin family estate in Yin Prefecture. They have a Wudao stone there that might help you. Got it. Lin Mu made a mental note. Let's go back. Lin Yan grabbed Lin Mu by the arm, and in an instant, both their figures vanished from the spot. Eastern Naval District. Lin Yan returned with Lin Mu. Without further conversation with Lin Mu, the commander of the Dragon Guardian army seemed preoccupied. Upon their return, he promptly dismissed Lin Mu. Li Xiao watched Lin Mu emerge and stepped forward to greet him. I thought the commander might invite you to stay for a meal. The commander is too busy. Lin Mu replied. Busy? Good for him. Li Xiao chuckled. So, how was meeting the commander? Did you gain anything? Yes, but it wasn't quite what I expected. Lin Mu nodded. Well, the outcome's the same anyway. Li Xiao patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. Come on, let's head back with me. At this, Lin Mu blinked in surprise. Commander Li, you knew? Yes. Li Xiao nodded. The path you're taking now is exactly the same as the one the commander took back then. Chapter 197, so much good news. The Great Xia Empire had long since become involved in nurturing and cultivating Lin Mu. The path Lin Mu must now follow naturally mirrors that of the former commander of the Dragon Guardian army, Lin Yan. Only by doing so could Lin Mu avoid unnecessary detours. After 5 days of travel, the two finally arrived at Lingzhou, Western Military District. Li Xiao brought Lin Mu here. Lin Mu, your current status is that of a reserve special operations soldier in the Western Military District. Li Xiao placed a token before Lin Mu. As a reserve special forces member, you must accept missions assigned by your officers. You must act in the best interests of the human race. When making decisions, prioritize the human race above all else. Li Xiao cautioned, technically, as a reserve special forces member, you are considered non-commissioned personnel. Any military honors or achievements will not be attributed to you. However, these things can be exchanged for whatever you desire. Hearing this, Lin Mu's eyes lit up. Can I exchange them for money? Of course, Li Xiao nodded. Though I've never seen anyone exchange them for money before. In that case, we'll convert it into money based on the military's point system. The reason the commander of the Longyu army became its top leader was because he chose to enlist, thus being counted as an official military personnel. Lin Mu was the first to request direct monetary compensation. I'll have someone compile the figures later. For now, just focus on your mission. Li Xiao said, rest assured, you won't be shortchanged. Got it, I know that, Lin Mu nodded. The two crossed the entire Western Military District. As the fifth commander of the Dragon Guardian army, Li Xiao held considerable authority and influence within this region. He immediately had Lin Mu's identity information entered into the system. Then, Li Xiao ordered someone to take Lin Mu out on a mission. Just then, Lin Mu remembered something and called out to him. Oh, Commander Li. What is it? Li Xiao looked at Lin Mu. Commander Li, since you all know my identity and background, what about the woman by my side? Lin Mu said, his mind naturally preoccupied with Su Nange, who remained at Qingbei University. Even though Su Nange had lived with him for so long and learned to navigate modern society, Lin Mu still couldn't help but worry about her. You mean her, huh? Li Xiao immediately understood. A flicker of surprise crossed his weathered face. Seeing the expression on the other man's face, Lin Mu was somewhat surprised. Why did everyone react this way whenever Su Nange's name came up? What was truly behind all this? Lin Mu had probably guessed something. A woman who could live alongside the Beast King in the wild beast wilderness, her origins couldn't possibly be simple. I can't say much about her, Li Xiao remarked after a moment's thought. But I suggest your immediate priority is to strengthen yourself. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. Then, Commander Li, can you guarantee her safety? Lin Mu's greatest concern now was that the major families in the capital might target Su Nange. She needs my protection? Li Xiao's eyes widened at the question before he slapped Lin Mu on the shoulder. You're just too green. I know she means a lot to you, but there are things you don't understand. But as for her safety, don't worry too much. She's far safer than you are. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt reassured. Alright, let's get down to business now. Li Xiao said, I've already found someone for you. Use this to contact her when the time comes. Got it. Lin Mu took the specially made phone that was handed to him. It contains all official releases, including recent major events in Great Xia. Li Xiao explained, whether you're accepting assignments or taking on missions independently, you can handle it all through this device. After completing a mission, just deliver it to the Martial Arts Association in that city. Lin Mu nodded in understanding, but the next moment, he couldn't help but look up again. Huh? Are you telling me to leave? Yes. Li Xiao hummed in agreement. Why would you stay in my Western military district if you're not leaving? Alright. Lin Mu didn't say much more. So his assignment to the Western military district had been nothing more than a formality. Don't worry. That's how commanders were forged back in the day. Li Xiao patted Lin Mu on the shoulder. With your abilities, I'm sure we'll meet again soon. It was getting late, so Lin Mu stayed overnight at the Western military district. Early the next morning, Li Xiao arranged a private jet for Lin Mu to fly to Daqing City in Lingzhou to meet his current superior. Taking advantage of the evening's free time, Lin Mu began examining the custom-made phone in his possession. The software was minimalistic, one communication app and one forum. The messaging app only had one contact listed, Lu Qingqing. The forum, however, was a veritable smorgasbord. The news and posts here were far superior to anything published within Qingbei University. Escaped members of the Evil God Group. How level 60 martial artists can enhance their strength. Current rankings of known abyssal demons on Blue Star. Among them, numerous posts deeply captured Lin Mu's attention. The Evil God Group. This was the second time Lin Mu had encountered this organization. At the same time, Lin Mu searched for posts about the Evil God Group. The demon cult was humanity's second major adversary in this world, alongside the demonic beasts and the abyssal demons. Its members were all human rebels who had not defected to the abyss but instead formed their own faction. The group was founded by those who firmly believed that beyond the abyss, dark gods also existed in this world. Though the Evil God Group influenced numerous nations, its notoriety remained limited. From these posts, Lin Mu also learned of the group's terrifying capabilities. They were capable of anything from unleashing abyssal demons to obliterating entire cities. The cult of the dark gods invokes dark deities, firmly believing that through sacrificial rites, they can summon these dark gods. Whether this was true or false, the original poster did not explicitly state. The author of the post is Zhang Zhang? Zhang Shendoran, one of the 10 martial saints? Lin Mu was taken aback. This post actually came from one of the 10 martial saints. Next, Lin Mu clicked on a detailed thread about the abyssal demons. He quickly grasped the current hierarchical structure of the abyssal demons and the vast scale of their collective. The knowledge he had gleaned from books about the abyssal demons paled in comparison to the profound shock he felt upon truly understanding them. Abyssal demons unknown in origin, driven primarily by greed, hatred, and delusion, supplemented by the 7 deadly sins. The abyssal demon hierarchy consists of warrior, elite, commander, sovereign, destroyer, and legion commander. Only 6 ranks of abyssal demons exist, and their corresponding human cultivation levels are vague, only roughly corresponding to martial artists above level 50. Currently, 6 legion commanders are known. Chapter 198, Mission. Early the next morning, Lin Mu boarded the private jet bound for Daqing City. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. One chance to draw an infinite entry has been obtained. The system's voice sounded. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within Lin Mu surged once more, permeating every fiber of his being and further enhancing his strength. Since bidding farewell to Commander Lin Mu's 1000% cultivation speed had persisted for 3 full days. At 1000% cultivation speed for 3 days, it was nearly 30 times the normal rate. During those 3 days, Lin Mu's cultivation realm advanced by 2 levels consecutively. By the end of the 3rd day, he had 1 foot firmly planted at the peak of the 38th level. And today, he directly ascended to the 39th level. He was now but a single step away from the 40th level. Level 39. 3 opportunities to draw attributes, best save them for now. Lin Mu showed no urgency to draw the attributes. He had stayed up all night yesterday. The forum contained far too much information, all of it captivating to Lin Mu. He'd spent the entire night reading through it. He'd spent the entire night absorbing knowledge. Martial artists, in other words, were the cultivators of ancient times. The difference lies in the fact that while cultivators focus solely on spiritual energy, martial artists cultivate both spiritual energy and physical strength simultaneously. Moreover, Lin Mu stumbled upon a thread discussing gods. Do gods exist in this world? Why did the abyssal demons descend? Where does the root of all this truly lie? After a triple post, the forum moderator began to explain. The explanation was thorough, aligning perfectly with his own perspective. By the end, however, Lin Mu found himself somewhat astonished. The author of this post was none other than Wu Di, a level 3 mentor at Qingbei University. The post went viral, with many martial artists firmly believing in the existence of gods. Yet they remained unclear about the exact nature of these gods. For in this world, there existed no records concerning deities. Even historical verification required an extremely long time to uncover. Phew, my head feels like it's about to explode. Lin Mu slowly exhaled a cloud of stale breath. 2 hours later, the private jet touched down, and Lin Mu arrived in Daqing City. At the airport, someone was already waiting for him. Lu Qingqing? Judging by that name, my boss seems to be a woman. Lin Mu murmured to himself before catching sight of his superior. Lu Qingqing wore a sleek black bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her delicate, graceful figure. Her long legs and exquisite features carried a hint of aloofness, like an ice queen. Though around 30 years old, Lu Qingqing looked no older than 23. So you're Lin Mu, the Reserve Special Forces candidate from the Western Military District? Lu Qingqing asked, her gaze settling on Lin Mu's attire, which matched his file. Yes, sir. Lin Mu nodded. Lu Qingqing gave him a cold glance before withdrawing her gaze. Get in the car. The two drove into Daqing City. Neither spoke during the journey. It wasn't until they reached the Martial Arts Association of Daqing City that they finally arrived at their destination. Lin Mu, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lu Qingqing, captain of the 18th Squadron of the Western Military District in Daqing City. Lu Qingqing stated coolly, I'm the officer assigned to oversee you as a Reserve Special Operations trainee. Understood, Commander Lu. Lin Mu nodded. During this period, aside from assigned missions, you may also take on individual tasks, but you must follow my orders. Lu Qingqing continued, if necessary, you will also become a member of the 18th Squad. Understood. Alright, now I'll assign you your first mission. Lu Qingqing was not one for pleasantries. She got straight to the point, issuing the task to Lin Mu immediately. Lin Mu hadn't planned on sitting idle anyway. The first mission, escort a mentor from Daqing Martial Arts University to the Black Crow Wasteland and return safely. Mission accomplished upon successful return. Lu Qingqing stated. The mission details and the person's name have already been sent to you. Understood, sir. Lin Mu nodded. On his special purpose phone, Lin Mu saw the professor's appearance. The mission was straightforward, escort the individual to the Black Crow Wastes and ensure their safe return. In short, it was essentially bodyguard duty. After assigning the task, Lu Qingqing gave a cold nod before entering the Martial Arts Association. Lin Mu also headed to Daqing Martial Arts University. Upon presenting his identity token, the university immediately summoned the instructor. In the office, Lin Mu sat on the sofa. Soon, the dean of Daqing Martial Arts University entered the room accompanied by a stunningly beautiful woman. Mr. Lin, this is the person you've been assigned to protect. Bai Yingxue, is that you? Lin Mu inquired. Yes, hello, Bai Yingxue nodded. Bai Yingxue was exceptionally beautiful, dressed in a white dress that gave her an air of delicate fragility, making one want to hold her close. Mr. Lin, we're counting on you for this matter, the head of studies said. No problem. Lin Mu nodded. This mission is rated below level 40 difficulty, so for Lin Mu, a level 39 martial artist, it poses virtually no challenge. Director Zhang, didn't I tell you? I can protect Yingxue just fine on my own. Just then, a tall man entered the office, his face bearing a hint of displeasure. Teacher Wu, I. The principal's expression immediately turned awkward upon recognizing the visitor. Before he could finish, the man shoved him aside and stepped directly in front of Lin Mu. Effective immediately, you're fired. The man's tone was utterly domineering. Hearing this, Lin Mu laughed. Ha ha ha. What kind of joke was this? This was a task given to him by his boss. Could it just be cancelled like that? What's so funny? You're so young, not that I'm looking down on you, but I guess you're just some martial arts university student. The man said coldly. At this remark, Bai Yingxue also froze for a moment before quickly catching on. When she first entered, she hadn't paid much attention to Lin Mu's appearance. But now, prompted by his words, she scrutinized Lin Mu closely. Sure enough, Lin Mu was incredibly young, at least 6 years her junior. At such a young age, could Lin Mu's cultivation level have reached the 38th tier? This mission involved a crucial item required for an investigation. Daqing Martial Arts University was merely a second-tier martial arts institution, with very few true masters to speak of. Even instructors at the 30-plus level were scarce, with fewer than 10 such individuals across the entire university. That was precisely why this mission had been assigned to the Martial Arts Association. At that moment, the Dean of Education finally realized just how young Lin Mu truly was. Facing the silent skepticism of those present, Lin Mu simply stated calmly, should any mishap occur during this mission, I will take full responsibility. Furthermore, if you don't trust me, you can bring in another person. The man snorted coldly at this. Trust you? That'd be ridiculous. Director, I'm going with them this time. My presence alone is sufficient. Chapter 199, The Quality of the Spiritual Medicine. After much deliberation, it was ultimately left to Bai Yingxue herself to make the final decision. Lin Mu could only sigh helplessly, unable to say much more. If she didn't want him to go, then he'd let her go talk to Lu Qingqing herself. After all, it was the employer's unwillingness, it had nothing to do with him. Fine. If he accepted this task, it means he's capable enough. After much deliberation, Bai Yingxue said, Wu Chang, you should come along too. One more person means one more layer of protection. Hearing this, Wu Chang's face immediately broke into a smile. Don't worry, Yingxue. With me here, this mission will go off without a hitch. But you better not slow us down. Wu Chang had no faith in Lin Mu whatsoever. As an instructor at Daqing Martial Arts University, he knew full well that at Lin Mu's age, even a prodigy from a top martial arts university could never possibly be at level 30. That was precisely why he had spoken so bluntly. Lin Mu couldn't be bothered to respond. He understood his youth was the reason. But he didn't want to say much either. Actions spoke louder than words. Professor Wu, I'm afraid I'll need to trouble you to make another trip. The dean said, feeling a sense of relief. He couldn't afford to cross either of these two. Bai Yingxue was the legitimate daughter of the Bai family from Daqing City, a researcher specializing in the creation of spiritual medicines. As for Wu Chang, his background was no less formidable. Rumor had it that Wu Chang's cousin served as a professor at Qingbei University. Such figures were absolutely untouchable, even for the entire Daqing Martial Arts University. Let's go, Wu Chang said. The three of them left Daqing Wuda together. They got into the car and drove straight toward the Black Crow Wasteland. It was Lin Mu's first time in Daqing City, and he had no knowledge of the Black Crow Wasteland. Therefore, the task of driving fell to Wu Chang. After several hours, it was already afternoon when the trio reached the edge of the Black Crow Wasteland. What met their eyes was a land long since polluted and corroded, its surface still shrouded in spreading black mist. The Black Crow Wasteland had never been fully subdued, making it an extremely dangerous zone. Fortunately, the presence of the Western Military District in Lingzhou kept the Black Crow Wasteland relatively calm. As long as the abyssal demons didn't go berserk, the nearest city, Daqing, wouldn't face any danger. Moreover, the Black Crow Wasteland was of a lower tier. As long as one didn't venture deep into it, even a level 40 martial artist could live in peace. Parking the vehicle outside the Black Crow Wasteland, Wu Chang pulled a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. This is the Black Crow Wasteland, a wilderness that hasn't been fully explored. Bai Yingxue explained, having noticed Lin Mu wasn't from around here. The Black Crow Wasteland is low level and poses no threat to Lingzhou. That's why Commander Li of the Western Military District didn't clear it out. Instead, he left it for martial artists to train and improve themselves here. Hearing this, Lin Mu nodded. I see. Commander Li's decision was sound, but how many martial artists in Daqing City would willingly venture into the Black Crow Wasteland? Wu Chang exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. Only the desperate dare venture in. If they had somewhere else to develop, why would they dare venture into such a dangerous place? Entering the wasteland still made Wu Chang feel uneasy. This was the wasteland any mishap could cost one their life. If not for his interest in Bai Yingxue, he'd never have set foot here. Let's go. Lin Mu ignored Wu Chang's words, replying only with a flat tone. Bai Yingxue nodded, and the three of them stepped into the Black Crow Wasteland. The item is on the eastern side of the Black Crow Wasteland. Once we get it, we leave immediately. Bai Yingxue explained, I've already scouted it. That area isn't under the jurisdiction of any demon beast. Moreover, it's located on the outer edge of the Black Crow Wasteland, where only third-tier demon beasts roam at most. And that's only if you're unlucky enough to encounter one. Wu Chang nodded. Barely a step into the wasteland, he pulled out another cigarette. Lin Mu beside him, however, appeared remarkably relaxed. He didn't mention his own experiences, but compared to Wu Chang, who constantly used cigarettes to ease his nerves, he seemed much more composed. Instructor Bai, I hear you specialize in researching spiritual herbs. Have you made any discoveries? Lin Mu asked. His knowledge of spiritual herbs was limited, everything was still in its infancy. Regarding spiritual herbs, there are actually many different types. Mentioning spiritual herbs immediately piqued Bai Yingxue's interest. Based on current discoveries, the Great Xia Empire has already catalogued over 100 known types of spiritual herbs. Spiritual herbs are also ranked into grades, from 1st to 9th grade. The quality of a spirit medicine corresponds to a martial artist's cultivation realm. Some spiritual herbs must be refined before they can be consumed by martial artists. Otherwise, their inherent potency alone could shatter a martial artist's meridians. Bai Yingxue explained, others can be consumed directly. However, with current advancements, nearly all spiritual herbs can now be ingested. It's just that martial artists must refine their spiritual energy themselves. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded and offered some platitudes. The higher the quality of the spiritual medicine, the harder it is to find in this world, Bai Yingxue continued. Moreover, every high-grade spiritual medicine is extremely precious. Because they are substances capable of temporarily boosting the strength of martial artists at higher levels. At this point, Bai Yingxue turned her gaze toward Lin Mu. That's why these spiritual herbs command such exorbitant prices. Lin Mu picked up the thread. Exactly. Bai Yingxue nodded. Her Bai family was a renowned herbalist lineage, long celebrated for their alchemy. Otherwise, Bai Yingxue wouldn't merely be a researcher. Currently, any 6th grade spiritual medicine still available on the market is worth billions. The moment these words escaped Bai Yingxue's lips, Lin Mu's expression changed abruptly. Billions. Lin Mu couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. His current wealth was no small sum, at least 370 million. To Lin Mu, this sum was already enormous. Yet this sum barely scratched the surface of a 6th grade spirit medicine. Lin Mu dared not imagine how much a 6th grade or higher spiritual medicine would cost. But having reached this price point, spiritual medicines of such quality could no longer be measured in mere wealth. Enough of this. With your abilities, you'll likely never even encounter a 6th grade spirit medicine in your lifetime. Wu Chang shot Lin Mu a sidelong glance and remarked indifferently. In his eyes, Lin Mu was just an ordinary college student. You're absolutely right. Lin Mu nodded. Some people truly never encounter 6th grade spiritual medicine in their entire lives. But venturing out into the world is precisely about experiencing what kind of realm this truly is. Chapter 200, Soul-Shattering Flower. Following Bai Yingshue's guidance, the trio ventured deep into the Black Crow Wasteland. As dusk approached, they finally reached their destination. Under the twilight, the Black Crow Wasteland grew even darker. The earth resembled ink, with wisps of black mist seeping from the surface. True to its name, the wasteland was filled with charred trees. From their branches, black crows with blood-red eyes watched the trio venture deeper into the Black Crow Wasteland. This scene, unfolding beneath the gathering darkness of the Black Crow Wasteland, felt particularly eerie. Before a cave entrance, Lin Mu and his companions halted. The weather turned abruptly, the temperature plummeting. Bai Yingxue pulled her coat tighter around her shoulders and said, "This is the place. The spirit herb we seek is called the Soul-Shattering Flower. I'll enter wearing specialized gear. You two just stay outside and guard the entrance." Bai Yingxue instructed. "Yingxue, we don't know if there are dangers inside. Why don't I go in with you?" Wu Chang volunteered. "No need," Bai Yingxue shook her head. "There's only one set of equipment. Legend has it this soul-shattering flower can pull at one's soul, plunging them into a state of disorientation. Therefore, only by wearing the equipment and placing it inside the box can we avoid being affected." Hearing this, Wu Chang reluctantly backed down. Lin Mu, however, heeded Bai Yingshue's words. "Beyond that, this soul-shattering flower attracts demonic beasts. All the beasts here have been infected by the abyss." Bai Yingxue continued, "Once I pick the soul-shattering flower, those beasts will surely be drawn to it. Then it'll be up to the two of you." "Got it." Lin Mu nodded. "Alright, go ahead, Yingxue. With me here, nothing unexpected will happen." Wu Chang chuckled, radiating unusual confidence. "Alright." Bai Yingxue glanced at Wu Chang, then quickly donned her gear and stepped inside. The highest-tier demon beasts here were no more than 3rd tier. This was merely a tiny soul-shattering flower. It would never attract a high-tier 3rd-tier demon beast. Otherwise, they would have hired a level 40 martial artist, not just a level 38 one. "Kid, if you slow us down and get devoured by the beasts, don't expect me to save you." The moment Bai Yingxue left, Wu Chang's expression darkened. "Got it." Lin Mu nodded. As Bai Yingxue entered the cave, a crimson glow soon spread across the surface, radiating outward. The glow spread like ripples from a lake, expanding over 3 li in an instant. Witnessing this, Wu Chang's breathing grew heavy. But Lin Mu beside him showed not a trace of tension. "Oomph, putting on airs." Seeing Lin Mu's demeanor, Wu Chang snorted coldly. "Roar!" At that moment, a distant beastly roar echoed through the air, its vibrations causing Wu Chang's entire body to tremble. Instantly, tension gripped Wu Chang's entire being. As if sensing something, Lin Mu instinctively glanced at the mentor from Duqing Martial Arts University. Looks like he's never encountered a demon beast before. With just a glance, Lin Mu withdrew his gaze. Nothing but a spoiled brat. Boom! The earth trembled as countless demon beasts charged toward this location. The Bloodlight's reach wasn't vast, yet nearly every beast within its range had its mind warped simultaneously, driving them toward this location. A wolf demon, its entire body a deep purple, charged forward. Its massive frame measured over 3 meters, its blood-red eyes glowing eerily in the darkness. "It's a purple poison wolf." At the sight of the wolf demon, Wu Chang's heartstrings immediately tightened, his expression turning grim. This purple poison wolf was a low-tier 3rd-stage demon beast. Its speed was so formidable that even a martial artist at level 35 would struggle to withstand its attacks. One careless move could result in severe injury. Seeing the first demon beast prove to be such a formidable foe, Wu Chang now regretted his decision to the core. He shouldn't have volunteered to follow Bai Yingxue here. After all, Bai Yingxue was just a woman. If he lost his life, he would truly lose everything. Roar! The purple poison wolf let out a low growl, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Wu Chang. It sensed the fear radiating from Wu Chang and immediately charged toward him. Wu Chang frantically drew his weapon, but his body was shaking so violently that he had completely forgotten even the basic abilities of a level 30 martial artist. Just as the purple poison wolf charged forward, a figure abruptly materialized directly in front of Wu Chang. The figure's left fist gathered power, a fierce and domineering energy coalescing around it. In the next instant, the fist slammed out. The terrifying pressure generated by the force alone sent Wu Chang, standing so close, flying backward. The oncoming purple poison wolf's skull instantly exploded under the force of the impact. Blood splattered everywhere, yet not a single drop touched Lin Mu's body. Milky white mist swirled around Lin Mu, vaporizing every speck of the flying blood. Ever since witnessing Commander Lin's 100 weapons mastery, even my own abilities have advanced. Lin Mu murmured softly. He retracted his fist, paying no heed to Wu Chang lying unconscious behind him, instead fixing his gaze on the other demonic beasts charging toward him. Immediately, Lin Mu assumed a fighting stance, readying himself to strike once more. The heaven and earth synchronization fist was truly formidable, a martial art worthy of its reputation as a peak 4th grade technique. As Lin Mu unleashed his fist, the fierce and domineering energy instantly compressed into a terrifying force, piercing forward. Boom! With just this single punch, the oncoming demonic beasts were brutally cleaved in two. At least 3 beasts perished under that single blow. At that moment, Wu Chang, lying on the ground, witnessed this scene and was utterly stunned. His mind was filled with nothing but horror and shock. He never imagined that this freshman could possess such terrifying strength. Moreover, judging by his demeanor, this clearly wasn't his first encounter with demonic beasts. In that instant, Wu Chang knew he had encountered a truly terrifying prodigy. Lin Mu unleashed punch after punch, not even needing to draw his weapon, yet he drove the demon beasts so far back they dared not approach. Though these beasts were all under the influence of the soul-shattering flower, Lin Mu's terrifying killing intent forcibly restored a shred of their sanity. Get up! Lin Mu spread his hands and barked the command at the already dead demon beasts. In the next instant, black mist billowed upward, and the beasts that had been dead now came back to life. But in the very next second, these beasts turned on each other, charging toward the surviving creatures. Witnessing this scene, Wu Chang was utterly dumbfounded. His breathing grew ragged, and his eyes filled with sheer terror at the sight of Lin Mu. In that instant, all the mockery he had directed at Lin Mu earlier instantly transformed into endless regret. Yet Lin Mu paid him no mind whatsoever. Lin Mu stood before the horde of beasts as his own creatures slaughtered their kin, continuing until every last one lay dead. Chapter 201 Mission accomplished. Roar! As the final beast's roar gradually faded, it collapsed to the ground, its life completely extinguished. Lin Mu stood before the cave entrance, raising his large hand as his clear eyes scanned the corpses of the beasts ahead. Rise! As Lin Mu's voice fell, the dead beasts instantly transformed into swirling masses of black mist, drifting out from their bodies. Immediately, they all resumed their original forms. Yet the black mist coiling around their bodies made it clear they were not their true selves, but had been revived through some means. Lin Mu's demon beast army grew by over a dozen new members. Wu Chang had long since scrambled to his feet, his earlier arrogance and disdain now completely gone. What remained was respect and fear toward Lin Mu. He had never imagined that this seemingly young martial artist could possess such terrifying divine abilities. Especially the scene just moments ago, when dozens of demon beasts charged forward together, a sight Wu Chang would never forget for the rest of his life. Just then, Lin Mu slowly turned his body. Wu Chang's body instantly tensed, instinctively expecting Lin Mu to come after him. But to his surprise, Lin Mu didn't even glance his way. This utter disregard, this feeling of being completely ignored, strangely didn't stir any anger within Wu Chang. Instead, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, Lin Mu wasn't coming for him. Lin Mu walked straight past Wu Chang and sat down cross-legged at the cave entrance. Now that the area was secure, all that remained was to wait for Bai Yingxue to emerge. As long as Bai Yingxue was brought back safely, the mission would be complete. Before long, a sound echoed from within the cave. A graceful figure emerged from within. Bai Yingxue, clad in protective gear, held a specially designed container. Transparent, it revealed a flower resting peacefully inside a vivid red blossom resembling a rose. Yet the flower possessed an eerie, bewitching beauty. Even through the transparent container, it seemed to possess an alluring power that tugged at one's soul, making it impossible to resist the urge to reach in and take it. Got the soul-shattering flower. You too, okay? Bai Yingxue immediately voiced her concern upon seeing the two figures. But the moment she stepped out of the cave entrance and saw the scene outside, she froze in utter shock. Outside, the ground was littered with the corpses of demonic beasts. Bai Yingxue could scarcely believe her eyes. There was no doubt about it, these beasts had been slain by Lin Mu and Wu Chang. Yingxue, thanks to our young friend. Wu Chang hurriedly spoke up, giving all the credit to Lin Mu. After witnessing Lin Mu's strength once more, he had no desire whatsoever to claim any credit for this victory. If the other party were to make a move, he'd be finished. Young man, your strength is truly formidable. No wonder you dared to accept the challenge. And he single-handedly killed every demon beast here. Wu Chang added, Yingxue, once we get back, we'll have to thank this young man properly. Hearing this, Bai Yingxue couldn't help but glance at Lin Mu a few more times. As a researcher for the Great Xia Empire, Bai Yingxue wasn't some delicate flower, she'd seen her share of demon beasts. The demon beast corpses lying here included at least 3 third-tier beasts. Add to that the swarm of over a dozen beasts attacking together, yet he had single-handedly dealt with them all. What kind of power was this? More importantly, Lin Mu was so young. Now that we've got it, let's head back. Lin Mu said. Bai Yingxue nodded. With such a powerful bodyguard present, the journey had been remarkably smooth. It's too dark now, leaving isn't a good idea. Bai Yingxue said, we should depart first thing tomorrow morning. Besides, most of the demon beasts in the vicinity are already here. With the soul-shattering flower sealed inside, no more demon beasts will be drawn to it. The wasteland under the cover of darkness was vastly different from the wasteland seen in daylight. Traveling at night is treacherous. Agreed. Lin Mu nodded. Early the next morning, the trio withdrew from the Black Crow wasteland and returned to Duching City.
Every demon beast encountered along the way was instantly slain by Lin Mu with a single strike, leaving Bai Yingxue utterly astonished. She had only heard about it before, but now, witnessing Lin Mu in action, she finally understood just how much security this man provided.
Duching Martial Arts University.
The Dean of Discipline was overjoyed to see the trio return safely. Upon hearing that Lin Mu had shielded them throughout the journey, the Dean was utterly astonished.
Such a young man possessed combat prowess that was truly terrifying. No wonder he dared to take on this mission. The Dean looked at Lin Mu with admiration. May I ask, young Lin, which martial arts university you attend? Qingbei University.
Lin Mu replied.
Qingbei University. At the mention of Qingbei University, the expressions of the Dean, Bai Yingxue, and Wu Chang all shifted. The pinnacle of martial arts universities. Yet the three seemed to have anticipated this answer all along. After all, such terrifying combat prowess could only come from a top martial arts university. I never imagined young brother Lin was a student at Qingbei University. I imagine you've heard of the name Wu Di, your instructor? Wu Chang chuckled.
I have, Lin Mu nodded. When I enrolled, Professor Wu was my mentor.
Hearing this, Wu Chang's eyes lit up. Well, that makes us even closer than kin.
The words caught the head instructor off guard.
He hadn't expected Wu Chang's relative to be a level 3 mentor from Qingbei University.
Bai Yingxue was also somewhat surprised. Wu Chang's family was considered top tier in Duching City, comparable to her by family. But she never imagined his relative would be someone of such stature.
A level 3 instructor at the top martial arts university, such a figure was unheard of in all of Duching City. I see, Lin Mu nodded. No wonder the man was so arrogant.
So he had someone like that backing him up.
Young brother Lin, what's your name? Wu Chang asked with a smile. Don't be nervous. I mean no harm.
You saved my life and I just want him to look out for you a little.
Wu Chang meant every word. It was the only thing he could offer.
No need, Lin Mu shook his head. He wasn't even at Qingbei University anymore, and who knew when he'd be able to return. Besides, even if he did, he didn't need anyone's help.
He's a core trainee, they'd be more than happy to look out for him.
Well, since we've met, young brother Lin, even if you don't feel like it, you should at least tell us your name, Wu Chang chuckled, adding.
Yeah, we haven't properly thanked you yet. Bai Yingxue nodded in agreement. All right. Lin Mu told them his name. My name is Lin Mu.
With that, Lin Mu turned and walked away.
Lin Mu. Watching Lin Mu walk away, Bai Yingxue felt an odd sense of familiarity with that name. He's
Lin Mu from Qingbei University, the top freshman on the new student rankings. Beside her, the dean of students suddenly snapped back to reality, utterly stunned.
Chapter 202, The Second Task. Duching City Martial Arts Association.
Lin Mu submitted his mission. Congratulations, Lin Mu, Reserve Special Forces Cadet, for earning 1 military point.
Only 1 point?
Frowning slightly at the military points displayed on his specialized phone, Lin Mu frowned.
This entire mission only earned him 1 point? Are military points this hard to come by?
Lin Mu scratched his head.
He still hadn't figured out the settlement process yet.
The moment the mission was completed, Lu Qingqing received an urgent message instructing Lin Mu to come over immediately. Lin Mu rushed over to Lu Qingqing's side in a panic.
Commander, you requested me? Lin Mu arrived at a villa in Duching City. Lu Qingqing sat on the sofa wearing a black tracksuit. An elderly man also occupied a seat on the sofa.
Upon seeing Lin Mu enter, Lu Qingqing immediately stood up, and the elderly man beside her also rose quickly.
Lin Mu, I'm assigning you your second task now.
Lu Qingqing stated directly.
This gentleman is the head of the Wu family from Duching City. He has come seeking a powerhouse below level 40 to journey to the Hongyang secret realm. His mission is to retrieve a treasure lost by his clan within that realm and eliminate a traitor from the Wu family.
Upon hearing that this mission involved treasure hunting, Lin Mu nodded.
Understood. Thank you, Captain Lu.
The old man expressed his gratitude, his cloudy gaze resting on Lin Mu with a hint of surprise.
Could such a young martial artist truly be level 40?
Yet he dared not question the man. After all, Lu Qingqing hailed from the Lu family and served as a squad leader in the Western Military District. Her status spoke for itself. The details of the mission will be personally explained to you by the Wu family head. Lu Qingqing said indifferently, dismissing the two with those words. Young man, come with me. The head of the Wu family led Lin Mu directly back to the Wu residence. Upon arriving at the Wu residence, the head of the Wu family introduced himself before explaining the specifics of the matter to Lin Mu. The head of the Wu family was named Wu Xianhu.
Young friend, it's like this.
The treasure belonging to our Wu family is of utmost importance, a square ring, entirely golden in color. Wu Xianhu explained, though its grade isn't high, it can counteract the negative abilities of the abyssal demon.
It was originally meant for delivery to the Western Military District, but who could have foreseen that a traitor would emerge within our Wu family? At this point, Wu Xianhu sighed softly, a flash of anger crossing his aged face. That bastard stole our family treasure and fled, only to accidentally fall into the Hongyang secret realm. Yet the Hongyang secret realm only allows martial artists below level 40 to enter. That bastard possesses divine abilities granted by the evil god sect. Though his cultivation is only at level 37, martial artists below level 40 struggle to withstand his attacks. And the Hongyang secret realm itself only allows martial artists below level 40 to enter. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu nodded, his understanding solidifying. So my mission is to find that traitor, kill him, and retrieve the ring, correct? That's correct. Wu Tianhu nodded. But young friend, there's one more thing I must remind you of. Wu Tianhu added. What is it? Lin Mu asked. According to intelligence, there are others besides my Wu family within the Hongyang secret realm this time. Wu Tianhu continued, that traitor has an accomplice waiting inside the Hongyang secret realm. Therefore, we must also deal with his contact. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu remained silent. Alright, I understand. After a brief silence, Lin Mu nodded. Then I'll leave it to you, young friend. Wu Tianhu sighed. If not for the need to eliminate this traitor, why would the Wu family willingly hand over such treasures to the Western Military District? The Wu family no longer possessed warriors of that caliber. At least within their own ranks, not a single top-tier fighter could be found among the level 40 martial artists. Otherwise, the Wu family wouldn't have needed the treasure as leverage to secure this opportunity. Lin Mu nodded. Master Wu, when shall we depart? Tomorrow morning, Wu Tianhu replied. The Hongyang secret realm opens once every 7 days. Tomorrow, I will use spirit stones to open the entrance for you. That traitor won't be leaving the Hongyang secret realm this time. Young friend, you only have 3 days to find him. Understood. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement. Young friend, my Wu family isn't large, but we can arrange lodging for you. Tomorrow morning, I'll escort you there. Wu Tianhu said. All right. After securing lodging, Lin Mu took out his specially designed phone and searched for the Hongyang secret realm. It turned out that the Hongyang secret realm was a realm created by a powerful martial artist who had used his divine abilities after death. Hongyang was the name of that martial artist. However, the Hongyang secret realm was restricted to level 40 players and opened only once every 7 days. Its contents had long been plundered by martial artists, leaving it virtually empty. Impressive. To think there exists such divine power capable of creating a secret realm. Lin Mu narrowed his eyes. He had heard the term supernatural abilities countless times before. Yet he had never witnessed a martial artist actually wielding such divine power. Oh right, Zhao Ming had used one back in Song City. Divine abilities were techniques martial artists employ to infuse objects with special powers. After thoroughly examining the Hongyang secret realm, Lin Mu retired to bed early. Early the next morning, Wu Tianhu arrived at Lin Mu's door with his men. Young friend Lin, it's time to depart. Let's go. Lin Mu rose and followed them out of the Wu family estate. Before a mountain range on the outskirts of Duqing City. Wu Tianhu clutched a rhombus-shaped spirit stone in his hand, then squeezed it with force. Crack! The spirit stone shattered instantly, followed by a surge of energy rippling out, instantly engulfing the entire landscape. The next second, a fissure appeared before the group's eyes. Young friend Lin, it's up to you now. Wu Tianhu declared. Got it. Lin Mu nodded, then leaped forward and entered. The scene before him shifted, and Lin Mu's body instantly materialized in a completely different realm. So this is the Hongyang secret realm. Lin Mu scanned his surroundings, immediately beginning his search for the traitor from the Wu family. Wu Tianhu had told Lin Mu along the way that within the entire Hongyang secret realm, anyone who was human was undoubtedly a traitor from the Wu family. Therefore, whenever Lin Mu encountered a person, he was to kill them. Lin Mu agreed, trusting the other's words. With luck on my side, finding this person won't be difficult. Lin Mu began roaming the Hongyang secret realm. Luck he could locate treasures, and the Hongyang secret realm wasn't particularly large. 3 days would be ample time for Lin Mu to find this person. At that moment, somewhere within the Hongyang secret realm, a man covered in blood moved slowly toward the end ahead. It's just ahead. Once I reach the edge of the secret realm, I can leave from here. The man murmured, his eyes glowing with a faint crimson hue as he took each step forward. Beneath him, a long trail of blood had already been streaked across the ground. Chapter 203, The Hongyang Secret Realm. Where could it be? Within the Hongyang secret realm, Lin Mu relentlessly searched for traces of the Wu family traitor. A full day had passed, and Lin Mu had practically combed every corner of the Hongyang secret realm without finding a single trace of the traitor. Moreover, not even his luck ability had triggered. This meant the Wu family traitor simply wasn't within the Hongyang secret realm. No, there's one place left I haven't searched. Lin Mu stood atop a mountain peak, gazing out at the distant landscape. That place was the very edge of the Hongyang secret realm. Lin Mu hadn't gone to investigate it yet. Now, only this one place remained. Without hesitation, Lin Mu immediately headed straight down the mountain. At the edge of the Hongyang secret realm, Wu Pan, the traitor of the Wu family, had already arrived. Watching the earth split apart, Wu Pan extended his hand and quietly touched the void. The moment his palm made contact, the entire world trembled slightly, as if an invisible wall had risen before him. A ghastly smile instantly spread across Wu Pan's hideously distorted face. Ha 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 ha. Once I contact the Dark God, I can leave Duqing City. Bring this artifact back, and the Dark God will surely reward me handsomely. Perhaps I can even consume the Dark God's heart and break through to the 50th level. Wu Pan's eyes burned with fervor, his slightly bloodshot pupils filled with utter madness. Just then, a cold voice drifted from behind him. I'd say you won't get that chance. Hearing the sound, Wu Pan whipped his head around. Before him stood an extremely young man. You are. Wait, you're the one the Wu family sent to capture me. Wu Pan's gaze sharpened slightly before he recognized Lin Mu's identity. Seems you haven't lost your wits yet. Lin Mu nodded. Lin Mu was certain the man before him was exactly who he was seeking. Luck triggered. Detected a priceless treasure on the individual ahead. Upon hearing the luck trigger, Lin Mu hummed an acknowledgement before stating, hand over that ring, and I might let you off. At this, Wu Pan sneered coldly. I've never seen you in the Wu family before. Yet you dare to come arrest me at such a young age? You're truly audacious. As the words fell, Wu Pan's body vanished from his original position, charging toward Lin Mu with lethal intent. In an instant, Wu Pan seemed transformed. His aura surged rapidly, and the depleted spiritual energy within him began to recover at an astonishing rate. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly gravely wounded Wu Pan recovered to his peak strength in barely 3 seconds. Level 38. A massive sword had materialized in Wu Pan's hand, its blade so broad it might as well have been called a blade. Wu Pan swung the blade, unleashing a powerful sword chi that surged toward his opponent. Lin Mu shifted his body to the side, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Simultaneously, he transformed his left palm into a fist and slammed it toward Wu Pan. Wu Pan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the danger, instantly launching a kick. Boom! Lin Mu's fist connected with Wu Pan's leg, sending Wu Pan's entire body crashing backward. Wu Pan slammed heavily into the invisible barrier, his face turning grim. How strong are you? Wu Pan glared intently at Lin Mu. He was a level 38 martial artist. The person before him looked barely 18. How could he possibly possess such overwhelming power? This kind of power belonged to someone at least level 39, or even 40. Don't worry, there's more to come that will shock you even more. Lin Mu grinned, refraining from using his martial treasure as he unleashed another punch. The force contained within this punch was immense, compressing the very air around it. Heaven and earth synchronized fist. Boom! Feeling the sheer power of the strike, Wu Pan's pupils suddenly contracted. Daring not to meet it head-on, he hastily raised his greatsword to block it before him. Simultaneously, the spirit armor unique to a level 30 martial artist enveloped his body. Thud! Lin Mu's fist struck down, sending Wu Pan reeling backward once more. The web of his hand gripping the sword went numb, his entire arm trembling. Without giving his opponent a moment to catch his breath, Lin Mu stepped forward and charged once more. Wu Pan scrambled to block the strike. But he was clearly no match for Lin Mu. Whether in strength, speed, or even the martial arts he mastered, he fell far short of Lin Mu's prowess. And Lin Mu hadn't even drawn upon his martial treasure yet. Faced with such a vast disparity, Wu Pan's expression darkened. He was absolutely no match for Lin Mu. You forced my hand. Wu Pan fixed a deathly stare on Lin Mu, suddenly drawing a pitch-black object from his robe. The object still pulsed, like the heart of some demonic entity, emitting black mist. The next instant, Wu Pan opened his mouth wide and swallowed the heart whole. Witnessing this, Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Immediately afterward, Lin Mu witnessed Wu Pan's aura skyrocket. Peak level 38, level 39. Only when he reached the peak of level 39 did this explosive surge of energy gradually slow. Feeling boundless power surge through his entire body, Wu Pan instantly shed his earlier despondency. His face broke into a broad smile as he declared. Ha 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 ha. You're finished. Wu Pan's original appearance had vanished. Though he still retained human form, his face and arms had transformed into monstrous, grotesque features. Wu Pan discarded his greatsword, his sharp claws becoming his weapons. What the hell is this? After a moment of surprise, Lin Mu's eyes flickered with curiosity. At the peak of level 39, Wu Pan posed no threat to Lin Mu unless he broke through to level 40. On the contrary, Lin Mu saw Wu Pan as the perfect test subject to gauge whether a few of his punches could obliterate a peak level 39 martial artist. You dared come to kill me? Then prepare to die. Wu Pan stepped forward with blinding speed. A pitch-black shadow suddenly closing in beside Lin Mu. His long, sharp claws transformed into razor-sharp blades, thrusting straight toward Lin Mu's chest. Lin Mu shifted his body, instantly evading the lethal strike. But in the next instant, Wu Pan's figure materialized on Lin Mu's other side. Die! Wu Pan had already struck, leaving Lin Mu no chance to dodge. He could only let the attack land on his body. In Wu Pan's fierce eyes, it seemed as though he could already see the moment of Lin Mu's gruesome death. His face twisted into a maniacal grin. Thud. Yet the next instant, his attack struck Lin Mu without leaving a single wound. Instead, a metallic clang echoed through the air. This left Wu Pan utterly stunned. How could this be? Didn't expect my body to be this tough, did you? Lin Mu grinned. Since you hit me, I suppose I should return the favor. The heaven and earth twinning fist gathered, channeling boundless spiritual energy into his left arm. In the next instant, Lin Mu unleashed a devastating punch. Chapter 204, The Evil God Group Returns. Boom! Lin Mu's punch seemed to carry a phantom shadow moving in tandem with his strike. As if multiple forces had merged, an unprecedented energy erupted in an instant. Amidst a deafening explosion, Wu Pan's body cracked and creaked, his internal organs feeling as though they were about to shatter. Then, his entire body was violently hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Wu Pan's face was deathly pale, and even rising to his feet proved an agonizing struggle. Countless fractures riddled his bones, and the blood he coughed up was a pool of liquid as black as ink. How can you be this strong? Wu Pan couldn't believe it. The man before him, Lin Mu, possessed such overwhelming power. That single punch, he was certain, would have been impossible for even a level 40 martial artist to withstand. But what was even more terrifying was the opponent's physical constitution. He had clearly landed a blow on him, yet Lin Mu seemed completely unscathed. How could Wu Pan possibly accept this reality? Damn it. Just one day. Lying on the ground, Wu Pan now harbored thoughts of death. He couldn't even rise to his feet. That single punch had crippled him. The demon heart within his body pounded relentlessly. Though it was repairing his injuries, it was a drop in the bucket. This demon god heart had been given to him by the messenger lord as a precaution against unforeseen dangers. Yet now, even swallowing the heart, he was no match for the man before him. How could Wu Pan accept such a reality? Put. Just as Wu Pan's hopes were utterly crushed, Lin Mu produced a sword from nowhere and drove it straight through Wu Pan's chest. Wu Pan's eyes locked onto Lin Mu with such intensity that if looks could kill, Lin Mu would have died 100 times over. You sure talk a lot. Lin Mu gave him a cold glance before bending down to take the ring from Wu Pan's embrace. It was a square ring, entirely golden in color, and felt substantial in his hand. It shimmered with a faint golden glow, as if breathing. This is the thing. Lin Mu held it in his hand before stowing it away in his storage ring. No, don't take it. That's for the messenger. Wu Pan clung desperately to Lin Mu's ankle, mustering every ounce of strength to stop him from leaving. But he was pinned to the ground, utterly powerless to hold him back. At that very moment, a sudden change occurred. The demon god's heart within Wu Pan, standing beside Lin Mu, suddenly exploded. Countless waves of demonic energy spread from his body, transforming into a ferocious beast that devoured his flesh and blood. Lin Mu hurriedly pulled away. His gaze fixed on Wu Pan, Lin Mu's eyes held a hint of shock. Wu Pan was now engulfed in a torrent of demonic energy. Yet this energy seemed to possess a life of its own, relentlessly devouring his very body. Lin Mu could sense an incredibly potent energy fluctuation within this malevolent force. Could it be possession? The thought suddenly flashed through Lin Mu's mind. The next second, his suspicion was confirmed. As the malevolent energy devoured every last bit of Wu Pan's flesh, it spread over his skin and body. A terrifying aura instantly radiated throughout the entire Hongyang's secret realm. Gripping the heavenly ruler spear, Lin Mu fixed his gaze on the Wu Pan who had risen to his feet. The revived Wu Pan had undergone a profound transformation even in his aura. He was like a completely different person compared to before. A faint smile played on the Wu Pan's face as his blood-red eyes fixed on Lin Mu. I presume you are Lin Mu. At these words, Lin Mu's pupils abruptly contracted. This ghostly thing before him, whose origins were unknown, actually knew his name. Don't overreact like that. Wu Pan continued, your information is laid bare within our demon god group. We know your background very well. My origins. Lin Mu murmured under his breath, unease stirring within him. Did they truly know his origins? He was a transmigrator, after all. The space. Wu Pan said with a smile, uttering only 2 words. He said no more. Lin Mu remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the figure before him. The aura emanating from him was terrifying. This was definitely not just a level 40 martial artist. If he were to strike, Lin Mu would die without a doubt. I really want to kill you before I leave. Wu Pan looked at Lin Mu, suddenly sighing and shaking his head. You're too terrifying. If it weren't for that sensitive word about to appear. Today, even if it means draining my lifespan, I will kill you. Hearing this, Lin Mu's heart exploded. But you won't live much longer either. Wu Pan chuckled again. For someone like you, death is the best fate. Otherwise, you would disrupt all order. As the words faded, Wu Pan's form gradually withered away, the countless malevolent energies beginning to dissipate. Watching Wu Pan slowly dissipate, Lin Mu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yet at the same time, he couldn't quite bring himself to feel relieved. How much longer do I have to live? Is the evil god group coming for me? Lin Mu murmured, his gaze heavy with gravity. Moreover, what did the other party mean by that mention of space? Could it be that they truly knew his origins? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. Huff. Lin Mu exhaled heavily, expelling a cloud of stale breath. Being a genius was no easy feat, after all. No wonder they say only those who truly grow into it can be called geniuses. Let's get out of here first. Lin Mu glanced at Wu Pan's lifeless body on the ground. After a moment's thought, he decided not to take it with him. Too disgusting. The third day arrived swiftly. All living beings within the Hongyang secret realm were teleported out. Outside the Hongyang secret realm, Wu Tianhu waited anxiously. If Lin Mu failed to kill the traitor of the Wu family, that traitor would escape with the priceless treasure. Young Master Lin, what's going on? Just then, a streak of light descended. Upon recognizing the figure within, Wu Tianhu hurried forward, about to speak. Lin Mu raised the ring in his hand. The moment he saw the square ring, Wu Tianhu let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that's good. Wu Tianhu was in high spirits. Thank you, young friend Lin, for lending a hand. With the Wu family's treasure now in his possession, it meant Wu Pan was as good as dead. Otherwise, Wu Pan would never have revealed this item. Master Wu, I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Lin Mu said indifferently, then departed with the square ring to complete his mission. Very well. Wu Tianhu offered no further comment. Lin Mu felt a surge of tension. Could the evil god group's warning that his days were numbered mean they would strike against him within the next few days? Chapter 205, Reward for 56 consecutive victories. After delivering the crucial item for the mission to Lu Qingqing, the task was considered complete. Lu Qingqing was profoundly surprised by how swiftly Lin Mu had accomplished it. She hadn't held much hope for this young man entrusted to her by Commander Li. He was simply too young. At this age, he was 2 or 3 years younger than her own sister. Yet despite his age, he possessed combat prowess comparable to a level 40 warrior. It was simply unbelievable. Officer Lu, I wish to see Commander Li. Lin Mu stated. Commander Li? Lu Qingqing paused, then replied, you can contact Commander Li through your special purpose phone. Lu Qingqing didn't ask any further questions. All right. Lin Mu nodded. But during the mission, it'll be difficult for you to meet Commander Li now. Lu Qingqing remarked calmly. Lin Mu froze. This mission involves the traitor from the Wu family heading straight for the evil god group. Lu Qingqing stated calmly, the evil god group is currently extremely active within the borders of Great Xia, with traces of their crimes found across the land. The Martial Arts Association squads have been relentlessly tracking their movements. The evil god group entering Great Xia is not a good thing. Hearing this, Lin Mu couldn't help but glance at Lu Qingqing several times. She continued, Commander Li fears the evil god group might target the wastelands of Lingzhou. That's why he's remained stationed here for so many days to prevent any unforeseen incidents. However, with the Wu family traitor incident in Daqing City, martial law has already been imposed. Hearing this, Lin Mu finally grasped the meaning behind Lu Qingqing's words. I see. Lin Mu nodded. I hope you understand. Lu Qingqing hummed in acknowledgement. If you have urgent matters, Commander Li should be able to make time for you. All right. After saying this, Lin Mu departed. Now, he wasn't without his trump cards. His victory favors the brave streak following the Mount Tai expedition and including this latest win, had now reached 56 consecutive victories. This figure surpassed even his previous highest win streak. The rewards here might just offer Lin Mu a glimmer of opportunity. Recalling the bizarre transformation that occurred after Wu Pan, the traitor of the Wu family, consumed that black heart within the Hongyang secret realm, sent a chill down Lin Mu's spine. The Hongyang secret realm restricted entry to practitioners below level 40, yet this man had appeared there solely by consuming a heart. Though Lin Mu didn't understand why the man hadn't attacked. This feat alone had instilled a profound sense of danger within him. System, grant me the reward. Ding. 56 match winning streak reward distributed. Mystic Heavenly 9-turn Colorful Lotus 1, Dao Thunderbolt 1, Dao Heaven Repairing Stone 1, 5th grade Mystic Yellow Thunder Palm 1. The rewards for victory favors the brave arrived instantly. The Mystic Heavenly 9-turn Colorful Lotus, harvested from the 9 heavens, was once used to mend the heavens. Consuming it grants immense enhancement. Mortals can cultivate mortal bones, while cultivators gain the power of the Mystic Heaven. Dao Thunder, annihilating all in its path, was once a talisman forged by a peerless powerhouse. It can destroy martial artists below level 70. Taoist Heaven Repairing Stone, infused with one's own blood to bind it. It transforms martial treasures at will, advancing in grade based on the martial treasures and weapons it consumes. 5th grade Martial Art, Mystic Yellow Thunder Palm. The signature technique of the Mystic Yellow Patriarch, who single-handedly annihilated demons with this thunder palm, shaking the 9 heavens and earning him legendary fame. Lin Mu stared at these 4 rewards, his heart surging with excitement. These 4 rewards were utterly mind-blowing. Whether it was the 9-turn Celestial Lotus, the Dao Thunder, or the final 2 items. Wherever one looked, they were absolute treasures. Without hesitation, Lin Mu swallowed the mystic Heaven 9 turned colorful lotus. A torrent of spiritual energy instantly exploded within his body. Immediately afterward, an inexplicable force enveloped the area around his dantian. This force was profound and mysterious. As Lin Mu continuously absorbed the mystic Heaven 9 turned colorful lotus, the inexplicable force gradually merged into Lin Mu's body. In an instant, Lin Mu sensed a subtle shift within his physical form. It had grown stronger. Simultaneously, a look of astonishment spread across Lin Mu's face. While his physical strength might not surpass that of a martial artist in their 40s, a level 40 martial artist could certainly not inflict any significant injury upon him. Yet even so, that sliver of Xiantian power from the 9 transformations colorful lotus had still enhanced his physical form. The shift in that power. The intensified strength made Lin Mu even more formidable. Even though he had yet to break through to the 40th level, he could sense that his power was now on par with that of a 40th level martial artist. All of this was attributable to that Xiantian power. However, after consuming the mystic Heaven 9 transformation colorful lotus, Lin Mu could leverage this colossal spiritual energy to break through to level 40. Lin Mu sent Lu Qingqing a message, informing her he would be secluding himself for several days. Lu Qingqing would not disturb him. Lin Mu began his seclusion. He was now just a step away from reaching level 40. With the spiritual energy of the mystic Heaven 9 transformation colorful lotus, Lin Mu surged through this final barrier. Crack! A faint cracking sound emanated from his dantian. Streams of spiritual energy converged, enveloping the entire dantian before coalescing into a cave-like chamber deep within. Lin Mu had thus reached level 40. Congratulations, host, on your level advancement. Acquired new ability, Heavenly Martial Weapon. Can manifest a martial treasure matching the user's strength, but it will greatly consume the user's spiritual energy. Heavenly Martial Treasure. Lin Mu slowly opened his eyes. So this was what a life-bound artifact meant. Deciding to postpone testing this new ability for now, Lin Mu turned and retrieved the Tao-level Heaven Repairing Stone. The Tao-level Heaven Repairing Stone was a multicolored spirit stone, lying quietly on the ground, roughly the size of 4 or 5 adult fists. Lin Mu bit his finger, letting a drop of blood fall onto the Tao Heaven Repairing Stone. The instant it touched his blood, the Tao-level Heaven Repairing Stone instantly emitted a 5-colored radiance, enveloping Lin Mu's entire body. His mind became crystal clear. In that instant, Lin Mu felt a connection form between himself and the Tao Heaven Repairing Stone. With a thought, the stone in his hand instantly transformed into a long sword. This was vastly different from an ordinary sword. The entire blade was crafted from jade, its sharpness impossible to discern at a glance. But Lin Mu could sense that the sword's power was only on par with a third-grade martial treasure. Still, its ability to devour martial treasures for advancement was quite commendable. Finally, only the 5th-grade martial art, the mystic yellow thunder poem, remained. Since it was produced by the system, this martial art was bound to be anything but weak. Without delay, Lin Mu commenced his cultivation. Never give up triggered. Xianhuang Thunder Poem cultivation commenced. Chapter 206, Emerging from Seclusion. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Mu had secluded himself for a full week. Throughout this week, the entire Lingzhou remained remarkably quiet. Even though members of the evil god group had already infiltrated Lingzhou, nothing unusual occurred within its borders. Yet everyone knew this was merely the calm before the storm. Western Military District. Li Xiao sat in the conference hall, joined by the commanders of every branch within the military district. Here gathered the very backbone of the entire Western Military District. This is peculiar. The evil god group is notoriously brutal. It's been a month since we first received intelligence about them. Yet the demon god group hasn't made a single move. Not even the remote mountain villages have seen any activity. One commander spoke up, his weathered face bearing a look of puzzlement. Therefore, we must remain vigilant during this period. A man clad in black added. The others either nodded or remained silent. Li Xiao, seated at the head, kept his eyes closed before speaking slowly. Gentlemen, strengthen your defenses. Every move the evil god group makes is no small matter. I've already informed the other military districts. The entire Great Xia is now under martial law to prevent the evil god group from exploiting any openings. Upon hearing this, all the captains present nodded in agreement. Commander Li, is the evil god group really going to cause trouble this time? One captain inquired. To be honest, the nationwide alert in Great Xia was only slightly stricter than previous orders and hadn't reached the level of tension seen across the entire empire. After all, the Great Xia Empire was vast, and infiltrating it was hardly a difficult task for the evil god group. However, the evil god group no longer possessed the same level of recklessness as before. After all, they had been thoroughly punished by the coalition of nations and were nowhere near their former glory. The current evil god group was merely clinging to life. There is one matter I must bring to everyone's attention. At that moment, Li Xiao extended his hand and tapped lightly on the tabletop. The murmurs instantly ceased as all eyes turned toward the commander. There is a traitor among the humans, right here within Lingzhou. Li Xiao spoke slowly. Were it not for this, the situation in Lingzhou would not be so tense. Moreover, according to our spy's latest report, the Dark God Group has dispatched a messenger this time. At these words, the expressions of the captains present shifted slightly. They've dispatched a messenger? That's a bold move. What exactly is the demon cult group planning? All the captains wore expressions of tension. Messengers were the representatives of the evil God Group, and there were only 17 of them in the entire organization. They are said to be the spokespeople for the evil god, and each messenger possesses immense power. Moreover, wherever a messenger appeared, nothing good would follow. Calm yourselves, everyone. I have already retrieved the divine artifact. Once we pinpoint the messenger's location, I will immediately head there with it. Li Xiao stated calmly. Additionally, vigilance over the wilderness territories must not be relaxed. If the evil god group intends to release their so-called evil god, they will inevitably require blood sacrifices. But Lingzhou has remained remarkably peaceful all this time. This suggests their target isn't living beings, but demonic beasts. Hearing this, one captain couldn't help but ask, Commander Li, are you suggesting the demon god they seek to release is a beast demon god? Everyone present possessed extensive knowledge of the demon god group. The they spoke of generally fell into two categories. One is the human evil god, and the other is the beast evil god. The sacrifices required for each type of demon god also differed. Therefore, given the current situation in Lingzhou, it was highly probable that the demon god group intended to summon a beast demon god. I wonder which wasteland they'll target. A squad leader remarked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Currently, only the demonic beasts in Lingzhou's 4 wastelands and the abyssal demons are in a state of revival. Li Xiao remarked calmly. Among these 4 wastelands, ranked by strength, the demon god group is most likely to choose the Black Crow Wasteland in Daqing City. At the mention of the Black Crow Wasteland, the captain from Daqing City immediately responded, Commander Li, there have been no unusual activities in Daqing City these past days. Could it be their target isn't Daqing City? That remains uncertain. The other captains chimed in, who knows which of these 4 wastelands they'll actually target. Li Xiao, seated at the head of the table, remarked calmly, regardless, all 4 wastelands are of utmost importance. No one is to let their guard down. Strengthen surveillance as much as possible. Report any suspicious individuals to me immediately. Upon hearing this, all the captains nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Lin Mu emerged from seclusion feeling refreshed and invigorated. Not only had he broken through to the 42nd level, but he had also mastered the 5th grade martial art, the mystic yellow thunder palm, to perfection. The gains from this retreat were immense. Not only did the lingering thread of Xian Tian power within him grant him explosive strength, the Dao-level heaven repairing stone could transform into any weapon at will, allowing him to strike opponents by surprise. Moreover, the Xianhuang Thunder Palm had grown even more formidable. Had the system not labeled it as a 5th grade martial art, Lin Mu would have mistaken it for a 6th grade technique. This Xianhuang Thunder Palm truly lives up to its reputation as the signature martial art of the Xianhuang Patriarch. If mastered completely, this martial art would certainly rival a 6th grade martial art. Lin Mu murmured to himself. He had already informed Lu Qingqing about his emergence from seclusion. With nothing pressing now, Lin Mu had purchased quite a few 4th grade martial treasures online for the Dao replenishing heavenly stone to absorb. The total expenditure exceeded 70 million, yielding a blood energy increase of over 700 points. Thus, Lin Mu's cultivation level had risen from 41st tier after his breakthrough to 42nd tier. After level 40, you need at least 400 vitality points to break through to the next level. Lin Mu clicked his tongue. 400 points of chi blood equated to 40 million great xia coins. This meant he would need 400 million to break through to level 50. Subsequent breakthroughs demanded even greater vitality reserves, the cost spiraling into astronomical sums. You have to take things one step at a time. Lin Mu didn't dwell on it, choosing not to rush. Looking back, it had only been half a year since he embarked on the path of martial arts. Yet he had already elevated his cultivation to level 42, a feat astonishing enough to captivate the world. Within a few years, Lin Mu would undoubtedly stand among the elite of this realm, shoulder to shoulder with the strongest. After breaking through the 40th level, the vast sea of spiritual energy within Lin Mu was sufficient to enable flight. This development significantly boosted his efficiency in completing missions. Soon, Lin Mu received a message from Lu Qingqing. Lin Mu, head to Black Alley in Daqing City immediately. Suspected members of the evil god group have been spotted there. Lu Qingqing's words were unusually concise. Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. The evil god group is back. Lin Mu had never forgotten this organization. On the contrary, the threat from that man back then remained vividly etched in his memory. Putting away his special phone, Lin Mu withdrew his gaze and stepped forward. A bolt of lightning erupted around him, and in the next instant, Lin Mu transformed into a streak of electric arc, shooting straight toward the heavens. Chapter 207, Bull. Daqing City, Black Alley. A woman veiled in black stood in the dim alley, a razor-sharp dagger clenched in her hand. Flanking her, 2 men each gripped their own weapons, positioned to block her escape. Night Owl, we've been tracking you for a full month. You've finally shown yourself. One of the men spoke coldly, tightening his grip on the blade in his hand. Tension etched their faces. The woman before them was a member of the demon cult. A month ago, she had flown in from overseas to Daqing City in Lingzhou, Great Xia. Their squad had tracked her relentlessly for the entire month. Now, they had finally caught her. What? Am I really worth all this fuss from your little squad? Her eyes held a hint of seductive charm as she gazed alluringly at the man before her. The corners of her mouth, hidden beneath her veil, slowly curled upward. As the top 40 on your Great Xia's overseas wanted list hailed as the most beautiful woman, don't you want to see my true face? Facing the two enforcers, the woman showed not a trace of nervousness. Instead, she extended her jade-like hand, preparing to lift her veil. Upon witnessing this, the two men immediately tensed, gripping their weapons even tighter. Her eyes were exceptionally bewitching. As she slowly drew back the veil, her originally jet-black pupils now shimmered with a faint purple glow. In that instant, the law enforcement officer facing her directly felt his own eyes go blank and unfocused. Watch out! The man behind her suddenly barked a warning before striking out abruptly. He swung his great sword, unleashing a surge of blade energy that transformed into boundless force, hurtling toward the woman's back. At that very moment, the woman whipped her head around, locking eyes with the law enforcement officer. Their eyes locked, and the officer's body, along with the hand gripping the blade, froze mid-air. Boom! The blade's aura descended, yet the woman remained unscathed. The two enforcers, however, were frozen in place, utterly motionless. Come out! I know you've been hiding in the shadows for a long time. The woman chuckled before speaking. As her words faded, a graceful figure emerged from the darkness. This woman was none other than Lu Qingqing. At that moment, Lu Qingqing's expression was unusually grim. She never imagined that at their very first encounter, both of her men would be charmed by the other. The intelligence was flawed. Lu Qingqing clenched her fists tightly. The Night Owl of the evil god group, her mesmerizing gaze actually worked on a level 40 martial artist. She had even summoned Lin Mu here. For a moment, Lu Qingqing was filled with regret. She herself might not be a match for Night Owl in a one-on-one fight. If Lin Mu came over, wouldn't she be putting his life in danger? With this thought, she pulled out her phone, about to tell Lin Mu not to come. But just then, a thunderous roar erupted overhead. Boom! This thunderclap, in broad daylight, sounded like a bolt from the blue, leaving the pedestrians on the street utterly astonished. But living in this era, they quickly understood what it meant. A powerful martial artist. Whoa, commanding thunder, who could this formidable figure be? Is this what a martial artist is like? Boom! As another thunderclap echoed, a bolt of lightning instantly struck before Night Owl's eyes in the dark alley. Seeing the lightning, Lu Qingqing's expression froze in shock. But when the lightning dissipated and she saw the figure, her heart surged with shock and confusion. Lin Mu's move was something only a level 40 martial artist could pull off. Yet Lin Mu's record stated his cultivation level was only 36. How much time had passed for him to advance to level 40? Night Owl observed the young man who had landed before him, a ripple of emotion stirring within his own heart. Then, upon seeing Lin Mu's face, Night Owl smiled. I thought some powerhouse from the Western Military District had arrived. Turns out it's just a young kid like this. Lin Mu was far too young, so young that this member of the evil god group didn't even bother to take him seriously. Is that so? Lin Mu grinned. I'm not so little brother. Hearing this, Night Owl's eyes glowed with an almost seductive charm. She propped her chin on one hand, her voice carrying a hint of enchantment. Really, little brother? How about we test it out? Her words had barely left her lips when she was about to sneer at how easily this youth had fallen for her charm. But in the next instant, a crimson bolt of lightning erupted before her eyes, roaring toward her like a colossal dragon. Feeling the terrifying pressure swept by the thunder dragon, Night Owl's scalp tingled. Simultaneously, the dagger in her hand immediately emitted a purple glow. Boom! Night Owl swung her blade down. The purple glow transformed into an elongated blade, carrying a fierce blade aura that shattered the thunder dragon. An explosion echoed, yet Night Owl's eyes remained unwaveringly alert. For an immense pressure had already engulfed her entire body once more. Here, taste this. Lin Mu's fist slammed forward, crimson lightning surging around his fist. The surging power even caused the surrounding buildings to tremble. Night Owl's pupils contracted sharply, yet she stood her ground, showing no intention of retreating. She lifted her head, her violet-tinged eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. Don't look into her eyes. Lu Qingqing shouted immediately, trying to stop Lin Mu. But their gazes had already locked. At the same moment, Lu Qingqing's body abruptly left her original position, charging toward Night Owl. Locked in that gaze, Lin Mu froze in place, just like the two enforcers before him. Seeing this, Night Owl gave a cold laugh. Still so young. As she spoke, the dagger in her hand shot straight toward Lin Mu's throat. Crack! As the blade descended, Night Owl froze completely in place. Lin Mu was indeed restrained. The blade had landed on Lin Mu's neck. Yet her dagger failed to pierce his throat, not even grazing his skin. Just as Night Owl was utterly bewildered, a violent storm swept in from the side. Instantly, several blades formed from gale force winds stabbed toward him. Night Owl's hair stood on end as he scrambled to dodge. The gale blades whizzed past her, and Lu Qingqing's figure instantly materialized before Lin Mu. "Are you okay?" Lu Qingqing hurriedly checked Lin Mu's injuries. That slash had clearly landed on his neck. Yet at this moment, Lin Mu seemed completely unharmed. "Where did your Western military district find this freak?" From afar, Night Owl's gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu. She couldn't fathom how her 4th grade martial treasure and her level 44 cultivation hadn't even scratched him. Chapter 208, The Law Enforcement Captain. Not only was Night Owl stunned, but even Lu Qingqing froze in place. She had clearly seen Night Owl's dagger land on Lin Mu's neck. Yet miraculously, Lin Mu's neck remained completely unharmed. Just then, Lin Mu, who had been under the spell, suddenly snapped back to his senses. His eyes, which had glowed purple, now regained their original clarity. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mu awoke from his trance. He glared intently at the Night Owl ahead, his eyes flashing with anger. "You bastard! Even the illusions you trap me in aren't worth a damn. I'll kill you." Lin Mu lunged forward in a single stride, closing the distance to Night Owl in an instant. His palm erupted with a thunderous strike, the Xianuan lightning gathering with blinding speed. The terrifying force erupted in that very instant. Night Owl's pupils contracted sharply, leaving him no time to dodge. Boom! A bolt of lightning erupted from the narrow alleyway, instantly illuminating the entire dim passageway. The immense force struck Night Owl's body in an instant. Boom! The palm strike landed, accompanied once more by a flash of yellow and white lightning, shooting straight out of the alley. As for Night Owl, who remained rooted to the spot, his entire body was slammed into the distant wall, blood spurting from his mouth. Cough cough. Night Owl's face, hidden beneath the black veil, was deathly pale. She was utterly drained of strength, her body weak beyond measure. Her chest, where her black robe was torn wide open, revealed a faint glow beneath. Blood flowed freely from her mouth, pooling on the ground. Lin Mu's eyes burned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Night Owl, advancing step by step. "Damn it, I've never been this angry." Xianuan lightning gathered in Lin Mu's palm. Yellow and white bolts intertwined, radiating terrifying power. Not far away, Lu Qingqing stared blankly at the scene. The aura emanating from Lin Mu now was at least that of a level 40 martial artist. Yet the power he unleashed rivaled that of a level 45 martial artist. What did this signify? He had only just stepped into the 40th level, yet he could already kill enemies of higher tiers. Even the weakest Night Owl before him was a level 44 martial artist. Yet Lin Mu had struck her down with a single blow, leaving her gravely injured. "Lin Mu, be careful." Recalling that the members of the evil god group still had backup, Lu Qingqing hurriedly warned him. Hearing this, Lin Mu offered no reply, instead advancing step by step toward his opponent. On the wall, Night Owl's body slowly detached, her entire form kneeling on the ground as blood continued to spill from her mouth. Messenger, it seems I won't be able to complete my mission." Night Owl murmured, his violet eyes now filled with madness and resignation. She pulled a blackened heart from her bosom and shoved it into her mouth. Seeing this, Lu Qingqing's pupils contracted sharply. "Lin Mu, run!" But Lin Mu, already consumed by madness, paid no heed to her words. Boom! Lin Mu stepped forward, unleashing a speed that surpassed even supersonic velocity. In an instant, he struck out with his palm, using his hand like a blade to pierce through the Night Owl's throat. The heart clutched in its jaws remained unconsumed. The Night Owl stared blankly at Lin Mu, feeling its life force drain away as its entire body went limp. Having dealt with the Night Owl, Lin Mu withdrew his hand. Though the heart in the Night Owl's mouth had not been swallowed, the instant it entered her mouth, it dispersed. In an instant, the Night Owl's corpse was consumed by black threads formed from the heart. Witnessing this, Lu Qingqing immediately acted. With a flick of her wrist, her folding fan erupted in a blaze of light. Blades of gale force winds slammed into the Night Owl's corpse. But it was all for naught. Damn it, even if it wasn't swallowed, it still counts. Lin Mu's brows furrowed instantly at the sight. What a... Lin Mu, get out of here! Lu Qingqing shouted. Lin Mu turned to look and saw the Night Owl corpse on the ground begin to rise into the air. Damn it, you bastard! Lin Mu took off running without looking back. Lu Qingqing grabbed the two enforcers and dragged them toward the alley exit. But just then, strands of pitch-black thread erupted from the Night Owl's corpse, snapping out and binding the two of them tightly. What? Lin Mu froze. This was different from the eerie power he'd witnessed earlier with Wu Pan. Lin Mu, this is the power of the Dark God Group's messenger. We're done for. Lu Qingqing's face drained of color. To shatter its heart, it would take at least a level 50 martial artist. And the enforcement captain of Daqing City isn't in Daqing. At this revelation, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. It requires 50 level strength? Lin Mu still had the Dao Thunder at his disposal. If this truly was a dead end, Lin Mu would not hesitate. Ahead, Night Owl's corpse had been completely devoured by the Black Heart. What had once been the Night Owl now transformed into a strikingly handsome man. Long hair cascaded down his shoulders as he wore a purple robe, appearing as though he had stepped out of a painting, radiating an otherworldly aura. We meet again. The man gazed coldly at Lin Mu, trapped within the black threads. Rest assured, we won't be meeting again for much longer. Lin Mu replied indifferently, already clutching the Dao Thunder in his hand. At that very moment, an arc of light suddenly streaked down from the sky. Immediately, a terrifying force swept down from above. The man slowly raised his head, gazing at the arc of light. It was a jet-black blade, plunging straight down and instantly piercing through his body. The powerful blade aura relentlessly shredded the black threads binding his body. It's the law enforcement captain. Seeing the ink blade, Lu Qingqing's face lit up with joy. Lin Mu blinked and looked up at the sky. A burly man plummeted from the heavens, streaking through the air like a meteor. Boom! The earth trembled as the man, blade in hand, crashed down upon the body of the evil god group's messenger. The burst of blade aura instantly crushed the opponent's body to dust. Sorry, I'm late. With the messenger of the evil god sect dead, the burly man immediately stood up, turning his gaze toward Lu Qingqing and Lin Mu. We're saved. Lu Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for stepping in, Captain. This must be Lin Mu. The burly man gave a slight nod toward the latter, then fixed his gaze on Lin Mu. Under that gaze, a faint ripple stirred within Lin Mu. The way he looked at him didn't seem like he was sizing up a youngster. Rather, it felt like, yes, thank you for your assistance, senior. Lin Mu bowed respectfully. No need to thank me. I rushed here the moment I received word. The burly man withdrew his gaze and waved at the two. Good thing I arrived in time. Otherwise, you two would have been in serious trouble. Hearing this, Lu Qingqing asked, Captain, what about the Black Crow Wasteland? Nothing has gone wrong yet. The burly man shook his head. Chapter 209, The Expedition to the Black Crow Wasteland. The burly man was named Mu Qing, the enforcement captain of Daqing City. It was only through the other man's words that Lin Mu finally understood. It turns out that martial arts associations vary from province to province. Take Lingzhou, for instance, the Western Military District has appointed 15 enforcement squad leaders. Each of these enforcement captains was a formidable powerhouse starting at level 50. The Mu Qing before them was the enforcement captain of Daqing City. His position held equal standing to that of the Martial Arts Association president of Daqing City. Mu Qing's arrival had effectively saved the lives of Lin Mu, Lu Qingqing, and her two subordinates. Follow me back. Mu Qing stated. Lu Qingqing nodded. Let's go, Lin Mu. This mission is on your head. Thank you. Lu Qingqing was grateful to Lin Mu. Had it not been for his formidable strength, she could have handled the night owl alone. But Lin Mu had still exerted himself to eliminate the threat. Lin Mu gave a slight nod, saying nothing more. Now that the evil god group had appeared here so brazenly, the situation seemed to have become quite urgent. The group followed Mu Qing to the Martial Arts Association headquarters in Daqing City. Inside, numerous local martial artists had already gathered. Mu Qing took the seat of honor and began recounting the events that had unfolded in Daqing City over the past few days, as well as the evil god group's premeditated plans. Everyone, traces of the evil god group's followers have now been discovered within the Black Crow Wasteland. It's highly likely they intend to extract the essence blood from the demonic beasts there to resurrect their evil god. Following a decision by the Western Military District, we will unite 5 enforcement squad leaders, 1 deputy commander from the Western Military District, and 3,000 Dragon Guardian troops to assault the Black Crow Wasteland. We must purge the demonic beasts there before the evil god group makes their move. Mu Qing spoke with solemn gravity, and the entire conference room fell into an air of solemnity and reverence. Understood. The head of the Daqing Martial Arts Association nodded, being the first to respond. This operation will be divided into 2 parts. Martial artists above level 40 will enter the Black Crow Wasteland to participate in combat. The second part involves martial artists below level 40 remaining outside the Black Crow Wasteland. 2 enforcement squad leaders will be stationed there to handle emergencies and prevent demonic beasts from escaping. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. After Mu Qing finished speaking, his gaze fell upon Lin Mu in the corner. Lin Mu, I am aware of your situation. As a reserve special operations team member, you are authorized to participate in this operation. Lin Mu did not refuse. After nodding, he asked, can this battle be counted as a mission? Yes. Mu Qing replied, every single person who participates in this battle will be counted as having participated in the mission. Lin Mu said nothing more. He sat where he was, feeling a bit dazed for a moment. How long had it really been since he gained the strength to face the wasteland? How much longer before I can save Song City? Lin Mu clenched his fists. Level 40 still wasn't enough. The battle is tonight. You may begin preparations immediately. Mu Qing announced, upon reaching the Black Crow Wasteland, you will each receive a dedicated communication device. At this, the group nodded in agreement. Soon, the meeting concluded. As the meeting drew to a close, Lu Qingqing called Lin Mu aside. She was responsible for Lin Mu, and he was required to join their squad. Lin Mu, this is my first time participating in such a campaign too. I can't tell you much. Lu Qingqing said. It's fine. Lin Mu nodded. He understood perfectly well. Try to stay with the group and don't fall behind. While the Black Crow Wasteland isn't particularly dangerous. But with members of the Evil God group present this time, no one can guarantee unexpected incidents won't occur. The Evil God group is shrouded in mystery. Only their few actions that shocked Blue Star have earned them the attention of the nations. Even the Great Xia Empire possessed limited intelligence on the Evil God group. Much less someone like Lu Qingqing. How much could she possibly know about them? You saw it yourself, the power unleashed by the heart that Night Owl swallowed after death. Lu Qingqing continued, such abilities aren't possessed by every member of the Evil God group. The demon cult is divided into 3 tiers, the followers, the messengers, and the masters. Even among the cultists, not every member is granted that heart. According to the intel provided by team leader Mu, such methods within the cult of the Evil God consume the power of the devotees. Only those within the core ranks of the devotees possess such capabilities. Moreover, since this is a large-scale assault on the Black Crow Wastes, even if we encounter such a follower, there is no need to fear. Having received this confirmed intelligence, the Western Military District had already devised countermeasures. Therefore, Lin Mu, you absolutely must not fall behind. Lu Qingqing reminded him once more. If Lin Mu fell behind and encountered another follower like Night Owl, and that messenger reappeared, Lin Mu would be finished. So, as long as I stick right behind the main force, I'll be fine, right? Lin Mu asked, finally grasping the meaning. Yes. Lu Qingqing nodded. Got it. Lin Mu hummed in acknowledgement, turned, and left the area. He found a random spot and stayed there until nightfall. As darkness fell, light suddenly illuminated the entire city of Daqing. Several military armored vehicles drove out of Daqing City together, heading straight for the Black Crow Wasteland. Simultaneously, the towering iron walls of Daqing City slowly closed in, their surfaces now densely packed with soldiers armed to the teeth. Martial law was declared throughout Daqing City. Outside Daqing City, before the Black Crow Wasteland, the beams from several military armored vehicles illuminated everything within 100 meters. On the open ground stood over 100 martial artists. At the forefront were 5 individuals dressed in varied attire. Yet the aura emanating from these 5 was exceptionally powerful, far surpassing that of the other martial artists. Lin Mu stood among these martial artists. Mu Qing stood among the 5, scanning the group before speaking. Everyone, the specialized communicators issued to you contain the ability to interfere with demon beasts. For any matter, you must use the special communicators in your hands to contact us. Moreover, should you encounter a demon beast you cannot handle, do not hesitate, crush the communicator immediately to release the interference and hinder the beast. Simultaneously, the nearest enforcement squad leader will be dispatched to your location. At these words, everyone nodded in agreement. Lin Mu examined the bracelet in his hand. It was small, jet black as ink, and occasionally emitted a faint red glow. Enough chatter. Our objective is to eliminate as many demon beasts as possible. Should you encounter members of the Evil God group, execute them on the spot. Mu Qing continued, the equipment needed to deal with the Evil God group's messengers has already been distributed to you squad leaders. Fellow comrades, let us strive together in this battle. Chapter 210, The Battle Begins. The battle commenced. Beyond the Black Crow Wastes, 3 enforcement squad leaders, enveloped in powerful auras, transformed into streaks of light in 3 distinct colors. With a whoosh, they shot into the wasteland. Meanwhile, Lin Mu and his group also began their entry into the Black Crow Wasteland. The troops pressed deeper into the heart of the wasteland. This battle was destined to draw attention from all corners of Lingzhou. Lin Mu, following closely behind Lu Qingqing, entered the wasteland in an orderly and unhurried manner. By daylight, news of the incident had already spread across the forums. Lin Mu had initially wondered why Commander Li hadn't intervened directly to suppress the situation. It turned out that the Evil God group's objective this time extended far beyond the Black Crow Wasteland, the closest to Daqing City. 3 of Lingzhou's 5 wastelands were their targets. However, as the smallest of the 5, the Black Crow Wasteland drew minimal attention from the Evil God group, who had dispatched only a single messenger. The remaining 3 wastelands each had 2 or 3 messengers. Not only that, but a messenger no less formidable than Commander Li had also become involved in this incident. Upon seeing this news, Lin Mu wondered, for such a major event, did the Great Xia faction not send any other powerful figures to assist? It turned out that the other wastelands also required powerful guardians. During the Song City incident earlier, other powerful figures had also braved immense risks to come and guard Song City for a month or so. Fortunately, no major issues arose during that time, otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. However, according to the Post, although the Great Xia faction possessed numerous wastelands and many powerful individuals, creating a highly balanced situation, yet the Great Xia faction also possessed numerous supreme treasures. Thus, in this battle, even the 5 law enforcement captains wielded formidable treasures. This allowed them to avoid suffering greater losses among their warriors during the conflict. Participating in such a battle for the first time, Lin Mu still felt somewhat nervous. After all, every martial artist present had far more experience than him. Even Lu Qingqing, who appeared to be only 27 or 28, was at least 8 years his senior. Lin Mu was only a freshman in college, having reached this level in just over half a year. Is this the gap between prodigies and ordinary people? Lin Mu chuckled to himself. Could it be that General Lin had also gone through this? As the group pressed forward relentlessly, it wasn't walking, it was running. Among the martial artists present, even the weakest possessed over 20 levels of cultivation. The strongest among them were undoubtedly the 5 enforcement squad captains who had already pushed into the middle reaches of the Black Crow Wasteland. They were considered the most formidable elite squad in all of Lingzhou. Lin Mu were about to enter the lower layer. Stay close to me. Lu Qingqing turned to look at Lin Mu and said. Got it. Lin Mu nodded. Black Crow Wasteland, upper layer. This once barren wasteland now pulsed with vitality. Countless blood-red lights swirled around the corpse of a colossal demon beast. A pentagram-shaped formation slowly materialized above the beast's remains. Beneath the beast's carcass, a man clad in a black trenchcoat stood there. How exquisite! The man gazed at the beast's corpse before him. Threads of crimson light continuously emerged from the creature's body, twisting and coiling around its flesh. His eyes held a hint of rapture and excitement. Before long, the beast god will descend upon this realm. At this thought, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Just then, a black light abruptly landed not far from the man. Messenger, the martial artists of Lingzhou have entered the Black Crow Wasteland. The black light took human form and spoke. Send a few men to block their path. The man said coldly. Also, if the person I want has arrived here, bring him over if possible. Upon hearing this, the figure bowed respectfully. Yes, messenger. Then, the figure transformed back into a streak of black light and vanished from the spot. The man's gaze returned to the colossal beast's corpse. Beast god, one who lived in your era is about to arrive here. If his flesh and blood are offered to you, it is likely that you will formally descend upon this realm before long. The man's voice lingered long after he spoke. Within the Black Crow Wasteland, Lin Mu and the others had not encountered a single demon beast in the lower levels. After much deliberation, they understood where the demonic beasts had gone. The leader of the group ahead was none other than the Martial Arts Association president of Daqing City. With no demon beasts in this area, they immediately pressed onward to the middle layer of the Black Crow Wasteland. Roar! The moment they stepped into the middle layer of the Black Crow Wasteland, a demon beast let out a fierce roar at them. Everyone, split into 10 squads. Spread out and enter the middle layer together. The Martial Arts Association president barked the order, directing the group. As the Martial Association's president, his strength and command abilities were naturally up to par. As soon as his words fell, over 100 martial artists divided into 10 squads. Thud! The Martial Arts Association president thrust his spear forward. The body of that mere third-tier demon beast was instantly pierced through, dead as a doornail. Lin Mu followed closely beside Lu Qingqing as they advanced northwestward. As each squad ventured deeper, they encountered demon beasts. Lu Qingqing gripped her slender sword, charging toward the charging demon beasts. These beasts weren't particularly powerful, with the strongest only reaching 4th tier. This particular squad numbered 10 members, with even the weakest among them being in their 20s in terms of cultivation level. Lin Mu, Lu Qingqing, and the captain of another squad were even stronger, all over level 40. Lin Mu stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson lightning that surged around him, shattering the black mist seeping from the earth. His fist slammed out, its overwhelming force directly compressing space. Boom! The third-tier demon beast facing him instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist, exploding on contact. Lin Mu charged forward again, plunging into the heart of the demon beast horde in the blink of an eye. These beasts, save for the 4th-tier ones, could no longer grant him the victory boost from Victory Favors the Brave. Only the Nuclear Virtue and Golden Soul effects remained active. Lin Mu fought like a man possessed, relentlessly slaughtering the beasts. Lu Qingqing and the other martial artists watching nearby were all stunned. This kid is this fierce. Host slays demon beast. Golden Soul boosts physical strength by 10%. Host slays demon beast, core virtue increases strength by 1 point. Awesome! Awesome! The system's voice continued to chime, and Lin Mu's face was filled with a broad smile. His physical enhancement had now reached nearly 400%. With such formidable flesh, even the venom spewed by these demonic beasts couldn't harm him. Boom! Lin Mu unleashed a palm strike. Xianhuan lightning erupted from a 3-meter radius around him, spreading instantly like a sea of thunder. Every demon beast within that range perished instantly. When Lin Mu finally stopped, everyone stared in stunned silence, frozen in place. This. Poet's Grasp. Chapter 211, The Target. Surveying the ground littered with demon beast corpses, the leader of the group froze in shock. He was the captain of another squad, a formidable level 43 fighter. Yet now, witnessing Lin Mu's ferocious display, he realized this 18-year-old youth was several times more formidable than himself. Earlier, this kid had slaughtered all the beasts here without even using his own martial treasure. Even Lu Qingqing was profoundly shocked by such overwhelming power. 3 4th-tier demon beasts? Just like that, they were dead? But the truly shocking spectacle was yet to come. Lin Mu stood before the group, palm open, addressing the demon beast corpses. Rise! As Lin Mu's words fell, black mist began to seep relentlessly from the corpses before them. The black mist swirled together. Witnessing this, everyone froze in place. Many eyes shifted, fixating intently on Lin Mu. Lu Qingqing and the man stared intently at the dark mist. Countless wisps of black mist poured from the demon beast's body, drifting into the clearing where they instantly coalesced into the forms of other demon beasts. The fallen beasts had been reborn, their bodies shrouded in black mist, indistinguishable from their former selves. Thud! Dozens of these already dead beasts bowed in reverence toward Lin Mu, kneeling respectfully. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was frozen in shock. What kind of power was this? You're not part of the demon cult, are you? Someone blurted out, unable to contain their shock at the sheer strangeness of this display. Don't be ridiculous. The man shot a glare at his subordinate. At that moment, Lu Qingqing interjected, Lin Mu is a specially approved reserve special operations member under Commander Li. His identity underwent rigorous verification before he was permitted to be here. If he were part of the demon god group, then there'd be hardly any good people left in the Great Xia Empire. The fact that he could evade detection by even the most powerful investigators at the official level of Great Xia meant the evil god group was simply too formidable. Hearing this, the others finally relaxed. Lin Mu's abilities before them were truly terrifying. He was nothing short of inhuman. This must be some kind of divine ability. Lu Qingqing remarked. Divine abilities were ever-changing and exceedingly rare. This must be some divine power mastered by Lin Mu. Dozens of demonic beasts prostrated themselves before Lin Mu. With a wave of his massive hand, the revived creatures dissolved into wisps of black smoke, vanishing from the scene. Let's go, the man said. With a powerhouse like Lin Mu now in their ranks, any demon beasts they encountered would surely be easily dealt with. Unless they encountered a 5th-tier demon beast. But this was the middle layer of the Black Crow Wasteland. The demon beasts here were inherently low tier. Even the dominant demon beasts of the Black Crow Wasteland only reached the upper realm of the 6th tier. 5th-tier beasts only appeared in the upper reaches of the Black Crow Wasteland. The group set off once more, pushing deeper into the Black Crow Wasteland. At this moment, across other regions of the Black Crow Wasteland, martial artist squads were all advancing toward its depths. The entire journey was progressing with astonishing ease. Meanwhile, Lingzhou, Wutong City, Tianyuan Wasteland. Li Xiao, clad in battle armor, stood in the sky, gripping a massive sword. His gaze was cold and fixed on the man before him. Around them lay a sea of demon beast corpses. Surrounded by towering mountains, the earth continuously spewed forth waves of pitch-black radiance. This was the uppermost layer of the abyssal wilderness, its deepest, darkest core. Li Xiao coldly observed the messenger of the evil god group before him, unable to fathom what the other was thinking. If the purpose was to sacrifice beasts, why had they slaughtered nearly all the beasts of the abyssal wilderness? This was entirely out of character for them. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? Li Xiao asked indifferently. By killing these beasts, you'll have nothing left to sacrifice to your beast god. Hearing this, the man smiled faintly. We have many methods of sacrifice. This need not trouble Commander Li. Then you shall remain here today. Li Xiao held his long sword horizontally, his voice cold. In the next instant, Li Xiao swung his blade. Raising his arm, a deathly pale blade aura instantly shot forth, spanning several zhang in size and carrying a terrifying blade qi. Facing this strike, the messenger of the evil god group merely raised his hand slightly. Countless black vapors spread out, coalescing into a wall. Boom! As their attacks collided, a deafening roar erupted. The entire abyssal wilderness trembled. The messenger's expression shifted slightly, his palm trembling ever so slightly, though he concealed it masterfully. I've long heard of the fame of Li Xiao, 5th commander of the Longyu army. The messenger's expression returned to normal, still carrying that faint smile. You are indeed formidable. Cut the nonsense. Li Xiao stepped forward, closing the distance to the messenger. Simultaneously, his long sword slashed out violently, unleashing a torrent of blade energy that seemed poised to seal off the entire sky and earth. But the messenger swept his arm wide. Ink-black mist coalesced into a spear, which he swung with force, parrying the strike. Then, the messenger's body sped away toward the deepest depths of the abyssal wilderness. Trying to run? Li Xiao's gaze turned icy cold. There was no way he would let his target escape. He gave chase without delay. The two engaged in a chase, exchanging blows over several rounds. Yet soon, Li Xiao realized. This messenger of the evil god cult seemed to be deliberately stalling him. For a moment, Li Xiao halted his pursuit. As he watched the messenger venture deeper into the abyssal wilderness, Li Xiao's brow furrowed slightly. Ever since I learned there was a messenger of the evil god group here, I rushed over. Apart from the corpses littering the ground, there are no other members of the evil god sect. Their intent doesn't seem to be sacrificing these demon beast corpses, but rather deliberately stalling me. This thought caused Li Xiao's frown to deepen. The evil god sect's current targets include 5 wildernesses in total. The other 3 have been investigated and nothing unusual was found. The most likely candidates now are the Sky Abyss Wilderness and the Black Crow Wilderness. The Black Crow Wilderness. In an instant, Li Xiao understood. The evil god group's target was the Black Crow Wilderness, not the Sky Abyss Wilderness. The Dark God Group messenger, still nearby, saw Li Xiao halt and his expression darken. Instantly, he grasped the situation. Commander Li, realizing this now is too late, isn't it? The messenger of the evil god group spoke indifferently, a faint smile playing on his lips. Commander Li, would you like to hear the truth? At these words, Li Xiao, who had been preparing to leave, halted abruptly. Speak. Behind Li Xiao, a yuan wheel as sharp as a blade's edge materialized. A terrifying pressure swept over the area like a violent storm. The messenger's expression shifted slightly. It seemed he had indeed underestimated the strength of this Commander Li before him. But then he thought, since the matter was nearly settled, he spoke. Our objective is not to revive the beast evil god. Chapter 212, The Suicide Truck. Deep within the abyssal wilderness. Li Xiao glared intently at the evil god group messenger before him, his heart already filled with rage. The fury burning within his chest threatened to erupt at any moment. You damned bastards. Upon learning from them that their target wasn't the beast demon god but Lin Mu, Li Xiao wanted nothing more than to slaughter every last one of these bastards. Commander Li, please calm down. The messenger of the evil god group chuckled. He is our target, but we do not intend to kill him. He's got quite the background, you know. How could Li Xiao not be furious? As the most promising figure in all of Great Xia today, Lin Mu was untouchable, no one could harm him. Let me be frank with you, your people have a mole within my evil god group. And what about us? Don't we also have a mole within your Western military district? The messenger of the evil god group declared. Hearing this, Li Xiao ignored him. With a single stride, his body transformed into a streak of light, heading straight for the Black Crow Wasteland. On the Black Crow Wasteland, Lin Mu and his group continued pushing upward. For some reason, they hadn't encountered any demonic beasts since arriving here. This filled everyone with a sense of foreboding. The demon god cult sacrificed beasts to revive the so-called beast demon god they spoke of. Yet here, not a single demon beast could be found. Apart from those encountered in the middle layer, not even a single shadow of a demon beast could be seen here. This is strange. The man frowned. Could it be that the demon god group had already driven all the demonic beasts to the deepest depths? That seemed unlikely. From the moment they received the intelligence until now, not even a full day had passed. Could it be that the evil god group truly possessed such a treasure capable of trapping countless demonic beasts? Just as everyone was puzzled, a streak of light landed before Lin Mu. To everyone's surprise, the arrival was none other than Mu Qing, the enforcement captain of Duqing City. Lin Mu, come with me. The moment Mu Qing landed, he strode directly toward Lin Mu. His face bore a look of urgency, appearing extremely anxious. Seeing his urgency, the others couldn't help but ask. Captain, what's going on? Lu Qingqing looked at Mu Qing, puzzled. Stay here for now. I have urgent business with Lin Mu. Mu Qing offered no explanation, instead grabbing Lin Mu and preparing to lead him away. Caught off guard by this sudden turn of events, Lin Mu was taken aback. After the initial shock, confusion took hold. Captain Mu, whatever it is, we should discuss it first. Lin Mu tried to pry Mu Qing's hand away, but the man's grip was like an iron clamp clamping down on his shoulder. In an instant, Lin Mu's expression changed. Without another word, Mu Qing led Lin Mu away from the scene. Watching their retreating figures, the man murmured, "What's going on? Why is Captain Mu so desperate to take Lin Mu away?" Lu Qingqing shook her head. She didn't know either. In the sky, Lin Mu looked at Mu Qing before him and asked, "Captain Mu, what exactly happened?" In his other hand, Lin Mu clutched a talisman. It was none other than the Great Tao Thunder. Ever since the other party had taken him away without explanation, Lin Mu had grown suspicious. Even if he was the law enforcement captain, one must never let down their guard. Especially at a critical moment like this. Damn it, they wouldn't be planning to hand me over to the enemy leader, would they? Lin Mu, I'm sorry. My family is in their hands. Mu Qing spoke, and his words landed like a critical hit. Lin Mu froze instantly. When I was 18, they kidnapped my childhood sweetheart. They promised that if I proved useful, they'd release her. Mu Qing continued, a hint of resignation on his face. This time, they told me that if I bring you back, they'll release her. Hearing this, Lin Mu was speechless. Captain Mu, how old are you now? 45. Mu Qing replied. So your childhood sweetheart has been held captive for nearly 30 years, right? Yes. Lin Mu was even more speechless, unsure how to respond. Your childhood sweetheart was taken nearly 30 years ago, and you're still thinking about rescuing her? Even the holy maiden would be old by now. Lin Mu truly didn't know what to say. A hopeless romantic? So, you're rescuing her because you've loved her all these years? Lin Mu asked again. Yes, Mu Qing replied. They showed me if I could bring you back, her heart would be mine. At those words, Lin Mu's expression changed instantly. Ha! Madness flickered in Mu Qing's eyes. I want to become the messenger of the dark god. What future is there in being this enforcement captain? I sacrificed my wife and daughter for this very day. Lin Mu, don't blame me. If anything, I should be thanking you. Mu Qing's body trembled with frenzied excitement. All these years in Great Xia, I've finally climbed to this position, delivering countless messages for the messenger. Now, at last, I can fulfill my deepest desire to obtain a heart of the evil god. Hearing this, Lin Mu, whose shoulder Mu Qing gripped tightly with one hand, sighed. So you had already fallen into the path of darkness long ago. Nonsense! Mu Qing roared, his voice thunderous enough to make Lin Mu's eardrums ache. The path of darkness? That's not the path of darkness. It's the path to godhood. It's the path to godhood. Mu Qing's eyes blazed crimson as he fixed Lin Mu with a deathly stare, repeating the same words over and over. I will become a god. I will become a god. Ha 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 ha. Mu Qing's emotions surged with unbridled excitement. Just then, a voice tinged with resignation emerged from his lips. Very well, but not today. Mu Qing froze. The next instant, thunder rolled overhead. Immediately after, an inexplicable pressure instantly enveloped his body. What? As he felt himself locked in place by an utterly terrifying aura, Mu Qing's entire expression changed. Boom! The sky, once as dark as ink, was now split by a bolt of lightning that illuminated the entire world. A terrifying aura enveloped Mu Qing's body. This power was utterly unstoppable. Captain Mu, may your wishes be fulfilled in your next life. Lin Mu's voice echoed as the Tao Thunder talisman in his hand dissolved into spiritual energy, vanishing into the heavens and earth. Boom! Thunder rolled, overwhelming and tyrannical. Mu Qing's face twisted into a grim expression. He stared intently at Lin Mu in his grasp, utterly incredulous. This is your power? Impossible. You're only a level 40 cultivator, how could you possess such terrifying divine power? Did Commander Lin give it to you? A thought struck him. Mu Qing seized Lin Mu and, just as the thunderbolt was about to strike, hurled him deep into the heart of the Black Crow wasteland. Messenger, this is all I can do. As the words fell, the thunder of the Great Tao rolled down, instantly killing Mu Qing on the spot. Chapter 213, The Evil God Group Strikes. Lin Mu's body was hurled away. In his final moments, Mu Qing had channeled his own power to seal Lin Mu's spiritual energy, rendering him unable to fly. That bastard. He must have sensed my breakthrough to level 40 all along. Lin Mu's expression darkened. Though his physique could withstand a fall to the ground unscathed. But his opponent was a member of the Evil God Group, a traitor to the Great Xia. Who could guarantee there weren't other members lurking nearby? Boom! Thunderbolts of the Great Tao descended, instantly engulfing Mu Qing's body. The once pitch-black sky was suddenly illuminated by the blinding lightning. A deafening roar echoed across the entire Black Crow wasteland, transforming the vast darkness into blinding white in an instant. All the squads froze in place, staring at the awe-inspiring spectacle. What kind of technique is that? Good heavens, that's incredible. Is that the power of the law enforcement captain? No, it can't be. A terrifying aura enveloped the entire Black Crow wasteland. This dread-inducing presence lingered only for a moment before vanishing without a trace. Lu Qingqing and the man looked toward the sky, toward the spot where the lightning had struck, a sense of foreboding settling in their hearts. That direction was where Captain Mu had taken Lin Mu. Mu Qing is dead. Deep within the Black Crow wastes, the two enforcement squad leaders abruptly halted their advance. As they stared at the fluctuations on their communicators, their expressions darkened. What the hell is that guy up to? One of the enforcement captains, gripping a spear in his hand, was utterly perplexed. Ever since arriving in the Black Crow wastes, Mu Qing's demeanor had been off. First, he had abruptly departed, and now he was dead. And they both knew exactly who that bolt of lightning had struck down. Mu Qing is dead. That bolt of lightning was filled with the purest, most potent yang energy. It doesn't seem like the work of the demon cult. Another enforcement captain remarked. As a master of thunder magic, he had felt the terrifying force of that bolt deeply. It felt as though thunder had poured down from the heavens themselves, utterly terrifying. How could such a thing happen at this critical juncture? The armored enforcement captain looked utterly incredulous. The most potent and purest lightning, and it was aimed directly at Mu Qing. How could anyone possibly believe this? Let's investigate first. A dark figure just emerged from that lightning flash. Perhaps he's the one who caused this thunder. The enforcement captain, who cultivated thunder techniques, spoke. Without hesitation, the two rose and transformed into streaks of rainbow light, streaking toward Lin Mu's location. At that moment, Lin Mu could not draw upon the spiritual energy within his body, forced to fall freely through the sky. Just then, far below him, the already darkened sky suddenly gave way to an even deeper expanse of darkness. That darkness seemed to form its own distinct entity. A look of danger immediately flashed in Lin Mu's eyes. Damn it, this can't be coming for me, can it? The moment this thought flashed through his mind, the darkness transformed into a massive hand, reaching out to grab him. Lin Mu had no power to resist, forced to let the black hand seize him. At that very moment, two powerful auras abruptly descended from above Lin Mu. Remnants of the evil god group. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a purple bolt of lightning erupted from the heavens, crashing down upon the Black Hand. The lightning poured down like a celestial maiden scattering flowers, its thunderous roar reverberating as its immense power instantly shattered the Black Hand into oblivion. Lin Mu, trapped within the Black Hand, was freed. A jet-black figure immediately seized Lin Mu. Lin Mu? The enforcement captain's face twisted in shock upon recognizing the figure within the Black Hand as Lin Mu. Commander Lee had already briefed them about this individual earlier. He was a special operations trainee, and Commander Lee had emphasized that they must protect him during this operation. Yet now, this Lin Mu was the one who had emerged from the thunderous light. The enforcement captain was utterly astonished. Just as he was about to question Lin Mu, the other enforcement captain suddenly bellowed. Li Qing! 3 o'clock! Members of the demon god group have appeared. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately released Lin Mu and simultaneously channeled a burst of spiritual energy to unseal the spiritual energy that had been locked within him. Thank you. Lin Mu, now recovered, stepped into the void. The enforcement captain, clad in armor and wielding a long sword, charged forward with sudden ferocity. Wretched beast! The member of the evil god group seemed shrouded in darkness, his features indistinguishable. He struck, summoning countless swirling black mists that coalesced into chains each several zhang in length, carrying an indescribable, suffocating pressure. Whoosh! These chains shot forth like writhing dragons, while the two enforcement captains were enveloped in swirling streams of light in different colors. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted across the heavens and earth. Both enforcement captains were around the 60th level, while the members of the evil god group had yet to reveal their cultivation levels. The clash between the three sent shockwaves rippling through the land, causing mountains to shatter and countless dead trees to be crushed into dust. The two law enforcement captains possessed immense power, especially the man specializing in thunder magic. Gripping his spear, its shaft coiled with violet lightning, each swing unleashed a thunderous bolt of lightning that crashed down with overwhelming force. Boom! The entire sky was instantly illuminated, turning day bright, only to be swallowed whole by darkness in the blink of an eye. Even facing two enforcement captains, the members of the evil god group held their own. Having broken free, Lin Mu had already fled into the distance, his senses alert, wary of any other evil god group members lurking nearby. Just then, the space beside Lin Mu suddenly trembled. A foot emerged, accompanied by two pitch-black iron chains. Lin Mu's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he channeled the spiritual energy within his body. Boom! Crimson lightning erupted from the darkness, forming a barrier that seemed impenetrable. Simultaneously, a phantom figure seemed to overlap with Lin Mu, yet it raised its left fist, assuming a striking posture. This was the Heaven and Earth Twin Fist. At this moment, Lin Mu pushed this martial art to its absolute limit. Meanwhile, the two enforcement captains still battling the evil god group members suddenly realized the figure before them was becoming ethereal. No! The armored enforcement captain instantly grasped the situation. Both abandoned their pursuit and turned toward Lin Mu's direction. Lin Mu had already unleashed the strike. Scarlet lightning erupted from the sky, unleashing terrifying power. Yet this punch, comparable to a level 45 attack, failed to inflict any injury upon the figure before them. Lin Mu, it's time for you to leave. Chapter 214, The Heretic. In the sky, crimson lightning erupted with a thunderous boom. The immense force spread like a tidal wave, causing the entire mountain range to tremble. Yet the dark figure before them remained unscathed. The iron chains surrounding it held firm before its body, completely unharmed. Lin Mu, you should leave now. The shadow murmured to Lin Mu. The next instant, several iron chains shot out from the darkness behind him, instantly binding Lin Mu. Damn it! Feeling his spiritual energy suppressed once more, Lin Mu's expression darkened. Lin Mu! In the distance, two enforcement captains charged forward with their most powerful strike, intent on rescuing Lin Mu. But they were too late. With a single step backward, the figure vanished into the darkness. Bound by iron chains, Lin Mu was dragged into the shadows alongside it. The two figures vanished as if they had never been there at all. The enforcer's attacks struck nothing but empty air. Boom! The earth trembled violently, cracking open as colossal force swept everything around it into oblivion. The two arrived at the spot where Lin Mu had vanished, their expressions grim. Damn that bastard. Mu Qing is definitely no good. The armored enforcement captain said coldly. What do we do now? Lin Mu's been taken away. The other man asked. First, we head deep into the Black Crow Wastes. I'll report this matter concerning Lin Mu to the commander immediately. The latter replied. Though Lin Mu had been captured, there were more pressing matters at hand. We cannot let Lin Mu's capture delay us. The uppermost layer of the Black Crow Wastes. The colossal corpse of that monstrous beast had been completely drained dry, leaving only its immense skeleton behind. The pentagram formation still hummed with energy, continuously emitting a blood-red glow that caused the surrounding void to tremble faintly. The man stood before the colossal beast's corpse, his face devoid of any expression. At that moment, dark ripples stirred beside him, and a figure emerged from within. Brought here alongside him was Lin Mu. Put! The iron chain snapped free, and Lin Mu instantly regained his mobility. Just as he prepared to strike, an overwhelmingly terrifying aura locked onto him in the next instant. What? Lifting his head, Lin Mu saw the man ahead. Dressed in a black trench coat, he was strikingly handsome, his face suggesting he was in his 30s. Yet his eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Mu's own. Master, I'll go block those two first. The shadow spoke, vanishing into the darkness the very next second. We meet again, Lin Mu. The man spoke, a faint smile playing across his face. It's you again. Lin Mu stared intently at the man before him. This man was none other than the one who had emerged after devouring the hearts of Wu Pan and Night Owl following their deaths. The messenger of the evil god group. Lin Mu, don't you want to know what secrets I hold about you? The man chuckled. What secrets? Lin Mu asked. Trapped here now, he could only wait for Commander Li to rescue him. Any unnecessary movement could cost him his life here. The man chuckled but didn't answer immediately. Instead, his gaze shifted to the corpse of the demon beast before them. Lin Mu followed the man's gaze. The beast's corpse had been reduced to a massive skeleton. It was unimaginable how colossal it must have been in its prime. Above the beast's skull, the pentagram formation was utterly spine-chilling. This is the flesh and blood I sacrificed to the beast demon god. The man stated, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lin Yang, the third messenger of the demon god group. So you intend to use the flesh and blood of this demon beast's corpse to revive the so-called beast demon god you speak of? Lin Mu inquired. Correct, Lin Yang nodded. But this one beast alone is insufficient. Lin Mu's pupils contracted slightly. Even in death, the lingering aura emanating from this demon beast before him was clearly at least 6th tier. A 6th tier demon beast was insufficient to complete the descent ritual? Lin Mu, do I need to spell it out for you? Lin Yang spoke calmly, I know you inside and out. These words sent shockwaves through Lin Mu's heart. We're both in the same boat. I won't harm you. Lin Yang continued, I only wish for you to join us. Whatever you need, we can provide. Then I want 100 trillion. Lin Mu declared. 100 trillion? Lin Yang paused, looking at Lin Mu with surprise. What do you need that much money for? 100 trillion. Even if the evil god group sold everything they owned, they couldn't scrape together that much. But seeing Lin Mu's willingness to join, Lin Yang smiled. Rest assured, whatever the evil god group gives you will be more than sufficient. You and I share the same origins. This future world belongs to us. Lin Mu remained silent. If this guy gave him 10 trillion now, Lin Mu could wipe out the evil god group in minutes. Lin Mu, I know you have many questions swirling in your mind right now. Lin Yang said, but don't worry. You'll soon understand the changes unfolding in this realm. Even the beast evil god is merely a tool for you and me to conquer this world. As he spoke, Lin Yang's eyes burned with madness and an unyielding resolve to conquer the world. So, you call yourselves the evil god group, yet you show no reverence for the evil god. Lin Mu seemed to sense something and asked. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Lin Yang burst into loud laughter. He suddenly spread his hand toward the pentagram array, then swiftly brought his fingers together. In an instant, the massive pentagram array halted. Following the movements of Lin Yang's fingers, it coalesced into a pentagon, settling into his palm. Lin Mu, the evil god group is merely an organization we present to the outside world. Lin Yang said indifferently, the evil god is merely a more powerful entity summoned from another realm. Don't you want to know why the abyss descended upon this world? Why do remnants of divine beings still linger here? These words were utterly irresistible. Either of these questions alone was enough to stir profound curiosity. Lin Mu stared at the man before him, sharing his surname, his shock deepening by the moment. What kind of being was this man, possessing such profound knowledge of secrets? Only upon interacting with him did Lin Mu foolishly realize that the evil god group was far from a simple organization. The man before him was merely the third messenger. What about the final two messengers? And the leader of the evil god group? What were their origins? Think. That single word was all Lin Mu could muster. Now that he was certain the other party wouldn't kill him, Lin Mu's courage grew. Alright. Hearing Lin Mu's reply, Lin Yang smiled immediately. In that case, I'll tell you some. Chapter 215, Li Zhao's arrival. Black Crow Wasteland. A streak of luminous light shot straight toward its depths. Powerful air currents swept across the entire sky, shattering the black clouds formed by the dark mist into fragments. Martial artists across the entire Black Crow Wasteland looked up, their gazes drawn to this spectacle. A powerful figure has arrived? Who could it be? That streak of light, and that aura, could it be the commander? Countless martial artists gazed at the streak of light piercing the heavens, racing toward the deepest reaches of the Black Crow Wasteland, their voices rising in unison. Of the 3 enforcement squad captains who had entered the Black Crow Wasteland, only 2 remained. Both were now entangled by members of the evil god group, unable to move an inch from their positions. Damn it! How can this guy's abilities be so bizarre? The gun-wielding enforcement captain snapped. If we can't take him down soon, who knows what Lin Mu will do next? The enforcement captain specializing in thunder roared, his brow furrowed tightly. Held back by their opponent, the two were utterly unable to advance further into the Black Crow wasteland. The strength of this creature before them was truly formidable, and its methods were utterly bizarre, leaving the two of them utterly unable to break free. "I advise you to save your strength," a cold voice echoed from the darkness. The member of the evil god group gripped a cold, black gun in one hand, his eyes glowing in intense crimson. Against the vast sky, it seemed only his eyes remained exposed. Neither spoke as they prepared to strike again, when suddenly a piercing sound split the air behind them. They snapped their heads up, gazing skyward. A streak of blue light tore through the air at such a blinding speed that the powerful air currents it generated shattered the clouds themselves. Boom! Get out of my way! The members of the evil god group's pupils contracted sharply at the sight of the newcomer. Accompanied by the roar emanating from the streak of light, a terrifying slash descended in an instant. The evil god group member instantly felt himself locked in place, space itself frozen solid, unable to move an inch. He tried to blend into the darkness, but it was utterly impossible. Bang! The slash struck, its blue blade light cleaving through the member's body and tearing apart the surrounding darkness. Boom! Behind the fallen member, a mountain cracked open with a thunderous roar, collapsing downward. The surface where the strike had landed was now smooth and gleaming. "It's Commander Lee!" Upon witnessing that strike, the two enforcement captains instantly recognized who had arrived. The streak of light materialized, revealing Li Xiao in his battle armor. Gripping his long blade, he stared coldly at the demon god group member whose body was gradually shattering before him. Scum! Boom! A terrifying blade aura erupted from the demon god group member's body, as if countless slashes had shattered his form. "Fifth commander of the Dragon Guardian Army," the member gasped coldly in his final moment, "when my true form fully descends upon this world, I will settle this debt with you." The member of the evil god group uttered coldly in his final moments. "Then I shall wait for you." Li Xiao's gaze turned icy. In the next instant, the erupting blade energy completely shattered the opponent's body. The two enforcement captains hurried to Li Xiao's side. "Commander Li!" "Greetings, Commander Li!" Li Xiao gave them a slight nod before noticing something amiss. "Where is Mu Qing?" "Forget about him for now. Tell me where Lin Mu is." At these words, the two exchanged glances before recounting everything that had transpired here. Upon learning that Lin Mu had been taken away by the evil god group, Li Xiao's rage reached an unprecedented height. In the next instant, Li Xiao vanished from their presence, heading straight into the depths of the Black Crow wasteland. "Take everyone back. Don't stay in the Black Crow wasteland." Li Xiao's voice carried clearly to their ears from a distance. "Follow Commander Li's orders." The two exchanged a glance before complying. The uppermost layer of the Black Crow wasteland. Lin Mu stood before Lin Yang, staring blankly at him. He swore that the words he had just heard had shattered his entire worldview. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it took Lin Mu a long while to finally recover. Lin Yang, clad in a black trench coat, wore a faint smile as he recounted all this information about the world to Lin Mu. Most people would never have been able to accept it. But Lin Mu was no ordinary man. "Alright, I've absorbed most of this beast's essence blood. It's time to leave," Lin Yang said indifferently, about to lead Lin Mu away. Suddenly, a message flashed into Lin Yang's mind. "What is it?" Lin Mu asked. "Seems an honored guest has arrived." Lin Yang remarked indifferently, "They shattered one of my clones. This is perfect, let me see for myself just how formidable this commander of the Dragon Guardian Army is, the one all the powerful figures across the nations call the Devil Incarnate." At these words, Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. "Commander Li has arrived?" Lin Yang extended a finger and lightly tapped Lin Mu's shoulder. In an instant, Lin Mu felt a faint energy continuously surging through his body. "This is the Shu Omen. With a single thought, you can open the gate to the headquarters of the evil god group." Lin Yang said, "Once the battle begins, I won't be able to look out for you. You must go alone." "Messenger Lin, isn't it a bit unwise for me to go alone like this?" Lin Mu hurriedly asked. "No." Lin Yang shook his head. "They won't harm you. On the contrary?" Before Lin Yang could finish, a terrifying aura swept over the area. Lin Mu snapped his head up to see a figure wielding a blade appear not far from them. This man was none other than Li Xiao. "Hand over Lin Mu, and I'll spare your life." Li Xiao glared coldly at Lin Yang. "Commander Li, there's no need to waste your strength on a meaningless fight." Lin Yang smiled faintly. "Poof." Li Xiao's gaze turned icy cold, his rage having long since reached its peak. Without another word, he struck. A single slash erupted with explosive vitality. Li Xiao's power surged like a towering tidal wave, while the qi and blood within his body burned as fiercely as a blazing sun. A blue blade aura, 100 zhang in size, instantly leveled countless surrounding hills. Countless mountain peaks exploded, sliced apart by this slash. Feeling the terrifying shockwave, Lin Mu witnessed for the first time the true power unleashed by the 5th commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Back in the capital, the elder of the Su family had been a formidable opponent, yet Commander Li had held back his full strength. Lin Mu had assumed Commander Li's strength was not far off from that of the 10 martial saints. But now it seemed he had overestimated. Commander Li's strength now ranked among the top 15 in all of Great Xia. Chapter 216, Departure. Boom! Li Zhao descended, causing the earth to tremble as terrifying blade energy filled the entire sky and earth. Lin Yang suddenly struck. With a wave of his hand, an inexplicable force gathered from the opponent's grasp, coalescing into a long sword. The blade shimmered with radiant light, containing boundless energy. The entire sword emanated an indescribable aura, as if it had been plucked from the chaos of the Milky Way above the 9 heavens. Gripping the sword, Lin Yang swept his arm horizontally, unleashing a blinding slash of light. In an instant, a straight blade aura erupted, carrying the colossal power of chaos, colliding with the blade aura. Boom! The collision of their attacks sent powerful ripples radiating outward, causing the depths of the Black Crow wasteland to tremble incessantly. The colossal skeleton of the demon beast's corpse shattered instantly. Lin Mu, caught in the aftermath, was sent flying backward. Li Xiao struck again, his yuan will manifesting behind him as the phantom of a blade. The blade's aura reached unprecedented heights, seemingly overwhelming even the void itself. This was the ultimate means for a high-level martial artist to manifest their true power. At this moment, Li Xiao unleashed his full power. Even without a martial treasure in hand, Li Xiao could still reach astonishing heights through his mastery of the blade. The blue blade aura, smooth as blue glass, cleaved through the night sky itself. The earth trembled violently, its surface scarred by countless blade marks that carved deep, profound gullies. Lin Yang gripped the chaos sword. With each swing, boundless chaotic energy erupted, resembling the Milky Way cascading from the heavens. Third messenger, you wretched beings! Today, you shall perish in this world. Li Xiao roared, charging toward Lin Yang. Facing such a formidable presence, Lin Yang's face showed not a trace of tension. In fact, one could even call it relaxed. Lin Mu watched the battle intently as he activated World of Clarity, enabling him to clearly see the flow of Commander Li's vital energy. This was an extremely peak level of vital energy, reaching an unprecedented height. Commander Li was not particularly old, yet he had attained such formidable strength. Yet when he turned his gaze to the third messenger of the evil god group, Lin Mu found it utterly baffling. This messenger possessed no spiritual energy whatsoever, not even vital energy. Even now, Lin Mu couldn't discern the level of cultivation the opponent had attained. What exactly are their origins? Lin Mu stared intently at Lin Yang's body. A fellow traveler. Lin Mu couldn't believe it. Could it be that the members of the evil god group, like him, were also living 2 lives? If that were true, then might they also know about the system? The thought made Lin Mu's heart skip a beat. He dared not dwell on it further. Boom! At that moment, a terrifying roar erupted once more from the heavens above. The clash shattered countless dark clouds, revealing sparse moonlight. Bathed in the faint glow, Lin Yang and Li Xiao stood facing each other in the void. Your strength is no match for mine. Hand over Lin Mu, and I might spare you a whole corpse. Li Xiao said coldly. I may be weaker than you, but you cannot kill me. Lin Yang chuckled lightly, and the chaos sword in his hand dissipated. This was the full extent of his power now. If he continued, he would have to return to his true form and would be unable to descend into this world again. Too bad it's too early. Otherwise, I'd love to kill you before leaving. Lin Yang sighed with resignation. An existence at level 85 who grasped fragments of the rules was indeed difficult to eliminate. Hearing this, Li Xiao drew his sword once more. Alright, time to go. Lin Yang lifted his head, his face bearing his signature smile. As his words faded, ancient gates materialized before both him and Lin Mu. Then, as if guided by some unseen force, the gate swung open, sucking both Lin Mu and Lin Yang's bodies inside. No! Li Xiao tried to stop him, but it was too late. The powerful slash failed to affect the space there, leaving him to watch helplessly as Lin Mu was taken away by Lin Yang. Left empty-handed, Li Xiao's fury found no outlet, and he could only watch as Lin Mu departed. Damn it! Li Xiao's face darkened. The commander had repeatedly warned him to keep a close watch on Lin Mu. Yet now, less than a month had passed, and Lin Mu had been captured by the demon god group. How could he possibly explain this to the commander? I'll report this to the commander first. Let him decide my punishment. Li Xiao sighed, sheathed his long sword, and dispelled the aura surrounding him. With a sweeping gesture, he extinguished all lingering sword energy before departing. In his decades with the Dragon Guardian army, this was the first time Li Xiao had failed. With a ripple in the fabric of space, Lin Mu's figure materialized within an ancient hall. Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Mu felt a peculiar sensation. He felt as though he had seen this place somewhere before. It felt akin to that ancient hall he had glimpsed within Mount Tai. So close. Just then, an unexpected voice echoed in his ears. Turning his head, he saw Lin Yang's figure appear here as well. Commander Li truly lives up to his reputation as one of the top 15 in Great Xia. He's even grasped a sliver of the law of the blade. Lin Yang remarked indifferently, he was so close his blade aura could have shattered the gate of chaos. The rules of the blade. What are those? Lin Mu's eyes were filled with confusion. You'll understand in time, Lin Yang replied. For now, these concepts are beyond your grasp. Seeing that the other wouldn't elaborate, Lin Mu didn't press further. Let me show you around. Lin Yang descended the steps as he spoke. The demon god group actually has another name. Lin Mu looked up at him. It's called the World Tree. Lin Yang continued, the Dark God Group is merely an external alias to prevent certain individuals from guessing our origins and launching a manhunt. And to evade the heavenly Tao of this world. Now that the will of the gods walks among us, to rise and establish a foothold in this world, one must slay the will of the gods, absorb their essence, and thereby summon the dark gods. Lin Mu remained silent. You've come to the evil god group to help us slay those divine wills, Lin Yang said, his gaze sweeping over Lin Mu. When the time comes, you'll be able to choose your rewards. First, come with me. I'll show you the depth of the fallen god's division's capabilities. Hearing this, Lin Mu's interest was immediately piqued. He had no interest in whatever divine wills they spoke of. What truly intrigued him was the true strength of the evil god group. Why had he come here? First, to find an opportunity to escape. Second, to obtain the resources of the dark god group. Such a powerful organization must surely possess many valuable things. Chapter 217, All Good Stuff. Lin Yang led Lin Mu to the rear courtyard of the ancient hall. Stepping outside the ancient hall, what met their eyes was a sky filled with nothing but chaos. The sky itself was obscured, and the entire ancient hall seemed to have been trapped within some sort of spatial distortion. In that instant, Lin Mu's expression abruptly changed. The headquarters of the evil god group was actually located within a realm resembling a secret dimension? This sent shockwaves through Lin Mu's mind. But upon reflecting on the origins of the evil god group, his shock subsided considerably. Follow me. Lin Yang led Lin Mu to the backyard. Pushing open the gate, they saw rows of rustic wooden boxes arranged on wooden shelves. 3 rows stood before them, each shelf holding boxes of varying sizes. From left to right, the boxes varied in size. Lin Mu scanned the boxes with a glance but couldn't discern what lay inside. Lin Yang approached the leftmost shelf, reached up, and removed a box. He opened it. A ginseng root lay prominently inside, radiating a luminous glow. The moment it was opened, a rich, medicinal fragrance spread throughout the entire courtyard. Even just inhaling it once, Lin Mu felt his chi and blood stirred by the scent, becoming exceptionally vibrant. Lin Mu was stunned. Such a ginseng root was utterly unprecedented. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he knew ginseng was a powerful tonic in this world, replenishing one's vital energy and blood. This particular ginseng, however, was likely of immense value. This is called celestial spirit ginseng. Judging by this world's classification of spiritual treasures, it's at least a 6th grade specimen. Lin Yang stated casually. Such a high-grade spiritual object held no appeal for him whatsoever. He casually tossed it to Lin Mu. Consuming it won't elevate your cultivation realm, but it will significantly fortify your vital energy and blood, triggering a subtle transformation within you. Lin Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Mu immediately took the heavenly spirit ginseng and stored it in his storage ring. Then, Lin Yang introduced to Lin Mu, these 3 shelves, from left to right, hold the lowest grade spiritual items on the left, the middle shelf holds items of comparable quality, and the right shelf holds the highest grade spiritual items. This area is solely for storing spiritual treasures. In another courtyard, martial treasures are kept. Lin Yang continued, you likely don't possess a suitable martial treasure. Follow me. Got it. Lin Mu grinned. Though the demon god group wasn't exactly a reputable organization, their resources were terrifyingly abundant. Even the lowest grade spiritual artifacts started at the 6th tier, and what about the one on the far right? Following Lin Yang to another courtyard, 50 pitch black iron boxes stood arranged on wooden shelves. For an organization, this quantity wasn't particularly large. But remember, the lowest grade spiritual items the evil god group offered were all 6th tier. The martial treasures stored here couldn't be weak either. These martial treasures were still arranged from left to right. Lin Yang picked up a long iron box from the left. Just by its appearance, he knew it contained a spear. This artifact is called the Thunderclap Spear, a 4th grade supreme martial treasure. Lin Yang explained before opening the iron box. Inside lay a long spear. Forged entirely from meteorite iron, the shaft was as black as ink. The spearhead, crafted from an unknown material, possessed a smooth surface. Upon closer inspection, minute engravings could be discerned upon its tip. Lin Yang drew the spear from the box. At first glance, it didn't appear particularly striking. Yet upon closer inspection, minute patterns danced across every inch of its surface. Here. Lin Yang handed the spear to Lin Mu. Lin Mu gripped the spear. It felt substantial in his hands, yet he couldn't discern anything special about it. This was the first time Lin Mu had ever seen a 4th grade peak martial treasure, and it was anything but flashy. Try infusing it with spiritual energy. Lin Yang said. All right. Lin Mu nodded and did as instructed. As a thread of spiritual energy flowed into it, the entire spear underwent a profound transformation in an instant. Purple lightning danced along the entire spear, and the intricate patterns came to life, glowing one by one. Gripping the spear in his hand, Lin Mu felt the boundless power contained within it. What astonished Lin Mu even more was that the spear resonated perfectly with the thunder within his body. Boom! Lin Mu's gaze sharpened as he raised the spear and thrust it forcefully toward the sky. Spiritual energy surged from his body, and the spear erupted in dazzling radiance. Crimson lightning blasted outward, transforming into a piercing spear beam that shot straight into the heavens. Before this immense force could travel far, it was neutralized by some unknown power. Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly. This spear, its power is truly astonishing. Truly worthy of a 4th-grade supreme martial treasure, Lin Mu wielding this spear could easily challenge foes of higher tiers. It's yours, Lin Yang said indifferently. After all, it was just a 4th-grade spear. Thank you, Lin Mu acknowledged. No need to thank me, Lin Yang waved his hand dismissively. What you must do next is the most crucial task. Lin Mu's expression sharpened. Was he about to leave? I'll give you the exact location, the target's name, and which deity he serves. Lin Yang continued, after you eliminate him, use this to extract his heart. With that, Lin Yang produced a black ebony box and handed it to Lin Mu. Lin Mu stared at the wooden box in his hands but said nothing, simply accepting it. Yet the task he was asked to perform left Lin Mu utterly astonished. Hunting down a divine messenger? Your task now is to return to Great Xia. Lin Yang's next words left Lin Mu utterly bewildered. Return to Daxia? Was he afraid he wouldn't make it? Currently, there are 11 divine spokespeople who have appeared in the Great Xia. Ignoring Lin Mu's pale face, Lin Yang continued, they're growing at an alarming rate. Now is the prime opportunity to eliminate them. Your task is to eliminate all 11 of them. Hearing this, Lin Mu's mouth twitched involuntarily. Then how will the rewards be calculated? Upon completion, for each one you slay, you may freely choose any spiritual artifacts and martial treasures from the left side, Lin Yang stated calmly. Should you eliminate all 11, you may freely select any spiritual artifacts and martial treasures from the right side. Additionally, if you exceed expectations in completing the task, I shall present you with a gift you won't be able to refuse. At these words, Lin Mu fell silent. Though it was his first time at the Evil God group, he was certain this gift would surpass everything displayed here. Agreed. Without refusal, Lin Mu nodded his agreement. Very good. A faint smile flickered across Lin Yang's stern face. Then now, please return. Chapter 218 Hunting the Divine Spokesman. Snap. Lin Yang snapped his fingers. Before Lin Mu's eyes, an ancient door instantly materialized. The gate slowly opened, and a colossal suction force instantly pulled Lin Mu, who was standing in place, inside. Watching Lin Mu depart, Lin Yang retracted the ancient door and turned back into the ancient hall. The moment he stepped inside, a voice steeped in age echoed from within the hall. You let him leave so freely. Aren't you afraid he'll reprimand you? Afraid? Lin Yang chuckled. I'm more afraid His Excellency wouldn't dare to see him. The voice fell silent at once. Lin Yang tapped his fingers, produced a cigarette from somewhere, and placed it between his lips. A great era is approaching. For now, let's eliminate a few divine spokesmen to teach those gods a lesson. This world isn't something that can simply descend at will. The voice remained silent. Somewhere deep within the ancient mountains of Great Xia, an ancient gate materialized. As it swung open, Lin Mu's figure stepped out immediately. So this is returning to the Great Xia? Surveying his surroundings and the ancient gate fading behind him, Lin Mu felt as though he were in a dream. He had joined the demon god group less than a day ago, and now they were sending him back. According to Lin Yang, I should receive the exact location of the divine messenger's spokesperson. Lin Mu murmured to himself. Yet now, having returned to the Great Xia, he felt nothing. Just then, Lin Mu suddenly sensed movement within the sliver of dark energy that Lin Yang had earlier forced into his body. In an instant, a fragment of memory not his own flooded his mind. These memories clearly revealed the location of a certain individual. It was as if, though Lin Mu didn't know this person, he knew exactly where they were. No wonder they dared to let me return. As the dark energy surged, Lin Mu finally understood he had this advantage all along. Ah well, eating is eating, no matter where. Lin Mu shook his head. After joining the demon-slaying squad and uncovering the secrets of this world, Lin Mu finally understood that in this world, there was no such thing as good or evil. True power lies solely in one's own strength that alone forges everything. Where in Great Xia is this place? Never mind. With precise coordinates, why bother going elsewhere? Surveying the unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Mu took a step forward. Crimson lightning surged around him as his entire body shot skyward. The benefits of breaking through to level 40 became immediately apparent. Climbing over the mountain, Lin Mu headed straight toward the location of the first divine messenger. If Lin Yang had entrusted him with this mission, it meant he was capable of completing it. But now, I went to the demon cult and then returned to Great Xia. If anyone with ulterior motives were to discover this, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Lin Mu murmured to himself. With that thought, he first made his way to the nearest city, where he purchased items to conceal his face. A black trench coat and a black face mask completed his disguise. With everything in order, Lin Mu set off once more. Tianhan's secret realm. At that moment, Central Military District. Lin Yan sat at the head of the table while Li Xiao stood below, recounting everything that had transpired over the past few days. Lin Mu was captured by the evil god group? Upon hearing this news, Lin Yan's expression betrayed little surprise. Yes, Commander. Li Xiao nodded urgently. Should we deploy that supreme artifact to track Lin Mu's whereabouts? Li Xiao was burning with anxiety. Lin Mu was the leading figure of the current generation in Great Xia. His future achievements would undoubtedly rival those of the commander himself. Now that Lin Mu had been abducted by the evil god group, how could Li Xiao not be frantic? If word of this reached certain parties, it would likely mobilize all of Great Xia's elite forces to search for Lin Mu. Very well, I understand. Lin Yan nodded. Leave this matter to me. You may return first. Understood, Commander. Li Xiao acknowledged the order, turning to leave when he paused and looked back at Lin Yan. Splash! Li Xiao bowed deeply, clasping his hands before Lin Yan. Commander, pass judgment on me. Li Xiao, what do you mean by this? Lin Yan blinked, seeing no trace of arrogance in this commander of the Longyu army. Lin Mu's capture is perfectly normal. At these words, Li Xiao froze, then hurriedly added, Commander, if I hadn't failed to watch him closely, Lin Mu wouldn't have been captured. No, no. Lin Yan waved his hand dismissively. You still don't understand the demon god group. What they set out to do, no one in this world can stop. Lin Yan folded his arms behind his back, his gaze deep and unfathomable. You don't understand the evil god group. You don't understand this organization. Li Xiao fell silent. I will use that supreme treasure to locate Lin Mu's exact whereabouts. Lin Yan waved his hand decisively. When the time comes, I will rescue him personally. Commander Li, your cultivation has reached a critical juncture. You may now journey to Kunlun Mountain. Li Xiao stared at the commander's figure, shock evident in his eyes. Commander, I truly can go to Kunlun Mountain? Li Xiao's heart surged with overwhelming excitement. Of course. Lin Yan nodded. Upon your return from Kunlun Mountain, our Great Xia will gain another master of the rules. Then, it will be up to you to handle any troubles that arise. Yes, Commander. Li Xiao responded promptly, overjoyed. Moments later, Li Xiao departed. As soon as he was gone, Lin Yan walked over to the window with his hands behind his back. On the table lay over a dozen files detailing certain martial artists. 11 martial artists who suddenly surged in strength in less than a year. They broke through from 10th level practitioners to 40th level practitioners. Interesting. Very interesting. Lin Yan stood with his hands behind his back, lost in thought. The world shifted. Shanjing, Qingbei University. 2 months had passed since Lin Mu left Qingbei University to meet with the commander. The freshman grand competition had long concluded, with Su Yuer achieving the highest score among freshmen, ranking 15th overall. Now, within Qingbei University, this prodigy, one of the 4 great geniuses, had become the new generation's leading figure. Though Lin Mu had departed, whispers of his exploits still echoed throughout the university. His legend transcended even that of the Dragon Guardian Army commander, a legacy unlikely to be surpassed within a century. Within a secluded courtyard, Su Yuer, clad in a purple gown, sat beneath a bare ancient tree. Bathed in the chill wind, her black hair fluttered, her rosy cheeks radiating an extraordinary charm. Just then, a man entered. Sister Su, your cultivation has now reached the 30th level. The Vice Dean sent me to inform you that you must depart for the Tianhong Secret Realm trial tomorrow. Hearing this, Su Yuer nodded slightly, her eyes devoid of any emotion. Alright, I understand. Chapter 219, so be it. Yenzhou, Fuhai City. Lin Mu, clad in a black trench coat, walked down the street. 2 days prior, Lin Mu had followed the coordinates in his mind to arrive at Fuhai City in Yenzhou. The first divine messenger was here. Tomorrow marks the opening of the Tianhong Secret Realm in the East Sea beyond Fuhai City. Lin Mu murmured to himself, many scholars from various academies will head there then. Though Lin Mu had arrived here, this very issue caused him immense headache. Only after arriving did Lin Mu learn that the Tianhong Secret Realm was one of several secret realms specially opened by major academies to test their students. This presented a problem. Lin Mu dared not reveal his true identity now. Even with the assurance from Lin Yang, the third messenger, that he needn't worry about being discovered. He still needed to conceal his identity. It wasn't that he feared meeting others, but if he appeared in public, word would inevitably reach the Dragon Guardian Army. Lin Mu had no way to explain himself. If the instruments detected that wisp of black mist within him, he would be finished. Damn it, saying I don't need to worry about being discovered, didn't he think this strand of black mist could kill me? Lin Mu inwardly cursed. He felt like a fugitive, crouched by the roadside, afraid to speak loudly. Even with his extraordinary talent, if it were confirmed he belonged to the demon god group, his life would be over. The urgent priority now was to find a way into the Tianhong Secret Realm. According to the intelligence Lin Mu had gathered, the entire city of Fuhai. No, throughout the entire Yan province, one event had caused an uproar. A freshman from Nanhai Martial Arts University had defeated all the prodigies. Even the runner-up of the freshman competition, Su Yunche, had been defeated in a single strike. The moment that freshman made his move, he stunned the entire assembly. His overwhelming power made everyone else pale in comparison. What was most astonishing was his cultivation level, a staggering 40th tier. Even Lin Mu, the champion of the freshman competition, now found himself overshadowed by this newcomer. South Sea Martial University was now at the height of its arrogance. Back then, powerful figures like the university's vice president had humbled themselves to court Lin Mu during the martial arts entrance exams. Yet Lin Mu had chosen Qingbei University instead. Now, Nanhai Martial Arts University had gained a prodigy even more terrifying than Lin Mu. How could this not bring them immense glory? Within barely a month of his arrival, this newcomer had defeated every prodigy in Yen province. Nanhai Martial Arts University even declared that if Lin Mu were here, he too would lose. Lin Mu was no longer the sole prodigy at the pinnacle of the entire Great Xia. Today, someone had taken his place. Lin Mu himself remained largely unfazed by this development. For he knew the origins of that person, a divine messenger. The crucial matter now was how to eliminate this opponent. What a headache, Lin Mu thought, instinctively rubbing his forehead. This divine messenger was now a student at South Sea Martial Arts University, a figure so exceptional that even the university president had personally intervened, seeking to take him as a disciple. If he truly killed him, whether he could escape unscathed was still uncertain. Moreover, he couldn't just show up at the university to challenge him and kill him in front of the entire South Sea Martial Arts University. I wonder if other martial artists can enter the Tianhong secret realm. For now, Lin Mu could only pin his hopes on this. Otherwise, he would have to wait for a suitable opportunity. Young friend, you look unfamiliar. Have you come to Fuhai City for this Tianhong secret realm? Just then, a deep, resonant voice sounded beside him. He looked up to see a middle-aged man standing beside Lin Mu. Yes. Lin Mu's face lit up with delight. Talk about a godsend. But this guy sure knows how to talk. He couldn't even see his own face, yet he claimed to be unfamiliar. Lin Mu's lips twitched, but the man didn't seem to notice. Instead, his eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent. Excellent. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Young man, I have something I need delivered to the Tianhong secret realm, but I haven't found the right person. How about this? I'll give you 3 million daxia coins. Will you do me this small favor? At those words, Lin Mu's left eyelid twitched and he felt utterly speechless. This guy practically had terrorist written on his forehead. He wanted Lin Mu to smuggle something into the Tianhong secret realm and was offering such a huge sum. This couldn't be anything good. Could you at least tell me what it is? Lin Mu asked. A bead. Rest assured, this bead won't harm you in any way. The uncle replied with a smile, then, fearing Lin Mu might grow suspicious, hastily added, You're a martial artist too. Why not infuse it with your spiritual energy and see for yourself? With that, the man pulled a multicolored bead from his pocket. The bead was only thumb-sized. Lin Mu took it and immediately infused it with his spiritual energy. The moment the spiritual energy entered, the bead showed no reaction whatsoever, appearing as ordinary as any other bead. Seeing this, Lin Mu nodded. How about this? Give me 10 million Great Xia coins, and I'll do you this favor. How does that sound? 10 million Great Xia coins? The uncle's face darkened, but he gritted his teeth and nodded. Agreed. Deal. Transfer it to my account first. Lin Mu tucked the bead away, a smile playing on his lips. Okay. The man nodded without hesitation and immediately transferred the funds to Lin Mu. Your account balance of 10 million Great Xia coins has been credited. That's efficient. First, tell me how to enter the Tianhong secret realm. Lin Mu said. Alright, I'll tell you. The uncle nodded. This time, the Tianhong secret realm trial is open to everyone. As long as you meet the cultivation requirement, age doesn't matter. Hearing this, Lin Mu raised an eyebrow. So even those ancient war gods can enter? Correct. The uncle hummed in agreement before continuing. This so-called trial seems deliberately designed to prove the strength of that newcomer from the South Sea Martial University in Yenzhou. Hearing this, Lin Mu felt a surge of confusion. If it's just to prove one person's strength, why not just have them fight the prodigies? No, the uncle waved his hand. Who knows? Anyway, the requirements for this trial were set by that prodigy himself. And conveniently, the Tianhong secret realm is already under the control of Nanhai Martial University. Now they've taken in such an absolutely prodigious talent. Naturally, they'll indulge him a bit. The uncle shrugged. Young man, if this were the old Lin Mu, such a favorable arrangement probably wouldn't exist. True enough, Lin Mu mused, fingering his chin thoughtfully. Young man, we'll meet at the coast tomorrow. A ship will take you to the East Sea. The uncle patted Lin Mu on the shoulder before turning and leaving. Sounds good. Chapter 220, Lu Jian. Early the next morning. The entire city of Fuhai was bustling with activity. Freshmen from all the major martial arts universities had gathered in Fuhai City to participate in the Tianhong secret realm trial. Not only that, but this Tianhong Secret Realm trial was open to martial artists of comparable cultivation levels. This was a rare occurrence. After all, across the entire Great Xia, there were not many secret realms open to the public. Moreover, the number of secret realms under direct control was even more scarce. As a premier martial arts university, Nanhai Martial Arts University would not have control over the Tianhong Secret Realm were it not for the meritorious service of its former chancellor in guarding the East Sea. Precisely because of this, Nanhai Martial Arts University ranks among the top 3 even among the elite martial arts universities. Other top martial arts universities possess no secret realms of their own. Not even Qingbei University, which produced the commander of the Longyu army, possesses one. This gap is one that other top martial arts universities find difficult to bridge. To enter a secret realm through other means, one must either pay a fee to register with the local martial arts association, or wait for a random secret realm to appear. This time, Nanhai Martial Arts University's opening of the Tianhong Secret Realm drew numerous martial artists. After all, it was a free opportunity. Moreover, for martial artists, the secret realm offered a far more stable environment for trials than the harsh wilderness. The abyss is rich in spiritual energy, and even simple trials yield immense benefits. Unlike the wilderness, where danger lurks everywhere. For a newcomer, the secret realm is the best place to level up in the early stages. That's why so many martial artists flock here. Along the coast of Fuhai City, vessels of varying sizes were moored in the harbor. At a glance, hundreds of people were gathered here. The major martial arts universities collectively sent 5 students. Yet the martial artists from the secular world outnumbered even these university students. What's going on with South Sea Martial Arts University? Why did they suddenly open the Tianhong Secret Realm? Countless students on the shore were utterly perplexed, and the instructors who had brought them here began murmuring among themselves. Perhaps the freshmen, enrolled less than a year ago, were unaware, but their mentors knew full well. The Tianhong Secret Realm of Nanhai Martial Arts University had always been reserved exclusively for students from the major martial arts universities. This time, however, the Tianhong Secret Realm had been open to everyone. This puzzled many. What are those at South Sea Martial Arts University thinking? Opening the Tianhong Secret Realm like this, don't they fear chaos erupting? A martial arts university instructor voiced this question, discussing it with other instructors from different martial arts universities. Who knows? Every year it's been the same, but this year is different. It's open, but the rewards haven't changed. Did you hear? Apparently, it was proposed by that top prodigy from South Sea Martial Arts University. That's why they opened the Tianhong Secret Realm. At this remark, the expressions of the gathered instructors visibly shifted. Whoa! No wonder. Seems Nanhai Martial Arts University truly values this young man. One instructor couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Yeah, you know his strength. Now that Lin Mu from Qingbei University has entered the military zone, he might not be coming back. And since Nanhai Martial Arts University has taken in a prodigy even more extraordinary than Lin Mu, naturally they'll be pampering him. The instructors didn't feel Nanhai Martial Arts University was overly indulgent toward this youth. After all, during the Imperial Martial Arts examination, Lin Mu's displayed talent had drawn the top powers of the entire Great Xia Empire to vie for his allegiance. Now that Nanhai Martial Arts University had gained someone even more prodigiously gifted than Lin Mu, it was only natural they would coddle him. After all, this youth might one day become a powerhouse rivaling even the current commander of the Dragon Guardian Army. Once this youth fully rose to prominence, it would undoubtedly be a boon for Nanhai Martial University. Lin Mu mingled among the crowd, his gaze fixed ahead. There stood the students and instructors of various martial arts universities. The division between the two groups was starkly evident. On one side were the traditional martial artists of the secular world, while on the other stood the students of the martial arts university. The faces on both sides were quite different. Particularly among the traditional martial artists, most were in their 30s or 40s, with even a 50-year-old man among them. For these martial artists, perhaps their cultivation had reached its peak in this lifetime. Unwilling to face the perilous wilderness, they naturally flocked to the Tianhong Secret Realm, a place offering a chance to enhance their strength. Moreover, it seemed that if they performed well, they might even receive the rewards prepared by Nanhai Martial Arts University for this event. The entire shoreline was filled with deafening clamor, a cacophony of voices mingling together. Lin Mu remained unnoticed amidst the crowd, showing no unusual movements. The opening of the Tianhong Secret Realm presented a favorable opportunity. And it was all thanks to this divine messenger. Otherwise, Lin Mu truly wouldn't have known how to find a way to kill the other party. To kill him, I must find a deserted place. Lin Mu murmured to himself, already beginning to scout for an escape route. After all, if this matter were exposed, he would truly be finished. Lin Mu couldn't help but curse inwardly. The evil god group really knew how to stir up trouble for him. Just then, a colossal aura suddenly swept down from the heavens. Everyone immediately fell silent, holding their breath as they looked up at the figure. Ladies and gentlemen, with the opening of the Tianhong Secret Realm, this old man wishes to address you briefly. Please be quiet. The figure was an elderly man clad in a simple robe, his aura overwhelmingly powerful, a sign of immense strength at a glance. The dragon pattern embroidered on the back of his robe revealed his identity. An elder of the South Sea Martial University. The Tianhan secret realm has opened, summoning martial artists from all regions. The elder spoke slowly. Nearly a century has passed since the Tianhan secret realm first opened. Though most of its heavenly treasures have been claimed, its vastness rivals that of a city. Should any of you acquire treasures within, there is no need to surrender them, they shall belong to you. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Especially among the secular martial artists, each wore an excited smile. Such a blessing. The old man's cloudy gaze swept over the crowd before he continued. Additionally, there are a few matters concerning this trial. I ask that you all exercise restraint within. Soon, I shall have someone distribute a badge to each of you. This badge represents your mutual points. Each badge earned grants 1 point. Rankings will be determined by your accumulated points. The top 3 will receive the rewards prepared for this trial. Note that slaying beasts does not count toward points. Should you encounter insurmountable danger, crush your badge. The array within will teleport you back. However, once you leave the Tianhan secret realm, you forfeit your eligibility for the trial. The trial lasts for 3 days. With that, the old man chuckled, his cloudy gaze sweeping over each person present. Enough talk. Everyone, please board the ship to the entrance of the Tianhan secret realm. Chapter 221, Entering the Secret Realm. As the old man finished speaking, the crowd along the shore began boarding the ship. Lin Mu, his hat brim pulled low, clad in a black trench coat, followed the secular martial artists onto the vessel. There were only 2 vessels here, but they were large enough to accommodate all the martial artists present. The hulls bore intricate patterns that emitted a faint, intermittent glow, a barrier against demonic beasts, preventing attacks. The mundane martial artists discussed most fervently whether they could gain anything within the Tianhan secret realm. As for these so-called new martial artists, they paid them no mind. As the saying goes, people grow fond of acting superior as they age. In their eyes, even if these new martial artists shared the same cultivation level, their combat experience was undoubtedly inferior. On another ship, the topic dominating conversation was the prodigy from South Sea Martial University. The moment this youth emerged, his formidable strength rivaled that of Lin Mu in his prime. Particularly over the following months, the prowess he displayed had already surpassed that of the former Lin Mu. Everyone was utterly shocked. How could another prodigy rivaling Lin Mu suddenly emerge in this world? Back then, the 4 prodigies of the capital alone had been enough to astonish the entire Great Xia Empire. These 4 possessed terrifying natural talents, destined to become the pillars of the Great Xia Empire upon reaching maturity. Yet when Lin Mu emerged, he immediately eclipsed all 4. During the new semester enrollment period, prodigies even stronger than the 4 great prodigies emerged from various regions. Yet they were all overshadowed by Lin Mu, unable to dim his brilliance in the slightest. Now, however, Nanhai Martial Arts University had welcomed an existence even more dazzling than Lin Mu. Lin Mu sat on the boat, sensing the information in his mind. In the dark expanse of his mind, a single point of light flickered ahead. It was on the boat directly opposite Lin Mu. There, unmistakably, sat the divine messenger. Lin Yang once said that whenever a deity descends upon this world, it never brings good tidings, they come only to conquer it. Lin Mu murmured to himself, do not mistake them for your own kind. They are the other. If we do not kill them today, when their true will descends in the future, far more lives will be lost. This was what Lin Yang had told him back in the Black Crow Wasteland. He had asked why there were no reports of gods in this world, yet so many ruins of divine beings remained. It turned out that the divine ruins scattered across Blue Star were actually left behind by the native deities. Yet for reasons unknown, these deities vanished without a trace, their fate shrouded in mystery. The reason messengers like Lin Yang from the evil gods group could come here was precisely because the celestial order of this realm had fallen into chaos, creating an opening for them to exploit. Just as the Abyss, the heretic gods faction, and the so-called divine will they spoke of all had come for this land. Lin Yang did not answer why they had come here. Lin Mu himself was uncertain, was it truly only for the conquest of this world? But all Lin Mu could do was eliminate the divine messengers and extinguish their will. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Lin Mu had come to regard himself as a part of this land. Su Wei, Su Shangfeng, and Commander Li, those who had aided him, Lin Mu could never forget a single one. Perhaps it was precisely because of them that Lin Mu had truly come to see himself as a native of this place. The ship began to move, heading toward the Tianhan secret realm. Huff. Lin Mu exhaled a breath of stale air. Only by growing stronger could he protect what he desired. Everything else was merely external force. The vessel gradually pulled away from the coastline. An hour later, it had fully entered the waters of the East Sea. The sea churned violently, waves crashing skyward. Demonic beasts lurked beneath the surface, their crimson eyes occasionally reflecting off the water's surface. Another hour passed before the vessel finally reached the entrance to the Tianhan secret realm. Ahead, a small island slowly came into Lin Mu's view. After the ship docked, instructors from Manhwa Martial Arts University swiftly flew out from the vessel packed with students from various martial arts academies, ascending into the sky. The passengers began disembarking, heading toward the island. The light point in Lin Mu's mind followed the crowd's footsteps, landing on the island. The elder from South Sea Martial Arts University stood suspended in the air, surveying the crowd that had now fully disembarked. He then produced a rhombus-shaped jade stone. The moment it left his hand, as if guided by some unseen force, it shot toward the sky above the island. The next instant, the entire island trembled. Everyone looked up toward the sky in unison. A fissure began to appear in the sky above the island, emitting an eerie, mesmerizing glow. The fissure grew wider and wider, eventually transforming into an entrance. The Tianhong's secret realm had opened. Among the martial arts university students, a young man clad in white robes and possessing a handsome face gazed at the rift, a faint smile spreading across his lips. So this is the so-called secret realm passed down by martial artists who attained great supernatural powers after death. Though it may not compare to a true secret realm, it will suffice as a temporary cave dwelling. The young man's deep, piercing eyes held an unprecedented sense of world weariness, as if they had existed since time immemorial. Lu, the secret realm is open. A man beside him spoke. Understood, senior. Lu Xian's gaze regained its original clarity, and the aura of world weariness faded from his body. He smiled and nodded in response. Junior brother Lu is truly remarkable to actually attempt this method to temper himself. The man continued, his eyes brimming with admiration. The Tianhong secret realm had opened, with a level restriction of 3 to 45. Yet the junior brother before him had already reached the 40th level. He requested the opening of the Tianhong secret realm, inviting other independent martial artists to participate, all for the purpose of sparring with them and tempering his own skills. Such actions are hard not to admire. He was only a junior, barely past level 40. Even facing a level 45 martial artist would be a headache for him. Escaping unscathed would be a victory. Yet here was Lu, the junior, daring to challenge them. You flatter me, senior. Lu Xian replied calmly, I simply wish to use this opportunity to discover where my limits lie. Such modesty, Lu. Hearing this, the man chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively. Lu Xian merely offered a faint smile in return. Everyone, let us now enter the secret realm. The elder from South Sea Martial University spoke in a resonant voice. Lin Mu lowered his hat brim, his feet stirring a surge of spiritual energy. He then soared toward the secret realm's entrance alongside the martial artists beside him. Among the crowd, Suyuera lifted her head, her gaze sweeping across the sky. Upon catching sight of Lin Mu in his black trench coat, a flicker of surprise crossed her mind. Why does this figure resemble Lin Mu so much? Chapter 222, The First Head. Within the Tianhong secret realm. A moment of illusion swept over him, and Lin Mu found himself transported to an unfamiliar place. An ancient city lay before him, as if he had traveled back in time. So the Tianhong secret realm has ancient-style architecture too? Lin Mu murmured to himself. Looking up, he saw streaks of light descending from the distant sky. Where is that divine messenger? The light point in his mind now felt incredibly distant. Right, so this is the matching mechanism. Lin Mu's lips twitched involuntarily. The system had teleported him straight to another edge of the Tianhong secret realm. Well, not bad luck. Just entered and already ran into someone. Just as Lin Mu was about to leave, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Turning around, he saw a shifty-eyed man standing not far away, watching him with a cold smile. Excuse me, sir. What can I do for you? Lin Mu inquired. TSK. You've entered the secret realm, yet you still won't show your true face. The man immediately clicked his tongue, his eyes lingering on Lin Mu with a hint of amusement. His amused gaze appraising Lin Mu. Even he, a man with a criminal record, dared to show his face openly, yet this fellow did not. And judging by his voice, he sounded incredibly young. Kid, I'll spare your life. Hand over whatever resources you've got on you, and I'll let you off the hook. How about it? The man chuckled. He hadn't come to the secret realm for the trial rewards. He was here to rob. If the other party refused, the man would have no choice but to take matters into his own hands. Sure thing. Lin Mu nodded, his eyes returning to their normal color. He then reached into his storage ring and retrieved the celestial spirit ginseng Lin Yang had given him earlier. The moment the heavenly spirit ginseng left the storage ring, a burst of purple radiance erupted from it, shooting straight into the heavens. This spectacle left Lin Mu utterly astonished. Watching the purple radiance shoot skyward like a signal flare, he realized everyone nearby would likely see it. Damn it, did this secret realm mistake my ginseng for a treasure it was supposed to reveal? Lin Mu's expression shifted slightly before he hastily stowed it away. The purple radiance lingered for a moment before slowly dissipating in midair. But this action had already caught the attention of those nearby. Gone? Looks like that treasure appeared and got snatched by someone who just arrived nearby. We gotta go check it out. Damn it! Stealing my treasure? That's suicide. In an instant, all the newly arrived individuals within the ancient city converged toward Lin Mu's location. Even those far away had noticed the glow. "Su, should we go check it out too?" In one corner, a man looked at Su Yuer before him and asked. "Let's go." After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuer headed toward the source of the purple radiance. Outside the ancient city, not far from Lin Mu, a man saw the radiance emanating from the ginseng in Lin Mu's hand and was instantly overcome with excitement. A treasure. Having navigated these circles for years, the man understood that it was the treasure's resonance with the secret realm that caused it to be regarded as such. What he never imagined was that such a young fellow could possess such a treasure. If he could get his hands on it, he would surely break through his own cultivation realm. Fine. I'll spare your life this time. Hand over the treasure, no, the storage ring in your hand to me. The man grinned, his shifty eyes gleaming with a hint of crazed desire. He opened his palm, reaching out to take it from Lin Mu. Sure thing. Lin Mu nodded. Then, with a single step, his body vanished from the spot. The man froze for a moment, then his pupils suddenly contracted. He sensed a terrifying aura was bearing down on him. In an instant, the hairs on the man's body stood on end as he reacted swiftly. Before his eyes, Lin Mu's figure materialized abruptly. The fist concealed beneath his trench coat swept toward him, enveloped in crimson lightning. Boom! The man produced a talisman from somewhere, crushing it violently. A golden barrier instantly enveloped his body. But Lin Mu's single strike shattered the golden barrier. The explosive force of his punch transformed into penetrating energy, crashing into the man's chest. His eyes widened as he flew backward, spitting blood. Blood spattered midair as excruciating pain seared through his chest. Before he even hit the ground, his eyes reflected a dark figure. What? His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared fixedly at Lin Mu, who had appeared before him, his gaze filled with shock and incomprehension. Lin Mu's gaze held no emotion. With a single punch, terrifying force slammed into the man's body like a 200 miles per hour semi-truck crashing into him. Thud! Accompanied by a dull thud, the man's body, still suspended midair, crashed violently onto the ground. The ground cracked, spreading like a spider web, and the man at its center died instantly. As his body fell, Lin Mu retrieved the badge from the man's pocket. You wanted it? Here it is, right in front of you. Lin Mu said, standing on the corpse. But the man was dead, how could he respond? His face still bore a look of profound shock, his eyes filled with utter bewilderment. Why? Why was this youth so young, yet possessed such terrifying power? Before striking, Lin Mu had already assessed the man's cultivation level barely 40. A level 40 martial artist of the same rank was utterly insignificant before Lin Mu. After dispatching the man, Lin Mu prepared to depart. At that moment, several more auras emerged from the ancient city in the distance. Among these auras were martial artists as high as level 42. Seems the glow from earlier drew them here. Lin Mu's gaze sharpened slightly. He should have known better than to bring it out. What a hassle. Watching the figures in the sky approach him, Lin Mu slowly rose to his feet and walked over. On the other side of the Tianhong secret realm, Lu Jian slowly withdrew his gaze, catching the faint purple glow lingering in the depths of his eyes. Is it a treasure within this secret realm, or something brought by the person themselves? Lu Jian murmured to himself, though he gave it little further thought. Never mind. I'll simply devour everyone here and use their souls to refine this secret realm. Whether the treasures belonged to this secret realm or to some martial artist was of no consequence. Lu Jian departed from his spot, striding toward the center of the secret realm. His reason for opening this secret realm was to target every martial artist within. No one could escape. Thankfully, that elder warned me a ferocious beast remains sealed within the Tianhong secret realm. Otherwise, devouring everyone here would be impossible to explain. Chapter 223, Come at Me All at Once. Outside the ancient city. Several streaks of light landed in the outskirts. Martial artists stood in small groups atop the city walls and scattered across the ground. Even within the city walls, martial artists were rushing toward this location. Before the city gates, Su Yuer's gaze swept over the scene, her eyes tinged with caution. So many martial artists had gathered here, all drawn by the treasure. But no one could say for certain whether these martial artists would turn on them after seizing the treasure. After all, her cultivation level was only 33rd tier, and the prodigy accompanying her was merely at the 30th tier. Yet here, there were at least 6 martial artists at the 40th level. That purple light vanished right here. Everyone just arrived here, so they definitely haven't obtained the treasure yet. So who could have taken the treasure? The martial artists exchanged glances, each murmuring among themselves. They had all just arrived here, it was absolutely impossible for them to have taken the treasure. There was only one possibility. A tall martial artist looked up at Lin Mu ahead. This boy was here all along. The tall martial artist pointed at Lin Mu and shouted. At these words, every martial artist present turned their gaze toward Lin Mu. Boy, did you take that treasure? A warrior standing atop the city wall, sword in hand, glared coldly with a detached tone. Lin Mu wore a black trench coat, his face concealed by a black mask. Such attire surprised everyone present. Who in their right mind would conceal their face like that nowadays? Clearly, he didn't want anyone to see his face. Lin Mu reached a finger into his ear and scratched it, his tone indifferent. What treasure? I didn't see anything. Why don't you go look over there? Lin Mu pointed eastward with his finger. There's nothing over there. We just came from that direction. A middle-aged martial artist clad in a long robe and holding a compass spoke up. The warrior gripping the long sword immediately grew cold-eyed. Kid, you're trying to pull a fast one on me? Lin Mu shrugged, saying nothing. Gentlemen, please calm yourselves. This compass in my hand is a 4th-grade martial treasure. I possess the ability to discern the lingering aura of that treasure from earlier. The middle-aged martial artist with the compass declared. At these words, the expressions of the crowd visibly brightened. Alright, we're counting on you, brother. We're counting on you, fellow cultivator. Please give it a try. Besides Su Yuer, a classmate spoke up. Sis Yuer, do you think that treasure might be on that black-clad man? I'm not sure. Su Yuer shook her head. Her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Mu. For some reason, from the moment she first laid eyes on him, she couldn't shake the feeling that this figure bore a striking resemblance to someone else. But Su Yuer couldn't be certain. After all, the current Lin Mu was training under the commander. Moreover, if it truly was Lin Mu, he wouldn't need to hide his identity like this, avoiding people altogether. The middle-aged martial artist holding the compass stepped forward onto the open ground. He supported the compass with one hand while drawing a talisman with the other. Without any flame, the talisman ignited and burned, transforming into a streak of light that shot straight into the compass. Soon, the compass emitted an intensely blazing light. Active wish-granting order, go! The warrior growled, extending 2 fingers toward the clearing. From within the compass, a beam of light shot forth. All eyes fixed intently on the scene, not daring to move an inch. The beam lingered only briefly before shooting straight toward Lin Mu. Whoa, this thing's got some serious power. A voice tinged with surprise rang out. Swish! Everyone lifted their heads, their gazes landing squarely on Lin Mu. You bastard! The sword-wielding martial artist glared at Lin Mu. The other martial artists present also fixed him with menacing stares. Kid, so it was you who took the treasure. It really was you. Hand over the treasure and we'll spare your life. This place was filled with worldly warriors, and their words carried no trace of politeness. Among them were warriors who had earned their stripes through bloodshed, their natures exceptionally vicious. Many of the martial artists drew their weapons. Judging by his voice, this man seems to be about our age. The man remarked, but he's in for a world of trouble this time. His gaze shifted towards Su Yuer. Su Yuer was exceptionally beautiful. As her cultivation advanced, the aura that set her apart from the world grew stronger and more captivating. For a moment, the man's eyes held a hint of admiration. Forget about him, Lin Feng. This isn't our concern. Su Yuer shook her head. Then rest assured, Sister Yuer. With me here, should chaos erupt, I'll protect you. Lin Feng smiled, brimming with confidence. Emerging from a secluded clan, few in the outside world knew his true cultivation level. Su Yuer nodded slightly, not taking his words to heart. She wouldn't be involved in this struggle anyway. After all, Su Yuer was well aware of her own limitations. As swords drew in the air around him, Lin Mu still wore a smile. Yes, it's on me. The moment those words left his mouth, the crowd erupted. That supreme treasure had truly been taken by this youth. Hand it over. A martial artist standing near Lin Mu couldn't contain himself any longer. With a swift lunge, he charged toward Lin Mu. Fearing others might seize the opportunity first, the remaining warriors also instantly converged on Lin Mu. In an instant, the scene descended into utter chaos. Yet their purpose was unanimous. Hand over the treasure. The warrior who had made the first move swiftly closed in before Lin Mu. He raised the long sword in his hand, its blade flashing in the light, and brought it down toward Lin Mu's head. Thud! A bolt of lightning flashed. Before the man could react, an arm had already pierced through his left chest. Purple lightning clung to the arm, untouched by a single drop of blood. Witnessing this, everyone's bodies froze involuntarily for a moment. Where he stood, Lin Mu slowly withdrew his hand, a smirk curling his lips. Come and get it. I'm waiting for you. Thud! The man's body crashed to the ground, utterly lifeless. How ruthless. Su Yuer's eyes held a hint of surprise. His attack was truly ruthless. He left no room for mercy. Moreover, his strength was formidable. The martial artist he killed was at least a level 35. Yet he was instantly killed with a single palm strike. His own strength must be at least level 37 or above. Lin Feng, however, dismissed this with utter disdain. Humph, I refuse to believe you possess the strength to stand against us. A level 40 martial artist was the first to recover his senses. He gave a cold snort, and a pair of wings formed from spiritual energy immediately appeared behind him. The other level 40 warriors charged forward one after another. They refused to believe that this lone figure could take on all of them. Beneath his mask, Lin Mu's face held a faint smile. Why don't we find out? Chapter 224, Instant Kill. The battle erupted instantly. The level 40 martial artist charged forward first, a great halberd in hand, thrusting it out with explosive force. Blazing flames engulfed the halberd as his chi surged through his body, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force. Lin Mu grabbed a nearby corpse and hurled it at the warrior. Boom! The flames instantly engulfed the opponent's corpse, reducing it to ashes that vanished into thin air. You brat, die! The other warrior charged forward, closing in on Lin Mu. His long sword radiated a brilliant glow. As he swung it, sword chi surged wildly in all directions. A level 40 martial artist possessed immense spiritual energy within. This single strike unleashed multiple waves of sword chi, instantly blocking Lin Mu's path. Lin Mu drew back his left arm like a bowstring, then unleashed a punch. Violet lightning erupted, his entire sleeve bulging with straining muscles. Boom! The lightning swallowed the sword chi. The warrior's pupils contracted sharply, clearly unprepared for Lin Mu's fist to so effortlessly nullify his attack. Before he could react, a figure darted toward him like lightning, appearing before his eyes in an instant. The sword-wielding warrior tried to react, but Lin Mu's fist was a split second faster. You were the one talking too much just now, weren't you? Thud! The fist struck, causing the man's chest to collapse inward. The clothing on his back was torn apart by the fist's force. Sweet-tasting blood gushed from his throat, mixed with fragments of shattered bone. Thud! The sword-wielding warrior's body crashed to the ground, his fate unknown. Witnessing Lin Mu's overwhelming combat prowess, the gathered warriors trembled in fear. A single strike nearly killed a level 40 warrior. What terrifying combat prowess! On the other side, Su Yuer was utterly dumbfounded. With such formidable strength, this youth might very well be able to match a prodigy like Lu Jian. Lin Feng's gaze grew complex, unwilling to linger on Lin Mu. Given his nature, he absolutely refused to see a martial artist stronger than himself gain prominence before the woman he cherished. This boy's fighting style, it's so reminiscent of Lin Mu. Suddenly, Su Yuer sensed something. She fixed her gaze intently on Lin Mu. His fighting style was strikingly similar to Lin Mu's. His strikes were powerful and precise, yet Lin Mu himself lacked such ruthless tactics. Nearby, Lin Feng's expression instantly turned cold upon hearing the name Lin Mu. This name he had heard it before, many times. Ever since he entered Qingbei University, he had heard it mentioned constantly by others. That alone was bad enough, but his beloved Su Yuer frequently mentioned this man and even went out of her way to look after his friends. How could Lin Feng endure this? Boom! Suddenly, an explosion shattered Lin Feng's thoughts. His gaze followed the black figure, which was now sweeping through the air, enveloped in purple lightning, unleashing a killing spree. Every martial artist who approached was struck by the surging thunderlight, sent flying several meters away. The dozen or so martial artists who had closed in were no match for this figure, each one being systematically dismantled. Such overwhelming power instilled profound terror in every martial artist present. Boom! Lin Mu unleashed a whipping kick. The purple lightning, like a lashing whip, swept through the air, striking a distant martial artist directly. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as the overwhelming thunderbolt, seemingly carrying the force of 10,000 pounds, shattered the warrior's legs. Blood spurted from his mouth, and he lay unconscious, his fate unknown. The scene had become utterly bloody. The ground was littered with screaming martial artists. Strangely, however, all these horribly injured warriors were mundane martial artists. Not a single one of the university students had been affected. How can you be this strong? A level 40 martial artist raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Mu, his mind filled with bewilderment. Just by the sound of his voice, it was clear this man couldn't be older than 20. Yet his combat prowess was simply terrifying. With more effort, you could reach this level too. Lin Mu replied, then delivered a swift backhand that knocked the man unconscious. Su Yuer's eyes widened as she stared at the 7 or 8 martial artists sprawled out in every direction. Shock left her speechless. He had faced 7 level 40 martial artists single-handedly, not only severely injuring every last one of them but emerging completely unscathed himself. It seemed as though he had done all this with ease. This was beyond Su Yuer's comprehension. Moreover, she had only ever witnessed such a scene with Lin Mu. But deep down, Su Yuer knew this man was not Lin Mu. Alright, all taken care of. Time to deal with that divine spokesperson. Lin Mu clapped his hands, feeling the spiritual energy he'd just expended begin to replenish, then stood up. Fighting these martial artists felt effortless to Lin Mu. This was the gap between mundane martial artists and prodigies. One side was favored with resources, practicing superior cultivation techniques and martial arts. The other relied solely on their own efforts to obtain these essential necessities. That divine messenger actually went to the center of the secret realm. Lin Mu followed his perception, feeling somewhat surprised. From the memories in his mind, the light point representing this divine messenger began to blur. Something must have happened. I must hurry over. Lin Mu wasted no time lingering and immediately rose to his feet. Purple lightning transformed into crimson, accompanied by a terrifying aura descending. In the next instant, his entire being vanished from the spot. Let's go. Watching Lin Mu's retreating figure, Su Yuer finally snapped back to reality. Sis Yuer, let's go too. Lin Feng said. Su Yuer nodded. Just as the two turned to leave, a five-colored radiance shot straight into the sky. The light was extremely distant from them, seemingly originating from the very center of this secret realm. Another supreme treasure has been born? Su Yuer gazed in that direction. It's likely not a treasure. It appears to be a cave dwelling within this secret realm revealing itself. Lin Feng remarked at that moment. Upon hearing this, Su Yuer couldn't help but glance at Lin Feng a few more times. These so-called cave dwellings are the secret treasures left behind by the masters of this secret realm after their deaths. Lin Feng chuckled as he explained, these are genuine treasures utterly insignificant compared to what that person is holding. Hearing this, Su Yuer nodded. Let's proceed first. This secret realm was a trial from the start. Such an overwhelming radiance would surely draw others to it. Then, we'll simply compete to see who can obtain the token. Lin Feng nodded. Meanwhile, Lin Mu was also making his way toward the radiance. In his mind, the location of the divine messenger had become extremely vague. But Lin Mu was certain of one thing, the divine messenger was currently near that beam of light ahead. Could this glow be his doing? A flicker of unease stirred within Lin Mu. But the thought that the greatest restriction of this secret realm was the level cap of 40 dispelled his fear. Without delay, Lin Mu sped toward the location at full speed. Add me on WeChat, MNY66618. More book recommendations in my moments, Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various platforms.